Family, Rosha has been a wild man on a deserted island for a year. When he saw a ship, he immediately used his synthetic flame sword to attack it, but was met with a punch from the white-haired old man Garp that shattered his sword energy. It turns out Rosha had crossed over to the world of One Piece and had a dimensional synthesis system, which allowed him to synthesize a flame sword to leave the island. Garp invited him to join the Navy, and then he encountered new missions, beautiful women, and even went to meet Sengoku. Let me tell you, this situation is absolutely ridiculous, beyond ridiculous. Rosha, have been a wild man on a broken island for a year, and just when I finally saw a ship, I thought about making a big score to improve my meals. Without a second thought, I picked up my synthesized flame sword and slashed at the ship. Dozens of fiery sword energies flew out, and the scene was exhilarating. I was feeling great at that moment, thinking this was a sure win, and I would definitely have extra chicken legs tonight. But guess what? An old white-haired man on the ship suddenly appeared, and with one punch, just one punch, he shattered my magnificent fiery sword energy. I was dumbfounded. Family, who understands? I had run into a tough opponent. This old man is the Navy hero, Garp. This story has to start from the beginning. A year ago, I closed my eyes and opened them, and suddenly, from my comfortable bed at home, I was dropped onto this godforsaken deserted island. I tell you, I was stunned 1 second I was sleeping at home, and the next I was lying on a patch of yellow dirt, worse off than a weed. Just as I was preparing to put on a survival show on the deserted island, I heard a ding in my head and suddenly got a cyberpunk-like notification. A mechanical voice said, "Congratulations, host Rosha, you have successfully crossed over to the world of One Piece." At that moment, I had a subway old man looking at his phone, expression what the heck? One Piece? Isn't that a world where you get beaten up by the 4 emperors the moment you step outside? Then the system introduced itself, calling itself the Dimensional Synthesis System, claiming it could synthesize anything. I thought, isn't this just a high-level version of crafting system? To prove itself, it even gave me a newbie skill hand-rolled senbei. I was surprised, and with a snap of my fingers, a senbei appeared. I thought, what use is this? Am I supposed to provide snacks for Garp and Sengoku? It seems to focus on precise feeding, right? I immediately caught on to the main point. Is there a gift? What about the newbie gift package? Don't talk to me about anything else. Hey, there really was one. When I opened it, I found a natural-type flame fruit, plus a large knife called Tiger Hunt with 21 craftsmanship. Seeing the flame fruit, I couldn't help but sneer this thing was purely a debuff during the Marine-Ford War. Not even a dog would eat it. But that knife, when I pulled it out, had a black-blue blade with purple serrated patterns. It was so cool I was almost drooling. Then a brilliant idea popped into my head. Since I wouldn't eat the fruit, and the knife looked so cool, the system said everything could be synthesized, right? So if I combined the flame fruit with this knife, wouldn't that mean I had a flame sword cheat? So I went for it. I clasped my hands, and with a flash of green light, the flame fruit disappeared and fused into the knife. Looking at my Tiger Hunt, it now had 3 fiery patterns on the blade, looking incredibly stylish. I thought about it, and it could even transform into a bracelet around my wrist. So convenient. I tried swinging it, and boom, a fiery sword energy cut through the sea. At that moment, I could only think, impressive. Just as I was happily munching on senbei and preparing to build a boat to escape, that darn system gave me a task to survive on this broken island for a year. The penalty for failure was a strike of divine lightning. What could I do? I had to accept it. So I began my year-long wild man life. At first, it was pretty tough, but later I found rabbits and forests on the other side of the island, so life got a bit easier. I also robbed a few clueless small pirate crews, but in the East Blue, pirates are rarer than giant pandas, not enough for me to rob. After a year, I became that wild man with long hair down to my waist and barely any clothes. Then, I encountered Garp's dog-headed warship. That old man shattered my attack with one punch, and the warship sped towards the shore. At that moment, I was still pondering in the lookout tower, wondering why these pirates hadn't come over for me to rob. When I looked up, I locked eyes with a sprightly white-haired old man. In that instant, 2 words flashed through my mind. It's over. Garp, why is this old man here? He laughed heartily, saying he was going to use his iron fist to teach me a lesson, and in the next second, he appeared right in front of me. I tell you, my legs went weak, not because I didn't want to move, but I genuinely couldn't. That sense of pressure was something else. I was directly grabbed and lifted like a little chick. The Navy below saw my appearance. Just a pair of tattered shorts, looking like a wild man just escaped from the mountains, and they started roasting me mercilessly. I was fuming. Hey, is this how you Navy folks conduct yourselves? Garp threw me on the ground and asked who I was and why I attacked them. What could I say? I had to come clean. I said my name was Rosha. I was an orphan, and I was hungry. Usually, I rob pirates, but today I misjudged the situation. To prove it, I snapped my fingers and produced another senbei. However, before I could finish speaking, I saw Garp's eyes light up, staring greedily at the senbei in my hand, his gaze like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days, seeing meat. He snatched it from me, crunching it down, and asked where it came from. I explained my synthesis ability in detail and even demonstrated turning the tiger hunt from a bracelet back into a sword, telling him it was synthesized from the flame fruit and the knife. His expressionless Vice Admiral Bogart was shocked, saying that only Vegapunk could make an object eat a devil fruit in the whole world, and it could only be an animal type. But mine was a natural type. They quietly pulled Garp aside to whisper. I could guess with my toes that they thought they had struck gold. Sure enough, Garp returned and formally invited me to join the Navy, even tempting me with food from the Navy cafeteria. Family, I hadn't eaten a proper meal in a year. How could I refuse? I agreed on the spot. By the way, the system task was also completed, and I was rewarded with a system space, feeling great. Once on the ship, I immediately entered a glutton mode, piling my plates higher than myself. Garp was delighted, saying he finally found someone who could eat more than him. After I was full, I even made Garp a mountain of senbei, making him incredibly happy. His Vice Admiral Bogart was quite nice, took me for a bath, and even gave me a new set of clothes. I found the clothes ugly, so I casually used my ability to modify them, pairing a black shirt with shorts and adding a green dragon pattern on the sleeves, instantly transforming from a wild man to a trendy guy. Just then, that pesky system came with another task, asking me to create an item that could accelerate the warship, promising to confiscate my precious sword if I failed. Could I tolerate that? I rummaged through the ship's scrap metal and synthesized 2 large thrusters with a bang. After installing them, the dog-headed warship shot off like it had rockets on it, zooming away. Garp, excited, gave me a hearty slap on the back, almost sending me flying. He said it was an accident, but I didn't believe him. Thus, what was originally a 10-day journey, we sped to the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in just 2 days. As soon as I got off the ship, I was dumbfounded. On the training ground, thousands of Marines were practicing, and the momentum was something a wild man like me who had been fighting rabbits on a deserted island had never seen before. Just as I was in awe, Garp suddenly grabbed the back of my collar, saying not to stare, and took me to meet Admiral Sengoku. On the way to meet Sengoku, I tell you, we encountered a stunning beauty halfway. That figure, that aura, absolutely stunning. Long black hair, draped in a navy coat, with a spider tattoo on her thigh, both fierce and alluring. My goodness, I was completely captivated. Garp, that old man, was grabbing my collar like I was a little chick. Who understands, family? Don't I care about my face? I was furious at that moment, and I turned my fiery bracelet into a knife and swung it at that old man. I shouted, "You old geezer, if you grab my collar again, I'll fight you." Then that beautiful lady suddenly blocked me and smiled, telling me not to be impulsive. I didn't care about that. I said, "Miss, move aside. This old man won't apologize to me, and this matter isn't over today." That lady gave Garp a glance, probably thinking he was disrespectful for his age. It was only then that Garp realized and laughed heartily, saying he was used to it and wouldn't do it again next time. When I heard him apologize, I finally put away the knife. It transformed back into a fiery bracelet around my wrist with a whoosh. That beautiful lady was stunned by this move and asked me what the knife was about. Garp leaned in and whispered in her ear, saying it was a knife infused with a natural-type devil fruit, and to keep it a secret, saying I was a treasure he brought to Sengoku. After saying that, he didn't care about her reaction and grabbed my arm, hurriedly leaving. I even turned back to shout at the lady, "See you, beautiful?" Once we left, I could imagine that lady standing there, questioning her life. A knife infused with a natural-type fruit? Even Vegapunk couldn't make that, right? This little brother is quite interesting. After a long time, we finally arrived at the marshal's office, and I thought it would calm down. But Garp really didn't treat the marshal with any respect. He kicked the office door open with a bang. Inside was a big uncle in a marshal's uniform, wearing glasses and slick back hair, who was startled and shivered, causing the documents in his hands to fly everywhere. He pointed at Garp and yelled, "Damn, Garp, you kicked the door again." Garp, as if nothing had happened, laughed heartily and pushed me forward, saying, "Sengoku, don't be angry. Look what treasure I brought you." Sengoku then noticed me and looked me up and down. He probably thought, what treasure could this little brat be? He asked me my name, and I said I was called Rosha. Then he asked Garp what my abilities were. You guess what that old guy Garp said? With a proud look on his face, he said, "Luo Xia, he can turn air into rice crackers." I almost couldn't catch my breath at that moment. Big brother, is this my biggest worry? Sengoku also looked confused. Garp was giving me that look, you know. What could I do? I could only perform a big transformation into senbei right there. With a whoosh, I transformed into a huge pile of steaming senbei, on Sengoku's desk. Garp, like a starving ghost, grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth, making crunching sounds. Sengoku looked at the pile of senbei, and his expression changed, becoming intense. That look made me feel uneasy. He cleared his throat and asked what kind of devil fruit user I was. With Garp's chewing sounds in the background, I said I was a paramecia user, able to combine anything. Garp chimed in with his mouth full. That's right, he also has a natural type big knife. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes lit up. I had no choice but to transform my bracelet into a flame knife. Goodness, Sengoku's eyes almost popped out. He jumped up from his chair and rushed in front of me, circling around my knife, muttering, "Oh my, is it really made of fire?" My mind was racing, so I quickly said it was made by fusing ordinary flames, not daring to mention it was the burn fruit. Otherwise, how would I explain when Ace shows up? The office fell silent instantly. Even Garp stopped eating. Sengoku gasped and asked me if the effect was permanent. I nodded. Garp slapped me on the shoulder, nearly breaking me apart, and exclaimed that he really struck gold. Then they made a decision on the spot, letting me join the Navy and even arranging a single dorm for me. Sengoku thought for a moment and said he wanted to send me to Zephyr's training camp. When I heard the name Zephyr, my smile froze on my face. That was Black Arm Zephyr. Getting into his training camp meant you'd either die or be severely injured. I quickly waved my hands and said I wouldn't go. I was fine just working in logistics. But Garp lifted me up again, saying all 3 admirals were trained by Zephyr, and there was no room for negotiation. Sigh, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Back in my dorm, I hurriedly checked my system rewards and found a blueprint for gravity gloves. Upon closer inspection, the first material almost made me faint. The gloves of Akainu. There were also sea prism stone and soil. The latter two were manageable, but Akainu's gloves? Was it like pulling teeth from a tiger? Frustrated, I messed up my hair and suddenly had a bright idea. There was a ready-made tool. I could have that old man Garp go fight Akainu and grab the gloves. Early the next morning, my door was kicked open again, and it was Garp. On the way to the training ground, I tentatively asked him, "Hey, old man Garp, who has stronger, you or Admiral Akainu?" He looked proud and said, "Do I even need to say? I can slam him to the ground." As soon as I heard it, I knew the opportunity had come. I immediately patted my chest and said, "As long as you help me with a favor, I'll make sure you have plenty of senbei in the future." As soon as he heard senbei, his eyes lit up and he asked what favor I needed. I said, "Could you help me snatch Admiral Akainu's gloves?" The air instantly froze. Garp dug in his ears, thinking he must have misheard. I had to repeat myself. This time, his mind was quick to respond. He asked if I was going to create some new gadget again. I nodded and said it was a great item related to fists, especially suitable for him. Before I could finish my sentence, Garp patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely knock Sakazuki down and grab the gloves for you." Seeing his eager expression, I suddenly had a bad premonition. This old man must have wanted to beat Akainu for a long time, right? When we arrived at the training ground, Garp greeted Zephyr and said he had something important to help me with, then zoomed off towards the Admiral's office using Moonwalk. Watching his disappearing figure, my heart was pounding. I introduced myself to those new recruits, Smoker, Tina, and the others. They asked me to demonstrate my abilities, so I casually combined Zephyr's machine gun with a rocket launcher. It resulted in a new weapon with a gun barrel as big as a plate. Zephyr picked it up and fired a shot into the open ground. Goodness! The bullet flew out like a cannonball and exploded upon hitting the ground. It left everyone stunned. Zephyr probably thought to himself that he couldn't dare to shoot at the recruits with this thing. It could be deadly. Just as he was about to ask me something, a loud explosion echoed from the office building, accompanied by thick black smoke. Zephyr's expression changed, and he said for us to practice on our own while he went to check it out. As soon as he left, Smoker and the others started clamoring to see the commotion. In the end, we all rushed to the scene, with layers of Navy personnel surrounding it. I squeezed in and immediately felt a chill run down my spine. People around were discussing. A fight has broken out. It's Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Akainu. Oh no, this is my fault. If Akainu finds out, will I even have a whole corpse left? I'm feeling guilty. Sengoku, Kizaru, and Admiral Crane have all arrived. Sengoku looks at the chaotic scene and the two disheveled individuals, furious and roaring in anger. Garp is still staring intently at Akainu's gloves, then innocently digs in his nose and says, "There's a reason for this. I was still praying there, and then that old carp opened his mouth and sold me out. He sold me out so decisively. It was that little Rosha. He said he wanted Sasaki's gloves to make something good. At that moment, I felt like my life had turned gray. Sister Ji-yuan was quick-witted and immediately pulled me out of the crowd and threw me in front of Akainu. As I looked up, I met Akainu's murderous expression, his eyes hot enough to melt me in the next second. I was so scared that I quickly drew my knife. In the end, a large group of commanders returned to the office of Sengoku. Under immense pressure, I explained that I wanted to synthesize something new and needed Akainu's gloves. Garp was fanning the flames nearby, saying, "Actually, I wanted to fight him for a long time." Sengoku reluctantly had Akainu take off his gloves, and Ji-yuan brought me hockey stone and soil. I took a deep breath, my hands glowing with a green light, and combined the 3 items in my palm. As the light faded, a pair of black gloves with dragon patterns appeared. Garp snatched them up and put them on, saying, "Isn't this just an ordinary boxing glove?" As he spoke, he lightly punched the air in front of Sengoku. The next second, something outrageous happened. Sengoku shot forward like a human cannonball and crashed into the wall with a loud bang, causing the entire wall to crack. The whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at me as if I were a monster, then turned their gaze to the gloves in Garp's hands as if they were a divine artifact. Even Akainu's icy face couldn't hold its composure. Wow, this incredible fortune seemed to have landed in Garp's hands. He was ecstatic and urged me to explain. I had to say that the gloves were linked to the wearer's strength, and the stronger the fist, the greater the power. Sengoku pulled himself out of the wall and excitedly asked if they could be mass-produced. Everyone looked at me eagerly. I quietly shrank behind Garp and whispered, "Mass production is possible, but the materials must be Akainu's original gloves worn for at least 5 days, and they can't be damaged." Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately ordered Akainu to do nothing from today on, just wear the gloves, and, after 5 days, hand over a pair to me to fully support the Navy's combat power. Although Akainu's face was as dark as a pot bottom, he could only nod. With the matter settled, Zephyr took me back to the training ground. On the way, Garp, excited with the new gloves, was punching the air, which annoyed Zephyr so much that he kicked him away. When we returned to the training ground, there were dozens of trainees sitting in disarray, some smoking, some chatting, looking quite relaxed. Zephyr's face turned dark in an instant, veins popping, and he yelled, "You bunch of little bastards. I told you to train on your own, and this is how you train." Faced with Zephyr's fury, Smoker and his gang immediately stood up straight, all nervous. I could even hear someone nearby whispering, "It's all Smoker's fault for saying we could take a break." Zephyr paced back and forth in front of us with his hands behind his back, smiling ominously. "It seems that if I don't push you to the limit, you won't understand the terror of Black Arm Zephyr." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he issued a death sentence. "Run 50 laps around the playground. Can't finish? Don't even think about eating. Let me tell you." The tone and look in his eyes were as if he wanted to send us new recruits away directly. I was stunned at that moment. 50 laps? That's 500 meters per lap. Isn't that a 25-kilometer weighted run? He really doesn't see us as human. But there was no choice. As soon as he finished speaking, gunfire erupted, bullets whizzing past our feet. Who understands? This isn't training. It's clearly the Normandy landing. Everyone rushed forward like crazy, and I was no exception, running like mad. Just then, a notification from the system popped into my mind. It said that if I completed these 50 laps, I would be rewarded with something called an elemental weapon technique. Immediately, a scene played in my mind. A person grabbed a chunk of ice and directly smashed it into a weapon, and that weapon instantly came to life, wrapping around the arm, looking incredibly cool. My eyes lit up at that moment. If I learned this, wouldn't I make a fortune by enchanting other swords in the future? Just as this thought crossed my mind, Zephyr's roar came again. "You little brat, what are you dawdling for? Are you waiting for me to light a lantern for you?" I jolted and hurriedly sprinted. I must say, my physique from training on the deserted island for a year is no joke. Smoker and Tina, those two monsters, led the way, and I closely followed behind them, firmly placing myself in the front echelon. But as I was running, I looked up, and lo and behold, Zephyr the old man actually brought out a lounge chair, propped his legs up, and was sipping a drink while watching us suffer. Smog next to me was so angry that his face turned green, gritting his teeth and cursing, damn. That old purple-haired turtle. Once I finish running, I'm going to drink too. Tina was also motivating herself. Tina wants to smoke. Hang in there. I couldn't say a single word. My throat was on fire, and it felt like my lungs were about to explode. 3 hours passed, and I was already delirious, feeling like an emotionless running machine. I watched as Smoker and Tina lapped me, and they crossed the finish line, being dragged away like dead dogs by people nearby. I was the only one left swaying around, like a zombie. Just when I was about to give up, the entire training ground, including that old man Zephyr, stood up and cheered for me. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. I really don't want to go bald. Fueled by this belief, I don't even know how, but in the end, I somehow pushed my legs across the finish line, and then everything went black. I didn't know anything anymore. When I woke up, I was already in the medical room. Smoker and Tina came in with a fruit basket to see me, and when I opened my eyes, I was still confused. Where is this? How did I end up here? Tina explained to me that I collapsed right after finishing the run, and Zephyr personally carried me over. That guy Smoker was still stoking the fire beside me. That purple-haired old turtle is really ruthless once I get stronger than him. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice echoed behind him. What do you want to do after you surpass me? I told you. Smoker's face turned pale in an instant, and he transformed into a cloud of smoke, swiftly hiding behind my bed, scared like a quail. Zephyr came in like a ghost. I don't know when, just staring at him intently. It was at that moment that I heard a ding in my head. Task completed. Reward received. A warm current instantly flowed through my hands, incredibly comfortable. Zephyr saw me in a daze and asked what was wrong. I couldn't just say my system rewarded me. So I had to make something up and said, it's nothing, just had a bold idea about the power of the devil fruit. This piqued the curiosity of all three of them. I had no choice but to go along with it. I reached out my hand to Smoker. Come on, give me a puff of smoke. Although Smoker was puzzled, he still gave me a small puff of smoke. As soon as the smoke reached my hand, it not only didn't disperse, but I also firmly grasped it, and a faint blue light appeared in my palm. The system prompt in my head went off like crazy ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of the Logia smoke fruit one. I was overjoyed inside, but had to maintain an air of mystery on the surface. I grabbed that puff of smoke and casually tossed it against the wall of the hospital room. With a bang, the soft, fluffy smoke hit the wall like a small cannonball, creating a 5-centimeter deep dent. The room instantly fell silent, and everyone stared wide-eyed. My heart sank. Oh no, how much is this going to cost? Are the Navy's walls made of gold? I quickly tugged at JoinsNavy's sleeve and pitifully asked, Teacher, this wall I can't afford to pay for it. But JoinsNavy completely ignored me, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the wall dent, then at my hand, excitedly urging, do it again. Kid, come on, do it again. Smoker got into it too, this time removing both gloves and crafting a smoke ball the size of a basketball for me. I took it, a flash of green light in my hands, and crazily compressed it until the basketball-sized smoke ball was reduced to the size of my fist. I started to panic, swallowed hard, and asked JoinsNavy, Teacher, are you sure? If this thing explodes, you'll take responsibility, right? I will take responsibility. All right, you said it. With a determined heart, I swung my arm and smashed the compressed smoke bomb forward. Boom! A loud bang echoed as the entire wall was blown through. A huge hole appeared in front of us, and cold air rushed in. Luckily, no one was next door, or I would have been responsible for a life today. Smoker was completely stunned, looking at his hands, questioning his life. My smoke. Can it be this powerful? I don't care about him. I grabbed Zephyr's arm and shook him frantically. Teacher, you said you would take responsibility. You can't go back on your word. I really have no money. Zephyr shoved my hand away and shouted angrily. You little brat, what do you know? Your ability is worth more than 100 walls. Just then, the doctor stormed in, his face turning green at the sight. He was about to lose his temper when Zephyr didn't even raise an eyebrow, waving his hand. Go find Sengoku for reimbursement. Just tell him I did it. Upon hearing this, the doctor didn't dare to say a word and left in a hurry. Zephyr then turned to me, gripping my glowing hand tightly, his gaze burning as if he wanted to devour me. What on earth is going on with these hands of yours? I was so scared that I shivered and instinctively wanted to step back. Just kidding. The way that old man looked at me was like he was staring at some extraordinary treasure, and it made me very uneasy. Hey kid, Zephyr, that old man, let go of my hand, but his gaze was still locked onto me. I'll let you off for today, but I have a few questions that you must answer honestly. As soon as I heard that, my heart, which had just calmed down, jumped into my throat again. But since it was just a question, it was fine. I quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. How did you run away just now? I used all my strength and still couldn't catch up to you. That's unreasonable. I tell you, my mind was racing at that moment. Should I tell him that I modified my pair of worn-out shoes? If I say it, that purple-haired old turtle will definitely think I'm messing with him, and I might end up being punished to run 100 laps. But if I don't say anything and he finds out, the consequences will be even worse. I rolled my eyes and had an idea. I decided to speak the truth, but I had to do it skillfully. Teacher Zephyr, actually it's nothing much. While I spoke, I stepped back and pointed at my shoes, saying, it was when you were beating Smoker earlier, I secretly modified them a bit. Inside these shoes, I integrated a bit of wind. Just think about it. Can you be faster than the wind? The wind is everywhere, so it makes sense that I can run fast, right? I said this with a sincere expression. Then, I immediately held my head and pretended to be regretful. Oh no, it's all my fault. I was too scared at the time, and my hand trembled. So I forgot the synthetic formula. I forgot the whole formula. What a shame it was just a one-time thing. After my performance, the entire space fell silent. Garp, Junin, and Zephyr, the three of them with 6 eyes, stared at me. Their expressions were quite something. Zephyr took a deep breath, as if he was forcibly suppressing his anger, gritting his teeth, and said, I thought so. So that is how it is. Otherwise, how could this old man, a dignified former admiral, possibly not catch up to a little brat like you? I quickly nodded and bowed, saying, that's right, that's right. Teacher, you are invincible. Zephyr whispered a few words to Garp, and they finally left. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Garp's big hand slapped down on my shoulder, almost knocking me to the ground. Ha, Rosha, I think you have some talent in swordsmanship, so I specifically invited GUN to come teach you. I was completely stunned. No way, sir. Is this old man arranging things for me again? I don't get along with that big sister from the GUN. What if that perverted suitor of hers, Chahuan, sees me? Won't I be in trouble? I quickly waved my hand. Ahem, old man. Actually, I don't rely much on swordsmanship. How about we just forget about this? Forget about what? I hadn't finished my sentence when a nearby GUN exploded, her gaze sharp like a knife. You think as a reserve general, I can't teach you? Do you look down on me? Family, who understands? This girl is going on and on like a resentful wife. I quickly forced a smile. No, not at all. It would be my honor to be taught by the renowned GUN. Inside, I was frantically complaining, but my face was all smiles. GUN proudly raised her chin, saying, if you want me to teach you, fine, but you have to promise me one condition. As soon as I heard it, I knew it wasn't that simple. No way, there are conditions? Money? Or senbei? If it's money, you could sell me, and it wouldn't be worth much. If it's senbei, I have as much as you want. I could even stuff you with it. GUN glared at me. I don't want money, nor do I want senbei. I blurted out, could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Do you want me to warm your bed? As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted it. An icy killing intent instantly locked onto me. In the next moment, with a swoosh, a sharp sword wind flew past my ear, cutting off a few strands of hair. I swallowed hard in fear, my back covered in cold sweat. This girl really dares to take action. Jie Yuan smiled and patted my shoulder. Little Luo Xia, you shouldn't talk nonsense. Although I wouldn't dare to kill you, it's still possible for me to take away a few of your parts. In my heart, I scolded her 1,000 times. But I could only force a smile on my face and sat down on the ground. Sister Jin, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Just tell me, what are your conditions? Only then was Yuan satisfied and placed her famous sword, Jean Pilo, on the ground. It's very simple. I want you to make my sword just like yours, but what I want is cold energy. I twitched the corner of my mouth. Good grief. I thought she would only let me synthesize some cosmetics at most, but she opened her mouth and wanted to change equipment? And it's an ice attribute enchantment? How did this outrageous fortune fall on her? I conjure my tiger from my wrist, transforming it into a ball of flame dancing in front of me. Sister, as a reserve general, Isn't it a bit embarrassing to go out without a weapon? Are you sure about this? I don't want your kind of weapon that can turn into a bracelet. I only want a blade imbued with cold air. Jiyuan continued to speak to herself, completely ignoring my increasingly dark expression. I've observed it. Your blade can turn into flames, so your ability must be infused with fire. Therefore, you can definitely infuse it with ice for me. At that moment, I really wanted Zephyr to come back and beat me up again. It would be better than listening to this woman's fanciful ideas. Where am I supposed to get ice from for you? My tiger hunt took an entire burn fruit to pull off. Are you asking me to go steal Akiji's ice fruit? Wait, Akiji? Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I said to Jiyuan, who was still shaking my arm with stars in her eyes, "Sister, stop shaking me, or I'll get dizzy. This thing, it's not impossible to do. However, you need to find a way to invite Admiral Akiji over." Smack! Garp slapped the back of my head, saying, "You little rascal. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you asking Jiyuan to catch Kazan? Do you want her to die?" Jiyuan was also angry and twisted my ear. "You little stinky brother. He is a real admiral, a Logia user. Am I supposed to catch him with my head?" I cried out in pain, Hey. That's not what I meant. I meant, if you want ice attributes, isn't Admiral Akiji, who has the ice fruit ability, the most suitable source? Only then did they realize. Jiyuan clenched his fists, dropped a line saying wait, and turned to rush out. We went to the luxurious villa of Kapu to wait. As a result, I was unlucky. Old Kapu pulled out a dozen large burlap sacks from who knows where and forced me to synthesize some senbei for him, calling a snack for waiting. I cursed while synthesizing, feeling like a machine for producing senbei. Not long after, the door opened, and Jiyuan came back. Behind her was a tall man with sleepy eyes. It was Kizuru, but behind them was a lewd-looking guy who, upon seeing Jiyuan, lit up with excitement and rushed over, shouting, "Peach Bunny, please marry me." As soon as I saw it, I thought, wow, isn't this the T-Pig, the famous sycophant of the Navy headquarters? Jiyuan pushed him away with a look of disgust. "Get lost. If I'm getting married, I want to marry a brother like Luo Xia. Damn, sis, don't scare me." Sure enough, that perverted gaze from Chibuda was instantly fixed on me. Just as he was about to make a move, Akiji lazily spoke up. "La, shouldn't we get down to business?" Only then did Chibuda notice Akiji, and he trembled in fright, too scared to say a word, and could only follow behind us. As soon as we entered, the three of them were stunned by the room, full of senbei bags. Garp was still urging me, hurry up, this isn't enough to eat." I directly pulled back my hand and quit. Reinforcements have arrived. As soon as Cha Tun sat down, he started firing at me. "Are you Rosha? The one that Tao, too, wants to marry?" Before I even spoke, the courtyard exploded. "T-Pig, if you dare to say another word, I'll kill you." I quickly pulled on the side of Garp, who was munching. "Old man, this Major General seems to want to kill me." Garp's eyes instantly narrowed. T-Pig turned pale and frantically waved his hands. No. I didn't. Absolutely not. Just joking. How dare he fight with Garp? I cleared my throat and solemnly declared, "I am innocent with Sister Jiyuan. If you want to pursue it, go ahead, but don't drag me into it. Being a bit cowardly is not shameful. Only being dead is shameful." Finally, I resolved this troublesome matter. I plopped down next to Admiral Akiji, rubbing my hands and chuckling. "Admiral, Sister Jiyuan has told you about me, right? La, little synthetic kid. What fun thing are you going to do this time?" Akiji looked at me with curiosity. I won't waste words. Let Jiyuan put the knife on the table. My hands instantly emanated a faint blue light. A flood of crafting methods for elemental weapons surged into my mind, and I understood immediately. "Admiral Akiji, please unleash your cold air and condense it in my hands. It's fine if it freezes." Akiji, though surprised, complied. A snowball, the size of an apple and radiating terrifying cold air, condensed in his hand. "Admiral, can you pass it to me?" I asked. Akiji was taken aback, seemingly not understanding. I couldn't wait any longer and reached out directly to grab the ice ball. I tell you, in that moment, Akiji's heart skipped a beat. He must have thought I was done for. But the next second, everyone was stunned. I lightly held the ice ball that could instantly freeze millions of wanted criminals in my hands, completely unharmed, and it was quite warm. Well, rather cold. At the same time, I heard a ding in my head. "Congratulations, you have obtained nature type. Frozen fruit fragment 2. I am overjoyed. I guessed correctly. This immense wealth has finally landed on my head. I maintained a calm demeanor, holding the ice ball with both hands. A flash of blue light appeared as I suddenly pressed it onto the blade of Jinbaira. Is that it? Ji Yuan asked nervously. Not yet, I shook my head. It probably needs many more times. Sorry to trouble you, Admiral Akiji. Akiji's expression shifted from curiosity to shock. He couldn't understand, but continued to condense the ice ball for me. So, for the next hour or so, the entire villa's living room turned into an ice cellar. Garp and Shibuda were shivering from the cold, while Akiji and I remained unfazed. I was completely immersed in the constant ringing of the prompt in my mind. Ding, ding, ding. The more I worked, the more excited I became. Finally, as I pressed the last ice ball into the blade, Jinbaira hummed, and the entire sword turned a deep ice blue, radiating an aura of coldness that was identical to Akiji himself. Everyone present was stunned. Just then, a final prompt sounded in my mind. Detected that 100 fragments of the ice fruit have been collected. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. I didn't hesitate. Would you like to consume the Logia-type ice fruit? Consume. In the next second, an unimaginable wave of immense cold erupted from my body. The entire villa was instantly frozen, and Garp and the others were blown away by the shockwave, while I transformed into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Rosha, Ji Yuan exclaimed in shock. Garp grabbed Akiji's arm, his face changing dramatically. Kuzan, what's going on? Akiji also looked bewildered. At that moment, with a crack, the ice surrounding me shattered. I stepped out, half of my face covered in ice, looking incredibly cool. I looked at them in confusion. What's wrong with you? Did you do this, Villa? Admiral Akiji? It's all shiny. Akiji twitched the corner of his mouth. Garp shouted, Damn brat, this is your doing. How is that possible? I'm not a user of the ice fruit. I replied seriously. Ji Yuan took out a mirror and handed it to me. As soon as I looked in the mirror, my eyes lit up. Half of my face was covered in ice crystals, looking incredibly handsome. Isn't this just the perfect style? I couldn't help but mumble to myself. Hey, not bad at all. No wonder Sister Ji Yuan wants to marry me. I was just trying to scrape the ice off my face when I realized it wouldn't come off at all. Oh no, am I going to be disfigured? Just as I was struggling with the ice on my face, Green Pheasant suddenly walked towards me, wielding an ice sword in his hand. In the midst of my stunned expression, he sliced me in half with one blow. Bastard, what are you doing? Ji Yuan instantly flew into a rage, drawing out his just-upgraded King Piro and charging forward. Meanwhile, I looked at my lower half lying on the ground and sighed helplessly. This seems bad. In the next moment, my body, split in two, exploded into countless shards of ice and instantly reassembled back to normal. Everyone was petrified. I looked at the grinning Garp and the intense Akiji, knowing that I had completely exposed myself. All right, I sighed and called them to sit down on the ice sofa. Are you all curious about why I have Akiji's abilities? The four of them nodded in unison, just like elementary school students in class. I can only grit my teeth and start writing. This is probably a derivative ability produced by my fruit absorbing the chill of the general, and it feels like it might be permanent. Of course, it's just a feeling. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me. With a flicker of icy blue light in my hand, I wanted to synthesize a fairy candy again. As a result, an icy blue fairy candy appeared in my palm, emitting a slight chill. I looked at the ice fairy cake in my hand, completely stunned. Wow, I ate a fruit. And even the fairy cake changed to an ice cream flavor? I was wondering if this thing was edible. So I handed it to that old man Garp to give it a try. Guess what happened? He took a bite, and his eyes widened. Wow, delicious. Ice cold. It was like discovering a new world. He wouldn't let go of my senbei. Qingji and Ji Yuan watched in shock, exchanging glances and seeing four big words in each other's eyes. A new melody on the grassland. Qingji couldn't keep his lazy face straight anymore and said, Brother Rosha, this is too big. It feels like a double fruit ability. I must report this to Admiral Sengoku. I thought, go ahead, I'm good at spinning tall tales anyway. I can handle whatever comes my way. Qingji, being a straightforward guy, set off right away, running to the Admiral's office to file a report. Let me tell you, when he entered the office, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane were both there. He scratched his head, hands in his pockets, stammering for a long time without getting the words out, leaving Sengoku confused and asking him what was wrong. Finally, he managed to blurt out, Rosha, Seems like he has two fruit abilities. Wow. Once those words were out, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane couldn't sit still. No way, they exclaimed in unison. Shinji looked helpless and had to recount everything that happened, from how I touched his ice, how I got frozen, to how I came out completely unharmed, even sporting half an ice face, and eventually being able to use ice powers. He spoke with little confidence. After all, anyone would think this was nonsense if it happened to them. Sengoku, known as a brilliant strategist, gasped after hearing it. Two abilities? That was unheard of on the seas. If this were true, the Navy would have struck gold. He got so excited he rubbed his hands together and grabbed the din mushy on the table, calling me directly. The din mushy trembled in my hands when Garp picked it up. Who is it? Garp, tell Rosha to hurry over, Sengoku shouted on the other end. But Garp glanced at me, seeing me diligently making the latest ice senbei, and decisively refused. No time, he's busy, and hung up. With a snap, he ended the call. I told you. Ji-yuan was laughing madly next to me, laughing so hard that she was shaking all over. I was so angry that I shouted at her. You're still laughing? If it weren't for the fact that I can't deal with this old man, would I be here acting as a senbei production machine for him? Didn't you say you'd teach me hockey? Hurry up and knock him down. Ji-yuan waved her hand and said she couldn't beat him. I could only continue to make senbei while settling accounts with this old man Garp. You want me to use senbei to pay for your villa? That's going to take forever. I'm feeling really frustrated here, and Sengoku is already furious. He hung up the phone and jumped up from his chair. Let us go. Let us see what that old man Garp is up to. About 10 minutes later, Sengoku, Admiral Tsuru, and Akiji, the three top admirals, arrived at Garp's doorstep. Then, the three of them just stood there like statues, stunned. Why? Because the yard was already piled high with dozens of bags of senbei, and I was still diligently producing more. That scene, who could understand it? Sengoku's eyes turned red from watching, jealousy transforming his expression. Garp, he shouted in a thunderous roar, making me shiver. That old man Garp greeted him with a grin. Hey, Sengoku, did you come because of the smell? Sengoku's veins were bulging, pointing at me. You said you were too busy, and this is what you had him doing? Saying this, he snatched a bag, grabbed a handful of senbei, and stuffed them into his mouth. As a result, he was taken aback after crunching down on it. The cold, crispy texture was incredible. Look at his pathetic expression. His eyes were wide open. It was Admiral Tsuru who pulled him back to reality. Sengoku cleared his throat and finally turned his gaze to me. Especially when he saw my half-frozen face, his expression instantly changed. Marshal Sengoku, good to see you. I quickly stood up straight. He waved his hand, pointing at my face, and asked, What S with the ice crystals on your face? Oh, this? I touched it. Not sure what happened. It's just been like this. Admiral Akiji even said I have freezing powers now. Do you have them? Sengoku stared at me intently, his gaze as if he wanted to see right through me. What can I do? I can only grit my teeth and say, well, I guess so. To prove it, I walked directly to Garp and reached out my hand towards him. Crack, 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 in an instant. I froze that old man into an ice sculpture. Of course, the next second he shattered the ice. But that was enough. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were stunned. Their jaws nearly dropped. The way Sengoku looked at me was filled with affection, like he was looking at his beloved grandson, making me feel uneasy. Once everyone calmed down, Sengoku began to interrogate me as if I were a criminal. Naturally, he didn't stop munching on a bag of senbei while questioning me. I could only shift all the blame onto my synthesis ability, claiming that I accidentally created it while enchanting Sister Ji-yuan's sword. In the end, Sengoku left satisfied, taking Tsuru, Akiji, and 5 bags of senbei with him. Garp was left behind, hopping mad and cursing him as a thief. Just when I thought I could sneak away after these big shots left, Ji-yuan suddenly grabbed me. She smiled and said, We agreed to teach you. Do you still want to run away? I was speechless at the time, but I still have to wait for Teacher Zifa to give me a leave. Don't worry. I'll help you ask for leave. Just like that, I was forcibly dragged to her yard, right next to Garp's. And then, let me tell you, this woman completely changed her demeanor. One moment, she was a gentle big sister, and the next she transformed into a devilish coach, pulling out a whip from who knows where and telling me to start swinging my sword. In front of me is a huge ice wall that I created with my freezing ability, and I'm holding my tiger hunting weapon, chopping away bit by bit. Jian is pacing behind me, her little whip cracking loudly, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. She says she wants me to get stronger and not waste such a good fruit ability. The moment I slack off a bit, her whip, covered in hockey, lashes out at me, making me grit my teeth in pain. Just when I was exhausted like a dog, a sudden ding echoed in my head. The system was online. Long-term mission activated. Swing the sword 10,000 times daily for a year. A year. I was stunned at that moment, standing still. Suddenly, I heard a rush of wind, and Jian's whip came at me again. I instinctively performed a shave and instantly dodged to the side. With a loud crack, the ground where I had just stood shattered. I looked at her in shock, and she actually smiled. So you just realized you can dodge? I never said you couldn't hide. You're the one who stood there like an idiot and let me hit you. Who's to blame? Good grief. This woman is not only violent, but also has a dark heart. I was played by her. I was so angry that my teeth were itching, and I could only dodge her whip while continuing to swing my knife, cursing her all the while as a filthy woman. Just as I was practicing, suddenly, a fiery red magma ball came flying towards me like a cannonball. My pupils constricted, and just as I was about to use ice to block it, Jian had already dashed in front of me, swinging her blade, and the extreme cold instantly froze the magma ball into stone. She even turned back to me to take credit. How about that? Big sister is impressive, right? I said stubbornly. Who asked you to meddle in my business? As soon as I finished speaking, my ear was grabbed by her. Just then, a voice came from behind. Ahem. We turned around and saw Sengoku had arrived. And this time he wasn't alone. He brought all the high-ranking officers of the Navy with him. The 3 admirals, Zephyr, Garp. Wow. They came all the way here for a meeting? Teacher Zephyr's eagle-like eyes made me feel uneasy. Ji Yuan frowned and asked what had just happened. Sengoku explained that it was a Kainu who was being reckless and wanted to test my abilities. A Kainu crossed his arms, looking proud, and said, I just wanted to see if it was true. This red dog really has no sense of martial ethics. He came right in and used his ultimate move. At that moment, I was so exhausted that I collapsed on the ground, only able to shrug my shoulders and say, Sorry, Admiral Akainu, I have no strength left. Sengoku chuckled and asked me to demonstrate my abilities again to show these inexperienced ones what they were missing. I had no choice but to stand up, slap my hands on the ground, and unleash a burst of cold air, instantly turning the area within 50 meters into an icy wasteland. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. Teacher Zifa's eyes nearly popped out. Kizaru still had that lewd expression, and although Akainu's face was expressionless, the shock in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Akiji even came up to add fuel to the fire. You didn't use your full strength, right? I nodded. If this is used with full force, Sister Jiuen's villa will be gone. As soon as Garp heard this, he rushed over and punched me on the head. You little brat. You think you could just freeze my villa? I held my head and cried out in pain. This old man actually used hockey to hit me. After the commotion, Jiuen suddenly called Teacher Zifa and said she wanted to train me for the next month. When I heard that, I was terrified and rushed over to cling to his leg, saying, Teacher, think twice. This woman is a violent maniac. She could kill someone. I still prefer your gentle training camp. But Zifa completely ignored my plea for sympathy. He only noticed that I had just rushed over using shave and that I was very skilled at it. He made a decision on the spot. All right, Jiuen, I'll leave this month to you. Just don't kill him, and feel free to train however you like. My heart instantly died. After those big shots left, Ji Yuan walked over to me with a smile and stretched out her hand. Where's my whip? Take it out. She actually saw me put the whip into the system space. I had no choice but to obediently hand it over and even bargained with her to go easy on me. That night, I gritted my teeth and completed the system's task of swinging the knife 10,000 times. By the time I collapsed on the ground, Ji Yuan finally appeared, praising my perseverance. I was so exhausted I could barely speak, dragging the knife back to the room she had arranged for me. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, I suddenly remembered that the system had mentioned something about a personal panel at noon. With a thought, a blue screen appeared in front of me, clearly listing all my abilities and tasks. When I saw the words, task deadline, 1 year, I was completely stunned. This meant I had to endure this kind of life for a whole year. But then I thought, although I can only eat one devil fruit now, it doesn't mean I can't synthesize others, right? Hee hee, once I set sail in the future, every crew member will naturally have a Logia-type fruit. That scene would be too beautiful to imagine. I was happily daydreaming about the future when suddenly the door was violently pushed open from the outside. I tell you, I was stunned at that moment. When I looked up, there stood Ji Yuan at my door in pajamas, with a friendly smile on his face. I jumped up from the bed and pointed at her, yelling, "What the heck, you wish? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Do you have any manners?" Guess what happened next? This girl didn't say a word and just came up and punched me right in the head. The force of it felt like my CPU was about to fry. Luckily, I'm a nature type. Otherwise, that punch would have split my head open. After she hit me, she huffed with justification. "Can you at least show some respect when talking to a teacher?" I'm really amused. "Sister, where do you find a teacher like you? In the middle of the night, not knocking on the door, and dressed so lightly, you just barge into a male student's room? Are you a serious teacher?" While speaking, I couldn't help but glance down, cough. I have to say, indeed, very impressive. She didn't mind at all and got straight to the point. "I'm here to ask you what you want to learn tomorrow. The Navy's 6 styles, swordsmanship, or sparring with me?" I twitched my mouth. "You want to spar with me? That's not sparring. That's just me getting beaten up." I thought for a moment and directly made a request. "I want to learn armament hockey. Can you teach me?" Ji Yuan thought for a while and surprisingly nodded. "Sure. It's a good opportunity to practice swordsmanship while learning armament hockey. But I must tell you, this thing purely depends on talent. Some people can get the hang of it in a few days, some take months, and there are unfortunate ones who can't grasp it in their entire lives." "All right." I nodded. "Having something to learn is already good enough. Then you should sleep. I'll come to wake you up in the morning." After she said that, she turned to leave. "Wait, Sister Ji Yuan." I instinctively grabbed her wrist. She turned back, and her gaze instantly became so gentle it could squeeze water out. Her voice was so alluring. "What is it? Little brother, do you want your sister to stay and keep you company overnight? Who understands the family dynamics?" She was saying the most flirtatious words, but her eyes clearly conveyed, "If you dare to say yes, I'll let you experience what it means to be overwhelmed today." I was so scared that my hand trembled and quickly pulled back. I chuckled awkwardly and said, "Sister Ji Yuan, you really know how to joke. Well, I wanted to ask if you could help me get some light from Admiral Kazura. I want to try out some new weapons. As for this excuse, I tell you, it's so easy to come up with now that I almost believe it myself. Well, okay, I'm not sure if he has a mission tomorrow, but if he doesn't, I'll help you call him over." "Thank you, Sister Ji Yuan." She smirked, and that smile became captivating again. "Then I'm leaving, Brother Luo Xia. Don't you really want me to keep you company in bed? It's really simple. All you have to do is let me break one of your legs." I felt a chill all over, goosebumps all over my body, and I waved my hands frantically. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Sister, go find someone who needs help." I'm still holding up. Goodness, that night was finally over. Early the next morning, I was still dreaming of driving my silver sports car when there was a loud bang at my door. Ji Yuan kicked the door open and came in, immediately grabbing my ear and yanking me out of bed. I know, I'm awake." I quickly broke free, got dressed in a hurry, and followed this female tyrant out the door. When we arrived at yesterday's training ground, she got straight to the point. "First, I'll teach you armament hockey. After that, you can practice swordsmanship on your own." I certainly had no objections, and then she took me to the place where she usually has afternoon tea and sat me down. She waved her hand in front of me. "Take a good look." In the next second, her entire fist suddenly turned pitch black, as if it were coated in black iron. I was curious at that moment, and instinctively reached out to touch it. The moment I touched her fist, there was a ringing sound in my head. Obtained armament hockey fragment 1. My heart skipped a beat, and then I was filled with ecstasy. What the hell? I could pick this up too. I was momentarily stunned, and the disdain in the courtyard nearly rolled to the heavens. If it weren't for my quick recovery, I probably would have received another punch. I quickly cleared my throat twice to cover my embarrassment. Ahem, I was just mesmerized. This is incredible. Only then did she start to explain. "That's right, it's armament hockey. As you can see, it can cover the skin with an invisible layer of armor, allowing you to hit Logia-type users. Just like earlier, if I wanted to hit you, I could slap you right in the face." I could only smile along. She then went on to talk a lot about things like how to attach the armament color to weapons and how to forge a famous sword into a black sword, which was all nonsense I already knew. I was so bored I could almost yawn, and my gaze never left her pitch-black hands. She finally noticed my stare and remembered the main point. All right, the training method for the armament color is to calm down, feel the latent energy within your body, and then gather it into your fist. As soon as I heard that, I frowned. Sister, isn't there a crash course or something? I feel like sitting here for a few days won't make any difference. She shot me a glare. Do you think this is as easy as eating and drinking? The four emperors all trained like this back in the day. Then she changed the subject and smiled. But you know, I heard that Admiral Garp back then had to smash 8 mountains to successfully master hockey. If you want to speed things up, that's one way to do it. While saying this, she pointed to the back mountain. Look, that place is great. There are plenty of mountains. What a ridiculous international joke. You want me to go smash mountains? With my little body, I'd probably just get flattened by the mountain. I walked to the middle of the yard with a dark face, and without saying a word, I activated my ice fruit ability, instantly covering my face with a half-ice mask. Then I waved my hands, and a complete set of ice beach lounge chairs, umbrellas, and small tables appeared right where I stood. After setting it up, I plopped down cross-legged on the lounge chair, closed my eyes, and began to meditate. In the distance, Ji Yuan, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, clenched her fists tightly. She silently walked up to me, and I thought I was acting pretty well, with the corners of my mouth slightly upturned. But when she got closer, I was shocked to realize I had actually fallen asleep. This completely ignited the powder keg. Her fists instantly hardened with armed color, and she threw a punch right at my face. Ah, who hit me? I covered my face and opened my eyes to see Ji Yuan's icy face. The corners of my mouth twitched as I forced a smile. Sister Ji Yuan, you haven't left yet? You little brat. I told you to cultivate, not to go on vacation. How dare you pull these flashy tricks on me? I argued confidently. The sun is so big, it's too hot. And you said to calm down. If I don't create a comfortable environment, how can I relax? She was so furious at my twisted reasoning that she pulled out the whip from her waist and cracked it on the ground with a loud sound that startled me. Now we start training for 2 hours. If you dare to sleep again, this whip won't be merciful. I quickly sat up, closed my eyes, and pretended to be serious. In fact, my consciousness had already sunk into the system. I looked at the black-purple armed color fragments, and the system told me that as long as I obtained them, they would automatically integrate into my body to avoid being discovered if I suddenly became stronger. I thought about it and realized that if I suddenly learned it, it would be strange if I wasn't captured for dissection and research. After an hour passed, I saw that Ji Yuan had already fallen asleep on my ice lounge chair, and my courage grew. Before long, I also fell asleep. However, less than 5 minutes later, with a sharp crack, my face burned with pain, and I was jolted awake by a whip. Goodness, that whip struck perfectly, leaving a red mark right in the middle of my face, giving me a center parting. Elegant. It was truly too elegant. Now I could only use an ice mask to cover half of my face. Otherwise, I simply couldn't face anyone. When 2 hours were up, Ji Yuan stretched lazily and said, "All right, let's go to the cafeteria for a meal. After eating, I'll go find Kizuru." I pointed at the mask on my face with irritation. How can you still say that? If it weren't for you, would I be in this state now? As a result, she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. My teeth are about to break from the pressure, but I endure. For the future, everything must be endured. When I arrived at the Navy cafeteria, I was wearing an ice mask, and the attention I received was off the charts. The surrounding Navy personnel looked at me as if I were a new monkey in the zoo. I complained to Ji Yuan, and she even blamed me for being lazy. After getting my food, I quickly spotted Smoker and Tina and hurried over with my plate. "Hey kid, who are you? Why are you wearing a mask?" Smoker's smoky voice made it clear it was him. I grinned and said, "It's only been a few days, and you don't recognize me anymore?" Tina was the first to recognize me. "You're Rosha? Wow, Tina has a good memory." I snapped my fingers and then explained the situation on my face. To add to the persuasion, I snapped my fingers again, and the ice mask instantly shattered into ice crystals, revealing my comically parted face. Ha ha ha. They both laughed uncontrollably, sounding like crowing roosters, leaving the people around them dumbfounded. Once they had laughed enough, Tina curiously asked, "Who did that to your face?" Such precision. I sighed and decided to test the waters. I asked you guys something. What do you think of Ji Yuan? That is Tao too. What kind of person is she? Tina immediately transformed into a little fangirl, showering her with praise, saying she has great strength, top-notch swordsmanship, and is super nice. Among other things, Smoker was more straightforward, simply saying, I haven't dealt with her, not familiar. Just as we were chatting, someone suddenly patted my shoulder. When I turned around, Ji Yuan appeared next to me like a ghost, grinning with a fake smile, and said, Brother Luo Xia, have you finished eating? If you don't go back to practice, I won't feel at ease. The hand she placed on my shoulder was pressing down subtly, and the threat was almost overflowing. Just as I was about to give in, Tina exclaimed excitedly, Wow, it's Major Peach Rabbit. Only then did Ji Yuan release me and turn to chat politely with Tina and the others, even mentioning that I was now under her guidance. As soon as she said that, Tina looked at me with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Then Smog, with his thick brows and big eyes, rolled his eyes, glanced at me, then at Ji Yuan, and suddenly connected the dots for my earlier question, solving the mystery in an instant. He had a suppressed smile on his face and said that injury on Roa's face was given to him by Major Peach Rabbit, right? I was stunned at the time. Didn't this guy usually have muscles in his brain? Why did he seem so enlightened today? I was so embarrassed that I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Without saying a word, I grabbed Yuan's arm and ran outside. The scene was practically a frantic escape. Outside the cafeteria, as soon as I let go of her, she leaned in close, her voice incredibly alluring. What else could it be? If you don't slack off, will I hit you? I clenched my fists tightly and could only squeeze out a sentence in the end. You. Just wait. All right, I'm gonna find Kazura now. As for you, go back and practice your swordsmanship. If I come back and find you sleeping again, you'll have to face the consequences. Wait, I need to make a trip to the forge department first. I quickly made an excuse. She raised an eyebrow, seemingly agreeing. You'd better hurry. Once she walked away, I let out a sigh of relief and started to worry about where the forge department was. Just as I was fretting, I looked up and, hey, familiar faces. Old Man Garp and Admiral Akiji. I hurried over to greet them. Akiji looked at the ice mask on my face and thought my powers were out of control. So I had to take off the mask and show them the part of my hair. As a result, these two old rascals laughed louder than Smoker. Once they had laughed enough, I explained my intentions. I wanted to get some weapons from the forge and mention the matter with Kazuru as well. Upon hearing there was something new, Garp immediately became interested and said, Follow me. Take as many as you want. Goodness. With a Navy hero and a future admiral as my bodyguards and guides, who could understand this treatment? When we arrived at the forge, the staff saw our entourage, and when I asked for 100 weapons, they immediately gathered them without a second thought. Then, an even more absurd scene unfolded. I, Garp, and Akiji each carried a huge pile of swords, guns, and spears, heading towards the GN family like we were delivering goods. On the way, we ran into Vice Admiral Mole, who was dumbfounded by our display and, looking bewildered, followed us, probably thinking the Navy was about to have an internal conflict. Once we reached the GN family's yard, Mole was stunned to see my ice furniture, his jaw nearly dropping. Garp proudly patted my shoulder, saying it was all my work. I instantly elementalized my shoulder, leaving him to pat empty air, which further shocked Mole. I hurriedly called everyone to sit down, then rubbed my hands together, looking at Garp with anticipation. Old man Garp, could you show me your Busashoka haki? I want to learn. As I said this, I transformed some ice into a bucket, continuously producing senbei from my hands and handing them over. Garp enjoyed them immensely, boasting about his glorious feats of smashing 8 mountains in his prime, while saying he would teach me. I rolled my eyes in my mind, thinking this old man wanted me to go to my doom. I was too lazy to listen to his bragging and directly pulled his fist over. Old man, let me see your Busashoka haki first. His fist turned black in an instant, and my mind was filled with the sound of fireworks like celebrating the new year. As the Busashoka fragment skyrocketed to 5, 6. Awesome. It felt fantastic. I felt like my thumb could barely manage Busashoku hardening. Of course, I had to play the part. I pretended to have blue light emanating from my hands as I touched Garp's arm, muttering, Can this thing be synthesized? I aimed for a confusing behavior award. Otherwise, if they found out I could master it in a second, wouldn't they dissect me on the spot? I was in the middle of a performance when suddenly a flash of golden light blinded my eyes. Once the light faded, I saw the lewd face of Kazuru, and beside him stood Jiyuan. As soon as Jiyuan saw me lying on the lounge chair, holding Garp's hand to check his pulse, she burst out laughing in anger. I noticed her expression and immediately jumped up from the chair, fearing that her whip would come flying at me in just a second. Kizaru, however, was quite familiar and walked over with a lewd grin, casually finding a lounge chair to lie down on. Lazily, he asked, "Yo, Rosha kid, I heard you need my help with something?" I nodded quickly. "That's right. I have a new idea and want to borrow your brilliance." Kizaru waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Just say what you need. I have no tasks lately, so I'm quite relaxed." Just say what you need. I have no tasks lately, so I'm quite relaxed. As soon as I heard that, I wasn't polite anymore. I directly told him, "Admiral Kizaru, I don't want anything else. Just give me a ball of light." Kizaru was momentarily stunned, but still casually created a ball of light the size of an apple. Wow. As expected of the Pika Pika noMi, it almost blinded me. Just when I got the ball of light, I heard a ding in my head, and a new task appeared. I had to make 100 elemental weapons, and the reward was something called a door to anywhere. If I failed, I'd have my ice fruit ability confiscated. Wait, a door to anywhere? What is this retro technology from 2025? I just got back from a deserted island. What use could this possibly have? While I was complaining in my mind, I couldn't stop working with my hands. I directly pulled out the most ordinary iron sword from that pile of scrap metal, and I pressed the ball of light hard onto the blade. With a sizzling sound, the ball of light disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. The people around were dumbfounded, fearing that thing would explode in my hands. Vice Admiral Mole even leaned over and asked, "Is this it? What use is it?" I weighed it in my hand and felt it was no different from before, and I couldn't help but doubt, could it have failed? Sister Jiyuan was even more direct, saying, "This thing is definitely a failure." She's an expert in knives, and said that my sword has no characteristics of light at all. Can I trust her? I kept looking at the sword, turning it over and knocking on it. At that moment, I instinctively waved it forward. Who understands what family members feel? A light yellow sword energy shot out in an instant. It hit right on target, directly aimed at General Mole. General Mole's face turned pale with fear, but his reaction was incredibly quick, instantly drawing his sword to block. The moment the sword energy collided with the blade, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. With a shout, he managed to disperse the sword energy. He looked at me, his eyes filled with shock, probably wondering how this broken iron sword could deal such damage. Akiji sighed from the side, saying, "Ah, what a surprising kid." Kizaru also chimed in with a smirk. "Wow, that's really scary." I quickly scratched my head and apologized. "I'm sorry, General Mole. I really didn't expect that." General Mole waved his hand and said it was fine, considering an eye-opener. Old Man Garp came over laughing heartily, patting my shoulder and asking what the sword was called. I have no idea how to name it, so I casually said, "Laser sword? Never mind the name. As long as it's powerful, that's what matters." I don't have time to chat with them, so I quickly take advantage of the fact that Kizaru is still around like a free power bank. I told him, "Light sphere, keep it going. If he runs off on mission later, my ice fruit will be gone." For the next hour, I was like a foreman on an assembly line, focused on working hard. In the meantime, they were itching to try out the weapons I had just made. Let me tell you, besides swords, I also made handguns. And the bullets fired are just like Kizaru's lasers, and you don't even need to change the ammo. Regular bullets will do. At that moment, everyone present was shocked, looking at Kizaru as if they were staring at a gold mine. Just as I was immersed in my work, and the progress bar was almost full, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. "Kizaru!" That shout startled me so much that I almost triggered the light sphere in my hand. Just as I was feeling annoyed, I looked up and saw Admiral Sengoku of the Navy, with a dark face, charging over aggressively as if he was going to catch someone. He rushed right in front of Kizaru, pointing his finger and scolding, "Kizaru, are you slacking off here again?" At that time, I was facing away from him. When he shouted with that loud voice, my hand slipped and the glowing orb rolled right to the feet of the Warring States. Seeing the situation was wrong, I instinctively jumped like a rabbit and darted behind Sister Jiyuan. Sister Jiyuan frowned and said, "Why are you running?" "The Marshal is here to find Huang Yuan, not to catch you." I pointed at the foot of the general and whispered to her, "It's going to explode." "What is going to explode?" Before she could finish her sentence, there was a loud bang. The light group exploded directly. The general's shiny white shoes were instantly blown out with a big hole and were blackened, looking extremely messy. This was the end. The general's face was darker than the bottom of a pot, and his fists were clenched tightly. Seeing this situation, the lazy demeanor of a yellow monkey disappeared in an instant, and he turned into a flash of light, hiding behind me. His cowardly appearance was outrageous. He even quietly said to me, "Hey, you little brat, hurry up and explain. I'm not taking the blame for this." I took a look at the expression of the person from the Warring States period who looked like they wanted to eat me, and I shook my head frantically. No, I'm afraid I'll get beaten to death. Huang Yuan directly threatened me. If you don't go, don't expect to get a single ray of light in the future. Well, this threat is really effective. I could only grit my teeth and say, all right, but you have to remember me. All your light in the future is mine. Sister Ji Yuan next to me was almost unable to hold back her laughter. I swallowed hard and trembled as I walked in front of General Warring States. General Warring States, that light ball just now, it was accidentally blown up by me. I quickly explained that I invited Admiral Kazuru to develop the latest weapon. I was ready to get beaten up. But guess what happened? Sengoku heard about the latest weapon and went from a face ready to eat someone to laughing heartily, like a cheerful old man in the blink of an eye. The speed of this change could rival that of a Sichuan opera face-changing act. He asked me to show him the weapon. I quickly handed over the laser sword. Encased in ice, Sengoku took it in his hands, examining it with a puzzled expression. Isn't this just an ordinary iron sword? As he spoke, he casually swung it a couple of times. Two faint yellow sword energies shot towards old man Garp. Garp didn't even lift his head, still munching on senbei, and with a punch, he directly shattered the sword energy. Then he complained, "Sengoku, don't swing it around like that. You made me lose a few bites of senbei." The mole colonel hiding behind Garp gulped in fear, probably thinking how lucky he was to dodge that, or he would have been next. And Sengoku? His eyes were wide open, and when he looked at me, his gaze was so friendly, like he was looking at his beloved grandson. The matter of the shoes being blown up was probably long forgotten. He pulled me down to sit, and Akiji kindly made a few chairs out of ice. Sengoku smiled and asked, "Little Rosha, did you synthesize this thing? Does it take a lot of time? Do you need funding?" A series of questions left me dazed. Come on, where's your commanding officer's authority? I can only honestly answer. It's something I synthesized. The materials are very simple, just a weapon, plus the light orb of Admiral Kazuru. Speaking of this, everyone's gaze turned to Kizaru across the way. Sengoku then pointed at the two piles of weapons on the ground and asked, "Did you just make these?" He stood up and walked over, casually picking up a handgun, and with a bang, he fired a shot, only for it to be a regular bullet. He looked at me with a puzzled expression. I was speechless at the time. "Admiral Sengoku, you have the unfinished pile. The completed ones are right in front of you." "Oh, I see." He awkwardly smiled, picked up a large axe from another pile, and shouted at Garp. "Hey, Garp, stop eating and come help me try this." Garp handed the senbei bucket to Ji Yuan, stretched his wrists, stood up, and arrogantly said, "Come on, with a small axe like this, I can smash it to pieces with one punch." Sengoku shouted, "Bastard. Only defense allowed, no attacking." After both were ready, Sengoku swung the axe down. At that moment, I tell you, a huge burst of light suddenly erupted from the axe blade, transforming it into an enormous energy axe several meters in size. I hadn't even tried this myself, and I didn't expect the effect to be so explosive. Garp, seeing the situation, didn't dare to slack off, crossed his arms to protect his head, and unleashed his haki. Bang! A loud noise, sparks flying. After several intense collisions, they finally separated. The axe in Sengoku's hand returned to its original form, and he smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, extremely satisfied. Next, the large-scale bullying scene began. Poor Vice Admiral Mole became our only designated victim. Sengoku tried out various novel weapons I had made on him one by one. The laser pistol caught him off guard. A light-energy iron rod that could instantly extend hit him solidly. Vice Admiral Mole was probably regretting his life choices, thinking he shouldn't have come to watch the fun. After having enough fun, Sengoku was in a great mood and decisively stated, "Every weapon made by Luo XiaFuses has unparalleled significance for the Navy." At this time, Kizuru chimed in cheekily, "Hey, Admiral Sengoku, you don't find me annoying now? Should I go do a mission?" Sengoku's face darkened. Kizaru, if you want to be sent to the new world, just say so. Kizaru immediately shrank back, jokingly thinking, isn't it nice to slack off at headquarters? Then, Sengoku made a call, and soon 6 Marines arrived, carefully moving all the completed weapons to the armory, leaving 1 sample of each. After grinding for another 2 hours, I finally completed the task of making 100 weapons. As Kizaru was about to leave, I had him use the laser to weave a net and send the remaining pile to Admiral Sengoku as well. Watching him turn into a streak of light and fly away, I was so envious I was about to drool. Ji Yuan nudged me. All right, it's time for training. You rascal. Just then, I heard a ding in my head. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The reward, the Anywhere door, has been issued. I was feeling happy when suddenly a sharp pain hit my back, and with a loud smack, I cried out in pain. Turning around, I saw Sister Ji Yuan holding a long whip, smiling at me. Don't lose focus during training. This really annoyed me. You rotten woman, just wait. I'll be stronger than you. Once I'm stronger than you, I'll do whatever I want. But for now, you must listen to me. Saying this, she was about to strike again, so I quickly transformed into a ball of ice and ran away, starting my daily training of swinging the sword 10,000 times. At midnight, I dragged my nearly falling apart body back to my room. After washing up, I rubbed my hands and entered the system space. As soon as I entered, I saw a large pink door with 2 glowing orbs next to it. The system automatically combined them, and when I opened my eyes again, the portal was already standing on the ground, with 2 devil fruits placed on the bed. But I was stunned. One was green and the other was white. What kind of yin-yang fruit is this? Aren't the shining fruits supposed to be yellow? The system explained that the color of the combined fruit is different from the original version, and my freezing fruit is also ice blue, not pure blue. Fine. As long as it works, it's okay. It also said the color could be changed, so out of curiosity, I changed the white one to pink, and it actually worked. I picked up these 2 fruits, and they really look exactly the same, but I dare not eat them. The panel says only one is allowed, and I'm afraid it might really explode on the spot. I walked up to the random door, thinking about that deserted island from before, and tried to twist the handle. With a click, the door opened. Behind the door was complete darkness, which makes sense since it was night. I had just closed the door and hadn't had a chance to study yet when, with a bang, my room's door was suddenly pushed open. At this time, I didn't even have to think about who it was. Sister Ji Yuan walked in wearing a camisole. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurried to try to hide the 2 fruits on my bed, but it was too late. She spotted them immediately and sat down right next to my bed, her eyes almost glued to the fruits. I swallowed, grabbed the fruit in my hand, and looked at her warily. Sister Jin, what are you doing? Just came to see you, is that not okay? She said with a half smile, but those 2 in your hand, they aren't devil fruits, are they? I'm sweating profusely and can only force myself to bluff. How is that possible? This is just a small ornament I just synthesized. Really? She stared at me closely, but how come these 2 look exactly like the shining fruit? I was completely panicked, so I could only act tough. Less nonsense. It's just a decoration. Why are you dressed so sexy at night? Are you here to warm my bed? As soon as I finished speaking, she threw a punch at me. Hey! I smiled triumphantly. This time I could block it. I covered half my body with ice and secretly used hockey inside. A double defense. When her attack failed, she seemed quite dissatisfied, pouted, and then turned to point at the pink door on the ground, asking Rosha, what is this thing? Oh no, I'm finished. I swear, the first thing I'll do after training is lock the door. I could only nervously say this. This is called a random door, a fail product. Who is she? How could she possibly believe me? She got up and walked straight toward that door. I suddenly realized, why was I so nervous? She doesn't know how to use it. She definitely can't open it. With that thought, I relaxed and closed my eyes to rest. Looking so leisurely that it made her grind her teeth. She fiddled with it for a while, mumbling, is it really a defective product? But in the next second, with a click, the door opened. She didn't expect it herself and lost her balance, directly tumbling into it. I suddenly opened my eyes, completely stunned. I didn't tell her the method, so how did she open it? I trembled as I walked to the door, still wondering whether I should close it and let her suffer a bit on the other side. But when I reached the door and looked inside, I was completely dumbfounded. On the other side of the door, a woman with white hair, wearing a dark blue shirt, was staring in confusion at the figure rolling out from the door. At the same time, the figure, who was rubbing her head, stood up, cursing. That bastard Luo Xia, truly a failure. When she steadied herself and saw the person opposite her, she was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Jia? General, he was equally puzzled. Ji Yuan? How'd you come here? And you rolled over. I had already lost the desire to close the door, and could only resign myself to sitting by the door, feeling empty. In the next moment, Ji Yuan and General He exchanged a glance, then simultaneously stepped over the threshold and walked straight into my room. Ji Yuan's mind sparked with inspiration as she hurried up to me, her eyes burning with intensity, and asked, Luo Xia, this door isn't a failure, right? It could take us anywhere, right? General He next to her also looked at me with an extremely eager expression, fully aware of what this could mean for the entire Navy if it were true. I have to say, the gazes from these two big shots almost burned through me. I was puzzled at the time, thinking this door wasn't opened by me. Instinctively, I turned to Ji Yuan and asked, Sister, how did you just open this door? Goodness, it seemed like she had forgotten too, and she tilted her head to recall. Then, to demonstrate for me, she stood up, slammed the door shut, and then suddenly yanked it open. I tell you, at that moment my neck felt like it was rusty, turning little by little. The face outside the door almost made my heart stop. Admiral, Warring States. He seemed stunned too, probably just getting ready to leave work, when suddenly a small pink door popped out in the office, and Ji Yuan even poked his head out from inside, which completely fried his CPU. He stepped in with one stride, pointing at the two of us. Peach Rabbit, what is going on? I was so green with anger that I had cursed Ji Yuan 1,000 times in my heart. At that moment, I wanted to slip away, slowly stood up, and chuckled awkwardly at the people from the Warring States. Ahem, well, you guys continue chatting. I'll just go stay at Grandpa Carp's house for a night. Saying that, I tried to sneak out, but Ji Yuan grabbed my arm and huffed. Trying to run? You haven't even explained what this door is for. As we pulled, my back kept rubbing against her, and wow, I could feel her face turning red in an instant. In the end, I couldn't escape. A minute later, the scene was incredibly awkward. I was sitting on the bed, while General Zhanghua, Sister He, and Ji Yuan were on the sofa, their eyes practically carving the words confession for leniency into my face. What could I do? I could only awkwardly smile. Then I dashed to the door, touched it, and whoosh, the random door disappeared. Done. I turned around with a grin. Leaders, it's getting late. I still have to grind and cultivate tomorrow. Let's talk tomorrow. After saying that, I flopped onto the bed and fell asleep in an instant, thinking that as long as I fell asleep quickly, the interrogation wouldn't catch up with me. Ji Yuan was also talented, immediately covering for me. General Zhanghua, Sister, he really is exhausted, practicing like a bull every day. I promise he will explain everything to you tomorrow. Zhanghua and General He exchanged glances and actually believed it. As they were leaving, General He even held Ji Yuan's hand and said earnestly, This kid, Luo Xia, is not bad. He suits you well, you see. Ji Yuan's face turned red, and she immediately pushed him out the door, saying, Sister He, see you tomorrow, and slammed the door shut. The next morning, just as dawn broke, my door was kicked open with a bang. I opened my eyes and saw that familiar face again. I couldn't help but complain, Hey, annoying woman, don't you get tired of this? Kicking the door every day? Why don't you just sleep with me? You can wake me up, and the door won't have to suffer. Killing two birds with one stone. She rolled her eyes and grabbed my ear. Stop daydreaming and get up to cultivate. And remember, as long as you are stronger than me, I will meet any of your requests at any time. I curled my lips and obediently went to wash up. 2 hours later, I was practicing my armament hockey in the yard when a whip cracked beside my chair, sending ice shards flying everywhere. I jumped 3 feet in fright. Hey, are you trying to kill me? Does anyone understand? This woman is really serious. She snorted coldly. Let's go to the marshal's office. That thing you did last night has been on the warlord's mind all night. If you don't go today, he might come over personally to kill you. I scratched my head and started to play dumb. What's going on? Didn't I just go to sleep last night? As soon as I said this, Ji Yuan's face turned dark. Without saying a word, she whipped the whip and tied me up tightly, with hockey attached, so I couldn't run away. She even stuffed something unknown into my mouth. Just like that, I was carried by her like a sack to the Marine office. On the way, We ran into Smoker and Tina, and I noted down Smoker's suppressed laughter. I would settle this score sooner or later. As soon as we entered the office, both Jiyuan and I were stunned. The three Marine admirals, Garp, Sengoku, and a bunch of unnamed vice admirals were all there. As soon as Sengoku saw Jiyuan, he immediately asked, "Tao Tu, where's Rosha?" Before Jiyuan could respond, I let out muffled sounds from behind her. Jiyuan cheerfully patted me, but as she relaxed, her haki disappeared. I seized the opportunity to instantly transform into shards of ice and flash to the back of old Garp, turning back in a human form and letting out a long sigh. Phew. Finally free. Garp laughed heartily beside me. Haha, this little brat finally has someone to deal with him. I shot him a glare, sat down on the ground, and continued to play dumb. Zhangwa cleared his throat, smiling like an old fox. Luo Xia, why don't you take out that thing from last night and explain to us how to use it? I continue to act. Ahem, Marshal, what are you saying? I don't understand. I really just slept last night. The scene fell into a dead silence. Sengoku frowned tightly, starting a brainstorming session. I whispered to Garp beside me. Old man, I think Sengoku is getting old and confused, right? Haha, exactly, this kid is to my taste. The surrounding vice admirals turned pale. Suddenly, Sengoku's eyes lit up, probably having figured something out. He smiled and said, Ahem, young Rosha, take that thing out, and the Navy will reward you with 10 million berries. How about that? I was moved inside, but my face still wore the expression of treating money like dirt. Marshal, don't joke around. How could I possibly have 100 million? The warring states directly raised the stakes. I stood up suddenly, full of righteousness. Admiral Sengoku, as a member of the Navy, how can I not bring out good things? It's not mainly for the money. It's for the strength of the Navy. By the way, when will the money be credited? My greedy expression made Sengoku laugh in anger. I walked to the center of the arena, and a flash of blue light appeared in my hand. As the door to anywhere materialized out of thin air, I plopped down on the ground and started speaking. First of all, let me make it clear that this thing is incredibly difficult to make. I only managed to create one, so if you want 10 or 8, forget it. At that time, I just randomly combined things and almost blew myself up. The fact that it succeeded was purely accidental. I deliberately glanced at the warring states. The implication was clear. This thing is a strategic resource, so don't think about giving it to the celestial dragons as a toy. Everyone present was sharp and understood immediately. This is called the any door. As the name suggests, as long as you think of a place you've been to, you open the door and you arrive instantly. Impossible. Akainu was the first to stand up and refute. I smirked and said, Admiral Akainu, how about you give it a try? But I must remind you, you can only go to places you've been before. Akainu was unfazed and took big strides to the door, thinking of a location in his mind. With a click, he opened the door. On the other side was a lush green area, accompanied by the sound of bubbles popping. Akainu's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he pointed to the other side, his voice trembling. Is that the Sabeti archipelago that I was just thinking of? I helplessly nodded. The warring states waved his hand. Let's go take a look. The three generals, me, Garp, and Crane, we're going. As soon as they left, Ji Yuan came over. Aren't you going to take a look? I sat cross-legged on the chair, propping my chin with one hand, and quietly asked her, Sister Ji Yuan, do you think selling this door to the warring states for 200 million berries is too much? Ji Yuan was shocked. You still want to charge money? Of course. I nearly got blown up to make this. Can it be given away for free? I spoke without hesitation, my face not flushing and my heart not racing. As soon as Ji Yuan heard I almost got blown up, her expression instantly turned tense. After a while, the warring states team returned, all beaming with excitement. Once they sat down, they eagerly asked, Hey Luo Xia, can this door be mass-produced? We'll cover whatever materials you need. I lazily spread my hands and said, Sorry, Marshal, it's not easy, there's a risk to life, and I forgot the materials. Everyone sighed. Just as Zhangguo was about to say, then you should go back, thinking of brushing off the payment issue, I directly spoke up. Ahem, Marshal Zhangguo, I have to charge for this service. If you don't pay, I'm going to take it back. As soon as I finished speaking, in the blink of his eye, the anywhere door whooshed back into my body and disappeared. The whole place was in shock, and the three generals didn't even react. I awkwardly scratched my head and said, Ahem, it's the unique skill of an inventor. Please don't mind. Sengoku's mouth twitched, completely at a loss. How much do you want? 200 million. Plus the previous 100 million. Just give me 300 million. All right. Sengoku gritted his teeth and agreed. Jin, take him to the treasury to get the money. When we arrived at the Navy treasury, a plump manager handed over a gold card. I waved my hand and said, I don't want a small card. I want cash. The manager turned pale. Sir, 300 million in cash is a huge amount. How will you transport it back? Just get it out. I have my ways. Before long, a small mountain made of banknotes appeared in front of us. Jiyuan smiled and gestured. It's time for your performance, brother Luo Xia. I flashed a blue light with both hands and instantly collected the mountain of Bailey, making it disappear in a thin air. Jiyuan's jaw almost dropped. How did you do that? I didn't explain anything, holding 3 billion in cash. I held her hand and walked back, insisting she kept her hockey activated the whole time, under the pretext of fearing others would gossip. But in reality, it was just to collect her hockey fragments. It was simply a win-win situation. A month later, I'd already grasped the basics of hockey. That day, a whip from Jin cracked in the air, signaling it was time to eat, and then said, Let's go. Teacher Zifa must be getting anxious. We both arrived at the Zephyr training camp, and the assessment had already begun. As soon as Teacher Zephyr saw me, he called out, Smog, step forward and face Rosha. Smog and I stood in the arena, and he was full of fighting spirit. Ha, Rosha, I can finally beat you up. I curled my lips. Just you? Better admit defeat in advance. He immediately threw a punch at me, and I quickly conjured an ice shield to block it. Seeing that his physical attack was ineffective, I retracted the ice shield, and my wristband transformed into my sword. The tiger hunt. Smoker laughed at that moment. Roha, you're also a natural type. Don't you know swords and blades are useless against us? Let's talk. Let's see if I can cut you. As soon as I finished speaking, the hand holding the sword instantly turned pitch black, and the armed hockey spread from my arm, covering the entire sword. The audience was stunned. Smoker's eyes widened. Not far away, Instructor Zephyr also looked at Ji Yuan in disbelief. Ji Yuan proudly patted his shoulder. Instructor Zephyr, it's armed hockey. He learned it in just 8 days. Zephyr looked at me as if I were a monster. I smiled confidently at Smoker and said, Smoker, today you'll get to try my new move. In an instant, flames erupted from the blade, contrasting beautifully with the pitch-black hockey, looking incredibly cool. Smoker charged at me with his Sea Prism stone jutty, and with a clang, our weapons collided. The flames on my sword surged forward violently, causing him to retreat several steps in shock. All right, it's time to finish this. I closed my eyes, holding the sword in one hand, the flames on it blazing brightly. This debut of my move is dedicated to you, Smoker. I suddenly opened my eyes, holding the sword with both hands, and unleashed a massive sword energy entwined with flaming petals, striking fiercely towards Smoker. Smoker froze, about to be hit, when a figure appeared in front of him in an instant. With a clang, Jian blocked my strike with her famous sword, Jinbaira. As a mist cleared, I swaggered over, carrying my sword and complaining, Hey Jian, what's the deal? This was supposed to be the debut of my move, and you blocked it? She punched my head with a bang and said, Idiot, that strike would have severely injured Smoker. Do you want to kill him? I rubbed my head, walked around her, and reached out to Smoker, who was slumped on the ground. I knew you would stop me. Otherwise, how would I dare to pull this move? Get up. Don't just sit there. Smoker, you guy, your progress this past month has been nothing short of insane. At this moment, Tina and the others also ran over, their eyes filled with stars. Roha, I really didn't expect you to become this strong in just a month. It's unbelievable. I just finished showing off. And before I could say a couple of words, I turned around and lo and behold, Teacher ZFA was standing in front of us like a ghost, wearing sunglasses. He took off his sunglasses and looked me up and down, his gaze like he was observing some rare animal. And then he slowly asked, You've been training pretty hard this past month, huh? What can I say? I can only say, it's okay, I won't die. He nodded and asked, When did you learn to use hockey? About 8 days ago, just a lucky coincidence. We chatted back and forth like that, completely oblivious to our surroundings, which made Tina quite jealous. Oof. Teacher Zephyr, you're biased. Tina directly protested, stomping her feet, saying you only know how to be fierce to her, but why are you so gentle with Rosha? Upon hearing this, Zephyr laughed. not angry at all, just staring at Tina until she was almost flustered, then turned to Ji Yuan and said, Ji Yuan, why don't you introduce everyone to Rosha's happy life over the past month? Sure. Let me tell you, Ji Yuan is simply a fairy. Her smile is both sweet and spicy. By the way, if any junior wants to experience it, feel free to come find me. As soon as this was said, the group of male students below were mesmerized, and a few eager ones immediately wanted to sign up. Ji Yuan waved at me, and I didn't hold back, directly walking over and sitting down next to her. I was exhausted. Who would still stand? I only heard Ji Yuan clear her throat and began her public execution. Actually, Rosha's training regimen is quite simple. Every morning, he practices hockey for 2 hours. Of course, if he dares to lose focus in between, the whip in my hand won't spare anyone. Then, he swings his sword 10,000 times every day. Recently, his speed has increased, so I added an extra training session, sparring with me. She paused, smiling even more brightly. By the way, I forgot to mention, for any of the above tasks, if he doesn't do well, or if he swings his sword even a bit too slowly, the whip will really leave him with wounds, bloody and gory. Wow. As soon as she finished saying that, the guys who were just eagerly wanting to sign up instantly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. They probably started replaying the scene of me getting beaten in their heads, each one trembling in fear. Ji Yuan scanned the crowd, noticing some still holding on to fantasies, and directly kicked me. I'm resting, and I impatiently say, what's going on? I just finished, I'm tired. She glares at me. Stop talking nonsense, get up. I had no choice but to stand up, looking bewildered, thinking to myself, why are you dragging me into your lecture? And guess what? This woman, in front of everyone, said something shocking. Rosha, take off your shirt. Huh? I rubbed my ears, thinking I must have misheard. I said, take off your shirt. Fine, fine, you're the boss. I muttered to myself, I won't take responsibility if I scare someone. Then I yanked off my black shirt. The entire room fell silent in an instant. A few timid ones even covered their eyes. Ji Yuan pointed at my back, smiling as if nothing was wrong, and said, did you see that? This is Rosha's achievement over the past month. In simple terms, it's a body full of scars. Family. Who understands? My body is covered with dense, blood-red lines from whips, old wounds covered by new ones. You might think I'm cruel, Ji Yuan continued, but this is Rosha's own choice. He said, in this world, without strength, you are nothing. These are symbols of honor. I roll my eyes in my heart. What honor? Damn it, I almost died from the pain. I quickly put on my clothes and said, all right, Ji Yuan, stop showing off. What's so good about a body full of scars? You'll scare the junior students. At that moment, Smoker walked over and asked in a deep voice these. We're all from whips? I nodded. It was my own request, but she was measured in her approach. However, I advise you not to learn from this. The training by this female devil is truly unbearable. Smoker looked at me, his expression incredibly complex. I knew that from this moment on. He understood where the gap between us lay. It wasn't talent. It was risking our lives. With a blink of an eye, a year had passed. Let me tell you, time is something that really can't be wasted. Before we knew it, it was time for our graduation ceremony. Dozens of us stood on the training ground, each shedding our youthful naivety, our gazes resolute. At the front were Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Teacher Zephyr, and Admiral Kazu, huddled together whispering. Sengoku held a wanted poster in his hand. It was clear that the graduation exam was upon us. Sure enough, Zephyr took the wanted poster and held it up in front of us. Everyone, this is your graduation exam target. This time it's not a drill, it's real combat. The target is a notorious pirate of the North Sea, Marine Hunter-along, with a bounty of 124 million berries. This guy takes pleasure in hunting down the Navy and is currently occupying an island as a warlord. By the way, he is a Logia-type devil fruit user with the ability to expand. Now, if anyone wants to back out, speak up. The entire venue was silent. Zephyr scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on me the longest. I felt that look, as if he was saying, this kid has started to look more and more like that bastard Kizuru. I just wanted to say something, but Zifa waved his hand and said, all right, since no one is backing out, let's set off immediately. Destination Bay High. Once we boarded the warship, those trainees were like they had never seen the world before, crowding around me chattering. Rosha, is there any way to make the ship go faster? A day and a night is too long. I lay on the deck chair, too lazy to lift my eyelids. I'm a synthesist, not a turtle in a wishing well. If you want to speed things up, go find Teacher Zifa. They wanted to say that the fire dragon bracelet on my wrist shot out a wall of fire, scaring them all away. The world finally became quiet. A bunch of fools, so eager to go to their deaths. I scoffed. They just wanted to get kills sooner. Tina and Smoker didn't know when they came over and sat down beside me, one on the left and one on the right. Smoker, with a self-deprecating expression, said, "It's been a year, and your swordsmanship and hockey have improved so much. As for me, I'm just starting to grasp hockey." I was directly enraged and laughed. "Don't come at me with that. Didn't you develop your fruit ability pretty well? Why are you pretending to be a weakling in front of me? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Who are you going to beat up?" "I'll beat you up, you big smoker," just as it looked like we were about to get into a fight again. Tina quickly stepped in between us. "Can you two calm down? It's always like this." A few minutes later, I couldn't hold back any longer and started lecturing Smoker. "I'm telling you, Smoker, can't you think a little more flexibly? You have a perfectly good natural type smoke fruit, a god-tier ability, and you only developed a white snake to stretch your body and hit people. You are treating a Rolls-Royce like a tractor. You could let the smoke seep into your enemy's nose and choke them. Isn't that 1,000 times better than your pathetic punches? I tell you, the disdainful expression on my face is completely genuine. That guy Smoker, speaking without intention but with the listener taking it to heart, actually started to ponder while stroking his chin. Then, the smoke around him unconsciously drifted towards Tina. Wow, he is actually using Tina as a test subject. Tina realized what was happening. Her face turned green with anger, and without saying a word, she delivered a solid punch to Smoker's chest. "You bastard! How dare you use Tina as an experiment? Are you tired of living?" Smoker, feeling guilty, snorted and turned his head away, refusing to speak. After a few hours, Tina shook me awake and curiously asked, "Rosha, who do you plan to work for after graduation?" "It must be Admiral Gun, right? You have such a good relationship with him." Smoker also cast a curious glance. As soon as I heard that, I almost jumped up from my recliner. "Are you crazy? You must be out of your mind to go to her. I don't want to see your face every day after graduation. Isn't that just getting out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth?" "So, the 3 generals?" I nodded and then shook my head. "It's about right. The 3 admirals, Akiji, Kizuru, and Akainu, are all interested in recruiting me. Of course, it's also nice to travel around with old man Garp." Tina gave me a big eye roll, which meant, "You still want to follow Garp?" Admiral Sengoku would be the first to disagree. The next morning, we arrived at a deserted broken island. Zephyr began the pre-battle mobilization. "Be careful. Protecting yourselves is the most important. Also, Rosha, you don't need to take action this time. Your main task is to support and make sure the trainees don't get hurt." "Understood." Everyone shouted in unison. We just finished our deployment, and the pirates on the island discovered us. The leader, named Oolong, upon hearing that the Navy had arrived, was not surprised but rather delighted, excitedly shouting, "The prey has come to us. Everyone get ready to feast." As soon as we landed on the island, the group of trainees was so nervous that their palms were sweating, while Smoker, Tina, and I acted as if we were just out for a stroll. I even commented, "There isn't a single hair on this island. Have the trees been gnawed down by them?" Tina explained beside me. "The information says the geology of this island is poor. No one lives here, which is why this group of pirates took it over." I was complaining when suddenly I felt a strong wind rush in, and a flaming arrow shot straight towards us. I shot a puck with my hand, hitting it accurately. Immediately after, a rain of rockets poured down from the watchtower. I squinted my eyes, and a burst of cold air erupted, instantly raising a huge ice wall in front of us, blocking all the rockets outside. I turned to Smoker and said, "Smoker, those pesky flies are too annoying. Go take care of them." Without saying a word, Smoker transformed into a thick cloud of smoke and rushed out. In midair, he slammed his fist down, and the massive smoke instantly enveloped the dozen or so archers. Family, that scene was exactly like what I had taught him before. The smoke seeped into the mouths and noses of those pirates, and within seconds, one by one, they fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut, suffocating and fainting. After dealing with the minions, we continued to delve deeper. Along the way, Although a few trainees sustained minor injuries, it was generally smooth sailing. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed in everyone's ears. Navy, are you here to die? I scanned my surroundings and immediately pinpointed the location. Straight ahead, 100 meters away, that pirate captain was there. As we got closer, I finally saw the true appearance of that guy. Let me tell you, that look with the green, chamate hairstyle, a collar around his neck, and dressed in full punk style, was simply an abstract art that even AI couldn't create. I couldn't help but complain. This fashion sense is really terrible. To my surprise, this guy had sharp ears and immediately lost his composure. Hey, what did you say? Looking for death. You little ones. Take down that kid in black first. I want to personally torture him. Wow, my one sentence directly filled the air with hatred. Teacher Zephyr, however, was calm. Roha, anyone who dares to approach you, just freeze them. They're all trash that can't even be domineering. Got it. I beckoned to those pirates. Come on, trash. With a command from Oolong, dozens of pirates charged at us with all sorts of weapons, shouting wildly. The battle erupted instantly, and I felt like a battlefield commander. My observation hockey at its maximum. Whenever a student was in danger, I would raise my hand and send an ice ball to precisely block the pirates' attacks. Before long, the ground was littered with pirates, either unconscious or frozen into ice sculptures. We only had a dozen or so students with minor injuries. It wasn't a big deal. Oolong, sitting on the stone throne, went from arrogance to shock, looking at me as if he had seen a ghost. Hey, natural type ability user? I pulled Smoker, who was watching the show beside me, and shrugged. Kid, see clearly. We have 2 Logia users here. Teacher Zephyr stopped the students who were about to rush in, looked at the 3 of us, and finally pointed at me and said, Rorinoa, you go. I took a step forward and asked, Teacher, can we kill him? No, he needs to be alive. We have to send this guy to impel down. All right, fine. The Wulong on the opposite side heard our conversation and completely lost it. Damn Navy. Arm enlarge. In an instant, one of his arms became as thick as a small car, and he swung a fist towards me. Isn't this just a youthful version of Luffy's Gear 3rd? With a flash of blue light from my hands and a wave of my big hand, that enormous fist was instantly frozen into a giant ice chunk before it could even touch me. I smirked wickedly, patted the ice chunk, and leaned closer to his ear to mock him. Is this it? How did you become the boss of the Shanghai Pirates with a brain like yours? I was speaking passionately when suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my waist. A huge foot stomped down and snapped me in half, splitting my body into 2. Ha 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 ha. Foolish Navy. This is the consequence of offending me. Oolong laughed wildly, but he quickly stopped laughing when he turned around and saw me, the severed part of me, slowly healing. Seconds later, I stood before him, completely intact, smiling even brighter than he was. I won't play with you anymore, little pirate. I activated the power of ice, instantly restraining his limbs, then struck down with my hand, knocking him unconscious. Done. I waved at a trainee, and he ran over with a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. At that moment, I acted impulsively and reached out to catch it. As a result, Zifa, Tina, and Smoker simultaneously issued a soul-shattering roar at me. Roha, are you crazy? Have you forgotten that you're a devil fruit user? Pull your hand back. I shivered all over and instantly realized what had happened, awkwardly scratching my head. Teacher Zephyr was even more straightforward. With a single iron fist, he knocked my head into a flurry of ice shards. By the time my head reassembled, I patted Tina and Smoker on the shoulders and said, still shaken, let me tell you, compared to Sea Prism Stone, Teacher Zephyr's fists are even more terrifying. Tina and Smoker both rolled their eyes at me in unison. Smoker even said irritably, are you really that stupid or just pretending? Do you not know that Devil Fruit users become completely powerless when they touch Sea Prism Stone? I felt guilty and could only chuckle awkwardly. Enough nonsense. Let's go and loot the spoils. And guess what? After searching for a long time, the mighty pirate with over 100 million bounty found only a broken wooden box. I disdainfully used my armed hockey to rip off the broken lock, and upon opening it, Smoker and Tina's eyes widened in surprise. Inside the box lay a banana-shaped devil fruit, quietly resting. As soon as I saw that shape, I instantly lost interest. It was either an animal type or a superhuman type, boring. I directly threw the box to them and asked them to hand it over to Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr accepted the fruit, nodded, and took our group, along with a bunch of captured pirates, back home. The return trip on the ship was anything but quiet. Let me tell you, ever since Smoker got my guidance, he has been like a chatterbox, buzzing in my ear 24/7. Hey, Rosha, how else can I develop this smoke? Do you think my technique of letting smoke enter someone else's body could choke him to death? Good grief, I really want to punch him. Who are you, dude? Where's that aloof smoker I used to know? Have you been possessed? I just slumped down in a recliner. Shut up, smoker, I want to sleep. We bickered like this for 2 days until the warship finally docked, marking the end of our graduation practical training. Who understands the family members? Everyone else disembarked with glowing faces, while the three of us, Smoker, Tina, and I, felt like we were in a spy drama. I was dead tired, constantly giving Smoker death stares, and he wouldn't back down, staring back at me. Tina was beside us, holding her forehead, probably wishing to pass out right there. To make matters worse, at the port, Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Kizu personally came to greet us. Teacher Zephyr went over to report, praising Smoker and me enthusiastically, then like presenting a treasure, tossed that big banana, no, that devil fruit, directly to Sengoku. Sengoku was surprised when he saw it and asked what type it was, and Zephyr said he guessed it was an animal type. The two old men started chatting away, completely ignoring us trainees, leaving us out in the sun. I didn't care about that, just plopped down on the ground, let them deal with it. Probably because my actions were too bold. Sengoku finally reacted and waved his hand, telling us to scram. I didn't want to stay even for a second, so I made a run for it, heading straight to that old man's villa. Guess what I saw? That old man Sengoku was staring blankly at a stack of papers. I quietly leaned in to take a look, and wow, it was a wanted notice. Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 30 million. I was so shocked that I couldn't help but speak up. Hey, old man, is this your grandson? Grandpa's a Navy man, grandson's a pirate. Then what about your son? Before I could finish my sentence, a hockey-infused iron fist came straight to my forehead. It hurt so much I almost cried. You old fool. It's not my fault your grandson became a pirate. And using hockey? You can't handle it. Garp was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring, saying, how can my grandson be a pirate? Once I catch him, I'll beat him back to being a Navy man. After a while, Sengoku walked in too, and upon seeing the wanted notice, he scolded Garp again. I was too lazy to listen to their argument, so I picked up the newspaper next to me and took a look. Good grief, Luffy had defeated Arlong, the fishman who had ruled a village for 8 years. I clicked my tongue twice and looked at the two of them. Isn't the East Sea supposed to be the weakest sea? A fishman pirate crew could dominate for 8 years. The nearby naval branch must be in cahoots with the pirates, right? As soon as I finished speaking, a ding echoed in my head, and the system actually sent me a mission. Check in at Rodtown within 5 days. The reward is random. I was still in shock when suddenly a sound of footsteps came from the entrance. Wow, the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akiji and Kizaru, arrived in a group like they were on a runway, completely catching me off guard. Sengoku asked them what they were doing here, and the 3 spoke in unison, saying they were here to invite me to join their ranks. Sengoku explained to me that graduates either team up with an admiral or get sent to a branch. I glanced at Akanu's serious face and felt that if I chose someone else, I would be melted on the spot. But with Sengoku and Garp backing me up, I wasn't afraid. I steeled myself, my hands exuding cold air, making my choice clear. I choose Admiral Akiji. After all, our abilities are similar, and Akiji's laid-back demeanor is a perfect match for me. Akainu, on the other hand, just huffed and turned to leave. Akiji chatted with me for a bit, saying that if I wanted to go to any branch or work on inventions, I could always ask him. He was quite nice. Once they all left, I immediately approached Garp. Hey, old man, can you take me to Rodtown? Garp's eyes twinkled, probably thinking about his precious grandson being nearby, and he chuckled before agreeing. The next morning, I boarded Garp's dog-headed warship. I was still complaining about why we weren't using my door of all possibilities when the old man said we needed to catch some pirates along the way. As soon as I got on the ship, I was stunned. That woman, Shiryu, was actually there. Does anyone understand the feeling of just stepping out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair? Garp laughed heartily, saying he had invited her. I quickly found a corner and used my ability to create a lounge chair to lie down, trying to avoid eye contact. However, as soon as the ship started moving. Shiryu shot up from the lounge chair with incredible speed. She grabbed her lieutenant, Bogart, and, after asking, found out it was the black technology propulsion device I had installed on Garp's warship, which could increase speed by 2 or 3 times. She immediately got upset, and with a swift motion, a pink whip wrapped around my lounge chair and pulled it to her side. She pointed at the ship's fan and threatened me. When we return from Rogtown, you better install one of these on my ship, or you're dead meat. I could only play dumb, saying I forgot the formula and needed time to think, which managed to placate her. I thought I could enjoy some peace. But the next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, Garp's old face was less than 10 centimeters away from me, scaring me to jump 3 meters back. What are you doing, old man? Enough nonsense. Produce some senbei for me, or I'll toss you in the sea. Well, I couldn't mess with him. I asked the chef to bring me some ingredients while my palms emitted a green light, and like a bottomless pit, I started spitting out senbei, filling a large wooden barrel for Garp. I was showing off my food while making senbei for that glutton carp when I accidentally dropped 2 devil fruits from my hand with a plop. One was green and the other was pink. I was petrified at that moment, thinking, it's over, I'm done for. Garp was quick and snatched them up, asking Bogart why they looked so much like the glint fruit. I broke out in a cold sweat and forced myself to say, what are you talking about? The fruit I synthesized is not a devil fruit. Saying that, I tried to snatch it away, but the fruit seemed welded to Garp's hand. The more anxious I became, the more excited that woman from Jiyuan looked. She walked over, took the pink fruit from Garp's hand, and smiled at me. Little brother Rosha, is this really an ordinary fruit? I stubbornly replied, of course. Even Admiral Kazuru has eaten it. Where would there be a second one? Just when I thought she was going to give it back to me, this girl took a bite right in front of me. I watched helplessly as a chunk was bitten off the pink fruit, and my heart sank. It's over. You actually ate it? I rushed over to shake her. Spit it out. Jiyuan was choked by the stench and rolled her eyes, but still swallowed it down, insisting it's fine, it's just a fruit. It's just really disgusting. I quickly grabbed the other green fruit from Garp's hand and stashed it away amidst the chaos. But the next moment, Ji Yuan's expression changed. She ordered Bogart to bring all the Marines into the ship's cabin, leaving just the 3 of us on the entire deck. Then she extended a finger, and to my surprise, pink light dots appeared at her fingertip, shooting a laser directly at Garp. Garp smashed it with a punch, looking stunned. Is that the ability of the Pika Pika noMi? Ji Yuan then shot a glowing sphere towards the sea, which exploded with a loud bang, leaving no room for denial. The 2 of them turned to look at me in unison, their gazes resembling that of a judge examining a criminal. I decided to play dead and reclined on the lounge chair. Ji Yuan had no choice but to start gently coaxing me. Roxia, dear brother, tell your sister, and she'll grant you a favor, okay? I was forced by the 2 of them and had no choice but to confess. The fruit you ate is the shining fruit, just a different color. I extracted it using my synthesis ability when I helped Kazuru repair his weapon last time. Garp and Jiyuan were stunned. I looked at them and slowly added, and say it quickly. Garp's fists were clenched. I quickly hid behind the ice wall and shouted, also, my fruit is the perfect version. No side effects. Jiyuan was taken aback. What did you say? I said the one you ate won't leave you weak when you swim in the sea. I puffed out my chest proudly. Jiyuan looked skeptical, but without saying a word. She transformed into a beam of pink light and jumped into the sea with a splash. Garp and I leaned over the side of the ship to take a look. And sure enough, she was really swimming back and forth in the sea like a mermaid, without a care in the world. A few minutes later, Jiyuan returned to the deck, wet and flushed with excitement, grabbing my hand with bright eyes. Thank you, brother Rosha. I raised an eyebrow and said jokingly, no problem. Just give me 1 billion berries, and consider it a great deal for you. By the way, I must make it clear that this time I don't want any Dragon Bank gold cards. I must have cash. Don't give me anything fake later. Make sure to transfer the money early, got it? I tell you, as soon as I said that, I felt incredibly handsome, and my mood was just great. But then next to me, that old guy Garp was munching on senbei, laughing like a 200-pound kid. You little rascal, you really dare to ask for it. I want to see how you pry that money out of the hands of Peach Rabbit. Good grief, he was just there to watch the fun and make things worse. I was about to retort when I turned my head and directly met the face of Ji Yuan, which was as dark as a pot bottom. Does anyone understand? That gaze, that aura, my DNA was activated. ISNT, that just the standard expression she had every time she was about to pull out that pink little whip to hit me over the past year. I could even see that thing on her waist reflecting light. My survival instinct kicked in instantly, and I stumbled back 3 big steps, my voice trembling. That, a little less is fine, a little less is fine. 100 million. 100 million is enough. I was retreating while frantically trying to make up for it. Plus, you just can't agree to that silly marriage proposal from Chatton. It wasn't until I saw the expression on Ji Yuan's face change from grim to sunny, revealing that kind of tender smile that makes people shiver, that I finally breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded, got it. I still have 100 million. Let me tell you, she was probably overjoyed inside, not saying it out loud, but definitely thinking this was a huge profit. Yet in reality, she didn't have enough money and would have to borrow from General He. This woman spends money like water, buying clothes and bags. Where's the savings? This matter is considered settled. With the propulsion device I installed on the warship, we sped off and soon arrived at Rogtown. As soon as I disembarked, I smelled that special scent in the air. Just as I was about to act all profound and remark on the town of beginnings and endings. Before I could finish my sentence, a fist made of smoke came rushing towards my face. I tilted my head and easily dodged. When I looked up, I saw a white-haired man with 2 cigars in his mouth. Who else could it be but the chain smoker? He looked at me provocatively and said, "Hey, what are you doing in Rogtown? Are you itching for a fight?" I curled my lip and directly hid behind Garp and Ji Yuan, pointing at him. "Smoke addict. Watch your words. Do you believe I'll have Ji Yuan's sister take care of you?" As soon as Smoker saw people, his expression instantly became awkward, and he quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Welcome, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, Brigadier General Rosha." All right, they were giving enough face. Upon arriving at their Navy branch, I got straight to the point. "Smoke addict, do you have any news about the Straw Hat Kid and his crew?" He was taken aback. "Are you here to catch him?" I rolled my eyes. "Catch my foot. I just came to take a look and wanted to meet that swordsman on his ship." Smoker turned to a glasses-wearing female swordsman beside him. That was Tashiji, and asked her. The girl quickly reported that the Straw Hat crew did indeed land this morning, but now they didn't know where they were. I almost laughed out loud at that moment, thinking to myself, you guys sure have guts right in front of Vice Admiral Garp, talking about capturing the Straw Hat crew. Are you afraid you won't live long enough? Smoker then cheekily asked me. The person is on the island. Are you going to catch him? I directly poked Garp, who was dozing off beside me. Hey, old man, let us go. Take me to see your precious grandson. The 3 of us strolled down the main street of Roger Town with a clear goal in mind, the execution platform where Roger was put to death. To add some fun, I waved my hand and conjured a shiny green devil fruit, just holding it up and shaking it around. Ji-Yuan was startled and quickly urged me to put it away, fearing it might be stolen. I laughed. What is there to be afraid of? ISNT is just pirates who would dare to come and snatch it. Let them come. I'll catch one. ISNT, that just a perfect way to boost my performance. I tell you, those greedy guys around us are practically drooling, but not a single one dares to step forward. Of course, with Garp and the old man standing here, who would dare to come forward and seek death? We just wandered near the execution platform, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down with a crack, hitting the execution platform directly. The entire platform collapsed in an instant. Then, out of the ruins crawled a silly guy wearing a straw hat and a red vest, grinning widely with a brilliant smile. While next to him lay a charred and tender clown named Buggy. There's no mistaking it. It's Luffy. I patted Garp on the shoulder. Old man, if I catch him, you won't hit me, right? Garp snorted, looking righteous. This kind of unambitious pirate should be caught. You don't need to lift a finger. I'll do it myself. Goodness, he said that, but then with a bang, he shot towards Luffy like a cannonball. Luffy was still grinning foolishly when he looked up and saw a dark shadow crashing down. When he recognized who it was, his expression was one of shock, his eyes nearly popping out, and his jaw dropped to the ground, completely stunned. Grandpa, how are you here? Garp landed firmly, cracking the ground beneath him, smiling amiably. Luffy was so scared that his soul nearly left his body, shouting that he was going to become the Pirate King. And without a second thought, his rubber arms stretched out long, grabbing noMi and making a run for it. While running, he shouted, "noMi, run! I can't beat my grandpa. He used to beat me every day when I was a kid." Just as he was about to run far away, the old man couldn't stand it any longer, rolled his eyes, grabbed me with one hand and Garp with the other, and with a flash of powder, in the blink of an eye, the three of us appeared right in front of Luffy. Luffy looked at us, completely dumbfounded. Garp stepped up and delivered a Love's iron fist, smashing down on Luffy's head, then lifted him up like a little chicken. "You little brat. Grandpa didn't really want to catch you. Why are you running?" While the grandfather and grandson were reminiscing, I walked over to noMi, smiling. "Take us to see your ship." The girl wanted to refuse, but when I released a chill from my body, she immediately caved in and obediently led us to the Going Merry. Just as we reached the side of the ship, a green-haired guy pulled out a knife and pointed it at me, his gaze sharp. "Navy, you're going to catch us?" I completely ignored him. My gaze was entirely drawn to his shiny green hair, and I instinctively said, "Green algae head?" Then I looked down at the green devil fruit in my hand, and I couldn't help but feel amazed. The color was just too fitting. Who knew this guy would explode right on the spot? Bastard. "Who are you calling green algae head?" He pulled out his 3 swords in a flash, ready to fight me. He thought he was fast, but let me tell you, I was even faster. I didn't even move. I just raised my hands, and with a surge of cold energy in my fingertips, snap. His 3 swords, along with the one in his mouth, were instantly frozen into solid ice. Zoro was petrified on the spot, holding 3 big ice pops, looking completely bewildered. I poked Garp and said, "Hey, old man, can the Straw Hat Pirates be caught or not?" Garp cleared his throat and said sternly, "Humph, I am a Navy. How could I favor my own grandson? If you want to catch them, just go ahead. No need to consider my feelings." I exchanged a glance with Ji Yuan and nearly burst out laughing. Ji Yuan was even holding back laughter to the point that his face turned red. This old dang, while claiming to be handling matters fairly, had a subtext that was practically written all over his face. "Try touching a single hair on my grandson." All right, got it. So, I decided to stop pretending, waved my hands, and a few ice chairs appeared out of thin air. I sat down with a thud. I silently thought punch in, and immediately heard a ding in my head, with rewards coming in. 3 recipes: gourmet tablecloth, famous Chinese cigarettes, and Matai liquor. I was speechless at the time, thinking about all the nonsense. Just as I was pondering, Ji Yuan curiously leaned over to look at the drawing that appeared out of nowhere in my hand. I quickly crushed it and told her nonsense. "This is a synthesis formula I just wrote, and it will be ruined if you touch it, so behave yourself next time." Meanwhile, Garp was still using his fist to educate Luffy, and I couldn't stand it anymore. "Old man, let your grandson introduce his friends." As soon as Luffy heard this, he seemed relieved and came over with tears in his eyes, pointing at his companions and introducing them in a carefree manner. "This is Zoro, our fighter on the ship. This is noMi, our navigator. This long-nosed guy is Usopp, our sniper. This curly-browed guy is Sanji, our cook." After he finished introducing, Zoro handed me the 3 ice pops. Can it be thawed now? I ignored him and instead took a note out of my pocket and handed it to Ji Yuan. Leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Sister Ji Yuan, help me find these things and be quick about it." Ji Yuan's ears turned red from my flattery as she grabbed the note and transformed into a pink light, flying away. Once she left, I reached out and gently tapped Zoro's sword with my finger, causing the ice to shatter instantly. That guy still wasn't convinced. "Didn't you say you were also a swordsman? Where's your sword?" I laughed. "Who says I don't have it?" The bracelet on my arm instantly transformed into a ball of flames, turning into a blazing katana in my hand. "Tiger Hunt. Come on, green algae head, let me see your skills. If you win, this will belong to you." As I spoke, I took out that green devil fruit and added with a smirk, "Look, it matches your hair so well, doesn't it?" Sanji next to me burst out laughing. Zoro's face darkened, his fighting spirit soaring. "Come on, Iceman. Let me tell you, this guy went straight into action, focusing intensely. He started with his ultimate move. 3 blades technique, 3,000 worlds. The blade spun like a whirlwind, and in an instant, he appeared behind me. I felt a chill on my shoulder, and with a snap, my left arm shattered into a pile of ice shards, and I fell to the ground. I was just about to enjoy the shocked expressions of the victors when that woman from the garden came back. Without saying a word, She stepped right on my shattered head and shouted, "Damn it, Roxia, stop playing dead and get up. If you don't get up soon, I'll stomp you to pieces." No one understands. My act of playing dead was completely ruined by her. The shattered ice on the ground suddenly reassembled in front of everyone's astonished eyes. And I stood up intact once again. Zoro, who had just taken off his headscarf, smiled helplessly and said, "Is it a natural type? Truly tempting." Luffy, noMi, and Usopp, those three fools, had their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg in there. This scene was simply outrageous. I shot a glare at Gun. "Can't you let me pretend for a little longer?" She shook the big bundle in her hand. "Do you still want the things you asked for?" I immediately put on a smile. Yes, how could I refuse? Next up was my personal performance show. I conjured up a large round table, took out the sea prism stone and sorghum, and with a flash of blue light from my hands, bottles of white liquor labeled with Matai appeared on the table after a minute. Zoro was the first to grab one, gulping it down, then coughing explosively. Garp, Luffy, and the others followed suit, drinking until their faces turned red. I looked at them speechlessly. "Are you guys idiots? You have to sip this liquor, you fools." However, after recovering, these guys were like they had been injected with adrenaline. Garp slapped me on the shoulder, nearly knocking me apart. "Awesome. Rosha, this liquor is strong. Much better than what we stole from Sengoku." Then, I used tobacco and sea prism stone to create over 200 cigarettes. Sanji was quick on the uptake, immediately grabbing one, lighting it up, taking a puff, and transforming into a blissful state, revealing a joy only men understand. Finally, I spread the carpet on the table. This was a gourmet tablecloth. Just say what you want to eat. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up, and he started shouting a long list like he was ordering. "I want ramen. Meat. Meat. Meat." noMi was about to mock him for being silly, but then, with a series of bangs, everything Luffy ordered appeared on the table in a mountain-like pile. The Straw Hat crew was completely stunned. In noMi's eyes, there was no longer any caution, only admiration and sparkling belly cymbals. I shot her a cold glance, and she finally reined in her greedy expression. We ate and drank like this for several hours, and seeing that it was getting late, I pulled Garp to leave. Before we left, that clueless guy Luffy cheerfully invited me. "Hey, Iceman, you're really interesting. How about joining my pirate crew?" I hadn't even had the chance to act yet when Gun exploded first. She raised one hand, and a pink light ball suddenly smashed onto Luffy, covering him in dirt and dust. She laughed so gently, but her words were icy cold. "Pirate, if you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful, or I'll have all of you thrown into Impel Down." The next morning, I was still sleeping when I felt someone shaking me wildly. I suddenly opened my eyes and saw Smoker's big face right in front of me. That bastard with a cigarette in his mouth was almost drooling on my face. I exploded on the spot. "You bastard Smoker, do you want to die?" I shook my shoulder, broke free from his grip, and an icy aura erupted from my body. "How dare you disturb my sleep? You're done for." Smoker still looked disdainful. "Humph. Vice Admiral Gun said you made new cigarettes yesterday. Give me two." "You wish." My right arm transformed into an ice snake and lunged at him. "You Smoker, if you don't find out why the flowers are so red today, don't even think about leaving this door." The commotion we made instantly attracted the attention of the entire branch of the Navy. Even Garp and Gun came over to see the excitement. Wow, let me tell you, these Navy guys are really idle. Just as Smoker and I were getting ready, people from the entire branch surrounded us in layers like it was a market day. Smog and I were confronting each other in this room. I unleashed my cold energy, and with a whoosh, the entire room, including the walls and floor, was instantly covered in a layer of frost. The doors and windows were frozen shut, and no one could escape. I pointed at him and shouted, "Synthetic Smoker, today I'm going to beat you up." He stood his ground and sneered, "Huh, your Fruit 1T work on me." As he spoke, a layer of ice suddenly formed on my face, leaving only my eyes visible like I was wearing an ice helmet, primarily focusing on physical smoke defense. That guy, Smog, was surrounded by swirling smoke, and a giant smoke serpent lunged at me, with the smoke trying to invade my nose. However, when he saw my appearance, he was dumbfounded. I proudly lifted my chin at him and said, "Ha, smoke mask, do you understand? It's specially designed for old smokers like you." With a casual wave of my hand, a huge ice shield appeared in front of me, and his smoky snake crashed against it softly, having no effect at all. A flash of blue light appeared in my palm, and several chains made of condensed cold air shot towards him. Just at that moment, there was a loud bang as the door I had frozen was kicked open from the outside and came crashing toward my face. I tilted my head and easily dodged. When I looked up, I saw two people standing at the door, and I froze. It was the old man and Sister Gun. Sister Gun's gaze was sharp, like a knife, full of warnings. The old man was more direct, frowning and shouting. "Are you two trying to blow up this department?" Sister Gun walked in, hands on her hips, and started her tirade. Her mouth was like a machine gun, spraying us with complaints for over 10 minutes. Let me tell you, we looked like two elementary school students who had made mistakes. At first, we held our heads high, but as time went on, our heads hung lower and lower, wishing we could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Once she had vented her frustration, she finally let us stand up. I pouted, flipped my hand, and a pile of berries appeared on the ground, at least 10 million. I even took out more than 100 of my specially made cigarettes from my pocket and placed them on top of the money, saying, "Here, is this enough for the office repairs?" Smoker wanted to act all high and mighty, but when he saw that pile of cigarettes, his eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. Family, who understands? His character crumbled faster than the ice on my face. He directly used the smoke to roll over those 100 or so cigarettes, and then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dasky, where have you been?" His little fangirl, Dasky, immediately ran in. Smoker pointed at the money on the ground and said, "Take this and find someone to restore the office to its original state." And just like that, this matter was settled. The four of us found a place to cool off. Smoker was enjoying one of my cigarettes, puffing away. Then he suddenly said, "Rosha, give me a few thousand more." I immediately stood up, thinking, "Do you think this is cabbage just because you want it?" But he leisurely said, "No worries. I've already asked Dasky to buy the materials. You just need to help me assemble them." Good heavens, does he think I'm an automatic cigarette production line? Pure cyber bovine. Just as we were talking, Dasky came in pushing a whole cart of tobacco, holding a pair of sea-stone handcuffs, and directly handed them to Smoker. I couldn't help but burst out laughing, and even Garp and Gun couldn't hold it in anymore. "Sister, did you forget your boss is a devil fruit user? If you put those on him, he'll all be paralyzed right there." Only then did Dasky realize, her face turning as red as a monkey's backside. I looked at the truck full of tobacco and initially thought about how long it would take to collect it piece by piece. But as soon as I reached out my hand, the green light directly wrapped up the entire truckload of tobacco. It turned out my ability had upgraded. 10 minutes later, over 2,000 cigarettes rained down from the sky, all landing on Smoker's head. I thought I couldn't let him enjoy too much, so I took back a third as processing fees, which made him explode in anger again. If it weren't for Sister Gun stopping him, we would have fought again. After enough commotion, we took the old man's dog-headed warship back to headquarters. On the ship, I had nothing to do, so I went to tease the old man. I asked him, "Old man, Luffy is your grandson, right? Why don't you teach him hockey?" Then I added jokingly, "You wouldn't be one of those super strong PE teachers who just can't teach their students, would you?" As soon as I finished speaking, a fist wrapped in hockey came crashing down on my forehead, giving me a big bump. Guys, he really lost it. After finally returning to headquarters, Sister Gun got off the ship and disappeared. Where did she go? To pay me back. She rushed straight to Vice Admiral Crane's office and immediately asked for 70 million. When Vice Admiral Crane heard this, he thought she had been scammed by some unscrupulous merchant, spending 100 million on a worthless Zoan fruit, and exploded in anger, dragging Gun to find me to settle the score. I'm lying on the sofa in Kobo's villa, and the general from the Warring States period is here too, sneaking sips of the Moutai I brought for the old man, and ended up choking and tearing up, just enjoying the moment, when suddenly the door was kicked open and General Crane came in with Gun, pointing at me and accusing me of deceiving her sister. I was furious at that moment and said, "You owe money and still have a nerve to argue? I sell natural products. If you don't believe me, ask the old man." The G-Garden also reacted, immediately activating their ability and condensing a pink lightsaber in their hand with a whoosh. It was beautiful, but the aura was no less intimidating. Goodness. General Crane and Sengoku were completely dumbfounded. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. As soon as I saw the situation, I sneered. 1 billion? Sorry, the price has gone up. It's 5 billion now. Guess what? General, he didn't even blink and directly pulled out a gold card. Fine, 5 billion it is. I was stunned at the time. I should have asked for 1 billion. After the payment, General, he started questioning where the fruit came from. I had already prepared a set of words, but then Zhu Yuan, that pig teammate, directly sold me out. She said, "Oh, Rosha said this was extracted from Admiral Kazura's light ball." I was immediately taken aback. Dude, can you just say things like that? Look at Sengoku and General He. Both of them were petrified, just standing there motionless as if they were hit by Medusa's skill. Their CPUs were overheating. After a full 5 minutes, they finally recovered. Sengoku's eyes were shining like 2 searchlights, asking me how many could be produced in a year. I said just a few. He immediately said he wanted them all. I thought the opportunity had come, so I said, "All right, Marshall's price, for 1 billion each." He immediately spat out his drink, saying why I was still asking for money. Come on, am I supposed to generate electricity with love? I'm risking my life for research, and you still want to freeload? Zhu Yuan chimed in. By the way, this fruit is also not afraid of seawater. When I heard that, I slapped my thigh. All right, I forgot about that. So that adds to the price, 8 billion each. Sengoku's face turned green, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed. Before leaving, Sengoku even placed a big order, saying the world government wanted my cigarettes and alcohol with a budget of 10 billion. How could I refuse? Money coming right to my doorstep. After they left, General He took us to the Celestial Dragon Bank to transfer the money. When I saw the bank, it looked ordinary, so I casually complained, "Tisa, I thought those celestial dragons could build something magnificent, but this?" As a result, the old man next to me looked at me differently, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Good heavens, old man Garp slapped my back so hard that I almost fell over. He was there laughing, saying, "Good job, you brat." General He quickly turned around and shushed me, saying to not speak carelessly in the bank's territory. All right, I'll behave. But as soon as I walked in, a sharp-nosed, skinny fellow with 2 little mustaches and squinting eyes approached, bowing and scraping. Let me tell you, he introduced himself as Manager Mouse. Family, who understands? His appearance matched his name perfectly. It was like a custom fit. I even suspected he was a mouse that had turned into a spirit. I didn't say anything out loud, but in my heart, I had already cursed his ancestors for 18 generations. While they were busy flattering each other in business, I glanced around the bank. Wow, it looked shabby from the outside, but inside it was dazzling. It was so magnificent and bright that it could be used as a mirror. I seriously suspected that the floor tiles were made of 24K pure gold. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. Why be a naval officer? Just switch careers and become a pirate, rob this bank, and live a comfortable life for the rest of my days. Just as I was planning the bank robbery route, Ji Yuan grabbed me and said that the mouse manager wanted me to go over to open an account, or else the money couldn't be transferred. I walked over, and the little rat rubbed his hands together, saying he needed to pull a hair from me. I thought, wait, why does opening an account require DNA verification? Is this high-tech? I casually plucked a hair for him, and he hurried off to the back office. In no time, the little rat came out with a shiny golden card. Admiral, he handed her card over, saying, "Transfer 500 million. That guy fiddled with a machine that looked like an iron ball for a minute, and 500 million berries appeared in my account. They even deducted 500,000 in fees. That's really shady." As soon as we left the bank, Garp started munching on some rice crackers and said, "That guy made me want to punch him. I just can't stand his ugly face." I laughed and asked, "What'd he do to you?" Garp replied, "Nothing. I just think he looks ugly." That's a solid reason. I give it full marks. Admiral, he explained that the mouse manager was a user of the mouse fruit, living up to his name. As we talked, Admiral, he suddenly became interested in me and asked if I could really fuse with the fruit. Before I could respond, I pointed at Ji Yuan beside me. Isn't that a living example? Saying this, I flipped my palm and produced a green devil fruit, waving it in front of her. Look, there's still one left. I can't find a suitable candidate, and it's driving me crazy. Admiral, he took a glance, but didn't look again, probably afraid she couldn't resist. She had something to do and left first. Suddenly, Garp got excited, hooked his arm around my shoulder, and said, "You little rascal, I just took in 2 new apprentices. Want to go see what they're like?" Ji Yuan chimed in, saying it would be good to see what kind of talent Garp could teach. I figured, sure. Let's go take a look. When we arrived at the training ground, I saw a kid with pink hair struggling to hit a sandbag, looking very serious. Next to him was a guy with a broom hairstyle, parting his hair in the middle, leisurely chopping iron plates with 2 knives, leaving not a single mark. Garp saw this and exploded, shouting from 800 meters away, "Shiramai puh. Do you want to taste my iron fist of love? I tell you, the effect is comparable to being electrified on the spot." That guy named Shiramai, Bo, suddenly perked up and instantly switched to the boss is watching me mode. His movements smooth as flowing water, chopping the iron plate and sparking flames. That muscle memory was something else. By the time we got closer, Garp was already lounging with his legs crossed, sipping tea, and casually swiped 2 bottles of wine from me. He called the 2 kids over, one named KB and the other was Shiramai Bo. When I saw these 2, wow, aren't they the future naval twin stars? But right now, KB still looked like a spirited young man, while Shiramai Bo had a gaze that was almost drooling, leering, really off-putting. Garp pointed at me and introduced them. "This is Rosha. I picked him up from the East Sea, a major general, able to combine devil fruits. And his body has elements of the ice fruit." KB looked completely bewildered. What does it mean to have elements of the ice fruit in his body? I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I tapped the table with my finger, and with a crack, the entire table instantly turned into a big chunk of ice. The 2 kids across from me looked like their jaws were about to drop. I glanced at their cowardly appearance and asked Garp, "Old man, are you training your disciples like this? One is hitting a sandbag, and the other is scraping an iron plate. What can they possibly achieve?" Garp seemed quite proud, putting his arm around Kobe and saying he wanted to train him as his successor to master the iron fist. I couldn't hold back and immediately retorted, "Come on, with his little body? That training method of yours only works for you. It would be faster to just feed him a devil fruit." Garp shrugged, "I don't have any." "But you do, right? Hey, this old guy is actually thinking of me." I quickly crossed my hands in a gesture of refusal. No way. My natural type fruit has an owner, and besides, it would be a waste to give it to them. I glanced at the 2 and said bluntly, "Just these 2? With their personalities and determination, it would be good enough if they don't run away on the battlefield." As soon as I said this, the 2 guys turned green with anger, just about to retort. Suddenly, I felt a gust of wind hit the back of my head. Without thinking, it was Garp's love punch again. I instantly dodged to Jiyuan's side and shouted at Garp, "You old man. It hurts even if you don't die. Okay. I'm just stating the facts." After that, I grabbed Jiyuan, tapped her arm, and she understood, activating her ability. The 2 of us transformed into a flash of pink light and slipped away, leaving Garp laughing heartily, telling those 2, "Did you hear that? From today on, train hard. Otherwise, that kid will really take you down." On the other side, I jumped out of Jiyuan's teleportation, dusted off my clothes, and smiled wryly. "Oh no, it seems like I've completely offended the old man. Can I stay at your place for a few days? I'll pay rent." Jiyuan was about to agree right away, but when she heard rent, her eyes lit up, looking like a little money grubber. "How much can you pay?" I gritted my teeth and held up one finger. 1 year. 100 million? As soon as I said it, I regretted it. It was too hasty. But Jiyuan grabbed my finger with both hands, smiling like a blooming flower. "Deal." Back in the room where I had stayed before her place. It was spotless and seemed to be cleaned often. I had just sat down when I heard a chime in my head. The system was here. "Congratulations, host. Your savings have exceeded 500 million berries, unlocking the lottery wheel." Wow, there's this kind of good thing. Suddenly, a cool spinning wheel appeared in front of me, filled with great prizes, along with some junk like bricks. At the top was a shiny golden reward, a pair of particularly enchanting eyes. Below it said, "Limited to 5 times daily, 1 billion per spin, 5 spins for 5 billion. When I saw the price, my heart skipped a beat. But that reward was too tempting. I took a deep breath and muttered, "Go big or go home. Let's do a 5 spin. Ding, 500 million berries deducted." The roulette spun wildly, and after 30 seconds, it stopped, followed by a series of prompt sounds. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the swordsmanship inheritance. Breath of the sun. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of milk. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of socks from Marine Vice Admiral Guillaume. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bag of trash. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5. I hadn't reacted yet when the roulette disappeared. Immediately, a warm current surged through my body and my mind filled with a complete set of breathing techniques. I close my eyes to feel it, and let me tell you, it's incredible. Now, with every breath I take, I'm exhaling flames. Looking back at the bed, there's a bottle of milk, a bag of trash, 5 beans, and a pair of white short socks. Whose are they? The system said. Yunis? Just as I was thinking about it, the door was slammed open, and Ji Yuan rushed in. Luo Xia, there's a thief in the house. Then we locked eyes, and her gaze swept over to my bed, landing right on those socks. Her eyes instantly widened, and then her expression became extremely strange. She found a chair to sit down, looking at me with a half smile. Oh, Luo Xia, brother. She elongated her tone. How did my lost socks end up on your bed? If you had said you liked them earlier, I wouldn't mind sending you a few more intimate ones. I was so furious at the time that I grabbed a sock and threw it at her, saying, who knows what's going on? But she didn't believe me at all. She even leaned in to see the flames coming out of my mouth, curious as ever. I said it was a new sword technique I was practicing, but she refused to believe it, pulling on my arm and acting cute, saying that if I told her, she would give me her recently changed, unwashed intimate clothing. I looked at her with disdain. Your thoughts are too malicious. Do you want to suffocate me? She was so angry that she put her hands on her hips. Stop talking nonsense. Either tell me, or let's fight. I can feel the surging power brought by the breath of the sun within me. Hey, I was just looking for someone to test my skills. I grin and say, come on, let's have a fight. I'll knock you down, and tonight we can go straight to the bridal chamber. We bickered all the way to the training ground. Just as we set up, 4 agents in suits suddenly appeared like ghosts, saying the billion-dollar processing fee from the world government had arrived, and the materials were piled up at Garp's doorstep. I took the gold card and looked in the direction they pointed, and my God, the tobacco was piled up as high as a mountain. I feel like I'm going to fight until dawn today, and my enthusiasm for fighting has only increased. Quick battle, quick resolution. I'll let the people from CP go first, then with a flick of my wrist, the tiger hunting blade is drawn. With the blessing of the breath of the sun, the flames on the blade are more vigorous than ever. I jump into the air and slash down, sending a massive fire dragon roaring towards the Garden of the Gods. Even the Garden of the Gods is startled by my move and quickly draws her sword, unleashing a burst of cold air from the golden wheel, sending a golden sword aura to meet mine. I thought I would be instantly defeated, but to my surprise, my fire dragon actually holds its ground against her sword aura. Family, I have made progress. I was feeling quite inflated at the moment, laughing heartily, a dignified general candidate. Is that all there is to it? Ji Yuan was so furious that she gritted her teeth, but her eyes were full of seriousness. I knew in my heart that I couldn't beat her in close combat, so I could only unleash my long-range attacks. First, I threw an ice ball to harass her, and while she was blocking, I wildly waved my sword with both hands, weaving a big net of flames in the air and directly covering her with it. The flame net instantly burned a corner of her justice cloak black, but it was quickly shattered by the cold energy she unleashed. Well, I can't win. I decisively sheathed my sword and shouted to my CP teammates, you guys go ahead, I'll be right there. Then I flashed a smile at Ji Yuan. Since your cloak is burned, I don't have to pay for it, right? After saying that, I dashed away. Behind me, I heard Ji Yuan's furious shouts. Damn Luo Xia, you wait for me tonight. I can't worry about so much anymore. So I hurried to Cap's doorstep. When I saw the mountain of materials with my own eyes, I was completely stunned. The head of CP came over and said, Brigadier Rosha, there are a total of 20 trucks of tobacco and 20 trucks of sorghum for brewing. Please get started. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking at this amount that could keep the entire naval headquarters busy for a year, feeling that my future was bleak. As a result, the CP leader thought I wasn't dark enough and pointed to a nearby vehicle, saying, let me tell you, there's still half a truckload of sea prism stone on that. Goodness, does he really think I'm a workhorse for the production team? Fine, let's do it. After all, we've been paid. It's professional. I plopped down on the ground, and with a flash of blue light from my hands, I got straight to work. The light swept over most of the materials in the truck, and with my other hand, I touched a piece of Hailu stone and said, go. In the next second, everything vanished into thin air. After about 10 minutes, the sky began to rain cigarette butts, and I looked up at the dozen or so CPs. Didn't they get the hint? What are they staring at? Pick it up. The leader waved his hand, and his little brothers finally reacted, rushing over to collect the goods. Meanwhile, I kept chanting like I was reciting a mantra, 1 billion. 1 billion, 1 billion, and my hands didn't dare stop. I kept at it until it was completely dark outside. Let me tell you, I didn't even realize when, but the entrance to that old Cap's villa was already surrounded by people in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Naval generals, Marines, even Sengoku the old man came over to join the fun. I looked up at the sky, then down at the 2 trucks of materials left in front of me, and I felt completely drained. My arms were sore and swollen, so I just fell back and lay flat, my eyes vacant, feeling like my body had been emptied. Seeing that I had given up, the CP leader hurried over. "Brigadier General Rosha, what's going on?" I rolled my eyes and replied weakly, "I'm done. How about I give you back 200 million, and I'm out? Is that okay?" He, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "No, that's not possible. This is an order from the world government. You can take a break, but you must finish the job." I had already guessed the result. Just as I was about to curse, a sound echoed in my head. Wow, the system has arrived. On the screen, there were 2 options. The first, defeat the leader of this CP in front of me, with a reward of an increase in the limit of devil fruits. The second, obediently work like a horse, with a reward of a permanent title useless, which comes with dual debuffs of speed and strength. Who understands this, family? Is there even a choice? This system knows how to stir the pot. It seems I have to take action today, right? The system coldly replied, "Yes, host." "Fine, you're tough." In that moment, my expression changed. I flipped my hand and popped a celestial bean into my mouth. That feeling, a warm current instantly spread throughout my body, more comfortable than any spa treatment. In a few seconds, I was fully revived right where I stood. I sat up, clenched my fists, feeling the surge of power. Awesome. I stood up and looked around. Hey, there are quite a few familiar faces, although I knew they might try to stop me. Rejecting the system's task would be like rendering myself powerless. Can I tolerate that? I squinted my eyes, and a killing intent surged up. The bracelet on my wrist instantly transformed into my knife, Tiger Hunt. At that moment, the group of generals around me were all stunned. Even my closest ally, Shurjin, looked confused. The old man Sengoku turned to her and asked, "Tao Tu, what is this kid trying to do?" Shurjin shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen him use a knife for synthesis." Sengoku frowned and muttered to himself. "This kid isn't trying to pick a fight just because he finds someone annoying, is he?" Nearby, Akiji calmly analyzed Sengoku-san with his temperament. "That's actually quite possible. I don't care what they're talking about. The flame of the tiger hunting in my hand is getting stronger. Even my breath is filled with sparks." I stared intently at that CP leader. "This matter is not over today. I've been working my ass off, and you can't even say a kind word to me. I said to take a break, and you still want to increase the intensity?" That guy seemed to sense something was off, frowned, and asked me, "Do you still need a knife for synthesis? Get back to work as soon as you're recovered. The world government is still waiting." I tell you, his words directly ignited my anger. Damn it. I was ablaze with fury, charging at him with my sword drawn. Just a dog of the world government, and he dares to give me orders? Sun-breathing fire dragon. A burning sword aura instantly transformed into a roaring fire dragon, lunging straight for that CP chief's face. "Today, I'm going to take you down." The CP chief was stunned. He didn't have time to hear my threats. His whole body tensed up, staring fixedly at the approaching fire dragon. He probably couldn't figure out how the timid person in front of Guillaume suddenly became so tough. Shave. In the moment the fire dragon was about to reach his face, his figure vanished, and he used moonwalk to leap into the air, his expression dark enough to drip water. I'm afraid of him. I'll just glare back. I said I'd deal with you today, and I want back down. He shouted, "Go." That fire dragon seemed to come alive, suddenly turning sharply and charging towards him in the sky, getting faster and faster. That guy was frantically attacking from above, only to realize that all his attacks were swallowed by the fire dragon, like a cow sinking into the sea. As the fire dragon got closer, he panicked completely and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brigadier General Rosha, I command you to stop." Boom! With a loud bang, he hadn't even finished his sentence when the fire dragon swallowed him whole, and then he fell from the sky like a broken sack. He was charred all over, emitting smoke, rolled his eyes back, and passed out. The entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, jaws dropped to the floor. The old man from the Warring States period slapped his forehead, looking as if he knew it all along. Gun was even more shocked, mouth agape, speechless. I walked up to that guy with a cold, unfeeling gait and kicked him with my foot, but there was no response. TSK, he can't be dead, right? I spat. It would be better if he was dead. I'm not someone who can be ordered around by anyone. If another arrogant one like this comes along next time, I'll take him out first and then fuse him. As soon as I said that, everyone around shivered in unison. They were probably all thinking the same question. This guy can even fuse people? I don't care what they think. My hand started glowing green again. I glanced at the smoking guy on the ground, and then at the 2 trucks of materials in the distance, and an extremely abstract idea popped into my mind. I stretched out my hand, and the green light directly enveloped half a truck of tobacco and a piece of sea tower stone. My left hand was already aimed at the CP leader on the ground, with a wickedly charming expression on my face. Just as I was about to turn him into alcohol, a pink figure flashed in front of me. It was Guillaume. She had her hands on her hips and looked helpless, saying, "You really know how to get me into trouble." I scoffed, "Step aside. Don't waste my time practicing on him." Shiwan looked at me with a determined gaze, knowing he couldn't persuade me. So he turned to Sengoku for help. In the crowd, Commander Sengoku let out a wry smile and came over with Kizaru, Akiji, and Garp. As soon as Garp approached, he laughed heartily and patted me on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Kid, I really admire you more and more. I've been disliking these guys for a long time, and you just go for it without hesitation. You truly are someone I brought back." Sengoku grabbed Garp by the back of his collar and pulled him back, then patiently advised me, "Rosha, given the situation, do you really want to use him for brewing? ISNT that a bit." Garp interjected, "Sengoku, don't stop me. I've never even smelled this kind of liquor before." Sengoku pushed him away with a slap. "Get lost. Don't make things worse." I stroked my chin, my eyes still fixed on that thing on the ground. Just then, I heard the sound of a cart being pulled from behind, and the remaining dozen or so CPs returned. As soon as I saw it, I realized that I wouldn't be drinking today. I picked up the unconscious CP leader with one hand and tossed him to them like garbage. When they caught him and saw it was their own leader, injured like this, their faces turned pale. One of them frowned and asked me, "Brigadier General Luo, what happened to our leader?" "What happened?" He was being mouthy, and I took him out in one move. That's what happened. I said it nonchalantly. The CP's face looked as bad as it could. Their leader was a seasoned major general, and I, a brigadier general, took him down in one move? What a ridiculous joke. He said coldly, "Brigadier General Luo, this joke isn't funny." "Well, how about you give it a try?" My tiger hunt ignited again, with the breath of the sun gathering power. The guy instantly took a step back. I curled my lip and sheathed my knife. "Hurry up and take him for treatment. Just leave a few to move things. But speaking of which, your leader should thank you all." "What do you mean?" "I originally planned to use him to brew wine, but since you all showed up, I have to return him to you." I looked at them with a half smile, saying yes, drinking could even enhance your strength. But that's just a guess. I haven't tested it yet. So how about it? Do you want to give it a try? In that moment, the way those CPs looked at me was like they were staring at some prehistoric beast. The leader quickly changed the subject. You still have a truckload of things to synthesize." I smirked, hands glowing, and in no time at all, I finished off the remaining materials. Once the work was done, the Marines who had come to watch dispersed, leaving just a few of us big shots on site. Warring States held his forehead, looking speechless. "You little brat. Your knack for causing trouble is almost on par with Garp. Today you beat up CP half to death, and now you want to turn them into liquor." I shrugged. "There's nothing I can do. He's too arrogant. I'm just defending myself." After saying that, I plopped down and felt incredibly comfortable. At the same time, I heard a ding in my head, and the reward was in. The limit for devil fruits increased by 1. Awesome. Sengoku looked at my carefree demeanor. Speechless. "Aren't you afraid?" I raised my head and said seriously, "It's fine. After all, I'm in the Navy, and he's the weakest type of CP. Besides, Marshal Sengoku, you wouldn't just ignore me, right?" Sengoku sighed helplessly, probably thinking that he owed me from his past life. I looked around, flipped my hands, and created a tablecloth full of delicacies, spreading it on the ground. I opened my mouth and started calling out the dishes. I want meat, I want ramen. I want dessert, I want drinks. As soon as I finished speaking, there were a few loud bangs and puffs of smoke. and the tablecloth was piled high with food. This left the others from the Warring States period completely stunned, as they had never seen anything like it. Zhangguo rubbed his glasses and asked in surprise, "Luo Xia, what is this?" I stuffed my mouth full of food, mumbling, and waited for a minute before swallowing. Then said, "Food tablecloth, the one I didn't get to showcase last time. Just say what you want to eat in front of it, and it can produce anything. Limited to food and drinks." After saying that, I continued to eat like crazy. I was starving. Akiji, that old guy, sat across from me, his gaze like he had an 8-fold magnifier, and slowly started to speak. "By the way, Luo kid, what was that green little bean you stuffed in your mouth earlier?" It seemed to restore energy. As soon as he said that, my whole body stiffened. Not just me, the Warring States were also frozen. Warring States immediately leaned over. "Kazan, what green little bean? What energy-restoring thing?" Akiji glanced at the stiff me and explained. "I saw Luo Xia was completely exhausted before, and then he pulled something out of nowhere and stuffed it in his mouth, and his energy was instantly full. I thought it was quite amazing, so I noted it down. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Why didn't I turn that CP into alcohol earlier?" The annoying voice of Kizuru rang out again. "Oh, Sengoku-san, it seems that Rosha has invented something good again. It's over, I'm done for." Sure enough, Sengoku's authoritative voice echoed. "Rosha, do you really have that kind of thing?" I scratched my head and smiled awkwardly. "It's not exactly a new thing. It's a type of fruit ability that restores stamina." Before I could finish my sentence, I could tell by their expressions that this time my attempt to fool them had failed. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and with one hand, I flipped out a small cloth bag containing 3 magical beans. I had hidden one for myself. I know these old guys too well. I had to keep a backup. I just took it out, and everyone present immediately gathered around, especially Garp, who got the closest, his Adam's apple bobbing in a way that clearly showed he had bad intentions. I trembled my hand and instantly put the magic beans back into the system space. I cautiously said, "This thing is not something to be taken lightly. It can instantly bring someone back from the brink of death." I specifically shot a glare at Garp. "Old man, don't you dare snatch it." As soon as I said this, the entire room was filled with question marks. Ji-Yuan dug at her ears, unable to believe it. "Roxia, what did you just say?" "I didn't hear wrong, did I?" "You heard correctly." I shot her a sideways glance. That's the effect. 3 pieces means 3 lives. Now, it wouldn't be a problem for Admiral Kizuru to go find Whitebeard for a one-on-one. As long as he doesn't get taken out in one hit, he should at least be able to leave some damage on Whitebeard, right? After I finished speaking, Sengoku's gaze swept back and forth over Kizuru, making him shrink his neck, and his lewd expression turned timid. After watching for a while, Sengoku shook his head. Kizuru wouldn't dare to fight that old man Whitebeard. He turned back and stared at me intently. Is there really that kind of effect? I scoffed, flipped my hand, and directly threw 3 spirit beans on the ground. There are only 3 for now. Believe it or not, a hint of awkwardness flashed across the faces of those present, especially Ji-Yuan. Sengoku cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, we naturally believe you. But is it really only 3? I nodded, "That's right. I forgot the recipe for this thing, and it exploded several times in the middle, almost killing me." I stared at the on the ground, my eyes flickering with a sly glint. "If the fleet Admiral Sengoku wants them, it's 100 million for each." Instantly, Sengoku's old face looked as bad as it could get. Seeing his expression, a blue light flashed, and the on the ground disappeared in an instant. "Ahem, 100 million each. That's the lowest price, no discounts, so give up." After saying that, I directly slipped behind Guion and sat down. Sengoku was feeling quite conflicted. Was this kid really just throwing money around? I'm the fleet admiral. Do I really need those few billion? But he couldn't just take it by force. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. That's exactly what I was counting on, you old monk. The next morning, a Marine delivered a golden card, saying it was from Sengoku, with 300 million berries inside. I took the card and handed him the bag containing the... It seems that old Sengoku couldn't resist the temptation after all. Guillaume beside me mocked me, saying that now I had to make the fleet admiral spend money to get things done. I shrugged, saying that was because he owed me from before, and now I'm getting it back double. I returned to the room with the money, rubbed my hands together, and directly opened the system lottery. Wow, This time the grand prize is the paramecia-type space fruit, but the icon of this thing looks so much like a lazy defense. The system reminded me not to give random names to the products, but I ignored it. Whatever, let's draw. I put down 500 million berries, and the roulette spun. Ding, congratulations. You have received an armament hockey upgrade card. Ding, congratulations, you have received a brick. Ding, congratulations, you have received a paramecia-type space fruit. I thought I wouldn't win anything, but I actually did. I slapped the black upgrade card onto myself, and instantly felt my armament hockey harden a bit more. Then, I picked up that oddly shaped fruit and walked outside. As soon as Guillaume saw what I had in my hand, she frowned, looking disgusted, and waved her hand in the air. Rosha, what you have in your hand is so gross. I quickly froze the fruit with ice to avoid any misunderstandings. Then I ran to the training ground and surrounded myself with an ice wall. Facing that fruit with an unimaginable taste, I took a big bite. Damn, that taste was like drinking foot bath water from a stinky ditch. It almost knocked me out on the spot. I swallowed hard, feeling the changes in my body as my hands emitted a gray glow. I reached out and swiped at the ice wall in front of me, and a square hole instantly appeared in the space ahead, causing the ice blocks to disappear. Seeing this scene, my sour face instantly brightened. Spatial ability. This is amazing. I thought to myself, spatial teleportation. In the next second, I vanished from my spot and reappeared right in front of Guillaume. Guillaume was startled, and, after reacting, complimented me. Not bad. Rosha, you're quite skilled at shaving. I didn't speak, and with a thought, I disappeared and instantly returned to the training ground. This feeling is amazing. Space explosion, space exchange. Can I do them all? I'm excited here, while on the other side, the world government. That CP indeed reported back, and the call went directly to the elders. He exaggeratedly recounted what happened last night, saying how arrogant I was, how I beat their leader, and even threatened to turn people into wine. The elders on the other end of the line, after listening, only frowned slightly, seeming not to take it too seriously, and said they would send someone in 3 days. A week later, I was lying on the side of the training ground, drinking watermelon juice, watching the Marines train. Suddenly, a sharp sword energy slashed towards me. I quickly turned around, and my sword, Tiger Hunt, instantly unsheathed, meeting the fiery red sword energy head-on. The two sword energies clashed in the air, stalemating for several seconds before both dissipated. I sheathed my sword and saw that Guillaume and Akiji were walking over. Guillaume was still holding a sword in his hand. I joked, "What's this? Are you itching to take my life in Guillaume? Want to kill me and inherit my achievements? Stop the banter and see if your swordsmanship has improved. So far, it looks pretty good." Guillaume nodded. I looked at Akiji again and asked, "Boss, is there a mission?" Akiji nodded and handed me a newspaper. The headline boldly read, "Straw Hat Luffy defeats Warlord Crocodile." A wanted poster also slipped out from between the pages, showing Monkey D. Luffy with a bounty of 100 million berries. I took a quick glance and looked up at Akiji, asking, "So, what's the mission?" Akiji scratched his head, looking a bit troubled, and said, "I need you to investigate the disappearance of Nico Robin after the Alabasta incident." "Oh, the woman who can read ancient texts?" I asked. "Have you found her, or is it to capture her?" Akiji was taken aback for a moment, probably surprised that I knew her. He looked around and lowered his voice, saying, "Come with me." As soon as I heard this, I thought, great, the boss has spoken, and I hurriedly followed along with Jiwen. He led us through a winding path, and finally stopped in an open area. Let me tell you, 1 second he was laughing and joking, and the next second his face turned colder than the ice I was freezing on. He directly switched to leader mode. With a wave of his hand, 3 ice chairs rose from the ground with a clatter, and he invited us to sit. I plopped down, and goodness, the texture was rough like sandpaper, and I silently complained in my heart, "This craftsmanship is not good, man." But he seemed quite pleased with himself. La, don't mind it. I just learned it from you. I've totally mastered it. Then he finally got to the point, saying that the Warring States General had assigned him a task to investigate Nico Robin, and now he was passing this task on to me. He even patted my shoulder and said, "I'm very relieved to hand this over to you." I wanted to give him the expression of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone, and say, "Bro, do you even hear what you're saying? Nico Robin. She's a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The captain is Luffy, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. That guy fights like a mad dog, reckless and fearless. If I go and try to catch someone and accidentally kill them, wouldn't old man Garp twist my head off? I couldn't hold back and bombarded him with a series of questions. Boss, have you thought about it? That Straw Hat Luffy's fighting style is purely reckless. What if I can't hold back and he bleeds out from excessive blood loss? Also, those guys can't even use hockey right now. And my proficiency with the ice fruit ability is just average. If I'm not careful and turn someone into an ice sculpture, and then it shatters with a single hit, who will take responsibility for that? I'm not just worrying for no reason. My major is swordsmanship and spatial abilities, and freezing is just an extra skill. If something really happens, who am I going to turn to for an explanation? I use my combo move to directly silence Aokiji. And even Jiuin beside me couldn't help but complain. I think you're more suited to stay in the logistics department. Of course, that's my goal. I'm aiming to be the head of the logistics department. I went along with it. Aokiji let out a long sigh, probably speechless from my cowardly attitude. After holding it in for a while, he said, "Come with me on a mission tomorrow." Huh, but I was supposed to go solo. In the end, he completely ignored me, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and walked away looking dejected. The next morning, I arrived at the port as he instructed. Goodness, the scene was something else. There was a huge pile of supplies on the ground. And the most eye-catching part was that there were 2 bicycles parked next to the supplies. I was dumbfounded and pointed at the bicycles, asking him, "Hey boss, what is the meaning of this?" He looked at me as if it were obvious. "La, because I want to ride a bicycle to investigate." He pointed at the pile of supplies. "You should be able to carry this, right? We were originally going to use a warship, but with you here, we could just ride bikes. It's low carbon and environmentally friendly." My eyes were about to pop out as I pointed at that smaller vehicle, my voice trembling. This one isn't for me, right? That's right. It cost me quite a bit of berries. Who understands this? Riding a bicycle on the sea. What kind of performance art is this? At that moment, I really wanted to just jump through space and run away. But there's nothing I could do. Authority weighs heavily. I could only resign myself to fate, waving my hand, and in a flash of blue light, a pile of things on the ground instantly disappeared into my system space. The surrounding Navy officers were wide-eyed, but they were used to it. After all, it was just the ability of a devil fruit that couldn't be explained. Aokiji was already leading the way, leisurely pedaling his bicycle across the surface of the sea, the wheels crunching as they froze the water beneath. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and keep up. Let me tell you, I hadn't ridden one of these things in years. I almost fell straight into the sea as soon as I got on. Luckily, I reacted quickly and froze the patch of water I was about to fall into, avoiding immediate embarrassment. Aokiji was beside me, making sarcastic comments. Rosha, you can't ride a bike? You need to practice more in the future." I really wanted to roll my eyes at him, who has nothing to do and rides a bicycle on the sea every day. After pedaling for 4 days, my legs were almost on fire. Finally, we arrived at the legendary lawless place, Mogu Town. As soon as we got ashore, a group of oddly shaped pirates surrounded us. One guy even pointed at us and asked, "Hey, are you the 2 guys who rode a bicycle over from the sea?" I glanced at him and pointed to the iconic lazy face of Aokiji beside us. "That's my boss's face. Haven't you guys around here seen it before?" The pirates were taken aback and took a closer look at Aokiji's face. In the next second, I tell you, their expressions were as if they had seen the king of hell. Their souls almost flew away in fright. One of them directly rolled and crawled toward the tavern in the town. Aokiji frowned, and a chill emanated from his hand, instantly turning the remaining 3 into 3 vividly lifelike ice sculptures. I went up and tapped on the ice sculpture, clicking my tongue in amazement. "Fools. I've given you a chance, yet you still don't run? Just waiting for the dishes to be served here?" Green Pheasant ignored me and coolly said, "Let's go to the tavern and gather some information." As soon as we reached the door of the tavern, we heard a scream inside that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. "Admiral Aokiji is here." With a creak, we pushed the door open. The entire tavern, which had been as noisy as a vegetable market just a second ago, fell silent in an instant, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All the pirates, every single one of them, stared at us as if they had been frozen, not daring to make a sound. Aokiji walked straight to the bar, and the group of pirates automatically parted to make way for him, showing more respect than they would for their own father. As soon as he sat down, he said in a chilling tone, if anyone dares to walk out of this tavern, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. A bunch of guys who were about to slip away immediately pulled back their legs. Boss, 2 glasses of rum. The owner, trembling like he had Parkinson's, poured us the drinks. After taking a sip, Akiji asked, has a pirate crew wearing straw hats come by recently? As soon as the owner heard this, he immediately began spilling the beans like bamboo shoots pouring out of a tube. Yes, yes, yes. 2 days ago, the Straw Hat Kid and his crew were swept up into the sky by a powerful current. They haven't come down since, so I don't know what happened to them. As soon as I heard it, I realized I was late again. These main characters really made it to the Sky Island. Akiji also looked troubled and asked me if there was any way to get to the Sky Island. I shrugged and said, Boss, I've never been there either. We can only wait. I pointed again at the group of pirates huddled in the corner, shivering. What about these people? Just then a one-eyed man, probably thinking I was young and easy to bully, charged at me with 2 knives, shouting, this Navy head is mine. I didn't even raise an eyelid as I watched him rush in front of me. Just as his knife was about to stab me, I lightly flicked my left hand, and a nearly invisible spatial cube instantly penetrated his heart. His knife had indeed stabbed in, but the next second it was frozen by the ice in my chest. He was stunned, and everyone else was too. I smiled at him, then gently clenched my fist, making a sound with my mouth, bang. In the next moment, that one-eyed dragon's body was as if pierced by countless ice needles from the inside, and with a loud bang, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The scene, TSK, red and white splattered everywhere. Not even a mosaic could cover it. Even a nearby green pheasant was momentarily stunned and asked me what kind of technique that was. I scratched my head, looking humble, just some random thinking. It's called ice explosion technique, specifically for blowing up bodies. Actually, I detonated it inside him using my spatial abilities and then used ice spikes as a distraction. Who could have thought of that? At this point, the pirates in the entire tavern looked at me as if they had seen not just a ghost, but the ancestor of the king of hell. Each one of them looked like they wanted to squeeze themselves into the cracks of the wall. Since the Straw Hat crew isn't here, let's go. After saying that, Akiji walked out. I took one last reluctant glance at those pirates. They were all walking berries. What a pity. We were wandering around Magic Valley Town and found that the place looked like it had been bombed, with charred marks everywhere. I used spatial teleportation to grab a pirate and asked him what happened, and learned that a week ago, Ace and the Whitebeard crew and Blackbeard Teach had a fight here. Akiji analyzed the situation and finally decided, let's go to Long Chain Island. That's the necessary route for those coming down from Skypiea, and we can wait for the rabbits to come. So, we began our arduous journey at sea again. A few days later, on Long Chain Island, I went out to find something to eat and ended up encountering a group of oddballs, led by a guy named Silver Fox Foxy, who insisted on recruiting me. I thought to myself, isn't this just a pure comedian? I immediately revealed my Navy cloak, and as soon as he saw it, he tried to run away. I froze him on the spot, leaving only his head outside, and dragged him back like a dead dog. Not long after, his hundreds of crew members came crying for help. What was the result? 2 words, tied up. I looked at the group of pirates behind me, all tied up like Zongzi, and asked Akiji, boss, how should we deal with these people? Isn't sending them directly to the big prison a bit space-consuming? Akiji immediately used a den mushi to call for help. After a while, a door appeared out of nowhere beside me, and Akainu's ever-stoic face peeked through the door. Goodness, right across the door was the underwater prison, and Magellan was there too. Magellan greeted me warmly and sincerely asked, Vice Admiral Rosha, I heard you're an inventor. Could you invent something to help with my diarrhea? I was caught off guard at that moment. Bro, what you experienced was the side effect of the fruit. It's a bug hard-coded into the underlying code, and I don't have the authority to change it. I could only respond vaguely to brush it off. Then it was my time to perform. I kicked each one of those more than 100 pirates into the big cage across the door, just like playing soccer. Once the door was closed, the world became quiet. We began our long wait again. Feeling restless, I started to chant next to Akiji, Boss, do you think if we really send Luffy in there, will old man Garp actually kill us? Akiji, lying on the ice chair with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and said, Brat, stop chanting, they're coming. I turned around and, wow, a ship flying the Jolly Roger with a straw hat. Isn't that the Thousand Sunny? We boasted up and walked straight towards them. That guy Luffy has quite a good eye. He recognized me from afar and excitedly waved. Hey, I remember you. You're that ice guy. What are you doing here? Zoro's eyes lit up when he saw me. He probably still remembered the drink I gave him last time. But just then, Nico Robin at the back of the group turned pale upon seeing Aokiji next to me. Her face instantly filled with a deep-rooted fear. I felt a jolt in my heart and thought to myself, how much of childhood trauma did this guy leave for others? I whispered to Aokiji, boss, it sees like we found the person we're looking for. Almost simultaneously, Robin let out a scream that was almost a howl. Everyone, run. That S Admiral Aokiji. As soon as the words Admiral came out, the atmosphere instantly froze. Just a moment ago, Luffy and the others were laughing and joking. But in an instant, they were all on high alert, and Zoro even drew his sword. I looked at the tense scene and turned to Aokiji, asking, boss, what should we do next? Capture them all, or freeze them all? Or do you want to handle it yourself? Aokiji glanced at them and replied casually, I'll handle it myself. Your abilities are still not very proficient. I shrugged, quickly moved to the side, and made a lounge chair to lie down, ready to watch the show. Kizaru didn't rush to take action. Instead, he looked at me and said, you, explain to them the background of Nico Robin. Huh, me? All right. Since the leader has spoken, I guess it's time for this storyteller to shine. I waved my hand and created an ice chair to sit down, clear my throat, and looked at the Straw Hat crew across from me, who were all on high alert. I slowly began to speak. Nico Robin, also known as the Devil's Child, currently has a bounty of 79 million berries. She passed the Dr. S examination at the age of 8 and is the only person in the world who can decipher the poneglyphs. As for why she was given a bounty at such a young age, the official explanation is that she single-handedly destroyed dozens of Navy warships. Of course, this is all information I found out, so I thought to kindly advise them, guys, why are you still keeping such a hot potato? Hand her over. It's for everyone's good, really. And what happened? No one paid me any mind. One by one, they all stared at Robin in shock. Their expressions seemed to say, wow, my sister is that amazing? She could take down a Navy fleet at 8. Then that Straw Hat kid shouted at me, you ice bastard, stop talking nonsense. Robin is our friend. We will never hand her over. At that moment, I twitched the corner of my mouth and thought, what a joke. How dare I touch you? Your grandpa is Garp. If I touch a single hair on you, wouldn't he turn me into meat paste with his iron fist of love? Just while I was lost in thought. Let me tell you, whoosh. A green object came flying at my face. I didn't even blink and bam. It exploded just 3 centimeters in front of my face. Goodness. Black smoke covered my face, giving me a grand opening act, right? Once the smoke cleared, the ice shards on my face were falling off like crazy. I was instantly furious and locked onto the long-nosed guy in the crowd. Who understands my family? The one who usually looks the most timid actually dared to sneak attack me today? That dude panicked the moment he saw me staring at him, muttering quietly, oh no, I slipped. He won't kill me, will he? Kill you? Not really, but I must give you a little shock. In the next second, I activated my teleportation, and I was right in front of his face. I placed my hand on him, then snapped my fingers and teleported back to my captain. The whole operation was smooth as silk. By the time they reacted, the long-nosed guy named Usopp had already turned into a human ice sculpture, frozen solid. Now the Straw Hat crew was in complete chaos, and that little reindeer immediately awakened his doctor instincts, panicking. Doctor, where's the doctor? Oh right, I am the doctor. I must thaw him quickly, or he will die. They rushed to carry Usopp into the cabin, leaving just Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin outside. The looks those 3 guys gave me were as if they wanted to swallow me whole. At this moment, it seemed that Sister Robin had discovered something, her pupils trembling as she looked at me. Then at Admiral Aokiji, struggling to speak. You're also a user of the ice-sized fruit? Oh my, good observation. But can I tell you the truth? No way. I grinned and said to her, you guessed wrong, I'm not an ice user. What I have is primarily a power-sharing ability. Do you understand the value of the Captain's abilities? Luffy, being the hot-headed one, couldn't he wait and yelled as he charged at me. I squinted my eyes and whooshed 50 meters away, shouting to Admiral Aokiji, boss, it's up to you. I don't want to get beaten up by Grandpa Garp. Admiral Aokiji was also impressive, instantly freezing Luffy's arm. Luffy panicked right there. Oh no, my arm. I was watching from the side and nearly laughed myself crazy. Luffy's fighting stance was just too ridiculous. It was like he was doing some brand new dance. Just when I was enjoying the show, that green-haired guy got upset, pulled out his sword, and blocked me, saying he had to prevent me from causing trouble. I was dumbfounded at the time, pointing at Luffy, who was being toyed with by my captain like a ball. Dude, your captain is about to get a brain hemorrhage, and you're not worried about him, but you're blocking me? He, however, looked very serious and said, I believe in Luffy. Besides, Usopp's debt hasn't been settled yet. Fine, fine. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. I sighed, flipped my wrist, drew my sword, and even spat out a spark. That green-haired guy was instantly stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. I was thinking of doing something flashy, so I swung a knife at the air coolly. And guess what? A 10-centimeter-long cut suddenly appeared on Zoro's chest. He dropped to his knees, looking completely baffled. I proudly told him, this move is called Spatial Slash, a sword technique that combines the powers of the devil fruit. Next time, I might just aim for your neck. Believe it or not, this guy is quite tough. He struggled to stand up again and said he is a man who aims to become the world's greatest swordsman. I thought to myself, fine, I'll give you some face. I directly swung the flames on my sword, Fire Dragon Slash. A fire dragon let out a roar and pounced forward. The scene was incredible. Zoro attempted to withstand it with his dual swords, but what happened? He was directly blasted away along with his swords by my fire dragon. Crashing to the ground like a broken sack, and with a cough of blood, he fainted on the spot. I scratched my head and walked over to lift him up, thinking to myself, I hope I don't mess this up. When I carried him back to the Moby Dick, it was a disaster. Luffy and Robin had turned into ice sculptures. Sanji had one leg frozen solid, and the entire Straw Hat crew was almost wiped out. When Sanji saw Zoro on my shoulder, his eyes turned red. You bastard. What happened to the moss head? I directly teleported onto the ship, took a magical bean out of my pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, not wanting him to die. So I hurriedly fed it to him. Don't ask me where it came from. Just know it was a crossover courtesy of the neighboring Dragon Ball crew. Sanji looked confused, but still did as told. As Zoro slowly woke up, he was just about to say thank you when I had already vanished. I returned to Admiral Akiji's side and asked him, are you done? He lazily nodded. Then he pulled out a din-din mushie and made a call. After hanging up, suddenly a pink portal appeared in front of me. I was stunned. This film crew is really chaotic today. Even a blue fat guy is here, right? Passing through the door, we directly returned to the office of the Navy headquarters, where Admiral Sengoku, Old Man Garp, and Sister Tsuru were all present. The way Admiral Sengoku looked at me was as if he were staring at some rare treasure. He cleared his throat, rubbed his hands, and asked me, young Rosha, I wonder if you could get us a devil fruit for the Navy? I had a bad feeling at that moment, and sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the office door opened, and a 3-meter-tall man dressed as if he were going to a mafia funeral walked in. His face was so serious, as if everyone owed him 8 million. Akainu Sakazuki. Goodness, with this setup, is it going to broadcast my fruit-making live? I sat down in front of Akainu and followed the principle of first the small man, then the gentleman. As the Warring States commander, I demanded payment first, and then services 800 million berries and a non-disclosure agreement. The Warring States was very straightforward and directly tossed me a gold card. All right, the boss is generous. I took a deep breath, trembling as I extended my hand, which was covered in a thick layer of ice. That Admiral Akainu, could you give me a small ball of magma first? Akainu, that guy, is fierce. As soon as he took off his gloves, the surrounding air warped. He condensed a ball of magma the size of an apple in his hand and placed it in my palm. Let me tell you, at that moment, there was a sizzling sound and a drop of magma splashed onto my face. Luckily, I reacted quickly and activated the ice mask just in time. Otherwise, I would have been disfigured today. As soon as the magma touched my hand, I absorbed it instantly. The system notification sounded, and I was overjoyed. Admiral Akainu, please continue. Give me a bit more. Just like that, one ball after another, the layer of ice on my hand grew thicker and thicker, and the mask on my face was almost shattered into a sieve by the splattered magma. Admiral Akiji was still standing nearby, acting as a human air conditioner for Garp and the others. The scene was as bizarre as it could be. Finally, After absorbing the 100th ball of magma, the system notified me that I had enough shards. I immediately synthesized 2 shards at lightning speed in the system space. One for myself and one to hand over. I snapped back to reality, and with a flip of my palm, a dark red fruit with spiral patterns appeared in my hand. I tell you, in that moment, the entire office fell silent. Not even a breath could be heard. Especially Akainu, his eyes bulging like copper bells, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg inside. The thing he personally consumed over a decade ago has now reappeared in exactly the same form. How could not be shocked? I quickly explained, ahem, this fruit can be synthesized, but it doesn't extract Admiral Akainu's abilities, so don't worry. Then I started bragging again, saying this fruit is not afraid of seawater. In fact, who knows? Maybe the user can eat another one after consuming this one. As soon as I said this, everyone erupted. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was the first to refute. Impossible. This kind of thing is no joke. I shrugged and directly threw the fruit to Sengoku, the marshal. Mission accomplished. Welcome to visit next time. Rosha's Devil Fruit Shop. No cheating for young and old. I was feeling proud when suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my hand. I looked down and wow, my entire right hand was black and dirty, as if I had just dug it out of a coal pile, and it was still dripping blood. I quickly hid my hand behind my back, forced a smile, and said, Marshal, everyone, I need to go to the infirmary for a bit. With that, I took off running. Just as I was running away, Sister Peach Rabbit transformed into a beam of pink light and chased after me. I thought there was an enemy behind me, so I instinctively used a space jump and flashed directly to the hospital entrance. Sister Peach Rabbit landed in front of me, hands on her hips, and angrily asked, "Why are you running? Do you think I can't catch you?" I looked at her, then lowered my head to glance at my hand, which was dripping blood, feeling speechless. When she saw my injury, her heart immediately softened, and she pulled me inside. In the infirmary, the doctor was bandaging my wound while muttering, "Admiral Akainu, really? Why does he always hit his own people? One last time, and now another." I exchanged a glance with Sister Peach Rabbit, and we were both trying to hold back our laughter to the point of almost injuring ourselves. In the end, guess what happened? My hand was wrapped up like a giant bear paw. Peach Rabbit was beside me laughing so hard she was shaking, and I shot her a fierce glare. "What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, why don't you let it kind of burn you a bit?" As a result, this sister of mine really got into it. She patted me on the shoulder, looking like a big sister, and said, "Don't worry. For these 5 days when you can't use your hands, I'll feed you, okay?" I have to say, hearing this made me a bit touched. But then her next sentence completely fried my CPU. She said, "I've grown up so much, and apart from feeding dogs, I've never fed anyone else. Family members, who understands? ISNT that just pointing at my nose and calling me a dog?" My face immediately darkened. I rolled my eyes and walked away without looking back. This woman, unbelievable. The next morning, while I was still dreaming about playing Go with the King of Dreams, Peach Rabbit, like a violent alarm clock, yanked me out of bed and dragged me out onto the street. I could hardly open my eyes and said, "Sister, what are you doing?" "I have a hand injury, not a leg injury. I can walk by myself." But she said, "The Admiral from the Warring States wants to see us." Goodness. An Admiral is looking for a Brigadier General early in the morning because he's got nothing better to do? I thought this Admiral was close to his end. I kept complaining all the way there. My mouth was almost smoking from all the talking. When I entered the office, I was stunned. My goodness. It was an all-star lineup. 3 admirals, Vice Admiral Crane, that old man Garp, and Sengoku, all sitting in one room, holding a high-level meeting. The key point was, they didn't even save me a seat. How can I tolerate this? I immediately used ice to create myself a luxurious lounge chair, broke free from Peach Rabbit's grip, and plopped down on it. Not caring about anything else, I just wanted to catch some sleep. Sengoku glanced at me, but didn't say anything. He pulled out a bright red fruit from under the table and slapped it onto the table. The 2 admirals, Mole and Fire Mountain, were stunned, and they shouted in unison, "Devil fruit." Sengoku nodded and said mysteriously, "That's right, it's the devil fruit. A Logia-type magma fruit." I tell you, at that moment, the air in the entire venue froze, and everyone instinctively turned to look at Akainu on the sofa. Akainu's face looked like someone owed him 8 million, completely expressionless. The mole was stunned, hesitantly asking, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Did you get the name wrong? Isn't Admiral Akainu just sitting there fine? Sengoku chuckled and said, this one is different. This one I synthesized, and it's not afraid of seawater. This caused an uproar. To prove how impressive my high-tech creation was, Sengoku had Peach Rabbit demonstrated on the spot. Peach Rabbit immediately showcased it, with pink light emanating from her hand, and with a bayou. She conjured a lightsaber identical to Kizaru's Amatsuke's sword, leaving Kizaru himself dumbfounded, his lewd face wide-eyed, exclaiming how terrifying it was. At this point, the two vice admirals were red-eyed. Just think about it, a natural-type fruit with no side effects, and it's a top-tier magma fruit. Who could resist that? Sengoku saw the atmosphere was right, so he had Peach Rabbit wake me up, saying I should decide who gets the fruit. I was still groggy and instinctively wanted to shout, "Old monk," but thankfully I corrected myself and said Fleet Admiral Sengoku instead. As a result, Garp, that old man, was laughing like thunder beside me, making Sengoku's face turn green with anger. Let me choose. How do I know these two people? Peach Rabbit quickly introduced me, saying this is the mole, and that one is Fire Mountain. I thought for a moment and pointed at Fire Mountain, saying, how about giving it to him? He looks sturdier. I feel like magma abilities suit him better. Then I added, Vice Admiral Mole is a swordsman. I'll get him a flash fruit later. Speed suits him better. Hey, I was just casually saying this, but it stirred up a hornet's nest. Sengoku immediately asked, what do you have a flash fruit? I muttered softly that I actually had one. Oh no, I forgot these people all had observation hockey, and they heard me. The mole was so excited he almost knelt down to me. I was forced to take out that fruit. Good heavens, as soon as I took it out, the whole place fell silent again. Kizaru's face looked like the latest meme of 2025. Why? Because my flash fruit was green, bright green, making you feel uneasy. I thought to myself, isn't this color a bit unlucky? Vice Admiral Mole, are you sure you want it? But guess what? The mole touched his nose and said with fiery eyes, I think green is fine too. Folks, this really was a case of being desperate. I quickly waved my hands and said, think again. You have to pay more. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Sengoku, being a tough guy, decided to end this farce by directly taking the magma fruit and stepping forward, forcefully shoving it into Fire Mountain's mouth. The taste, they say, was like socks that hadn't been washed in 10 years, and Fire Mountain's face turned green, but he still swallowed it down. What a werewolf. Sengoku then awkwardly told the mole to wait until he could scrape together 8 billion from the military budget. And only then would he let me change the color for the mole. Then a group of people marched to the square to test the new abilities. I initially wanted to sneak away, but Peach Rabbit directly threw me over her shoulder and flew down like a streak of light. What about my dignity as an injured person? When we reached the square, for the sake of convenience, I created a 4-meter-high ice lounge chair in midair to have a great view. But it only lasted 3 seconds before Sengoku, with a dark face, ordered Akiji to bring me down. This old man still held a grudge, pointing at me and saying Fire Mountain needed a sparring partner, and that would be me. He even painted a big picture, saying if I won, I would be promoted to Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral? Doesn't that mean I could slack off like Garp every day? I couldn't stand for that. I immediately sat down and told him to give me a few minutes to warm up. Actually, I entered the system to draw a lottery. I dropped 500 million berries, and the roulette spun wildly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Conqueror's Hockey. I tell you, at that moment, I was in the system's space, howling to the sky, feeling like the child of destiny. I even drew a senbei. It was amazing. When I opened my eyes again, my aura was completely different. I popped a senbei, and my injuries instantly healed, leaving Sengoku and the others dumbfounded. Fire Mountain was still there adjusting to his new abilities, looking at himself, turning into magma with wonder. As for me, I was all about not playing fair. I went straight in with a slash of sun breathing, directly bisecting him. Of course, he's a natural type, so it was nothing, and he quickly recovered. But this hit woke him up, and he got serious. He swung his hands, and countless magma bullets rained down on me. But unfortunately, for someone like me who was made of ice, wasn't that just cooling me off? I disdainfully curled my lip, activated my spatial ability, and instantly flashed in front of him, delivering a punch wrapped in top-tier armament hockey right to his face. With a boom, Fire Mountain flew out like a cannonball. smashing into the wall and creating a big hole. Everyone was stunned, and even Garp was so excited that he wanted to teach me Iron Fist. I said, "You can forget it. I just want to be a slacker. Don't involve me." But the next second, Fire Mountain crawled out from the rubble, his whole body radiating magma, and his expression was off. Good heavens, was he about to unleash his ultimate move? He instantly appeared in front of me, his magma-covered fist smashing hard into my stomach. I felt like my internal organs shifted, my body curled up like a shrimp, and I spat out a mouthful of old blood. Seeing him retract his fist, I gritted my teeth against the pain, used my spatial fruit to retreat several meters, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, and forced a nonchalant expression, saying, "Hey, just try to spit out some stagnant blood. Not bad. Not bad, my foot." I tell you, this old guy hits really hard, almost making me lose my previous meal. At that moment, I was fired up. I couldn't play around anymore. I had to get serious. I slowly raised my tiger hunting knife, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Breath of the sun, move out." Let me tell you, the look in my eyes at that moment was absolutely unprecedentedly serious. With a swift motion, I unleashed a strike, and a fire dragon over 10 meters long shot out from my knife. The scene was incredible, just like it was real, roaring as it lunged towards the burning mountain. The distance was too close, and the speed was too fast. That old guy didn't have time to dodge. I saw the magma on his arms erupt like a volcano, and with a boom, it collided with my fire dragon. Wow, he actually held it off. After a stalemate of several seconds, he suddenly waved his hand and shattered my fire dragon. The flying sparks nearly hit the Navy watching nearby, but thankfully, Akiji was quick and used ice needles to stop them. I was a bit stunned at the time. This general was indeed no easy opponent. And I noticed something. The sword stuck in a hillside had never been drawn. Could he be playing the mage? Doesn't draw their sword trope with me? The strongest is actually swordsmanship? No, I need to change my tactics. I quickly sorted through my skill set in my mind. Freezing, space, breath of the sun, conqueror's hockey. Got it. In the next moment, a grin spread from ear to ear, and I vanished in an instant. Let me tell you, I activated ghostly steps, and countless shadowy figures of myself surrounded the hillside, my speed dazzling him. I circled around him like a ghost, occasionally striking him with a knife, each blow infused with conqueror's hockey, leaving him utterly defenseless. Then it was my personal showcase time. Space slash, fire dragon slash, ice needle, iron fist. I called out my moves while slicing at him, and he could only passively take the hits. Even more outrageous, I occasionally used my iron fist to deliver a solid blow to his kidneys, focusing on the vital spots. After doing this for 10 minutes, the hillside was beaten to a pulp, looking like a rag doll, his Navy uniform reduced to rags. But to be honest, I was also nearing my limit. The high-speed movements were making me nauseous, and my head was spinning badly. I just stopped, leaning on the knife and gasping for breath. And that old guy started to put on a show, limping over to me, acting like some battle-damaged handsome guy. I tell you, the Oscars owe him a little golden statue. In the distance, Sister Ji Yuan was anxious and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Qing Ji, saying that this was a spar and there should be restraint. I was feeling dazed at the time and didn't really notice. Just as the fiery mountain's hand, covered in lava, was about to touch my neck, it seemed like he wanted to knock me out and end the match. At that crucial moment, my mind suddenly cleared with a buzzing sound, and my eyes widened instantly. Boom! An invisible pressure exploded from my body. My family, who understands, saw the surrounding Navy troops fall like a row of dominoes, crashing down, some even foaming at the mouth and fainting. The fiery mountain was momentarily stunned, standing in front of me with cold sweat pouring from his forehead like rain, not knowing where to look. The opportunity had come. I instantly infused my spatial ability into my sword, and with a swift motion, I cut him in half in the blink of an eye. Of course, he has a Logia type, so he wouldn't die. I raised my tiger hunt high, the tip of the blade pressed against his reforming throat, and coldly said, "Vice Admiral Fiery Mount." He let out A and said decisively, "I lost." As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire arena was shocked. I got the answer I wanted and instantly felt weak, plopping down on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The big shots from the Wano country quickly surrounded me, looking at me as if I were a monster. Sengoku uncertainly asked. Just now. That was Conqueror's haki, right? The three admirals nodded with complex expressions. Sister Ji Yuan immediately crouched down to check my injuries, and when she saw I was fine, she sighed in relief. I didn't have time to waste with them, and I quickly pulled out a healing bean and stuffed it into my mouth. Wow! A gentle energy flowed throughout my body, instantly reviving me to full health, and my body was cracking with sounds. I stood up and looked directly at the general. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? He asked me what that last move was about. I scratched my head and played dumb. Isn't it just a show of momentum? Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? As a result, he told me that was the Conqueror's haki, which only one in a million possesses. I curled my lip and thought, isn't this thing going to be everywhere in the new world soon? Then I quickly seized the opportunity. Marshal, is my promotion to Vice Admiral still valid? I said it in a sarcastic tone. If you go back on your word, what can I do? After all, you're the Marshal. Sengoku's face turned red, and just as he was about to guarantee it, old man Garp next to him directly picked his nose and interrupted. Tisich, don't believe him. This bastard's words might take months or even years to come true. The two old men almost started arguing right there, which was hilarious. In the end, Sengoku decided that the promotion would need a few more days of discussion. Once everyone left, only me and Sister Ji Yuan were left. She was so happy that she directly hugged my neck and said I was amazing, even defeating an old vice admiral like Fire Mountain. I got a bit carried away and said, this is just the beginning. If I weren't out of stamina right now, I'd even want to try against you. She raised an eyebrow and rolled up her sleeves, saying then, shall we give it a try? I guarantee I'll beat you to the ground. As soon as I met her gaze, I instantly backed down and quickly waved my hands, saying, another day, another day. The next day, a big meeting was held at the Navy headquarters, and sure enough, it was about my promotion to Vice Admiral. The discussion was as chaotic as a market, with some supporting and others opposing. That guy named Bastille said my military achievements were insufficient, but Sister Ji Yuan stood up and gave him a piece of her mind, leaving him speechless. In the end, it was Akiji who made the final decision. He agreed to my promotion and resolved the issue of my insufficient military achievements by sending me to the New World. He said it would be a great training opportunity. Well, when those words came out, everyone fell silent. That was the territory of the four emperors. Wasn't this sending me to my death? But Akiji said this was part of his training plan for me. Akainu and Kizuru also agreed, with all three admirals speaking up. No one else dared to voice any objections. Sengoku finally knocked on the table. The minority must yield to the majority. Starting today, Rosha officially becomes a vice admiral of the Navy. An 18-year-old vice admiral, the youngest in naval history. However, he also said that the decision to go to the New World still had to respect my personal opinion. After the meeting, Sister Ji Yuan dashed back to the villa like a ray of light to give me the news. She said there was a good news and a bad news. The good news was that my vice admiral promotion was secured. The bad news was that Akiji proposed I take a position in the New World for 2 years. And most people agreed. As soon as I heard this, I sat up straight, thinking to myself, a new world? That's neither good nor bad. I even began to fantasize about going to the New World, where the sky is high and the emperor is far away. And I would be the king of the mountains. I would rob pirates every day, making them know the name of Lord Rosha. My pirate appearance scared Sister Ji Yuan so much that she frowned and said, no way. I can't let you go. I'm going to talk to Admiral Sengoku. After saying that, she transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. I hurriedly used the spatial fruit to catch up, as I couldn't let her spill what I just said. When I caught up to her, I found her standing there in a daze, completely motionless. I followed her gaze and was instantly stunned. Not far away, Sengoku, Garp, the three admirals, and all the top brass of the Navy were all wearing dark expressions, their faces serious to the point of being frightening, walking towards the port. I had never seen Garp show such an expression before. Something big has happened. We hurriedly followed them. When we arrived at the port, we saw several world government officials in white clothes escorting a man with his upper body bare off the ship. My pupil shrank suddenly, and I instinctively blurted out, Fire Fist Ace? The CP agents handed Ace over to Sengoku, saying that he was captured by Blackbeard to exchange for the title of warlord. At that moment, Ace also saw Garp, and he was stunned, then instantly lowered his head, his eyes dimming. Garp was completely bewildered. He instinctively clenched his fists, and his aura began to rise wildly. I could feel that if I were any later, he would have cleared the scene right then and there. Without saying a word, I grabbed his shoulder, activated my spatial power, and instantly brought him dozens of meters away. Garp, with red eyes, stared at me as if he wanted to eat me alive. I swallowed hard and quickly handed him a bottle of Maodai. He didn't hold back and gulped it down. After finishing, he sighed and said, "That Ace is my grandson." I nodded, I know. I looked at him and lowered my voice, saying, "Your grandson, right? It's actually easy to solve. How about I step in? I'll rescue him, and then I'll take your grandson and run. What do you think?" Garp was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression softened as he looked at Ace in the distance. I even saw the tear stains at the corners of his eyes. He shook his head and said, "No way. You little brat. Even if it's a mess, it has to be within the Navy. That kid's strength is lacking. Getting caught is his own fault. He shouldn't involve you." Sighed that old man. We instantly teleported back to Sengoku's side, and the ship escorting Ace had already set sail. As I watched Ace and Garp exchange glances, Ace's guilty expression as he bowed his head made me start to plot again. However, all my little thoughts were completely seen through by Garp, who suddenly grabbed my arm with his large, claw-like hand, causing me to cry out in pain. Sengoku announced that Vice Admiral Mole would be responsible for escorting Ace to the underwater prison. I immediately raised my hand. "Admiral, I want to go too." "No." Sengoku rejected me without a second thought, saying the situation was special and that I couldn't afford to have any accidents. Well, it seemed there was no chance for me. Several minutes later, we returned to Sengoku's office. He turned around, looked at me seriously, and said, "Brigadier General Rosha, obey my orders." "Yes. Due to your strong performance in the match against Vice Admiral Firemount, I hereby promote you to Rear Admiral in the Navy." I scratched my head and said with a grin, "Thank you, Marshal. So you weren't lying to me?" Zhang's expression stiffened, and then he gestured to Ji Yuan with his eyes. Sister Ji Yuan smiled and stepped forward, a flash of light in her hand, and the cloak representing my Brigadier General rank fell off my back in an instant. Immediately after, Sister Ji Yuan handed me a neatly folded new cloak. I took it, gave it a flick, and hey, I put it on directly. It's the Lieutenant General cloak. It looks good, but it doesn't feel much different from before. That old man Zhangwo was still nodding there, saying, not bad, quite handsome." I couldn't help but reply to him, "It's okay, just a tiny bit more handsome than you were when you were young." That old man immediately frowned and stopped bantering with me. Clearing his throat, he began to discuss serious matters. As soon as he started talking about business, I almost couldn't stand still. He actually said that because I was too inexperienced, I would be specially assigned to the G5 branch in a new world for 2 years, and I would be the highest commander. I was stunned at that moment. G5? Isn't that the chaotic place next to Fishman Island, where pirates gather? Is this a promotion or a punishment? I was thinking fine, I'll go, but I can't go for nothing. I immediately raised my hand and said, "Marshal, can I make a request?" Jean Gore raised an eyebrow, probably feeling that I was being a bit underappreciated. I said, "I've recently designed a ship. Can the Navy help me build it? Also, if I'm going to New World, I need to ensure a good quality of life, right? Can you assign me a cook?" I tell you, as soon as I finished speaking, the entire office fell silent to the point where you could hear a pin drop. Sengoku's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he picked up a pen from the table and threw it at me. I tilted my head and easily dodged it. Just as he was about to explode again, the phone on the desk suddenly rang loudly. Sengoku answered it irritably, and then a burst of extremely unpleasant laughter came from the other end. "Ha ha ha ha." As soon as I heard that voice, I knew who it was. Blackbeard. Sengoku was also extremely annoyed and shouted, "Blackbeard, get to the point or I'll send my top generals to capture you and throw you into Impel Down." This tactic really worked. Blackbeard's laughter immediately stopped. He said smugly, "Sengoku, I'm here to deliver great news to you today. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, still exists in this world." Upon hearing this, the entire room was in an uproar. Vice Admiral Tsuru was the first to refute, saying it was impossible since the Navy had turned Roger's hometown upside down. But then Blackbeard laughed on the other end. "Admiral Tsuru, you searched but you don't know. That child was just personally delivered to you, by the world government today. Surprised? Unexpected? Sengoku remained calm and directly asked, "Are you saying that Port Gasti Ace is Roger's son?" That is sarit. The news is free for you. I've already collected my payment from the world government. I look forward to your next big move." After saying that, he abruptly hung up the phone. The atmosphere in the office, let me tell you, dropped to freezing point. Seeing the situation, I simply activated my ability, conjured up 2 chairs, handed one to Sister Jiuin, and sat down to watch the show. After a long while, Sengoku finally looked at Garp, his voice hoarse. "You knew all along?" That old man Garp nodded silently, like a deflated balloon. Just then, the phone rang again. This time it was from a higher authority, and the voice was extremely authoritative. After Sengoku reported everything in detail, there was a moment of silence on the other end, and then a direct order was given. The bloodline of Roger must not exist in this world. Public execution of Port Gasti Ace in 1 month. I was sitting in a chair, my eyes nearly popping out. Although I had known about the war on top for a long time, hearing the decision in person felt completely different. Who understands what family members feel? The wheels of history were rolling right in front of me. An hour later, in the Navy headquarters main conference room. Goodness, it was packed with people. Sengoku sat at the head and announced that Ace was Roger's son, and the place instantly erupted, making my head hurt from all the noise. I looked at these people and couldn't help but think, aren't they just the atmosphere crew Sengoku invited? Sengoku started telling stories again, saying that Ace's mother had to carry him for 20 months to avoid Navy searches before giving birth. It was so moving, but I was yawning. It was too boring, so I decided to study my space fruit. I drew a frame in the air, opened a small door, and stuffed the senbei I had just synthesized inside. I originally intended to send it to Old Man Garp, but guess what happened? That piece of senbei, with a plop, landed precisely on the table in front of Sengoku. The whole place fell silent, and everyone's gaze was fixed on that piece of senbei. I was so scared I shivered and quickly lowered my head to pretend to be dead. Sengoku stared at the senbei for 3 seconds, then looked up in my direction. "Roxia, I'm speaking, don't cause trouble." I cursed that old man 1,000 times in my heart. "Who said I was giving it to you?" "It was for Garp." Sengoku didn't pursue it much further, cleared his throat, and continued the meeting, starting to deploy the battle plan for a month later, talking about gathering the 7 warlords, preparing to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates, and making sure the world's strongest man stays here forever. I was in a daze listening. Before I knew it, a week had passed. Admiral Mole suddenly came to find me, saying that Admiral Sengoku had sent us to Daughter Island to invite Pirate Empress Hancock to participate in this force gathering. All right. It was a process we had to go through anyway. Just as he finished saying the task, he added, "By the way, Admiral Sengoku wants you to go to his office right now." As soon as I arrived at the office, that old man from the Warring States told me he was going to give me a code name, saying that even naval commanders have them, and the format is color animal. I was quite looking forward to it, but then he read me 3 options. The first, pink pig. The second, purple mouse. The third, gray. I turned pale at the time. What kind of strange code name is this? Pink pig? I just kicked the chair under me over and exclaimed, "Who came up with this brilliant idea? Why doesn't he use it himself?" When Zhang Guo saw my reaction, he snorted and said, "Then come up with one yourself." Without thinking, I pointed to the dragon pattern on my shirt and blurted out, "Let's call it Azure Dragon." The color blue, Azure Dragon. It's a perfect match for me. Zhang Guo repeated it a few times and surprisingly nodded in agreement. From today on, my codename is Azure Dragon. Just as this was settled, Zhang Guo pulled out a gold card with a cheeky grin, saying it contained 800 million berries, and asked me to synthesize a shiny fruit for Kizuru on the spot. When I saw his expression, the soul of a scheming businessman ignited within me, and I immediately raised 2 fingers. The price has gone up 200 million, a total of 1 billion. I told you, the expression on Sengoku's face went from anticipation to shock and then to stiffening. It was simply top-notch. A marshal actually came to me crying poor, asking if he could buy on credit. I directly replied that I had no money and turned to leave. Just then, the mole who had just entered pulled out a card from his pocket and said he had 200 million to cover it. Well, that settled everything. As soon as the money arrived, I immediately got to work. Poor Uncle Kizuru was pulled in as raw material again. And under Sengoku's urgent reminder to ensure the safety of the Qinglong, I successfully completed the task. You know, the code name Qinglong really does sound impressive. 3 days later, we officially set off for Amazon Lily. On the warship, the Marines lined up neatly in 3 rows and shouted in unison, "Vice Admiral Qinglong good." That scene made me a bit nervous. They even thoughtfully prepared a lounge chair for me. Now that's service. With nothing to do on the way, I called Sengoku and asked him if I could take action directly if that Empress didn't cooperate. As a result, the old man lectured me on the phone for a long time, saying things like if you can't win, run away, and you're the hope of the Navy, afraid that something might happen to my synthesis ability. I was so annoyed that I hung up the phone. Did I not know that if you can't win, you run away? The warship swayed into the doldrums, and soon we saw the iconic ship of the Kuja pirates. As the sound of high heels approached the deck, a commanding woman appeared, Boa Hancock. She was so proud and looked down on everyone. Vice Admiral Mole read the summons as per procedure, but she simply replied, "I won't go," and dismissed us. She also put on a pose as if whatever I did would be forgiven and unleashed a powerful move towards us. Sweet wind. I watched as dozens of Marines behind me instantly turned into heart-eyed stone statues. However, when the pink heart wave hit me, let me tell you, nothing happened. Instead, the system prompted me with 2 pieces of sweet fruit fragments. Hancock was shocked at that moment, pointing at me and shouting, "You actually weren't petrified?" She then pointed at the mole next to her, who was stabbing his thigh with a knife to stay awake, with a look of disbelief. She left with a statement that she wouldn't go anyway, intending to turn around and leave. I looked back at the stone statues on the ship and then at the sweating mole beside me, and my anger flared up. I asked the mole, "Vice Admiral, she refuses to cooperate. Can I take action now?" The mole gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. "Remember the Marshal's instructions. If you can't win, run." I nodded. In the next second, I suddenly disappeared from the warship and reappeared on the deck of the 9-snake pirate crew. I looked at the group of female warriors on the ship wielding snakes as weapons and sneered. The pirate empress openly defies orders. Since she doesn't want to go, I'll have to deal with you subjects first. Those women actually dared to mock me, thinking I was overestimating myself. I couldn't be bothered to argue with them. With a smirk, I released my immense conqueror's haki. With a thud, more than half of the laughing female warriors rolled their eyes back and fainted instantly. Hancock was completely shocked. She didn't expect that I also possessed conqueror's haki. She screamed in fury and delivered a flying kick infused with armament haki towards my face. I swiftly dodged, provoking her, "Pirate Empress, let me show you what speed really is." Before my words fell, my figure transformed into afterimages on the deck. The remaining standing 9-snake female warriors didn't even react before being instantly frozen into ice sculptures by my released cold air. When I returned to Hancock, the entire deck was devoid of anyone standing except for her. The pirate empress had her head lowered, making it hard to see her expression, but her violently trembling shoulders indicated just how furious she was. In the next second, she suddenly lifted her head. Let me tell you, that gaze was like a knife, piercing straight at me. Good heavens, she had one hand on her hip, her head tilted back so far she could almost look at people through her nostrils. And a wave of conqueror's haki slammed down upon me. She opened her mouth and yelled, "Damn Navy, you turned my people into this. I command you to restore them immediately. Otherwise, not just you, but no one on this ship will survive." At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. This girl was really going to make a move. I quickly slipped away and dashed back to my ship. And guess what? She actually followed me like a ghost. It startled the mole general on our ship so much that he almost drew his knife. I quickly patted him on the shoulder and said, don't panic. She's just a paper tiger right now, relying entirely on her momentum." I turned to the Empress and shouted, "Do you dare to lay a finger on him? Do you believe I'll smash your whole group into ice shards right away?" This really worked. Family, who understands when negotiating with a queen like her? You have to be even more aggressive. Her face was alternating between blue and white, taking several deep breaths, like a pressure cooker about to explode. But in the end, she held it in. She knew that if she killed me now, her people wouldn't come back. Gritting her teeth, she asked me, "What do you want?" I snapped my fingers, and with a wave of my spatial ability, 2 lounge chairs flew right in front of us. I plopped down, crossed my legs, and pointed to the opposite side, suggesting we sit down and talk, without getting so worked up. She was still being stubborn, snorting coldly. "I won't sit on something that belongs to you stinky men." And what happened? Her big snake named Salome, quite perceptive, immediately coiled up into a soft cushion for her to sit on. She impatiently urged me to hurry up and state my conditions. I didn't waste any words, just pointed to the pile of Navy brothers she had petrified nearby. The meaning was clear. Change of personnel. She still wanted to bargain with me, saying, "No, you must first unfreeze my people." I laughed, extended 3 fingers, and said to her with a grin, "Do you know how long it takes for this ice to completely freeze someone to death? 30 minutes. You only have half an hour to talk to me, and when the time is up, your sister and your people will forever be ice sculptures." As soon as I said this, she completely lost her temper. Reluctantly, she made a heart gesture, and a pink beam of light swept over, instantly turning my brothers back from stone to human. Goodness, as soon as this bunch of useless guys recovered and saw the Empress herself, they all turned as red as monkey bottoms, their eyes nearly popping out. General Mole's face turned green at the time, and he directly threw a large net to tie up these embarrassing fellows and pack them back into the cabin, out of sight and out of mind. When the Empress saw that I was done, she immediately urged me. "It's your turn," I said slowly. "Don't be in a hurry, Your Majesty the Empress. Have you forgotten the important matter we came for?" At the right moment, General Mole stepped forward and began to speak officially. "Boa Hancock, we are here on the orders of the world government to summon you to participate in the upcoming Great War. We will stay here for 3 weeks, and after 3 weeks, you will either come aboard with us, or you will lose your title as one of the 7 warlords." I followed up with a warning. "That's right, if you dare to stand us up in 3 weeks, it won't just be a simple matter of freezing your subordinates." She weighed her options and finally snorted coldly. "Humph, I will come on the last day." "Fine, mission accomplished." I stood up and instantly appeared above their ship. A flash of blue light in my hand, and the coldness retracted. Below, the group of ice sculptures cracked, and all of them thawed out. What happened next? These women just recovered and immediately grabbed their bows and arrows to shoot at me. Could I let them have their way? With a spatial swap, I directly exchanged places with their queen. The Empress was furious, but she casually waved her hand and deflected all the arrows. Now, the members of the 9 snake pirates finally behaved, kneeling on the ground and not daring to speak. The Empress couldn't be bothered to scold them and directly ordered the ship to return to Amazon Lily. Before leaving, she arrogantly asked me, "Hey Navy, what fruit ability do you actually have?" I wanted to laugh at that moment, so I deliberately formed an ice arrow in my hand and shot it at her, which she easily shattered. I pointed at my own head and mocked, "Are the brains of you Amazon lilies not functioning well? I just froze all of you with ice. And now you ask me what my ability is?" She was so angry that she almost bit her silver teeth in frustration, and finally, she threw down a remark saying she wouldn't argue with a fool and turned to enter the cabin. After sending off this group of ladies, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. General Mole came over and punched me, his eyes filled with admiration. I bragged to him, saying that my speed was the result of extreme training, which left him in a daze. Just then, a ding sounded in my head. The new blueprint had arrived, a portal. I quickly asked the mole for some sea tower stones, wood, and iron sheets, and right there I crafted a small pink door the size of a figurine. I told the mole that this thing is the same as the one in the office of the Warring States General, and I made it too. I was feeling a bit mischievous at the time, so I placed the small door on the ground and quietly thought of Sengoku's office. I thought to myself, "Here I come for Sengoku's donuts." As I reached inside, I was surprised to grab a handful of something furry. I was puzzled, wondering when Sengoku's office had gotten a pet. But when I pulled it out, lo and behold, it was a handful of black braids like a pigtail. At that moment, I exchanged glances with General Mole, both of us wide-eyed in shock. The next second, we heard the loud laughter of Old Man Garp and the roar of Admiral Sengoku from the other side of the door. Immediately after, a huge hand like a claw grabbed my wrist. It was over. I had been caught. I was so anxious that I was sweating profusely when I heard Garp shouting from the other end, "Rosha, you little brat." Damn! I quickly came up with an idea. Turned myself into an element, and my arm instantly transformed into a pile of ice shards, finally breaking free. Less than 5 minutes later, the mole's phone bug rang. It was Sengoku calling. The mole was so scared that he could barely speak. That old fox Sengoku immediately guessed where we were. What's even crazier is that he actually had a gate in his office. He just opened the door, and the doorframe stood alone on the surface of the sea, while he and Garp looked at us from the other side. He told me to freeze the surface of the sea so they could come over. What could I do? I just pulled his beard. I stubbornly said on the phone, "No way. If you come over, you'll definitely beat me up." I said that, but I still obediently froze the surface of the sea. After all, he is a marshal. I had to give him some face. Soon, I saw the two old men walking over on the ice road I had created, one carrying the door and the other with his hands in his pockets, looking imposing. As soon as they boarded the ship, Garp hugged my shoulder and laughed wildly, saying I did a great job. Only Sengoku had a face as dark as a pot's bottom. He wasn't really angry about the beard. He pointed at the little door in my hand and asked if I could mass produce it. I said not yet. I can only do a little. Stealing some things is fine. As soon as I finished speaking, the system prompt sound came to my mind again. God-level choice. Option 1, kneel and beg for mercy. Option 2, stand firm and say the beard can grow back. I was thinking, is there even a need to choose? I directly stood up and told Zhanghua, "Ahem. Commander, it's just a little bit of beard. What's the big deal? When I grow a beard in the future, I'll give you a handful too, and we'll call it even." As soon as I said this, Zhanghua was so angry that he almost had a heart attack on the spot. He held back for a long time and finally had to change the topic to ask about the mission. When he heard that the Empress had agreed, he finally calmed down a bit. Before leaving, he pointed at the small door in my hand and said, give it to me." I turned my eyes and blurted out, 1 billion. The Warring States period was in an uproar. What? 1 billion? I boldly said, "Yes, 1 billion. What? Does the dignified admiral still want to take advantage of it for free?" In the end, Sengoku left angrily, dragging the still smiling Garp with him. A week later, everything was calm, and I successfully built a normal-sized portal. One day, feeling bored, Sengoku's call came again, urgently saying that a celestial dragon was beaten up in the Sabeti archipelago and asked me to hurry and provide support. As soon as I heard, "Beat up the celestial dragons? Isn't that heroic? What a joke." But I still agreed verbally. I placed the newly created portal on the deck, silently reciting Shambard, and stepped through it. As soon as I exited the alley, I saw a chaotic scene not far away, with the Navy surrounding an auction house tightly. I teleported over to ask, and wow, it really was the Straw Hat crew behind this. I'm having a headache. The phone from the Warring States period is calling again, roaring on the other end, asking if I've caught the person. I casually replied, "Just beat that kind of trash." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I said I'm in the middle of catching them. Goodbye." I quickly hung up the phone. I sat on the grass, listening to the screams around me, feeling a deep discomfort in my heart, and suddenly it seemed like I understood something. I understand. I'll have to clean up this mess. I was pondering over this matter when 3 people walked out of the auction house, which had been blown to bits amidst the smoke. Wow, the aura they exuded was something else. They seemed to have their own background music and walked with a breeze. It was none other than the 3 supernovas, Luffy, Law, and that red-haired, hedgehog-headed kid. I stood up directly, walked up to the stunned Navy guy, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Bro, everyone stand down at ease. Just watch the show. I'll handle these flashy bags." The Navy soldiers were all confused, but one of them shouted for his men to cease fire. In an instant, all eyes were on me, filled with question marks, probably wondering where this reckless young man came from. I don't care about them. I just turned around and leisurely walked towards those 3. As soon as that kid Luffy saw me, his eyes nearly popped out, and he instinctively took a step back, probably recalling the fear of being dominated by me on Long Chain Island, where I almost wiped him out. He trembled and pointed at me. What are you doing here?" I ignored him completely and walked about 10 meters away before stopping. I scanned the surroundings and finally set my eyes on Kid. I smiled. "Eustace Kid, with a bounty of over 300 million. I heard you even kill civilians? What's this? Focusing on emotional stability while exclusively targeting the common people. This kid is quite arrogant, laughing heartily. The weak have no right to live in this world." I was really annoyed at that moment, and didn't he even want to say another word. A chill suddenly burst out from my body, and the ground beneath my feet instantly froze. Kid and Law both looked dumbfounded, probably wondering what kind of divine ability this was. In the next second, My space ability activated, and I disappeared from my spot, appearing right in front of Kid S' face in an instant. He didn't even have time to react, and I raised my hand to slap his right arm. Crack! His entire arm, from fingertips to shoulder, was instantly frozen into a crystal-clear ice pop. Kid was stunned, swallowed hard, and struggled to speak. Ice. Ice fruit? Are you Akiji? I let out a cold laugh, my palm grasping at the air towards his frozen arm like it was a popsicle. I told you I infused a bit of spatial power into it, you know? That kind of pop sound, very crisp. The next second, his frozen arm, along with the ice and flesh, exploded into a mist of blood. That scene, who among my family understands? It was like a large ketchup party. My hand. Kid rolled on the ground, holding his severed arm, looking utterly miserable. I pouted, looking innocent. Don't you still have one hand? Besides, aren't you a magma fruit user? Can't you just piece together some scrap metal yourself? Scrap King. At that moment, a realization hit me. Those who understood would understand the system was here. Option 1. Eliminate him on the spot, reward a knife. Option 2. Let him go, and have him come back for revenge later, reward an upgraded magma fruit. Is there even a choice? It has to be the joy of nurturing. I decisively chose option 2. I was pondering when I looked up and realized that Luffy had slipped away without me noticing. Just then, I felt a gust of wind hit the back of my head. It was Kid's masked crew member, Kira, coming in for a sneak attack. I easily dodged with a flicker of space. I'm annoyed and waved my hand to the Navy behind me, saying, "Fall back." The Navy soldiers were anxious. "Admiral, this is a great opportunity." I pointed at Kid rolling on the ground, saying that the main culprit who beat up the celestial dragons wasn't them. Besides, I was just annoyed by him and wanted to play around by twisting his arm. As soon as I said this, the entire place fell silent. Kid was so angry that his eyes turned red, and if it weren't for Killer holding him down, he probably would have been sent away right then and there. I couldn't be bothered with him. After giving a brief explanation, I said I was going to find Admiral Kizuru, and with a single teleport, I disappeared from the spot, leaving Law behind to doubt his life, probably pondering how many devil fruit abilities I actually had. Once I dealt with this side of things, I teleported to find that old man Kizuru. While I got there, I saw that the Straw Hat crew was being unilaterally beaten up by Kizuru. I found a place to sit and watch the show, thinking that this was a turning point that could change their fate, so I couldn't randomly interfere. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Bartholomew Kuma arrived, and with a few puff sounds, he sent the Straw Hat crew scattering like flowers in the wind, each going their separate ways. Kizaru was quite amusing, with the mission target gone. He actually complained that the bonus was lost and that he would be scolded by Sengoku for slacking off when he got back. I went over to comfort him a bit, saying he could definitely trick the marshal. Later, I heard that when Kizaru went back to report, Sengoku was so angry he was jumping up and down in the office, cursing at Garp, who was still laughing, saying it was no wonder he was my grandson. The high-ups in the Navy really are something else. Once the main forces from Sabaody had retreated, I leisurely made my way to Island 13, heading straight for Shaki's bar. Today, I was here to meet my idol, Silver's Rayleigh. As soon as I walked in, I saw old man Rayleigh drinking. I wasn't polite at all. I directly sat across from him, pulled out 2 bottles of Moutai from my system warehouse, tossed one to him and one to Shaki. Old man Rayleigh was quite down to earth. He opened it and started gulping it down, but after one sip, he started coughing and turned red, exclaiming that the liquor was strong. After chatting for a bit, I didn't hold back anymore and directly pulled out my trump card, the Anywhere door. I placed the pink little door on the table and asked him, "Old man, would you like to meet an old friend? As long as they're alive." Old man Rayleigh, somewhat skeptical, thought about the red-haired one and reached out to pull the doorknob. Oh my gosh. As soon as the door opened, there was a huge group of pirates on the other side, and leading them was none other than the Yonko Shanks. Red-haired was also stunned. His subordinate had just reported that a door had suddenly appeared on the ship, and he was just watching the spectacle. Then, as the door opened, he saw Rayleigh. In the next moment, red-haired, along with Beckman and the others, stepped directly from the new world into the bar in Sabaody. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even old man Rayleigh began to wonder if he had drunk too much. Well, here comes the business opportunity. Red-haired and his crew were incredibly curious about my door and enthusiastically invited me to their territory to sit down. I thought to myself, the fish has taken the bait. And I gladly agreed. So we all went back to Red-Haired's territory in the new world through the anywhere door. As the banquet began, Beckman came forward on behalf of the entire crew to gather intel about my door. I briefly explained, and then we reached the most critical part. I cleared my throat, extended 2 fingers, and said with a fixed price, 20 billion berries. I told you, after I finished speaking, my heart felt weak, and guess what? The red-haired guy didn't even blink, waved at Beckman, and said, "Pay up. This thing is worth this price." Good heavens. He's much more generous than the generals from the warring states. The red-haired guy looked at me as if I were a treasure and asked if I had any of the good stuff. Seizing the opportunity, I took out my specialty liquor and cigarettes. The red-haired guy took a sip and immediately choked, turning bright red. Then waved his hand and said, "This liquor packs a punch. Bring me 5,000 bottles." His men were almost in tears, and Jesus Boo exclaimed, "Boss, we don't even know how much this liquor costs. You're too extravagant." The red-haired guy stiffened his neck and glared, then slapped his thigh and shouted at everyone, saying that from now on, whenever they have a banquet, they will damn well stick to my liquor. Let me tell you, the way he acted was like he wanted to put me on a pedestal. He grabbed my hand and was almost spitting in my face. "I'm a captain. Brother Rosha, 5,000 bottles. It has to be." Beside him, Beckman chimed in, holding a cigarette and with a look of enjoyment on his face, saying that the cigarettes also needed to come in a quantity of 50 million Bailey. Goodness, these two were really putting the pressure on me. I quickly pulled my hand back and joked, "First, let's talk about the money, okay?" Only then did the red-haired guy slap his forehead, as if he just remembered, urging Beckman to hurry up and get the money out. Let me tell you, Beckman's move was so suave. He flicked the cigarette butt, and suddenly a gold card appeared in his hand, directly handed it to me. It was a gold card from Tianlong Bank, worth 2 billion. As he spoke, I didn't know where he pulled out another one from. This one was worth 100 million. I casually placed my hand, and the card instantly entered my system space. It was incredibly smooth. Then I took 2 steps back, my palm glowed, and with a whoosh, 5,000 bottles of white liquor piled up like a small mountain in front of them on the snow. I pointed at the pile of liquor, and the meaning was clear. "Do you want to count them?" The red-haired guy waved his hand dismissively, saying something like we are pirates, the freest people, not concerned with details, and laughed as he walked past. I thought to myself, indeed, for those who aren't too bright, they wouldn't be able to count such a mountain. Beckman asked me to come aboard to smoke, and I took a look. Wow. ISNT, that the legendary Red Force ship. I had to check it out. As soon as we boarded, I casually stored my Justice cloak and even got myself an ice mask, aiming for a bit of mystery. Beckman was stunned, and without giving him time to react, I placed my hand on his shoulder and whoosh. We instantly teleported onto the ship. He was still pondering what kind of fruit ability I had while I followed him to an empty warehouse. I spread my hands, and, with a flash of light, a mountain of cigarettes instantly filled up half of the warehouse. Beckman inhaled sharply, and his expression was as if he was floating. As we came out of the cabin, I suddenly remembered something and asked him, "Hey, I was wondering, are there any spies from the world government on this island?" Beckman paused for a moment, then replied with great confidence, "The trash government? Dare to install surveillance on our turf? How many guts do they have?" I was just waiting for him to say that. I shrugged my shoulders and said innocently, "There's nothing I can do. After all, I'm a Navy person, and the world government doesn't know about my ability to open doors everywhere. I gave it to Admiral Sengoku before, and he ended up breaking it. So, strictly speaking, this technique is known only to the two of us now. Let me tell you, who is Beckman, the brain of the red-haired pirates?" As soon as I said this, the light in his eyes changed, and he instantly grasped the key point. The look in his eyes was complicated, obviously calculating how to bring me, this great deity, onto their ship. When we teleported back, he was still pondering over there. As soon as we landed, he announced to everyone, "Roxia, if you can't make it in the Navy anymore, feel free to come to us. The doors of the red-haired pirates are always open for you." As soon as he said this, the cadres of the red-haired crew were momentarily stunned. Then they all started cheering, each one like a pyramid scheme leader, insisting on bringing me into their crew. Red-haired even reached out his hand directly. "Guys, who understands?" At that moment, my brain took a turn, and I looked at them with a wary expression. Are you trying to recruit me and then not pay for the stuff I buy?" Beckman's mouth twitched at that moment, He probably had never seen someone with such a unique train of thought. After this little episode, they continued to feast and drink. Their drinking capacity was simply inhuman. There were over 200 empty bottles on the ground, and they were all acting as if nothing happened. Red-haired, in high spirits, patted me on the shoulder and asked me to bring out some good stuff. They would cover it all. All right, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. A flash of light appeared in my palm, and a green fruit appeared in my hand. And what happened? These people took a glance and lost interest, saying that the people in their crew don't eat devil fruits because they dislike the side effects. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, turning the fruit in my hand and leisurely speaking. This one is different. Do you want to hear the introduction? Seeing that they were just idling around, I started a bluff. This fruit is called the shining fruit, a natural type. Suddenly, the whole place went silent. Red-haired was the first to doubt it. No way. The shining fruit is with Kizaru, right? How could you, a Navy Vice Admiral, not know? I calmly nodded and said, I know. This fruit was made for me by Kizaru. Simply put, this is a Logia-type devil fruit, but it has no side effects, is not afraid of seawater, and even has no issues with sea prism stone. To increase my persuasiveness, I demonstrated my synthesis ability on the spot, instantly merging a dagger with ice to create an ice dagger. At this point, their gaze toward me completely changed. A top-tier Logia-type fruit with no side effects. Who would want it? I shook the fruit in my hand. 1 billion, do you want it? If not, I'm putting it away. Yes, of course we want it. Red-haired shouted at Beckman with red eyes. Get the money. Hurry up. The deal was done. The fruit was in hand, but then the question arose. Who would eat it? These clueless guys just looked at each other, all shaking their heads. In the end, it was the chubby Lucky Luo, who always had meat in his mouth, drooling over the fruit. Beckman handed the fruit to him. Lucky hesitated a bit and asked if it tasted as bad as the legend said. Haha, I had a mischievous thought and seriously misled him. Since there are no side effects, the taste of the fruit has also improved. It may smell bland, but the flesh is plump and really delicious. That guy actually believed me. Holding the fruit, he shouted to everyone, watch me eat the devil fruit. Then he opened his huge mouth and with a crunch, bit off 2/3 of it. The next second, he froze, his whole body as if paralyzed, neither chewing nor swallowing. Red-haired and the others leaned over to ask him how it felt, and I quickly reminded them, don't let him spit it out. If he does, it won't work. Red-haired then realized I was tricking him and laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Then he waved his hand. Brothers, help our buddy swallow the fruit. Let me tell you about that scene. It was something else. A group of people rushed in, pinching their noses and covering their mouths, and forcefully made La Ji swallow that piece of fruit pulp. After it was over, La Ji spat and cursed, saying it tasted like 100-year-old rotten fruit. The red-haired one poked him and asked how he felt. Just as La Ji turned his head to shout, boss, a green laser shot out of his mouth, nearly splitting the red-haired one's face open. It got lively then. The red-haired one insisted that La Ji demonstrate his abilities. La Ji had no choice but to run to an open space and started to perform, shooting energy orbs and lightspeed guns, having a blast. The red-haired one was still not satisfied, pulled out a knife, and said he wanted to test natural element transformation. La Ji was so scared his face turned pale, refusing to do it, fearing that the red-haired one might lose control of his domineering aura and chop him down. In the end, it was Beckman who had an idea and called upon King of Hell Rayleigh to step in. Let me tell you, that's Rayleigh. The old man smiled and drew his sword, swiping it a few times, cutting La Ji into dozens of pieces without spilling a drop of blood. After a while, those pieces reassembled themselves, returning to their original form. The elemental transformation test was successful, and only one last item remained. Was he afraid of water? The red-haired one pointed to the frozen sea surface and told La Ji to jump in and give it a try. La Ji shrank his neck and refused, saying he would freeze to death in this weather. Beckman directly blocked his escape route, telling him that there was no summer on this island at all. Just when they were at a standstill, I tapped the red-haired one on the shoulder. When he turned around, I opened my hand, revealing a green bean in my palm. Here, a magic bean. Consider it a gift for buying so many things. The red-haired one took it, looked at it for a long time, and with a puzzled expression said, just an ordinary bean? I smiled mysteriously. This is not an ordinary bean. This thing has a certain chance of making your broken arm grow back. My voice was not loud, but these words struck like thunder, instantly petrifying everyone in the red-haired pirates. Shanks was breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot, and his conqueror's haki was uncontrollably leaking out. He stared at me intensely. Are you telling the truth? I threw the magic bean to him. Won't you know after eating it? Without a second thought, he tilted his head and swallowed the bean. The next second, he let out a scream and fell to the ground, rolling in pain while holding his severed arm. His cries heart-wrenching. Goodness, when he screamed, his conqueror's haki burst forth like a dam breaking, and my mind was filled with system prompts. All fragments of conqueror's haki being picked up. When his scream stopped, he looked as if he had been pulled out of the water, but his face was unusually rosy. Beckman hurried over to help him, and he ripped off his cloak. Everyone was stunned. His left arm, which had been empty for over 10 years, actually grew a small segment of about 10 centimeters from his shoulder. Everyone present went crazy, their gazes towards me shifting from friendly to fervent, as if they wanted to devour me alive. The red-haired man walked up to me, deeply bowed, his voice trembling. Roxas, do you have any more of these beans? I want to buy. I walked over and lifted his sleeve to take a look, and I was shocked. The fairy bean really can cure this. I conjured up 2 more in my hand. I can give them to you for free, but this thing has side effects. As soon as they heard there were side effects, the group tensed up again. I deliberately spoke in a vague manner, just not mentioning what the side effects were. In the end, it was Beckman's words that enlightened the red-haired guy. Boss, it can't get any worse than it is now. The red-haired guy gritted his teeth, took the 2 fairy beans from my hand, and swallowed them whole. After another 10 minutes of hell on earth, he was sweating profusely, collapsed on the ground, feeling utterly hopeless. But when he stood up again, a brand new, intact left arm had already appeared in front of everyone. I was already overjoyed inside. This trip was so worth it. Not only did I make a lot of money, but just the bit of conqueror's haki that he leaked out while writhing in pain was enough for me to level up my conqueror's haki to intermediate. Just as I was happily calculating, I suddenly felt someone patting me. I opened my eyes, and there he was, that red-haired guy standing in front of me. His severed arm had grown back, and he was swaying like a fan blade. He looked at me with a nervous expression and asked, what exactly are the side effects you mentioned before? Are they serious? I thought about it and decided to give him a tough lesson. I cleared my throat and seriously said to him, Buddy, this bean of mine can keep you full for 10 days with just 1. And you swallowed 3 in one go. For the next month, just watch everyone else feast while you sit there and think about whether you're emo or not. 2 days later, the red-haired pirates held a banquet, and the scene was unbelievable. Everyone was eating meat and drinking wine heartily, while only Shanks was in the corner with an empty cup, drawing circles, his eyes filled with a sorrow that could kill a sea king. I almost burst out laughing at his pitiful state. After causing enough chaos, it was time for me to leave. I took out the anywhere door and told them I was heading back. Shanks and the others were stunned, probably forgetting that I was still a Navy officer. After spending so much time with them, they probably thought I was one of their own. The first mate, Beckman, being the clever one, handed me a snail phone and said to contact them first whenever there is something new. The red-haired crew lacks nothing but money. Wasn't that like finding myself a long-term meal ticket? I happily accepted it. Before I left, I even specifically left them an after-sale service guide. For example, regarding the Loki fruit, they must say it's a natural type Aurora fruit and never admit it was given by me. Also, the new cape I gave to Shanks was not just for style. It mainly covered his newly grown arm. Just think about it. In the future when fighting Kaido, if he suddenly has an extra arm, wouldn't that be a pure physical cheat? Kaido would be completely taken aback. I walked through a random door and directly returned to the warship, lying on the deck to bask in the sun, which was quite pleasant. The old brother from the Dormouse came over and asked where I had been these past few days. Can I tell the truth? I just made up some nonsense and said that after I chopped off Kid's hand, I went to find a random island to set up a stall, sold some cigarettes and alcohol. Not much, just made about 5 billion. I tell you, just thinking about those stingy bureaucrats in the world government who give money like they're squeezing toothpaste makes me furious. My conqueror's haki couldn't be contained, and bang, a bunch of Navy soldiers fell on the deck. The weasel was so scared that his face turned white, and he urged me to quickly rein in my powers. As soon as I saw the glint in the weasel's eyes, I knew what he was thinking. I directly warned him, if you dare to report me, do you believe I will take back that little Lightspeed experience card from you? Just one sentence, and he was so frightened that he kept waving his hands. Forget about this. I'm still waiting for that woman, the Empress. I've been waiting so long that my flowers have withered. Meanwhile, over at Daughter Island, things were quite lively. Does anyone understand? That kid Luffy got slapped by Kuma right into the Empress's bathhouse, and he just happened to bump into the Celestial Dragon's brand on her back. The Empress sent a sweet wind attack over, but it had no effect on Luffy at all, which made her so angry that she completely lost her composure. I really can't wait any longer, so I directly snatched the phone from the squirrel and started cursing. You foul woman, I'll give you 2 days. If you don't come out, I'll directly call in reinforcements and give you a demon-slaying package. Bam! I hung up, not staying a second longer. After hanging up, I felt incredibly relieved. Just in time, I had some money in my pocket. It would be a shame not to draw a prize. Goodness. The system gave me something big. 10 billion, 5 consecutive draws. Advanced use of armed color. Internal destruction. Freezing fruit development at 15. Universal capsule technology. And a talent for a steel balloon, just like the old ladies. Let me tell you, this wave is going to take off right from the spot. I pulled the flying squirrel and instantly teleported to the forest, pointing my finger lightly at a tree as thick as a water bucket. With a pop, the tree exploded from the inside. The flying squirrel's eyes nearly popped out. The expression was like seeing a live dinosaur in 2025, and it probably already regarded me as a reserve for the 4th Admiral. 2 days later, that woman, the Empress, finally arrived, wrapped tightly in a big cloak. I could guess that little Luffy was hiding inside. She pretended to say she wanted to visit Impel Down. I leaned closer to her ear and said, "Are you planning to break someone out of prison? Or do you want to go in and accompany your old flame?" My words left her speechless, and her face turned pale. Fine, if you want to go, then go. I just lay back on a chair and went to sleep, too lazy to waste time with them. When we reached the entrance of Impel Down, I left this mess to the flying squirrel and opened a portal back to Marineford. As soon as I stepped into the courtyard of GUN, that crazy woman flew at me with a sword without saying a word, scaring me into quickly opening another door to escape, flashing directly to the office of Admiral Sengoku. Upon entering, Old Man Garp was there munching on senbei. Sengoku pointed at a broken portal and asked me to fix it. I told him directly, it's disposable. If it's broken, it's scrapped. Then I pulled out a mini version and, right in front of him, reached in and grabbed his precious braided beard. Sengoku was so angry that he puffed up his cheeks and glared at me, telling me to finish the fight and hurry to the new world. I ignored him and happily approached Garp, massaging his shoulders while saying, "Old man, teach me your fist techniques." Garp swallowed a mouthful of senbei, squinted, and said, "You want to learn my flowing rock-crushing fist, huh?" I shook my head, laughing brightly. "No, I want to learn your conqueror's haki." Garp was stunned at that moment. His facial muscles stiffened, and then he started to act coy. "What are you talking about? I don't have conqueror's haki. You have the wrong person." Damn. The cold sweat on his forehead was almost flowing like a river, and he was still trying to act tough. "Want to run?" "No way." I grabbed him and said, "You're going to teach me this domineering style today, whether you like it or not." This old man thought he could be slick with me, so I just stood right in front of him, glared, and let me tell you, the show was about to begin. Buzz. I didn't even lay a hand on him. Just a look, and a wave of red-black energy exploded. Goodness, the range of it covered the entire naval training ground. I'm telling you, this isn't just some small courtyard. This is the naval headquarters. Those sailors in training didn't even have a chance to react. They all fell down like dominoes, one after another, sleeping soundly. That old man Garp looked like his jaw was about to drop, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down for a while, pointing at me and stammering. "Why you? You crazy kid? Who told you to unleash Conqueror's haki here?" I waved my hand nonchalantly and said, "Oh, come on, keep calm. I'm controlling the force. No one is going to die. Just think of it as giving my brothers a paid vacation, letting them all take a nap together." I leaned closer, my eyes sparkling as I looked at him. "So how about it, old man? With this level of intensity, am I qualified to learn Conqueror's haki? I understand the theory, but you have to let me find something to practice on, right?" I kept talking nonstop, and Garp's fists were clenched and then relaxed, and then clenched again. He probably felt that my thirst for knowledge was too strong and my gaze too clear, so he felt embarrassed to hit me again. He sighed and pointed at the bodies scattered all over the ground. You've taken down so many people. If the Wano country finds out, they'll definitely skin you alive. I directly pulled him into a corner, chuckled, and with a flick of my hand, a door that was about my height appeared. Got it, got it. I winked at him and said after a long time, it's just that you're afraid of getting caught. Hurry up. Think of a place where no one knows us. Let's quickly pass the tutorial level. Cap's eyes widened. Didn't you say that your door was only the size of a palm? Where did this one come from? I pouted. Just a couple of days ago, I upgraded to the Pro Max version. As for why I didn't give it to the Warring States, that old fox has too much going on. I can't be bothered with him. Let's go, let's go. Garp didn't waste any words. He placed his hand on the doorknob, twisted it, and we both rushed in. When I opened my eyes again, wow, this place is so familiar. Isn't this the deserted island where I stayed before? Garp nodded. That's right, this is it. Peaceful. Although there are deserted islands in the New World, there are too many eyes from those old monsters. It's inconvenient. We walked to the center of the island, and Garp took a deep breath. In the next moment, I was dumbfounded. A presence that was countless times stronger than what I had just felt erupted from him, and black-red lightning was darting around him like it was free. What the hell? Is this the same old man who picks his feet and eats rice crackers in the office every day? This aura is simply overwhelming. Isn't it said that in the pirate world, the older you get, the weaker you become? Why does this rule not apply to this old man? Garp grinned, clenched his fist, and his joints cracked. What's wrong, kid? Didn't you want me to teach you? Just don't cry when I beat you up. Saying that, he started walking toward me step by step. Ipanika? Hey, no. Old man, I meant for you to teach me, not to beat me up. What are you doing? Don't come over here. I hadn't finished speaking when his domineering fist, wrapped in a powerful aura, landed a close encounter on my right cheek with a bang. Goodness. I flew out completely, and my right cheek swelled up at a visible speed. Damn. Old man, are you serious? This completely infuriated me. I clenched my fists, the pitch-black hockey instantly enveloping them, and I lunged forward in a flash, throwing a punch at his old face. What was the result? With a clang, he easily blocked it with his arm. He even laughed, oh? You've mastered the advanced use of hockey? Ha ha ha. Looks like I can have some fun today. As soon as he finished speaking, the black and red lightning around him surged dramatically. At that moment, I had only one thought. This old man wouldn't be trying to send me off to the dark side under the guise of teaching, would he? Bring it on, kid. Then, for those who understand, a brutal lesson began. We exchanged punches and kicks, and with each collision, the entire island trembled. Our conqueror's hockey clashed in the sky, tearing it apart like a special effects blockbuster. The ground beneath us crumbled like tofu, breaking apart in chunks. Just when I was about to be beaten into a pulp, that old man Garp was still laughing. That's right. Just like that. Wrap the conqueror's hockey around your fist. Got it. Got it, you big-headed ghost. I gritted my teeth, gathering the last bit of my strength in my fist, and hit him hard. Boom. After the punch, we both took a breath. The sky instantly returned to calm. But the island was completely ruined, with huge craters everywhere, a complete mess. As for me, I was the most eye-catching one in this battle. A pig's head. Really, my face was so swollen that even my mom wouldn't recognize me. Handsome features? Non-existent. Now I just look like a steamed bun. I feel so regretful. This old guy is definitely taking personal revenge, aiming for a backstab. I almost got taken out by him. I couldn't say a word, so I silently opened a random door, pointed at it, indicating it was time to go home. Cap, that old guy, was beside me covering his mouth and chuckling. Ha ha. Luo Xia, you look really funny like this. I glared at him and dove into the door. In the next moment, we appeared directly in the villa of Ji Yuan. I struggled to push him outside, not wanting him to stay here at all. He even reminded me, you little brat, don't go blabbing about this today. I replied with a thick tongue, and no problem, just as I pushed him into the yard. A figure swooped in beside me. It was Ji Yuan. She stared at my chubby face for a long time, looking puzzled. Admiral Garp, may I ask? Who is this? Garp scratched his head awkwardly and said, Huh, this kid is Rosha. What? Rosha? Ji Yuan screamed and slapped my swollen face with both hands, making me gasp in pain. Garp quickly explained, Ahem, this kid got beaten up by me. I have something to do with Sengoku. so you take care of his wounds first. After saying that, the old man slipped away faster than anyone else, showing no sympathy at all. As soon as I turned around, I saw the tearful eyes of Juin, who was both heartbroken and angry as she scolded me. You guy, how could you fight with Vice Admiral Garp? What if you get killed? I couldn't be bothered to explain to her. With a flash of light from my palm, I took out a fairy bean and stuffed it into my mouth. With a crunch, a miracle happened. My pig-like face began to swell down at a visibly rapid speed, and the bruises disappeared in an instant. In just a few seconds, I returned to my original stunning appearance that could crack the sky. Ji Yuan was completely stunned and let out a long sigh. I didn't have time to care about her, still cursing. Damn old man, can't you be gentler? If I had used a knife, who would have turned into a pig's head today? Ji Yuan came back to her senses and gave me a pat. Have you lost your mind? You actually want to compete with Vice Admiral Garp? As she spoke, her tone softened again. Next time, don't do that. If you turn into a pig's head again, I won't take care of you. I crossed my arms and pouted. Who competed with him? He was the one who hit me. Huh, then why did you get hit? After thinking for a long time, Jiyun blurted out. Could it be that you stole Vice Admiral Garp's senbei? I was filled with black lines, family members. I really suspect that her beautiful head is filled with water. Big sister, think with that not-so-smart little brain of yours. Do I really need to steal someone else's stuff? I took a deep breath and explained to her that I was there to learn boxing, but ended up being used as a punching bag by Garp. After hearing this, she actually laughed, gently patted my head, and said, You're not skilled enough. Don't learn from him next time, or you'll get beaten up again. Wow, her sudden gentleness left me speechless, and I clenched my fist. What? Do you want to get beaten too? Meanwhile, in the Sengoku office, it was chaos. When Garp arrived, Sengoku was already yelling at a Navy colonel. What is your intelligence department doing? The entire training ground was knocked out, and you can't even find the culprit? The colonel's head was almost buried in the ground. Report, Marshal, our surveillance phone bug was also knocked out. Garp walked over and patted the colonel's shoulder. It's okay, you can go. I know who did it. Once the colonel left, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately surrounded Garp. That old rascal Garp, being particularly cunning, grinned and pointed to Sengoku's drawer. I've been wanting to change my taste lately. Don't it seem nice? Sengoku's face darkened. That old man was actually blackmailing him for his hidden snacks. But he had no choice, so he darkly took out 3 donuts from the drawer. Garp confirmed he had them, and then slowly spoke. Are you talking about the training ground incident? Oh, that kid Rosha did it. To prove how strong his conqueror's haki is, he knocked everyone out. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku and Tsuru were shocked. To knock out all the Marines in the training ground, the strength of that conqueror's haki was simply outrageous. Sengoku couldn't help but say, could it be that kid is really a genius? While they were still in shock, Garp had already devoured all 3 donuts. Sengoku was so angry he was jumping. Damn, Garp, you didn't leave any for me. Sengoku didn't want to argue anymore and quickly asked, You felt his conqueror's haki up close. What do you think? Garp thought for a moment. Not bad. Just needs more practice. All right, I've already beaten him up pretty badly. What? Sengoku was so shocked he almost jumped up. You beat him up? We're on the eve of war. What if you broke him? Garp, rarely feeling a bit guilty, quietly explained that I asked him to teach boxing, and he accidentally used half his strength. Upon hearing this, Sengoku became even more anxious, grabbed Garp, and dragged him outside. Damn it, come with me to take a look. I have important tasks to assign him. They rushed over, and as soon as they entered the yard, they saw me and Juin fiercely sparring, both of us surrounded by black and red lightning. When Sengoku and the others arrived, we finally stopped. Without saying a word, Sengoku circled around me several times, his eyes wide like copper bells. I took 2 steps back in disdain. Marshal, are you okay? Do you want me to get you a checkup to see if your brain is all right? Sengoku's face darkened. I heard you got beaten up by Garp and were looking for your teeth, so I specifically came to see you. And you actually said I have a problem? I chuckled awkwardly and said, Cough, it's nothing, just a swollen face. I'll be fine after eating the beans I developed. As soon as Sengoku heard this, he immediately arranged new work for me, because Ace's execution day was approaching and all the warlords had come to the Navy headquarters. None of those guys are easy to deal with. Vice Admiral Green Dragon, with a serious expression, said, Starting tomorrow, You will go to the warlord's reception room to maintain order. If anyone is not behaving, you can take action directly without reporting. Wow, isn't this just giving me an offline real license? Publicly fighting. I rubbed my hands together and said, sound good, but if anything gets broken, you have to reimburse us. Sengoku waved his hand and said, no problem. The world government has provided enough funds this time. I rolled my eyes and immediately started to promote. Ahem, Marshal, do you need any high-tech stuff? As long as the money is in place, we can make anything for you. I want a portal. Do you have one? My hand-wringing motion suddenly froze, and I awkwardly smiled. Ahem, let's wait until I invent it before selling it. The warring states gave me a glance and left with his people. As soon as they left, a notification from the system in my head chimed, issuing a mission to intimidate the 7 warlords, with the penalty for failure being the random removal of a body part. Damn, if they take my head, where I go to reason with them? No way. I must draw a lottery. I immediately returned to my room, and my consciousness entered the system space, performing operations like a tiger. As a result, the reward was just 5 fairy beans, a bit of power and swordsmanship enhancement, plus a brick and a radar. I was stunned. What use is this? That radar was somewhat interesting, though. After it burrowed into my brain, I found that I could actually see what GUN was doing through the wall. The next morning, a major from the logistics department came to knock on my door, saying he was ordered to take me to the 7 warlords. I had a few verbal exchanges with GUN and then left, draping my arm over the major's shoulder. When we arrived at the kitchen, wow, the food prepared for the 7 warlords was truly lavish. However, the chef complained to me, saying that when he delivered the food yesterday, that fat guy named Moonlight Moria had an extremely bad attitude. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Don't worry, I'll take care of it today. I arrived in front of a giant door with 5 sailors pushing a dining cart. The major stepped up and gently knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. Come in, sailors. When the door opened, wow, it was all familiar faces. Hawkeye, the Empress, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and that Moonlight Moria. A room full of monsters and demons. I leaned against the wall, watching as the few Navy soldiers carefully arranged the food. Suddenly, that fat bastard Moria shouted and stood up, pointing his finger at a young Navy soldier and cursing, You bunch of bastards. Do you know you spilled soup all over my pants? Do you believe I'll cut off your shadows? His voice was so shrill it made my head ache. I squinted and thought, Hey, is someone trying to stir things up? The leading major quickly retorted, I'm sorry, but the soup on our food did not spill on you. Goodness, I was watching from the back and thought, this young major is pretty good, with me backing him up. He has got some guts. When Moria heard this, his face turned green. How dare a little Navy soldier talk back? He clenched his fist, which was bigger than a clay pot, and was ready to throw a punch. Can I let him succeed? Think again. With a wave of spatial power, I flung those 5 Navy guys straight out of the room. I even waved at them. This isn't your business anymore. Hurry up and get off work. Family, who understands? Those 5 ran faster than rabbits, and I felt completely at ease. The room instantly fell silent, leaving just me and the remaining 5 warlords of the sea. I walked over to the sofa as if nothing had happened and politely said, Gentlemen, you can dig in now. That flamboyantly dressed Doflamingo laughed like a street punk, saying something amusing. The Empress Hancock shot me a cold glare and turned her head away. But I had no time to care about them. I was itching to beat up Moria. I wiped the smile off my face and coldly asked, You're Moonlight Moria, right? He was still chuckling, but before he could finish his words, I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki with a bang. In that instant, I tell you, everyone turned to look at me in shock. Doflamingo and the Empress, both of whom already had Conqueror's Haki, looked like their eyes were about to pop out of their heads, their faces full of astonishment. The Empress's mouth was agape, probably unable to believe I could unleash such powerful Haki. Moria broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. I looked at him coldly and then said to the others, Take your time, everyone. This guy seems a bit hot. I'll take him outside to cool off. As soon as I finished speaking, I reached out and grabbed Moria by the collar, dragging him out like a sack of potatoes. As I dragged him along, I unleashed a wave of cold air with a backhand motion, freezing Moria's limbs into ice sticks, rendering him completely immobile. Just like that, I dragged him to the courtyard in front of the reception building, casually tossed him, and with a bang his massive body slammed to the ground, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. I watched him on the ground, his gaze so cold it could freeze ice shards. A pirate is a pirate. That ingrained arrogance can't be changed. At this moment, a circle of Navy soldiers had gathered around to watch the show, and even Ji Yuan was standing behind me, having no intention of stopping me. She knew very well that the old man Sengoku had given a direct order yesterday. If the warlords caused trouble, it's fine to beat them up. After a while, Moria finally stood up shakily and shouted at me. Damn Navy, I was invited by you. Do you believe I can just walk away? I turned my neck around and it made a cracking sound. I laughed. You trash, even if I beat you up. So what? In fact, it wouldn't be bad if I just killed you here today, right? Just as I was about to make a move, I noticed more and more Marines surrounding us, all watching like it was a show. I frowned and beckoned to Ji Yuan. She came over and asked me what was wrong. I said, what is up with these people? I'm about to go all out, and I can't take responsibility for any accidental injuries. Ji Yuan also looked helpless, sighed, and spent nearly 10 minutes persuading the crowd of onlookers to leave. During this time, to prevent Moria from escaping, I even put a limited edition set of frozen ankle cuffs on him. Once the area was cleared, I nodded in satisfaction, then snapped my fingers, and the ice cuffs on his feet instantly shattered into pieces. The black and red-colored Conqueror's hockey lightning crackled around me as I covered my arms with armament hockey, walking towards him step by step. Moria was so scared that he kept retreating, cold sweat pouring down, while he stubbornly said, Do you dare to hit me? Sengoku won't let you go. As soon as he mentioned Sengoku, I did indeed pause for a moment. He thought he had a chance, but the next second, I instantly moved in front of him and landed a powerful punch, covered in armament hockey, squarely on his plump stomach. That punch was so fast that there was no afterimage. Even Ji Yuan saw it. When my fist broke through, it seemed like a force exploded behind Moria. He let out a scream, clutching his stomach and retreating several steps before collapsing to his knees, vomiting stomach acid. I shook my fist and turned to Ji Yuan with a grin. This bastard's belly is quite soft. By the way, can you ask Warring States if the 7 warlords can be killed? If so, I'll casually take the shadow fruit out of him. As soon as I said this, Ji Yuan's eyes went wide. She was not shocked that I wanted to kill someone, but rather that I actually said I could extract the devil fruit. To my surprise, she even showed a hint of anticipation, pulling out a small phone bug from her chest and dialing Sengoku. Once the call connected, Ji Yuan directly spoke. Marshal, Luo Xia asked me to ask you, can Moonlight Moria be killed? He said if he can kill him, he will extract the shadow fruit. On the other end of the line, Sengoku probably felt a headache coming on. After a moment of silence, he said, Tell Luo Xia, just don't kill him. If he can beat him to the brink of death, I won't blame him. At this point, I had already punched Moria a dozen more times. It was quite brutal. Ji Yuan hung up the phone and quickly stopped me, sounding a bit disappointed. Luo Xia, the marshal said you can beat him to the brink of death, but you can't kill him. Oh, fine. I clapped my hands and called it a day. Ji Yuan pointed at Moria, who was barely breathing, and asked me, You didn't kill him, right? No, I replied. But if he doesn't go to the infirmary soon, he might really die. The medical staff on standby rushed over, only to find that this guy was nearly 7 meters tall, and a few of them couldn't even lift him. Ji Yuan shot me a fierce glare. Who told you to beat him to the point where he can't even move? Now you want me to clean up the mess. After saying that, she walked over to Moria, muttering with disdain about how fat he was, then took a deep breath, reached behind Moria, and with a burst of strength, lifted this several hundred-pound guy. She even huffed at me and transformed into a pink light, flying away. I scoffed, speechless. Why bother with all that effort? I could just teleport him to the hospital and be done with it. Just as I was complaining, I noticed the 4 warlords of the sea standing at the door, watching me like it was a show. Doflamingo started his signature creepy laugh. Fufufu, this vice admiral is quite strong, interesting. He was even explaining to others, saying that my name is Rosha. I'm a swordsman, and I have freezing abilities like Akiji, being the only one he couldn't find out the details of in the Navy. I have long sensed with my advanced observation hockey that someone is watching me, and the radar in my mind shows 1 red dot and 3 green dots. Who is the red dot? Isn't it obvious? As soon as I had a thought, I vanished in an instant. When I reappeared, my face was almost pressed against Doflamingo's sunglasses. Coldly, I asked, Nightmare, why are you staring at me? What do you want? Before he could respond, The nearby Mihawk suddenly spoke up. Are you the Green Dragon? I've heard you're swordsman. Can we have a match? I was stunned, looking at him. You, the world's #1 swordsman, are looking for me to spar? Isn't this a bit of bullying? Hawkeye was surprisingly caught off guard by my words and awkwardly said, It's just that I haven't had an opponent in a long time. I thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's compete, but take it easy. If you damage the flowers and plants here, I'll have to pay for it. As we stood in the arena, Eagle I drew his black blade, and with a flick of my wrist, a tiger hunt wrapped in flames appeared in my hand. I closed my eyes, adjusted my breathing, and slowly exhaled, turning my breath into searing flames. It was truly impressive. Eagle Eye's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he raised his black blade and unleashed a devastating green slash towards me. I narrowed my eyes, unperturbed, and with a flick of my wrist, I sent out a red slash accompanied by a dragon's roar to meet his attack. The red and green slashes clashed violently in the air, neither giving way to the other. But I wasn't foolish. After unleashing my attack, I swiftly dodged to the side. If my slash lost, I wouldn't have time to evade. After 5 minutes of stalemate, the two attacks finally canceled each other out. Eagle, I sheathed his sword and walked over to ask, Is this your strongest attack? I can honestly say, about 80%, but my strongest skill is not swordsmanship. We awkwardly chatted for more than 10 minutes, and in the end, Hawkeye left first, which was my relief. As soon as he left, a sound rang in my head, and the task was completed. The reward was shrinking pills and enlarging pills. I was already breathing heavily. Family, this thing is simply a divine tool for someone like me who loves to play pranks. An ingenious idea instantly formed in my mind. Early the next morning, I walked out of my room feeling refreshed, holding 2 test tubes filled with pills. When Ji Yuan saw me, he was very surprised. You actually didn't sleep in? I shook the test tube in my hand and threatened, Be careful, or I won't be nice to you. She curiously asked what it was, and I smiled mysteriously. I'm going to find someone to test my new invention today. Don't mess with me, or you'll be the one tested. Upon hearing this, she became even more excited and pulled me to ask, Who are you testing it on? The Fleet Admiral of the Warring States, of course. Who else is the strongest? I swatted her hand away and instantly teleported to the Admiral's office, with her quickly following behind. When we opened the door, we were both surprised. The office was filled with top-level big shots. The 3 generals, General Crane, and Captain Garp were all there, huddled around a map, discussing tactics. I shrank my neck and said, How about I wait until you finish your meeting? Sengoku shot me an annoyed glare and said, It's fine, just speak up. What are you here for? His sharp eyes immediately noticed the test tube in my hand, and he instantly brightened up, thinking I had come up with another new invention. I leaned over and said with a playful grin, Admiral Sengoku, I've invented something new and need the strongest person to test it, so I thought of you. It's not for free. I'm offering 10 million berries. Garp chimed in crazily from the side. Sengoku, just give it a try. This kid didn't even come to me despite being the closest to me. Sengoku stood there pondering for a while, but eventually agreed, generously pushing the money back to me. I was overjoyed. I had originally prepared a budget of 100 million. I took out 2 test tubes, 1 red and 1 blue, each containing 5 pills. As a result, I damn forgot which was the shrinking one and which was the enlarging one. I nervously swallowed and tremblingly handed over a red pill. The Warring States General was a straightforward person and swallowed it in 1 gulp. After the pill went down, it took about 10 seconds. Under the gaze of nearly 10 pairs of eyes, our naval marshal suddenly shrank down, eventually becoming only the size of a finger, looking a bit cute. The corners of my mouth lifted wildly, almost making me laugh out loud, so I quickly held it back. Cough, cough. Let's find a marshal first. He should be sitting in the chair. General, he poked the mini version of the Buddha Warring States with his finger and looked up at me. Roxia, has the Warring States become smaller? Yes. I shook the test tube. Actually, this is a shrinking pill and a growing pill. Eating it can shrink a person to the size of a thumb. Of course, for the strong, the effect lasts a short time, but their strength, speed, and stamina will all decrease. Now, all the big shots in the office looked at me with wariness, afraid I would give them one too. Ji Yuan was even beside me. Her delicate hand had quietly pinched the soft flesh at my waist. I quickly poured out a blue pill and placed it in front of Mini Sengoku. Take this, and you'll recover. The shrunken Sengoku ate the pill like he was munching on a cookie, and 10 seconds later, he returned to his original form with a face full of anger. I shivered a bit and awkwardly laughed. Ahem, it's just a trial. Trial medication? 3 hours before the execution, I was sitting gloomily on the deck of a warship, dispatched to pick up Fire Fist Ace. The warship soon arrived at Impel Down, and I went with Vice Admiral Squirrel to meet Magellan. As a result, Magellan was holding Ace, who was grimacing in pain. I frowned and stepped forward. Do you want to kill him now? Only then did Magellan let go and hand Ace over to us. Once on the ship, the Marines were about to take Ace to the water prison, and I casually said, "Aren't they already wearing sea prism stone handcuffs? Why not let him stay on the deck?" Squirrel quickly pulled me aside and explained the rules for serious criminals. But I let it go in one ear and out the other, sipping my drink without a care. Come on, I know the whole plot. This route is perfectly safe. The warship quickly reached the Navy headquarters, and Sengoku's call came urging us. Once Ace was handed over, I felt a mix of emotions and started pondering whether I should slack off like Kizura during the Marine-Ford War or just slack off. I stood next to G. Garden and lazily asked, "Is Whitebeard not coming yet?" She poked me and warned me not to slack off. After a while, she poked me again. "The General of the Warring States wants you at the execution platform." I was taken aback. Could it be that I would be repaid with ingratitude and also be executed? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. I had to teleport twice to reach the high execution platform. Sengoku and Kapu were both there, one standing and the other sitting next to Ace. I cautiously asked, "Admiral Sengoku, why did you call me up here?" Sengoku replied, "Is it not okay to call you up? You are our last line of defense, and this is also to protect you. Your ability is too special, and we don't want to lose a talent like you." I twitched the corner of my mouth and pointed at the small execution platform, saying it's so small that even a few more people wouldn't fit. After that, I ignored Sengoku and took out various wooden planks, iron sheets, hammers, and nails from the system space. Sengoku was stunned on the spot. I was seen floating in the air, banging away, and then lying on the ground, twisting screws, starting to expand and modify the execution platform on site. Let me tell you, the clattering sound I made was like a concert-level noise pollution in that square where you could hear a pin drop. All the Navy personnel, from the highest admiral to the lowest sailor, were staring at me with tens of thousands of eyes, as if they were watching some prehistoric creature building a nest. Many rear admirals who had just rushed over from Midway didn't even recognize me, and were whispering, "Who is this guy, daring to do renovations in front of the warlord?" That old man from the Warring States had a face as dark as a pot bottom, shouting at me, "Hurry up, you brat. If Whitebeard comes, the first one he'll take down is you." Without even looking up, I replied, "What's the rush? You think this is instant noodles? Just pour hot water and it's done." In just about 10 minutes, I expanded that little execution platform into a luxurious viewing platform, more than doubling its size. Once I was done, I clapped my hands, found a corner, sat down comfortably, and started to slack off openly. Since the Warring States had spoken, I was just a mascot, the last line of defense. I had nothing to do now. The entire venue fell silent again, and the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. The Navy's broadcast snail was also ready, as this was going to be shown to the whole world. The Navy's face was all on the line here. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly the bay started bubbling like boiling water. The little Navy guys below were still guessing, completely unaware of what was about to happen with Whitebeard. But I knew very well, and I couldn't help but smile. Here it comes. The main event is finally here. Boom! With a loud roar, 3 super large ships, resembling whales, burst out of the water. Following that, over 40 pirate ships surged up from the sea, blocking the entire harbor. Whitebeard and his 16 division commanders stood firmly at the bow of the main ship, the Moby Dick. Those guys looked at Ace on the execution platform and were actually laughing. Ace couldn't hold it in anymore, tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. "Choking up, Dad. Why did you come and rescue me? I've been disobedient." Whitebeard's signature laughter echoed throughout the venue. "I sent you there." The pineapple-headed Marco next to him chimed in. "That's right. Dad sent you. We all heard it. Ace, wait for us. We'll get you out right away." At his shout, thousands of pirates behind him erupted like they were on steroids, howling to take down our Navy. Family, who understands? These pirates are all about companionship. To save one person, they would bring the whole crew over. The warring states turned green with rage on the execution platform, picked up the snail, and retorted, "Humph, a bunch of pirates. Today, you'll have no return." After saying that, he walked to Ace's side and suddenly asked a question. "Fire Fist Ace, tell me, who is your father?" Ace gritted his teeth and shouted, "My dad is Whitebeard." Warring States shook his head and started to spill the beans in front of the whole world. Goodness, this old man understood the impact of a live broadcast. He directly revealed Ace's background. More than a decade ago, after Pirate King Roger died, we searched for all possible children of his bloodline. But a woman named Port-Gasti Rouge for you carried you for 20 months before giving birth, evading our pursuit, and ultimately died from exhaustion. Therefore, your name is not Port-Gasti. Ace, you are Gold. Ace. At this revelation, the entire venue fell silent. People watching the live broadcast around the world were dumbfounded. Reporters were so stunned their hands were shaking. This was the biggest headline of the year. After about 5 minutes of silence, Whitebeard at the bow suddenly laughed. He slowly raised both hands, a white halo forming around his fists, and softly said, "But Ace is my son." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his fists into the air. Crack! I tell you, that air shattered like glass, instantly covered in cracks. Warring States screamed into the snail, "Watch out. He.S. a tremor fruit user." The next second, the entire Navy headquarters began to shake violently, the earth trembling. Before the Navy could stabilize themselves, 2 massive tsunamis, towering and blocking out the sun, came crashing in from both sides. The faces of the Navy turned pale with fear. I couldn't stand any longer. This was just bullying. I slowly stood up, and as soon as I activated the power of space, I appeared in midair with a whoosh. Facing the 2 tsunamis, I waved my hands, and 2 extremely cold ice pillars shot out, instantly freezing the towering waves into 2 icebergs. At that moment, everyone, whether Navy or pirate, was stunned and looked up at me in unison. That guy Akiji was probably ready to take action, and seeing this scene, he must have been overjoyed. But I wasn't done yet. I aimed at the Whitebeard fleet trapped in the harbor and launched another ice ball. With a crack, the entire bay was instantly turned into an ice skating rink. Even the Moby Dick was frozen solid. Sengoku on the execution platform quickly shouted, "Green Dragon, mission accomplished. You can come back. Come back. Come back for what?" I had finally caught the chance to exchange a few moves with the strongest man in the world. How could I go back? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. My whole body wrapped in black and red Conqueror's hockey lightning. My arms turned pitch black. I wanted to test just how strong the strongest in the world really was. The power of space activated again, and I instantly flashed to 5 meters in front of Whitebeard. As a result, that pineapple-headed Marco reacted quite quickly, transforming into a blue flame phoenix and charging towards me. I curled my lips and threw a punch infused with my Conqueror's hockey right at his face. Marco let out a roar, and I sent him flying back like a cannonball. "What are you meddling in? I'm aiming for your old man, not you, you bird." Whitebeard looked at me with admiration in his eyes and suddenly spoke. "Kid, how about being my son?" I was speechless at that moment, looking at him with disdain. What the heck? I'm not like those brainless fools behind you. After saying that, I instantly teleported in front of Whitebeard and threw a punch. The moment our fists collided, a terrifying wave of Conqueror's hockey erupted. I could feel my entire arm go numb, and my face turn a bit pale. But looking at Whitebeard, he seemed completely unfazed. "All right, I've tried, but I can't win. Goodbye, Whitebeard." I activated my space power and flashed back to sit next to the execution platform. Turning to Sengoku with a grim face, I said, "Sengoku, I can't win. I might be injured, so I probably won't be able to participate in the next battle." Sengoku was so angry that his beard stood on end. "Shut up." My brief encounter with Whitebeard left both sides in silence. The pirates looked as if they had seen a ghost, wondering when the Navy headquarters had added another ice user like Akiji. I took the opportunity to get close to Sengoku and quietly asked, "Hey, Sengoku-san, what kind of fruit ability was that Buru ahead just now?" "Oh, that's a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the Phoenix form, which can resurrect infinitely." We were squatting on the execution platform, whispering to each other, with our arms around each other, not knowing what kind of shady deal we had reached. But we both had lewd smiles on our faces. Just then, the two admirals, Kizaru and Akiji, finally made their move. They both flew into the air simultaneously and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Whitebeard below. 8-span jewel, 2-pointed spear, a rain of lasers and ice spears came crashing down. What was the result? Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, not moving an inch, as the white light shimmered on his Songyun Chia great sword, and he lightly waved it towards the sky. Buzz! The vibrating energy spread out, instantly shattering the admiral's attacks. Whitebeard raised his great sword and roared loudly. You guys! Charge! Save Ace! Oh! In an instant, the entire ice surface erupted into chaos, with the sounds of cannon fire, clashing swords, and screams all blending together. I looked at the chaotic scene, then turned to glance at Ace kneeling there, and suddenly came up with a bold idea. I poked Sengoku. Hey, Sengoku-san, when will the war end? Why don't you unlock Ace's handcuffs first? I remember he has the Mera Mera noMi, and I want to copy it and have some fun. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Sengoku's face darken at a visible speed, his fists cracking ominously. Wow, it looks like he's about to make a move. I quickly activated my ability, encasing myself in an ice ball. Beside me, Garp was quick to act, grabbing the raging Sengoku. Sengoku, calm down. Even though what you're saying isn't rational, there's no need to hit him. Sengoku glared at Garp. You old man. This bad habit of mine was learned from you. As I poked my head out from the ice ball, I quickly teleported behind Garp. It was safe here. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Marco was reporting my intel to Whitebeard. Dad, that kid was picked up by Garp from the East Blue. He was promoted to Rear Admiral in just a year, and his abilities are quite strange, at least 2 types. Freezing and teleportation, and he can also use Conqueror's Haki. Just as they were discussing, a pirate rushed over to report. Dad, bad news. 3 people with the ability of the Glint Glint fruit appeared on the battlefield. And there's also someone with the magma fruit. Marco was shocked, and upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the Vice Admirals Momonosuke, Squirrel, and Fire Fist were all using Admiral-level fruit abilities. His expression changed drastically. Dad, it seems the Navy can mass-produce devil fruits. Whitebeard, however, laughed boldly. What are you afraid of? No matter how many come, I'll knock them down. Just as he finished speaking, a guy named Squard suddenly jumped onto the ship and lunged at Whitebeard with a knife. Clang! At the critical moment, Marco kicked Squard's knife away, grabbing him by the collar and shouting angrily. Squard, are you crazy? You want to sneak attack, Dad? I sat on the execution platform and witnessed this scene, and everyone was stunned. Goodness, with just a flap of my little butterfly wings, the plot got twisted. Originally, that knife could have been plunged in, but now it was actually stopped by Marco. Later, I found out that it was that guy Akainu causing trouble behind the scenes, sowing discord among Whitebeard's allies. However, Whitebeard didn't blame Squard at all. Instead, he embraced him and said we are all family. This move directly united the hearts of all the pirates once again. I sneered and complained to Sengoku. Only Akainu in the entire Navy could do something so shameless. Sengoku actually nodded in agreement. I looked at the distant figure with a white beard, and my mind began to race. If mythical beasts can be replicated, then the tremor fruit. Hee. Just as I was pondering this, I looked up at the sky and calculated the time. Those guys should be arriving soon. Sure enough, just when the battle was at its fiercest, a huge howling sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see a massive Navy warship falling straight down from 10,000 meters high like a meteor. Standing at the bow were Monkey D, Luffy, Crocodile, Ivankov, and the clown buggy, with hundreds of vicious prisoners who had escaped from impelled down behind them. Boom! The warship, along with everyone on it, crashed heavily through the frozen ice layer I had created and fell into the bay, sending up towering waves. This sudden turn of events left the entire battlefield in stunned silence. I leaned against Garp and nudged him with my shoulder, signaling him to look at the sky. Sengoku stared at the group of guys in prison uniforms, his eyes as wide as saucers, and exclaimed, "Prisoners from Impel down? Could it be that Magellan has been breached?" Let me tell you, right after that scene, it was like a massive airdrop. People were falling from the sky like dumplings, plummeting into the sea, and only a few lucky ability users landed on the warship. Otherwise, they would have been done for right from the start. I looked at the chaotic scene below, especially that figure wearing a straw hat. I quietly leaned over to Kapu's ear and nudged him with my elbow. "Hey, old man, do you want me to go down and take care of your precious grandson?" Kapu dug at his ear, not even lifting his eyelids, and waved his hand impatiently, making his meaning clear. "Get lost, do whatever you want." All right then, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. I leaped directly off the execution platform, and what a leap of faith that was. In midair, I let my hands go, and whoosh, countless ice needles were scattered like they were free, regardless of whether they were Navy or pirates, spreading the love equally. The pirates who were hit instantly turned into ice sculptures, each with a rather unique pose. With a thud, I landed gracefully. Just as I was trying to steady my heels, an oblivious fool next to me swung a large machete at me. I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. With a clang, his blade struck my clothes and was instantly frozen, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't pull it out. I looked at him expressionlessly, raised my hand, and with my fingers clawed, I twisted his head a full 180 degrees with a snap. He died on the spot, leaving in such a peaceful manner. The surrounding pirates were dumbfounded, probably never having seen such a simple and brutal act. I couldn't be bothered with them. As soon as my spatial ability activated, I flashed to the vicinity of the Moby Dick. I just happened to see Luffy and Whitebeard. They're going back and forth with each other. Let me tell you, I was amused watching from the side. This little brother was truly brave, delivering a barrage of attacks on the world's strongest man. Simply incredible. But before I could enjoy it for 2 seconds, a sudden killing intent came from behind me, sending chills down my spine. I turned around, and there he was. Whitebeard had somehow come down from the ship and was standing right behind me, towering over 6 meters like a mountain, holding that massive sword. His gaze sharp as a blade fixed on me. I was completely stunned. What does this old man want? Then he grinned, and that signature goo la 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 laughter rang out. "I heard you copied Marco's ability? I want to give it a try." "Hey, old man, are you serious?" Before I finished my sentence, a signature white energy ball had already appeared on his fist, and he threw a punch at me. Damn, this old guy is sneaking up on me. I quickly activated my spatial ability and retreated more than 10 meters in an instant. Looking at the big pit he had created on the ground, I broke out in a cold sweat. He really wanted to take me out with one punch. All right, you're tough. I won't pretend anymore. Black-red lightning instantly wrapped around my entire body, and the Conqueror's Haki was fully unleashed. On the execution platform, that old man Garp couldn't sit still, his fists cracking, probably worried that I would really be taken apart by Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes lit up. "Gula la la la. Interesting, you've mastered the Conqueror's Haki so quickly?" He praised me, but the black-red lightning surrounding him was even more intense than mine, and his momentum directly pressed me down. Enough nonsense. I'm not falling for this. I flashed directly in front of his face, and threw a punch wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. The two punches collided, boom. The black-red lightning exploded like it was free, and the whole battlefield fell silent for a moment. I spat out a mouthful of old blood, and my body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a pile of ruins. But who understands in my head? The system's notification sound was ringing like it was New Year's. Conqueror's Haki fragments obtained. On the execution platform, Sengoku's face turned green, probably thinking I was done for. Whitebeard laughed loudly over there. "You little brat, don't play dead. This little injury won't kill you. Get up." I stumbled up from the ruins, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth. Damn old man, that hurt like hell. With my voice, the entire battlefield, including the Navy and pirates, all looked at me with the eyes of gods. I'm the second person to dare to insult Whitebeard. The first is my cheap grandson Luffy. Everyone tacitly gave us a wide, open space. The halo on my wrist flashed, and the tiger hunt appeared in my hand, flames rising from the blade. "Oof, old Whitebeard. Today I'm definitely going to burn your beard off." The breath I exhaled was full of sparks. In the next second, I charged right in front of him, and our weapons clashed violently. Clang, clang, clang. With every collision, the Conqueror's Haki erupted, and I felt more and more exhilarated. The notifications in my head kept ringing, and fragments of the quake fruit began to drop. But as Whitebeard kept fighting, his expression changed. He probably realized, why the hell am I getting stronger the more I fight? This kid is using me as a practice dummy to level up. Understanding this, Whitebeard's gaze instantly turned cold. The Conqueror's haki wrapped around his Tsungyun/ surged violently, and he aimed to strike at my right arm. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. With a snap, I was dumbfounded, watching helplessly as my right arm was sliced off like tofu, falling onto the ice with a crisp thud. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Damn, does anyone understand? My arm is gone just like that. The excruciating pain almost made me lose my balance. I quickly tried to activate my ability to retrieve my arm, but then realized I couldn't use my powers. I pressed on the stump of my arm, sweating profusely from the pain, and hurriedly used ice to seal the wound. The Navy side was in chaos, especially when I saw Sengoku. His gaze was murderous. On the execution platform, Sengoku's face was as dark as a pot bottom as he yelled at Garp, but Garp had already dashed over with a moonwalk. At that moment, a few clueless pirates, seeing my severed arm, actually tried to take advantage of the situation. I sneered, unleashing my Conqueror's haki, causing dozens of them to roll their eyes and collapse, and I even casually disarmed each of them an arm. Damn, haven't they heard that a dead camel is bigger than a horse? Garp rushed in front of me without saying a word. He threw me over his shoulder and ran towards the execution platform. Hey, old man, put me down. I can still fight. Fight my ass. You'll lose your life if you keep fighting. Garp scolded as he ran, but his speed suggested he was afraid of being even a second slower. Once back at the execution platform, a doctor in a white coat was yanked over by Garp. When I saw he was going to bandage me, I waved my hand directly. Get out, I won't die. The doctor got anxious. This is a severed arm. It's not a minor injury. Get lost, I don't need it. I'm tired of people being so fussy. This doctor was quite straightforward. He actually turned to Sengoku and said, Marshal, why don't you hold him down and I'll bandage him? Damn, my face turned black. I was pinned down in front of so many people. Don't I care about my dignity? With a wave of my remaining left hand, a transparent shield instantly opened up, and in a flash, that doctor disappeared from the spot, teleported a few hundred meters away to a naval hospital nearby. When the Warring States saw the doctor was gone, he yelled at me, Rosha, where's the doctor? I sent him to a safe place. I found a spot to sit down, feeling a bit dizzy. I need to rest a little. I closed my eyes, and my consciousness directly entered the system space. System, is there a way to be reborn after losing an arm? Money is not a problem. The system was silent for a minute, then directly gave me two options, and before I could choose, it automatically deducted 10 billion berries from me and selected that life potion. A tube of greenish-blue reagent floated in front of me, filled with the breath of life. Outside, I suddenly opened my eyes, almost scaring the hell out of Garp, who was holding me. I chuckled, and the green potion appeared in my hand out of nowhere. What the heck is this? Garp asked curiously. A good thing. I handed him the bottle. Old man, help me open it. Be careful if it breaks. The arm will really be gone. Garp was unconcerned and sliced open the bottle cap with a hand chop. As a result, a fragrant green gas rushed out. And after Garp took a breath, his half-white hair visibly turned black at an astonishing speed. I was so stunned that I grabbed the bottle and poured it into my mouth. If I had known it had this effect, I would have bitten it open myself. Garp was also touching his darkened hair and murmuring, Huh? I feel like my body is much lighter now. I rolled my eyes, too lazy to pay attention to him. As the medicine went down, a sudden wave of intense pain surged from my severed arm. I couldn't help but scream out. Garp and Sengoku hurried over to take a look, and they witnessed a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. On my right shoulder, granulation tissue began to grow wildly, bones, blood vessels, nerves. A brand new arm was slowly emerging right under their noses. The pain was unbearable. My entire body was trembling, and the uncontrolled chill froze the surroundings with a layer of frost. Everyone on the battlefield was dumbfounded. Did I see that right? The arm of General Qinglong has grown back? A severed limb reborn? What kind of divine phenomenon is this? The three major generals were also shocked. Huang Yuan sarcastically remarked, Oh dear, how terrifying, this little guy Rosha. I don't know how long it lasted, but the excruciating pain finally disappeared. A brand new right arm appeared on my body, though the skin tone was slightly different from my left arm. One was pale white, and the other was a healthy color, which looked a bit out of place. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the big faces of Sengoku and Garp right in front of me. What? What happened to your arm? Sengoku spoke with a tremble. What can I say? I can't just admit that I spent money, right? I can only point to the battlefield below, where they're fighting fiercely and forcefully change the subject. Marshal, the convict, is still up there. Aren't you going to go back and keep an eye on him? This tactic really worked. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback and could only return reluctantly. I sat back down in the commander's chair, leisurely watching the battlefield below, with no intention of going down for the time being. I could see the meaningful gaze of Whitebeard. He must have seen me take the medicine. If I go down now, whether he attacks me is uncertain, but he will definitely try to snatch my medicine. I scanned the battlefield and quickly locked onto my two useless apprentices, KB and Barumabur. I smiled at Garp and said, "Old man, I see your two apprentices. Guess what they're doing? They found a place to hide." My voice instantly turned cold. This time, don't blame me. Before I finished speaking, I had already disappeared from my seat. The next second, I appeared on the battlefield, right in front of a guy wearing a straw hat. I looked at the grinning young man in front of me, and my arm was instantly covered with armament hockey. With a swing, I delivered a slap. With a loud slap, Luffy was sent flying, rolling on the ground for several circles. The bizarre group behind him, including the giant cross-dresser Ivankov, was all stunned. Luffy struggled to get up, and when he saw me, his eyes widened. "It's you, Iceman?" I hadn't even spoken yet when a freak behind Ivankov aimed a rocket launcher at me and fired. With a bang, half of my body was blown away. And although I recovered instantly, my face was completely blackened. Damn it, I hadn't even made a move yet. And you guys opened fire first? As soon as Ivankov saw that I was angry, he quickly shouted to Luffy, "Straw Hat Boy, you go first." Luffy glanced at me warily and turned to run with his crew. I was too lazy to chase, so I turned my attention to Ivankov with a look of disdain. "I originally came to deal with two Navy deserters, but you, as a Revolutionary Army officer, insisted on putting yourself in my line of fire, so there's nothing I can do." Ivankov was shocked. How did this person know everything? He let out a strange cry, jumped back to create distance, and shot me a deathly, seductive glance. Suddenly, several small explosions occurred on my body, like a tickling sensation. A sound rang in my head, and I obtained the fragments of the hormone fruit. I lost my patience with him. Space flickered and appeared in front of him, and with a punch wrapped in Conqueror's hockey, I struck him hard in the face, sending his massive body flying. I walked over and stepped on him. "You deadbeat. Get up. The anger from Whitebeard's slash is just perfect for you." To my surprise, he actually tried to disappear, reappearing a moment later, not far away. I teleported in front of him again and threw another punch. This time he didn't T-dodge and took my punch head on, looking shocked. "How can you, a rear admiral, be so strong? You can even use Conqueror's hockey? Did you start training in the womb?" I looked at his purple afro and suddenly felt a surge of excitement. The Tiger Hunt appeared in my hand, and with a swift fire dragon slash, I instantly transformed his hairstyle into a receding hairline. Seeing his devastated expression, I grinned widely and activated my space ability, directly appearing in front of a fortress made of sandbags. A blonde head poked out from inside. It was Barumabur. When he saw me, he was so scared that he lost his wits, stammering, "Kibby, it seems like we're done for." I bent down and coldly said to the two of them in their ears, "You two, deserters, are you ready to face death?" The pink-haired Kirby was so scared that he jumped up directly. I grabbed them like little chicks, holding one in each hand by their necks and lifting them up. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. When they were about to roll their eyes, I finally let go and threw them into the ruins. "For the old man's sake, I'll give you another chance." I looked at them coldly and said, "If I see you hiding again, you're really going to die." After saying that, I left without looking back. When I returned to the execution platform, Garp nervously asked, "How did it go?" I pointed in the direction of the ruins below. "You see for yourself, your two apprentices are full of energy." Garp followed me and looked over, only to see Kobe and Barumabur frantically fighting pirates as if they were on a high. They were really putting in a lot of effort. Garp nodded in satisfaction. I sat down angrily, and with a thought, a completely silver-white, pear-shaped devil fruit appeared in my hand. "What is this?" The system timely responded, "Ding, Gura, Gura, noMi." I suddenly realized that it was Whitebeard's old man's fruit. I was so focused on studying it that I completely didn't notice a sharp gaze had already landed on the fruit in my hand. As I looked up, good grief, Old Carp was staring at the thing in my hand like a searchlight. I was wondering to myself, this old guy's physical skills are almost maxed out. Does he still want to do something? I weighed the fruit in my hand, looked at his muscular build, and chuckled as I tossed it over. Come on, old dang. Do you want this good fortune? But guess what happened? He frowned, threw it back at me with a look of disgust, and mumbled, I won't eat this stuff. I was anxious at that moment. I tell you, I risked a broken hand to forcibly take the gura noMi from Whitebeard. I quickly stopped him and said, Hey, don't be in a hurry to throw it away. This is a good thing. I've improved it, and it has no side effects. I guarantee you'll learn it. And if you're not satisfied, I could take it out for you. I see that old stubborn Carp is still unyielding. All right, words are useless, so I'll give you a live demonstration directly. I vanished in an instant, and the next second, I pulled Gion, who was slicing enemies on the battlefield, over to me. As a result, this girl reacted too quickly. As soon as I appeared, her pink big sword swooshed down and struck my forehead. Family, who understands? At that moment, my head was buzzing. I suppressed my anger and waved my hand, saying it's nothing. I have something important to discuss with you. Then, in front of Carp, I stretched out my hand, emitting a glowing white light, and reached towards Gion's chest. Her face turned red at that moment, but surprisingly, she didn't dodge. With a buzzing sound, my hand went straight in, and the next second, under their shocked gazes, I pulled out a pink glowing sphere from Gion's body. I held the light orb and raised an eyebrow at June. Come on, try using a power again? She was completely flustered, gesturing for a long time, but couldn't produce anything. Once I put the light orb back, she felt normal again. To verify, this girl threw a light bulb back at my face, leaving me covered in black. All right, you're impressive. Without saying a word, I tossed her back into the battlefield to fight. After doing all this, I turned to Carp and said, Did you see that? This thing I synthesized comes with after-sales support. If you don't want it anymore, I could take it out anytime. Forget about that. Even with a genuine devil fruit, I can forcibly extract it, though the risk is a bit high. Once I said this, Carp's eyes widened in surprise. At this point, he was completely resolute, grabbing the fruit and taking a big bite. I was originally craning my neck to see his grimacing face from the awful taste, but instead, he looked as calm as if he were eating an apple. After finishing, he extended a finger, and with a bayou, a silvery white small light orb appeared at the tip. It worked. He clenched his fist and said he would keep it hidden for now to catch the enemy off guard later. As soon as I heard it, hey, a bad idea popped up. I grabbed the half-eaten fruit he left behind, used my ability to wrap it up, and directly teleported it to Whitebeard. Goodness, Whitebeard had just knocked down a Navy soldier with a punch and was catching his breath when half a fruit suddenly appeared in front of him. He was dumbfounded, staring at the familiar pattern and texture, completely stunned. Isn't this the one he ate back in the day? How come someone took a bite out of it? Following his instincts, he looked over at me, and I was grinning at him like a villain. He instantly understood, and that expression made it feel like his entire worldview had collapsed. Just then, a new change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. The Revolutionary Army's scissor hands arrived, and with a few snips, they directly cut a path to the execution platform on the wall. I thought to myself, well, I have to clock in at work. I can't just watch the show. I instantly teleported over and locked the scissor-handed guy's throat, whispering in his ear, Brother, if you're going to act, do it right. Don't take offense. Then I kicked him flying straight to Ivankov. Marco, with his pineapple head, immediately flew over to block me, looking serious, probably thinking a fight was about to break out. But I just sat down on the ground and waved my hand at him. Dude, I'm watching the show. Your big wings are blocking my view. Could you please tuck them in? Marco was momentarily stunned, then actually landed and tucked his wings away. Then came the iconic scene. Luffy charged towards the execution platform, and Carp stood in front of him, delivering a righteous speech about how he was the Navy and Luffy was a pirate, saying, if you want to get past me, you'll have to step over my dead body. The surrounding little Navy officers were all pumped up. And what happened next? Luffy threw a punch, and Carp, that old man. Let me tell you, his acting was so good that Oscar owes him a little gold statue. He let out a dramatic ouch and flew off in a perfect parabolic arc, knocked away by his own grandson. I laughed on the ground at that moment. This water is wider than the Pacific Ocean. I stumbled over and found Carp half buried in the ground, looking like a carrot. I grabbed his ankle and with a heave, pulled him out. Then we sat side by side on the ground like a copy and paste and continued watching the show. I also ran over and reinforced the execution platform with ice. On the surface, it looked like I was helping, but in reality, I was preventing Sengoku from smashing the platform with a slap and affecting Luffy's rescue mission. This move of mine was simply slick in the workplace. Sure enough, when Sengoku transformed into the Buddha and slammed down, the execution platform remained unscathed. Once the smoke cleared, Ace was saved. I complained to Garp, "Look at all these admirals. Kizaru, Akiji, aren't they all just acting? Only Akainu is seriously on the job. He really stands out in the workplace." Now that the person was rescued, I had to make a move too, otherwise it would be hard to explain later. I leisurely walked over, pretending to go after someone. Ace grabbed Luffy and turned to run. But then Whitebeard, that old man, didn't he play fair and hit me from the side. "All right, so you old guy are still in the mood, huh? Fine, let's practice a bit more." We started clashing again. I was having a great fight with Whitebeard when Akainu started spewing insults, mocking Ace and saying that Whitebeard was a failure of the previous era. Ace, being young and impulsive, rushed in without thinking and ended up getting completely wrecked by the magma fruit. That bastard Akainu even tried to sneak attack Luffy, but Ace didn't hesitate and used his body to block it. With a squelch, Akainu's magma fist went straight through his chest. In that moment, who could understand the feelings of the family? The entire battlefield fell silent. Garp, that old man, walked toward Akainu step by step, his face darker than the bottom of a pot, and the killing intent was so palpable that I felt a chill in my bones from afar. Sengoku tried to restrain him from behind, but Garp dodged, and Sengoku ended up falling flat on his face. I was stunned at that moment. The script didn't go like this. This old man is really going to use lethal force. I quickly pulled Jiyu on to hide away. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Garp walked up to Akainu, his voice as cold as ice. "Is it you who killed my grandson?" Akainu still wanted to retort, but before he could finish his sentence, a fist wrapped in haki grabbed his entire face. Then, a silver-white light of the Gura noMi shone from Garp's hand. Good heavens, he held Akainu's head and smashed it down to the ground like he was cracking a walnut. With a huge bang, the ground was directly smashed into a big pit. Everyone was dumbfounded. When did the Navy hero Garp learn Whitebeard's move? As soon as I saw this, I realized it was not good. If the general really gets killed, Garp will have to go to Impel Down as well. I quickly teleported over to mediate. "Old Deng. Calm down. Calm down. If you keep fighting, there will really be no one left. I still have to write a report." Kizaru and Akiji hurried over to help break it up as well. Garp was panting heavily, finally loosening his grip and throwing the half-dead Akainu to the ground like trash. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, "This is hilarious. Even after being beaten like this, he still has that attitude." As soon as I said that, the air seemed to freeze. Akainu looked at me with eyes that seemed ready to skin me alive. Just as he was about to make a move, a burst of raucous laughter suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned to see Blackbeard making an entrance with a group of bizarre-looking guys. All tough characters pulled from the 6th level of Impel Down. Sengoku's face turned pale as he pointed and yelled, "Blackbeard, did you release the prisoners from Impel Down?" Blackbeard stood there, surrounded by dark energy, grinning widely as he laughed. "Ha ha. Sengoku, I'm officially notifying you today that I'm done with this pathetic job as a warlord. I'm telling you, with that attitude of his, he might as well have 'I'm just using you Navy written on his face." And there he is, shamelessly laughing. If it weren't for going to advance the city to rescue people, do you think I care about your pathetic title of the 7 warlords? Ha ha ha. Goodness. Sengoku was so furious that his blood pressure skyrocketed, his fists were cracking, and it looked like he was about to transform into a giant Buddha to deal with him. I quickly pulled him back. "Old man, don't get worked up. Take a break. I'll handle this." Sengoku was taken aback. "You?" I smiled at him and waved my glowing hand. "I want to see how much this black fat guy weighs, daring to jump like this in front of us." "The Navy." The old man thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, just be careful. This guy's abilities are quite sinister. If it doesn't work out, just retreat, and I'll blast him away with a shockwave." I made an okay gesture, and the next second, the space flickered, and I appeared directly in front of Blackbeard. Blackbeard was still laughing heartily, but when he saw me, he was stunned. Is Sengoku really getting old? Sending a young kid out here to die? He turned to his bunch of ragtag subordinates and shouted, Don't move. Watch me crush him with my own hands. His subordinates looked at me with the same disdainful eyes, as if I were just trash on the roadside. I was overjoyed, thinking I'm arrogant, huh? All right. You'll soon know what the harsh realities of society are. I stretched my muscles and bones. Cracking sounds echoed, and a burst of icy blue energy instantly formed in my hands. With a quick leap, I charged forward. Blackbeard was still grinning, trying to confront me with dark energy surging from his hands. And then, family, who understands? He was dumbfounded. I gently uttered 4 words. Ice Age. In an instant, the previously arrogant Blackbeard instantly turned into a human ice sculpture, his lewd smile frozen on his face. Without pausing, I changed the light in my hand to a vibrant green, my movements as smooth as cutting tofu. With a soft thrust, I pierced into his chest, then yanked it out forcefully. A dark, wriggling energy ball was pulled out by me. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. I gave a strange smile to his terrified eyes trapped in the ice sculpture, activated my spatial ability again, and instantly returned to the Warring States period. As soon as I left, the ice cracked with a snap, and Blackbeard slumped to the ground, gasping for breath as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. But who cared about him? Next to me, Ji Yuan's eyes widened, pointing at the black ball in my hand. Rorschach, this can't be Blackbeard's ability, right? Did you take it out? With her shout, everyone's attention in the room instantly focused on the thing in my hand. I also didn't say anything, and with a swift motion I pulled out a pineapple. Yes, you heard it right. It was a pineapple. Then, right in front of everyone, I slapped it, forcefully pressing that mass of black energy into the pineapple. The entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the pineapple. I watched as the surface of the pineapple began to distort, slowly revealing purple spiral patterns. I weighed the freshly baked devil fruit in my hand, grinning at the completely stunned Blackbeard, and announced loudly, "Everyone, let me introduce you to the Logia-type dark fruit, successfully confiscated." Blackbeard immediately broke down. Really, he was EMOing right there. His eyes were blood red, his whole body trembled, and he screamed like a madman, "Impossible! The dark fruit that I've been lurking for over 20 years to obtain. How could you take it away from me?" He desperately tried to activate his powers, but found that his body was completely empty, feeling nothing but hockey. His crew was also confused, with Shiryu of the Rain bluntly pointing out, "Boss, you can't be serious that kid took your powers away, right?" Blackbeard stared at me with a look of despair and resentment. "That's right, my powers are gone. Now." The Navy and the Whitebeard pirates were also in an uproar. Marco's jaw nearly dropped. "You're kidding, right? You just took the powers out." Sengoku also looked at me in shock. "Rosha, what new ability is this?" I shrugged and casually explained, "Oh, it's newly developed. It can extract someone else's devil fruit ability and put it into a fruit. The original owner won't die. They'll just become an ordinary person again." While speaking, I intentionally glanced at Akainu beside me. The guy shuddered and silently took 2 steps back. I played a trick and instantly appeared in front of Blackbeard, shaking the dark fruit in my hand with a mocking expression. "So you're Blackbeard? Huh? Want it? Beg me." Blackbeard, furious, pulled out his gun and shot at me. But I easily blocked the bullet with my Conqueror's Haki. Now he was completely scared. His absolute confidence in his own abilities was crushed in front of me. After a stalemate, this guy actually softened up. He took a deep breath and asked me, "What do you want? Treasure? Power? Women? Just name it, and I can get it for you." I completely ignored him and instead touched my own arm, as if reminiscing about something. Suddenly, I broke into a smile, raised my hand, and threw the dark purple fruit back. Blackbeard fumbled to catch it, trembling with excitement and without a second thought. He opened his mouth and took a bite. His eating manner was simply outrageous. Once he swallowed it and felt the power return, he fixed his gaze on me and said, "Speak, what are your terms?" I ignored him and quickly returned to the side of the Warring States. The Warring States became anxious. "Why did you give it back to him again?" I curled my lip. "A useless trash fruit that can't be elementalized. It's only treasured by him. The conditions are for him to fulfill himself." After saying that, I shouted at the black-bearded man opposite me, "Blackbeard, I want Whitebeard's life." He took one of my arms, and I want his life in return. If you can do this for me, this fruit will be yours forever. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone was shocked. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were glaring at me with anger. Blackbeard, on the other hand, was amused. Killing Whitebeard? That was part of his plan all along. He immediately laughed cruelly. Haha, deal. I've wanted old man-'s life for a long time. Good heavens. The scene of a filial son killing his father is officially beginning. Whitebeard looked at this rebellious son, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. Teach. You killed your companions and betrayed your family for just a mere devil fruit. Blackbeard's face was twisted. Old man, if you're going to blame anyone, blame Saki for his bad luck. I've been pretending to be a grandson on your ship for over 20 years for this fruit. Now that it's come to me, how could I let it go? Huh. Just as he finished speaking, Whitebeard, filled with rage, struck out, launching a punch with the power to shatter space. But a strange scene occurred as Whitebeard's tremor power came into contact with Blackbeard's darkness. It was instantly absorbed without a trace. Blackbeard was at the height of arrogance. Useless old man. My dark fruit can absorb all abilities. It's the strongest fruit in the world. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed as he looked at the maniacally laughing Blackbeard and suddenly snorted coldly. Your greatest weakness is your arrogance. After saying that, he didn't even use his ability, swinging his song, yin, xie, and chopping down. With a puff, Blackbeard was immediately knocked to the ground. Rolling in pain, it hurts so much. It's killing me. Whitebeard stepped forward, pressing the hilt of his sword firmly against Blackbeard's neck, his killing intent palpable. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, Blackbeard surprisingly cried out with tears, "Old man, I'm your son." At that moment, Whitebeard softened, loosening his grip slightly. A glint of malicious glee flashed in Blackbeard's eyes as he suddenly shouted to his companions behind him, "What are you waiting for? Let us all go." His crew instantly reacted, pulling out rifles and cannons, and unleashed a volley at the hesitating Whitebeard. Bang, 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 bang. As the gunfire stopped, Whitebeard's tall figure still stood firm, but his body was already covered in hundreds of bullet holes. Bitsung Yin Qian's hand also drooped weakly. Blackbeard crawled away and tentatively asked, "This old thing should be dead, right?" He mustered the courage to push him, then kicked him a couple of times before laughing wildly. "Ha! Finally dead. The world's strongest man has died in my hands. A generation of heroes, Edward Newgate, fell in battle, but he, until death, never fell down." Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of Whitebeard's death, a sound rang in my head. Random task triggered. Please, host, retrieve Whitebeard's tremor fruit before Blackbeard. I squinted my eyes and saw that Blackbeard's crew had taken out a huge piece of black cloth, preparing to perform some kind of sinister ritual to blindfold and seize the fruit. What a ridiculous thought. I suddenly kicked the ground, and my whole body shot forward like a cannonball. Blackbeard saw me coming again, nearly wetting himself in fear, scrambling to get away while shouting in terror. "What do you want to do this time?" "I did kill Whitebeard for you as agreed." I let out a cold laugh. "Help you? Don't flatter yourself. Today, you won't get anything." After saying that, I flew directly to the unyielding corpse of Whitebeard, under Blackbeard's cannibalistic gaze. My palm once again shone with light as I plunged it into Whitebeard's chest. "No!" Blackbeard let out a desperate roar. It was too late. I suddenly yanked, and a ball of white light, more dazzling than any before, was pulled out. The light was like a small sun. I grasped the ball of light and teleported back to Garp's side, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Then, in front of everyone, I took out an ordinary-looking fruit and pressed the ball of light into it with a snap. Instantly, white spiral patterns emerged on the surface of the fruit. Ridisigna devastatinhoha. Akiji was the first to react, exclaiming in disbelief, "Could it be the tremor fruit?" I tossed the new fruit in my hand, nodding with a smile. "That's right, no doubt about it." At the same time, I received a system reward in my mind, a book titled Devil Fruit Explanation, and a vast amount of information flooded in instantly. I immediately understood something incredibly amazing. After consuming the fruit that I had modified, the user could actually eat a second one. My eyes lit up, and I immediately turned to look at the old man Garp beside me. I held the tremor fruit in front of him, looking sincere. "Old man, how about you give it a try? Just eat it." Garp's face darkened immediately. "You brat, if you want me to explode on the spot, just say so." "Ugh, You really don't know what's good. I roll my eyes, too lazy to explain. Just then, Sengoku was about to order the eradication of the Whitebeard remnants, and the atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense again. But at that critical moment in the distance, a group of people slowly approached. As the background music played, red-haired Shanks made a dazzling entrance. He walked to the center of the battlefield, tipped his hat down, and declared with great authority, "I'm here to end this war. If anyone still wants to fight, the red-haired pirates are ready to accompany you to the end." Sengoku sighed and ultimately agreed. The war was over. Red-haired proposed that they would like to bury Whitebeard and Ace. Just as Sengoku was about to agree, I stepped forward and coldly said 2 words, "No way." Everyone was stunned. I waved my hand, and a huge block of ice appeared in the center, encasing the already deceased Ace. I pushed the ice block in front of Garp. "Old man, keep an eye on your grandson. Whoever dares to touch him, you kill them." Then, I took off my justice cloak and walked step by step toward red-haired, my momentum rising. "Want to take the body? Fine." I cracked my neck, my gaze sharp as a knife. "First, defeat me." As soon as the words left my mouth, I vanished from my spot, delivering a heavy punch infused with endless power straight at red-haired's face. Red-haired's pupils constricted, and he instantly drew his sword to block. Clang! An earth-shattering duel erupted in an instant. We fought from the ground to the sky, with black and red lightning continuously colliding, and the entire marine fort trembled from the aftermath of our clash. After an unknown amount of time, we both landed. Red-haired looked at me, his eyes filled with admiration and fervor. "Good kid. I can't believe the Navy has a monster like you. Are you interested in joining us?" I ignored his nonsense and directly refused. In the end, both sides took a step back. They took away the corpse of the white-bearded man, but left Aces behind. When most of the people had dispersed, I walked over to Garp, waved my hand towards Ace's ice block, and the ice block along with Ace's body instantly vanished without a trace. Garp panicked. "Where did you take my grandson?" I leaned close to his ear and whispered a sentence that instantly shut down his brain. "Old man, keep it down. I plan to bring your single-minded grandson back to life." Garp was completely stunned, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg, and just as he was about to scream, I covered his mouth tightly. "Hey, do you want me to get executed?" I repeatedly urged him to keep it a secret before finally releasing my hand. Garp was trembling with excitement and leaned in to ask quietly how to bring him back to life. I smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's talk about it after I'm sent to the New World. But I must warn you in advance, if that guy still thinks about becoming a pirate by then, I won't go easy on him." At this point, Garp had completely quieted down. He knew very well about Ace's temperament, but since he wasn't resurrected yet, there was no need to rush. The reason Rosha decided to resurrect Ace was, of course, because of the system task. At that time, the system said, "Ding, selective task activated, please resurrect Ace. Reward: after success, draw 1 skill from the resurrected." Rosha was quite confused at that time, but since there was no punishment for the task, he accepted it. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha felt himself being pulled, and when he turned around, it was none other than Shanks and Beckman. You pirates aren't leaving yet?" Shanks chuckled and said, "Isn't it because you're here, Rosha? We just happen to have something to ask you." "What is it?" Shanks rubbed his hands and smiled. "That black streak in Garp's hair isn't dyed, right? You gave him something, didn't you?" Rosha was momentarily stunned and gradually recalled Garp's condition at that time. It seemed that the old man did look a bit younger after smelling that thing. Rosha instinctively nodded. Seeing Rosha nod, Shanks was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "So, Rosha, do you still have that stuff? We want to buy some." Rosha took a step back and slowly said, "That stuff was what I used after Whitebeard chopped off one of my arms. Besides, the old man only smelled it." As soon as he said this, it was as if a deep water bomb had been dropped into the water. Shanks was stunned for a full minute before asking, "Do you still have it?" "We'll pay for it." Rosha looked Shanks up and down and shook his head. "You can't afford it. Just forget it." "What? Who can't afford it?" Shanks rolled up his sleeves and was about to argue, but Rosha had already retreated to Garp's side. Rosha patted Garp's shoulder and pointed at Shanks and his crew, saying, "Old man, those guys want to recruit me into their pirate crew." Garp's ears perked up, and he immediately asked, "Pirates? Which bastard wants to recruit you into a pirate crew?" However, as soon as he turned his head, Garp saw the two on the opposite side staring at him. Garp grinned An armed color quickly covered his fists. Just as he was about to make a move, Rosha held him back. The two took the opportunity to run back to their ship. Garp spat, "Damn Shanks, if I see you again, I'll beat you up every time." At this moment, Rosha seriously observed Garp's hair. Shanks was indeed not wrong. Garp's hair was somewhat black, but it wasn't as much as Shanks had said. "Let's go back to Windmill Village together when the time comes." Sure. It makes sense. Luffy and Ace both came from Windmill Village, so they definitely need to go back. One day later, Rosha lazily woke up from the lounge chair. At this time, Sengoku, the three admirals, and various vice admirals had already gathered on the nearby grass for a meeting, with a long table in front of them. Rosha was slowly brought to the meeting table by Jiun. As soon as Rosha sat down, Sengoku asked Rosha, "What's wrong? Marshal, do you have something? You can make that green liquid you drank for rebirth after losing an arm during the war, right?" Rosha was stunned, and his heart sank. What was meant to come had come. Meanwhile, the generals at the meeting table began to discuss among themselves. What did Marshal Sengoku just say? Rebirth after losing an arm? That's right. Rebirth after losing an arm. Could it be that Vice Admiral Qinglong has researched something miraculous again? Rosha quietly listened to everyone's discussions. And a few minutes later, they quieted down. Taking a deep breath, Rosha slowly said, "That's right. I used that thing to restore my arm after Whitebeard chopped it off." Sengoku was delighted and was about to speak, but Rosha preemptively said, "That kind of thing can't be mass-produced. I combined hundreds of life-rich materials to create it. Just buying the materials cost me 20 billion. At this point, Rosha glanced at Sengoku and said, "Marshal, if you want me to use that stuff to treat those sailors, then you might as well give up on that idea. Moreover, if your body isn't strong enough, just one sip could make your body explode. Boom. If you want to die, do it sooner." Seeing Sengoku's constipated expression, Rosha couldn't help but laugh inwardly, though he still maintained a mischievous look on his face. The Navy headquarters was still under reconstruction, but after this top war, Whitebeard was dead and the Whitebeard pirates had fallen apart. Some islands that were originally protected by Whitebeard were immediately invaded by pirates. The Grand Line to the New World was filled with them. Kaido and Big Mom in the New World were also dividing Whitebeard's territory. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku took a deep breath and said, "Vice Admiral Qinglong will head to the New World for duty in 3 days. Your warship has been prepared for you, and all the necessary crew members are already on board." Rosha glanced at Sengoku and asked, "For how many years?" Sengoku pondered for a moment and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Just go for now." Rosha replied, "You're being too hasty." In the East Sea, 2 warships were sailing on the sea, one of which had a distinctive dog head. The other ship appeared to have a knife-like structure on its side, while the rest looked just like any other Navy warship. The 2 ships were sailing side by side on the sea. On board, besides the standard Navy soldiers, chefs, ship doctors, and navigators, Rosha was comfortably lying on a lounge chair, while Jiun quietly stood on the ship, enjoying the cool sea breeze. Jiun turned around and saw Rosha still lying on a lounge chair. Speechless, "Rosha, you really have been lying down the whole way. But why do you have a big knife hanging on the side of a perfectly good warship?" Rosha glanced at Jiun and stood up. He slowly walked to Jiun's side, his hand emanating a white light. At the same time, the huge tang knife hanging on the side of the ship actually floated up. Gradually, the tang knife floated in front of Rosha. With a gentle swing of his arm, the tang knife that was floating above the sea violently slashed down toward the surface of the water. Boom! A huge splash erupted on the sea. Fearing that Jiun would call it a useless design, Rosha made several more slashes. When Rosha returned the tang knife to its original position, the crew behind him burst into applause. Clap, clap, clap. Rosha awkwardly scratched his head. "Ha, it's nothing. As long as there are pirates, I can slash their ships in half with just one strike." Jiun smiled helplessly. "Only you could think of doing something like this. I see that on your way to the New World, those pirates are doomed." "Haha, I'm still far from leaving. Aren't we all just accompanying the old man back to Windmill Village?" 1 hour later, the 2 warships stopped at the port of Windmill Village. Before this, Rosha had specifically used his warship to deal with 2 pirate ships. With a few swift cuts, the knife struck the pirate ship as if it were cutting tofu. Just as Garp, Rosha, and Jiun stepped onto the island, the village chief of Windmill Village, Upu Slap, warmly approached Garp to express his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Garp. Haha, it's nothing. Eliminating pirates is our Navy's responsibility. Perhaps hearing Garp's rough voice, the surrounding residents also opened their doors and came out, all very enthusiastic. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Rosha yawned out of boredom, then activated his freezing ability, quickly creating a chair, which he sat down on. At the same time, not far down the street, in a tavern called Party Bar, dozens of mountain bandits were gathered at the edge of the bar, anxiously looking in a certain direction. In that direction, a woman was continuously drinking. Duong, Duong. Bring the drinks, Magino. Bring all the drinks. Magino looked at Dayton with concern and said, Dayton, you can't drink anymore. If you keep drinking, your health will be at risk. Just as Dayton was about to curse, her eyes met Magino's worried gaze. At that moment, a short man stepped forward and said, Big sister, it seems like someone outside is saying Garp has returned. Hearing this, Dayton was taken aback. And the next moment, she picked up her stone wolf fawn club and drunkenly walked outside. Bang! The door slammed open, and Dayton swaggered into the middle of the road, glaring sharply at Garp. Garp had been laughing a moment ago, but his smile gradually faded. In the distance, Rosha's eyes lit up as if he saw someone, and he immediately teleported to Magino's side. Rosha politely extended his hand and smiled. Hello, Magino, I'm Rosha, a Marine Vice Admiral. At the same time, he produced a bottle of Maodai and handed it to Magino. This is my brew, you can give it a try. Magino smiled politely, but did not accept the drink. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud sounded behind Rosha, and he turned to see Garp being knocked down. At the same time, the Marines following Garp all raised their rifles in unison. Rosha hurriedly shouted, Listen to my orders, put down your guns. The many Marines looked at each other. Then all lowered their weapons. Rosha nodded in satisfaction. This bandit next to me is a friend of Garp. No need to use guns. Hearing herself being called a bandit, Dayton's hand, which was about to strike, paused as she turned to scold. You little brat, I'm a mountain thief, not a bandit. Speak properly. Just as Dayton finished speaking, her fist heavily landed on Garp's face. Punch after punch, Garp stared expressionlessly at Dayton, showing no intention of dodging. You were clearly on the scene and couldn't save your grandson. Ace, are you just going to watch him get killed? Bastard. Dayton didn't hit for long before Magino tightly clasped Dayton's arm, preventing her from advancing further. Stop it, Dayton. Mr. Garp is their grandfather. Isn't he sad to be here? Garp remained silent. Dayton's eyes filled with tears, her hands hanging limply. Actually, it's Luffy who's the saddest. Rosha and Ji Yuan stood to the side, watching this touching scene. Rosha cleared his throat and interrupted. Excuse me, this bandit aunt. May I interject? Dayton turned her head, her eyes filled with anger. You little brat, I'm a mountain thief. What do you want to say? If you're just going to say something useless, do you believe I'll hit you? Rosha awkwardly smiled, appearing somewhat foolish. Garp, sitting on the ground, rasped. He has Ace's corpse on him. This statement stirred up a storm. As soon as Garp's words fell, all the villagers of Windmill Village widened their eyes and looked at Rosha. Garp continued. Originally, Shanks was supposed to take Whitebeard and Ace's corpses away. It was Rosha who fought with Shanks and took Ace's corpse from him. As for Luffy, our Navy conducted a thorough search, but did not find Luffy's remains or corpse. He should still be alive. Rosha grinned, and with a flash of light from his hands, a rectangular block of ice appeared, containing Ace's corpse. Rosha lifted the ice block containing Ace with one hand, freeing the other to freeze the ground. After some effort, Rosha finally set Ace down. The moment he set Ace down, all the villagers rushed over. Rosha shouted, Everyone, please don't break my ice block. Absolutely not. Among the crowd of villagers, one could vaguely hear responses like got it and okay. Rosha stood by, watching every move of the villagers. However, the villagers only watched Ace from a close distance and did not touch him. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. It seemed that these villagers truly regarded Ace as their family. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Rosha quietly stood behind the villagers, feeling as if someone was poking him. He turned to see Ji Yuan poking him. What are you doing? Do you believe I'll hit you? Ji Yuan glared at Rosha. Do you dare? But I'm not here to argue with you. Ji Yuan pointed at the ice coffin in the middle of the road and said, Why do you carry Vice Admiral Garp's grandson with you? Ji Yuan's big eyes were filled with confusion. Rosha glanced at Garp and smiled. What? Didn't Garp tell you? Ji Yuan shook her head. Then you don't need to know. Rosha grinned. But as he turned around, he was startled to see a woman with orange hair and thick lips standing in front of him, almost causing him to lose his balance. Bandit Aunt, do you need something? At this moment, Rosha realized that the villagers had split into two rows. I am the big sister of the mountain thieves, not a bandit. Also, thank you for retrieving Ace's corpse. Rosha scratched his head and smiled. No problem. Just a casual thing. No need to thank me. Rosha looked around and asked, have you all finished looking at Ace? Although the villagers were unsure of what Rosha was getting at, they all nodded in unison. All right, since that's the case. Rosha's hands glowed, and the ice that had been on the ground slowly floated up, flying towards Rosha. Seeing this scene, the villagers asked one after another, Vice Admiral Rosha, may I ask what you intend to do? Are you taking him back? Otherwise, will he melt on ground? Rosha casually replied. Dayton angrily walked up to Rosha and said, Ace is already dead. I think he should be buried on my mountain. We can't let him stay in that ice block forever, can we? That must be very cold. The originally aggressive bandit, Aunt Dayton's tone gradually weakened as she spoke of Ace, and in the end, it even turned into a plea. Rosha swallowed hard, opened his mouth, and finally closed it again. He couldn't make a move against Dadong yet, fearing that if he did, he would be killed. Rosha looked at Garp with a pleading gaze. Garp understood, and soon his rough voice rang out. Village chief, everyone, don't worry. This kid is just researching Ace's corpse, not doing anything else. Rosha's heart sank. The ice cube that was floating in the air was instantly taken back into his space. However, he found that the previously friendly villagers had all picked up weapons, such as hoes and iron shovels, their sharp gazes piercing through Rosha. Rosha said speechlessly, Old man, could you not speak so casually? Now I'm going to be beaten up by the villagers. At this moment, the village chief, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, stepped forward and said, Everyone, don't act yet. This Navy officer rescued Ace from Shanks. We can't treat a vice admiral like this. Garp slowly said, Rosha, since you're here, we could talk about what we discussed a few days ago. This. Rosha opened his mouth and finally pointed to the bar behind him. Say, let's talk inside. I'm afraid there are world government people around. If they find out, I'm done for. Then, Garp, the village chief, Dadong, and Dadang's two little brothers enter the bar. Ji Yuan, who was following Rosha, was about to go in when Rosha turned around and blocked him with his hand. Ji Yuan, confused, asked, What's wrong? You can't go in. What? Why not? Rosha crossed his arms with a serious look. This is about my life. Stay outside and patrol. If you find any world government people, help me take care of them. You. Fine, okay. In the end, Jin reluctantly compromised. After all, Rosha said it was about his life, which had to be taken seriously. As Rosha walked into the bar, everyone's eyes were on him. Magino also poured a drink for everyone. Rosha stood by the table of the group, silent for a long time, and after a minute, he blurted out, Old man, why don't we just knock everyone out? Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Rosha laughed and sat down on a chair. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Speak, Garp reminded. Wait for me to think about how to say it. After considering for a long time, Rosha slowly said, about what the old man said regarding research. That's a lie. Also, Ace cannot be buried on Corbo Mountain. Furthermore, I'm currently collecting materials to create something that, in simple terms, is to resurrect Ace. I know you all might be surprised, because while this sounds dreamy, making it happen is not that simple. Rosha shrugged, feeling quite helpless. Previously, Rosha had inquired about the price of the potion, but this time the system quoted 30 billion berries. Rosha couldn't come up with that money right now. Moreover, he still had to go to the new world, and without the ability to teleport to Sengoku, how could he have a chance to deceive? Cough. Earn Sengoku's money? And 30 billion. Rosha felt like his heart was bleeding. After finishing his speech, he casually sat in his chair, drinking the wine Magino brought over. After a long silence, the village chief of Windmill Village asked, Mr. Garp, is what Vice Admiral Rosha said true? Pretty much. He is a vice admiral from our Navy headquarters and has a devil fruit ability. The sea's treasure, the devil fruit, allows him to invent all sorts of strange things. Resurrecting someone shouldn't be a problem for him. Rosha listened to Garp's words, feeling utterly speechless. What normal person has the ability to bring someone back to life? And let me tell these commoners, you're something, Garp. All right, the black hair on my head was done by this kid. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartily, completely dropping his previous silent demeanor. Everyone turned to look at Garp's hair and was shocked to see that he seemed younger than before. Rosha turned around and said, "Old man, don't reveal all my secrets. And your voice is too loud. Keep it down." Rosha seemed to sense something, instantly teleporting to the door, and abruptly pushed it open, sticking his head out and saying, "Don't eavesdrop." Bang! Rosha slammed the door shut with force. Outside, Ji-Yuan pressed down hard, causing the entire stone road to crack like a spider web. Just as he returned to his position, Garp asked, "What materials do you need? I can help you find them." Garp looked confident. Rosha replied nonchalantly, 30 billion berries, old man. Do you have that? A week later, Rosha and his fleet sailed on the sea. Ji-Yuan was beside Rosha. Rosha glanced at Ji-Yuan discontentedly and said, "Hey, why did you come along too? I'm going to the New World for work, not for fun." Jen, with her hands on her hips, replied in a haughty manner, "Humph. I just want to see where you're going to take office. Besides, the marshal told me to go, so it will be convenient for me to find you for supplies in the future." With Ji-Yuan saying this, even if Rosha was unhappy, he could only endure it. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, the sky was dark, and the air occasionally blew cold winds, making the weather seem very eerie. At that moment, in a large building, several men dressed in earth-colored cloaks, with lewd appearances, were gathered together chatting. Some were playing cards and drinking, looking very carefree. A small, thin man with a lewd smile on his lips said, "Have you guys heard?" "What is it?" "Hee hee. I heard we're about to have an officer sent over to govern this place. Of course, that includes us." The man maintained a lewd smile throughout, and laughter filled the room. They seemed unconcerned about the incoming Navy officer. Of course, this naval base naturally had a Navy officer, but this officer didn't care to manage things. Little did he know that because of his indulgence, he would soon be in trouble. In the New World Sea, Rosha rarely got up from his recliner, looking far ahead at a small island not far away. Is the weather always like this in the New World? If it keeps being like this, I didn't come here to enjoy myself. I've been sent here to suffer. Because of the weather, Rosha changed his big shorts to black long pants and switched to white leather shoes. However, it must be said that Rosha still had some artistic flair. This outfit looked quite good and stylish. "Report, Vice Admiral Qinglong. We are about to reach our destination." A Navy officer shouted behind Rosha. Due to the strong winds at sea, they had to speak loudly to be heard. Rosha approached the officer and pointed to the lush little island in the distance, asking, "Is that it?" "Yes, according to the coordinates given by the marshal. It is indeed this little island." Roxia nodded, and his first impression of the island was quite good. At least it wasn't one of those islands covered in heavy snow. In less than half an hour, the warship successfully docked. Roxia and Ji-Yuan walked down the warship one after the other. As soon as Roxia set foot on the ground, he felt a chill, accompanied by a cold, biting wind that occasionally swept through. Damn, what kind of island is this? What kind of weather is this? Roxia was incredulous. He had never been to the New World before, but he didn't expect the weather in the New World to be so strange. Ji-Yuan was slowly flipping through the profiles of everyone at the naval base. "By the way, Roxia, I think I need to remind you about the naval base established here." "What do you mean by reminder?" Ji-Yuan said as he continued to browse through the manual. "Most of the sailors on this island are former pirates. Of course, although they were pirates before, now they're all part of the Navy. Naturally, since they were pirates before, some of their methods are extremely brutal. Some sailors would tear the arms off captured pirates. It's not an exaggeration to call them naval thugs." Roxia smiled faintly. "It's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with treating pirates like that." After Ji-Yuan's explanation, Roxia basically understood the situation on the island. Among them, there's a vice admiral who has been stationed on this island for over 10 years. Furthermore, because this is the New World, there aren't many sailors on this island. Some sailors can't stand the harsh weather here, among other reasons. Most of the sailors here are formed after the pirates surrendered, and the Navy here is quite lax, almost like a bunch of local thugs. I think I understand it pretty well. As Roxia and Ji-Yuan strolled on the island, Roxia suddenly said, "Since I come to take office, why aren't those bastards coming out? Shouldn't they come out to greet their new boss?" Ji-Yuan shrugged. "They're not the kind of Navy that follows the rules. Don't forget, they were pirates." Roxia nodded. "Got it. By the way, you don't need to worry about what I do next. Even if I kill a few people, you can't interfere." Ji Yuan rolled his eyes. "Got it. I'm not here to take office." Moreover, they were pirates before. Soon, Roxia arrived at the entrance of the naval base and looked around, but found no Navy guards at the gate. The two quickly reached the entrance of the naval base. Roxia tried knocking on the door a few times, but the door showed no response. It seemed that no one was coming to open it. Thinking of this, Roxia grabbed Ji Yuan's arm, and in an instant, the two disappeared from their spot, reappearing inside the base. As soon as they entered the naval base, Roxia heard many rough voices. They sounded more like they were playing cards. Roxia walked slowly with Ji Yuan, and soon they reached the door of a room. Hearing the laughter inside, Roxia didn't hold back anymore and kicked the wooden door directly. The door exploded open instantly. This scene surprised everyone inside, and they all shut their mouths, staring intently at the two at the door. Roxia and Ji Yuan quickly walked into the room side by side. When the former pirates saw Ji Yuan's face, their eyes widened in surprise, and they all turned into heart shapes. "Beautiful. A beauty. Hey, hey, hey." Roxia frowned subtly. Seeing them still staring at Ji Yuan, he snorted coldly, inadvertently releasing a hint of conqueror's haki. "Bastards, I'm your new officer, and you dare to ignore me? Do you want to die?" Roxia spoke with authority, but the Navy dressed in earth-toned cloaks did not take it seriously. "Oh, so it's the officer? Just sit down, and later we can play cards and drink together." Soon, an ugly man with a lecherous smile rubbed his hands and stood up, saying, "Hello, beautiful Navy." Just as he was about to reach out to touch Ji Yuan, Roxia instantly froze him. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Roxia smiled coldly. No wonder they were once pirates. Their inherent nature hadn't changed at all. While speaking, Roxia casually kicked the frozen person hard. The frozen sailor shattered into countless pieces. As the ice shattered all over the floor, everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Gulp, the next second, everyone took several steps back. They clearly knew that the person who had just been frozen was now dead. They also realized that they seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. After about a minute of silence, a lecherous-looking man, still managing to show a forced smile, stepped forward and asked, Are you really the new officer?" Roxia nodded, and Ji Yuan handed him a document. Roxia took it casually. It was the transfer notice issued by the naval headquarters. "By the way, my codename is Qing Long. My rank is Vice Admiral, and I am also the highest officer of your G5 branch. As for how you should address me, I'll decide after I deal with someone." Roxia looked around and asked, "Where is your current highest officer? Bring him here." Hearing this, the sailors exchanged glances, and eventually, it was the lecherous-looking man who stepped forward. "Oh, officer, please wait a moment. I'll go call him right away." Seeing Roxia nod, the sailor quickly left the room. As the sound of his footsteps faded, Roxia carefully examined the people in the room. Those who caught Roxia's gaze all lowered their heads, completely different from their earlier thug-like demeanor. Roxia looked around and shook his head helplessly. "Damn, a bunch of trash. I originally wanted to find a few who looked decent and had better qualifications to give them some devil fruits." Unintentionally, he spoke, but upon hearing the words devil fruit, everyone's eyes clearly lit up. Ji Yuan smiled slightly and then asked, "What? Do you have many devil fruits?" "Not many, but definitely more than average." Roxia counted on his fingers and said, "For example, a few Logia types, 1 Paramecia type, and 2 Zoan types." Phoenix form. Although Ji Yuan had anticipated this, she was still quite surprised, especially at the mention of the Zoan type. Even she didn't know Roxia had a Zoan type. Seemingly thinking of something, Roxia suddenly turned and asked, "Do you think if I kill the original highest officer here, can the marshal send someone else over?" Ji Yuan looked Roxia up and down and said speechlessly, "How is that possible? Moreover, even if you want to give them a warning, you wouldn't go so far as to kill a vice admiral, would you?" Ji Yuan knew that the original base commander was a vice admiral. While not all vice admirals were geniuses, they were certainly among the elite. Silently listening to the conversation between the two, the Marine nearby was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the Marine who originally went to find the base commander was now following a man draped in a navy cloak, wearing sunglasses with black lightning patterns on his cheeks. This man was Vice Admiral Virgo, the current commander of the G5 base. The two walked in silence, heading toward the direction where Rosha was. Soon, Virgo arrived at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. After hearing Rosha's voice, Virgo stepped inside. As soon as Virgo entered the room, he was met with dozens of lewd gazes. Virgo frowned. He felt that these Marines were different from the ones before. Turning around, Virgo saw Jiyuan and Rosha. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, Vice Admiral Blue Dragon, welcome to the G5 branch. I'm sorry I didn't come to greet you in advance. Virgo spoke nonchalantly, as if not coming to greet them was only natural. Rosha smiled broadly. This was the attitude he wanted. Rosha pointed at the Marines, lined up like elementary school students, and asked, "What the hell did you train these bastards to be like pirates? They're so unruly. It was only after I educated them that they finally behaved." Virgo glanced at those people and turned back with a hint of apology, saying, "I'm sorry. Vice Admiral Blue Dragon, I've been busy with work lately, so I haven't had much time to train them. Besides, their training relies entirely on their self-discipline. After all, they have experience as pirates." Rosha nodded, realizing that Virgo was shirking responsibility and trying to play tricks on him. "I don't want to play games." Rosha's smile faded, and his gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Virgo. In the next moment, Rosha suddenly grabbed Virgo by the neck. At the same time, Rosha unleashed his conqueror's haki, filling the surrounding air with a powdery tension. Virgo did not expect Rosha to really take action, just as he was about to resist. He was surprised to find that he seemed to have no strength to fight back at all. He felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, utterly powerless. Behind him, Jiyuan exclaimed, "Wait, are you really going to make a move? This is a vice admiral. Even though you're also a vice admiral, if you kill him, you might not escape confinement, even with the marshal's favoritism." Listening to Jiyuan's rambling, Rosha scratched his head and nonchalantly said, "It's fine. Anyway, this guy isn't really a Marine." "What do you mean?" Rosha said nothing and instead released his grip on Virgo's neck. Once freed, Virgo immediately dropped to the ground, gasping for fresh air as if he had been reborn. Suddenly, Virgo hurriedly stepped back 3 paces, warily watching Rosha. "What do you want to do?" Rosha shrugged, saying, "Nothing much. Just want you to explain your situation. After all, killing you might not cause me too much trouble, but I still need a reason, right? A Marine undercover agent who has been lurking for 15 years. At Rosha's words, Virgo's mind suddenly exploded with realization. How do you know? Realizing he had misspoken, Virgo immediately covered his mouth, glaring at Rosha with a dark expression. Behind him, Jiyuan was astonished. "So you really are an undercover agent? And you've been lurking for 15 years? Rosha nodded. "That's right. I remember your master is Doflamingo." At this moment, Virgo's heart was extremely complicated. He never expected that the Vice Admiral Blue Dragon, who was famous in the Marine headquarters, would know everything. Moreover, the suffocating feeling he just experienced had made him aware of the threat of death. He had been on the brink of death. Faced with Blue Dragon, he had no way out. Now, Virgo's mind was filled with a single thought. Run. If he didn't escape, he would truly die here. With that thought, Virgo no longer hesitated and turned to flee. But Rosha was stronger than Virgo, and he wouldn't let Virgo escape right under his nose. Just as Virgo was about to run, a large hand firmly grabbed his neck, leaving him with no place to escape. No matter how hard Virgo struggled, Rosha maintained his grip. This wasn't because Virgo was weak, it was just that Rosha was stronger. After the Marine-Ford War, Rosha had gained many abilities, making him much stronger than before. Watching the helpless Virgo, Jiyuan felt a sense of shock. She knew that Virgo was considered above average among vice admirals in terms of strength. Jiyuan gazed at Rosha's profile and thought to herself, "Has this guy become so strong now? He might even be stronger than me." Meanwhile, the Marines who had initially feared they would be caught in the crossfire were now hiding in corners. Some bolder Marines began to discuss the two. "Hey, are you serious? Vice Admiral Virgo is very strong. I can't believe he was subdued so easily by this officer. It's like picking up a chick. This is unbelievable. Shut up. Be careful not to get hurt." As Rosha's grip tightened, Virgo, who had initially wanted to escape, suddenly calmed down. Virgo let out a light breath. Although he was being choked by Rosha, he seemed to have come to some realizations. In an instant, Virgo said, "Vice Admiral Blue Dragon, are you really going to kill me?" Rosha furrowed his brow and removed his hand from Virgo's neck, which made Virgo feel a bit relieved. What else? I don't want any undercover agents in my G5 branch. I also don't want to be ambushed by a traitor when I go out to sea. Moreover, a traitor who has been lurking in the Navy for 15 years. As he spoke, Rosha turned to the Marines hiding in the corners. I think they also want to be killed by an undercover agent when they go out to sea, right? Rosha's smile was warm, but to those Marines, it seemed like a threatening smile. The Marines huddled in the corner forced to smile and nodded in agreement. After all, everyone understood a simple truth. Whoever was stronger would be obeyed. Virgo's eyes behind his sunglasses were calm. In the beginning, he wasn't so calm. Perhaps he realized he couldn't escape, which made him appear so tranquil. Everyone should be this calm before death. Virgo adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Let's go outside. I don't want the G5 branch to be contaminated." After saying this, Virgo attempted to step outside, and to his surprise, Rosha actually allowed him to go. Soon, Rosha led Virgo outside. At this moment, the sky was overcast and thunder rumbled ominously, creating a frightening atmosphere. Virgo then removed his jacket, revealing his muscular physique. His eyes were sharp, exuding a sense of determination to fight. In the next moment, under the gaze of everyone present, Virgo pulled out a piece of green bamboo from somewhere and gripped it tightly. Rosha glanced at it and then returned his gaze elsewhere. Brush. Virgo's entire body was instantly covered in a layer of black with a hint of purple armed color hockey. Even the weapon was wrapped in armed color hockey. This was the first time Rosha had seen someone fully enveloped in armed color hockey. "Come on, Qinglong, let me see your strength." Virgo held the green bamboo in one hand, vigilantly staring at Virgo. Rosha's gaze was fixed on Virgo, and in the next second, the space fruit activated. Rosha's fingers trembled slightly, and in an instant, Virgo, who was still far away, was actually transferred to right in front of Rosha. Rosha's conqueror's hockey wrapped around his arm, and he struck fiercely. Virgo's pupils dilated, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Rosha easily grasped Virgo's neck, rendering him completely powerless to resist. Indeed, Virgo, who was being tightly choked, lost all his strength. The armed color covering his body gradually began to fade. With his neck being choked, Virgo's upper body turned red. After about 5 minutes of contemplation, Rosha said, "Forget it. Let's just kill him." Rosha's conqueror's hockey suddenly erupted, and his hand that was gripping Virgo tightened, causing countless spatial cubes to rapidly fly into Virgo's body. Gradually, the onlookers discovered that the spatial cubes flying out from Rosha were actually integrating into various parts of Virgo's body. Everyone watched this scene in amazement. Rosha's expression remained calm as he forcefully slammed Virgo into the ground. Virgo swallowed hard. He had no time to think and immediately turned to run towards the sea. He clearly understood that rather than being toyed with and killed by Rosha here, it was better to take a gamble. Plus, he could swim. He wasn't some landlubber. Just as Virgo was secretly delighted in his heart, Rosha sat down on the ground, propping his chin up with one hand, his gaze calm as water. Rosha slowly spoke towards the direction Virgo was fleeing. 3, 2, 1, explode. As the word explode came out, the previously fast-running Virgo truly exploded, just as Rosha said. Blood and chunks of flesh were blasted everywhere. Virgo died without ever understanding how he had met his end. At the same time, the sailors on the warship that Rosha had come on widened their eyes at this scene. Some sailors with weaker mental fortitude couldn't help but vomit. At this moment, Jiyuan walked over and asked, "Is he really dead?" "Uh-huh. Or do you think I was talking nonsense?" Rosha turned and pointed at the dumbfounded sailors, instructing, "Send a few people to Virgo's place and search for all the den mushy on him." Rosha felt no pressure in giving orders to these seemingly rogue sailors. Many sailors looked at each other, seemingly reluctant to go. "You bastards, you wanted I to, huh?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone shuddered, and the next moment, 3 sailors rushed towards Virgo's corpse as if fleeing. Seeing them go, Rosha turned and said, "Go, send a few more people to call my sailors over. Tell them they can come down. That's the warship on the coast. It has my people on it." After Rosha's brief explanation, they understood what they had to do. However, soon, the sailors who went to search the corpse and those who went to call others all returned. Rosha ignored the local rogues and instead stood up, smiling. You can start tidying up. There are still many rooms inside. Each person can choose one. Rosha was quite friendly to his own navy. After all, he had to treat them gently since they had come to such a desolate place with him. In no time, those responsible for searching Virgo's corpse ran over, panting. Each of the three held a den mushy, each looking different. Sir, we have found all the den mushy on him. Just these three. The three placed the den mushy before Rosha one by one. Rosha looked up and said, "For now on, call me boss." Everyone present was taken aback, then quickly reacted and shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." Rosha waved his hand impatiently. "Get lost. Also, I remind you, better not to get killed by my training in the coming days." Upon hearing this, all the local sailors gulped, cold sweat appearing on their foreheads. Originally, they were quite happy to be told to leave, but this sentence was simply a death sentence. "Goodbye, boss." On the way back, almost everyone hung their heads, looking listless. "Why don't we run away? Let's continue being pirates," someone suggested. But this thought was quickly drowned out by objections. "Are you crazy? Have you forgotten what we were like before? This is the new world." "Exactly. You go if you want. I don't want to die at sea." Everyone returned to their rooms with worried faces. Meanwhile, outside the base, Rosha rested his chin on one hand, looking at the three den mushy in front of him. Pondering, one is connected to Admiral Sengoku. One is for reporting to Don Quixote da Flamingo. What is the other white one for? Jiyuan sat down beside Rosha and said, "The other one should be an anti-eavesdropping den mushy. It emits a signal that creates an interference magnetic field." "Oh, I see. No wonder it's valuable." Rosha glanced at the dead Virgo he had dealt with and casually picked up one of the den mushy to dial it. "Buru buru, buru buru, foo 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 foo." "Virgo, how come you're calling me today?" Rosha smiled coldly. "Heavenly Yiksha, huh?" Doflamingo's expression froze, and he felt a jolt in his heart. He sensed that Virgo might have encountered danger. "You are Vice Admiral Qinglong? How did you get Virgo's den mushy?" "Haha, isn't that obvious? I just killed that undercover agent. How else would I have it?" Rosha's attitude was very tough. 5 minutes later, Doflamingo, almost grinding his teeth, almost shouted, You kill Virgo? Are you sure?" Rosha frowned, impatiently scolding. "Are you annoying or what? Do I need to confirm with you that I killed an undercover agent? By the way, if you still want your pawn back or your family's corpses, then prepare one. 5 billion berries. Otherwise, I'll just feed his body to the fish. Oh, and make sure to bring the money. Otherwise, I'll catch you too. Kacha." Rosha finished speaking and hung up the phone. Jiyuan beside him looked at Rosha with an odd expression and said, "You're asking Doflamingo for one. 5 billion? Of course. I'm gonna need the money right now. Just write for some synthesis materials." Rosha counted on his fingers. Even though he had the any door, he couldn't let Admiral Sengoku know. Otherwise, what was the point of making this hard trip to the new world? Roxia seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, "That's right. If you want to go back to the Navy headquarters, I can send you back right now." I advise you to explain to Admiral Sengoku. Killing a rear admiral is no small matter. Although he was an undercover, it's still necessary to mention it. Roxia nodded. "Fine, if he dares to scold me. I won't sell him anything." Jiyuan rolled her eyes at Roxia and handed her transponder snail to him. Bloop bloop. As soon as the transponder snail connected, Sengoku's voice came through. "Tao Rabbit, how's it going? Have you arrived? It's Admiral Sengoku." "Oh, it's Roxia. How's it going? Are the Navy at the G5 branch easy to manage?" "Not bad. I gave them a lesson, and now they're all as obedient as little chicks." Sengoku asked in confusion. "What lesson?" "I remember they used to be quite unruly and hard to manage. I didn't expect them to be so obedient now." It's nothing much. I just killed a rear admiral in front of them," Roxia said with a faint smile. "Oh, you killed what? A rear admiral?" Meanwhile, in Sengoku's office at the Navy headquarters, his jaw dropped onto the desk. The nearby rear admiral Crane and Garp looked over in confusion. Sengoku moved the microphone away a bit. His heart was having a hard time processing this. What did he just hear? Roxia actually killed a rear admiral right after taking office? At this moment, Crane, who had been silent, asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hearing Crane's voice, Sengoku snapped back. Little Crane, who was the previous base commander at the G5 branch. "If you're talking about now, That would be Rear Admiral Roxia. Sengoku waved his hand. No, no, no. I mean, who was it before? Oh, before that, it should be Rear Admiral Virgo. His strength was also above average among Rear Admirals. Why? Hearing Crane's words, Sengoku felt like he might faint at any moment. That kid seemed to have killed Virgo, just to give those little ones a lesson. What? Sengoku took a sip of water to calm himself down, picked up a microphone, and asked, Hello, Roxia, are you still there? Yo, Sengoku-san, are you done being shocked? You little brat, if you don't explain this clearly today, do you believe I'll send you to Impel Down? Roxia smiled awkwardly. Don't get angry, Admiral Sengoku, you're getting old. Be careful not to stress yourself to death. Jiyuan rolled her eyes and snatched the microphone from Roxia, fearing that his mouth might really give Sengoku a heart attack. Admiral Sengoku, I'm Tao Rabbit. Let me explain what happened. Oh, Tao Rabbit, you explain. If this was intentional, I really will send that kid to Impel Down for reformation. Jiyuan awkwardly smiled and quickly recounted everything that had happened today, adding a few more charges against Virgo along the way. After all, the man was dead, so it didn't matter much. After Jiyuan finished, she returned the transponder snail to Roxia. Roxia slowly said, Yo, Sengoku-san, when do you want me to report to Impel Down? Cough, cough, it's a misunderstanding. But I didn't expect that this Doflamingo guy would place an undercover agent in the Navy. What a Doflamingo! Sengoku's tone was very dissatisfied. By the way, Sengoku-san, remember to send over another deputy base commander. Also, I've already made one. 5 billion with Virgo's body. Believe that soon I will be able to research a way to reverse aging, so you don't have to retire so early. After saying that, Roxia hung up the transponder snail, not giving Sengoku a chance to speak. No matter how many times Sengoku called back afterward, Roxia did not answer. At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office. In the few minutes after Roxia hung up the transponder snail, no matter how many times Sengoku called, Roxia did not pick up again. Sengoku helplessly put the transponder snail away. So, what you guys are just talking about is true. Sengoku nodded from that kid's words. It seems so, and he straightforwardly killed Virgo. Garp laughed heartily. I didn't expect that Virgo was an undercover. I actually appreciated that kid's armament hockey, but Roxia did well. Truly worthy of being the one I picked up. Garp's words were ignored by the other two in the office. Rear Admiral Crane asked again, So, what else did you guys talk about? That kid seems to want you to send someone else over, or should we leave Tao Rabbit there? Crane's eyes widened, as if ready to fight. You can try. Sengoku smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything further. In fact, he knew very well. If that kid really stayed with Tao Rabbit to work together, they might have children in a few years. Of course, this was all Sengoku's imagination. Sengoku tapped his fingers on the desk, his mind constantly recalling the faces of various rear admirals, occasionally shaking his head. Are you thinking about the candidates to send? Sengoku nodded. Do you have someone in mind? Crane pondered for a moment before slowly saying, I do have a candidate. He has a bit of a personality similar to Roxia. Before Crane could finish, Sengoku interrupted. Isn't that kid still yelling to go to the New World recently? Sengoku's mouth revealed a smile. Then let that kid go, and also promote his rank. Time passed quickly, and soon a day had gone by. The next morning, Roxia woke up at dawn, and a few minutes later, he was dressed neatly. Roxia pushed open the door to his room and headed straight for the rooms of the various sailors. Mainly, he was going to the rooms of the sailors he met yesterday. Thanks to his observation hockey, Roxia quickly called everyone up. During this process, no sailor dared to move or insult him. After all, they had seen such a scene yesterday, and they didn't want to die. Virgo's corpse was still lying on the shore. In no time, the training ground was filled with sailors. Roxia looked around and frowned slightly. Almost everyone looked half dead. Roxia smiled broadly and said coldly, Since everyone is so sleepy, how about I kill someone to wake you up? As he spoke, a killing intent was subtly released from Roxia, making those watching shiver. All the sailors who heard this immediately stood up straight, their eyes wide awake, as if fearing that if Roxia got angry, he would go on a killing spree. All right, no more nonsense, just run around the training ground. As long as you don't die, just keep running. Despite everyone's reluctance, they still moved according to Roxia's instructions. The weather today was quite nice, with bright sunshine. A chill spread from Roxia's hands in an instant, and 2 chairs and a sunshade were created by him. As soon as Roxia sat down, a pink light rushed over and landed steadily beside him. Roxia rolled his eyes and said, "What are you still doing here? Stop with the nonsense. I don't have any tasks right now, so I can be wherever I want." Then, Ji Yuan plopped down in a chair. The two of them silently watched the Marines running laps on the training ground. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Xia stood up and waved his hand. The Marines, seeing Luo Xia's gesture, all stopped and came to stand in front of him, panting heavily like exhausted dogs. Luo Xia waved his hand, and soon an umbrella appeared above the Marines. He sat down on a stool in front of a small table that had just been set up. "Look at you all, panting like dogs. As your leader, I have to give you some motivation." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange colored fruit with spiral patterns appeared in his hand, the flesh showing an enchanting purple color, looking quite beautiful. When everyone saw this fruit, they gasped in surprise. "No way, could it be a devil fruit?" "That's right. It's the devil fruit said to be the treasure of the sea. Is the boss going to give it to us?" The crowd immediately cheered. Luo Xia, impatient, dug at his ears, glaring as he scolded. "What are you shouting about? Look at you all, acting like you've never seen anything." The scene instantly quieted down. However, Luo Xia's actions didn't stop. He continued to conjure devil fruits out of thin air. The many Marines went from shock to astonishment and finally to numbness, which was quite strange. At this moment, there were 8 brightly colored devil fruits displayed on the ice table. Ji Yuan, who initially wanted to sit aside and watch, also stood up and walked over. With wide eyes, Ji Yuan exclaimed, "No way, you got so many devil fruits? Are they all real? What do you think?" Luo Xia pointed at the fruits on the table and said, "Why don't you eat one? Just in time for me to see a fireworks show." At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the various devil fruits on the table. Some extremists even had terrifying thoughts pop into their heads, but they quickly extinguished them. They had witnessed Luo Xia's strength firsthand. If they dared to take one, they would definitely die the next second. "Boss, are all these devil fruits of the Zoan type?" a brave Marine asked. Luo Xia shook his head and replied, "These are all top-tier devil fruits. There are Paramecia, Logia, and even some rare mythical Zoan types. As for Zoan types, I actually don't have any." Luo Xia raised his eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want them?" Before they could respond, Luo Xia continued, "It's not impossible, but it depends on your training results next. If you satisfy me, I will reward you. Of course, if you disappoint me, you will face punishment." Suddenly, a black whip appeared in Luo Xia's hand. The sight of the whip made everyone's eyes widen, and some Marines began to imagine the miserable days ahead. Others fixed their gaze on the devil fruits, envisioning the power they would possess after eating them. All eyes were on Luo Xia. Luo Xia grinned, waved his hand, and the devil fruits on the table were sucked into the system space. A week later, Luo Xia and Ji Yuan sat under the umbrella, which was made of cold air, so they felt quite cool. Beside Luo Xia was an ice coffin made of ice blocks, containing the corpse of Virgo and some scattered bits of flesh. This corpse was worth 15 billion. If Luo Xia let it dry out in the sun, its value would drop significantly. It would be bad if he didn't recognize it. While Luo Xia and Ji Yuan were sitting in their chairs watching the soldiers train, a Navy officer ran up to them and said, "Report, Vice Admiral Qinglong. A pirate ship has been spotted approaching the port quickly. The ship looks like a flamingo." Luo Xia was taken aback and turned to see a pink pirate ship docking not far away, looking a bit flamboyant. He patted Ji Yuan on the shoulder and laughed. "Let's go. The big spender is here to give me money." At the same time, Luo Xia's spatial power manifested in his hand, easily lifting the ice coffin and suspending it in midair. The two slowly walked toward the port, chatting casually along the way. Soon they reached the port, where a huge pirate ship awaited. Not long after, a man dressed in a pink feather coat and wearing sunglasses stepped down. However, he looked quite angry. It's understandable. His subordinate, who had been undercover for over a decade, was killed, so he must be upset. "Fu, Vice Admiral Qinglong. I didn't expect you to be assigned to such a desolate place. On your first day here, you killed my family. Impressive. You just wait." Luo Xia frowned slightly and placed the ice coffin down. In the next second, the conqueror's haki surged from his body, enveloping his arm. Under Doflamingo's incredulous gaze, Luo Xia slapped him. The crisp sound of the slap echoed loudly in the silence. A pirate dares to act tough in front of me? Do you believe I can just capture you? You. Luo Xia glared at Doflamingo and threatened, what about you? Did you bring the money? If not, I don't mind capturing you. Besides, I have no good feelings towards the celestial dragons. It will be just the right time to test out killing one. As he spoke, Luo Xia's conqueror's haki erupted, darkening the sky above them. Seeing that Luo Xia was serious, beads of sweat appeared on Doflamingo's forehead. He felt that while he might not be instantly killed, he would definitely be captured. Taking a step back, Doflamingo said, Fu, Vice Admiral Qinglong, the money is naturally prepared. But what about Virgo's corpse? Sensing Doflamingo was backing down, Luo Xia retracted his overwhelming aura, snapped his fingers, and the ice coffin that had been lying on the ground instantly appeared in his hands. Doflamingo squinted behind his sunglasses, clearly seeing Virgo's corpse and the remnants that had been blown apart. Since only the stomach area was destroyed, Doflamingo quickly recognized it as Virgo. Luo Xia tossed the ice coffin onto the ground, smiling as he asked, "Where's the money? If not, you won't be leaving." Doflamingo's expression suddenly darkened. He didn't expect that just coming to deliver money would result in repeated threats. The money was indeed ready, but it was all in cash. Doflamingo snapped his fingers, and the next second, a large group of people carrying berries came out from the flamingo-like ship. Most of those people Luo Xia had never seen before, but he recognized some, like Diamante, who had the flare fruit, and Sika, the stone fruit user. Soon, a mountain of berries piled up in front of Rosha, looking quite spectacular. The crew who delivered the berries returned to their ship after unloading, leaving only Diamante and Sika standing beside Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo pointed at the berries and laughed. Fu, here are 1.5 billion berries, not a bit less. Please, Vice Admiral Qinglong, take a count. Rosha remained silent, waved his hand, and soon the mountain of cash disappeared without a trace. No need to count. If it's really less, I'll come looking for you. Rosha snapped his fingers, and the ice coffin instantly appeared in front of Doflamingo. The corpse is returned to you. We can consider it settled. Fu, thank you, Vice Admiral Qinglong. We shall meet again. Just as Doflamingo finished speaking, he turned to leave, but a voice stopped him. Wait. Doflamingo turned his head, looking puzzled at Rosha. Rosha looked meaningfully at Doflamingo and said, "If you have any more subordinates wandering in my waters, I won't mind capturing another one." At the same time, the conqueror's haki erupted like a flood. Diamante and Sika, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in shock, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They had originally planned to investigate this Navy officer, intending to capture Rosha and present him to their young master. After being intimidated by Rosha, they completely lost their courage. The momentum of this Navy officer felt even greater than that of their young master. Terrifying indeed. Fu, I don't want to pay anymore, so goodbye. The three quickly returned to the ship, and a few minutes later, the enormous flamingo slowly started moving. Rosha watched as Doflamingo departed. Rosha grinned. This guy really has money. 1.5 billion just like that. TCH, I really want to squeeze out another sum. Hearing Rosha's words, Ji Yuan rolled his eyes and said, he's a king. Of course he could take out 1.5 billion. Besides, an underground king doesn't lack money. Rosha nodded. Now that the money is in hand, I need to study it. Keep an eye on those guys for me. A few minutes later, Rosha returned to his room. Just as he sat down, a blue screen appeared in front of him. System, how much berries do I currently have? Ding, 3,250 million berries. Rosha was secretly astonished. I actually have so much money? Rosha felt a surge of joy and then said, I want to buy the life potion. Ding, life potion costs 3 billion berries. Do you wish to purchase? Gulp, Rosha swallowed hard. Hearing that the system was going to deduct 3 billion, he was genuinely shocked. Seeing it was one thing, actually hearing it was another. Rosha felt conflicted, but upon seeing the task in the corner of the screen, he reaffirmed his resolve. Yes. Ding, 3 billion berries deducted. Life potion has been issued. In the next second, a golden light illuminated Rosha's room. A few seconds later, a green potion appeared in front of Rosha. At the same time, a familiar scent quickly spread throughout the room. Rosha carefully took the life potion and placed it into his storage space. He spent 3 billion on this. He couldn't afford to be careless. The next morning, as usual, Rosha went outside. When when he saw the soldiers already training. A smile appeared on his face. After a week of waking up early, the soldiers no longer needed Rosha to call them. Of course, being woken up by Rosha usually meant being whipped awake. It was better to rise early than to be whipped awake. Perhaps seeing Rosha's arrival. The soldiers who were originally a bit lazy immediately became serious, their eyes full of spirit. Rosha nodded secretly, setting his whip aside. He casually found a chair and sat down, watching the soldiers training not far away. Time passed, and a soldier responsible for lookout jogged up to Rosha and said, "Report. Vice Admiral Qinglong, a warship is approaching the port." Hearing this, Rosha's eyes lit up. "Oh, who is it?" "Report, Vice Admiral Qinglong. I couldn't see clearly. I think you should go see for yourself." Rosha nodded. "All right, if I don't like the person who comes, I'll just slap him straight into the sea." The soldier's mouth twitched, and he silently followed behind Rosha. Soon, Rosha arrived at the port alone. At this point, the port was already filled with 2 rows of Navy soldiers, as if welcoming someone. Rosha frowned slightly, and the next moment cursed, "Damn it, coming to my territory and still acting so grand?" Rosha only cursed once and didn't say anything more. He wanted to see who dared to act like this. If their rank was lower than his, they would be doomed. Even if an admiral came, Rosha would still beat them up. His strength was not weaker than that of an admiral now. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from the deck. The sound grew louder as it approached. Rosha looked up just in time to meet the person's gaze. Both of them had calm expressions. Soon, the person reached Rosha. Rosha stood up, surprised, and asked, "What are you doing here? Smoker? Who sent you? It can't be Fleet Admiral Sengoku, right?" Smoker took a deep breath of smoke and slowly exhaled. "That's right. I received orders from Fleet Admiral Sengoku to come here as the deputy base commander." As he spoke, the quiet Tashiji beside him took out a transfer order from her bag. "Report, Vice Admiral Qinglong. This is the transfer order from Major Smoker." Rosha took the slightly yellowed paper and read it. It stated, "In light of Major Smoker's repeated request to serve in the New World, he is hereby approved to serve as Deputy Base Commander at the Navy G5 in the New World. Due to the serious mismatch of Smoker's strength, achievements, and rank, the Navy senior management has decided to promote his rank from Major to Vice Admiral." After reading the entire transfer order, Rosha felt quite terrible. He sized up Smoker and then said, "Vice Admiral Smoker, welcome." The two shook hands and quickly let go. "Since you've all come, let's go. However, the soldiers you brought with you probably won't be able to stay here. I can't accommodate that many people. Vice Admiral Qinglong, these people are just here to deliver us. They'll be heading back soon," Tashiji said, scratching her head, looking a bit shy. "Oh, really?" Rosha rubbed his chin and asked, "Just you fear going back by yourselves?" "Yes, Vice Admiral Qinglong. That's not good. Without strong fighters, you might suffer losses. How about this? Come back with me first, and then I'll use my door of everything to send you back." Rosha waved his hand, and everyone followed him to the training ground. As soon as they arrived at the training ground, Rosha noticed Ji Yuan was already sitting in a chair. Rosha ignored Ji Yuan and waved his hand, instantly creating 2 ice chairs. He gestured for the 2 to sit. Smoker was not polite at all. He didn't mind that it was an ice chair and sat down without hesitation. Dazzy hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. Many sailors silently stood behind Rosha and Smoker, not disturbing the 2. "Let me introduce, this is Vice Admiral Smoker, the current Deputy Base Commander, and his assistant Dazzy." Hearing Rosha's introduction, Jiwen was quite surprised. He didn't expect Smoker to be assigned here, let alone that he had already become a Vice Admiral. "Are you all watching? The people who came have left, so I think you should leave too." Jiwen was taken aback and pointed at himself. "Are you talking about me? Isn't that obvious? You've been here for so many days and still haven't left?" Rosha ignored Jiwen and walked over to an empty space. In the next second, a door appeared out of thin air in the open area. Rosha didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he walked in front of the more than 100 sailors and asked, "Who among you is a navigator?" "Reporting, I am." A man stepped forward, looking at Rosha with a puzzled expression. Rosha had no intention of explaining. He lightly snapped his fingers, and shortly after, 4 or 5 scruffy-looking men, sweating profusely, ran over. They stood in front of Rosha and loudly asked, "Reporting, boss, what are your orders?" Their voices were extremely loud, as if they had received professional training. Rosha nodded expressionlessly and then pointed to the navigator who had just stepped forward, saying, "Bind this navigator." Yes. The 5 men didn't hesitate at all and quickly bound the bewildered navigator. Rosha nodded. He approached the door and gently twisted the handle, causing the door to swing open. Everyone leaned in to look inside, but this sight nearly scared them half to death. Outside the door, a head suddenly poked out, and it was none other than Admiral Sengoku. Rosha rolled his eyes and pushed Sengoku's head away with one hand. Rosha waved to the more than 100 sailors, saying, "You soldiers over there, hurry up and go in. I've already opened the door." However, the more Rosha spoke, the more those people retreated, leaving him speechless. Finally, after enduring several times, Rosha completely exploded. "You bastards, what do you want to do? I've opened the door for you, and you still won't go in? Do you want free food and lodging here? Let me tell you, that's a fantasy. I'm already over capacity here. I can't take any more unless you pay." At this moment, a dark-skinned man with the rank of colonel said, "Vice Admiral Qinglong, what about the warship we came on if we all go back?" Rosha was taken aback and replied, as if it were obvious, "Of course, it stays here. What did you think it would do?" Seeing these people still try to push back, Rosha lost patience. The crowd noticed that Rosha was about to get angry, and one by one, they steeled themselves and entered the door. Over 100 people entered Sengoku's office. Watching these people enter one after another, Rosha couldn't help but chuckle. A few minutes later, the originally more than 100 soldiers were down to less than a dozen. Seeing that so few remained, Rosha pulled Jiwen, who was still watching from the side. "You should go back too." Without waiting for Jiwen to speak, he grabbed her wrist and tried to place her behind the remaining soldiers. Jiwen rolled her eyes at Rosha, pulling her arm back. "I'm not leaving for now. There's no need to rush. Am I delaying your ascension to Emperor?" Jiwen's few words left Rosha momentarily stunned. Rosha shrugged. "Suit yourself. It's fine if you want to stay here." About 2 minutes later, after sending the last sailor back, Rosha was about to close the door when a large hand stopped the door. Rosha frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Could something be stuck?" He opened the door again, and in front of him were the faces of Sengoku and Garp. Gulp. Rosha swallowed hard, almost startled by the two faces, but fortunately his psychological quality was strong. He took a step back, crossed his arms, and looked at the two at the door, asking, "Admiral, old man, what are you doing?" Although Rosha was asking both of them, his gaze was fixed on Sengoku, who was the only one pressing against the door. After Rosha asked, Sengoku didn't speak but stepped inside, with Garp following closely behind. As the two entered, the door closed with a thud. Rosha acted quickly, instantly storing the door in his space. Upon seeing Sengoku and Garp arrive, those who were originally standing aside, watching, greeted them one by one. "Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp." "Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp." The two responded to everyone's greetings one by one. Rosha walked up to Admiral Sengoku and asked, "Admiral, what brings you here?" "What? Can I, as an admiral, come to see you?" Sengoku suddenly smiled, his eyes narrowing playfully as he looked at Rosha, asking, "How do you still have a door? Didn't you say you didn't have it anymore?" "If I hadn't happened to be in the office today, I wouldn't have seen it." Rosha's body stiffened for a moment, but he quickly relaxed. "I just happen to have one left." What a coincidence. Sengoku had long expected such an attitude from Rosha. However, he didn't mind and instead pointed at the bound Navy soldier on the ground, asking, "Did you bind this sailor?" "That's right. I had my subordinates bind him." "Why?" Rosha shook his head. "Because this guy is a navigator, so I didn't let him go to the Navy headquarters." After saying that, Rosha glared at the 5 men standing behind him, scolding, "Haven't you seen everyone leave? Hurry up and release him." "Oh, okay, boss." The 5 acted swiftly and quickly released the bound sailor. "All right, take this little brother to pick a room, and remember not to use violence." The 5 nodded repeatedly, looking nothing like sailors and more like pirates. With their departure, Rosha waved his hand, and soon 2 more chairs appeared out of nowhere. Soon, the 6 sat together. Sengoku looked at the sailors training in the distance and asked, "Are these all trained by you?" "Yeah, they are quite obedient." Sengoku nodded in agreement, saying, "That's true, but their personalities still need to be tempered." Those 5 just now didn't look like Navy at all. They were more like pirates. Rosha remained silent and did not refute. He knew his own character, And this old guy actually thought he could train someone who didn't look like a Navy into a Navy sailor. It was simply wishful thinking. If they really trained him like that, how would he rob passing pirates in the future? Rosha secretly complained in his heart. About half an hour later, Sengoku finally stopped his lecture. During this half hour, Smoker was the most tormented, as Sengoku kept saying he wanted to learn from Rosha. Although he looked a bit impatient on the surface, he actually agreed in his heart. At the same time, Smoker's sidekick, Tashiji, also gained a new understanding of Rosha. Rosha rolled his eyes and smiled. When does the marshal plan to retire? Are you also interested in competing for the position of admiral? Sengoku, hearing Rosha's words, was not angry but rather pleased. Rosha waved his hand. It's nothing, I was just asking. I see. Sengoku stroked his chin and said, recently, I have had this thought. Akainu and Akiji both have intentions to vie for the position of admiral. However, it still seems a bit early for that. Hearing this, Rosha was not surprised at all, as he knew the whole process. Akiji had his leg broken and withdrew from the Navy, while Akainu was competent enough to become admiral. Rosha grinned, and a green light surged in his hand. The next moment, a glass bottle appeared in his grasp. It was entirely green, looking vibrant and full of life. Seeing this object, Garp's eyes lit up, and Sengoku also looked over. Rosha said nothing, just cradled the glass bottle in his arms, gently twisting the cap with his other hand. Those beside him, including Tashiji and Smoker, were indeed seeing Rosha treat something so carefully for the first time. With a pop, the cap just opened, and a visible green aura slowly floated out of the bottle. Everyone who witnessed this curiously gathered around, their eyes filled with intrigue. Rosha shouted, everyone, stand back. The crowd was startled, but obediently returned to their seats. Rosha carefully brought the green glass bottle close to Garp's nose. Garp immediately took a deep breath, and the gas floating above the glass bottle was inhaled in large quantities. At the same time, after Garp inhaled the green gas, his originally black and white hair began to change, with 2/3 of it turning black. Rosha did not intend to let Garp continue inhaling. If he were discovered, he might end up being kidnapped. Well, he had already reached the standard for being kidnapped. Rosha looked at the green gas gathering again, reluctantly bringing it to Sengoku's nose. Sengoku immediately understood and took a sharp inhale. In an instant, his previously somewhat gray hair returned to black. The little white hairs that were hardly noticeable were now back to black. This fantastical scene shocked everyone, especially Tashiji, Smoker, and the others. Rosha glanced at the two and nodded in satisfaction, feeling that Sengoku should still be able to serve for a few more years without any problem. So, you have this in mind? Of course, I don't want that kind of guy to be admiral. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live such a leisurely life. That guy might want me to catch pirates every day. As Rosha was about to put the life potion back into his space, Sengoku asked curiously, Rosha, are you going to put away? Of course, this stuff is worth billions, and I have great use for it. Are you planning to buy it, Marshal? Sengoku awkwardly smiled, knowing he didn't have that kind of spare budget right now. Moreover, it was billions, unless he asked the world government. Rosha didn't even glance at Sengoku and quickly stored the life potion in his space. Tao-tu, do you have a mirror? I want to see what I look like now. Upon hearing Sengoku ask for a mirror, Tao-tu was momentarily at a loss, not knowing where to find someone like her who would have a mirror. Tao-tu awkwardly smiled and said, Cough, Marshal Sengoku, I don't have a mirror. Right, Marshal. How could you tell that Tashiji would have a mirror? She is so violent and carries a whip with her. Halfway through the conversation, Rosha sensed that the atmosphere was off and instantly vanished from his spot. The place where Rosha had just stood suddenly showed a whip mark as wide as a finger. Smoker and Tashiji stared in disbelief at this whip mark. Rosha glanced at Tashiji nonchalantly, not caring at all. Although he hadn't fought Tashiji yet, Rosha felt he could still defeat her. While Rosha was a bit mouthy, Tashiji did not dwell on the matter. She shot Rosha a fierce glare before turning her head away. Marshal, you want a mirror, right? Do you have one? Rosha nodded and smiled. As long as the money is right, even the 4 emperors can be dealt with. For just 100 berries, you can't go wrong. You can't be fooled. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Rosha, knowing that the kid wasn't up to any good and was simply throwing money around. Sengoku rummaged through his pocket and quickly flicked a 100-berry coin into Rosha's hand. Rosha received the money with a grin, and the next moment, a chill emanated from his hands. Swish! Rosha's hands were wrapped in ice crystals, and within just a few seconds, a round ice mirror appeared in his hands. Rosha nodded in satisfaction. Sengoku took the ice mirror, and as soon as he saw his reflection, he was stunned, unable to move at all. Sengoku, why are you standing still? Are you dumb? Seeing that Sengoku didn't respond after several calls, Garp pushed Sengoku's shoulder. Sengoku ignored Garp and instead looked at Rosha with an odd expression. About a minute later, Sengoku asked, Rosha, this thing of yours is too incredible. Isn't it? You've practically made me 10 years younger. Rosha said nothing but looked at Tashigi, Smoker, and the others. Tashigi came in front of Sengoku, looking him up and down before finally nodding slightly. Marshal Sengoku is right. This really has made the Marshal 10 years younger. Tashigi, with a serious expression, turned her head and said, You want to be sliced up for research, will you? Rosha glared at Tashigi and said irritably, Stop talking nonsense. Although Marshal Sengoku has gotten younger, it's not as exaggerated as you all say. I only made the Marshal 5 years younger. Then Rosha turned his gaze to Garp and said, As for the old man, well, as you can see, he has returned to his peak condition. The reason is simple. The old man isn't afraid of the world government. I still don't want to be captured by the world government. However, after this time, it would likely be unavoidable. If Sengoku was like this, the world government would definitely notice him. Don't worry, Rosha, although the world government doesn't care about anything. This marshal still has some face in front of the Gorosei and won't let you be captured for experimentation. Sengoku said this with utmost seriousness, which made Rosha feel a bit helpless. Rosha could only smile. He dared not say anything else. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the sun was already close to setting. Rosha glanced at the weather and said slowly, Since it's almost sunset, let me escort the marshal. This marshal forgot. I still have some documents that need signing. Rosha didn't waste any words and took out the door fruit. As soon as Rosha opened the door, Sengoku stepped in. But just as he was about to take a second step, he stopped. Sengoku turned back and asked, Garp, aren't you coming? I won't leave. I'll stay here in Rosha for a few days anyway. Besides, I don't have a mission to eliminate pirates. Sengoku hesitated for a moment before nodding and reminding, Don't delay the soldiers' training while you're here. I won't do that. With the answer, Sengoku stepped into the office without any hesitation. At the same time, Rosha and Garp secretly rejoiced. Garp didn't come here just for vacation. When Rosha took out that bottle of potion, Garp understood something, which was why he stayed here. After sending Marshal Sengoku off, Rosha turned and said, Originally, Smoker and Tashigi were supposed to arrive today for a celebration banquet. However, I haven't encountered any pirate ships passing by recently, so I haven't been able to rob any treasure. Therefore, the banquet will have to be postponed. Smoker nodded. Not caring at all, it's fine. I just want to know how much longer those soldiers will be training over there. Since I arrived on this island, they've been training nonstop. Smoker had never seen soldiers from any naval branch train for so long with such perseverance. He had spent time at the naval branch in Luo Town, where the soldiers were lazier than one another. Regarding Smoker's question, Rosha just shrugged. At this moment, Jiuyin said, How long will the training last? According to our Rosha base commander, it will be until they can't get up anymore. All right, since you're here, it's time to let you meet each other. Jiuyin clapped his hands and shouted, Everyone, gather here. Hearing Jiuyen's voice, the soldiers quickly ran over, and soon they stood in front of Rosha and the others in a disorganized manner. Seeing this, Smoker subtly frowned, but he didn't say much. After all, this was Rosha's training. Rosha stepped forward and pulled Smoker over, saying, This is Smoker, his devil fruit ability is the smoke fruit. He is a rear admiral in the Navy, currently the deputy commander of the G5 branch. He has a fiery temper, so you guys better watch out or you might get punched. Smoker never expected Rosha to introduce him like this. He thought it would be a simple introduction, but turned out to be so detailed. Smoker had a black line on his face. As for the remaining Tashigi, you can introduce yourself? Tashigi smiled slightly and took the cue. Hello everyone, I am a lieutenant of Rear Admiral Smoker. Please take care of me in the future. When the soldiers saw Tashigi smile, dozens of pairs of eyes were fixed on her, each face looking exceptionally gentle. Their gazes were as if they wanted to devour Tashiji. Unable to bear seeing his trained soldiers act so foolishly, Rosha couldn't hold back. With a flick of his hand, a black whip appeared instantly. Crack! A loud sound echoed, and all the soldiers trembled 3 times. Some soldiers even swallowed nervously. They were terrified of being whipped by Rosha. Let me make this clear. If anyone dares to act out, I won't hold back. Did you understand? Dozens of soldiers stood straight and shouted in unison, "Understood, boss." "Don't worry, boss." While Rosha was talking to these soldiers, Smoker, who was standing beside him, was also quietly observing them. Although these people didn't stand properly, and none of them looked like proper Navy soldiers, they listened well. It was at this moment that Smoker seemed to understand something, but not everything. Just then, Rosha paused mid-sentence, as if he had forgotten something. He scanned the room, and when he saw Garp sitting in a chair, he realized what he had forgotten. Rosha turned and walked over to Garp, and as he reached Garp's side, he introduced, "This is Rear Admiral Garp. You guys should know this old man, right?" The dozens of soldiers looked at each other, and the next second, as if they had reached a consensus, they shouted in unison, "Boss, we know Rear Admiral Garp." Exactly. Exactly. There shouldn't be many people in this world who don't know the hero Garp, right? Yeah. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful, making Garp a little embarrassed. "Haha, these guys are quite interesting." Garp laughed, patting Rosha on the shoulder. Rosha rolled his eyes and waved his hand. "Today's training is over. You can go eat and rest." A few minutes later, only Rosha and the others remained on the scene. Rosha patted Jiun on the shoulder and said, "Take them to eat first. What about you? Where are you going?" "Me? I recently synthesized something and want the old man to help me test its power." Jiun looked at Rosha with suspicion, but ultimately agreed. After all, she was on Rosha's territory now. As Rosha watched the 3 enter the base, he plopped down in a chair. Garp found a chair next to Rosha and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Garp asked, "That thing you mentioned isn't the one you just used on me, right?" Rosha nodded. "That's right, but I need to find an island that ideally isn't being monitored. I'm not sure how this thing will react. Plus, I don't want to be sliced up by the world government." Garp stroked his beard and asked, "You need a small island, right?" "It's not that I need it. It's that you need it." Rosha rolled his eyes, feeling frustrated. He wondered if Garp even knew what he was talking about. Rosha stood up, and suddenly a portal appeared in front of him. "Old man, come with me." After saying that, Rosha opened the portal and stepped in. Garp followed closely behind. As soon as they arrived, Garp noticed the difference of this island. Everything was covered in white snow. Especially in the distance, a bonfire was burning, with blue smoke rising. Not far away, there were people seemingly having a banquet, and the atmosphere was quite lively. At the same time, several pairs of eyes were fixed on Rosha and Garp. They were the lookouts responsible for scouting the island. One of them said, "You guys keep an eye on them. I'll report to the captain." "Okay." Soon, that person approached a red-haired man wearing a black cloak. "Captain, 2 Navy soldiers have arrived at the shore. Are they here to attack us?" Hearing his subordinate's words, the red-haired man spat out the drink he was halfway through. Looking at his subordinate with a puzzled expression, "Are you sure they're Navy? Could you be mistaken?" The man shook his head repeatedly. "Boss, those 2 look to be around 30 years old, and they're wearing Navy cloaks." After hearing his subordinate's description, Beckman frowned and pondered for a long time before saying to the red-haired man, "Let's go see who they are. If they really are here to attack our red-haired pirate crew, then we won't hold back." The red-haired man nodded. "All right." Soon, a group led by the red-haired man quickly approached Rosha's location. The red-haired man, walking towards them, squinted his eyes, constantly recalling memories in his mind. He felt like he had seen those 2 people not far away somewhere before. In the blink of an eye, the red-haired man arrived in front of Rosha with several cadres. Gulping, the red-haired man laughed. "Ha. So it's Rosha? It's been a long time. Red-haired, long time no see. Ha. My men thought someone was attacking our pirate crew, but it turned out to be you." The red-haired man, with a glint in his eye, asked, "Are you here to sell us something good again?" "I'm telling you, we recently captured another pirate, and our belly is quite abundant." Just as the red-haired man was getting into the conversation, he suddenly felt someone poking him. Turning around, he said unhappily, "Beckman, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm having a good chat with Rosha?" "Head, you should first take a look at who that person next to Rosha is. I think you'll be very surprised or scared." The red-haired man frowned slightly. When he arrived, His eyes were focused on Rosha. Wasn't the person next to him his deputy? Who else could it be? The red-haired man raised his head and looked at Roshia's side, and just one glance made him one of the 4 emperors take several steps back in shock. He swallowed hard and looked again, this time truly seeing. Moreover, it seemed like he had become much younger. The red-haired man pointed at Garp and asked, "Are you Garp?" "I am Garp. Do you want me to catch you?" Garp said fiercely, "I become younger. So watch out or I might just throw you into impel down." The red-haired man believed Garp's words, especially since his hair and skin now looked like that of someone in their 30s or 40s. The red-haired man seemed to see the Garp who once chased after the Roger pirates all over the world. He casually asked Garp, "Why did you and Rosha come to me?" Garp turned his head and remained silent, but Rosha said, "I wonder if red-haired can lend us this island. I want to test my latest invention." "Oh, what latest invention?" The red-haired man no longer cared whether the younger version of Garp was present. He was most looking forward to Rosha's invention. Since Rosha could bring Garp, it proved that Garp was not here to catch them. So what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, even if he were here to catch them, the red-haired man wouldn't be scared. After all, he was one of the 4 emperors. On an island in the New World, Rosha, Garp, and the red-haired man stood shoulder to shoulder, all wearing faint smiles, appearing to get along quite well. Soon, the red-haired man brought Rosha and Garp to his crew. The other members of the red-haired pirate crew looked at the 2 Navy men in front of them, and they all unconsciously picked up their weapons. Their expressions were surprised, serious, and solemn. Seeing everyone raise their weapons, the red-haired man quickly said, "Everyone put down your weapons. Doesn't Rosha look familiar?" And this is the Navy hero Garp. After the red-haired man's introduction, everyone finally reacted. It had been a few months since they last met Rosha, so it was normal for them to not remember. However, the other person was too familiar to them. Lakiru took a bite of meat, and then his mouth gradually opened wide, eventually shaking in shock. That old guy, ugh, how did Garp become so young? Perhaps noticing something wrong in his words, Lakiru hurriedly changed his address. "Ha ha, maybe he became like this because of Rosha's invention." The red-haired man waved his hand and laughed. All crew members except the cadres leave. Hearing the red-haired man tell them to leave, some crew members and trainees unconsciously complained. "No way. Captain, you let us leave last time, and now again? I think you'd better stop talking nonsense and just leave." Besides, they were wearing Navy uniforms this time. Before long, the crew members and trainees were sitting on the ground drinking and eating meat all left the area, taking a large amount of food with them. Rosha looked around and found that all the cadres of the red-haired pirate crew were staring at him eagerly. A glow appeared in Rosha's hand, and the next moment, a huge block of ice fell in the empty space. Boom! A wave of cold air spread, and many of the red-haired pirate crew's cadres surrounded it. When they saw that it contained ice, everyone was puzzled. Beckman and the red-haired man exchanged glances, as if they had guessed something but weren't sure. Rosha remained silent and took out a small hammer, then squatted beside the block of ice and began to tap away. The reason Rosha didn't use his abilities to shatter the ice was that he was genuinely afraid the ice would break into pieces. At that time, it would be a question of whether he could even keep a complete corpse, let alone revive him. As Rosha's tapping sound grew quieter, chunks of ice fell off Ace's body. This also indicated that Rosha was about to complete this difficult task. Duong, with the last tap, Rosha let out a long breath. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat down on the ground. At that moment, Garp and the red-haired pirate crew members gathered around to watch Ace. They saw that Ace was radiating cold from head to toe, and his skin color was very abnormal. After all, he was dead. How could his skin color be normal? "Rosha, what do you plan to do now that you've brought Ace out?" Everyone present was curious about the red-haired man's question. Beckman slightly raised the corners of his mouth, feeling like he knew a bit. Rosha took a deep breath, supporting himself on his knees as he stood up, looking at Garp with a serious expression. "Old man, I'll say it again. This thing of mine is considered a semi-finished product. Whether it can revive him is still uncertain. But if he is really revived and still wants to be a pirate, then I'll kill him. After all, I'm a Navy, and I don't want to revive someone who opposes me. Even if you come to help me, I won't hold back." Rosha spoke with a very serious tone, completely different from usual, as if he had become another person. Garp nodded and then sighed, saying, "Fine, if he still wants to be a pirate. Then I'll handle it personally. All right, Just as Rosha turned around to act, he noticed that the cadres of the red-haired pirate crew were all staring at him with wide eyes. Some even dug at their ears, as if to say, "Did I hear that right?" Lakiru patted the red-haired man beside him, uncertainly asking, "Captain, did Rosha just say revive? Did I hear that wrong?" I don't know either. Let me ask." The red-haired man raised his head and thought for a moment about his wording. "Rosha, did you just say revive? Revive Ace?" After the red-haired man finished speaking, almost all members of the red-haired crew fixed their gazes on Rosha. Rosha nodded yes. "But didn't you all not hear the rest of what I said? I said there is only a 50% success rate, so I'm not sure if it will bring him back to life." Lockie gulped and whispered, "A 50% success rate is still impressive." Rosha didn't have time to answer their questions. He was focused on the task at hand. He overlapped his hands, and in an instant, a bottle of green liquid appeared in his hand. Holding the life potion with one hand, Rosha momentarily didn't know what to do. Although he knew this could revive the dead, there were no instructions for use. Rosha was suddenly at a loss. Ding! The host just needs to pour it on the body of the deceased. Rosha's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the system to have a hint function. He slowly twisted the cap open, and a faint life aura wafted out of the bottle. Upon smelling this scent, the red-haired pirates brightened up, and their bodies relaxed significantly. Rosha approached Ace, slowly crouched down, and poured the life potion all over him. As the green liquid soaked Ace's body, Rosha noticed that the liquid enveloped Ace entirely. Now, Ace's body was emitting a faint white light. Just as Rosha was about to lean in for a closer look, a tremendous green light burst forth from Ace. This green light was massive and stunning, like a surging ocean tide. Rosha was taken aback by this phenomenon and unconsciously stepped back a few paces. What? How could such a phenomenon occur? Damn! Rosha had calculated everything, but didn't expect this outcome. However, he was somewhat lucky. Fortunately, he didn't do this at the G5 branch, or it would have definitely been discovered. At that point, there would be no room for excuses. Rosha was staring wide-eyed at the green light beam when he didn't know when Shanks and Garp had rushed to his side. What is going on? This green light beam is too exaggerated, right? Faced with their questions, Rosha rolled his eyes at them and said, "How would I know? Just keep watching." Time passed slowly, and after an unknown period, the light beam gradually faded, revealing a shadow within. About a minute later, the towering green light beam finally disappeared. At the same time, Ace, who had been lying on the ground with a pale face, slowly opened his eyes and then sat up, looking around in confusion. When he saw Garp, Ace slowly said, Old man, you died too?" This statement made Garp extremely angry, and the next moment his iron fist swung hard at Ace. A bump instantly formed on Ace's head. "Oh, that hurts. What are you doing, old man?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ace seemed to realize something. Looking around again, he saw Shanks, Beckman, and the other members of the Red Hair Pirates. Although Ace was simple-minded and physically strong, it didn't mean he was truly foolish. Ace slowly stood up and asked, Am I alive or dead right now? And, where is this?" After a few seconds of silence, Shanks put his arm around Rosha's shoulder and approached Ace with a smile. "Ace, let's sit down and talk. Let's go to my cave for a chat. It's not convenient here." Before long, everyone arrived at the cave, where Shanks even made a fire to keep warm. At that moment, everyone sat in a circle in the cave, with Rosha facing Ace, making conversation easier. Rosha cleared his throat and fixed his gaze on Ace, saying, "Ace, do you know who I am? You that Navy guy? The one who had an arm cut off by old man." Rosha's face darkened. "Damn it. Why remember this instead of my glorious moments? Sort of, but I still need to reintroduce myself. I'm Rosha, code name Azure Dragon, Navy Rear Admiral. My strength is enough to take you on twice, and also, I'm the one who revived you." As soon as Rosha said this, it was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake, shocking everyone. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. "You say you were the one who revived me? Really? Is there really such a thing as resurrection in this world?" Rosha shrugged and leaned back against the cave wall, clearly expressing that he didn't want to answer such a foolish question. Seeing Rosha's reluctance to respond, Garp sighed helplessly and said, "That's right. Rosha is indeed the one who revived you. Since the end of the Marineford War, your body has been with Rosha. and he used a bunch of items to bring you back to life. Hearing Garp only partially explain, Rosha was dissatisfied. Old man, don't speak only halfway. I spent 30 billion berries on materials to make this. This brat not only didn't he express gratitude, but even dared to question me. Rosha's words once again shocked Ace, who, realizing this, quickly stood up to thank him, but hit his head on the cave ceiling. Rosha shook his head in disbelief. You're so dumb. What kind of idiots did you raise, old man? Luffy is one, and this guy is another. Garp shot Rosha a glare. This was their business and had nothing to do with him. Through this conversation, Ace understood the whole situation. So, I've been revived? Rosha nodded. That's right, big fool. But your devil fruit ability is gone. As for how that happened, as a user, you know better than I do. Ace nodded. By the way, since you can revive me, what about Dad? Before Ace could finish, Rosha interrupted. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Not to mention if I have another 30 billion, even gathering the materials would take me months. Also, I'm a Navy, not a pirate. Besides, I have a grudge against Whitebeard. Rosha's expression was clearly saying that there was no room for negotiation. After saying this, Rosha leaned against the cave wall and closed his eyes to rest, but he always felt someone poking him. When he opened his eyes, it was Beckman and Shanks poking him with their fingers. Huh? What you two doing? Shanks chuckled awkwardly. Rosha, we were wondering if you could sell us that potion you just used. Our pirate crew has money. That's right, we have money. Beckman echoed. Although at first, they didn't believe in the possibility of resurrection, seeing Ace standing alive in front of them made them intrigued. Who would want an extra life? Moreover, Beckman suspected that Garp's full head of black hair was due to Rosha's potion. Otherwise, how could he have gotten so young? Rosha cautiously glanced at Garp and then whispered to the two, Can you not talk about this right now? The old man can hear everything. Cough, cough. Kapu cleared his throat, and the entire cave fell silent. Everyone stared at Kapu, eager to see what he would say next. Taking a deep breath, Kapu looked seriously at Ace and asked, Ace, do you know why you were resurrected? Why? Ace replied, That's because Rosha, this kid, did it for my sake. Otherwise, do you think he would have come back to life? As Kapu spoke, Rosha silently nodded. It was indeed the case. Old man, now that you're resurrected, you have two choices. Ace was taken aback and quickly asked, What choices? Kapu, looking serious, raised a thumb and said, First, join the JoinsNavy, which is managed by Rosha. Ace turned his gaze to Rosha, who appeared calm. He didn't think Ace would choose the first option, so he felt no inner turmoil. What about the second option, old man? Kapu's expression turned serious and cold as he said, The second option is to be killed by me, or by Rosha. Ace's pupils slowly widened, and he stood frozen in place, not expecting that his old man would present such a choice for the second option. Is this true? Ace found it hard to believe, and he had some understanding of his grandfather's strength. After all, he was a hero of the Navy. That's right. Before resurrecting you, I made a deal with Rosha. I personally agreed that if you chose the second option, I would definitely kill you. As soon as Kapu finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became tense, as if the air had frozen. Shanks looked shocked at the scene and then turned to Rosha. However, at that moment, Rosha tightly clenched his fists, holding a cube the size of a fist in one hand. It seemed that if Ace chose the second option, Rosha would immediately take action. The scene fell into silence, with everyone curious about Ace's decision. About 10 minutes passed, and Ace, sitting across from them, supported his chin with one hand, looking quite distressed. Rosha lost his patience. Ace, right? Do you really still want to be a pirate? Ace nodded quickly this time. Rosha frowned. He was not satisfied with Ace's answer. He opened his palm, and a transparent hemisphere enveloped everyone. In an instant, Ace and Rosha disappeared from the cave. Kapu's heart sank, and he immediately got up and ran outside, with Shanks and his crew following closely behind. Meanwhile, on the coast, two figures stood facing each other on the ground, and Rosha's killing intent gradually dissipated. Even though you're Kapu's grandson, do you know how much it cost me to resurrect you? How much effort it took? Rosha grinned, his smile mischievous, like a big bad wolf about to lure a child. How about this? As long as you defeat me, I won't pursue the matter of you not joining the Navy. Of course, if you lose, sorry, but you must join the Navy, and not just any Navy, but my G5 branch. Rosha's lips curled slightly as he smiled. How about it? Facing Rosha's words, Ace's lips twitched. He knew Rosha's strength. Defeating him would be effortless, and he currently had no fruit powers. How could he fight back? Seeing Ace's troubled expression, Rosha stopped talking. In the next second, he covered his hands with Conqueror's Haki, his aura rising to a new level. Let's begin. Just a reminder, don't get yourself killed. As soon as he finished speaking, Rosha's figure vanished, reappearing right in front of Ace. Bang! Rosha punched Ace in the stomach, causing him to collapse to the ground. His eyes widened, and he began to vomit. Watching Ace in this state, Rosha showed no mercy. He lifted his foot and kicked Ace's shoulder, sending him rolling several times. Not only did Rosha hold back on his strength, but he also didn't spare Ace with his words. Hey, I'm not criticizing you, but what do you want to be a pirate for? Your Haki level isn't high, and you're just a guy who relies on devil fruit abilities. Without your powers, you're nothing. When you were young, Vice Admiral Kapu really went easy on you. As Rosha walked, he kicked Ace's limbs, rendering him unable to move. Despite this, Ace didn't make a sound. Rosha crouched down in front of Ace and said with a smile, "Well, you lost. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise?" All right. This time, Ace truly accepted it. He understood this guy in front of him. He had learned a bit about him on the execution platform. Simply put, he was young and strong. Just as Rosha had convinced Ace to join the Navy, Kapu and the others arrived. Rosha turned and asked casually, "You came back so quickly? Are you afraid I'll kill Ace, old man?" "Don't worry, I went easy on him. I just broke his limbs. Oh, by the way, Ace has already agreed to join the Navy." A series of responses left Kapu momentarily speechless. About a minute later, he finally sorted out what had happened. "Ha! My good grandson has finally been awakened. Not bad, not bad." Kapu laughed while patting Ace's chest. Seeing his smile, Ace couldn't help but slightly curve his lips. But after being patted by Kapu several times, he grimaced in pain. "Old man, stop laughing. Think of a way. My limbs are broken." Although it was a bit embarrassing to say, the situation needed to be resolved. "Right, just call Shanks to bring a doctor." Shanks, who had been listening to their conversation, was about to speak when Rosha interrupted him. "Don't bother looking for a doctor yet." As he spoke, a green senza bean floated in Rosha's palm. He controlled the small sphere of space and slowly brought it to Ace's mouth. "Eat it." Ace lifted his neck and easily opened his mouth to swallow it. Soon, a series of crackling sounds echoed from Ace's body, resembling the sound of bones healing. In less than a minute, Ace sat up, looking around in disbelief, feeling quite strange. "Wow, amazing." Rosha smirked and said, "Now you know. Remember to call me boss from now on." Okay. After getting beaten up, Ace appeared exceptionally obedient. At this time, Shanks and the others also gathered around Rosha and smiled. "It seems Ace has agreed. Not bad. Joining the Navy is a good choice. By the way, what was that thing you just gave Ace?" Rosha paused and shook his head. "There's not much left, so I won't sell it." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of resurrecting Ace and recruiting him into the Navy. Rewards have been stacked and are now distributed. Please head to the system space to check." Suddenly hearing a voice in his mind, Roxia's heart skipped a beat, nearly giving him a scare. He took a deep breath, and in the next moment, he found himself in the system space. As soon as he entered, Roxia saw two glowing items in the space. Without wasting any time, he grabbed the two items and returned to reality. The others, seeing Roxia conjure two items out of thin air, looked over with curiosity. At this moment, Roxia also clearly saw the true appearance of the two items. One of them was a mask resembling a clown, but much more attractive than Buggy's. As soon as the mask was in Roxia's hands, its basic information appeared in his mind. Item: shape-shifting mask. Function: can transform into the appearance of anyone at will. Once worn, the entire face will match the skin perfectly. It can be removed with just a thought. Roxia slightly opened his mouth, surprised. Looking at Ace again, Roxia felt that this resurrection task was prepared specifically for Ace. Even the subsequent disguise system was included. "Roxia, system, how about you unbind it?" The others were still in a daze as they looked at Roxia, holding the two items, and red-haired kindly patted Roxia to wake him up. "Roxia, what's wrong? By the way, what are the things in your hand?" Roxia waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just thinking about something." By the way, Ace, come here. Roxia beckoned. Although Ace was puzzled, he still walked over and stood in front of Roxia. Roxia looked Ace up and down, then shook the shape-shifting mask in his hand. Put this on your face. As he handed over the mask, Roxia explained, "This is a little thing I made earlier. It can change someone else's appearance at will." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze was fixed on Ace. Ace swallowed hard. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he put the mask on his face. Imagine a face in your mind. Oh, okay. After Ace put on the mask, not long after, a face resembling that of the Garp twins appeared before everyone. For a moment, the whole place fell silent. Everyone stared at Ace's face and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha, Garp's face, Ace's hair, this is hilarious. This grandfather and grandson pair is really something. Garp's face darkened at this moment. Garp and Ace locked eyes, and suddenly Garp raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, and swung it at Ace. Bang! A loud thud made Ace wince. Old man, what are you doing? You little brat. Roxia told you to imagine a face. Not to imagine me. If you dare to imagine recklessly again, be careful, I'll beat you. Got it, got it. Ace tightly closed his eyes, and, at this moment, the members of the red-hair pirates were staring intently at Ace's face. They saw his face, its nose, eyes, and mouth were all spinning rapidly, and each one was different. It seems Ace was thinking and imagining now. Seeing that the speed hadn't slowed down, Roxia simply sat down and waited patiently. About 10 minutes later, Ace finally stopped, and a brand new, never-before-seen face appeared before everyone. Roxia looked up. Ace's face no longer had the freckles, and while it wasn't particularly dark, it wasn't very pale either. The overall impression of the face was charmingly rogue, with a hint of devilish charm, but just the right amount. Roxia nodded silently. Old man, red-haired, what do you think of Ace's face? The two didn't rush to answer, but instead leaned in to observe carefully. After a while, they both nodded in agreement. Not bad. Not very ugly, but not particularly good-looking either. That's right. Roxia rolled his eyes at the two. He didn't want to expose their little thoughts. Clap, clap, clap. Roxia clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Then, Roxia stood up and smiled. Since Ace is now a Marine, as a member of my G5 branch, I should give a little meeting gift. Roxia flipped his palm, and a dark red devil fruit appeared in his hand. Red-haired curiously leaned over and asked, "Natural type?" Roxia shook his head. No, giving this guy a natural type would probably make him arrogant again. This is a mythical Zoan type. Hearing the words, mythical Zoan, a glimmer of excitement appeared in everyone's eyes. Ace was particularly surprised. Roxia smiled faintly, took a step back, and at the same time, the bracelet on his wrist transformed into a knife that appeared in his hand. Although the red-hair pirates had seen Roxia's knife before, they were still amazed by it. The entire blade was wrapped in flames, making it unforgettable. Roxia gently stroked the blade, and wherever his hand passed, the flames followed closely, until they turned into a ball of extremely high-temperature fire. Even red-haired, standing next to Roxia, could feel the heat of that flame. Roxia smiled slightly, and in the next second, the ball of fire in his hand was directly pushed into the dark red fruit. As the flames were pushed into the fruit, Roxia felt the dark red color brighten a little in the blink of an eye. Satisfied, Roxia nodded, then directly tossed the fruit into Ace's hands. Ace caught the fruit steadily, but he didn't eat it. Huh, why aren't you eating? I offer my best fruit. If you don't eat it, do I have to feed you? Roxia's anger grew as he spoke, and by the end, his conqueror's haki was subtly leaking out. Ace swallowed hard and quickly took a bite of the fruit in his hand. Gulp, so bad. This was the second time Ace had eaten something so disgusting. Swallow it. As Ace swallowed the fruit, he also felt changes happening in his body. With the experience of eating a devil fruit last time, Ace quickly mastered the powers of this devil fruit. Roxia glanced at Ace and asked casually, "Have you mastered it?" "Yeah, almost." "All right, then show us." Ace nodded. Immediately, flames seemed to spark in Ace's eyes, and in the next second, Ace gradually transformed into a flaming bird. The entire bird was similar to Marco's, but bigger. Moreover, Ace's wings were burning with dark red flames. When fully unleashed, he could be engulfed in flames. Overall, it was very powerful, very cool, with various techniques having immense power. But it still needed development. As soon as Ace landed, Roxia asked, "How does it feel?" "Very good. It has more potential than the flame fruit." Staring at Ace's exposed grin, Roxia nodded. "As long as you like it, remember to work hard to catch pirates in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you." This was also Roxia's way of reminding Ace. Just as he finished speaking, Roxia seemed to encounter some kind of dilemma, furrowing his brows and looking distressed. Red-haired noticed the unusual concern and asked, "Roxia, what's wrong?" Garp also stepped forward. "Yeah, what's going on?" Roxia scratched his head awkwardly and coughed. "Even though the devil fruit ability is very strong, I won't teach hockey." "That's not right, is it? Your three-color hockey is so strong. How could you not teach others to use hockey?" "Cough. That's because I practice in a way that follows the natural flow. Even if I don't train, I can clearly feel my Conqueror's hockey getting stronger every day." At this point, Ace, Garp, and everyone from the red-haired pirates looked surprised. They didn't expect Roxia's Conqueror's hockey to be so strong because of that. It was truly unexpected. After a long silence, Garp patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. This kid's hockey training will be left to me. If he doesn't practice properly, just watch how I deal with him. It's rare for my grandson to turn over a new leaf. I must teach him well." Roxia imagined the scene of Ace getting beaten up. Perhaps hearing Garp's voice filled with fighting spirit, Ace's body shivered for some reason. Memories gradually filled his heart. After resolving Ace's matters, Roxia finally had time to rest. But as soon as he sat down, a piece of cloth he had been holding caught his eye. This cloth had two sides, one red and the other purple, with patterns resembling capsules. Soon, a description appeared in Roxia's mind. Item: time wrapping cloth complete version. Function: the person or animal wrapped inside, as well as other items, can have their age reversed by 30 years or increased by 30 years. Note: the red part increases time, while the purple part reverses time. As Roxia processed this information in his mind, he was astonished. Although he had never seen this item in reality, its power was indeed impressive. Roxia felt a bit emotional and speechless. Could this thing have been stolen by the system? Stolen from some blue fat guy? Roxia mumbled, "Ding. Please do not maliciously speculate about the system." Warning issued. Roxia pouted, not caring at all. Meanwhile, everyone present looked at Roxia, curious about what he was muttering to himself. The next moment, Roxia opened his eyes. Although it didn't scare him, Red-haired leaned in and asked, "Roxia, what is this thing in your hand? Is it another item?" Roxia held the time cloth, his eyes seemingly burning with flames. "This is a good thing. Red-haired, do you want to give it a try? I won't charge you." Red-haired's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "No charge? Sure, I want to try." Just as Beckman was about to stop him, Red-haired had already agreed. Thinking it over, he decided not to interfere. Roxia was a friend of the red-haired pirates and wouldn't harm their captain. Roxia wasted no time and spread the time cloth on the snow. "Face up and back down." He pointed at Red-haired and smiled. "Come on, Red-haired, sit on it. Hey, what kind of good thing is this? It looks quite interesting." Without hesitation, Red-haired sat right in the center of the time cloth. "All right, now I'm going to wrap you up. You can look forward to what's going to happen next." As Roxia tied the four corners of the time cloth together, Beckman, Garp, and others all gathered around to watch the effect of this item. A few seconds passed, and the once motionless red-haired, wrapped up like a dumpling, began to shrink. This lasted for a few seconds. Seeing this scene, Red-haired felt a bit uneasy, and everyone's eyes fixed on the time cloth, nearly popping out of their sockets. "Don't worry, Red-haired is fine." To be honest, Roxia's voice had some uncertainty. It was his first time using it, and he had no idea what would happen. So, even Roxia's hands trembled as he undid the knot. He was silently praying, "Please don't let anything go wrong. If something happens, I won't be able to escape." After about a minute of untying, the time cloth finally opened. Almost everyone's jaws dropped, and the scene was quite exaggerated. Beckman swallowed hard, carefully approached Red-haired, squatted down, and forced a smile as he asked, "Are you our captain?" "Beckman, are you confused?" "Of course I am." Red-haired's voice got softer and softer as he felt something was a bit different about himself. His whole body felt much lighter, and suddenly he had a bad premonition. At this moment, Roxia had already made a body mirror that could reflect Red-haired's entire appearance. "Red-haired, take a look." Roxia laughed, patting the mirror. Red-haired turned his head and saw his full figure. At that moment, the person reflected in Roxia's mirror was about 1 meter 23 tall, with dark skin and 3 small claw marks around his eyes, making him look somewhat cute. Gulp, red-haired stared blankly at the person in the mirror, eyes wide open. The entire island fell unusually silent for some reason, and even Red-haired's crew dared not make a sound. Finally, after 5 minutes, Red-haired, the party involved, reacted and sat back down on the time cloth. He raised his hands and looked at his now smaller hands. A bit in disbelief, this 9-year-old child, could it be me? Roxia nodded and then sat down. That's right, it's you, Red-haired. How about it? Isn't this item amazing? Hearing their conversation, everyone present finally snapped out of their shock. They curiously stared at the now smaller Red-haired. However, one person was staring at the shrunken Red-haired with gleaming eyes. Garp grinned widely and casually approached Red-haired, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Ha. I never expected to see a shrunken Red-haired. So, how about being my grandson? You old man, your grandson is over there. Stop randomly claiming grandsons. But Garp, who was pushed away, didn't care at all. If you don't want to be my grandson, how about joining the Navy? After all, you can't turn back. As soon as he finished speaking, almost all the faces of the red-haired pirates changed, and in the end, they still didn't take action but turned their gazes toward Roxia. After all, the item belonged to him, and he knew whether it could be reversed or not. Roxia glared at Garp and casually used spatial transfer to throw Garp back next to Ace. Don't cause trouble, old man. Go play somewhere else. At this moment, everyone from the red-haired pirates looked at Roxia, seemingly waiting for him to provide an explanation. This item is called time cloth. The person or object wrapped inside can increase or decrease their age by 30 years. Just like red-haired, he has now decreased his age by 30 years. After a detailed explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. Beckman fixed his gaze on Roxia and asked, So our captain can still return to normal, right? Are you going to restore him? Almost everyone in the red-haired pirates nodded at the same time. I see. Actually, this way the red-haired can exert his full strength. All right then, let's help you restore him, little red-haired. Rosha grinned, grabbed the red-haired, and wrapped him tightly with the time cloth. After a few minutes, the wrapped red-haired gradually grew larger. Seeing that it had stopped, Rosha ripped off the time cloth. As soon as the time cloth was torn off, the red-haired came into everyone's view. Seeing that the red hair had restored, the crew of the red-haired pirates let out a heavy sigh of relief. Head, you can't use Rosha as props again in the future. I thought our captain would be little red-haired from now on. The crew of the red-haired pirates burst into laughter, which made the red-haired so angry he felt like hitting someone. After looking around, the restored red-haired confirmed that he really was back to normal and let out a long sigh. It seems that free things aren't necessarily good things after all. Beckman nodded in agreement. That's right, Rosha's thing is useless for you now. Maybe it will only be useful when you turn 70. Beckman's summary was spot on. Even Rosha was surprised and glanced at Beckman. It's getting late, we should head back. Right, old man. Garp nodded, that's true. Hearing that Rosha and the others were leaving, the red-haired stepped forward. Rosha, don't you have anything to sell this time? We could trade. Rosha thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I've been training these days and really haven't had time to make anything new. Besides, this time it was to revive this guy. Seeing that Rosha really had nothing to sell, the red-haired didn't insist. Soon, the three of them disappeared in front of the red-haired. Hey, but it's really amazing that Rosha could make something like this. It's a divine object. It can turn your head into 9 years old. Yes, and just now Rosha said that the strength doesn't change, which means that the head's strength hasn't decreased at all. He just got younger. If only we hadn't made him grow bigger. The smaller head was quite cute, They imagined it would be very interesting, and when Kaido saw it, he would probably be dumbfounded. Almost all the officers of the red-haired pirates were discussing the recent incident of the red-haired getting smaller, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. Standing next to Beckman and silently listening to the conversation, the red-haired's face turned dark, and he looked extremely speechless. Beckman patted the red-haired's shoulder and comforted him. It's okay. Captain, at least you're back to normal now. Go away. I want to be alone for a bit. I won't try to take advantage anymore. The officers of the red-haired pirates burst into laughter again. Meanwhile, Rosha brought the grandfather and grandson back to the G5 base, and the three were now in Rosha's room. Rosha put down the tiger hunter in his hand, and suddenly a white sphere appeared in his hand, gradually filling the entire room until it was full. Rosha grinned. This is a soundproof ball. People outside can't hear what we're saying. Rosha sat down in a chair, his expression gradually becoming serious. Next, he needed to come up with a name for this guy, or else calling him Ace would be a disaster. Moreover, Ace would need to train here later. Garp nodded. That's right, let us call him Monkey D. Before Garp could finish, Rosha interrupted. Old man, you should stop thinking about names. Rosha glanced at Ace, who was nervously watching him, and helplessly shrugged. We'll talk about names later. Naming is the most troublesome. By the way, you two will sleep in my room from now on. This room has 3 beds, just right for 3 people. Garp and Ace nodded. Even if Ace was unwilling, Rosha would tie him to the bed. After all, he had persuaded Ace to join the Navy back then. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Rosha slowly opened his eyes, and just as he got dressed, he saw Garp and Ace already dressed and waiting by the side. However, when Rosha looked at Ace, his expression was a bit strange. Why aren't you wearing a shirt? Ace looked at his bare upper body and laughed. I used to be a Logia-type fire fruit user. I'm not used to wearing clothes. Rosha rolled his eyes, flipped his hand, and a set of clothes appeared in his hand. Here, I made these clothes. Put them on. Ace wasn't too polite and quickly took the clothes, putting them on in no time. Ace's top was a black coat with a bright red phoenix on the shoulder, which looked very nice. The bottom was a pair of ordinary trousers, and the outfit fit Ace perfectly. Soon, Rosha led Garp and Ace outside. At this point, many Marines had already gathered outside, including Tashiki standing in the ranks. Smoker and Tashiji were at the front. When they saw Rosha coming, Tashiji immediately stepped forward and asked, When did you come back yesterday? It's useless to ask. You were already asleep when I got back. Tashiji was immediately stumped. Being retorted like that didn't feel good at all. All right, I brought back a very promising person from outside yesterday. Rosha pulled Ace, who was standing behind him, forward. Only then did Smoker and Tashiji notice Ace's presence. Rosha introduced. His name is Kenshin. I brought him back yesterday. Kenshin. Ace whispered, seemingly trying to remember the name. He is very strong, although he is not as strong as me. Tashiji seemed to have gotten used to Rosha's self-importance and asked, Does he have a devil fruit ability? As soon as this was said, all the Marines focused their attention on him. Rosha stepped back to give Ace space. Show them. It's a good opportunity for these people to see. Ace nodded, took a deep breath, and in the next second, flames seemed to erupt from his body. The grass around Ace was scorched and withered. At the same time, his body gradually transformed into the shape of a flaming bird. The flames on his arms looked very cool. Everyone was shocked to see Ace like this. Tashiji asked, Is he a mythical Zoan? It should be the bird fruit. Mythical Zoan, flame bird form. Rosha rubbed his nose and reminded, This ability wasn't given by me. He had it when I met him. By the way, because he has great talent but lacks hockey training, this Kenshin will be specially trained by Old Man Garp. While dozens of Marines might not have been too surprised, Smoker and Tashiji in the front had their eyes wide open, occasionally glancing at Ace and Garp. Their expressions seemed to say, Is this for real? They had heard rumors about Garp and how ruthless he was during hockey training. If such a good devil fruit user got killed, it would be a huge loss for the Navy. Noticing the expressions of the two, Rosha grinned and reassured himself. Don't worry, although the old man is a bit violent. I'll be right here. As long as there's breath in him, Sword Heart won't die. Ace silently scoffed, looking at those two's expressions. Does the old man really intend to kill me? Is the old man really that dangerous? Rosha quickly finished introducing the training tasks for the past few weeks. As for catching pirates, Rosha hadn't encountered that yet. Soon, all the Marines began a few days of training, including Ace. Rosha followed behind Garp and Ace until the two found corner. Rosha lazily yawned and activated his freezing ability, quickly creating a chair. He stared intently at Garp and Ace, but neither of them made a move first. At some point, Juin brought a chair over and sat down next to Rosha. As soon as he sat down, Rosha asked, What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? I'm here to watch Mr. Garp train. At the same time, Garp narrowed his eyes slightly, casually tossing aside his navy coat to reveal the shirt underneath. Ha, kid. You'd better get your act together and be ready to be beaten by me. That's how you grow your hockey. Simultaneously, Garp pointed at Rosha, who was watching the show, and said with a laugh, "This kid's conqueror's hockey is also something I beat out of him, punch by punch." It was the first time Ace had heard Garp say so much about training in one go. However, Ace looked at Rosha with a strange expression. Was it really beaten out of him by the old man? Ace remained skeptical about that. "Watch out, you little brat." Just as Garp finished speaking, he vanished from his spot like a spring, and the next moment, a loud crash echoed. Rosha looked over and saw that Ace, who had been standing there, was now slammed against the nearest mountain wall, leaving a clear human imprint on it. Rosha and Jiun exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. "Hey, old man, don't hit this kid like you did to me. You could easily kill him." Garp glanced at Rosha and waved his hand dismissively. "I got it, don't worry." With Garp's nonchalant attitude, Rosha didn't know what to do. He turned to ask, how did this old man train his hockey when he was young? "I've heard about it, but it can't be true, right?" Jiun glanced at the struggling sword heart and instinctively nodded. Just then, a series of sounds echoed, mixed with the sound of falling rocks, causing the Marines who were training nearby to stop and look at Garp and Ace in shock. Rosha twitched his mouth in disbelief. Is the old man trying to kill this kid? The two were in a chase, and if it weren't for the fact that this was the pirate world, Rosha would have thought it was a mouse hunt. Just as Rosha was about to intervene, he felt a small hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Jiun gripping his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Jiun pointed at the person and bird in the sky. "Aren't they still not caught? It's rare for Vice Admiral Garp to train. Let him have a go." "Well, fine, as long as he doesn't kill him, it's okay." So the two chatted leisurely on the ground, and occasionally Smoker would come over to talk. From time to time, screams could be heard from the sky. Time passed minute by minute, and perhaps tired from the training, a flaming bird landed heavily in front of Rosha and the others. Who? As soon as it landed, heavy panting reached Rosha and Jiun's ears. "Damn, old man, is there any training like this?" Before Ace could finish cursing, a hearty voice rang out. "Ha, that was pretty enjoyable. Today was just a warm-up. We'll continue tomorrow." As soon as Garp finished speaking, he sat down next to Ace. At that moment, Ace, who had transformed into a firebird, reverted back to his human form. Ace's legs seemed unable to move at all, which Rosha noticed at a glance. Rosha shot a glare at Garp. "Old man, could you be a bit more careful in the future? He's your disciple. There's no need to train him like that. And this is my G5 base, so tone it down. Be careful, or I'll send you back to Navy headquarters." Upon hearing Navy headquarters, Garp waved his hands. "Forget it. I find this place more interesting right now. I don't plan on leaving yet." Rosha sighed helplessly, his hand glowing as a green bean appeared in his palm. He flicked it, and the bean landed in front of Ace. "Eat it." "Huh? Oh, okay." Ace swallowed the bean, and his previously broken leg surprisingly healed within seconds. Rosha glanced at Ace. "Don't get too proud. You'd better be careful tomorrow. If you keep getting your legs broken, I won't have that many beans to give you." Rosha's words instantly wiped the smile off Ace's face. Rosha looked at Ace and then at Garp, pondering for a long time before finally saying, "Actually, old man, you don't know how to teach your disciple. Although I can't beat you, you're really not good at teaching." Garp wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, "Then who do you think could teach Ace?" Swordheart. Garp was startled, almost slipping up. "Many like Kaido, although I haven't fought him. I know a thing or two. That guy just kills himself and loves to drink. Maybe one day he'll get his conqueror's hockey wrapped around him after getting smashed by a club." Garp crossed his arms, looking disgusted. "That guy can teach hockey? Then I can too. By the way, there's another one. This teacher is legitimate." "Who is it?" "I think he's called Dark King Rayleigh. Proficient in all 3 types of hockey." At that time, one of the old man's grandsons was there when he fought against the Celestial Dragons. Immediately after, Rosha turned to Ace and said, "Actually, what this kid needs most right now is practical combat. He knows all 3 types of hockey but lacks real combat experience. Plus, he relied too much on his fruit abilities before." Rosha pondered for a long time, just about to speak when Jiun nudged him. "What are you doing? Isn't Swordheart supposed to have all 3 types of hockey?" Jiun was completely unaware of this and was also quite surprised. "Isn't that obvious?" "Of course he does. Is that strange?" Rosha suddenly smiled. Who doesn't have a conqueror's hockey these days? Now, it was Jiun's turn to be speechless. "So will the old man come to train tomorrow?" Ace was now a bit scared, although he wasn't afraid of getting his leg broken. Who knew Garp's strength was so formidable? His iron fists were almost like real iron. Rosha nodded. That's right. If the old man goes back to Navy headquarters, then I'll be responsible for training you. After all, you have great potential, and you'll need to catch pirates in the future. Time passed quickly, and soon a month had gone by. During this month, Garp and Ace trained against each other every day. During this time, Ace underwent training under Garp, and his haki grew rapidly, especially the Conqueror's haki. From not being able to trigger it on his own, he has now reached the level of basic Conqueror's haki. In Rosha's view, it seemed like Ace's Conqueror's haki could grow automatically every day, though it couldn't compare to his own. One early morning, Rosha was lying back in a deck chair, a straw hat covering his face to shield him from the sun and make it easier to sleep. The sound of a snail phone rang out, and Rosha casually picked it up. Moshi Moshi. This is Qinglong. Who is this? Qinglong, it's Sengoku. Rosha frowned slightly. Sengoku? What's up? Do you need something? There was a long silence on the other end, followed by a deep voice. Qinglong, are you getting a bit restless? I'm the fleet admiral. Did you forget? At that moment, the snail phone vividly displayed Sengoku's changing expressions. I forgot. I was just sleeping. What orders do you have, Admiral? Sengoku took a deep breath and said slowly, the world government is looking for you, so you need to come back. Come back. I'm a commander of G5 base. Why do they want me back? Rosha expressed some dissatisfaction, especially since he didn't want to get involved with those trash. That's still unclear. But you're in the Navy now, and if anyone wants to move against you, they'll have to ask me first. In any case, just come back for a bit. Kacha. Sengoku finished speaking and hung up the snail phone, not giving Rosha the chance to refuse. Rosha sighed, took off his straw hat, and slowly got up. He walked towards Garp, and at that moment, Smoker and Tashiji, who were in a specially created corner, were watching the battle between the two with great interest. As soon as Rosha arrived, Tashiji and Smoker waved at him. In the past month, Rosha had also often sparred with Smoker to gain practical combat experience. Clap, clap, clap. Rosha clapped his hands, and both Garp and Ace stopped to look at him. However, Ace's face was still bruised and swollen, looking quite comical. At this moment, Tashiji, Smoker, Garp, and Ace all fixed their gazes on Rosha. They knew that once Rosha became serious, it meant he had something important to say. Rosha waved his hand, and 5 chairs accurately materialized behind everyone. Rosha's principle was that if he could sit, he wouldn't stand, and if he could lie down, he wouldn't sit. I need to tell you all something. Admiral Sengoku wants me to come back for a bit. Come back for a bit? Rosha nodded yes. Those trash want to see me. Trash? What trash? Garp asked curiously. Rosha's lips curled slightly. Of course, it's the celestial dragons. Or we could say it's those 5 old geezers from the world government. Of course, that's just my guess. I'll know more once I get there. The surprise on Smoker and Tashiji's faces was unmasked, especially the hint of worry in Tashiji's eyes. By the way, while I'm gone, Smoker, Tashiji, I'll be counting on you. Rosha stood up, and a portal quickly appeared as he activated his ability. He gently twisted the doorknob, and, as he stepped inside, Garp grabbed the doorknob, and both he and Tashiji entered Sengoku's office together. Their sudden appearance startled Sengoku. Rosha grinned. Hey, Admiral, long time no see. It really has been a while. Garp, you too? It's been quite a long time since you came back. Sengoku spoke with a hint of resentment. Garp didn't care at all, casually sitting down in a chair and laughing. I've recently taken on a new disciple and have been training him. Oh, how's his potential? Sengoku recognized Garp's eye for talent, since Rosha was picked up by Garp, so he was quite interested. As Garp began to speak, Rosha quickly interrupted him by stuffing a piece of ice into Garp's mouth. This guy has great potential. His name is Jinshin, 20 years old, possesses 3 types of haki, and is an animal-type mythical Zoan user. By the way, he's currently being trained by the old man. Rosha quickly shared all of Ace's personal information. He was worried that Garp might get a bit too proud and accidentally reveal Ace's name. This was also a precaution. However, Garp spat out the ice from his mouth. That kid is indeed the one I'm training. At that moment, Sengoku's eyes lit up, clearly seeing the potential for a future admiral. Rosha, what's this Jian guy's name? Have you considered letting him? Before Sengoku could finish, Rosha used his freezing fruit ability to seal Sengoku's mouth. Admiral Sengoku, I want to let Jinshin go. You should talk about what those trash want with me. Rosha casually sat down in chair, ready to hear what Sengoku had to say. Sengoku sighed with a wry smile. To be honest, I don't really know what they want with you. But they want me to take you to Mera Mera. Of course, I'll go with you, so don't worry. Garp patted his chest from behind and laughed. I'll go too. Okay, but if they try to capture me, I want to hold back, just so you know. Sengoku's smile instantly froze on his face. Ahem. If they try to harm you, we will stop them, so don't worry. Rosha nodded and then stood up. Then let us go. The sooner we go, the sooner we can return. I still need to get back to the new world. The two nodded, and Sengoku led the three out of the office. As the three strolled through the Navy headquarters plaza, every Marine they encountered was incredibly polite. After the Marine-Ford War, Rosha's reputation soared within the Navy, and some people even admired him in private. Rosha just smiled in response. After about 20 minutes of walking, the three finally arrived at Mera Mera, where Rosha saw the familiar celestial dragons. Some celestial dragons were riding on chairs, while others were brutally whipping slaves. Rosha had known about the celestial dragons even before his transmigration, so he was already immune to them and wouldn't he be foolish enough to punch one like Luffy. If he truly got angry, Rosha could quietly make these trash disappear. His spatial abilities were no joke. On the way, Rosha looked left and right and suddenly asked, Admiral, old man, do you think the celestial dragons are here to buy something from me? What do you think about me scamming them for 100 billion? I've been short on cash lately. A hint of excitement flickered on Rosha's face. Sengoku felt a chill run down his spine at Rosha's words. He feared that if Rosha said that in front of those five, he might get slapped away. Meanwhile, Garp seemed to be having a great time, casually putting his arm around Rosha's shoulder. It even seemed like the two were conspiring about something, laughing heartily as they talked. On the way, Rosha had seen quite a lot, and he also saw the fully automated stone road. Soon, the three of them, led by the soldier, arrived at the House of Power in Mera Mera. At this moment, not far from Rosha, 5 old men dressed differently were sitting. Some wore robes, others wore suits, but each of their gazes was fierce and intimidating. Rosha felt that they were not easy to deal with, and he sensed that he couldn't handle any of them in 3 moves. Of course, this was just a guess. While Rosha was lost in thought, Sengoku stepped forward to introduce him. Ladies and gentlemen of the 5 Elder Stars, Rear Admiral Rosha from the Navy has arrived. Rosha glanced at Sengoku, puzzled as to why Sengoku was slightly bowing to those 5 old men. Rosha, would never do that. After Sengoku's words, an old man with a mustache, dressed in a black suit, nodded and then looked at Rosha, asking, You are Rosha, the user of the gum-gum fruit? The gaze of the 5 Elder Stars was filled with scrutiny and a hint of curiosity. Yes, that's me. Is there something you need? The old man waved his hand, and soon a CP agent appeared in front of Rosha, holding a stack of photographs. Although Rosha was puzzled, he began to look through them. The images included pictures of his miraculous items and photos of him creating devil fruits with his bare hands. Rosha swallowed hard and sat down on the ground, seriously flipping through the photos. Whether it was the door of light, the senzu beans, or the devil fruits he created, they were all captured. Seeing Rosha's dazed expression, Sengoku and Garp also moved closer. When they saw the photos, beads of sweat instantly appeared on Sengoku's forehead. After looking at the photos, Rosha raised his head and asked, Gentlemen, what do these photos mean? Seeing that Rosha was still playing dumb, the mustached old man slowly said, These photos were collected by our world government's CP department. However, the Navy only reported to us about alcohol and cigarettes. What? Are you trying to hide something? Rosha frowned slightly, clearly unhappy. By the way, Rosha, unknown birthplace, picked up by Garp a year ago, and, just after arriving at the Navy headquarters, displayed outstanding combat abilities. In just over a year, he could defeat a rear admiral and is proficient in all 3 types of hockey. He is also fused with the ice fruit, and another type that is still unknown, which is likely to be an extremely powerful fruit ability. Listening to the mustached old man speak, an inexplicable anger began to burn in Rosha's heart. Damn it, they've dug up all my secrets. Of course, Rosha didn't dare to say this out loud. Just as Rosha thought it was about to end, the mustached old man continued, Not long ago, you used a mysterious potion to make Garp young again by more than 20 years. We originally thought you were just an ordinary synthetic fruit user. But the investigation revealed much more. At this moment, Garp and Sengoku stood beside Rosha, guarding him left and right. They had agreed from the beginning to ensure that nothing would happen to Rosha, although they didn't know what the old man meant by all this. The two still protected Rosha. Rosha grinned and pushed the two aside. He looked at the mustached old man and asked, "You gentlemen seem to know quite a bit about me, more than I do. So what do you want?" Rosha was very curious about this question. If they dared to make a move, he wouldn't hold back against their devil fruits. If they wanted to buy something from him, they would have to pay dearly. It all depended on what they intended to do. The attitude of Rosha made the 5 elder stars furrow their brows. Before the mustached old man could speak, another old man holding a sword suddenly attacked, launching a slash towards Rosha. The slash was so fast that Rosha didn't even have time to react. But it didn't injure him. Rosha turned to look, and at that moment, Garp was covered in a wave of blood, his arms enveloped in a dark aura. He had just forcefully shattered that slash. Rosha breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been hit, he would have at least lost an arm. There was no need to be polite with someone who didn't play fair, but these 5 were still too terrifying. Cough, cough, gentlemen, what does this mean? Nothing. That guy just got confused. You can ignore it. The mustached old man pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Now, we should be able to discuss our terms, right?" "Huh? What terms?" "Provide us with the items you can create for the world government, including devil fruits, whether they're Logia or Zoan types. Also, those miraculous items of yours are welcome." Rosha's mind was racing, and he was completely stunned. He thought these old guys would only ask for some senzu beans or doors of light. But they were this greedy? Rosha closed his eyes to think, gradually entering the system space. "System, what should I do?" However, 3 minutes passed, and the system remained silent. Can the system turn my created devil fruits into slow-burning high explosives? This time, Rosha changed his wording. He didn't believe the system would stay silent forever. Ding, yes. The devil fruits you create can be transformed into bombs with a 10-year lifespan. If you want the normal ones, you can switch at any time. Hearing this from the system, Rosha felt much better, but the next sentence made him feel a bit numb. Ding, deducting 10 billion berries. Current balance, 5 billion. Just after the deduction, Rosha felt that his hands seemed to have changed a bit, but now was not the time to check. In reality, the others saw Rosha with his eyes closed, thinking he was deep in thought. Since there was plenty of time, they decided to wait. After all, they weren't in a hurry. Soon, Rosha slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment his gaze was calm, but if one looked closely, there was excitement in his eyes. Rosha glanced at his hands, then looked at the leisurely 5 elder stars, and slowly nodded. "Okay, it's just devil fruits, but my fees are quite high. Can you accept that?" Upon hearing Rosha's agreement, the others exchanged glances filled with joy. "Tell us how much berries you want. We can give it to you all at once. Besides, we are the creators of the world. We have plenty of money." Hearing the mustached old man say this, Rosha felt relieved, and he could confidently ask for a high price. Rosha's lips curled slightly, and he counted on his fingers, saying, "If it's a Logia type, it's 2 billion per fruit. The Zoan type is cheaper, just 500 million. The Paramecia type depends on the specific kind. For the mythical Zoan type, I want 4 billion. Of course, all of these devil fruits require you to provide the users. Otherwise, I can't just create them out of thin air." This was also Rosha's way of feeling secure. After all, if one could just make devil fruits by themselves, then Rosha would have been pressed to the ground a long time ago. Several adults regarding the price. The old man with the mustache nodded. "All right. The price is negotiable. You can continue to talk about your other items." After saying this, the old man snapped his fingers, and soon the door to the House of Power was opened. Rosha turned to look, and at the door stood dozens of men and women dressed in bulky clothing, wearing bubble helmets on their heads. Rosha sneered inwardly, truly noble celestial dragons. They will eventually meet their end. The dozens of celestial dragons bowed in front of the 5 elders. "Greetings, esteemed lords." The 5 old men merely nodded, their expressions somewhat cold. But that was to be expected. For those who have stayed in the house for so long, it's a surprise they aren't depressed. As for the rest of the items, you can introduce them to them. As long as they want them, all the money can be paid to you right now. At the same time, the old man with the mustache pointed to the dozen or so celestial dragons and said to Rosha, The wine and cigarettes you wanted before were all made by him. He has many more amazing items. The eyes of the dozen celestial dragons gradually lit up, all looking at Rosha, with a few of them being more impatient. However, Rosha ignored all of this. What mattered most now was the lack of materials. Rosha stood up and asked, "Esteemed lords, I wonder if I could get some materials? I have no stock." Rosha wore a helpless expression. Soon, Rosha received what he needed. And of course, the most was sea prism stone. Perhaps due to the money, this time Rosha worked quickly, and before long, he had produced 5 portals, fairy beans, and size change pills. Rosha took a step back, brought the portal to the front, and began to explain. During the explanation, the dozen celestial dragons looked disdainful, as if they looked down on the Navy, yet they still stood in front of Rosha and listened. As long as you've been there, as long as you recall a certain place in your mind, you can instantly arrive through this door. A plump female celestial dragon, clearly caused by a sedentary lifestyle, stood up unsteadily, looking at Rosha with suspicion and asked, "Is what you said true?" A flash of disdain crossed Rosha's eyes, of course. Rosha gestured with his hand and stepped back to Garp's side. The female celestial dragon slowly turned the doorknob, and after a few seconds, she suddenly exclaimed, likely having seen something incredible. "This is really true? This is the Senbei archipelago, right?" For a moment, the dozen celestial dragons chattered away, making Rosha quite annoyed. But after the old man with the mustache coughed, they finally quieted down. Rosha approached the portal and smiled. 50 billion each, may I ask, esteemed lords?" Upon hearing 50 billion, the faces of these celestial dragons turned unpleasant, but they still agreed one after another. This time, 7 or 8 families came, and dividing among these 5 wouldn't be easy, but that was not Rosha's concern. Time passed quickly, and Rosha finally sent those dozens of nuisances away. The old man with the mustache asked, "Have you calculated it? How much do you want?" A hint of excitement flashed in Rosha's eyes, and he quickly said, "I wonder how many devil fruits the esteemed lords want." The old man with the mustache groaned for a moment. "Let's try 3 first. I'll send a Zoan user to find you later." Now Rosha's smile couldn't be hidden any longer. "Esteemed lords, a total of 700 billion berries." As soon as the words left his mouth, a gust of wind flew towards Rosha, who instantly covered his hands with armament hockey and steadily caught the card. "Phew, you scared me." The old man with the mustache nodded. "That's 700 billion berries inside. This is a card unique to the Celestial Dragon Bank. You may leave now. If needed, I'll have CP come find you." Soon, Rosha and his 2 companions exited the House of Power. Rosha had a gloomy expression all the way, while Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances. Sengoku asked, "Rosha, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Rosha looked around and took a deep breath. "These garbage, damn it. Dare to investigate me. TCH, I'll make sure to deal with him sooner or later." After saying this, Rosha felt a bit better, though there were still some things he didn't dare to say. After all, this was on their territory. Sengoku and Garp patted Rosha on the shoulder to comfort him. "It's all right. In this world, CP's investigative ability can be considered the best." Sengoku slapped his forehead. "Right? To prevent you from being ambushed or schemed against, Garp. I'll send an order for this old guy to go to the G5 branch to serve." To serve? Let's leave that for later. The 3 returned to the Navy headquarters with heavy hearts. At this time, in Admiral Sengoku's office, Rosha lazily sat on the sofa. "If only I could fight that old man with the mustache. Then I could copy that Zoan fruit from him." Upon hearing Rosha's words, Garp and Sengoku, who were leisurely eating, immediately sat up straight. They felt completely revitalized. "Do you know what devil fruits they have?" Sengoku asked. "Pretty much. Those few have an aura that is unmistakably Zoan," Rosha replied. "But it's much stronger than the one Marco has." Meanwhile, Rosha suddenly thought of something, and his hands unconsciously began to glow. This time, the glow was no longer clear and bright, but had become somewhat eerie, a dark purple color. Generally, that color was associated with poison specialists. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have repaid your debt. 100 billion has been deducted, and your ability has been granted. Could it be that there's interest?" Rosha wondered. "Ding! Interest of 5 billion has been collected." Although Rosha wanted to curse, understanding the ability of his hands was the most important thing now. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and Garp both looked at Rosha's hands, which seemed to be poisoned, and both had doubts. They moved closer, staring unblinkingly at Rosha's hands, and asked, "Rosha, why do your hands look different from before? It feels like they've been poisoned." To them, the purple-black color on Rosha's hands was striking in the office. Rosha didn't speak, but instead flipped his hands, and a portal appeared in front of him. "I'm going back. Old man, are you coming?" "Coming." With the portal closing, Rosha and Garp appeared at the G5 base. Seeing the two return, Jiuan, Smoker, and others quickly came to them. "How is it at the Holy Land?" Jiuan and Smoker stared at Rosha intently, but the ease in their eyes was evident. To them, the best outcome was that Rosha didn't run into any problems this time. Rosha didn't say anything, but led everyone back to his office. The office was impeccably clean, and as Rosha sat down and took a deep breath, he slowly said, "Damn it, those garbage almost sliced me in half." Hearing Rosha's words, Jiuan and Smoker immediately felt tense. However, the beautiful woman did not interrupt Rosha's description. After listening to Rosha, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was Vice Admiral Garp. "But all my stuff has been known by those garbage, right? Those garbage from the world government might come soon." Jiuan and Smoker furrowed their brows. "Why would people from the world government come?" "I know this because Rosha agreed to sell those 5 old geezers some devil fruits. Probably 3 of them. Each one is priced ridiculously high. This kid is now rolling in money." Garp's gaze towards Rosha changed. He didn't expect the world government would pay, let alone give over 700 billion at once. If collecting heavenly gold is 100 billion, then 700 billion is the heavenly gold submitted by 7 countries. Rosha's palm glowed with a shimmering light, forming a half-circular soundproof barrier around the 4 of them. You can also think of it as anti-eavesdropping. The 3 nodded. Then Rosha raised 3 fingers, saying that those 5 old geezers should be sending 3 Zoan-type users in a few days, or maybe just 1. But no matter who comes, whoever dares to act arrogantly on my turf, will see whether I can take him down. At this moment, Garp asked, "Kid, are you really going to make Zoan-type devil fruits for the world government?" Rosha nodded with a cold smile, and his hands glowed with a purple-black light. "Yes, I will, but depends on what kind I give." Rosha raised his hand with the purple-black light and said with a smile, "When the time comes, if this is mixed in, the person who eats the fruit will be fined for 10 or 8 years, but after 20 years, there might be trouble." "What do you mean?" Rosha grinned, casually picked up a pen holder and applied slight pressure with his fingers, causing the purple-black light to instantly seep into the surface of the pen holder. Boom! In an instant, the previously intact pen holder exploded, scattering powder into the air. Hee, that's the effect. Just extended for 20 years. The 3 were astonished at this scene, and their gazes towards Rosha changed. Although I'm not opposing the world government, that 5 old stars actually dare to slash at me with a sword, so I can't let them off easily. They are already the world's largest force, and they still want to become stronger? Do they want to annihilate the pirate world? Seeing the strange expressions on the 3 faces, Rosha hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Do you guys disagree? If you don't agree, then I won't do it either." "Ha ha. Truly worthy of being picked up by me. Well done. I like your personality, very similar to mine." Before Rosha could finish, Garp burst into laughter, clearly supporting Rosha's actions. As Garp's hearty laughter echoed in their ears, Jiuan and Smoker also laughed. Seeing the smiles on the 3, Rosha no longer had any worries. The next morning, as Rosha, Garp, and Ace stepped outside, they saw an extremely luxurious large ship sailing on the sea. Rosha felt that this ship seemed to be coming towards them. The 3 sat quietly in their chairs, watching the grand ship. 10 minutes later, the ship stopped at their port. Soon, several people dressed in white, clearly from the CP organization, walked out. Rosha nudged Garp beside him and asked, "Where are the celestial dragons? Aren't they coming down?" "I only know that such a luxurious ship can only be boarded by celestial dragons, but since the ones coming out are from the CP organization, I have no idea." As the footsteps grew louder, the CP members approached Rosha and the others. Soon, 3 men and women in white arrived in front of Rosha. Among the 3, 1 was a woman and 2 were men, and they appeared particularly cold and serious. Rosha and Garp stood up, silently staring at the 3, with no intention of speaking. During this time, Rosha carefully examined the 3. The woman standing in the middle was clearly the leader of this group, and he pondered what devil fruit ability she possessed. At this moment, the silent CP member looked at Rosha and said, "Is Vice Admiral Rosha here? We are ordered by the 5 elders to find Vice Admiral Rosha for the devil fruit synthesis." As the woman spoke, her gaze was unwavering, and the coldness in her eyes intensified, as if she wanted to kill Rosha. Rosha scratched his head, stepped forward with one hand in his pocket, and said, "I'm the one. May I ask if you're here to find me for the synthesis?" Hearing Rosha's words, Garp and Ace, who were standing nearby, couldn't hold back their laughter. Perhaps accustomed to Sengoku's demeanor, seeing Rosha's arrogant face made Garp unable to contain himself. Rosha wore a wicked smile, his gaze provocatively glancing at the three. What's the CP organization of the world government? How strong can they be? I've been wanting to test this out, and it turned out to be unexpectedly satisfying. Rosha grinned, saying, "Let's introduce your devil fruit abilities so I can think about how to synthesize them. Each method is different. If I say too much, you wouldn't understand." Listening to Rosha's arrogant remarks, the 3 CP members suppressed their anger and introduced their abilities. "I am a Zoan-type, mythical beast, bird fruit, fire phoenix form. Zoan-type, mythical beast, thunderbird form. Zoan-type, mythical beast, scorched dragon fruit." As the 3 named their devil fruits one by one, Rosha's eyes widened. For a moment, he didn't know if the mythical beast-type devil fruits were truly rare in the pirate world. This is just mythical beast types everywhere. Rosha took a deep breath, but noticed out of the corner of his eye that Jiuin and Smoker had somehow stood next to Garp and Ace. "Huh? When did you guys arrive?" Smoker crossed his arms and glanced at the 3 in front, saying, "Just now." "All right, you just stay here honestly." As Rosha turned his head, the leading woman impatiently said, "How long will you make us wait?" Her tone was filled with anger, as if she were a volcano that had been suppressed for too long. Rosha shrugged, looking nonchalant. "What's wrong? You want to leave without completing the task? On my turf. You better behave, or you can leave right now." Rosha's attitude infuriated the 3, but they didn't dare to act, not just because Garp was there. They also couldn't afford to be too heavy-handed. If they killed Rosha, they would be dead too. The leading woman took a deep breath and said slowly, "Can we start with Vice Admiral Qinglong? We still have tasks to attend to." Seeing her like this, Rosha grinned and extended his hand, beckoning the leader. "What do you mean?" I mean you can come at me. Use your full strength, understand?" Seeing that the woman still didn't understand, Rosha had to explain, "During the battle, I will gather your elemental power to synthesize the devil fruit. So, this is something that can only be done through fighting, got it?" After hearing so much, she finally understood. Rosha brought the person to the surface of the sea, and the frozen fruit appeared in his legs. In just a moment, he froze the entire ocean solid. The 2 faced each other on the sea, their eyes filled with seriousness. Rosha grinned, "You better not get killed by me, or the 5 elders will come looking for trouble." The CP member felt anger rising in her heart, her hands instantly covered in armament hockey, surrounded by waves of red light, with an extremely high temperature. Rosha's eyes lit up. He couldn't afford to be careless either. He quickly covered himself with Conqueror's hockey, and a chill emanated from his body. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 2 disappeared from their spot, and when they reappeared, Rosha and the CP member's fists collided tightly. It seemed neither of them was willing to back down, and the killing intent in the CP member's eyes was evident. Rosha's earlier arrogant words must have left a deep impression on her. Bang, 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 boom. To the spectators, the 2 now seemed to be moving at the speed of light, and some with weaker abilities couldn't even see their current speed and movements. Fortunately, besides Smoker and Ace, the others could still keep up with their movements. Time passed, perhaps 10 minutes, when a loud noise erupted on the surface of the sea. It sounded like something was struck down from the sky. Even the ice surface turned into water vapor due to the high temperature. The entire sea surface was engulfed in smoke, white mist rising everywhere. At the same time, Rosha stepped lightly and laughed heartily. "The CP organization is nothing special. It's a pity to give you this kind of devil fruit. It's better to give it to my subordinates." Rosha mocked the CP member he had knocked down while hovering in the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling red light appeared, and the surrounding temperature gradually rose. Even Rosha in midair could feel it. Roar! A phoenix cry echoed in everyone's ears. The fire phoenix was engulfed in bright red flames, looking very aggressive. This felt a bit ominous. Without hesitation, Rosha instantly moved to Garp's side, leaving the fire phoenix glaring at him in mid-air as if it wanted to tear him apart. "Oof, damn Navy, weren't you going to fight? Why are you running?" Rosha pouted, saying, "Just come down. I've already collected your abilities." Meaning, you are useless now. Just come down. At the same time, a dark purple light shone from Rosha's left hand, and a dark fire-red devil fruit appeared in his palm. Seeing the fruit he had once eaten appear in Rosha's hand, the CP member in midair widened her phoenix eyes. She didn't expect this rear admiral could really create devil fruits, and the one he created looked exactly the same, except for the color. Rosha provocatively grinned. "If you don't come down now, I'll have Rear Admiral Garp knock you down. You know Garp's strength, right? He'll beat you up like there's no tomorrow." As for Rosha's taunts, Ziyuan and Smoker had long been accustomed to them. Garp actually enjoyed what Rosha said. It sounded very pleasing to him. After all, although he couldn't beat the Celestial Dragons, having Rosha beat up their dogs was the same. Thinking of this, Garp laughed heartily and took a step forward. Seeing Garp was about to take action, the CP member could only obediently come down. Moreover, before coming here, the 5 elders had said that Garp's strength was not diminished from his earlier days. If he could chase the Pirate King back in the day, and now his strength was even greater, that was terrifying. "Not bad, you're quite obedient," Rosha rarely complimented. He then handed the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit to Garp. "Old man, hold this for me. Don't let anyone snatch it away. Once all 3 are ready, I'll give them to you." The woman who had just fought with Rosha wanted to take action when she heard, "Don't let anyone snatch it away," but the next sentence extinguished her fire. Plus, the black mark on Garp's head was a bit too dazzling. She couldn't help but suspect if Garp had become younger. Otherwise, why would the 5 elders say Garp's strength hadn't diminished from his earlier days? Seeing that the woman had calmed down, Rosha then turned his attention to the Lightning Bird and Scorching Dragon users. The two saw Rosha's demeanor and their eyes brightened. "Rear Admiral Qinglong, I'll fight you first. I'm the Lightning Bird." Rosha smirked at how eager they both looked, wanting to laugh. This made Rosha secretly grumble. "Damn, do they both want to take me down? They're overthinking it." Rosha said seriously, "I'm not fighting you. Besides, fighting women is my hobby. Cough, this is also for the devil fruit. You guys don't need to fight. I can make it myself." Rosha pointed at the Lightning Bird user and said, "You, go sit over there." All right." The Lightning Bird user walked to the spot Rosha pointed at and then sat down. Rosha nodded and walked over as well. But he didn't want to sit on the cold ground. With a flip of his hands, a mat appeared in his hands. He laid the mat on the ground, and just as he sat down, the CP member in front asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Transform into a lightning bird for me to see." Although the CP member was puzzled, he still nodded. Then, arcs of lightning flickered around the CP member's body, and his whole body slowly floated into the air. In an instant, the weather turned cloudy and the sky darkened. Only a large blue bird floated in the air. The entire bird was blue and white, surrounded by blue electric arcs, looking quite beautiful. Rosha glanced at the lightning bird in the sky and then waved his hand upward. The lightning bird slowly descended and landed in front of Rosha. Rosha circled around the lightning bird, nodding as he looked. "So this is what the lightning bird looks like. It's quite nice." After a full circle, Rosha returned to his spot and waved at the lightning bird, saying, "Use your lightning bird skill on me. You need to listen carefully. I want your skill, not for you to attack me." At the same time, Rosha's advanced conqueror's haki enveloped him, almost as if giving a warning. "If you dare not do as I say, I want to hold back. You don't want to end up like that woman, do you?" The CP member in front nodded, and as the blue wings waved, blue thunderballs flew toward Rosha. Rosha stretched out his hands and slowly absorbed them one by one. "Ding! Congratulations on obtaining animal-type mythical Zoan bird fruit, lightning bird form fragment 2. Time flew by quickly. Half an hour had passed since Rosha started synthesizing the fruit. Rosha's consciousness entered the space, and upon seeing 4 glowing lightning bird fruits in his space, he nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, outside, Rosha had just emerged from the void when a fist-sized thunderball flew toward his head. In an instant, he reacted, and, with a wave of his hand, the thunderball was shattered. Black smoke billowed into the air. Rosha waved his hand, signaling that everything was fine and it was no longer needed. As he spoke, he flipped his hands, revealing a dark purple fruit. The moment the CP members saw the fruit, one of them frowned and asked, Why is this fruit dark purple? Is it poisonous? In the Azure Dragon. Boom. He was met with a fist wrapped in black lightning. Holding the dark purple Thunderbird fruit, Rosha replied irritably. Don't you know the fruit you've consumed? I wouldn't poison you. And besides, the color isn't something I can control. Rosha fixed a sharp gaze on the 3 CP members. After warning them, he tossed the Thunderbird fruit to Garp. He pointed at the last CP member. You? Come here. Huh? Oh, okay. What is your ability? Rosha asked. I have the Candle Dragon fruit, a mythical Zoan type. Before Rosha could speak, the CP member took a few steps back and transformed into their beast form in the blink of an eye. Rosha looked up to see the Candle Dragon. Its entire body crimson, its scales resembling armor, and its eyes wise like a husky. Compared to the other 2 mythical Zoan types, this Candle Dragon fruit appeared the heaviest. Since you know the process, let us start. Rosha waved his hand helplessly. The CP member nodded, releasing a series of unpleasant roars. Just as Rosha was about to make a sarcastic remark, the Candle Dragon suddenly shot out a beam of light about the width of an arm. The dark purple glow in Rosha's hand lit up, and as his palm made contact, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the animal type Mythical Zoan, Candle Dragon Fruit X5. Hearing the familiar voice was a pleasant surprise, but this time it was 5. As time passed, Rosha had already collected 8 or 9 Candle Dragon fruits in a space. Suddenly, the dark purple glow in his hand disappeared, replaced by a black-red hue covering his arm. A wicked smile spread across Rosha's face, and in the next second, a dull thud resonated in everyone's ears. A massive figure flew backward. The same formula, the same taste. Seeing their CP members treated this way, the owner of the Fire Phoenix fruit couldn't sit still, rage boiling within. If Liz could kill, Rosha would have died 100 times over. Just as she was about to strike, Rosha suddenly pulled out a dark red devil fruit. The patterns on the fruit resembled flowing lava, quite beautiful. Perhaps noticing the woman's movements, Rosha grinned. He then stepped over to Garp and handed him the Candle Dragon fruit, while taking the freshly made Fire Phoenix and Thunderbird fruits for himself. Everyone was puzzled by his intentions, but all eyes were glued to Rosha. Despite so many gazes upon him, he remained unfazed. Holding the 2 devil fruits, as soon as he sat down, dark purple light shone from his hands. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the 2 devil fruits gradually drew closer. What is he trying to do? Yuen frowned and asked. Seeing Rosha's actions, the CP agents also frowned, but they didn't dare to act recklessly since the item the Gorsi wanted was in Rosha's hands. As Rosha slowly brought the 2 devil fruits together, they began to fuse. At this point, the devil fruits in Rosha's hands emitted a faint white glow, making the entire fruit appear increasingly brilliant. Rosha swallowed hard, muttering to himself, why is it flashing like this? It feels like it's going to explode. The fruits in his hands resembled a giant flashbang, bigger and brighter than a flashbang. As time passed, the flashing frequency of the fruits in Rosha's hands increased. A sense of impending doom enveloped him. Just as Rosha leaned in to take a closer look, a blinding light erupted from his hands, followed by a loud boom. Boom! The fusion of the 2 fruits resulted in a massive explosion. From the sky, it looked like a white mushroom cloud. Seeing this scene, Garp and the others instantly retreated, not daring to linger. At that moment, no one knew if Rosha was still alive, but the explosion was real. The explosion lasted for about a minute. As the towering smoke had yet to dissipate, Garp and the others stood at the edge of the smoke, silently observing. Garp frowned deeply, wondering how this kid managed to blow up. He shouldn't be dead, right? Garp, what are you saying? How could this guy possibly die? Minutes later, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing a darkened pit before everyone's eyes. Among the edges of the pit, a pair of legs stood out conspicuously. However, what puzzled everyone was that there was only the lower half of a body. Yuen's heart raced, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her heart in her throat. On the other side, the CP members looked at Rosha's tragic state, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Is this guy dead? Then, what about our fruits? Hearing someone curse Rosha, Yuen shot them a fierce glare, a hint of murderous intent rising within her. Smoker also glared at the 3 with an unfriendly expression. Garp, looking grave, stepped into the pit, his eyes filled with concern, his heart racing. At that moment, an extreme chill emanated from Roxa's legs. Gradually, Roxa's upper body began to grow at a slow pace. Blocks of ice formed from his legs. After about 5 minutes, Roxa sat upright in the pit, his heart pounding. Huh. Roxa let out a long breath. Damn, I almost got blown to bits. Huh. Why is it so quiet? Roxa turned to see Garp standing beside him, wide-eyed, staring. The tightly clenched fists indicated his current attitude. Roxa was taken aback. Activating the space fruit, he instantly disappeared from Garp's side and reappeared next to Yuen. Just as Roxa vanished, Garp blasted a large pit in the spot he had occupied, the residual shockwave still lingering. Roxa turned just in time to see this. Old man, what are you doing? Trying to kill me? Garp glared at Roxa, warning, you little brat. I almost thought you were dead. Thankfully, I was hasty this time. Next time, I'll thoroughly research the fruit's properties before making a move. This time, Rosha was truly taken aback. He initially thought things would go as planned in his mind, but he nearly blew himself up instead. The feeling of escaping death made Rosha relax entirely. However, just as he sat down, he noticed 3 people in white clothes approaching him from a distance, looking as if they were about to question him. Rosha spoke first, saying, I'll make 2 more for you. Consider this a freebie, no charge. You little brat. It's clearly your own mess. Why should we pay? Faced with the angry woman, Rosha found he had no chance to respond. About an hour later, 3 devil fruits were placed on the table. 2 were dark red, and the remaining one was black-blue. Rosha had even specially used his abilities to create 3 boxes to store the devil fruits. Rosha stood up, pointed at the devil fruits on the table, and said, You should know what your original devil fruits looked like, right? So I won't bother introducing them. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can go now. The 3 had no mood to say anything nice to Rosha, grabbed the boxes, and were about to leave. But just as they took a step, Rosha suddenly called out behind them, Oh, by the way, remember to send a stronger CP member next time. Also, be ready with the money. I don't support freeloading. After hearing Rosha's words, although the 3 wanted to hit him, the mission was more important. They returned to the ship without looking back. A few minutes later, the luxurious ship disappeared from view. Rosha stood by the shore, and after confirming that the CP organization's ship had left, he teleported to Garp's side. Finally gone, Rosha stretched his body, and as he did, a transparent shield was released from within him. Jiwen and the others had long known what this was, so they weren't surprised. Rosha plopped down on the ground, a grin on his face. When everyone saw Rosha smile, they sensed something was off, so Garp, Jiwen, and Smoker all sat down. Seeing everyone seated, Rosha flipped his palm, and dozens of shimmering fruits suddenly appeared before them. There were dark red, white, black, and white, and almost every imaginable color. Each type had around 10 fruits, so there were at least 30 in total. Seeing so many devil fruits, nearly everyone present widened their eyes. Jiwen even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Rosha grinned. There are a full 30 different types of mythical Zoan devil fruits. I've struck it rich this time, and with these, I can create a large number of devil fruit users. Smoker uncertainly asked, Rosha, are you really going to let those bastards eat so many top-tier devil fruits? About that? I'm not sure yet, but I really do plan to give them to those guys. After all, I've always wanted to build a devil fruit army. Rosha's eyes sparkled as he stared at the devil fruits on the ground. He never expected to harvest so many this time. Ding, task triggered. Please spend 60 billion berries in the system all. Task reward, 1 supreme great knife. Can consume devil fruits 1. Task failure penalty, 9 divine thunder. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Rosha was stunned. Once he recovered, he instantly became furious, waving his hand, and all the devil fruits that were still on the ground were sucked into his system space. After doing all this, Rosha walked towards the office without looking back. Garp and the others were left in a daze, watching Rosha's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in the office, as soon as Rosha sat down, he consciously entered the system space. Damn it, I just tricked you into giving me 60 billion. You think it's just 600 berries? And you even want me to spend in the system all. What kind of joke is that? Ding, system task rewards are substantial. Please do not be ungrateful. This sentence completely ignited Rosha. Just as he was about to curse, the sky outside darkened visibly. The white clouds above seemed to harbor endless killing intent, and lightning flickered. Moreover, Rosha noticed that this thundercloud was only above them. Other places still had blue skies and white clouds. This is gonna hurt. Isn't it? After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke. Accept it. At least the things he bought could be used by himself. Rosha thought this, but as soon as he entered the system mall, he was stunned by the products in front of him. As Rosha's consciousness entered the system mall, he was immediately amazed by the variety of products. Some cost a few 100 million berries, while others cost several billion. He even discovered a blind box item, which was not the most outrageous. The most outrageous was that this single blind box was worth 100 billion berries. Rosha looked around and finally spoke in a muffled voice. Damn, is this even worth its weight in gold? Looking at the items on display, he muttered to himself, Thunder fruit, 2 billion berries? I'll take one. Although Rosha could create fruits, the owner of the thunder fruit might have already run to the moon, and he didn't have time to search. 10,000 cien beans? 3 billion berries? I'll take one. As time passed by, Rosha finally spent all the money he had in his pocket. This left him with a mix of pain and joy, with complex emotions swirling in his heart. After a moment, Rosha returned to reality. At the same time being, congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Hearing that the rewards had been issued, Rosha's eyes lit up, and he consciously entered the space again. Inside the space lay a large knife, radiating golden light. After confirming it again, Rosha grinned. With a thought, the supreme great knife instantly appeared before him. When he saw the knife, Rosha was taken aback because he had never seen it before, let alone the supreme great knife. The knife was dark red overall, resembling an Eastern sword similar to Zoro's Kitetsu, and it gave off an imposing aura. There was also a faint smell of blood in the air, as if the knife had killed many people. Could it be a cursed blade? Rosha cautiously picked it up, and to be safe, he wrapped his arms in Busashoko haki. As soon as he discarded the scabbard, the knife in his hand glowed with a bloody red light, as if it were absorbing his power. Rosha was momentarily stunned, but then realized what was happening. However, he didn't resist at all. He let the knife absorb his power. Gradually, the dark red light on the knife grew brighter. Meanwhile, outside, whether soldiers or Garp, Jing, and others, their gazes were involuntarily drawn toward Rosha's window. Is that Roshia's office? Smoker asked uncertainly. That's right, but what on earth is that kid doing? Is he about to explode again? Given Roshia's personality, it's easy to suspect he's up to something like that, especially with his past record. As the red light grew brighter, even the outside was cast in a dark red hue. Garp and the others immediately prepared to head out and check. However, a figure flying out made them stop in their tracks. The person was indeed Rosha, who at that moment jumped down holding a large knife emitting a dark red glow. When Garp recognized it was Rosha, he instinctively wanted to tell everyone to step back, but seeing he was holding a knife, his expression eased slightly. However, just because Garp wasn't afraid didn't mean everyone else felt the same. Especially when they saw the obvious excitement on Roshia's face, they grew even more anxious. Almost all the soldiers instinctively took a step back. Rosha glanced at them indifferently before running towards the coast. Garp exchanged glances with Jiyuan and followed closely behind Rosha. They wanted to see what Rosha was up to this time. Activating his spatial ability, Rosha appeared in midair, not far from the sea. He raised the knife high above his head, and as he did so, the massive red light shot up dozens of meters into the sky. In the next second, Rosha swung down heavily towards the sea surface. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The entire sea appeared to slow down in Rosha's eyes, and it was directly split apart. Some smaller sea kings were instantly killed, blood flowing like a sea. However, the entire process took only 10 seconds. After releasing that strike, Rosha felt that a third of his strength was gone, which surprised and delighted him. This time, Rosha was genuinely happy. He never expected the system's reward to be so generous. Looking at the devastation in the sea, despite having anticipated it, Rosha couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Rosha sheathed the knife and strapped the supreme knife to his waist. Then, with a quick teleportation, Rosha returned to the ground. Upon seeing the expressions on Garp and the others' faces, Rosha asked, "What's wrong with you guys? Is there something on my face that's making you look at me like that?" Rosha's triple question snapped Garp, Jiyuan, and the others back to reality. Garp was about to speak when Jiyuan interjected, "Rosha, What was that move you just did? Huh? What move? Rosha replied, it was just a normal slash. What do you think? Upon receiving the answer, Jiyuan's eyes widened. If that were just a normal slash, then what is mine? That sword strike of yours is at least as powerful as that of my hawk. Okay? Jiyuan became increasingly excited, and by the end, he was practically gripping Rosha's arm. Suddenly, Rosha felt a softness wrapping around his arm. Hey, you better tell me how you improved your swordsmanship. Is there a way to enhance it? Hurry up and tell me. Facing Jiyuan's clinginess, Rosha tried to pull his arm away, but it felt as if it was welded to Jiyuan's body. For a moment, he couldn't pull it out at all. Rosha looked awkwardly at Garp and then at Smoker, and then said awkwardly, "Let go of me. If you don't let go, you won't find out." As soon as he finished speaking, Rosha felt his arm loosen. He let out a long breath and stretched his arms. Rosha smiled slightly and quickly drew out the dark red supreme knife strapped to his waist. The moment the knife was drawn, it caught Jiyuan's attention, and even some of the non-swordsman sailors were mesmerized by its appearance. It was indeed very cool. Rosha said proudly, I recently got this knife, and I just remembered it. I didn't expect this knife to enhance the power of my slashes. Hearing that it was this knife that allowed Rosha to unleash such powerful slashes, Jiyuan's eyes lit up. What quality is this knife? How can it produce such powerful slashes? Usually, a low-quality knife can't sustain such slashes. Jiyuan speculated that this knife must at least belong to the category of large knives. Hearing Jiyuan's question, Rosha scratched his head, unsure whether to say it was the supreme knife. However, given the knife's significant power, he couldn't hide it, so he simply said it should be considered a supreme knife. I got it earlier, but I couldn't wield it, so I left it aside until just now. Hearing Rosha's series of answers, Jiyuan was completely stunned. She didn't even have a supreme knife herself, and Rosha's luck was truly extraordinary. Throughout the conversation, Jiyuan's gaze remained fixed on the knife in Rosha's hand. The knife seemed to emit a faint, bloody scent, which made her incredibly curious. Perhaps Rosha noticed her interest and said, "Why not give it a try?" "Sure," Jiyuan replied, and Rosha handed the knife to her. Upon touching the knife, Jiyuan didn't feel anything unusual. It felt like a very ordinary knife. Even the faint red glow emanating from the blade disappeared. Jiyuan awkwardly scratched her head and smiled. "How do you use this knife?" "Haki." "Oh, okay." In an instant, armament haki covered Jiyuan's entire arm. Jiyuan thought something extraordinary would happen, but it was the same as before, with no reaction at all, leaving her somewhat dumbfounded. Jiyuan raised the knife in front of Rosha and asked, "Why is this? Why can you wield this knife, but I can't? This is so strange." Jiyuan's series of questions left Rosha confused, and he didn't know what to say. At that moment, in Rosha's eyes, a line of small text suddenly appeared beside the knife Jiyuan handed over. Quality: supreme knife. Name: Azura. Characteristics: can only absorb Conqueror's haki as power, no other effects. First owner: Rosha. Seeing this, Rosha finally understood the relevant information about this knife. This also made Rosha realize why Jiyuan couldn't use this knife. Seeing Rosha smiling, Jiyuan's anger flared up, and she said in a voice that was both sulky and angry, "What are you laughing at? Is it funny that I can't use it?" Rosha shook his head, casually took back Azura, and drew the blade from sheath. Instantly, a massive suction force emanated from the hilt of the knife. Feeling the knife's pull, Rosha didn't resist. After waiting a few seconds, Rosha grinned at Jiyuan, gently waved his arm holding the knife, and the entire sky turned blood red. The previously calm sea was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into it. Seeing Rosha able to wield that knife, Jiyuan grabbed Rosha and said defiantly, "Can you tell me why?" When Jiyuan asked this question, everyone present, whether it was Smoker, Garp, or the numerous Marines, all looked at Rosha with curious eyes. It was clear they were also very eager to know why. Rosha grinned and waved his hand, causing dozens of chairs to float into view. He sat down and smiled, saying, "I wonder if our Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit has ever heard of Conqueror's haki being wrapped? What does that mean?" Rosha brought the sword Shura in front of him as if introducing it, saying this sword is called Shura, the Supreme Great Sword. Its function is to absorb Conqueror's haki and convert it into slashes. Of course, it only absorbs Conqueror's haki. I don't know if it can absorb anything else. Rosha glanced at Ji Yuan and smiled. To put it simply, this guy is picky and doesn't absorb armament hockey. Ji Yuan's face instantly changed, her small face turning from white to the color of pig liver at a visible speed. A flash of light appeared in Ji Yuan's hand, and she shot a laser directly at Rosha's head. What the hell? The laser pierced through Rosha's head. Rosha glared at Ji Yuan, speechless. What are you doing? Luckily, I have the ice fruit. Who told you to say that in front of so many people? If I don't hit you, who should I hit? Ji Yuan was unreasonable. Rosha ignored Ji Yuan and instead entered the space, feeling excited as he saw he could eat another devil fruit. Outside, Ji Yuan looked at Garp and asked, Vice Admiral Garp, how can one obtain Conqueror's Hockey? Huh? What? Garp scratched his ear, afraid he had misheard. Vice Admiral Garp, how can one obtain Conqueror's Hockey? This time Garp really heard, and he said, Conqueror's Hockey is innate. No one can awaken it later. Even my useless grandson awakened it during the Paramount War. When it came to Luffy, Garp burst into laughter. It was clear that without Sengoku nagging beside him, Garp was quite happy. At least no one was telling him to keep an eye on his grandson. However, speaking of Conqueror's Hockey, I may not be able to, but this kid should have a way. After all, this kid has many magical treasures. Garp pointed at Rosha. However, Garp's jaw dropped when he saw what Rosha was doing. Following Garp's gaze, everyone looked at Rosha in shock. Rosha was happily munching on a dark white devil fruit, having no time to care about the expressions of others. He was eating the Quake fruit, the strongest attacking devil fruit in the world, which he had long wanted to eat. Now that he had received the reward, of course, he had to eat it. What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? Rosha asked, puzzled. Garp questioned, you didn't explode? Of course not. You old man. Am I gunpowder? Do I just explode when someone says explode? Rosha was still speaking energetically when he suddenly realized something, weighed the nearly eaten devil fruit in his hand, and smiled. You mean this, right? Haha, this is a synthesized devil fruit. Eating a few of them is no problem. This devil fruit is the ability I've wanted for a long time. Smoker couldn't help but ask, what fruit did you eat? Rosha didn't respond, instead standing up and walking to the edge of the shore, with everyone following him. He clenched his fist and, the next second, punched the air. The air cracked like glass, and the originally calm sea suddenly began to stir. Then a massive tsunami surged toward Rosha as if it intended to swallow him whole. Rosha's mouth curled into a slight smile, and his freezing ability shot out like a laser toward the tsunami. The tsunami was frozen in just 10 seconds, resembling the scene where Rosha had stopped the tsunami during the Paramount War. A few days later, on the scene near the G5 base, two figures, one black and one white, were fighting back and forth on the frozen sea, with tsunamis occasionally occurring around them. But these did not affect their battle at all. Some passing pirates who had intended to sneak away were torn to shreds by the Quake power. After an unknown amount of time, the dark white sphere in Rosha's hand gradually disappeared, and seeing this, Garp also retracted his Quake power. Huff! Rosha breathed slightly, a smile appearing on his face. A few days ago, after eating the Quake fruit, he had wanted to fight Garp, and today that wish was finally fulfilled. However, to avoid embarrassing himself in front of the Marines, the two merely familiarized themselves with their abilities. Rosha patted Garp's shoulder and smiled. Let's go, old man. A few minutes later, Rosha and Garp returned to the port, and as soon as they arrived, they noticed a few people waiting for them. Among them were Ji Yuan, Smoker, and Ace, all looking at Rosha with strange expressions. Rosha scratched his head and pointed at his face, asking, Do I have something on my face? Ji Yuan rolled her eyes at Rosha and then asked, You can fight like this with Vice Admiral Garp now? Doesn't that mean even admirals aren't your opponents anymore? Should we suggest a promotion to the marshal? Facing Ji Yuan's praise, Rosha accepted it without modesty. However, the last question did make Rosha frown. Don't bring up useless things. You know why I'm here, Rosha said as he walked. Soon they arrived at the training ground, where there was a designated resting area. Rosha led everyone to the resting area, and as soon as he sat down, he seemed to be lost in thought. Before the others could react, Rosha began pulling out devil fruits one by one from the space, and they were all mythical Zoan-type devil fruits. Seeing Rosha like this, Ji Yuan had no idea what he was about to do. As time ticked by, the entire table was filled with mythical Zoan-type devil fruits. Almost all of those from the last synthesis. Under the gaze of many eyes, Rosha patted Smoker's shoulder and said, "Smoker, go call those guys from the training ground over." "Huh? Oh. Smoker took a deep breath and then shouted, "You little brats, come here." The soldiers in the training ground trembled slightly upon hearing Smoker's voice, almost instinctively. Over these days, these soldiers had witnessed Smoker's terror. He was practically more of a pirate than they were. Hearing the order, dozens of them exchanged glances and then swaggered over to Rosha. Rosha didn't blame their laziness, nor did he make Smoker enforce the Marine headquarters standards on them. More than 30 people stood at attention in front of Rosha, each of them looking spirited, no longer displaying the arrogant demeanor they had when they first arrived. Rosha snapped his fingers, and the Marines all turned their eyes toward him, but as soon as they saw Rosha, their eyes went wide. On the table in front of them appeared more than 30 devil fruits, and the scene was exceptionally quiet. The only sounds left were the heavy breaths of dozens of people. Luo Xia lightly coughed and said with a smile, "You all see the devil fruits here, right?" Hum. The Marines nodded vigorously, afraid that if they were slow, the fruits would disappear. "The reason I called you here today is simple: to eat the devil fruits." Luo Xia's words were straightforward and brutal, but they were easy to understand. Luo Xia picked up a dark red devil fruit and started to spin it, his expression showing no change. However, after he finished speaking, both the Marines in front and the people behind, like Ji Yuan, widened their eyes. Especially the Marines. Nearly 30 of them had their jaws dropped to the ground. Ji Yuan and Smoker, who were behind, hurried to Luo Xia's side and asked in unison, "Luo Xia, are you serious? Each of these is worth billions." Their hearts were pounding. Not just them, the other Marines also nervously swallowed. Their expressions were as if they were afraid Luo Xia was joking with them. Indeed, these fewer than 30 devil fruits were prepared for them. Moreover, I have plans for them. They're the most important part of my plan, and I must enhance their strength. By the way, remember to teach these people hockey later. After Luo Xia finished speaking, he turned his head and scanned the Marines. Upon closer inspection, not all of these dozens of people were lewd types. Among them were also some good-looking ones, just not as handsome as him. It's a pity there are no girls. Luo Xia sighed inwardly. Luo Xia picked up a fire phoenix fruit and said slowly, "I have 4 types of devil fruits here. Next, I'll briefly explain." Luo Xia's attitude was quite arrogant. But to these people, he seemed like their idol, and they listened attentively without any impatience. The first type is the Zoan devil fruits, Fire Phoenix, Thunderbird, and Blaze Dragon. Except for Thunderbird, both Fire Phoenix and Blaze Dragon are fire type. Luo Xia pushed Smoker aside, and as Smoker was about to get angry, Luo Xia said, "If you want to choose from these 3 devil fruits, please stand behind Smoker." At this point, Smoker's body froze, and he didn't know whether to move or not. As soon as Luo Xia's words fell, more than half of the Marines rushed to stand behind Smoker. Some excited Marines even jumped on his Smoker. Smoker, suppressing his anger, warned, "If anyone doesn't get off me, I'll break your legs." As soon as those words were said, everyone instantly got off Smoker. Under Smoker's command, these people stood straight like soldiers. Smoker stood in front of everyone and commanded, "Stand straight. If anyone dares to move, I'll smash your bones with the stick in my hand." Seeing this scene, both Luo Xia and Ji Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What are you looking at? I'm not going to help you. Just stand still, or you're finished." Luo Xia, sitting in his chair, ignored Smoker. He saw a bright glow in his hand, and a dark blue fruit appeared with lightning patterns on it. Then Luo Xia took out a black blue ice fruit. As Luo Xia pulled out more and more fruits, the hearts of the remaining Marines completely boiled over. However, those standing behind Smoker didn't even dare to move their brows, afraid that Smoker's temper would break their legs. Ice fruit, thunder fruit, spark fruit, magma fruit. In an instant, many more fruits appeared on the table. Even Garp, who was used to big scenes, exclaimed, "I've never seen so many fruits before, and they're all top tier. Just a small matter." Luo Xia felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. At this moment, Ace, standing beside Garp, was about to drop his jaw to the ground. It was simply shocking. It was the first time he had seen devil fruits needing to be placed on 2 tables, and the tables were filled. Luo Xia didn't rush to speak, but instead scanned the table, as if searching for something. After glancing around twice, he finally found a dark blue fruit with lightning patterns. Unmistakably the thunder fruit. Then, Luo Xia turned to Ji Yuan and smiled. Ji Yuan, help me stand outside like Smoker for a while. All right. Seeing Ji Yuan standing outside, Luo Xia pointed at Ji Yuan and said, those who want to choose a Logia type should stand behind Ji Yuan. The remaining small group of Marines immediately ran to stand behind Ji Yuan. However, it was strange that no one spoke to Ji Yuan or got close to her. Instead, the leading Marine stood a meter away from Ji Yuan. Luo Xia grinned. He naturally knew why. After all, these Marines were afraid of her. They probably had received a whip from Ji Yuan during training, so they were now very well behaved. At this moment, the scene was very quiet, with only the sounds of sea kings stirring the ocean. Luo Xia walked around, observing the expressions of each Marine holding a dark blue fruit. After swaying for a minute, he finally stopped beside Smoker. The two sets of eyes met, creating a rather amusing scene. Finally, Smoker couldn't hold back and cursed, "Damn Luo Xia. What do you want to do? If you're not looking at your fruit, why are you staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face?" Smoker, with two cigars in his mouth, spoke, causing smoke to billow in Luo Xia's face. Luo Xia waved away the smoke and asked, "Do you want to eat one too?" As he spoke, Luo Xia took the hidden dark blue thunder fruit into his hand and waved it in front of Smoker. Seeing this move, Smoker glared at Luo Xia and cursed, "Are you trying to make me explode? I'm a Logia smoke fruit user." "You." Before Smoker could finish, Luo Xia's hand had already reached his dantian, and in the next second, a white light appeared in Luo Xia's hand. Simultaneously, a fruit flew out from the system space. The whole process took less than a minute, and Luo Xia finished smoothly, as if he had practiced it hundreds or thousands of times. After completing everything, Luo Xia cheerfully placed the thunder fruit into Smoker's hand. "This devil fruit has been in my collection for a long time. Enjoy it." Luo Xia waved his hand, and a chair appeared behind him, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Smoker. Everyone around, whether Marines, Ji Yuan, or Garp, all stared at Smoker without blinking. Moreover, they really didn't know what that devil fruit was. "You're a bastard. If you dare to look at me again, once I'm done with the first one, I'll break your legs." After boosting his confidence, Smoker took a big bite. Gulp. After about 3 seconds, strands of electricity appeared around Smoker's body. The current gradually intensified, scaring the Marines behind him into retreating. "Hey, old Smoker, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm a bit excited." Noticing his own issue, Smoker hurriedly retracted his power. He also realized what his ability was. Jiguan curiously asked, "Smoker, what fruit did Rosha give you? Is it related to lightning?" "Yeah, it's the Logia-type thunder fruit. It's perfect for me." Upon hearing it was the thunder fruit, Jiguan's mouth formed an O shape. "Wow, this fruit seems to have not appeared for 100 years. Rosha actually has such a fruit. The thunder fruit possesses the fastest speed and extraordinary destructive power." Jiguan, having seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, knew it was no surprise. "I found it by chance," Rosha said with a faint smile. Then Rosha's expression gradually became serious as he looked around and said, "I need to give you all a brief introduction to the devil fruits I gave you." Rosha picked up a devil fruit and said, "First, you must eat all the devil fruits I gave you, with not a single piece left. If you don't finish, you won't gain the ability." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiguan almost laughed, but noticing Rosha's warning gaze, he held back. "Second, this fruit has no side effects. Remember to keep it confidential. Third, after eating the fruit, you all better listen to me, otherwise I will personally take you out." At the same time, Rosha was holding the smoke fruit he had just taken from Smoker. "This is the one I just took from the Smoker." "All right, that's all." The many Marines nodded, their eyes wide open, looking extremely serious. This was probably the most serious moment of their lives. Rosha pointed to a Marine behind Smoker and said, "Come here." "Oh, okay. Boss." The Marine called over by Rosha felt the eyes of everyone in the room on him. Rosha casually handed him a Thunderbird fruit. The Marine received it with both hands as if he were handling a rare treasure. Rosha rolled his eyes and sat down in a chair. At this moment, Garp also came over, eager to see what expression this Marine would show. However, Rosha noticed that the guy was hesitating to take a bite of the fruit. Rosha scolded, You brat, eat it. Oh, I thought I had to wait for you to say something before I could eat. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. As a Marine took a big bite of the devil fruit, his face began to twist, looking as if it had turned into a bitter melon. Seeing him about to vomit, Rosha hurriedly reminded him, swallow it down. If you puke, you won't gain the ability. The Marine quickly swallowed the flesh. Clearly the devil fruit was the most unpalatable thing he had ever eaten. Just as he was about to rest, Rosha's impatient voice rang out, eat it all. With Rosha's roar, the Marine hurriedly finished the remaining fruit. However, he didn't have time to feel the changes in his body. His whole body hunched over, making gagging sounds. The surrounding Marines started whispering among themselves. This is really funny. A devil fruit can do this. When I eat it, I won't even make a sound. I heard the devil fruit tastes like shit. Are you sure you can handle it? Thinking about having to eat it soon, he felt an inexplicable anticipation. Rosha also heard the discussions below, but he didn't stop them. Instead, he remembered the guy who had just bragged. He wanted to see how that guy would react after eating an entire devil fruit. At the same time, the Marine who had just eaten the fruit stopped gagging and was checking his physical condition. About a minute later, a circle of lightning surrounded the Marine, and his whole body transformed into the shape of a thunderbird. The only downside being it looked a bit ugly, appearing somewhat dull-witted. Not long after, an excited voice echoed in everyone's ears, "Oh my God, I really turned into a thunderbird. This is so awesome. Boss, did you see it?" Rosha rolled his eyes and said, "Don't show that naive look. Go to the training ground." "Okay, boss." After Rosha's voice faded, the new Marine nodded and quickly ran away. Flapping his large burr body, Rosha rubbed his head and pointed to Smoker, saying, "Everyone come over." This way, it wouldn't waste so much time. The Marines were thrilled and rushed towards Rosha, creating a somewhat noisy scene. Rosha glanced at Smoker, who immediately understood, gathering lightning in his hand, darkening the sky. The Marines felt a jolt and quickly lined up properly. With Smoker's intervention, the once noisy scene became eerily quiet. Each Marine neatly received a devil fruit from Rosha. About 15 or 16 people took the Zoan-type devil fruits, and at Rosha's command, they began to taste the fruits. Rosha glanced at the remaining Zoan-type devil fruits and was pleasantly surprised to find there were still several left. He waved his hand, directly storing the remaining devil fruits in his space. Meanwhile, the sound of gagging continued in front of Rosha. A few minutes later, the sounds finally stopped, and some Marines began to familiarize themselves with their abilities. There were fire phoenixes flying in the sky, thunderbirds, and candle dragons on the ground. The dozens of Zoan-type transformations created an astonishing scene. Even if Sengoku came, he would be shocked speechless. They then returned to the training ground one by one. Like well-trained mounts, Smoker and Rosha both nodded in satisfaction. However, Rosha felt that the scene was a bit strange. Smoker nudged him, bringing Rosha back to reality. Rosha then looked at the dozens of people behind Jiguan and asked, "Do you all want the Logia-type fruits?" "Yes, boss." Jiguan quickly returned to Rosha's side due to their loud response. Rosha scanned each person's face, surprised to find they all looked quite decent. Unlike the previous 10 or so who appeared either dull or somewhat lewd. Rosha pointed to the calm and composed guy, the most handsome one there, and asked, "What is your name, and what fruit do you want?" The Marine stepped forward with a determined gaze and said, "Boss, my name is Aaron. I want the magma fruit." This time, Ro was a bit surprised. He thought this guy would want the ice fruit, but it turned out to be Akainu's magma fruit. "Give me a reason." Aaron nodded, saying it's because if one day I encounter the celestial dragons, I want to send them to hell in the most painful way. The celestial dragons destroyed my hometown, and that's why I became a pirate, later joining the G5 branch in a muddled way. Roa grinned and nodded in satisfaction, saying it's because of the celestial dragons. I've long been fed up with those trash. Don't worry, I'll give you the chance. While speaking, Roa handed Aaron a dark red devil fruit. This was exactly the magma fruit Aaron wanted. As Aaron swallowed the entire fruit, he didn't make the gagging sounds like others. Instead, he was familiarizing himself with the ability. However, unlike the mythical Zoan devil fruits, he could only turn his arms into magma for now and couldn't cover his whole body. Just as Aaron was about to ask why, Jiyuan answered from the side. Every Logia-type user goes through this process. It's impossible to achieve what Roa or we can do in such a short time. You must train harder, so you need to work hard from now on. By the way, Smoker can do what we do because he was a Logia-type user before. Jiyuan explained. After a while, the dozen or so people present also ate the necessary devil fruits. At this moment, over 30 people, as Roa had thought, were all devil fruit users. Among these 30-plus people, there were not only mythical zoans but also Logia types. Each type, whether it was the ice fruit or the magma fruit, had only 2 users. This was also because Roa felt that only a few Logia users were needed. The rest were arranged by him to eat mythical zone fruits. Everyone who had eaten the devil fruits was waiting in the training ground, each with a resolute look in their eyes. However, what puzzled Smoker, Jin, Roa, and Garp was that aside from the 4 who had eaten the Logia-type devil fruits, the remaining 20 or so were all in their beast forms. Roa exchanged glances with Garp and then asked, "What are you all doing? Why are you all staying in beast form? Do you want to attack the G5 branch? Are you all looking to die?" Roa's words became increasingly serious, causing the soldiers who remained in beast form to tremble in fear. The bird-faced ones immediately showed a wronged expression. The leading Thunderbird said, "Boss, we didn't think about attacking the G5 branch. It's just..." Just what? Cough. "It's just that we don't know how to turn back into human form." The other soldiers who ate the mythical zoan fruits nodded in agreement. Roa smiled helplessly, saying, "I haven't eaten it either. How would I know? But the energy transfer should be the same." After saying a few words, those soldiers instantly returned to their human forms, all of them letting out a sigh of relief. Roa smirked and said, "All right, follow Jiyuan, Smoker, and Garp to learn hockey. If anyone doesn't study hard, I'll beat you to death." 2 years later, on an incredibly luxurious small island, a huge castle stood tall, surrounded by a pleasant environment. If passing pirates saw this small island, they would definitely go ashore to take a look. However, experienced pirates would keep as far away as possible from this island, because this island is called Bandit Island. And the reason it's called that is that any passing ships, whether pirates or merchant ships, would almost be instantly robbed. Of course, in the New World, no merchant ship would dare to come here to sell goods. There were those who didn't believe in evil and specifically sailed through here, but within minutes, Thunderbirds and Phoenixes flew towards them. When these people saw that there were no treasures on the ship, they were so angry that they slapped those people over 100 times to vent their anger. Of course, this little incident did not make the island famous for battle. There was once a guy named Drought Jack who passed through here and was also robbed, but he didn't tell Kaido because he was embarrassed. This incident also became a scandal for Drought Jack. The people on this island relied on robbing passing ships for treasures, which is how they made this island incredibly luxurious. With numerous mythical Zoan users, the decoration and construction of the castle were completed in just 1 month. The castle even had 4 very conspicuous large characters hanging on it, G5 branch. This also allowed the name of the G5 branch to spread in a small area throughout the New World, although its reputation was still not comparable to that of the 4 emperors. At this moment, a melodious voice rang out on the island. "Boss, there's a call for you." Roa, sitting on a lounge chair sipping a drink, turned to see Jiyuan, dressed in a navy uniform, walking towards him with a den mushi in hand. "Don't call me that. I'm not some bandit boss. I'm a treasure mover." But you've really built up the G5 branch's reputation over the past 2 years. You even don't rob some small pirates who just enter the New World," Jiyuan said helplessly. "By the way, here, a call from Admiral Sengoku." Jiyuan handed the den mushi to Roa, who took it readily. Moshi, is this Admiral Sengoku?" A steady voice came from the den mushi. "Yes, it's me." "You're Roa, right?" Yes, it's me, Admiral Sengoku." "Is there a mission?" Sengoku nodded from the other end of the phone. "Yes, you and Garp need to come back in a few days. By the way, when passing Sabaody, remember to scout and see if the Straw Hat Kid is at Sabaody Archipelago. If you see him, try to capture him. I don't want to see the Straw Hat crew causing any trouble in the New World." Roa frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, goodbye, Admiral Sengoku. Goodbye." As soon as the den mushi hung up, Roa frowned. Jiyuan, seeing Roa's expression, curiously asked, "What's wrong? Did Admiral Sengoku say something to you that made you look like this?" The Admiral wants me to go back with Garp." As he spoke halfway, Roa asked, What do you think this old guy is up to? He can't be planning to transfer me back to the Navy headquarters, right? If that's the case, who will be transferred to the G5 branch next? I'll beat whoever it is to half-death. I've spent so long getting the G5 branch to this point. Jiyuan covered his mouth and laughed. Who knows? You should hurry and find Vice Admiral Garp. Roa rolled his eyes at Jiyuan, then got up and walked about 100 meters before spotting Garp, who was lounging on a recliner. At this moment, Garp was wearing sunglasses, munching on senbei, while a freshly squeezed fruit drink sat on the small table beside him. In front of Garp, Ace was swinging his fists, evidently training. Every punch he threw was accompanied by sweat, and his movements were extremely fast. Rosha squatted down next to Garp, and Garp immediately asked, "Kid, what's up?" "Well, Admiral Sengoku wants us to go back for a bit. There might be something going on." Garp slowly took off his sunglasses and said, "Now?" "Pretty much. And he also gave us a task." Garp sat up, frowning, and asked, "What task? Why do they need to mobilize both of us?" Recently, the Straw Hat crew has been active, and Admiral Sengoku wants us to go to the Senbei archipelago and keep an eye on them. In the end, we need to bring them back to the Navy headquarters. That is your pirate grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Garp inadvertently recalled Luffy's annoying face. He slapped his thigh and said loudly, "Great." Just in time to see if that kid has made any progress in the past 2 years. Hearing Garp and Rosha's conversation, Ace, who was training nearby, immediately stopped and stared at the two with wide eyes. He seemed very interested in what Rosha and Garp were discussing. Rosha noticed Ace's gaze and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Swordheart, do you want to go too?" I want to test Luffy's strength." Ace's eyes gradually lit up, as if the person he had always wanted to see was about to appear before him. Rosha snapped his fingers and smiled. "Sure, I agree. What about you, old man?" Garp crossed his arms, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "All right, just right for you to test that guy, Luffy." At that moment, Jiyuan walked over, grabbing Rosha's arm with a grin. Count me in, count me in." No way, no way. We're going back for business this time. No dead weight." Jiyuan crossed his arms and glared at Rosha. "I just asked the Admiral, and he said I could come back with you." "Oh, then it's fine. You can come along." That's more like it. By the way, are we taking a warship back or using the anywhere door?" Jiyuan asked. Rosha shook his head and pointed to the group of soldiers who were training. "Aren't there ready-made mounts? We'll call them to take us back, and if anyone refuses..." "My fists aren't for show." At that moment, the many soldiers practicing martial arts all shivered, as if something bad was about to happen to them. Jiyuan looked at the soldiers and then revealed a mischievous smile. "So, Rosha and Vice Admiral Garp, shouldn't we set off now?" According to the Admiral, the Straw Hat crew's whereabouts have already been discovered in the Senbei archipelago. After all, we're not just taking a ship back this time. Facing Jiyuan's series of questions, Rosha also understood the urgency of the situation. He nodded. "All right, but I need to prepare a bit. I need to grab some handcuffs." About 5 minutes later, a fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards Rosha, its beak holding about 7 pairs of handcuffs made of sea stone. In the past 2 years, Rosha and the others not only robbed the Navy, but sometimes also robbed passing Navy ships, but only for some sea stone. Admiral Sengoku didn't say anything about it. Presumably, he tacitly approved. Rosha took the sea stone handcuffs, and in the next second, they disappeared from his hand and entered his space. He then turned to the flattering soldier in front of him and said, "Call all the flying guys to assemble, and also bring that smoker guy here." "Got it, boss." "Leave it to me." As time passed second by second, in less than 2 minutes, more than a dozen soldiers stood at attention in front of Rosha, and even Smoker was called over with a serious expression. Smoker scratched his head and asked, "Why did you call me over, Rosha?" "I was still training." In Rosha's newly built castle, the training rooms were the most common, with various types available. Whether it was a lightning training room or a fire training room, everything was there. Smoker usually developed his abilities in a lightning training room or honed his physique. Although his strength couldn't be considered that of an admiral, he was already among the elite of the Navy captains. Of course, this was also thanks to Rosha's continuous help in training him, even though he often got knocked out by Rosha. "I need to take a few people back to the Navy headquarters. You take care of this base. If the Yonko cruise jack dares to launch a sneak attack and can't handle it, remember to use the Den Den Mushi or the anywhere door in the castle." Hearing Rosha's words, Smoker frowned. "I'm not afraid of a beast, especially a pirate." Since Rosha had previously robbed Jack, Jack had threatened to destroy the G5 branch. But this matter had not come to fruition. So, it was reasonable for Rosha to have such concerns. Rosha didn't care about Smoker anymore. Instead, he looked at the more than 10 soldiers in front of him. 4 of you come with me back to the Navy headquarters. With a swish, 4 figures quickly stepped forward, their faces beaming with confident smiles, their eyes sparkling as if they were about to become bandits in the next moment. Rosha nodded and waved for them to follow behind. The group of 8 headed towards the port, and the passing soldiers greeted them. Clearly, here, Rosha was the king. Just as they arrived at the port, a few soldiers behind asked, "Boss, there are only 8 of us. Are we taking a ship back? Who rides a warship with only 8 people?" Rosha pointed at the 4 in front. "You guys are mounts. It's just right to train your endurance." Huh? The 4 looked at each other and all smiled bitterly. They thought there would be some good things waiting for them when Rosha and the others returned. But it turned out they were going to be mounts. However, the 4 had no complaints and didn't dare to voice any. Their current strength was all given by Rosha. The 4 acted quickly, and after a flashy transformation, 2 Thunderbirds and 2 Fire Phoenixes appeared before them. One of the Thunderbirds spoke in a slightly electric tone. "Hey guys, hurry up and get on." The 4 big birds lowered their heads to let the 4 of them sit comfortably. As soon as they sat down, one of the birds asked, "Boss, which direction are we going?" Just as Rosha was about to speak, Jiyuan pointed in a certain direction and said, "Just fly straight." "Oh, okay, got it, Boss Taudu." With the 4 mythical beasts taking off, the 4 flew towards the Senbei archipelago at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Rosha looked into the distance and then lay back on the Thunderbird, crossing his legs. The soldier carrying Rosha felt immense pressure and then spoke, "Boss, please don't shake around. This is my first time flying with someone. TSK, if you dare to shake me off today, your days ahead will not be easy. I'm telling you." Hearing Rosha say this, the soldier smiled bitterly. Although he knew his boss's personality, he still couldn't be certain. At this time, Jiyuan, lying on a Fire Phoenix, asked, "Since we could directly use the Anywhere door to get to Senbei, why are we taking this route back?" Short-sighted woman, no wonder you haven't been promoted to admiral yet. This sentence directly ignited the fire in Ji Yuan's heart. "Damn, Rosha, what do you mean?" "Nothing much. Just don't you think returning to the Navy headquarters like this is pretty cool? And this is also an opportunity for them to train." As he spoke, Rosha plucked a feather from the Thunderbird to use as a toothpick. It must be said that using a Thunderbird's feather as a toothpick felt quite nice. His mouth felt all tingly, and the feather still carried a faint electric charge. However, this was a tough situation for the Marine carrying Rosha. "Captain, it hurts. Don't pull my feathers." Rosha curled his lips and continued picking his teeth. "Less chatter. I'm training your pain tolerance. If you don't want to get beaten, just shut up." "Oh, I got it, Captain." Meanwhile, the 3 birds carrying others were laughing unkindly at this moment. Each bird was making mocking sounds. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, a rough voice rang out in the air. "Rosha kid, got any food? I'm hungry." Without turning his head, Rosha snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, a sack of senbei appeared in front of Garp. Garp grinned and gave Rosha a thumbs up. Although Garp was happy, the Marine carrying Garp had a pained expression. That sack of senbei was no lightweight. That was the ability of your mysterious devil fruit, right? Ji Yuan asked. "That's right. I'm almost at the awakening stage. I just need to make a little more progress." Rosha didn't know when he could awaken the space fruit. In the past 2 years, the ice fruit had awakened, but his space fruit still hadn't tea. Moreover, every time he drew lots, he got the most progress on the space fruit. However, Rosha wasn't too focused on power. After all, his current strength was already greater than that of an admiral. A day later, Senbei Archipelago. At this moment, Rosha looked at the 4 people beside him, whose faces had turned pale and looked completely drained, and he disdainfully curled his lips. Rosha snapped his fingers and, instantly, 4 green glowing senzu beans floated in front of the 4. "Eat up." The 4 immediately took them and swallowed them down. Within a few breaths, their originally pale faces gradually regained color. "Looks like they're all better. Let's go." The group of 8 strolled through Senbei, looking quite out of place. Not only because each of them was wearing a Navy uniform, but also because of Rosha's unrecognizable gait. After walking for a while, Rosha stopped and turned to ask, "By the way, which number is this red tree? And if we encounter pirates, can I just kill them?" Ji Yuan pointed to the huge red tree in front of them, saying, "This is the 17th red tree." Just as Rosha was about to speak, he heard some nearby residents exclaim loudly, "What? The Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 400 million berries, is recruiting members? Didn't they disappear 2 years ago? Now, they're suddenly back. Where's Straw Hat Luffy recruiting? I want to try. Look at this recruitment notice. It says at the 46th red tree. Hurry up, hurry up." As a bunch of pirates disguised as villagers disappeared from Rosha and the other's sight, Rosha picked up the fluttering recruitment notice, which had quite a few requirements on it. Rosha grinned as he handed it to Garp, eager to see Garp's reaction. But before Rosha could get it in front of him, Garp's face darkened, and he snatched the recruitment notice from Rosha's hand. After just one glance at the notice, Garp's face turned black, and his teeth ground together with a creaking sound. This damn kid, he's already in Senbei, and he dares to openly recruit members here instead of going to the New World? Does he really think I won't dare to catch him? Rosha had originally wanted to see Garp's reaction, but seeing Garp like this made him feel like he might end up beating up Straw Hat Kid when he saw Luffy. Ace beside him broke out in a cold sweat. He was now afraid that his father would really beat Luffy to death when they met. "Old man, why are you reacting like this?" "Huh? What's wrong with my reaction?" Garp was confused by Rosha's question. Rosha pointed at his own head and said helplessly, "You think your family is very clever, huh? That Straw Hat Kid is just a meathead. Do you really think he would do this? Most likely, someone is impersonating him." Hearing the word impersonate, Garp's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. Rosha looked around and then snapped his fingers, causing the navy cloaks that had been draped over everyone to instantly vanish without a trace. This way, it would be easier to carry out their mission without being too conspicuous. Due to the relationship over the past 2 years, Garp and the others had developed a habit of not wearing navy uniforms, at most just wearing a cloak. So, it was quite easy to disguise themselves as civilians. However, the faces of a few people were still quite recognizable. "Let's go. First check out the tavern. They usually have a lot of information." Not long after, Rosha and the others entered tavern. As soon as they walked in, a burst of unpleasant laughter filled the air. "Haha!" Rosha instinctively frowned and looked up. There was a person with slightly dark skin, wearing a shoddy straw hat and a red shirt that looked like it was picked up from somewhere. Rosha recalled carefully and finally remembered who it was. Wasn't that the protagonist he was looking for this time? He didn't expect to encounter him so soon. But since this person was here then, Rosha glanced around and finally saw 2 familiar figures at the bar. However, it seemed noMi was encountering some trouble. Rosha turned and grinned, found 2. "What 2? The others were a bit confused, not knowing what Rosha was talking about. Rosha curled his lips into a faint smile, raised his left hand, aimed at the plump woman beside noMi, and whispered, "Disassemble." In an instant, the pirate who had been draping an arm over noMi's shoulder turned into ashes and vanished without a trace. All that was left was his clothing, so fast that he didn't even have time to scream. At this moment, the previously noisy atmosphere in the tavern suddenly fell silent, and some people didn't even dare to breathe. Rosha grinned broadly. "Pirates, it seems you all need to be quiet for a while." As soon as his words fell, a black and red aura erupted from Rosha's body, causing anyone who came into contact to fall to the ground, with some even foaming at the mouth on the spot. Rosha only left the 2 main characters he was looking for today, Usopp and noMi. Looking at the surrounding people collapsing one by one, Usopp and noMi's eyes widened as they turned around. However, they were met with Rosha's smiling face. noMi's eyes involuntarily widened. She clearly remembered Rosha's face. Usopp was so frightened that his hands trembled, and his face turned pale. Seeing the expressions on these 2, Ji Yuan and the others finally understood what Rosha meant by found 2. Rosha smiled slightly, and 2 pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs appeared in his hands. "How about it? Little thief noMi and king of snipers Usopp, should I beat you both half dead, or should I just put the cuffs on myself?" When Rosha said this, his eyes became extremely serious. The 2 opened their mouths, momentarily unable to speak. Rosha sighed. "All right, let me help you put them on." With a swish, his spatial ability activated, and in just a few seconds he had cuffed the 2 of them. Perhaps it was a delayed reaction, but it was only then that noMi began to panic. It's over, we've been caught by the Navy." "What about Usopp?" It's over, it's over." Rosha ignored their screams, grabbing their arms and leading them out of the tavern. Just as they stepped outside, noMi's pitiful voice rang out. Luffy's grandpa, help? We still need to meet up with Luffy. Rosha rolled his eyes and said, I just took the mission to catch you from the old man. How could I possibly let you go? You should think about what it will be like to see the Straw Hat Kid later. Gazing at noMi's upper body, Rosha instinctively asked, Aren't you cold wearing so little? Perhaps noticing Rosha's gaze, noMi instinctively tried to cover her body, but with both arms grabbed by Rosha, she couldn't do so. Pervert. Rosha didn't mind at all. At this moment, Ji-Yuan, who had been paying attention to Rosha, asked Rosha, What was that move you just used? It can instantly incapacitate someone. Oh, that? It's just effective against small fries. It would work on someone like you. Rosha said casually. Hearing Rosha's answer, Ji-Yuan gained some understanding of that move. I doubt you dare. The group continued walking when suddenly a sailor beside Rosha said, Boss, since we've caught 2 from the Straw Hat crew, should we hand them over to the Navy branch here? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Although Rosha's voice was gentle, after 2 years of being with him, everyone knew that this tone, both gentle and cold, was the most terrifying. The 4 immediately shut their mouths, their hearts pounding. noMi and Usopp, who were at the front, originally thought they would be handed over to the Navy, but this guy actually said that. noMi, feeling dejected, said, It's over, Usopp. I didn't expect to be caught just after arriving at Sabaody. We're not going to be sent to the Navy's prison, are we? I still wanted to buy some clothes, and now it's all over. I still had my hard-earned money on the ship, and now that's gone too. Listening to noMi's incessant chatter, even Rosha found it a bit unbearable. Hey, little thief, shut that mouth of yours, it's so noisy. Since you've already caught me, what? The Navy doesn't allow people to talk? noMi bravely retorted. After all, she had been caught and still wanted to act tough. They walked for an unknown amount of time when Ji-Yuan leaned closer to Rosha and asked, Are you really planning to hand over the Straw Hat crew to the Admiral? I haven't decided yet. It depends on the old man's opinion. But it seems like the old man isn't that heartless. Perhaps he won't feel the same when he sees the Straw Hats. Time flew by, and 2 hours later. At this moment, Rosha was leading the now unhappy noMi and Usopp by the hand. If Sanji saw this scene, he would probably explode on the spot. The noise was unmistakable. This was indeed the place where the Straw Hats recruited their crew members, Ji-Yuan said. Everyone fell silent, and their walking speed quickened a bit. Soon they arrived at a flat, grassy area, where only 2 people could be seen, and their relationship didn't seem too good. Rosha held on to noMi and Usopp, the sound of chains ringing out clearly. Rosha grinned. Hey, found 2 more. Upon hearing that, everyone looked toward the front. Don't make a move. I don't plan to catch these 2. As time passed, Rosha was less than 50 meters away from Zoro and Sanji. Perhaps they heard the clanking of chains, or perhaps it was their own observation hockey, but the 2, who were just arguing a moment ago, suddenly turned to face Rosha. Hey, how did this guy end up here? And Miss noMi is actually in his hands? Sanji's expression darkened, and he didn't even notice when his cigarette fell. As noMi and Usopp approached, tears streamed down their faces upon seeing familiar figures. The previously tough noMi now looked pitiful, her eyes filling with tears. Wah, Zoro, Sanji, help! Help, Zoro, Sanji! The 2 shouted in unison, fearing that Zoro and Sanji wouldn't hear them. Upon hearing noMi and Usopp's voices, Zoro and Sanji's expressions grew even darker. They slowly stepped forward, Sanji taking a deep breath, the smell of smoke clearing his mind a bit. Zoro pulled out a bandana from somewhere and tied it around his head, looking very serious. Rosha, who had been slowly walking, stopped 5 meters away from them. His gaze swept over the 2, a faint smile never leaving his lips. Zoro, with a grim face, spoke, Navy. You actually caught noMi and Usopp? That's right. You caught my beloved Miss noMi, so be prepared for death. Hearing their words, noMi and Usopp, who were captured, were moved to tears. Wah, Zoro, Sanji. After handing noMi and Usopp over to Ji-Yuan, Rosha took a step forward and instantly drew his sword Shura. In the blink of an eye, an invisible killing intent spread through the air. Actually, capturing them wasn't my intention. Rosha pointed at Ace and said, My subordinate wanted to fight your captain, so I had no choice but to capture them. After all, Garp is your captain's grandfather, and I have to consider Garp's reputation. Rosha almost convinced himself with his own words, but there was some truth to it. If you two want to fight, I have no problem with that. In an instant, Rosha's previously fair arm was enveloped in a layer of red-black conqueror's haki. At the same time, Shura in his hand was crazily absorbing Rosha's conqueror's haki, making the sword's momentum grow stronger. Zoro and Sanji stared at the sword in Rosha's hand, feeling uneasy, especially Zoro, as a swordsman. He could clearly feel the power contained in that sword. This strike was on par with Mihawk's, if not surpassing it. Zoro instinctively took a step back, the cold sweat on his forehead proving his inner panic. Meanwhile, Rosha, holding Shura, frowned slightly, feeling that the sword had absorbed a significant portion of his conqueror's haki. Rosha's lips twitched as he hurriedly sheathed the sword. The conqueror's haki that had just been absorbed would remain stored in the sword as long as it wasn't used. This was known with the help of Garp. I remember it was a sunny morning the day before Rosha had Shura absorb a large portion of his haki. The next day, he wanted to test if the haki would disappear and specifically sought out Garp. As soon as he drew his sword, the massive red light and overwhelming aura nearly injured Garp. This is also why Garp is lucky. Otherwise, that day would have been his death day. This experience also made Rosha aware of another characteristic of this sword. Overall, he still had experience. The immense pressure vanished, and Sanji and Zoro straightened themselves, but their gazes remained vigilant. What do you want to do? Rosha glanced at the two and asked, do you know where the straw hat is? The old man has something to find him. Rosha pointed specifically at Garp. Originally, the two were about to make a move, but seeing Garp's innocent face, they hesitated. Even if they did move, the two of them weren't a match for Rosha now. Number 46, Red Tree. At this moment, Rosha was lazily leaning against the wall, next to Garp and the Zoro group. In front of them, a dense crowd was gathered, and by number, there should be at least a few hundred people. Among them were several supernovas with bounties over 100 million, and on a high platform, a plump, arrogant pirate was holding a loudspeaker. Rosha looked at Garp and then at the pirate on the platform, and Garp's expression made him want to punch him. He couldn't believe someone would imitate the straw hat. Even more surprising was that over 100 people would believe it. What is wrong with this world? Garp crossed his arms and said somewhat bored, first, tie up all these pirates for me. As for that guy imitating my grandson, I won't let him go. Find them? What kind of joke is this? Rosha's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of killing intent. I want them all to die here. An old man, your grandson is here too. Rosha pointed to the crowd. That is not my grandson. I don't have such a fake grandson. Garp shook his head, then pointed to a particularly large beige backpack in the crowd. That is a straw hat. Tap, tap, tap. A series of orderly footsteps came from behind Rosha, and he even heard sounds like mechanical walking. Rosha turned his head to see a man in a red belly band and a navy cloak leading the way, holding a giant axe. Yo, War Peach Maru. However, War Peach Maru was completely focused on the hundreds of pirates and didn't notice Rosha and the others at all. Moreover, War Peach Maru brought at least around 1,000 troops. Rosha turned to Jiun and asked, have you greeted him? What do the marshals say? Oof. How am I supposed to ask? I said you wanted to go on a killing spree in Sabaody. You know the marshal pays a lot of attention to public opinion. If the crowd finds out there's a killing god hidden in the Navy, they probably won't trust the Navy anymore. Jiun's series of words left Rosha at a loss for words. TCH, I don't care about them. If they dare to stab me, I'll kill one as I see one. After saying that, Rosha ignored Jiun, activated his spatial ability, and instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, Rosha appeared in front of War Peach Maru. Just as War Peach Maru was about to give a passionate speech, he instinctively moved to attack, but upon realizing it was Rosha, he immediately stopped. Vice Admiral Qinglong, what are you doing here? The scene fell into silence, with thousands of eyes, both pirates and Navy, gathering on Rosha. Rosha grinned, pointing at the hundreds of pirates in front of him. Leave this to me. I need to use blood to nourish my sword. As for the pacifists behind you, it's better not to let them move. Those two iron lumps could probably compare to 2 warships, right? War Peach Maru nodded instinctively. After all, it was normal for him to come out to catch these pirates alone, even bringing 2 bodyguards. If they were scrapped, it wouldn't matter much. Moreover, these were all supernovas, along with some small fry pirates. so War Peach Maru had nothing to fear. Rosha smiled and patted War Peach Maru's shoulder, then turned his gaze to the pirates. Rosha's indifferent expression caused the pirates present to explode. Each of their anger levels skyrocketed. Where did this bastard navy come from? How dare he say he can take on hundreds of us alone? They were truly naive and fearless. Today, they would give this navy a bloody lesson. Some psychologically twisted pirates had already started shouting excitedly. The pirate on the high platform, imitating Luffy, even shouted into the loudspeaker, boys? Give this clueless navy a bloody lesson. Kill him. Rosha's mouth crazily curled up, his face turning quite strange, and his shoulders twitched. Rosha lowered his head and slowly rose into the air. Seeing Rosha ascend, the pirates rushing towards him all stopped, their eyes fixed on Rosha. When Rosha rose to 5 meters, the shura at his waist suddenly drew out. In an instant, a dazzling blood light illuminated the entire sky, and a killing intent accompanied by a bloody smell filled the entire area. The aura on the sword kept rising. Rosha raised shura with one hand, his mouth crazily curling up, and the next second, the hand holding shura suddenly fell. A terrifying blood-colored sword energy fiercely slashed down towards the pirates below. In just a few seconds, countless screams reached War Peach Maru and some Navy recruits' ears. The sounds of screams and fleeing were incessant. At this moment, Garp and the others also approached War Peach Maru, but the Straw Hat crew did not follow. After all, 2 of them were handcuffed with sea prism stone handcuffs. Even using an admiral's technique could not destroy those handcuffs. At this moment, noMi was tightly holding on to Zoro and Sanji's clothes. You two can't go anywhere. Now that they've left, we can run away. That's right. Zoro, Sanji, let's hurry and run, Usopp said with a crying face. However, this time they were a bit surprised. Zoro and Sanji both shook their heads in unison. Miss noMi, this time it's not possible. Our captain is among those people just now, and we don't even know if he is alive or dead. That sword is stronger than Hawkeye's, Zoro said solemnly. At this moment on the battlefield, Rosha slowly descended. During his descent, some red substance in the air actively floated towards the sword in Rosha's hand, a phenomenon that left everyone stunned. On the ground, dust rose, obscuring some of Rosha's view. 1 minute later, the faint dust scattered with the air. However, they saw some strange sights. On the ground, Rosha had carved a sword mark about 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep. This sword mark seemed to be paved with blood. The scene was extremely bloody. Some pirates who had already been scared silly directly knelt down on the ground upon seeing Rosha's face. The fake Luffy on the high platform had long been crushed to death by Rosha's slash. At this moment, the only ones still standing in front of Rosha were the supernovas and, of course, a man carrying a huge package. All his disguises had long since fallen away. Rosha grinned, effortlessly slinging shura over his shoulder, looking incredibly arrogant. Before Wano could ask, the newly arrived Jiyuan asked, Rosha, you didn't kill any civilians, did you? Rosha shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. I've already used observation hockey to check. Not a single civilian died. Even if they did, it was because they were asking for trouble. Rosha spoke without any burden. The stunned Wano was drawn in by the conversation between Jiyuan and Rosha. Once he came to his senses, Wano was covered in cold sweat. Phew. That last sword strike was comparable to the old man's strongest attack, even stronger than the old man's. Looking at the chaotic scene, Wano shouted, Arrest all the pirates, and anyone who dares to resist will be killed immediately. Yes. Soon, the navy brought by Wano split into groups of 4 and approached the pirates who were kneeling on the ground. The kneeling pirates, almost without waiting for the navy to arrive, came forward. At first, they thought they were going to resist, but before the navy could take any action, the pirates had already raised their hands in surrender. While the navy was busy arresting the pirates, Rosha also moved. Rosha approached Garp and pointed at the pirate sitting on the high platform, saying, Old man, your grandson is over there. Luffy? Garp's loud voice attracted Luffy, who was watching the commotion from the platform. When Luffy looked in the direction of the voice, he was startled and stood up. GR. Grandpa? Luffy swallowed hard, and in the blink of an eye, he grabbed the backpack beside him and ran off into the distance, not giving Garp a chance to speak. Garp's face instantly darkened. You brat. You see your old man, and you don't even say hello? You little punk. Old man, you should take a look at what your current identity is. Garp glared at Rosha and then pointed at Ace beside him, saying, Ace, go get that kid back. No, I misspoke. It's Kenshin. Hurry up. Garp's 2 words were practically a death sentence and nearly scared Rosha to death. Got it, old man. Ace hurriedly chased after him. Rosha glanced in the direction Ace left, but he didn't want to let any of these supernovas escape. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding Shura, Rosha slowly walked toward these supernovas. The tip of the blade scraped against the grass, making a piercing sound. This made the supernovas, all with bounties over 100 million, have their hearts racing and feel incredibly tense. The surroundings fell silent, with only the sound of bubbles popping. Rosha lazily approached a man dressed in a dark green robe with strange patterns, whose entire demeanor looked quite dark. Rosha sized up the man's outfit and shook his head slightly. You must be Garp? Bounty of 210 million berries. Garp's heart sank, and he trembled as he said, Why, yes. Navy, sir, what can I do for you? Due to his nervousness, his tongue seemed to flicker like a water snake, and he had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Rosha grinned and suddenly produced a pair of handcuffs. He held them out to Garp. Are you putting these on yourself? Or should I kill you and throw you into the sea? What? Throw me into the sea? And no, I'll wear them. As soon as Garp took the sea prism stone handcuffs, he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, mumbling, Sea prism stone. Rosha glanced at Garp with disdain. He waved his hand, and soon, the 4 subordinates he brought over stood beside him. Boss, what are your orders? Rosha pointed at the collapsed Garp. Tie this guy and his companions up. Understood. Rosha stepped back a bit, silently watching. Soon, the sea prism stone was picked up again, and another person grabbed Garp. Just as they were about to put the handcuffs on him, Garp instantly transformed into a puddle of swamp. Hey, I won't let you catch me, damn Navy. We'll meet again. Garp flowed like water, making it hard to discern his form, leaving only a puddle moving quickly. The 4 Navy members who were tricked looked particularly displeased. Damn pirate, you tricked us, watch this. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning appeared in the hand of one Navy member. The lightning was then thrown out like an arrow. The arrow struck Garp, and the moment he was hit, his body began to shake uncontrollably. His previously elemental body revealed its true form due to the attack. Oof, damn pirate. The person's palm instantly transformed into a beast form, growing significantly larger than before. Buzz covering his armament, the black armament fiercely grabbed at Garp. Instantly, Garp seemed to awaken, trying to break free, but finding it impossible. Oof, you think you can run? Garp looked at his body, which was firmly grasped by a giant hand, realizing he had no escape. Moreover, at this moment, he couldn't even use armament hockey. Ultimately, Garp was handcuffed under the strong measures of the 4. Sigh, if I had a choice, I really wish I could go to the New World earlier. Soon, all the pirates, including the supernovas, were captured, and the entire process took less than half an hour. This opportunity also made Wano clearly realize how terrifying Rosha was. Moreover, the arm of his subordinate just now was from a mythical Zoan devil fruit, right? Wano was secretly astonished. After all, who in the Navy had heard of Rosha? Not to mention the current Squirrel and Fire Mountain. Their powers were not just dreams. Maybe I can. Without hesitation, Wano grabbed his axe and walked toward Rosha. The 4 subordinates who were still reporting to Rosha immediately noticed this and quickly blocked in front of Rosha, their eyes sharply staring at Wano. Rosha said helplessly, Damn it. For idiots, Wano is not a pirate. Get out of the way. Oh. The 4 obediently moved behind Rosha, not daring to make sound. Rosha then looked at Wano and smiled. Wano, is there something you need? I just wanted to ask if those 4 who stopped me earlier are users of mythical Zoan abilities. Rosha was taken aback, then looked at the 4 behind him, their expressions saying it all. The 4 quickly understood, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into 4 majestic thunderbirds and fire phoenixes. All right, change back. Don't scare others. Wano, they're users of the thunderbird and fire phoenix devil fruits. Wano nodded, his expression a bit bashful. I've always admired Dr. Vegapunk, and when I have time, I do like to visit him. I wonder if you could relay this wish of mine. Jean Tamaru thought for a moment and then smiled. No problem. The doctor has been very interested in you for a long time. However, he probably won't have time recently. He's busy researching. Just as Jean Tamaru was about to say more, he covered his mouth, secretly relieved that he almost let out a secret. Truly the world's most tight-lipped man. When the time comes, I will bring my homemade devil fruit as a gift for Dr. Vegapunk. Senbei Archipelago, number 42 Red Tree. At this moment, two figures collided at high speed. Rosha and Garp were leisurely walking on the grass of Senbei. Garp glanced at a distance, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Looks like that kid is in trouble. At the same time, Ace was surrounded by flames, his fists wrapped in hockey. Fighting against Luffy. What exactly do you want to do? Rubber rocket cannon, Ace said while fending off Luffy's attacks. I'm your brother. How dare you treat your brother like this? Bastard, my brother is already dead. Ace had only initiated the first attack, while every subsequent attack was initiated by Luffy. Meanwhile, Rayleigh was drinking and watching the battle. From his gaze, it seemed he did not want to participate in the fight. Not far away, Rosha and the others were gradually approaching Ace. Rosha merely glanced and shook his head, then activated his spatial ability. In the next second, Rosha disappeared from his spot and suddenly appeared between Luffy and Ace. This sudden change surprised both of them, but relative to Ace, Luffy was more shocked. You're the Iceman. Luffy's expression gradually became serious, his body turning red with steam emanating from his skin. Are you here to stop us from going to sea? Rosha did not respond. Instead, he began observing the surroundings. After confirming that there were no CP organization members nearby, Rosha gradually revealed a smile. With a flick of his finger, Luffy, who was originally 10 meters away, was instantly transported in front of Rosha. Luffy was startled, but trying to escape wouldn't be that easy. Rosha flicked his finger again, and a hemispherical space enveloped the three of them. No one knew what was happening. As from the outside, all that could be seen was a gray mist. At this point, Rayleigh, who had been indifferent, could no longer sit still. He instantly stood up and jumped to a spot not far from the hemisphere. Meanwhile, almost all the Straw Hat crew jumped off the ship, vigilantly staring at Garp and the others. Zoro and Sanji looked fierce, ready to smash that hemisphere. What did that guy do to our captain? Bastard Marines. Jiuyin glared at Zoro and said angrily, You idiot pirates. Mr. Garp is your captain's grandfather. How could anything happen to your captain with him here? Are you stupid or what? Your head must be filled with mush. Jiuyin had become quite sharp-tongued after 2 years of banter with Rosha, so she was not polite when retorting. You woman. Although Jiuyin said there was nothing wrong, the eyes of everyone in the Straw Hat crew hardly left that hemisphere, fearing for their captain's safety. At this moment, Rayleigh also reacted and walked up to Garp to examine him. Rayleigh stood about 2 meters away from Garp, but his eyes kept darting around. Garp felt uncomfortable being stared at like this. He glared at Rayleigh and scolded, Old man, what are you trying to do with those wandering eyes? If you want a beating, I'm game. If you keep looking around, I might just complete Sengoku's task and throw the entire Straw Hat crew into the underwater prison. It's time for my unfilial grandson to cool off. Garp's barrage of words left Rayleigh stunned, and he then said, Aren't you older than me today? Why does it feel like you not only haven't changed, but have gotten younger? At that moment, Garp looked exactly like he did 20 years ago, except for the lack of that tuft of black beard. Even his hair was now jet black, with hardly any wrinkles on his face. Did you dye your hair? Old man, you're the one who dyed it. All of this is thanks to Rosha. If you join the Marines, I'll have Rosha make you young again. Garp was like this. He became smug whenever someone praised him, and Jiuyin couldn't pull him back, while the remaining four were negligible. At this moment, inside Rosha's space, Luffy looked around and found it gray and oppressive, but no matter how much he punched, he couldn't break through. Hey, Iceman, and you Fireman. What are you two doing locking me up here? I still want to go to sea, let me out. Rosha glanced at Luffy and said fiercely, You better behave, or I'll make it so you can never see Ace again. Luffy's expression stiffened, his brows furrowed. Ace was already dead in the fight, so stop lying. Then, Luffy half-squatted, steam billowing from his body, indicating he was ready to go hard. It seemed that the more someone tried to stop him, the more he wanted to do it. Rosha rubbed his forehead and glanced at Ace. Ace immediately understood. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Ace reached up and tore off the mask on his face, and the mask instantly returned to its original state. Seeing Ace tear off the mask, Rosha immediately took it. It was the only one he had, and if it broke, there would be no more. To avoid future damage, It was better for Rosha to carry it himself. Ace coughed lightly and looked at Luffy, who had his back to him, slowly saying, "Luffy, long time no see." When Ace's voice entered Luffy's ears, Luffy's body trembled. Luffy slowly turned his head, and what met his eyes was a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Luffy rubbed his eyes, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he lunged at Ace, tears streaming down his face, his sobs growing louder until they turned into cries. Rosha sighed. Thankfully, it was silent. Otherwise, people outside would have rushed in. About 10 minutes later, Ace and Luffy were sitting on the ground, while Rosha leaned against the spatial wall. At this moment, Luffy's crying had turned into sniffles. Rosha couldn't help but reflect. Only his two brothers could make Luffy cry, right? "Ace, how did you end up here? Were you the one I was just fighting? Were you that big bird?" 10 minutes later, inside the spatial wall, Luffy and Ace were sitting cross-legged. Although Luffy was still sniffling, he was much better than before. "So, now that Ace is resurrected, how about you join my pirate crew?" As soon as Luffy thought of this, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but imagine Ace calling him captain. Bang! Just as Luffy was lost in his fantasies, a heavy blow snapped him back to reality. It hurt so much. Who did that? Luffy looked up and saw a man dressed in a navy coat with a wicked smile staring at him. It was Rosha, who had just hit Luffy. "You naive guy. Don't even think about Ace joining your Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, you can't even take care of yourself right now, and you want Ace to join." Rosha pointed at Ace, who was sitting across from Luffy, and said, "Ace is now the chief enforcer of my Navy G5 branch. You could say he is the third person under me." Upon hearing Rosha's words, Luffy's temper flared up. He stood up and shouted, "Ace is going to join my pirate crew. You might as well give up on that thought. This time, Admiral Sengoku has tasked me with capturing you Straw Hats. Considering I'm in a good mood, I won't capture you. You guys should be grateful." Rosha said generously, "So what? After 2 years of hard training, I can definitely beat you." Rosha rolled his eyes, ignoring Luffy, and instead looked at Ace, who was watching the drama unfold. Ace understood immediately and said to Luffy, "Luffy, I'm now a Navy officer, and besides, Boss Qinglong has done me a favor, so I can't agree to that." Rosha sat on the ground, silently listening to their conversation. He was also a bit surprised. He thought Luffy was just a silly guy, but it turned out this guy wanted to fight him. This isn't to say Luffy is weak. On the contrary, Rosha found Luffy interesting. After all, this guy trained on Ruskai Island for 2 years, and overall seemed quite inflated. Meanwhile, I've relied on system rewards to get to where I am today. Don't say just Luffy. Even with the Kainu, I'm not scared. Having a system makes one arrogant. As for Ace, he made it clear to Luffy. Rosha just opened his eyes and asked Ace, "Did you convince this fool?" "Convinced him, boss, but he has one condition." Ace's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Before Ace could speak, Luffy shouted, "I want to fight you." "Oh, a fight? That could be arranged." Hearing Rosha agree, Luffy's face broke into a smile. "Great. It's settled then." Luffy's excitement was evident, completely unconcerned about his fate. "Since you've all seen it, we should head out now. Ace, put on your mask." Rosha shot Luffy a warning glance and said sternly, "Remember, Ace is now called Jinshin. Don't get it wrong. If you dare to mess it up, just wait and see how I'll beat you up." "Ha, don't worry, AI. Jinshin." A minute later, Ace finally returned to his original face. "All right, boss. Seriously, don't you ever look in the mirror? It took you 2 years to remember your face." Rosha complained. Although Ace was teased, the sunny smile on his face was hard to hide, probably because of Luffy. Rosha snapped his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, the space barrier that had been shielding the three of them shattered like glass and fell to the ground. When the people outside saw the three emerge, they all looked at them. The members of the Straw Hat crew looked concerned, and when they saw Luffy was fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, one member of the crew noticed something subtle. "Are those tear stains?" Rosha thought to himself as he looked at Luffy. Soon, Luffy returned to the Straw Hat crew's side, and Rosha and Ace leisurely walked back to Garp. "Have you introduced him?" "Yes, he behaved just as I expected." Garp's conversation with Luffy left Zoro confused. Zoro asked, "Mr. Garp, what kind of riddle are you two playing? What are you talking about?" Rosha ignored him and instead flipped his hands, producing 2 cups of tea. He handed one to Garp. Just as Garp took a sip, he heard Luffy shout, "Ace." Upon hearing that name, Garp and Rosha both spat out the tea they had just taken. Rosha's face turned dark, looking murderous. Cough, cough, I misspoke. I meant to say Qing Long. Luffy, who had lied, was sweating nervously. Let us fight, Qing Long. Although I don't know if I can defeat you, I must beat you to become the Pirate King. Luffy spoke earnestly, his eyes shining with determination. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who was nearby, noted Luffy's mention of the name and took it to heart. He felt that Luffy was definitely not simple in that spherical space. Moreover, when he came out, his face was filled with happiness. In the 6 months on Rusky Island, he hadn't seen Luffy smile like that. Rayleigh's gaze inadvertently fell on Rosha, and when he saw the extremely handsome Jinshin, his doubts deepened. Moreover, Ace unintentionally made eye contact with Rayleigh. Just that glance made Rayleigh realize something. Rayleigh's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to himself, so that's what Ace meant? However, I'm still not sure. Meanwhile, Luffy had slowly approached within 3 meters of Rosha, with Zoro and Sanji beside him. Iceman, let us fight. I want to see just how strong you are. Rosha remained silent, while Garp interjected. Luffy, don't talk nonsense. Grandpa, I'm not talking nonsense. In that sphere, this guy agreed to fight me. Saying this, Luffy clenched his fists, looking confident. Seeing Luffy like this, Garp's fists itched. He was really afraid his grandson would be killed by Rosha in this fight. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed what a monster Rosha was. As long as Rosha didn't encounter an emperor, he could walk through anything. Even if he did, it would be a fair fight. His swordsmanship was dazzling. And if Mihawk dared to spar, he wouldn't leave with an arm intact. I agreed. Garp, who was scolding Luffy, suddenly froze. Luffy's expression contrasted sharply with Garp's. Don't worry, Luffy always needs some lessons. Rosha patted Garp on the shoulder with a mischievous smile. Where should we fight? Luffy asked. Rosha looked around and then fixed his gaze on Usopp and noMi, who were hiding in the crowd, handcuffed. Their eyes met Rosha's, and in the next second, both shivered. Rosha ignored the two and snapped his fingers. In the distance, noMi and Usopp, who were originally handcuffed, suddenly felt their wrists lighten. noMi looked down in surprise and couldn't help but scream, "Ah, the handcuffs have disappeared. Mine too, mine is gone." Their excitement was hard to conceal, and they ended up hugging each other and crying. Rosha rolled his eyes and slowly walked toward the Straw Hat crew. At that moment, all eyes in the room were on him. Even Rayleigh couldn't help but stare at Rosha. In Rayleigh's eyes, Rosha was an extremely dangerous guy. His aura was completely unmasked. Perhaps ordinary people couldn't tell, but in the eyes of someone strong like him, Rosha's aura was terrifyingly powerful. What a scary kid. As Rosha walked, the people behind him followed, as if he were the leader. That made sense, with hundreds or thousands of naval soldiers under him. Rosha could indeed be considered a boss. Rosha slowly arrived in front of the Straw Hat crew, and whether it was Frankie, Brooke, or Robin, everyone was extremely tense, each grasping their weapons tightly and staring nervously at Rosha. Rosha was playing with something resembling a capsule in his hand, wearing a carefree smile. He merely glanced at the Straw Hat crew, and they immediately stepped back. Ignoring them, Rosha threw the capsule in his hand towards the Thousand Sunny. Not good. This guy. The expressions of the Straw Hat crew changed drastically, and they exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide. The moment the capsule touched the ship's hull, a plume of white smoke erupted from the direction of the pirate ship. In an instant, the smoke disappeared, and the ship vanished without a trace. Rosha activated his space fruit, instantly retrieving the capsule the size of a finger. Robin quickly noticed the capsule in Rosha's hand and spoke up. The Thousand Sunny is in that capsule. After all, Vice Admiral Qing Long was an inventor, and creating something like this wasn't surprising at all. Rosha nodded, confirming, that's right. The ship is indeed in my hand. Of course, this is also to relieve you of your worries. You can't fight here. I don't want to be scolded by the Admiral for destroying Sabaody. Rosha looked around and then casually tossed the capsule. The capsule arced beautifully and hit Chopper on the forehead. Oh, what is this? Chopper caught it with his paws. Hey, this thing is for you to keep. It's your ship inside, so don't lose it. If you do, I'll make you try the food and impel down. Chopper gulped, staring blankly at the capsule. After about 5 seconds, he finally reacted. Ah, how scary. And I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. For some reason, Chopper, who usually hated being called a raccoon, seemed softer today, perhaps shocked by Rosha's strength. He immediately put the capsule into his backpack. Meanwhile, Rosha was sitting casually on the ground, propping his chin on one hand, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, an ocean appeared in Rosha's mind, and as for which ocean it was, he revealed a mischievous smile. Instantly, the power of space manifested in his hand, and soon a grayish door appeared in front of him. Just wait a moment. After saying that, Rosha stepped inside, and just a few minutes later, he came back out. Rosha waved his hand, pointing to the gray door in front of him, saying, "Go in if you want to see my battle with this kid." Hee. Rosha sat on the ground with a smile, and that smile made the Straw Hat crew hesitate. noMi even spread a rumor. The other side of this door isn't the Navy headquarters, is it? No way, I don't want to get caught. noMi's whole body was in a frenzy of rejection. Not only noMi refused, but Usopp and Chopper quickly agreed. I suddenly have a disease that prevents me from going through the door. That's right, me too. Rosha was quite helpless regarding the Straw Hat crew's discussion. After all, how could a strong person like him explain it to them? That's just how it is. At this moment, a deep voice rang out. "Hey, you little brats. Aren't you going in? I told you. I won't catch you. And you still won't go in?" Luffy nodded. "Oh, okay, Grandpa." Luffy took the lead and jumped in directly, while Zoro and Sanji glanced at the timid trio and dove in as well. Watching everyone go in one by one, the timid trio had no choice but to harden their heads and follow. After everyone had entered, Rosha finally walked in. Meanwhile, in the New World, in the Dressrosa Sea area, the entire sea here was frozen solid, as far as the eye could see. They even saw a Sea King that had just surfaced frozen stiff. Listening to the Straw Hat crew's constant exclamations, Rosha felt a sense of accomplishment. This was the ability of his fruit awakening, freezing for miles. In terms of distance, hardness, speed, and temperature, the difference before and after the awakening of the ice fruit was indeed significant. This was a sea area of Dressrosa, and not far from here was Dressrosa itself. Rosha glanced at the Straw Hat crew and reminded them, "By the way, this is the New World. Coincidentally, today's weather seems to be quite favorable for me, Rosha. And this also means your captain is going to get a beating." Rosha spoke with great arrogance, making Garp and others who were familiar with him feel a bit awkward. Rosha looked around and finally created a very luxurious chair on a nearby ice surface, although it was all made of ice. He pointed to the chair nearby and smiled. "If you're tired or worried about getting involved, please go over there to watch the battle." At the same time, the power of space in Rosha's hand manifested, quickly forming a transparent shield over those chairs. Everyone looked at the chairs and then walked over. After all, the battlefield belonged to Luffy and Rosha. In the Dressrosa Sea area, the cold wind blew across the surface of the sea, freezing everything within a radius of several dozen miles. In the middle of the ocean, Luffy and Rosha stood facing each other, Luffy's face serious and his whole body tense. Not far from them, dozens of people were watching this duel. Some were chatting and laughing, completely unconcerned about Luffy's intense mood. Garp even took out a big bag of senbei and started eating. In the middle of the ocean, Rosha stood with one hand in his pocket, a faint smile on his face. "Today, I won't use a sword or my fruit abilities, just haki. I've been training for 2 years. Luffy was unconvinced. Rosha waved his hand and said, "Start attacking. You should use your full strength. I don't like that step-by-step probing. Of course, if you test me from the beginning, I'll just kill you directly. After all, Garp can't kill me up to this point." Rosha spoke the coldest words in the calmest tone. This made Luffy's expression a bit unnatural. He initially wanted to probe first, but he didn't expect Rosha to say that. Luffy clenched his fist, his gaze firm. "All right, then you better be careful." At the same time, Rosha's aura began to rise steadily, surrounded by red and black lightning. Buzz! In the next second, the Conqueror's haki wrapped around his arms. Meanwhile, Luffy took a deep breath and began to blow air into his arms. Gradually, Luffy's arms started to grow enormous. Rosha sat down directly, watching Luffy transform into Gear 4th. He began to blow air into his body to change his muscles, thus gaining greater strength. Moreover, the rubber fruit began to merge with the armament haki, which created Gear 4th. Luffy's transformation into Gear 4th took no more than a minute. "Ha, Gear 4th, bounce man." At this moment, Rosha also regained his composure, his eyes fixed intently on Luffy's current state. Looks quite interesting. Huh, here we go, Iceman. Immediately, Luffy's black and red arm struck fiercely towards Rox's head. Luffy's first move was naturally quick, precise, and ruthless. Moreover, 2 years ago, this guy almost wiped out his Straw Hat crew. Luffy remembered it clearly. As Luffy's fist drew closer, a slight smirk appeared on Rox's lips as he waved his arm lightly. Suddenly, their fists collided violently, but in the next second, Luffy was sent flying as if he had received a tremendous impact. He was thrown nearly 100 meters before finally stopping. The spot where Luffy landed was instantly cratered. Luffy was dazed, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Meanwhile, in the spectator area, almost all the members of the Straw Hat crew stood up, with noMi and others showing concern. noMi's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Luffy was actually sent flying by a single punch in this form. Zoro continued, and Luffy couldn't even fight back at all. This is trouble. Hearing Zoro's explanation, noMi became even more distressed, saying, oh no, Luffy won't be killed, will he? We haven't even gone to the new world yet. A marine sitting not far from noMi gloatingly said, actually, we're already in the new world. Dressrosa is just next door. Our captain usually trains us by beating us half to death. You know, the kind of training where you take in more than you exhale. I think the Straw Hat Kid is in for it. Yeah, our captain won't give up until he beats him half to death. Hearing these two, the faces of the Straw Hat crew turned even grimmer. At this moment, the relaxed Gion also spoke up. You guys don't need to worry too much. After all, your captain is the grandson of our Vice Admiral Garp. Rosha won't kill him. Garp added, yeah, but whether he'll be killed or not, I don't know. I can't predict this kid's temper. I remember once when Kaido's subordinate Jack passed by our G5 base, our Marines went to rob him, but unexpectedly got beaten up by Jack. Rosha was furious and directly went to beat up Jack, then killed all his crew and took away the treasure from his ship. After Garp finished speaking, the dazed noMi finally asked, the four emperors are the rulers of the New World. There are a total of 4, each with extraordinary power, and Kaido is known as the Beast, Robin explained. After hearing the explanation, noMi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire being seeming to freeze. Once she regained her senses, she could only look worriedly at the two in the battlefield, praying in her heart that her captain wouldn't be killed. Meanwhile, on the icy surface, the knockdown Luffy quickly got back up. In the blink of an eye, he teleported in front of Rosha. Rosha calmly swung a punch, striking fiercely at Luffy's right cheek. This time, Luffy predictably got sent flying again, this time over 100 miles away, showcasing Rosha's immense strength. Taking advantage of this, Rosha quickly made his way to the spectator area. Upon arriving and surveying the surroundings, he flipped his hands, and a pile of snacks appeared in his hands. Rosha placed the snacks in front of them, saying, isn't this too boring? Have some snacks to relax. Just as he set them down, Rosha seemed to think of something else, flipped his hands again, and a dozen bottles of alcohol appeared before him. After setting those down, Rosha quietly stood aside, waiting for Luffy's return. Over 100 miles away, it seemed he had reached the coast of Dressrosa. I wonder if I knocked him into the water, Rosha muttered. However, his mumbling was overheard by the focused noMi. Just as noMi was about to ask, a furious roar was heard from not far away. Ha, Iceman! From a distance, Luffy came rushing towards Rosha like a jet plane. Rosha grinned, slowly enveloping his hands with Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, Luffy appeared before Rosha. This time, Rosha did not knock Luffy out. Instead, they began to exchange blows rapidly. However, each it was Luffy taking the punishment. Rosha even had time to greet Garp and Gion. This fight made Luffy's anger rise sharply. Yet Rosha only had one thing to say. That 2 years of hard training you did, your foundation is still shaky. As for me, Rosha, I've been diligently enhancing my strength through the system all along. I can easily take you down. The difference was evident. As Rosha continued to fight Luffy, those watching from a few meters away grew increasingly alarmed. Especially the Straw Hat crew, who were watching with their hearts racing. They couldn't believe that Luffy, who had defeated various strong enemies along the way, was now being pinned down and hammered by his opponent. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, it was clear that their captain hadn't even touched Rosha. At this moment, Rosha stood with one hand in his pocket, using one hand to block Luffy's attacks. Looking both relaxed and cool, Rosha yawned and said, actually, You don't need brute force. More power can be achieved. As he spoke, Rosha threw a punch that seemed weak and powerless in Luffy's eyes, but when it struck him, it felt like a massive boulder hitting him. After flipping a few times, Luffy quickly got up and started fighting Rosha again. Rosha frowned and said, "Are you just going to rely on brute force? Did that old man really teach you nothing after all this time?" Hearing this, everyone in the spatial barrier turned to look at Rayleigh, who was sitting nearby. At this moment, Rayleigh felt quite awkward, being called an old man in front of everyone. However, he didn't mind the title much. This kid, I was earnest in teaching Luffy back then, and Luffy isn't someone you can train just through regular training. He's a battle-type genius. His potential can't be trained out through ordinary exercises. Hearing Rayleigh say this, the Straw Hat crew nodded in agreement. They knew their captain was a combat genius. Zoro was hard-working with talent, while Luffy was a combat genius. Each member of the Straw Hat crew had great potential. Thinking back on Luffy's journey, the strong enemies he faced were all defeated only after a fierce struggle. The battle was still ongoing. Rosha had stopped using Conqueror's Haki to attack and was now using Armament Haki. Every strike from Rosha caused immense pain to Luffy, which made the Straw Hat crew feel uneasy. You've only learned the basics of using Armament Haki. Is it that you don't have enough time? Or haven't you learned it yet? Although Rosha's every attack was gentle, it truly hurt Luffy. No one knew how many times Rosha's attack power was. But every time he struck Luffy, a bright light would flash. After an unknown period, Luffy, who was originally in Gear 4th, had now reverted to his normal state. Lying on the ground in front of Rosha, shocking the Straw Hat crew, they rushed to Luffy's side. Among them, Chopper was the most exaggerated, circling around Luffy and constantly saying, "Doctor, where is the doctor?" Slap. Chopper gave himself a hard slap. "Right, I'm the doctor." This scene made Rosha chuckle. Chopper quickly diagnosed Luffy's physical condition. There were extensive injuries, especially internal ones. He would probably need to lie down for about 3 days. Rosha secretly nodded. This raccoon-like deer was quite thorough in its examination. Just as Chopper was about to prepare medicine for Luffy, Rosha spoke from behind. "Hey, that raccoon." Who? Who is shouting?" Chopper exclaimed, baring his teeth. However, what greeted him was a bean emitting a soft green light. As soon as Chopper caught it, he heard Rosha say, "Get to your captain, and he'll be fine." Chopper looked at the bean and then at Rosha, ultimately feeding it to Luffy with a skeptical attitude. In fact, Chopper didn't believe this bean could do anything. But as soon as Luffy swallowed it, the scars on his body gradually disappeared. Soon, Luffy opened his eyes. And this guy was really strong. I didn't even have a chance to fight back. I didn't even touch the opponent once. No one expected Luffy's first words upon waking would be this. It truly caught them off guard. They thought Luffy would brush it off like before. But this time, the blow was too significant. The entire Straw Hat crew fell silent, unsure of what to say to comfort Luffy. At this moment, Zoro stood up and said, "Luffy, you only lost once. It's not like you lose every time you meet. Are you still considered the captain like this?" Zoro said in a low voice. "If even you lose your way, what are we supposed to do? Get yourself together." Zoro's words were like a light shining into everyone's hearts, illuminating the hidden feelings within. Even Rosha nodded secretly. Zoro's words always had an effect, truly worthy of being a man whose swordsmanship was as poetic as a poem. Before long, the Straw Hat crew gradually stood up. Although their expressions were unreadable, the previous gloom had disappeared. Rosha merely glanced and returned to the old man's side. At this moment, Luffy walked over, his gaze extremely serious, as if he wanted to say something. Could it be that he forgot the pain after healing? Rosha pondered. "Rosha, I want to ask what that move you just used was." It was the first time Luffy formally asked someone a question, leaving Rosha somewhat bewildered. Thankfully, Vice Admiral Garp slapped his forehead, and Rosha finally reacted. "Oh, you mean that move? It seemed Rayleigh didn't teach you or tell you about it." Hearing Rosha mention him, Rayleigh walked over and said, "Luffy, that kid just now used an advanced form of Armament Haki. And the first punch he hit you with was Conqueror's Haki wrapped around it. If the awakening of Conqueror's Haki is something that only 1 in a million can achieve, then Conqueror's Haki wrapped around is something that appears only once in 10 million. I must say, with him, the Navy has gained another Garp," Rayleigh sighed. Upon hearing this, both Rosha and Garp felt embarrassed. Garp even said, "Ha ha, you flatter me, but this kid is my disciple, so he should have this strength. Now, even hitting you, old man, is more than enough. Rayleigh had a black line on his face and then turned to continue explaining to Luffy. Armament hockey can be divided into wrapping, hardening, external release, and internal destruction. And Luffy, you're currently in the state of wrapping and hardening. External release refers to forming shockwaves to attack enemies. Internal destruction is easier to explain. The injuries you just received were caused by internal destruction. However, you don't need to be discouraged after all. You're a combat genius. Only through battle can you become stronger, so keep it up. Although Luffy didn't fully understand what Rayleigh said, he grasped the general idea. In the New World, in the Dressrosa Sea area, at this moment, Rosha stood in front of everyone, holding a gray-black door. He casually tossed it, and the door of dimension quickly appeared before them. Having learned from the last experience, everyone entered the door of dimension one by one. Soon, everyone had left that sea area. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa Palace, a snot-like guy rushed in. Doflamingo, those Navy guys finally left. Oh, I didn't expect them to leave so soon, but it's good. Kaido's people will come and take things in a couple of days, so it's better they leave early. Fufu. As the current king of the Dressrosa Kingdom, Doflamingo knew that Rosha and the others had just arrived in this sea area. After all, he was the king of underground dealings, and his intelligence capabilities were the strongest. It was not surprising that he knew about Rosha's arrival. However, no one expected that the dignified Doflamingo would actually dare not to drive Rosha and his crew away. One reason was his insufficient strength. If Doflamingo led his many subordinates to drive away Rosha and his crew now, he would only be defeated in an instant. Rosha's current strength was not something Doflamingo could compare to. Moreover, a year ago, his merchant ship was also robbed by Rosha and his crew. It just wasn't led by Doflamingo. Doflamingo eventually learned about this matter, but he didn't dare to seek trouble with Rosha. Fufu. Pay attention to the movements around you, and always be on guard against the Navy's arrival. Okay. All the subordinates responded in unison. Meanwhile, Rosha had already sent everyone back to Senbei Archipelago through the door of dimension. As soon as Rosha returned with a wave of his hand, a capsule from Chopper's backpack slowly flew towards Rosha. Chopper originally wanted to stop it, but unfortunately, he wasn't tall enough. The capsule slowly floated into Rosha's palm. Rosha came to Garp's side, shaking the capsule in his hand, and asked Old Man, "If you want to catch the Straw Hat crew, you still have a chance. Their ship is in my hands." Upon hearing Rosha's words, the Straw Hat crew was instantly shocked, and everyone stared at Rosha with wide eyes, not daring to blink. If they had known that Rosha had just nearly knocked out their captain, they would have already rushed at him. Garp merely glanced at the capsule in Rosha's hand and waved him off, saying, "Go away. I have no interest in such weak grandsons. Let them leave quickly. I need to go find Sengoku. Fine." Missing this opportunity would make it difficult to catch them. But since Garp had said it, Rosha couldn't just ignore Garp's face. He tossed the capsule, and soon a cloud of smoke rose, revealing the Thousand Sunny shining brightly. Rosha pointed to the Thousand Sunny and said, "You have 10 minutes. After that, I'll capture you and lock you up in the underwater prison." Rosha's expression was indifferent, even lowering his head to check the time. At this point, noMi was a bit flustered and quickly called everyone to get busy. Since Rayleigh had already coated the Straw Hat cruise ship with a layer of film, all they needed to do was open the main valve at the bottom of the ship. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew was busy, completely unaware that Rosha was gradually getting closer. When Rosha stepped onto the ship, Zoro coldly asked, "What do you want to do?" Zoro's voice attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned to look at Rosha. Rosha didn't mind. Instead, he looked at noMi and smiled. "You should have a lot of treasures on your ship, right?" "Huh?" noMi instantly became alert. "What are you going to do?" "We don't have much treasure." "It's nothing. I just forgot to tell you. There's an island in the New World that belongs to my G5 base. If you accidentally wander into the island I control, my sailors won't be polite. By the way, due to 2 years of notoriety, my G5 base is now referred to as Bandit Island by the pirates in the New World." "Bandit Island?" Everyone was puzzled. "Yes, Bandit Island. Any ship passing through my G5 base, whether it's the Navy or pirates, all the treasures on your ship will belong to my G5 base." Rosha then revealed a mysterious smile. "I wish you good luck. I hope you don't run into me. Otherwise, Your treasures will no longer be yours. After saying that, Rosha instantly returned to the ground. At this moment, the other members of the Straw Hat crew weren't frightened by this news. But noMi was truly shocked. Her whole person a bit panicked. It's over, it's over. I said this guy is different from ordinary Navy. Turns out he's just like the bandits on other islands, wanting to rob the treasures we've worked so hard to accumulate. He's even more of a pirate than we are. noMi's legs involuntarily started to run, her panic vividly displayed. On the shore, Jiyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter, "You really scare little girls. Is there something wrong with what I said?" "What problem?" Rosha pointed at the flustered noMi and grinned. "How is she small?" Jiyuan looked up and then glanced at his own, nodding slightly. "Seems about the same as mine." But Jiyuan didn't let Rosha hear this. Before long, the Thousand Sunny submerged into the depths of the sea like a submarine. As they were leaving, Rosha reminded noMi, which made her feel like crying. At this moment, on the Thousand Sunny, noMi's face was filled with sadness. "Sigh. We haven't even officially entered the New World, and unexpectedly, we've caught the attention of such a strong navy. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing." noMi sighed. That guy's really strong. I just got beaten without being able to fight back. It was really miserable." Zoro also added, "Whether it's speed, strength, agility, or even hockey training, that guy is slightly above Luffy." Luffy agreed with Zoro's analysis. "That's right. I need to work hard too. I must defeat him." Zoro nodded, "Exactly. But don't rush for strength, and that guy has swordsmanship and hasn't even used his devil fruit abilities yet." At this moment, Rosha also stood up and said, "Rosha, Navy Vice Admiral, code named Qing Long, currently serving as the base commander at the Navy G5 base. Strength unknown, a 3 devil fruit user, exceptionally strong in swordsmanship, and has a unique invention ability. This is all the information I have learned from the Revolutionary Army." Upon hearing Robin's words, noMi immediately noticed the problem. "Robin, did you just say that guy is a 3 devil fruit user?" "That's right, that guy seems to have the Logia Eye-Size fruit ability, the Paramecia synthetic fruit ability, and the Paramecia Tremor fruit ability. So far, only these 3 have been discovered, but there should be 1 or 2 more. The Revolutionary Army is very concerned about this guy. In the past 2 years, they have only investigated this much, and his strength is comparable to that of the 4 emperors." 1 hour later, at Navy headquarters, Rosha and the others rode their mounts and rushed into the Navy headquarters. After a while, a group of 8 entered the Navy headquarters. Rosha, Garp, and Jiyuan showed no change in expression. However, the remaining 4, including Ace, were very curious about the Navy headquarters. As riders, it was their first time at the Navy headquarters, and they even walked a bit sneakily, their eyes darting around. After about 5 minutes, Rosha couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stopped, his face dark as coal. At this moment, everyone, including Garp and Jiyuan, looked at Rosha in confusion. Rosha ignored Garp and the others and turned to glare fiercely at the 4 subordinates following him. "You 4 bastards, what are you looking around for? Walking around so sneakily. You are Navy now. You look like bandits." Rosha vented his frustration, then quietly watched them. He wanted to see what these 4 guys would say. The leading sailor said, "Boss, but we are bandits, aren't we? Haven't we been robbing everywhere for the past 2 years? We've even robbed the 4 emperors. We're just used to this kind of movement. It's hard to change in such a short time." This sailor spoke sincerely, making Rosha almost want to hit him. But in the end, he held back. "Then you just need to change from now on. Don't embarrass me again, or I'll have to take action." The sailor opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. Okay. Soon, the group of 8 again headed towards Sengoku's office. Along the way, they occasionally heard a series of bang-bang sounds. The reason is naturally that Rosha's legs were occasionally kicking towards the 4 people. Although the 4 were in agony, none of them dared to make a sound. Moreover, all 4 of them were users of Zoan-type devil fruits, with tough skin. Before long, the group arrived at the door of Sengoku's office. Without waiting for Jiyuan to knock, Rosha kicked the door open, appearing extremely arrogant. Seeing this scene, Garp secretly nodded, thinking, "He is a bit of my true teachings. Not bad, not bad." Although Garp was very pleased, the people in the room were startled by the sound. When they saw the door slam against the wall, everyone was shocked again. The door was so tightly embedded in the wall, one could imagine how much force was used. Sengoku, seeing that Rosha had kicked open his office door, could no longer suppress his anger. Just as he was about to explode, Rosha preemptively greeted Sengoku, saying, "Yo, Admiral Sengoku, it's been a long time. Has it been 2 years?" Sengoku glared at Rosha and said irritably, "Is this how you enter my office after 2 years? Not only have you become stronger, but your temper is just like Garp's now." Although Sengoku's words were not kind, Rosha didn't take them to heart and instead welcomed everyone into the office. Rosha casually found a chair and sat directly opposite Sengoku. The others who followed in, including Ace, did not sit down but stood behind Rosha like guards. It was only at this moment that Rosha noticed the people sitting in the office. On the sofa sat a middle-aged man wearing a purple cloak, his eyes tightly closed, with a scar on his face. Huh, isn't that Fujitora? On the other side of the sofa was Vice Admiral Crane. Wow, Vice Admiral Crane has aged quite a bit in the last 2 years. Rosha sighed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his head was heavily struck, the force so great it nearly forced him to elementalize. It was obvious who did it. "Oomph, that's my Crane sister. How can you say that?" Ji-Yuan quickly walked over to Vice Admiral Crane and smiled. "Sister Crane, it's been a long time. I missed you." "Oomph. You little girl, you didn't come to see this old lady in the past 2 years. Hey, isn't that because of that rascal Rosha? He has been acting like a tyrant in the G5 branch, robbing every day." Hearing Ji-Yuan's words, Sengoku asked in confusion, "What tyrant? What has Rosha been doing for the past 2 years? I remember the intelligence said that any pirate ship passing by the G5 branch would have all their treasures robbed." Ji-Yuan nodded and then shook her head. Sengoku, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean, Peach Rabbit?" Admiral, you don't know?" Ji-Yuan pointed at Rosha, who was sitting leisurely, and said, "Rosha not only robs passing pirate ships, but also doesn't spare the Navy's treasures. He even robbed the Yonko." As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap, shocking Sengoku. "What? Rob the Yonko?" Sengoku fixed his gaze on Rosha and asked, "Who did you rob?" "A subordinate of Kaido, Jack. That annoying guy. If he dares to come again, I'll chop off his ivory. After all, 900 million berries are probably on that ivory of his, right?" Hearing Rosha say this, Sengoku finally felt relieved. Although the Navy wasn't afraid of Kaido, they were still wary of this guy, causing trouble at the Navy headquarters. "Did you bring anything good back this time?" Sengoku asked. "Huh, good things? Of course I have." Rosha then looked at Vice Admiral Crane beside Ji-Yuan. He snapped his fingers, and soon several green, crystal-like items appeared in front of Vice Admiral Crane. Before Crane could ask, Rosha introduced, "This is something that makes women younger. Eating one will make you 2 years younger, and you can only eat 5 a year." Vice Admiral Crane's eyes lit up as she took them and began to put them in her mouth one by one. As she ate them, she visibly became younger. Although her hair was still white, both her skin and complexion were very good. "Thank you, Rosha. You're welcome." At this time, Sengoku turned around. "Is that all? Bring out anything else you have." Sengoku looked like a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten for 2 months encountering a lamb, very eager. "I also have fruits. Various Zoan-type devil fruits. In the past 2 years, those scoundrels from the world government kept coming to me for devil fruits, so I've hoarded quite a few. There are all kinds of Zoan-type devil fruits, and I even have a mouse Zoan-type that I think would suit you, Admiral Sengoku." Sengoku rolled his eyes at the quirky Rosha, speechless. "I really don't know where you got such strange devil fruits. By the way, introduce the 5 subordinates behind you." Sengoku suddenly mentioned the 5 people behind Rosha, and they were a bit happy, of course, except for Ace. Rosha turned to look at the 5 and gestured for them to come forward. The 5 obediently stood on either side of Rosha. Rosha pointed to Ace and said, "This is Kenshin, the user of the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit. He possesses all 3 types of haki, and he is Garp's disciple." Sengoku nodded, not too surprised, as he had heard of him before. Rosha then pointed to the other 4 and said, "These 4 were pirates before, and then they joined the Navy. Their names are Long E, Long Air, Long San, and Long Sea." Just as Rosha was about to continue, a sturdy, somewhat silly man scratched his head and said, "Boss, we don't want to be called Long E and Long Air, right?" "Of course not. Your names are too complicated. How can I remember them? From now on, that's what I'll call you. If you dare to speak again, we'll go train outside." The guy who just spoke immediately shut his mouth, lowered his head, and didn't dare to say anything more. Everyone present, except for Ace, had experienced that if Rosha really wanted to train with him, he would end up half dead. All 4 of them were users of Zoan-type devil fruits, 2 Thunderbirds, and 2 Fire Phoenixes. Rosha's explanation was quite simple, which greatly shocked Sengoku's heart. Are these the strongest soldiers of your G5 branch? Sengoku asked. Not quite. Our G5 branch has over 100 people with similar combat power. We have countless Zoan-type and Logia-type users. I think there are about 1,000 of them. This is GUN adding, Admiral. We have about 1,500 people in total in our G5 branch. Among them, there are 1,000 Zoan-type and Logia-type users. As for the other 500, they haven't been assigned devil fruits yet, because this guy said he wanted to look for some rare and strange devil fruits. Of course, there are also 10 people forming a small team. GUN stood behind, looking speechless, as she felt that this woman was about to reveal all their secrets. However, Sengoku did indeed become interested in what GUN said, and he asked curiously, "What teams do you have?" Let's have Rosha speak." GUN suddenly retreated to Garp's side. Rosha had a black line on his face. If they weren't in the office, he would have definitely broken GUN's leg. Ahem, we have a bandit squad made up of 10 people. As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku, who was drinking tea, suddenly spat it out. Fortunately, Rosha can turn water into ice. Otherwise, it would have been terrible. We also have a treasure hunting team of 10. Rosha smiled widely. They always manage to dig up some treasures for him. And there's also a shipbuilding team. Rosha listed all the teams in one breath. However, Sengoku had an unnatural expression, and it was clear from the names that these were not serious teams. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, Rosha cut in. If my G5 branch comes to the Navy headquarters, I feel like as long as the admirals don't intervene, I could wipe out the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Rosha's words, Sengoku's face turned as black as coal. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Rosha realized he might have said something wrong and quickly closed his mouth. Sengoku glared at Rosha and slowly said, "The reason I called you back this time is for 2 things. The first arrow is to ask you how many usable items or devil fruits you have." "What? You're asking me for devil fruits?" Rosha was taken aback. Sengoku nodded. "That's right, because our Navy urgently needs to enhance combat power, and the fastest way is through devil fruits." No payment?" Sengoku shook his head, of course. "We will pay. We are very wealthy now, and we can't just take your devil fruits for free." "All right, I probably have a few hundred left. As long as you don't try to take them for free, it's fine. After all, Rosha is not short on money or power right now. Moreover, the pirates at sea are quite wealthy. A single robbery can net a few hundred million. So what's the second thing?" Rosha asked. Sengoku didn't speak, but instead stood up and walked in front of Rosha. Sengoku's expression was serious, as if he was about to announce something. The Marshal now announces that Rear Admiral Rosha is promoted to Admiral of the Navy. Rosha's expression changed from indifferent at first to shocked in the end. He never expected Sengoku would announce this. Rosha took a step back, shaking his hands, saying, "Forget it. I feel like my strength is still a bit lacking. I need to consolidate more." Do you think I didn't investigate before making you an admiral? Your strength might not just be that of an admiral." Sengoku's words were shocking, but no one present was surprised. At some point, Sengoku had a new Navy coat in his hand, and this cape was different in color from the other admirals, especially the colors on the shoulders and cuffs. The colors on the shoulders and cuffs were black, meaning it was prepared for Rosha. Rosha merely glanced at the cape and said, "I don't want to be an admiral right now, and I won't follow the orders of those trash." When he said this, Rosha's expression was extremely disdainful. Seeing Rosha like this, Sengoku immediately said, "How about this? As long as you defeat Fujitora, you won't have to be one." "Fujitora?" "Yes, he's one of the admirals recruited through the world conscription in the last 2 years. The man sitting on the sofa is him." At this moment, a man dressed in a purple navy coat stood up and said, "Lord Qinglong, I am Fujitora." Rosha nodded. "How many admirals does the Navy have now?" 4. They are Kainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull. If you agree to become an admiral, there will be 5 admirals on the sea." Rosha frowned and asked, "Has Akiji turned traitor?" A year ago, Akiji submitted his resignation to the Navy headquarters. "He should be somewhere at sea now," Sengoku explained. "I see. Once I find him, I'll recruit him to my G5 branch. That would make it easier to loot," Rosha said excitedly. In fact, Rosha was indeed planning to do just that. Sengoku's face darkened. He didn't expect that after 2 years, Rosha had become like a bandit. Sengoku shook the admiral's cape in his hand and said seriously, "You really don't want to? I'll give you one more chance." Rosha curled his lips in disdain. "I won't follow those pigs' orders. I'm not doing it." "All right then, let Fujitora fight that guy. If he wins, you won't have to be one. If he loses, you will obediently become one." Sengoku had no choice, and currently, the Navy headquarters only had Fujitora as an admiral. He couldn't go into battle himself, could he? Soon, they arrived at the Navy training square, which was spacious enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. There was more than enough space for Rosha and Fujitora to fight. At this moment, Sengoku and the others stood in the center of the square, while the sailors who had been training there surrounded them to watch Sengoku and the others. Even some vice admirals who weren't on missions joined in the excitement. Rosha looked around with a very indifferent expression, but when he looked at Fujitora, a wave of killing intent surrounded him. "You two can start." Just as Sengoku was about to retreat to the edge of the square, Rosha called out to him, "Marshal, is there something else?" Rosha's expression was strange, and he said excitedly, "Can I kill him?" "Ahem, what if you accidentally injure Fujitora?" Sengoku glared at Rosha and warned, "This is just a friendly match. You better behave." "Oh." As Sengoku and the others retreated, only the blind Fujitora and Rosha remained in the center. "Lord Qinglong, please teach me. Since it's a duel requested by Marshal Sengoku, I must take it seriously. Moreover, I feel that you are a very powerful opponent." Rosha rolled his eyes and said, "Old man, you talk too much. Watch my blade." Rosha instantly drew the shura from his waist, and at the moment it was drawn, a dazzling red light seemed to fall in the center of the square. The intense killing intent from the blade caused some Navy recruits to faint. As shura absorbed more and more conqueror's haki, Fujitora felt the blade's power growing stronger. Even the surrounding air felt a bit thinner. "I can't take this attack." Fujitora was shocked. Such a young age, yet his strength far exceeds mine. Is he really in his 20s? At this moment, Rosha had stopped letting shura absorb his conqueror's haki, and his expression was particularly strange, as if he was in extreme excitement. "Blind Fujitora, take this. Don't let me kill you with this blade." Rosha said arrogantly. "Blind? I am indeed blind. But that's not something you can say." Fujitora's expression darkened. He wanted to give Rosha an unforgettable lesson, which could also be considered a lesson from an elder to a junior. Rosha quickly ran towards Fujitora, the knife in his hand resembling a legendary weapon. Gravity control. Suddenly, the ground that was once as flat as a pancake erupted with patches of purple gravity fields. Wherever Rosha passed, there were gravity zones. Rosha activated his spatial power, and in an instant he soared into the air. With both hands gripping the knife, the blood-colored glow on the blade blazed brightly, gradually casting a crimson hue over everyone below. In a flash, a blood-colored slash fiercely struck towards Fujitora's location, moving at an incredible speed. In such circumstances, Fujitora could only brace himself. The moment the blood-colored slash made contact with Fujitora's cane, he felt the immense power of the sword energy. With his current strength, he couldn't fully withstand it. Fujitora's mind raced with various countermeasures. Floating in midair, Rosha stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an arrogant demeanor that left the new Navy recruits in awe. Blind Fujitora, still dreaming of making me an admiral. As time passed, Fujitora, who was resisting the slash, had veins bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting all his strength to hold it back. However, Rosha's move was foolproof, and with just one Fujitora, it was impossible to withstand it. As time ticked away, the slash that Rosha unleashed not only showed no signs of weakening, but instead grew stronger. Suddenly, Fujitora, still resisting the slash, slightly shifted to escape the area of the attack. But Rosha would not let him get away that easily. In an instant, the slash aimed for Fujitora's arm. It felt as though time had stopped. The Fujitora who thought he could escape had his entire arm cleanly severed by Rosha. The slash was as sharp as a massive cleaver, cutting through effortlessly. Blood sprayed everywhere, creating an exceptionally bloody scene. At this moment, Sengoku and the others reacted, rushing to Fujitora's side to check his injuries. Fujitora was sweating profusely, making Rosha want to laugh, but he held it in, as there were so many Navy personnel around. It wouldn't be good if someone thought he was a spy. Rosha casually slung the Azura over his shoulder and swaggered in front of everyone. Sengoku said irritably, "Hurry up and get the medicine. Look at the mess you've caused." Rosha shrugged and replied, all right. He casually pulled out a palm-sized green vial and tossed it to Sengoku. Sengoku immediately handed it to Fujitora. "Drink this." Although Fujitora was puzzled, he took it and gulped it down. While he could self-harm, he still couldn't bear the pain of a severed arm. The moment he drank it, his left arm regrew in an instant, still covered with some green liquid, feeling quite fresh. Fujitora let out a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. "Thank you, Lord Qinglong, for sparing my life." Fujitora felt that the slash could have taken his life, so he had to express his gratitude. Moreover, Fujitora clearly sensed that he and Rosha were not on the same level. It was like the distance between him and Shanks. He could talk tough with Shanks, but he couldn't do the same with Rosha, because Rosha was right in front of him, and he understood Rosha's temperament, not to mention the backing of the world government. Killing him would be easy. Rosha shrugged, "It's nothing." He ignored Fujitora and instead stepped toward Sengoku. "Hey, Admiral Sengoku, this blind Fujitora isn't that impressive. Why don't you take him on yourself?" Rosha's tone was very flippant, making Fujitora feel quite annoyed. This was Admiral Fujitora of the Navy, not some blind fool. "You better behave." Although it was an insult, Sengoku didn't dare to raise his voice too much, fearing Rosha would explode on the spot. At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, nearly everyone except Fujitora was sitting on the sofa. Their gaze was fixed on Rosha, who was sitting on the ground, continuously regurgitating devil fruits. The group went from astonishment to numbness, as Rosha had been pulling them out for nearly half an hour. Different colors and varieties of devil fruits continued to emerge from his palms. The most nervous one was definitely Sengoku, as he only had 300 billion, and he wasn't sure if he could buy all these devil fruits from his admiral. Seconds later, Rosha finally pulled out all the devil fruits cleanly. He glanced at the sweating Sengoku with a sly smile. Admiral, I wonder if you have enough money? I may not have 400 or 500, but I definitely have 200 or 300. Enough to arm a troop." Sengoku wiped the sweat from his forehead and nervously pulled out a card with a golden edge from his pocket. "Here, 300 billion. I want all of them." Sengoku's voice was noticeably lacking in confidence, almost a whisper. The expressions of everyone sitting on the sofa, whether it was Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, or others, looked somewhat strange. It seemed to say, "Are you seriously thinking of buying one for 1 billion? You must be dreaming." Meanwhile, Rosha's smile froze upon hearing Sengoku could come up with that amount. He then shrugged and said, "Damn, even freeloading isn't as bad as this, Admiral. I gave you all my best devil fruits." In the face of Rosha's incessant chatter, Sengoku tapped the table, signaling for him to quiet down. Rosha glanced at Sengoku, wanted to see what the old man wanted to say. "Take this card for now." Sengoku tossed it to Rosha, who had no reason to refuse, and directly stored it in his spatial dimension. Sengoku cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, although 300 billion isn't a lot, it's still quite a bit. As for the rest, consider it an IOU. After all, keeping these fruits is useless for you. You could decide how much. I'm going all in this time." Sengoku had a resolute look, and with his attitude, Rosha felt he couldn't refuse. Instead, he lowered his head and began to ponder. For a moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Rosha. After about 5 minutes, Rosha raised his head and said, "All right, but I'll decide how much." Good. That's great." Sengoku, overly excited, repeated "good" 3 times. Rosha thought through his words and approached Sengoku's desk. "Admiral, you're right." "Okay." Sengoku took out a piece of white paper from the drawer. Sengoku, Vice Admiral Rosha, 200 billion berries for purchasing devil fruits." As Rosha spoke, Sengoku quickly wrote the IOU. Looking at the IOU he had just written, Sengoku's mouth twitched. This 200 billion was a relatively fair price and was acceptable. He never expected that as an admiral, he would owe so much debt. It was truly unexpected. But since it was voluntary, Sengoku just made a little complaint. Even in his heart, he thought, what if he doesn't pay off the debt before retiring? Would the debt then fall to the next marshal? Thinking this way, Sengoku felt a bit pleased. "What are you thinking, old man?" Rosha suddenly leaned closer, staring at Sengoku with a puzzled look. Sengoku's head suddenly sprouted several question marks, his expression shifting from confusion to a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Perhaps noticing Sengoku's expression, Rosha grinned mischievously, shaking his note in his hand and said, "I hereby officially become your creditor. You can call me whatever you like." "Ah, fine. When can I get those fruits on the ground?" Sengoku pointed at the pile on the floor. "You mean this? That's fine, but let me give you a tool first." Rosha didn't explain further. He aimed his palm at the devil fruits, and in the next second, hundreds of devil fruits began to move at Rosha's command. The sight of hundreds of devil fruits intertwining was quite shocking. Rosha didn't just intend for them to rotate normally. Soon, a huge gray-white cubic space appeared in Rosha's palm, directly enclosing the hundreds of devil fruits. The cube then gradually shrank, shrinking down to the size of his palm. Seeing the finished product, Rosha nodded in satisfaction, and then threw the palm-sized cube directly at Sengoku. Sengoku, caught off guard, was hit by the cube. By the time he reacted, his right cheek was already slightly reddened. "You little brat. Marshal, do you want or not?" Before Sengoku could finish scolding, Rosha interrupted him, making Sengoku dare not continue to speak out, as he still hadn't figured out Rosha's temperament. Sengoku forced a smile and said, "Yes, of course." "That's good. Then, Marshal, remember to catch it." Immediately, Rosha rotated his arm a few times, and the space cube was hurled hard towards Sengoku's cheek. Seeing the speed, Sengoku couldn't afford to underestimate it. He instantly covered his arm with haki. When a space cube was caught by Sengoku, white smoke actually emanated from his palm, indicating just how much force Rosha had thrown. The four people sitting on the sofa, including Long E, all felt their hearts skip a beat. They thought to themselves that they needed to train hard when they got back, lest they accidentally get killed by their own boss. This was no joke. After catching the cube, Sengoku felt it was soft in his palm. It was like tree sap, but not sticky at all, and very soft. Sengoku was quite puzzled and asked, "What is this thing you gave me? Still so soft?" It looked somewhat like Trafalgar's Ope. noMi. Rosha secretly noted this name, almost forgetting that the Ope noMi existed, thanks to Sengoku's reminder. "Getting old and muddled, huh? What I gave you is naturally a devil fruit. What else do you think it is?" Before Sengoku could retort, Rosha began to explain. "This is my devil fruit ability, a spatial ability, which I stumbled upon." Upon hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes in unison. If anyone else said it, they would believe it, but coming from Rosha, it was hard to take seriously. Most people would be lucky to find a single devil fruit in their lifetime. But if you could find one devil fruit user, there would be countless fruits. "You tell us this is what you stumbled upon?" Rosha pointed to the space cube in Sengoku's hand and said, "The hundreds of devil fruits are inside. If you put your hand in, you can get one. This is one of the abilities I developed earlier." After hearing all this, Sengoku understood somewhat and immediately began to act. He placed the cube on the table and tentatively reached his palm towards it. To his surprise, Sengoku's hand passed directly through the cube, and when it reappeared, he had already obtained a devil fruit. This devil fruit was completely snow white and somewhat pear-shaped, quite small. As this fruit came into view, no one there knew exactly what kind of fruit it was. Sengoku, looking confused, asked, "What kind of fruit is this? You didn't just give me a regular fruit, did you? The patterns on it are drawn by you, right?" Having lived for more than half a lifetime, Sengoku had never seen such a devil fruit. He had also seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, which did not record this fruit's appearance. Rosha glanced at Sengoku's skeptical expression and then said, "Why not? Marshal, why don't you eat it and see? What if I really did draw it?" Meeting Rosha's half-smiling expression, Sengoku suddenly understood. This fruit was definitely not drawn. It was real, but he just didn't know what type it was. Coward. Rosha pouted and then summoned a brown notebook that quickly appeared in his hand. Bang! Rosha threw the notebook in front of Sengoku. "This is my Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. It contains devil fruits you have never seen before. Most of the unrecognized devil fruits are occupied by those scoundrels from the world government." Seeing this, everyone crowded around Sengoku to look at the encyclopedia. They initially thought the illustrations of the devil fruits inside would be poorly drawn, but to their surprise, all the fruit images were very standard. Moreover, there were names and functions next to them. Ji Yuan, Sengoku's admiration was unabashed. His eyes filled with appreciation for Rosha. Rosha felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze and hurriedly shifted his eyes away. However, no one noticed the oddness between the two. Finally, after flipping through a few pages, Sengoku found the name and function of this devil fruit. Zoan type, mythical beast, mouse fruit, treasure mouse form. Function, possesses super strong perception. Absolutely an expert in treasure hunting. Note, with this fruit, you can go steal the treasures of the four emperors. Everyone couldn't help but laugh and cry at the function of this fruit. Moreover, it seemed Rosha wanted to steal the four emperors' treasury. He had quite a big ambition. Sengoku couldn't help but smile broadly. This encyclopedia really was a great help. I will also need to form a treasure hunting team. We'll have to test talents and personalities. Rosha nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, as expected of the wise General Sengoku, even though this old guy is old, his mind is still sharp. If a hot-headed person ate this fruit, they would definitely die quickly, let alone treasure hunting. Looking at Sengoku, an idea suddenly arose in Rosha's mind, and he grinned mischievously. Marshal, what is it, Rosha? At this moment, Sengoku's face was beaming with joy, clearly in a great mood. Rosha pointed at the encyclopedia in Sengoku's hand and said with a smile, "That encyclopedia is 10 billion. You still need to give me an IOU for 10 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, Sengoku was taken aback. Not just him, but even the Shichibukai was somewhat surprised. Soon after, Sengoku angrily said, "You want 1 billion for just one book? Of course, after all, it has the abilities of those scoundrels' devil fruits marked on it. It's quite an eye-opener for you, Marshal. So what do you think? Is it worth it?" Luo Xia replied nonchalantly. As a wise strategist, Sengoku quickly understood the implication behind the words. Soon Sengoku said, "All right, I'll give you another 1 billion in IOUs. That is more like it. After all, you're just giving me an IOU. If I accidentally scam the world government for a few 100 billion later, I might just decide not to pay this debt if I'm in a good mood." Upon hearing this, Sengoku, who was previously struggling to write the IOU, suddenly brightened up. The next moment, his speed in writing the IOU skyrocketed, as if those words had turned into his motivation. Soon, Luo Xia received another IOU. Just as Luo Xia put away the IOU, his expression gradually became serious. "Marshal, remember not to let the world government people see this guidebook. I'm afraid they might come to the G5 branch to deal with me. I can handle 1, but 5 is too much. I would get defeated in an instant." Hearing this, Sengoku's expression immediately turned serious as well. "Don't worry, I'm still young enough to memorize it by then." Cough, cough, that's not necessary. Luo Xia quickly interrupted. "You know there are over 100 types of devil fruits that they haven't seen yet. If that old man Sengoku has to memorize them, he might turn gray overnight. Is there anything else, Marshal?" "No, what do you want to do?" Sengoku asked. Luo Xia waved his hand, and then a gray-white spatial door appeared before everyone. But the scene inside was unclear. Luo Xia looked at Garp and the others and asked, "Are you coming or not? If not, shall I come back to pick you up in a couple of days?" As he spoke, a smile crept up on Luo Xia's lips, clearly unable to hold back his laughter. Knowing him all too well, the Shichibukai's heart tightened, and he immediately said, "Sister Crane, I'll go back with Luo Xia first. Come visit the new world when you have time." Soon, the Shichibukai stood behind Luo Xia. Seeing that the Shichibukai was not staying, Luo Xia's expression flashed with disappointment. But the Shichibukai noticed it. "Bastard, this guy really thinks the same as I do." The Shichibukai bit her silver teeth, glaring fiercely at Luo Xia. Luo Xia then looked at Garp and his 4 subordinates and asked, "Are you coming or not?" The 4 subordinates trembled and immediately ran to stand behind Luo Xia. Ace quickly followed suit. Especially those 4, although they wanted to stay and enjoy this peaceful life, they still preferred the G5 branch. Although they got beaten by Luo Xia every day, there's no need to say more. It's all tears. "Ha ha ha, I'm leaving too." Compared to the G5 branch, Sengoku's place is like a doghouse. The G5 branch is way better than the Navy headquarters. At this, Sengoku, who was sitting, suddenly exploded, jumping up, "Garp!" With the disappearance of the spatial door, Luo Xia and the others vanished before Sengoku's eyes in the blink of an eye. Although he hadn't seen these people for a long time, Sengoku felt inexplicably excited. "Ha! I actually spent so little money to buy so many devil fruits. What a big profit. Just as Sengoku was immersed in his joy, Vice Admiral Crane quietly spoke up. Don't forget you owe an IOU. This has to be repaid. Sengoku's smile instantly froze on his face, and the excitement he just felt dissipated in an instant. Crane, why do you have to bring that up? Sengoku said with a mournful face. Vice Admiral Crane crossed her arms and had an expression as if watching a show. I'm just reminding you of the facts. That's not a small amount. Sengoku waved his hand and laughed. It's fine, Luo XiaFuses someone who cares about money. Then Sengoku tossed the spatial cube in his hand. Let us see what devil fruits Luo Xia left behind. It's time to categorize them. I can also set up a squad. All right. After all, it's hard to explain so many fruits now. I'll help you with that. The two didn't mind the mess on the ground, as Sengoku took out the devil fruits one by one, while Crane checked them against the devil fruit guide. Their roles were well defined. Meanwhile, Luo Xia and the others had returned to the G5 branch, but as soon as they arrived, they heard a series of explosions. There were also waves of air and even screams. Luo Xia and Garp exchanged glances. Then Luo Xia led everyone to the sea quickly. But as soon as they reached the shore, they were met with a shocking sight. At that moment, the sea surface in front of the G5 branch was completely frozen within a 5-kilometer radius. Various elemental clashes were occurring on top of the ice. In the center, a man covered in lightning was fiercely battling with a giant elephant. Luo Xia frowned slightly. The one fighting that elephant was his own deputy base chief Smoker. And the giant elephant was Jack, the owner of the ancient mammoth fruit, whom he had previously robbed. At that moment, Smoker was wrapped in lightning, wielding a massive lightning spear, and the two were evenly matched. Clearly, they had been fighting for a long time. How did this guy end up here? Garp mumbled. On the battlefield, Jack let out a hideous laugh, brazenly mocking Smoker. You dared to rob me when you passed by here before, making me too scared to tell Boss Gene. I even told my subordinates to keep a close watch on you Marines. Now that your boss is gone, let us see what you could do against me. Although I don't know how you have the ability of the thunder fruit, animal-type fruits are the strongest. Once I beat you to death, all the treasures on this island will belong to me. Then I'll take them all to offer to Kaido and kill all of you. Smoker snorted coldly. You ugly bastard only dares to attack when Luo Xia is not around. Besides, my ability is not any weaker than yours. As he spoke, the lightning surged through Smoker's body, and with that surge, his speed suddenly increased. He shot towards Jack like a bolt of lightning, the lightning spear in his hand shining with dazzling light. Seeing this, Jack's massive body, surprisingly agile, dodged to the side, using his long trunk to sweep at Smoker. Smoker sidestepped, thrusting the lightning spear, hitting Jack's trunk. A series of crackling electric sounds erupted, and Jack roared in pain. But he quickly retaliated, using his immense strength to charge forward. Smoker rooted his feet on the ice, gripping his lightning spear to defend. The intense impact caused the surrounding ice to crack. Just then, several clear footsteps reached Jack's ears. These sounds were different from those of his battling subordinates. Jack looked up, and his eyes met Luo Xia's in an instant. Suddenly, Jack's heart sank. It's over. How did this guy come back? Smoker sneered. Today is your day to die. However, Jack did not intend to sit and wait for death. He endured the pain, attaching his armament hockey to his large nose and fiercely charged at Smoker. But his sluggish body couldn't even touch Smoker. Smoker dodged Jack's attack with a few swift moves. Just as Jack was about to continue his assault, a voice like that of the Grim Reaper exploded in his ears. Damn it, dead Jack. Don't you want to live? How dare you cause trouble on my turf? You won't leave today. Roa's voice was filled with anger, clearly furious at Jack's sneak attack. Roa clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. It was evident that Roa was going to take action himself this time, and Woon T let him go. Roa glanced at Smoker and said seriously, Smoker, you take a break. I want to test this heavy elephant strength. Sure, it's best to hit him hard, otherwise he won't know the pain. Smoker had just retreated to Garp's side when a pink light quickly fell next to him. The newcomer was indeed Gun. It's done, Mr. Garp. Garp nodded good. Smoker looked behind Gun, and the giant bundle tied up was none other than Jack's partner. It turned out that Peach Rabbit had gone to deal with Jack's little brother. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Roa had already coated his arms with Conqueror's haki, exuding an overwhelming aura. Jack, who had transformed back into his human form, felt the pressure from Roa and was shocked. Gulp! Why does this kid's aura feel similar to Kaido's? Is it just my illusion? Jack muttered to himself. Just as he was pondering this, Roa had already activated his spatial ability and appeared right in front of him. Roa's fist was tightly clenched and smashed towards Jack's face. Before Jack could even see Roa's movement, he was sent flying like a cannonball upon contact with Roa's fist. The onlookers gasped at this scene, and some inexperienced Marines even cheered. Boss is mighty. Boss is powerful. The Marines naturally held great respect for their captain's strength. Jack, who had been sent flying, hadn't traveled far when Roa activated his spatial ability again and quickly teleported to where Jack was landing. However, this time Roa did not send Jack flying. Instead, Jack managed to block Roa's punch with both hands. At this moment, Jack's veins bulged as if all his strength was focused on resisting Roa's fist. In fact, it truly was. Damn Marines, Roa snorted coldly, exerting force in his arms again, sending Jack flying once more. Jack landed on the ice, creating a large pit, and the ground shook 3 times. Ice shards flew up as Jack slowly stood up from the pit, glaring at Roa with bloodshot eyes, panting heavily. Today, either you die or I die, Jack roared as he charged at Roa. Roa, however, remained calm, slightly spreading his legs and clenching his fists in preparation for the battle. Just as Jack was about to get close, Roa's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Jack was alarmed. Before he could turn around, he felt a heavy blow to his back, causing him to lurch forward. However, Jack rolled forward and kicked off the ice, using the rebound force to leap into the air, swinging his weapon at Roa. Roa calmly raised his arm to block, the clash of metal producing a piercing sound. After a brief stalemate in the air, Roa raised his leg and kicked Jack in the abdomen, sending him crashing down towards the ice, which shook violently, and cracks quickly spread out. Jack lay at the bottom of the pit, unable to fight anymore. Roa slowly descended to the edge of the pit, looking down at him with a faint smile on his lips. Before Jack fainted, he only saw Roa still smiling, despite the rage boiling inside him. He was knocked out by Roa. Soon, whether it was the Marines watching the battle from afar or Garp and others, they all came over. Roa flipped his palm, and C-Prism stone handcuffs quickly appeared in his hand. However, Roa seemed to find that unreliable and soon pulled out a C-Prism stone ankle bracelet. Roa scanned the area, intending to pick someone to pull Jack out of the pit, but after looking around, he found no suitable person. Everyone seemed like small fry. Roa shook his head and then pointed his palm at Jack. The next moment, Jack was enveloped by a dark gray spatial cover and instantly appeared at Roa's feet. Roa showed no mercy towards pirates, especially not against such a notorious pirate. Roa pointed at 2 Marines in the crowd and said, "You two come over and cuff him. Take him away. Since this guy dared to sneak attack, he shouldn't think of leaving." With the clinking sound of chains, it signified that Jack had been cuffed. Roa nodded. Activating his ability, Jack was soon lifted by Roa and floated in midair. As Roa was walking, a Marine approached him and asked, "Captain, what should we do with Jack's little brothers? Also, what about his pirate ship?" Roa casually glanced at the bundle of pirates tied up and then looked at the large ship frozen on the sea, formulating a plan in his mind. Kill his little brothers, and as for the ship, you all figure out a way to push it back to our port. Roa stroked his chin and smiled. This ship is so big, it should be worth a lot. We can remodel it into a warship. Understood. As the Marine returned to the group, he quickly faced a barrage of complaints from his comrades. Damn it, such a big ship, and it's frozen now, and we have to push it back? What do you suggest we do? We can't let the captain come, right? Shut up, or you'll get hit again. After a while, Roa dragged Jack back to the G5 base. As soon as they arrived on the island, Roa threw Jack into the open-air prison made of C-Prism stone. The prison was connected to Roa's G5 castle, but the prison was open-air while the castle was not. After roughly throwing Jack into the castle, Roa returned to the training ground. In a corner of the training ground, there was a pavilion where Garp and others were enjoying afternoon tea. Garp was already showing off with some senbei. When Garp saw Roa return, he finally stopped chewing. Garp patted Roa on the shoulder and said, "This time, you did well." At the same time, Garp's expression turned serious. Now that Jack is locked up, I believe the Beast Pirates will know soon. In about half a month, they should come looking for him. Who knows, that brat Kaido might come too, so we need to be on guard. Garp said seriously. Jiyuan and Smoker nodded in agreement. On the contrary, Roa, sitting in the chair, appeared lazy, as if the chair were his bed. Seeing that Roa had not responded, Garp's short temper flared up. Kapu shouted, "Hey, you little brat, say something." This startled him, and saliva sprayed from Kapu's mouth. "Hey, old man, you just spat on my face." Rosha wiped his face and said, "What is there to guard against that dragon? When the time comes, we can't just hide in the castle, right? They can't withstand one hit from Kaido." Rosha leaned closer to Kapu, patted his shoulder with a grin. "When the time comes, old man, remember to face Kaido head on. I'll go fight the others with Smoker and Jiyuan." Kapu glared at Rosha. "Why do I have to do it?" "Because you're the strongest. Because you eat the most senbei, and because you can show off among these Marines," Rosha replied. The more Rosha said, the better Kapu's expression became. "Ahem, well, I'll give it a try when the time comes. After all, I'm the strongest on this island, and it's my responsibility to protect it. I'll tie up Kaido and hand him over to Sengoku." Just thinking about Sengoku's expression made Kapu unable to help but laugh with anticipation. Smoker and Jiyuan exchanged glances, their expressions almost saying, Rosha is really convincing Kapu to the point of crippling him. After discussing potential future events, Rosha turned to Smoker, who was sitting nearby. "So, what happened after we left?" Smoker lit a cigar and replied, "After you guys left, that bastard showed up. First, he shouted on the sea. Then he began attacking and bombarding us. Of course, I stopped all that. Then you saw the scene you came back to. Although we were at a stalemate, that guy couldn't defeat me." After hearing the story, Rosha rolled his eyes. "You still have the face to say that. What are you talking about, Rosha? I think you should practice with me afterward. Although it's tiring, your strength can improve rapidly. Of course, I could also give you a few." His voice suddenly trailed off as he remembered that the fruits he had recently saved up were taken by Admiral Sengoku. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, on Onigashima, a tall and burly figure with long black hair, a pair of horns, and a long beard that resembled dragon whiskers, with a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, was holding a gourd of liquor marked with the character heaven. His face, which was already dark, became even darker as he continuously poured liquor into his mouth, turning his face a deep red, with veins bulging on his forehead, clearly indicating his anger. With a heavy thud, the gourd slammed onto the ground. "Damn it, has that idiot Jack been found after more than half a month?" At this moment, a trembling subordinate ran over. "Boss Kaido, we're still searching, but it seems like Captain Jack has vanished without a trace." Kaido suddenly stood up, causing the ground to tremble. "You bunch of useless fools, if you can't find Jack, don't bother coming back." The subordinate fell to the ground in fear. "Kaido-sama, we suspect that Captain Jack might have encountered an ambush from the Navy or other pirate crews. After all, he said he was going to attack the Mink tribe's territory. Maybe there were already traps waiting for him there." Kaido snorted. "Jack may be reckless, but he shouldn't be taken down so easily. However, if someone dares to touch my men, no matter who it is, I will tear them to shreds. Spread the word, expand the search area, and, if necessary, provoke some wars to draw out the forces behind this." "Yes, Boss Kaido." The subordinate crawled away to relay the orders. Kaido gazed into the distance, clenching his fists, secretly thinking, "Jack, I hope you're not really dead, or I want to let you off for being the one who embarrassed me." While Kaido was deep in thought, Inti and Plague Queen walked in, their expressions heavy as if they had encountered some trouble. They knelt before Kaido. "Boss Kaido, after extensive investigation, we found that Jack and his crew attempted to take down the G5 branch while the highest commander was away half a month ago. But the highest commander returned early. And in the end, what happened in the end? Speak." Kaido shouted, his eyes wide with anger. "In the end, Jack and the others were defeated, and Jack was imprisoned in the G5 base. Moreover, we can hear Jack's screams every day," Inti said through gritted teeth, delivering the humiliating news. "What? Captured?" Kaido's face darkened even more. Plague Queen added, "That's right, at the G5 base, not only is there the highest commander, Admiral Green Dragon, but also Kapu's stationed there. A year ago, when Jack passed by, everything except the ship was taken away. That naval base is also known as Bandit Island. Kaido unleashed a powerful aura. Am I, one of the 4 emperors, supposed to be afraid of the Navy? NTI quickly advised, "Boss, don't act impulsively. The Navy must have set up heavy traps. Besides, the Navy hero Kapu is stationed there." Kaido calmed down a bit, a fierce glint in his eyes. That old fossil Kapu should have died long ago. Now he even captured my crew. Bastard. I don't believe I can't rescue this brat Jack. If he dies on some small island, then my reputation as Kaido will be completely ruined. NTI and Plague Queen exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Yes, boss." Kaido paced back and forth in the hall, contemplating a rescue plan. After a moment, he stopped, determination in his eyes. "NTI, Plague Queen, you two take half the troops to feign an attack on the G5 base to draw their attention." NTI worriedly asked, "Boss, what about you?" Kaido sneered, "Of course, I'm going to deal with that Kapu. Although Kapu is old, his strength hasn't diminished much, but I, Kaido, am not to be underestimated." NTI and Plague Queen nodded and led half the troops toward the Navy's G5 base. Kaido pondered for a long time on Onigashima, then transformed into a giant dragon and flew toward NTI's ship. He had stood still for a long time, thinking this through. If he went early, with Kapu's temperament, he would definitely come to fight him directly. Since they were going to fight anyway, it was better to join NEI and the others. Meanwhile, on G5 Branch Island, Rosha was sitting on a deck chair with Kapu beside him. Each held a whip while a Marine was tied up. "Is it really okay for us to torture the beast pirates like this, Captain Kapu?" Rosha joked with a smile. Kapu took a bite of senbei and said nonchalantly, "What's wrong with it? These pirates are wicked. But Kaido definitely let it go. He'll probably come to kill us soon. And it's been half a month. Even a fool should have noticed something by now." After an unknown amount of time, a lookout shouted, "Report. Enemy ships spotted ahead. And the flag on the bow is from the beast pirates." Kapu slowly stood up, stretched his muscles, and thought it was just right. He hadn't properly moved for a long time. Rosha tightened his grip on the whip, saying, "Let them taste our power." Yenzai Jin and Izai Quinn commanded their ships to approach the shore while ordering their subordinates to start the attack. In an instant, cannonballs flew everywhere, and smoke filled the air. Kaido hid among the clouds, waiting for the right moment to rush at Kapu. Just as both sides were fiercely engaged in battle, Kaido seized the opportunity and lunged at Kapu like a shadow. Kapu had sensed it early on, sidestepped, and threw a punch. But when Kapu faced Kaido's punch head-on, Kaido's expression turned to one of astonishment. During the exchange of punches, Kapu unconsciously used the power of the Tremor fruit. It was clear that Kapu had completely overpowered this punch. What shocked Kaido even more was that Kapu looked exactly the same as he did when he was young. What is this? You bastard Kapu. How did you end up looking like this? And you actually have Whitebeard's Tremor fruit? Gulping, Kaido felt dazed, cursing the intelligence department and Jack in his heart. Bastards, how could such important information not be reported immediately? Do these idiots want to die? Kaido thought. At the same time, Kaido's gaze began to waver. When he saw Jack tied up, he shouted angrily, "Damn it, Jack, how did you get caught by the Navy? If I can't defeat this bastard Kapu today, you can fend for yourself." Originally, Jack felt grateful that Kaido personally came to save him. But what did his boss mean by "can't defeat Kapu"? Rosha stood with his arms crossed behind Jack. His figure was already frozen by Rosha's powers, unable to move. Rosha looked at Jack, then slapped Jack's forehead, warning, "Don't think about running. I'll bring your 2 brothers here for a reunion." The hit made Jack see stars, his head buzzing. He secretly cursed, but had no way to fight back. Rosha surveyed the area, and when he saw Peach Rabbit and Smoker struggling against the enemy, he slightly bent his knees, and in the next moment, his body shot towards Jean like a spring, moving at incredible speed. As Rosha got closer, Jean and the others noticed him. Jin's eyes narrowed, and he flapped his massive fiery wings, unleashing a wave of heat towards Rosha. However, Rosha didn't dodge. He unleashed his freezing power, and an ice shield appeared in front of him. The heat wave collided with the ice shield, making a sizzling sound as ice mist spread out. At that moment, Rosha vanished in the cover of the ice mist. Jean was startled and warily scanned his surroundings. The next second, Rosha appeared at Jin's side, kicking him away before he could react. Jack shouted, "Brother Jean." Rosha turned back with a cold smile, saying, "Worrying about others while you can't even protect yourself." He then conjured ice spikes and shot them toward Jack. Peach Rabbit and Smoker seized the opportunity to catch their breath, exchanging glances before attacking Quinn together. Until now, Peach Rabbit had been fighting Jean, but with Jean here, it meant they could now double team. As for the Beast Pirates, Flying Six hadn't come this time, so Rosha's Marines were sufficient to handle them. Rosha's subordinates faced off against the Beast Pirates' lackeys, which was simply a one-sided massacre. On the battlefield, various techniques were unleashed by the Marines, leaving many members of the Beast Pirates shocked. "Is this for real?" Rosha smirked. He didn't have time to pay attention to them. He then walked slowly toward Jean, who had just been kicked away. By now, Jean had stood back up, but when he met Rosha's gaze, he instinctively looked down. After all, Rosha's aura was too strong. Rosha didn't waste time. During his walk, he had already coated his arms with hockey. In the distance, Jin's eyes narrowed in realization. Oh, is that Conqueror's hockey? He had known that the Navy had someone who could use Conqueror's hockey, but he didn't expect it to be this guy. Rosha disdainfully glanced at Jean, saying, "You just realized? I revealed my strength during the Marine-Ford War. How could you take so long to notice? Are you blind? Just because you wear an eye patch. You think you're strong?" Rosha kept talking without pause, leaving Smoker and Peach Rabbit nearby astonished. The flames behind Jean blazed like erupting fire. Jean roared, charging at Rosha like an angry firebird. Rosha smirked slightly, advancing instead of retreating, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. The next second, Rosha appeared behind Jean, delivering a powerful punch infused with hockey to Jin's back. Jean had anticipated this, flapping his wings and sending a gust of scorching air towards Rosha. Rosha crossed his arms to defend, but the ground beneath him cracked from the impact. Just then, a sudden exclamation rang out on the battlefield. A ship from the Beast Pirates had exploded for some unknown reason, flames shooting into the sky. This unexpected turn of events distracted both sides momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Rosha charged forward again, grabbing Jean by the neck and coldly stating, "You are destined to fail today." Jean struggled to breathe, but stubbornly retorted, "It's not over yet." However, he understood in his heart that facing such a powerful Rosha, their chances of winning were dwindling. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit and Smoker were gradually gaining the upper hand, with the Beast Pirates' lackeys being pushed back by Rosha's Marines. The situation on the battlefield increasingly tilted in favor of the Navy. Whether it was Rosha, Smoker, Peach Rabbit, or the Marines, they were all overpowering the pirates. Even Kaido in the distance was being beaten by Kapu, having sobered up considerably. Every punch from Kapu carried the force of a tremor, leaving Kaido astonished. Although he had received intelligence that the Navy could create devil fruits, he had previously dismissed it. Apart from that genius scientist Vegapunk, the only one who could create devil fruits is Caesar. As for the Navy's claims, it was simply impossible. But now, looking at Kapu, he seriously suspected that it was the Navy's person who could produce devil fruits that had made it for Kapu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this coincidental. Moreover, there were so many mythical Zoan users on the battlefield. This was no joke. Kaido glanced at Kapu, and the next moment, sensing the unfavorable situation, he roared to the sky. His roar rolled across the battlefield like thunder, stunning many into momentary stillness. "Stop fighting. We retreat," Kaido called out loudly to his crew. Upon hearing the command, the members of the Beast Pirates began to retreat towards the sea. However, the Navy would not let this great opportunity slip away easily. Rosha waved his hand, shouting, "Chase them down. Don't let them escape. I still want Jack and his two brothers to reunite." The Marines responded in unison, quickening their pace to pursue. Seeing this, Kaido angrily turned around and unleashed a powerful blast of heat from his mouth, scorching the pursuing Navy to buy time for his crew to board the ship. At this moment, Garp quickly approached Rosha and said, "Kid, don't rush to chase them. Be careful of traps." After hearing Garp's words, Rosha paused slightly, watching the pirates clumsily board the ship and flee. On the ship, Kaido glared at the retreating Navy and viciously said, "I'll settle this score sooner or later. The Navy actually hides such power. I must find the person who can create devil fruit abilities and capture them." Quinn looked toward Jack and said, "Jack, you can't be saved this time. We'll come back to rescue you after we capture that person who can create devil fruit abilities. After saying that, he ordered the ship to leave the area quickly, and the beast pirate's flag fluttered in the wind, gradually disappearing beyond the horizon. With the beast pirate's defeat and escape, everyone in the G5 branch erupted in cheers of victory. Whether it was the sailors or Rosha and others, they all wore smiles. After a while, Rosha looked at Garp and said, "Old man, is the beast pirates really that weak? This is too easy, right?" Garp scratched his head and grinned. "Kid, don't underestimate the beast pirates. The forces they sent today are probably only half, or even less than half, of their total strength. But I have to say, it was really enjoyable to fight just now. I feel decades younger when I get into a fight. I was just pounding Kaido. Ha ha ha." Hearing Garp's hearty laughter, everyone also smiled. Even some injured sailors from the battle felt a sense of pride. This is the beast pirates, a major force in the New World. Now, they have actually driven Kaido away, which made them even more determined to follow Rosha. Rosha looked around and then clapped his hands, and the scene immediately quieted down. "We drove Kaido away today, and everyone performed very well. However, we also have many brothers who are injured, so it's urgent to treat the wounded first," Rosha said seriously, and everyone nodded in agreement. Rosha then pointed to those who could still move freely. "You guys are responsible for carefully carrying the injured to the medical room. Be gentle, don't aggravate their injuries." The sailors responded in unison, "Yes, Captain," and quickly began to act in an orderly manner. Compared to the busy sailors, Rosha, Garp, and others approached Jack. At this time, Jack's lower body was frozen solid by Rosha, and he was practically kneeling on the ground, looking quite pitiful. Who would have thought that even the 4 Emperor Kaido couldn't save you? Smoker shook his head, seemingly regretful. Rosha squatted down and looked Jack in the eyes. "What else do you have to say now? The beast pirates are just like this." Jack gritted his teeth and glared at Rosha fiercely. "This is just temporary. Our captain won't let you go." Garp laughed loudly. "Let him come then. I haven't had enough fun fighting today." At this moment, Jiun looked at Rosha and asked, "Rosha, what should we do with this guy next? Kill him or lock him up?" In response to Jiun's question, Rosha didn't say anything but stared intently at Jack's tusks. Jiun noticed that Rosha was silent and curiously looked at him. But the next second, Jiun showed an expression of "I knew it," and muttered, "Sure enough, the old habit has come back." Jack, who was frozen to the ground, suddenly sensed a gaze, turned his head, and the two locked eyes for a moment. Jack felt a surge of anger. "Damn it, damn Navy, if you want to kill me, do it quickly. Otherwise, once I get free, I will slaughter all of you." Although Jack had watched the entire battle with the beast pirates and felt he couldn't win, who made his captain Kaido? The crew of the 4 emperors should be arrogant. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of their status. His mind also recalled previous scenes of bullying. Rosha saw that Jack was still so arrogant, even when facing death. This made him less anxious, so he sat down in front of Jack, smiling cheerfully, completely devoid of the seriousness he had before. The next moment, Rosha's expression turned cold. "Kill you? Lock you up? That's too easy for you." Sitting on the ground, Rosha's gaze gradually moved up, locking onto Jack's tusks. Rosha clapped his hands, and soon, 2 burly sailors came to Rosha's side and asked, "Captain, what are your orders?" Rosha pointed to the tusks on Jack's temples and said seriously, "Saw off this guy's tusks for me. I think they should be worth a lot." Jack was shocked in his heart. "What do you want to do?" "These are my symbols. If you dare touch them, the captain will definitely tear you to pieces." His fierce reaction startled the 2 sailors who were holding the machete. The 2 sailors turned to look at Rosha, as if to say, "Captain, should we continue?" Rosha nodded seriously. "Of course, I'm gonna saw off these 2 tusks today." But after Rosha finished speaking, they still stood still without moving. Rosha smiled helplessly, then looked at Jiun and Smoker. "Smoker, Jiun, you 2 come. After all, this guy is from the Kaido pirates, so it's normal to be afraid." Rosha smiled and patted the shoulders of the 2, saying, "You go first." The 2 sailors scratched their heads, and their faces turned visibly red, likely because they felt they weren't helping Rosha. "Thank you, Captain." As soon as the 2 left, Rosha turned his gaze back to Jack. The meaning was self-evident. Jiun looked at the kneeling Jack, whose eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he glared at Smoker and Jiun. As mid-ranking officers, they were not intimidated by such gazes. Jiun glanced at Jack and then said slowly, Rosha, I don't want to saw tusk for such an ugly guy. You should find someone else. If you can't find anyone, then do it yourself. By the way, Jinshin is hiding behind me. You can let him go with Smoker. Jiyuan stepped to the left, and Jinshin's face instantly came into Rosha's view. All right, whatever. I just want his tusks. Upon hearing Jiyuan's words, Jinshin walked out with a bitter face. Sister Jiyuan, how can you do this? Smoker remained calm and silently approached Jack. Seeing this, Jinshin could only follow. Jack looked at the two approaching figures and struggled madly. You Navy bastards, I am the Disaster Jack of the Beast Pirates. If you dare touch me, Kaido will not let you go. But no matter how he struggled, his body could only sway slightly, posing no threat to the two. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion and a subordinate of Kaido. Rosha naturally had to be more considerate. Rosha looked at the constantly struggling Jack and suddenly had an idea. The power of ice in Rosha's hand instantly activated, and layers of ice covered Jack's entire upper body, leaving only his head exposed. Now, it seems that even struggling is no longer an option. Kenshin and Smoker walked up to Jack, and Kenshin drew the long sword from his waist, gesturing towards Jack's ivory. Jack widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "If you chop off my ivory, I'll make sure to tear you apart." Smoker snorted coldly, poking Jack with the tiger hunt he had just received from Rosha, saying, "Still talking tough, huh? If you have the ability, try to break free." In the New World G5 branch, at this moment, Rosha, Garp, and Gion, 3 high-ranking military officers, stood in front with hundreds of seated Marines behind them. Everyone was watching Smoker and Ace chop at Jack's ivory, their eyes fixed on Jack. After all, he was a cadre of one of the 4 emperors, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. The considerate Rosha even specially divided some rice crackers for Garp and Gion. However, with the clang-clang sound of swords colliding with ivory, the sound seemed to be hitting equally hard iron. The ivory only had some scratches and was completely unscathed, still looking as good as new. Jack, frozen to the ground, thought he would lose his ivory today, but unexpectedly, these two couldn't chop it off, so he laughed. "Ha, I didn't expect to send 2 useless ones. I'm the Drought Lord Jack, not an ordinary pirate. You can forget about my ivory. Little Navy, I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Smoker stuck the tiger hunt into the ground, and the next second, a thunderous hand suddenly slapped Jack's ugly face. Smack! "Shut your mouth, bastard Jack. You look so disgusting and you talk so much. If you want to die, just say it sooner." This hit directly left Jack dazed, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Smoker looked at Jack's scratched ivory and said, "Maybe we shouldn't be chopping it at all? Shouldn't we chop off his head to get the ivory?" Smoker's words were shocking. Saying this, Smoker actually pulled out the tiger hunt that had been stuck in the ground, looking eager to try. This action silenced everyone present, with countless eyes fixated on Smoker. But Rosha disagreed, instantly appearing in front of Smoker and snatching the tiger hunt back. Rosha waved his hand at Smoker and Ace, signaling them to go back. Although Smoker was unwilling, he nodded and walked towards Gion. Only then did Jack, who had been silent, react. "Bastard Navy, dare to move me and try." Jack roared. Rosha rolled his eyes, ignoring Jack's impotent rage, and instead drew the Azura hanging at his waist. As soon as he drew it, the entire space felt the terror of that sword, the air filled with a bloody aura. Rosha glanced at Jack and said nonchalantly, "The only reason we can't chop off your ivory is that we lack the strength or ability. If your ivory were so easy to chop off, you wouldn't be called a 900 million ivory." Rosha moved in closer, his arm muscles bulging as he continuously poured haki into Azura. With each infusion, the bloody smell in the air intensified, and the momentum of the Azura sword grew stronger. Feeling it was about time, Rosha swiftly swung the knife towards Jack. The next second, with 2 swishes, the ivory that was firmly atop Jack's head was instantly chopped off by Rosha. Of course, Rosha was not a cruel person. He even left the root for Jack, allowing it to regrow in the future. Due to Rosha's superb swordsmanship, he did not injure any other part of Jack. Aside from the missing ivory, everything else was intact. Rosha grinned and pocketed the ivory he had longed for without hesitation. Upon closer inspection of the 2 pieces of ivory, Rosha discovered they were solid and as white as jade, reflecting light. Meanwhile, Jack, frozen in ice, exerted all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, and bloodshot eyes as if he wanted to eat someone. Bastard, bastard, damn Navy, you all will die. Jack's voice was filled with suppressed rage, and he must have imagined killing Rosha 1,000 times in his mind. As Jack struggled with all his might, the ice block that had him frozen made a creaking sound. Rosha, who was initially enjoying the view of the ivory, slowly raised his head. Under Jack's extreme anger, he added another layer of ice. Rosha dug in his ear and cursed, "Bastard, behave yourself. You're so noisy." But the more Rosha spoke, the more Jack became agitated, his shouts causing complaint from the crowd. Some brave Marines even dared to slap Jack several times. About 10 minutes later, Rosha finally finished admiring the 2 pieces of ivory and directly tossed them into space. The ivory was beautiful, but first, he had to deal with this trouble. Rosha approached Garp and patted his shoulder, asking, "Old man, what should we do about this noisy bastard? First, we can't kill him. The rest is up to you. Old man, you're young now, and your brain works well." Garp shot Rosha a glare, speechless. "As a pirate, you can't kill him? Then you might as well throw him into Sengoku's office." Garp said this casually, but it sparked an idea in Rosha's mind. "Hey, good idea." Rosha gave Garp a thumbs up. The next second, a familiar gray mist illuminated in Rosha's hand, and a portal about 8 meters high and 5 meters wide appeared on a patch of open ground a few meters away. This was, of course, intentional on Rosha's part, as Jack, though ugly, had a massive body. As the portal opened, the other side of the door came into view. At this moment, in the Navy headquarters, in Admiral Sengoku's office, Marines and officers were lined up, each with a distinct smile on their faces. Surrounding the line were Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizuru, seemingly maintaining discipline. Sengoku was currently distributing something with a serious expression, nearly every item packed in boxes of different colors. When the portal opened, those on the other side noticed Rosha and the others. Whether it was Akainu, Kizuru, or Sengoku, they all paused their work to look at Rosha. Rosha smiled and waved at Garp and the others. Garp laughed heartily and followed Rosha into the portal, with Gion and Smoker following behind. As soon as the 4 entered Sengoku's office, they felt the crowding of the space, with some Marines curiously looking at them. Rosha frowned, and the next second, a gray-white small square appeared in his hand. The square gradually enlarged in Rosha's hand, eventually doubling the size of the room. After doing all this, Rosha nodded in satisfaction. This was what he originally intended to do. It should be noted that Jack, whose ivory was knocked off by Rosha, stood a full 8 meters tall, a proper small giant. Sengoku's previous office simply couldn't accommodate him, but now it was much better. After a few seconds of silence, a rough voice broke the stillness. "Rosha, what is this operation? The Admiral is asking about this? It's a type of fruit ability. After all, your space was too narrow." Rosha shrugged, feeling quite speechless. Sengoku looked around before nodding. "Well, it's indeed much bigger than before. You all came here for something, right?" Kapu scratched his head and chuckled. "Huh? I didn't expect your brain to work pretty well, Sengoku." Sengoku rolled his eyes at Kapu and replied, "When have you ever come here without anything going on? Since you have something to find me for, then let us postpone these things to next time." Sengoku stood at his desk and pulled back the items he had extended out. The Navy officer who was just about to take something felt a sense of loss when Sengoku retracted his hand. Rosha glanced at the square boxes on Sengoku's desk and curiously asked, "Marshal, what are you distributing? Money or food?" Sengoku rolled his eyes at Rosha and said, "Those hundreds of devil fruits you gave before. As for the colors on the front, we have categorized them too. We know which fruit each sailor should eat." After Sengoku finished speaking, Rosha suddenly realized that he thought it was just for aesthetics, but it could be organized this way. A wise general truly deserves the title. Sengoku glanced at the sailors still standing there and waved his hand. "You can disperse now, and we'll talk about it in a couple of days." "Yes." With Sengoku's command to disperse, the group of sailors finally left, most of their faces filled with disappointment. However, there was nothing they could do. They had to obey the marshal's orders. After a while, the last sailor left the office and closed the door behind him. Sengoku, Akainu, and Kizuru then turned their attention to Rosha. Rosha scratched his head, and the spatial power transformed into a door appeared in the room. Rosha entered the door, and after a while, he shouted from inside, "Marshal Sengoku, I have a gift for you." After saying that, he controlled the ice-encased Jack and slid towards the door. Sengoku looked puzzled, and when he saw it was Jack, his expression changed dramatically. Akainu couldn't help but ask, "Rosha, what the hell are you doing?" Rosha replied with a grin, "Admiral Akainu, this guy is too noisy. It's best to leave him in Marshal Sengoku's custody." Sengoku sighed helplessly and had to instruct Akainu to help receive this special gift. Just as Jack was about to completely enter Sengoku's office, he suddenly broke free from part of the ice and lunged at Kizaru, who was closest to him. Kizaru easily sidestepped and kicked Jack. Roshia's mouth twitched, and he quickly stepped forward to freeze him again. "What a restless guy," Kizaru muttered. About a few minutes later, the frozen Jack was placed in the center of the room by Rosha. Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, and the recently returned Rosha all sat next to Jack, surrounding him. Sengoku pointed at Jack, who was frozen in the center, and asked, "Rosha, where did you catch him? You didn't go catch him yourself, did you?" Rosha shook his head and didn't speak, even lying down on the ground. He really didn't want to explain so much. Sengoku and the others exchanged glances, and with no other choice, they had to turn their attention to Kapu. "Tama, why don't you explain to Sengoku and the others about this bastard's actions?" "Okay, Mr. Kapu." As Tama began to speak, everyone understood the cause of the situation. They didn't expect that after capturing Jack, Kaido would actually come. However, this time, Kapu did well and managed to scare Kaido away. Sengoku smiled broadly. Kapu waved his hand with a proud smile. "That guy is not even my match. If he dares to come again, I will definitely catch him." Akainu and Kizaru, who were sitting next to Sengoku and quietly listening, were shocked. "How terrifying, Mr. Kapu." Just as everyone was immersed in the shock of Kapu's strength, Rosha suddenly sat up. "Everyone, although we drove Kaido away this time, he definitely won't give up easily." Roshia's words made everyone's expressions turn serious again. "So what do you propose we do?" Sengoku asked, his expression becoming serious. Rosha shrugged. "Actually, we came here for this matter. Last time Kaido attacked my G5 branch, even though we drove him away, my subordinates got hurt as well." Rosha pointed at the imprisoned Jack and said, "This time we are here to hand over this troublesome guy to the Navy headquarters. After all, my G5 branch has a prison, but it's limited." Rosha looked at Sengoku seriously and said, "So, please take care of Jack by locking him in the underwater prison." Sengoku stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Locking him and impelled down is fine, but Kaido probably won't give up easily." Roshia's eyes were firm. "Let him come. After all, Marshal Sengoku is not unprepared." Akainu snorted coldly. "It's best if that guy doesn't break into the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, he will definitely have no way back." At this moment, the frozen Jack seemed to have heard their conversation, with anger in his eyes, but unable to move. Kapu suddenly burst into laughter. "What is there to be afraid of? With me here, if that Kaido dares to come, I will give him another beating." Everyone was infected by Kapu's boldness, and the atmosphere relaxed a bit. "All right, if Kaido dares to go to the G5 branch again, remember to inform us. At that time, we will directly catch that bastard and send him to impel down." "Haha, don't worry, Sengoku. Next time, we will definitely catch that guy." Rosha saw that everything was settled, stood up, and said, "Then I will head back to the G5 branch first. I will come back if there is anything." Sengoku pursed his lips and waved his hand. "I hope the next time you come, it's with good news." Rosha opened the door and walked in. As the door slowly closed, the Navy headquarters personnel once again focused on the frozen Jack, starting to discuss the specific arrangements for transporting him to impel down. Time passed quickly, and half a month later, at the G5 branch, under a sunshade umbrella, Rosha lay back in a chair. Sitting next to him, Kapu held a newspaper, his face flushed and his expression fluctuating. In this state, even Ace didn't dare to approach, fearing he would get beaten up. Smoker and Tama exchanged glances and tacitly took a step back. After an unknown amount of time, Kapu slammed his palm on the table, even using his tremor powers, causing the table to gradually crack from the center. Rosha, who had been sleeping well, was awakened by Kapu's action. As Rosha lifted his head, his gaze met Kapu's fierce glare. However, Roshia's current strength was not something Kapu could easily intimidate. Rosha raised an eyebrow and lazily asked, "Old man, what's wrong? Who made you so angry?" Kapu pointed at the newspaper and gritted his teeth. "My grandson, that bastard Luffy, actually made it to the newspaper again. That little brat. It seems I have to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, everyone became curious about what had happened, especially Ace, who was eager to know what his brother had done this time to cause such a stir. However, Ace glanced at the newspaper tightly clutched by Kapu, thought about it, and gave up the idea of approaching. After all, he might get punched away. Roxas stretched lazily, yawned, and asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that you want to go to Fishman Island, old man?" However, the anywhere door could indeed be used, but I have never been to Fishman Island. As he spoke, Roxas waved his hand, and a gray-white door appeared in front of Garp. This door, however, was different from the previous ones. This time it was closed. With the appearance of the door, all the members of the G5 branch turned their attention to Garp. Seeing the anywhere door, Garp, who was already in a bad mood, took 2 steps forward without hesitation and twisted the knob to open the door. Roxas's expression changed. The lazy demeanor vanished instantly, and he immediately appeared inside the anywhere door. Ace, upon witnessing this scene, almost lunged towards the door. Everyone was momentarily in disbelief when the anywhere door disappeared. Ji Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth and sighed. Mr. Garp is really an action-oriented person. Smoker curled his lip and, enveloped in lightning, punched the nearest soldier. Since it was a small amount of electricity, the soldier wasn't fried, but he looked miserable and asked, "Boss, why did you shock me?" Smoker crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. Whoever dares to watch the fun next will be the next to get shocked." The soldiers all pulled at their mouths, choosing to train instead, as they didn't want to be shocked by Smoker. Moreover, previously, under Roxas's suggestion, they had all been shocked a bit, and that feeling was really unpleasant. Meanwhile, Garp and the others walked out of the anywhere door. But as soon as they stepped out, Roxas felt countless gazes directed at him and the others. Looking around, Roxas found that they were in the center of a square, surrounded by a group of fishmen, including several gigantic ones. In particular, he immediately recognized the old fishman as King Neptune of Fishman Island. The sudden appearance of the 3 made everyone visibly stunned. The first to react, Neptune slowly flew towards Garp and asked, "Are you Garp?" "That's right, Neptune. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I didn't expect our meeting this time to be because of my grandson," Garp grunted. Neptune smiled, saying that Luffy was indeed impressive and brought a lot of vitality to Fishman Island. At this moment, Ace couldn't help but ask, what exactly did Luffy do? Neptune recounted Luffy's challenge to Hody Jones and how he saved Fishman Island. Roxas sat lazily on the ground, letting Neptune's words go in one ear and out the other, as he might just capture them all the next time they met. Just then, a commotion could be heard from a distance, and Luffy came running with his companions. Upon seeing Garp, Luffy froze, his body seemingly unable to move, and then forced a smile. "Grandpa, you're here." Garp glared at Luffy and then raised his fist. "You little brat, watch how I teach you a lesson today." In the blink of an eye, Garp appeared in front of Luffy, grabbed his collar, and swung his fist at Luffy's head. In just a few moments, bumps started to form on Luffy's head. Luffy's companions didn't dare to intervene, as this was a family matter for the Monkey D family. Besides, Roxas had been keeping a close watch on them. Roxas yawned, slowly got up, and walked towards the Straw Hat crew. He approached noMi and asked, "Did you just finish dealing with Hody Jones?" noMi shook her head, saying they had resolved the troubles here days ago, and she didn't expect Luffy's grandpa to come. At this time, Zoro, standing behind noMi, grinned and slowly drew his sword. "Roxas, since you're here, it's time for us to have a fight." Roxas raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What? Do you want to die now?" Before Zoro could respond, noMi's fist came flying in. With 3 loud bangs, Zoro found himself in a similar predicament as Luffy. noMi chuckled awkwardly. "Vice Admiral Qinglong, I'm really sorry. Our swordsman ISNT very smart. Please don't mind him." Before Roxas could say anything, Garp stopped hitting Luffy and tossed him aside. Luffy clutched his head, looking aggrieved. Roxas glanced at Luffy, seeing his entire face swollen and lacking the domineering aura of his gear forth. Roxas walked up to Garp and patted him on the shoulder. "Old man, There's no need to be angry. Which family doesn't have a few troublemakers? After Roxas's comforting words, Garp, who in tea calmed down, finally did. Plus, having just beaten Luffy, it could be considered a closure to the matter. Time passed, and unexpectedly, Roxas led Garp and Ace to the dessert factory of Fishman Island. The Straw Hat crew followed closely, especially noMi, who seemed almost glued to Roxas. Roxas had previously stated that if anyone's ship passed by his island, no matter whose it was, the money on board would definitely be taken, not even sparing the Yonkos. Seeing noMi's demeanor, Sanji was fuming beside them, his eyes turning into heart shapes as he shouted, "Mr. Roxas, how can you attract Miss noMi like this?" Roxas merely shrugged. At this point, they had reached the entrance of the dessert factory. A crowd had gathered at the factory entrance, unsure of what was happening. From Roxas's perspective, it seemed like two lions were at the forefront. The arguing quickly caught the attention of the Straw Hat crew. If we come to collect the desserts, and there aren't a full 10 tons, then our big MOM pirates will send people to destroy Fishman Island. We'll give you a few more days. Hearing the words destroy Fishman Island, Luffy, who was listening from a distance, immediately became agitated and rushed to the front of the two. Bachmus and Baron Egg were clearly taken aback upon seeing Luffy, not expecting the Straw Hat Kid to appear here. Bachmus frowned and asked, "Straw Hat Kid, what are you doing here? You came for the dessert cake, right?" "Well, obviously. Didn't you hear?" Luffy replied. "That's right, those dessert cakes are really delicious." Hearing Luffy's nonsensical remarks made Baron Egg puzzled, and he immediately asked, "What are you talking about?" The two were momentarily stunned, and then spoke in unison. "The cake that Mama wants is what you ate?" Luffy grinned. "That's right. The dessert from Fishman Island are really delicious." Upon hearing the correct answer, the expressions of the two immediately changed, but they did not attack. Instead, Baron Egg pulled out a transponder snail from his clothes. Not far away, Roxas and Garp exchanged glances, seemingly aware of where the call was headed. Roxas grinned, and the spatial cube in his hand rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the transponder snail that had been in Baron Egg's hand suddenly appeared in Roxas's hand. Roxia examined the telephone bug carefully after receiving it and slowly said, "So this is the telephone bug that talks to that fat pig?" The Straw Hat crew had no idea who the term fat pig referred to, so they stood expressionless next to Roxia. However, both Brook Moose and Baron Egg knew, and at that moment, they seemed petrified, completely motionless. After a few seconds of daze, Brook Moose and Baron Egg's bodies began to change, becoming larger and stronger, clearly entering a battle stance. Brook Moose shouted in anger, "You dare insult my mother? You must pay the price today." Roxia, however, casually toyed with the telephone bug, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You think you can take me on?" Luffy jumped to the front, struck a fighting pose, and shouted loudly, "Roxia, I want to deal with this opponent too." Roxia merely glanced at Luffy before turning his gaze back to the two in front of him. Just as both sides were about to engage, a hearty laugh rang out. Everyone turned to see Senbei walking over. Senbei stood in the middle and said to Brook Moose and Baron Egg, "Gentlemen, we will resolve the dessert issue as soon as possible. There's no need for a big fight here." Brook Moose snorted coldly. "Senbei, this matter won't be so easily resolved." However, Senbei remained calm. "I know Big Mom's temperament, but Fishman Island has always been under Roxia's care. His strength is unfathomable, and if it comes to a real fight, you may not gain the upper hand. It's better for everyone to take a step back." Brook Moose and Baron Egg hesitated for a moment, about to agree to Senbei's suggestion, when they suddenly heard Roxia's voice float over, "I just recently drove off the 4 Emperor Kaido. Do you think I can't handle a big amount?" As soon as the words were spoken, Roxia sat down and dialed the telephone bug. The phone rang a few times before being picked up, and soon an extremely unpleasant voice came through. "Is this Brook Moose? Have you resolved the dessert issue?" Roxia cleared his ears and then grinned, "Big fat pig. Is it you who wants dessert? Your dessert has all been eaten by the Straw Hat Brat." At this remark, everyone around Roxia changed their expression simultaneously. Although Garp, who stood beside Roxia, was not surprised, he understood after thinking about it. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then an angry roar erupted. "Who are you? Dare to speak to me like this?" Roxia sneered. "I am Roxia, a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, code name Qinglong. Your subordinate is now in front of me. What do you intend to do?" Big Mom roared. You dare provoke me, I will make you regret it. And that straw hat brat, I will crush him. Upon hearing this, Luffy jumped up and shouted, Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Roxia calmly said to the telephone bug, Big Mom, if you want to fight, I'm ready anytime, but you need to think clearly. Since I can repel Kaido, I won't go easy on you either. Big Mom fell silent again. She could sense that Roxia's confidence was not just bluster. Jinbei hurriedly spoke up, Admiral Roxia, the Big Mom pirates are very powerful. Although we are not afraid of her now, if a war breaks out, Fishman Island will inevitably be implicated. Roxia raised an eyebrow and looked at Jinbei, seemingly pondering his words. Jinbei then turned to Brook Moose and Baronegg. You two go back and inform Big Mom that Admiral Roxia meant no offense. We will deliver the 10 tons of dessert as promised. Brook Moose frowned. Jinbei, are you sure you can do it? Jinbei nodded firmly. I guarantee it by my honor. At that moment, Big Mom's voice came through the telephone bug again. Jinbei, if you can guarantee it, then this matter shall be put on hold. But if you go back on your word, the entire Fishman Island can forget about having a good time. Roxia scoffed, just a pig. Do you dare to challenge my G5 branch? How many sons do you want Garp to beat up? On the other end, Big Mom's forehead bulged with veins, and her face turned almost red with anger. Damn you, see. Before Big Mom could finish, Roxia directly hung up the phone and then threw the telephone bug to Brook Moose. Brook Moose caught the telephone bug, his expression complex. He knew that Roxia's action had completely offended Big Mom, but looking at the relaxed Roxia in front of him and recalling the rumors of him and Garp defeating Kaido, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Baronegg whispered to Brook Moose, Let's go back and report. Brook Moose nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, Roxia suddenly called out to them, Wait, tell that fat lady that if she dares to play tricks behind the scenes, next time I will personally go to her island with Garp. After Brook Moose and Baronegg left, Jinbei let out a sigh of relief and thanked Roxia. Thank you, Admiral Roxia, for resolving the situation. Roxia waved his hand. I just can't stand her arrogance. Luffy leaned over and said, Roxia, you are really amazing. Roxia grinned. Because I know her weaknesses. Everyone was surprised, their eyes shining as they looked at Roxia, but Roxia had no intention of divulging. Seeing that Roxia wasn't speaking, everyone gradually withdrew their gazes. However, a few members of the Straw Hat crew showed no smiles on their faces and instead frowned deeply. At that moment, Luffy approached noMi and asked casually, noMi, what's wrong? Are you hungry? noMi looked up, her eyes revealing a fierce glint, as if she wanted to eat someone. She quickly grabbed Luffy by his collar and began to shake him. Luffy now felt like a puppet in noMi's hands. While being shaken, he said, Oh no, I just entered the new world and got targeted by one of the 4 emperors. Stupid Luffy, why did you have to say that? At this moment, Luffy stuck out his tongue and allowed noMi to shake him. Just when Luffy was getting dizzy from all the shaking, Zoro stepped forward and patted noMi on the shoulder. Stop shaking. If you keep shaking him, Luffy is going to pass out. Since it has already happened, there's no use worrying. noMi released her grip, angrily sitting to the side. Roxia smiled at the scene. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Big Mom is strong, but she won't act rashly. After all, she has to weigh the pros and cons. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. But just as they relaxed, Roxia continued, But that fat lady will still target you. Roxia put his hand in his pocket and looked around slowly. After all, your current strength is very weak. That fat lady has no reason not to target you. Upon hearing Roxia's words, the slightly relaxed mood of the crowd tightened again. Usopp trembled and said, I suddenly have a strange illness that prevents me from going to the next island. Luffy clenched his fists and stood up. No matter if it's the 4 emperors, the Navy, or anyone else, if I don't defeat them, how can I become the Pirate King? If that guy really dares to come, then I'll knock her away. However, after Luffy finished speaking, no one echoed him, and they looked at him with strange expressions. Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Roxia sighed and sat down next to Ace, quietly watching the scene unfold. At this moment, Garp clenched his fists tightly, and as he moved his feet, a layer of pitch-black hockey covered his fists. His entire face also turned pitch black. Kapu came to Luffy's side, and in the next second, his fist struck Luffy's head hard. Oh, that hurts. Grandpa, what are you doing? Kapu said with a dark face. You bastard grandson. Why are you being a pirate instead of a good navy? From what you just said, Do you want me to knock you out? You want to be the pirate king? What a foolish guy. Let me use my beloved iron fist to wake you up. Luffy jumped back, holding his head, and shouted, Grandpa, I'm going to be the pirate king. I won't be scared by you. Kapu snorted and was about to chase after him when Rosha laughed and stood in front of Kapu. Old man, it's good that Luffy has this determination. After all, I need a troublemaking pirate right now. Kapu frowned and asked, what do you mean? At the same time, the Straw Hat crew also looked at Rosha, pondering what this meant. Rosha shrugged, I want to end the pirate world. I previously planned to attack Kaido's territory, but the marshal would definitely not agree. Rosha continued. So, I need to create some commotion with the pirates' help, so that the higher-ups see the chaos among the pirate forces. And then I have the opportunity to strike at various pirate strongholds. And Luffy, you guys are just the right candidates. You always get into trouble. And Big Mom will definitely not let this opportunity pass to deal with you. This will inevitably trigger a chain reaction among other pirate forces. I want to take that fat lady down this time. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he laughed. Haha, I see. Then we must charge forward. Zoro drew his sword and waved it in the air. As long as it makes us stronger, whoever it is, we'll cut them down. Nami looked worriedly at everyone. But we're facing the 4 emperors. Rosha shrugged and smiled. Unless you encounter a life-and-death crisis, I won't intervene. After all, I'm a Navy. So everything still relies on you. Kapu shook his head helplessly. All right, I never liked Big Mom anyway. This is a good opportunity to take her down. However, I think just like Rosha, we won't intervene unless there's a life-threatening situation. Kapu looked Luffy up and down and said slowly, if you get smashed to death by Kaido or Big Mom, then I won't care. I'll just pretend I don't have this grandson. Our monkey family isn't that weak. Luffy immediately became unhappy upon hearing Kapu's words. Jumping up, I don't need you to take care of me. Besides, I'm going to be the pirate king. Not the kind of person who would get smashed to death by a single blow. Kapu crossed his arms, looking proud. That's the best. Luffy snorted in the same posture. Ace and Rosha sat on the ground, exchanging glances. 3 days later. New World, G5 branch. At this moment, a loud noise reached the ears of everyone on the island. Everyone rushed to where the sound came from. Soon, Kapu and the others arrived at the explosion site, and they found a deep pit about a meter deep on the ground, with thick black smoke rising from it. Smoker spat. It wouldn't be that Rosha kid, would it? What's he blowing up now? Jiun shook his head. It must be him, but I wonder how he's doing. He wouldn't have died in there, would he? After Jiun finished speaking, almost all the Navy soldiers looked toward the pit. In less than a minute, a fist-sized ice block slowly crawled up. Everyone looked at the ice block with confusion. Just then, the ice block suddenly grew larger, gradually taking on a humanoid shape, and Rosha appeared before everyone, completely unharmed, though his hair was a bit messy. Rosha, what the hell did you do? Smoker shouted. Rosha patted the non-existent dust off his clothes, looking aggrieved. Damn it. I was experimenting with the fusion of devil fruits, and I didn't expect it to explode. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have been blown to bits. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. Fusion of devil fruits? Are you crazy? Kapu's eyes widened. Such a thing is an unprecedentedly crazy act. Rosha pouted. I thought if it succeeded, I could get 2 abilities. How cool would that be? At that moment, a Navy soldier ran from a distance shouting, Report. Marshal Sengoku is calling. Kapu took the transponder snail, listening to Sengoku's furious voice from the other end. What the hell is going on at your G5 branch? We just detected a huge energy fluctuation. Kapu glanced at Rosha and said helplessly, It's this kid Rosha messing around with a devil fruit fusion experiment. What? Does he not want to live anymore? Sengoku's roar became even louder. I don't want to lose a vice admiral's combat power. Besides, you know how strong Rosha's ability is. If Rosha dies, I will come to the G5 branch and beat you up. Kapu picked his nose disdainfully and said, Humph, Sengoku, you can't beat me now. Seeing the two about to argue, Rosha hurriedly leaned closer to the transponder snail and shouted, Marshal, I will be more careful next time. This was just an accident. Sengoku was silent for a moment before saying, Absolutely no next time. Such dangerous behavior could endanger the entire island, and even more. Got it, Marshal. Rosha replied with his head down. After Kapu hung up the transponder snail, Rosha looked at the big pit not far from him and muttered softly, It's fine. It seems I need to secretly find a deserted island to try again. Hearing this, the people around him had black lines on their faces. Smoker stepped forward and tapped Rosha on the head. You still have this in mind? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself killed? Rosha shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. I cursed Big Mom on Fishman Island before. But that guy is also a coward. She didn't even come to fight me. Because of that, I got a bit bored. So I decided to try the project I've been researching. Although I knew it would explode, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Smoker sneered. That Big Mom might be busy having kids in her land of Wa. Who knows when she'll come? Rosha grinned and said, don't say. That fat lady might really be like that, but if she comes, so what? We have the old man here. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a soldier on the lookout shouted with a loudspeaker. Unidentified ships approaching. Upon hearing this, everyone in the G5 branch lit up with excitement. They looked towards the sea like wolves that hadn't eaten meat for days. At that moment, a pirate ship was slowly sailing on the sea, with a flag resembling a straw hat. In the lookout's eyes, there was a person wearing a straw hat sitting at the front of the ship. Seeing this ship, the Navy soldiers looked as if they had been struck by frost, all of them drooping. Who in this island doesn't know that their highest officer, Vice Admiral Kapu, has a grandson who is a pirate? After all, they had seen the bounty poster of the Straw Hat crew. They thought that with the arrival of the ship, they could act like usual and be pirates. But unexpectedly, it was over before it even began. Seeing everyone's reaction, Kapu, Rosha, Jiwen, and others also looked towards the sea. Smoker frowned as he saw the ship on the sea. Straw Hat Luffy? How'd he end up here? Roxa grinned, not expecting to come out of Fishman Island so quickly. He originally thought they wouldn't pass by the G5 branch, but unexpectedly ran into them. Jiwen glanced at Roxa and said with a smile, I remember that Luffy is Garp's grandson. Are you brave enough to steal? Then Jiwen pointed at the sea soldiers sitting on the ground, looking dejected. Don't you see they don't have the will to steal? Before Roxa could speak, Garp, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but shout, the Straw Hat Kid is also a pirate. Do you bastards want to taste my iron fist? However, Garp's words had no effect, and the previously dejected sea soldiers all looked at Roxa. Boss, should we steal? Roxa nodded. I personally prefer shiny things. Roxa glanced at Garp, who had his arms crossed, and slowly said, after all, he's also the old man's grandson. Let's change our plan this time. Everyone gathered closer to Roxa upon hearing this. Roxa pointed at the ships on the sea and said, don't destroy their ships. After all, you're not their captain's match. In the past, every time they went, Roxa's soldiers would first attack the local ships. As for treasures, if they couldn't get them, they would come back, and he would personally go steal them later. The sea soldiers all nodded. However, they weren't very convinced by their boss's words. After all, they had been training for several years. Moreover, they were Zoan-type ability users, and with so many people, how could they possibly be unable to defeat a mere Straw Hat crew? A fire surged in everyone's heart, as if they wanted to steal all the treasures from the Straw Hat Kid. Before long, this group of sea soldiers charged towards the shore, ready to greet the arrival of the Straw Hat crew. On the Straw Hat crew side, Luffy spotted a group of sea soldiers on the shore in a defensive stance and excitedly shouted, Wow, enemies! This looks interesting. The sea soldiers wore excited smiles, having already set up some defenses before arriving. At the port, two frozen humans who had eaten the ice fruit exhaled cold air and dipped their hands into the seawater. In the blink of an eye, the once surging seawater was instantly frozen. Even 1,000 sunny sailing on the sea was frozen on the surface. Seeing this, Luffy remained unfazed and instead laughed. Huh, are they trying to trap us? Zoro drew his sword, his eyes sharpening. Looks like we need to break the ice. At that moment, Sanji took a deep puff of smoke, rapidly spinning his legs to generate high temperature, instantly melting some of the ice blocks. However, the two frozen humans had strong abilities and continuously reinforced the ice layer with cold air. Usopp had a flash of inspiration, took out specialized tools, and fired a series of explosive bullets, creating numerous cracks in the ice surface. Nami used her climate baton to create a strong wind, blowing towards those cracks, causing more ice blocks to shatter. Seeing that the Straw Hat crew was so calm, the sea soldiers on the shore became anxious. They had never encountered a pirate crew like this in 2 years of violence. Everyone was playing their part. Usually, those they faced were either their equals or easily crushed by them. Even the members of the Four Emperors crew, like Jack, didn't handle things so effortlessly. The leading dragon let out a loud roar, and his body immediately transformed into a thunderbird, followed by the sea soldiers who also transformed. 60 or so thunderbirds and fire phoenixes quickly flew towards the Straw Hat crew, who were about to break free. Luffy, seeing the approaching large birds, grinned and said, "Just in time, watch me take you down." As he spoke, his arms stretched like rubber, reaching out to grab the approaching sea soldiers. Robin crossed her arms, and countless arms emerged from the enemy crowd, disrupting their flight paths. Chopper, transformed into a giant reindeer, jumped onto the ice, and used his antlers to lift large chunks of shattered ice to throw at the sea soldiers. Frankie activated his laser beams, shooting at the approaching thunderbirds. Brook played the Soul Serenade, sending waves of hypnotic melodies attacking the sea soldiers. The sea soldiers were caught off guard by the fierce counterattack from the Straw Hat crew, causing chaos in their ranks. The dragon transformed back into human form in midair and shouted, "Concentrate fire on that straw-hatted kid." Numerous sea soldiers adjusted their aim and attacked Luffy. However, Luffy showed no fear, covering himself in armament hockey, enduring the next wave of attacks, and seizing the opportunity to punch several Thunderbirds away. Meanwhile, on the G5 branch island, Garp, Rosha, Smoker, and Gyuin watched the disorganized attack formation in disbelief. Rosha was about to cover his eyes, frowning as he cursed, "These idiots." Smoker complained, "These bastards, did they slack off during training? Wait until they come back." Rosha waved his hand in resignation. "I'll go save them." With a flash, Rosha appeared above the battlefield. A grayish-white light flashed in his hand, and a series of spatial cubes quickly enveloped the numerous sea soldiers. And in the next second, each spatial cube was heavily thrown back onto the island. Some sea soldiers who hadn't fallen into the sea trembled at Rosha's display. After handling everything, Rosha helplessly stared at the Straw Hat crew on the ship. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew also spotted Rosha floating in midair. Luffy cheerfully waved at Rosha. "Hey, aren't you Rosha? Long time no see. What are you doing here?" Rosha pointed at the ice surface below and said, "This is my territory, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, the usually timid noMi screamed. Everyone turned to look at noMi, seemingly not understanding what she was trying to do. Luffy asked in confusion, "noMi, what's wrong?" noMi ignored Luffy, instead pointing at Rosha in midair with a vigilant expression and said, "This guy is a Navy from the G5 branch. Do you remember he said that if we dared to pass through his island in the New World, then our treasures on the ship would be gone?" Rosha, floating in midair, was surprised and opened his mouth. He didn't expect this little thief to have such awareness about money. The words he had said so long ago were actually remembered until now. Just then, Zoro tightened his grip on his sword cautiously. "You don't plan to take the opportunity to capture us, do you?" Rosha rolled his eyes at him. "Capture you? Forget it. Although your entire ship has a high bounty, it's not high enough for me to want to capture you. Besides, none of you have a bounty of over 1 billion. I just captured a crew member of one of the Four Emperors a few days ago." The Straw Hat crew was taken aback, their faces revealing their surprise. Zoro asked warily, "So what are you here for?" At this, Rosha's lips curled up slightly, and he unconsciously smiled at noMi. "I'm naturally here to take all the treasures from your ship. After all, I love money more than anything." As soon as this was said, noMi's face changed drastically, and she immediately pulled Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in front of her and pointed at Rosha in midair, saying, "Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, you three quickly go and knock him down and teach him a lesson." The three people looked at the smiling Rosha in midair, then sighed and said, "noMi, we can't beat him, huh?" "Miss noMi, don't you remember that Luffy fought this Rosha previously and didn't even touch him?" Even Sanji found it hard to believe. That day, Luffy seemed like a small animal that was being rubbed. noMi glanced at Rosha in the air, and then turned and ran toward the cabin. About 20 minutes later, noMi dragged out a backpack filled with berries. With a pained expression, noMi said, "This is the entire amount of berries from our pirate crew." Rosha glanced at the small backpack and replied, "You think I'm a fool? The famous little thief noMi would save so little money? Although I didn't get all your berries. This is close enough." With a wave of his hand, Rosha took the backpack. Then, he lightly tapped the air and in the next moment, the frozen ice shattered into pieces. Rosha instantly disappeared from his spot. At the G5 base, when Garp and the others saw Rosha return, Smoker couldn't help but ask, "You just let them go?" Rosha shrugged. "What else? I still want them to cause a ruckus in the new world. How could I capture them?" Rosha glanced at Garp beside him and provocatively said, "How about you, Vice Admiral Smoker? Go catch them? It will be a good way to boost your achievements." Smoker glared at Rosha and cursed, "Get lost. I want to see those bastards. They won't escape my training." The Straw Hat Pirates continued sailing, with everyone gathered discussing what had just happened. Luffy laughed. "That Rosha is quite interesting." noMi, however, was puffing in anger. "Humph, he took so many berries from us." But thankfully, it was only part of it. At this moment, Robin, who had been silent, spoke up about half a month ago. The G5 base had a small-scale battle with the Yonko Kaido. One of Kaido's subordinates, Jack the Drought, was captured by Rosha. It was at this time that Kaido attacked the G5 base, and, as a result, Kaido was defeated and fled. I want to say that if we encounter Rosha again, we shouldn't act recklessly unless we have strength comparable to his. This person has a strange personality and mysterious abilities. Even the newspapers only reported 3 types of devil fruit powers. His strength is unfathomable. Usopp scratched his head, nervously saying, "With such a powerful guy, I hope we don't run into him again." Sanji blew out a smoke ring, carelessly saying, "Who cares? If he dares to touch my friends or my food, I definitely won't let him off." Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze resolute. "No matter who the opponent is, as long as they hinder our progress, they must be defeated." Luffy jumped up and shouted, "That's right. But he doesn't seem like a bad guy." Just as everyone was discussing, Chopper on the lookout suddenly shouted, "2 black dots ahead. They seem to be large birds." Everyone immediately became alert. As they got closer, they saw 2 thunderbirds not far from the bow of the ship with 2 people in Navy uniforms standing on them. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Rosha and Garp. Rosha and Garp smiled slightly, and Rosha turned and waved, "Be careful on your way back." "Understood, boss." Luffy excitedly waved. "Hey, Rosha, nice to see you again." Rosha smirked. "Straw Hat Kid, it seems we are quite fated." noMi, hiding behind, muttered softly, "Why do we keep running into this guy?" Robin, on the other hand, calmly observed Rosha, contemplating his purpose for this trip. After Rosha and Garp landed on the ship, Luffy curiously asked, "What are you doing here?" Rosha shrugged, his gaze deep. "Just thought of something and went out to sea." "What is it?" Luffy pressed on. But before Luffy could finish, noMi covered his mouth. Perhaps fearing that Rosha would get angry and capture them all, noMi firmly covered Luffy's mouth. "Ahem, Vice Admiral Rosha, Luffy talks too much. I'll help block him." Rosha waved his hand and smiled. "It's okay. I just want to go out to kill someone. No need to be so nervous." "Kill someone?" Usopp trembled, scared. Rosha smiled and explained, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. As for who I'm going to kill, I can't conveniently tell you." He then patted Garp on the shoulder and laughed. "Even the old man is someone I brought along." Garp huffed. "I was just about to take a good rest. I didn't expect to be dragged here by you, kid." Rosha shrugged and sat down leisurely. Seeing Rosha sit down, noMi and Luffy across from him also took a seat. noMi asked, "So, Vice Admiral Rosha, are you going to follow us all the way? Or are you going to that island? Perhaps we are headed to the same destination." Rosha stroked his chin, and after a few minutes, he finally remembered which island it was. We're going to Punk Hazard. It's a fun island. Luffy, do you want to check it out?" Rosha tempted. Luffy's eyes lit up. "Fun? Then we definitely have to go." noMi quickly grabbed him. "Wait, Luffy. I just checked the log pose. We have no plans to go to Punk Hazard. Our next island is on Thor Island, and..." But before noMi could finish, Luffy stood up, raised both fists, and cheerfully said, "Guys, our next island is Punk Hazard." Hearing Luffy's decision, noMi looked helpless. Rosha smiled. "Don't worry. Punk Hazard isn't a dangerous island." Hearing this, noMi's eyes instantly brightened. Who wouldn't want safety while sailing on the sea? As the ship headed towards Punk Hazard, a wave of heat spread over the Straw Hat Crew's ship as they reached the island's edge. "It feels a bit hot here." Usopp shrank his neck. Garp nodded. "I remember this is where Kuzan fought Akainu before. Has it really changed this much?" A glint of surprise flashed in Rosha's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Although he hadn't heard much about it while in the New World, he had seen it before. At some point, noMi, dressed lightly, approached Rosha and asked, Vice Admiral Rosha, can we really land here? Won't it be too hot? While speaking, noMi occasionally fanned herself to cool down. Rosha hurriedly averted his gaze, cleared his throat, and said, You can land, but I'm here to kill a few people. Do you really want to land on this island? He then pointed at the dazed Luffy. Are you sure your captain can really make decisions? noMi turned and rolled her eyes at Luffy, shrugging helplessly. There's no choice. That's just our captain's personality. If he thinks something should be done, he's going to do it, and we agree. All right, once you're ready with the number of people going, you can come over to me, and I will take you to the island. After noMi and the others walked far away, Garp, who had been silent, finally asked, Kid, did you really come to this island to kill people? Of course, old man. Not only do I want to kill people, but I also want to capture them. As for who to kill, I can only tell you once I find him. Garp smiled helplessly. Well, as long as it's not one of the 4 emperors. You can handle it. Rosha smiled slightly, sat down on the deck, and quietly watched the Straw Hat crew draw lots. He seemed to have seen a similar scene in his previous life. As time passed, the Straw Hat crew finished their drawing. Soon, Luffy, grinning, came to Rosha and said, Rosha, we've made our selection. Can we go now? Rosha looked up and saw Luffy, Robin, Zoro, and Usopp in front of him. Sure, take it away. Rosha stood up, unleashing his icy power, and to everyone's astonishment, a staircase made of ice appeared in midair. Rosha pointed at the staircase and smiled. Let's go. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he was the first to rush up, shouting, Wow, so cool. Zoro raised an eyebrow and followed, muttering, This kid always comes up with strange things. Usopp, a bit apprehensive, tugged at Robin's sleeve and whispered, Robin, this ice staircase won't suddenly collapse, will it? Robin smiled and reassured him before stepping steadily onto the ice stairs. The group climbed up the ice staircase, surrounded by a chilling air that wasn't too piercing. Rosha and Garp brought up the rear. Before long, they reached the island. As soon as they stepped off the ice staircase, they felt a wave of heat wash over them, making them uncomfortable. They slowly walked towards a large gate not far away, but upon reaching it, they found it bore a no-entry sign, marked with the emblem of the world government. Seeing this emblem, Usopp, who was hanging back, suddenly became excited. Luffy, this is the territory of the world government, shouldn't we? But before Usopp could finish, he saw 2 massive sword lights swish and cut a gap in the gate. This scene left Usopp dumbfounded. Quickly recovering, he turned to look, but Rosha and Garp maintained a calm expression. Noticing Usopp's reaction, Rosha frowned and asked, Long nose, what do you want to do? And no, nothing. Zoro sheathed his sword, saying nonchalantly, Who cares whose territory it is? Those who block the way must move aside. Luffy laughed heartily and charged into the gap, shouting, That's right. Adventures require us to move forward boldly. Robin shook her head helplessly and followed in. Usopp swallowed hard and steeled himself to follow. Rosha and Garp exchanged glances and stepped in together. As soon as they entered, everyone felt a wave of heat enveloping them. Before long, they all, including Robin, took off their outer garments. Luffy hung his head and stuck out his tongue. Phew, what kind of island is this? It's so hot. But Luffy glanced aside and saw that Rosha and Garp were still wearing their hot-looking Navy uniforms. Luffy exclaimed, Huh? Grandpa Rosha, aren't you hot? Noticing Rosha's gaze, the entire Straw Hat crew looked over. Rosha shrugged, snapped his fingers lightly, and instantly, a chilling aura spread out, dispelling some of the heat. At the same time, it indicated to Luffy that the 2 weren't hot either. After walking for a while, Rosha suddenly appeared beside Luffy and said, Luffy, I have a mission with the old man, so we're leaving first. Good luck to you all. All right, just remember to come back after you finish your mission. Luffy replied. Rosha finished greeting and turned to leave, but as soon as he took a step, he suddenly stopped. The next second, he was next to Robin. Robin, surprised, smiled and asked, Mr. Rosha, is there something you need? Without speaking, Rosha produced a photo and handed it to Robin. Robin took the photo and asked, Mr. Rosha, who is this? This guy is called Kinemon. If you encounter his body on the island, please help me keep an eye on it. Rosha frowned. What do you mean by body? Shouldn't it be him? This guy was cut into 3 pieces by someone who ate the surgery fruit, scattered in 3 places. After hearing Rosha's explanation, Robin finally understood. All right, don't worry, Mr. Rosha. After Rosha and Garp left, Luffy and the others continued to explore this mysterious and hot island. As they walked, they heard a strange roar. Luffy got excited and rushed towards the source of the sound. Zoro followed closely. Usopp trembled but was driven by curiosity, and Robin calmly observed the surroundings. Before long, they saw a massive dragon with a fiery red body, looking somewhat dazed. Luffy laughed loudly. Is this a dragon? The others were mesmerized by the sight of the dragon not far away. After all, the Straw Hat crew had never seen Kaido, so it was natural for them to be amazed by this small dragon. Meanwhile, Rosha was quickly teleporting with Garp and soon arrived at the other half of the icy area. Rosha looked at a research institute not far away, gradually slowing his steps. Garp noticed Rosha had stopped and quickly asked, "Kid, you still haven't told me who you want to kill?" Rosha rubbed his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Actually, I want to capture Caesar. However, Caesar will likely be taken down by your grandson Luffy, so I won't need to come for him. But I do have something to do here." Rosha raised a finger and smiled. "There is a fruit that can traverse time and space, and I want to find the person who traveled through time and space. If that person doesn't tell me the details, I won't let him go." Garp's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "A fruit that can traverse time and space? Does it really exist?" "Well, it seems so. I'll have to capture that person and torture him for details." Rosha shrugged. Garp nodded. "All right, just take care of your own business. I'm just out for a stroll." Rosha was very pleased with this response. This was the difference between Garp and Sengoku. If it had been Sengoku, there would have been a 50-50 chance he wouldn't let Rosha do this. But Garp didn't care about that. There weren't many good people in the pirate world. In the new world, punk hazard, Rosha and Garp stood outside Caesar's research institute, surrounded by a pungent chemical smell. The heavy door was tightly shut, and because it was in a snowy area, the doorknob was covered with a layer of ice. Rosha stepped forward, focusing on the lock, which had several rows of numbered buttons. Garp, meanwhile, cautiously scanned the surroundings, ready for any potential danger. Just then, the heavy door slowly opened. A few people in white lab coats walked out, led by a man with a large knife over his shoulder and wearing a gray bear hat. He showed a surprised expression upon seeing Rosha and Garp. The leader said, "Qinglong and Garp." Garp stepped forward and said loudly, "Marine Headquarters Garp. And this is Rear Admiral Qinglong." Rosha rolled his eyes at the old man and stepped forward, saying, "You're a pirate, right?" The man with the knife shrugged helplessly and replied, "Rear Admiral Qinglong, and also Rear Admiral Garp. I am now a warlord appointed by the Marine Headquarters. We're on the same side." Garp slapped his forehead as if remembering something, almost forgetting that this kid had delivered 100 hearts to the Marine Headquarters to become a warlord. At this point, Rosha suddenly asked, "May I ask what brings you two admirals here? Do you need me to call Caesar over?" Rosha glanced at Luo and frowned slightly, saying, "No need. We're just here for a routine inspection." Luo raised his eyebrows and stepped aside, making a gesture for them to enter. "Please come in. But we're currently conducting some confidential research, so please don't touch anything." The three entered the research facility together, where various strange instruments emitted a faint glow. As Luo led the way, he introduced the functions of each area. After about 10 minutes, Rosha glanced at Luo and slowly said, "That's enough. You can get back to your work." Luo's expression changed slightly. Although he wanted to refuse, he instinctively replied, "All right, you two continue your visit." After Rosha and Garp left, Luo quietly watched their figures until they disappeared at the end of the corridor. A staff member in protective gear next to him asked, "Lord Luo, are you just going to let them go? What else can I do? Do you think I can take them on?" Luo shot a cold glare at the staff member, then took out a den mushi from his pocket. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, a puff of smoke lifted a den mushi that was on the table. "Luo, what's wrong? Is there something?" Caesar, just now Rear Admiral Qinglong and Rear Admiral Garp entered the research facility. Originally smiling, Caesar's expression instantly turned sour. "What? K. Garp is here? That's right. And also Rear Admiral Qinglong, who can match an admiral's combat power. You better be careful not to get killed. They seem to be looking for something." Caesar swallowed hard, a bit incoherent. How could you let them in? All my experiments here are forbidden. If they see them, it'll be trouble." "Damn it." Luo clenched his fists, feeling helpless. "Do you think I wanted them to come in? Have you not checked their temperaments? If I don't open the door, Those two can chop your research facility down. In the laboratory, Caesar frowned, seemingly thinking of a way out. All right, I'll think of something. You find out what they came to my research facility for. Without waiting for Luo to refuse, Caesar hung up the call. Luo's face darkened after the call was cut off. Damn it, if it weren't for that heart being in that guy's hands, I wouldn't be in this situation. On the other side, Rosha and Garp appeared to be casually walking, but they were actually carefully observing their surroundings for anything suspicious. Suddenly, Garp stopped, his ears twitching slightly, and whispered to Rosha, "Something's off. There's a faint aura heading deeper." Rosha nodded, and the two quietly changed direction. Approaching the source of the aura, they arrived at a half-open door, from which faint cries could be heard, seemingly from children. Without hesitation, Rosha kicked the door open, revealing more than 20 children in white shirts of varying sizes. In front of these children stood a woman with blue hair, surrounded by staff members in protective gear, holding what looked like syringes. The moment Rosha kicked the door open, he saw the oddly shaped Monet. Garp clenched his fists in anger. These guys are actually doing such things. Rosha patted Garp on the shoulder and smiled. "Old man, it's fine. There's no need to get angry. After all, it's Caesar's doing. Someone will take care of him later." Rosha chatted with Garp as if there were no one else around. At that moment, Monet flew over, and the staff members beside her approached, clearly recognizing Garp. Monet bent slightly and smiled. "Hello, Rear Admiral Garp and Rear Admiral Qinglong. I am Caesar's assistant, Monet." Rosha's gaze turned cold, and with lightning speed, he grabbed Monet by the neck. A flicker of panic crossed Monet's face, but she still forced herself to remain calm. "Rear Admiral Qinglong, what does this mean?" Rosha snorted coldly. "You dare to question me about the good deeds you're doing here?" Garp stood with his hands on his hips, coldly staring at the staff members, ready to act at the slightest movement. Monet's eyes darted, and she said sweetly, "Admiral, this is just a normal medical experiment." Rosha increased his grip. "Do you think I'm an idiot? These children are obviously being forced." Monet struggled to breathe, about to say something more, when Rosha seemed to discover something, and his grip slightly loosened. Rosha quickly reached out and instantly retrieved what Monet was hiding behind her. But upon taking it out, Rosha froze. It felt soft in his hand and was wrapped in something similar to their spatial power. It was square-shaped, and inside was a still-beating heart. Rosha forcefully threw Monet against the wall, creating a large hole, and she landed with a thud. Garp noticed the heart in Rosha's hand and asked, "Kid, whose heart is this? And it's still beating." Rosha stared at the heart in his hand for a long time without speaking, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Rosha grinned. "Whose is it? Just squeeze it to find out." The next moment, Rosha exerted force, crushing the heart in his hand. However, after what felt like an eternity, no one appeared, not even a scream. Rosha shrugged, snapped his fingers, and the heart instantly vanished from his hand. "Since no one is claiming it, I'll just keep it for now." However, Rosha was unaware that somewhere on the first floor, Luo was writhing in pain. Luo lay on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead, filled with resentment towards Monet. "Damn woman, I must find a chance to take you down. How about you toy with my heart?" The staff member following Luo asked with concern, "Lord Luo, are you all right?" "I am Mifine, not dying." Meanwhile, Rosha had stored the heart in his space, and when he looked up, he saw more than 20 pairs of eyes of various sizes staring at him. The staff member responsible for the injections, dressed in protective gear, instinctively took a few steps back when they noticed Rosha's gaze fixed on them. Rox's expression was emotionless as he extended his finger and beckoned to the men. "Come here." The men trembled and pushed each other forward. Roxa furrowed his brows slightly and impatiently said, "Hurry up." Only then did they quicken their pace to stand in front of Roxa. After glancing around at the crowd, Roxa spoke. "What's going on with these kids? How come there are big ones and small ones? They're not even the size of normal children." One of the bolder men stammered, "Lord Roxa, these children are experimental subjects from Lord Caesar's gigantification research. They've been altered with various drugs, which is why their sizes are uneven." Roxa's gaze turned cold. "Who allowed you to do this?" The men were so frightened that they all knelt down and begged for mercy. At that moment, a little girl suddenly stood up. Her eyes red, but defiant. "Big brother, want to go home." Roxa was taken aback and turned to look at Garp, asking, "Old man, what should we do?" Garp sighed. Let Smoker come over with the ship first. This Caesar really has it coming. Garp's fists crackled as he spoke, his expression serious. Rosha patted Garp's shoulder. Old man, we don't need to catch Caesar. Luffy can handle it. And Caesar is also an important tool for the Yonko Kaido. Letting Luffy catch him will be much more effective than if I did. At the same time, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Rosha's mouth. Garp curled his lips. All right, I hope my useless grandson has that kind of strength. After their discussion, Rosha turned to the many children in front of him and smiled. Little friends, you don't need to worry. Just wait a little longer, and someone will come to rescue you. Can you be patient? Upon hearing Rosha's words, although the children still had fear in their eyes, there was also a hint of hope. Okay, when the children agreed, Rosha turned to the few trembling men beside him and said fiercely, You know the Straw Hat crew, right? The men recalled for a moment and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Very good. If they try to take these children away and you dare to stop them, I'll skin you alive without guaranteeing your safety. Hearing this, the men in protective suits shivered, a chill running down their spines. After warning them, Rosha and Garp continued toward their target location. As soon as they left, the few workers slumped to the ground, looking as if they had just been pulled out of water. Sister, do you think those people can really save us? The little girl firmly nodded. Yes, the big brother looks very powerful. He must be able to help. Meanwhile, Rosha and Garp sat on the floor in a certain part of the research institute. Rosha took out the special transponder snail to communicate with Smoker. BRR BRR. The call was quickly connected, and Smoker's deep voice came through. Rosha, what's up? Rosha cleared his throat and said, Do you want to come to Punk Hazard for a visit? Are you free to waste time? I still have to train this group of bastards. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Smoker said as he was about to hang up. But Rosha stopped him. Don't hang up. I need you to come over with the ship. Smoker paused for a moment on the other end. What is so important that I need to make a special trip? Rosha briefly explained the situation regarding the child experiments. Smoker snorted. I won't bring the crew, but I'll bring some people over right away. Okay, but you look more like a pirate than a pirate. I suggest you bring Tashigi along, or you might scare the kids. Smoker glared and cursed. Bastard. Just wait for me. As soon as Smoker hung up the phone, Rosha and Garp had to head toward the sense location. After an unknown amount of time, they arrived at a dark place. There was no light at all, and Rosha could only use his abilities to illuminate the area. Fortunately, both of them possessed the observation haki, allowing them to move through the darkness. Garp scratched his head in confusion. What the hell are you looking for? Is there really someone here? Just as Rosha was about to respond, he suddenly vanished and reappeared with a child in his hand. The child struggled in Rosha's grasp, shouting, Help! Who are you? Garp, hearing the child's noisy cries, felt a headache coming on. Is this the one you wanted to catch? Rosha nodded. That's right. Let's get out of here. I can't get anything out of him here. However, the child in Rosha's hand, Momonosuke, was far from cooperative. Rosha suddenly stopped, his gaze turning icy. He brought Momonosuke close and coldly said, If you scream again or dare to yell, I will skin you alive without guaranteeing your safety. Do you understand, Momonosuke? Momonosuke, who had tears in his eyes, instantly held his breath, stunned. A huge ripple surged in his heart. He knows my name? Who is he? Why is he capturing me? Momonosuke trembled in Rosha's grip, and Rosha's grip tightened even more. The originally pink kimono was now like a tight-fitting outfit. Rosha's murderous eyes were fixed on Momonosuke. Kid, if you dare to scream again, I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Momonosuke's eyes. But he tightly covered his mouth, afraid to make a sound. Images flashed in his mind. Rosha smiled, snapped his fingers, and instantly, Garp and Rosha teleported to the entrance of the research institute. At the same time, as soon as they appeared at the entrance, a figure quickly appeared in front of them. Rosha raised his eyebrows and asked, Ro, what's up? Ro, holding his knife, asked warily, Did you take something from that snow woman? Rosha recalled for a moment, and in the next second, a chilling aura enveloped Momonosuke in his hand. Confirming that Momonosuke couldn't escape, Rosha flipped his hand, revealing a heart. The moment Ro saw the heart, his expression brightened. He stepped forward and urgently said, That's my heart. Give it to me. Rosha, however, put the heart away, smirking with a hint of mockery. Want it? That depends on what satisfactory condition you can offer me. Ro frowned. Speaking in a serious tone, this thing is crucial for me. Don't push it too far. Rosha crossed his arms, unperturbed. Humph, there are no free trades with me. At that moment, Mama no Suk, wrapped in the cold aura, struggled painfully, making whimpering sounds. Ro glanced at Mama no Suk and turned to Rosha. I can help you with something, but you have to give me the heart first. Rosha thought for a moment, shook his head, and smiled. I want your surgical fruit. Ro's pupils constricted, taking a cautious step back. Impossible. And do you have any common sense? What happens if a devil fruit is lost? Rosha grew a bit impatient as he dug in his ears. Use the power of your surgery fruit to attack me. Luo's expression was somewhat stunned, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to comply, especially since he couldn't defeat Garp and Rosha right now. As time passed, Luo had been attacking with his fruit ability for about 30 minutes. After delivering the final slash, he gasped, Is that enough? Give my heart back. Rosha didn't respond. Instead, he placed Luo's heart back into the spatial dimension. In the next moment, several fruits appeared in Rosha's hand as the light faded. Luo's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the devil fruits in Rosha's hand, as if he had encountered something impossible. His mouth slightly agape, he stammered, Are those devil fruits real? Rosha smiled faintly, casually playing with the fruits in his hand. There were 3 in total, each a different color, gray-black, dark red, and white, all adorned with spiral patterns resembling heart shapes. Luo swallowed hard and asked curiously, Are they all real? Rosha nodded. That's right, a type of fruit ability. What do you think? It shouldn't be real, right? The owner of the surgery fruit should only be me. Rosha shrugged with a wry smile and immediately patted Garp's shoulder. Old man, this kid doesn't believe it. Why don't you show him? As soon as Rosha finished speaking, the previously lethargic Garp sprang to life. He gradually gathered strength in his hands and then struck the air with great force. A sound like shattering glass echoed through the air. The once relatively flat snowfield erupted into a flurry of ice and snow. Thankfully, Garp had only used a small amount of strength. Otherwise, the ground behind him might have cracked open. Rosha smiled mysteriously, feeling that Luo would probably no longer have any doubts. Besides, he had obtained what he wanted. One must keep their promises. Saying this, Rosha tossed the heart to Luo. Luo caught the heart and carefully stored away, exclaiming, Finally got it back. He lifted his clothes and pressed the heart into the square. After adjusting his clothes, he looked at Rosha and asked, Where did this fruit come from? Rosha shrugged. You don't need to worry about that. Our deal is complete. At that moment, the frozen Mama no Suk finally regained his composure and shouted, You bad guys, I will kill you. Rosha snorted coldly, his killing intent barely concealed. As Luo watched Rosha and Garp turn to leave, he felt compelled to call out, Wait, if you ever need help in the future, you can come find me. Rosha waved his hand. I hope next time you can take a beating. After saying that, he and Garp vanished from the spot. Luo stared in the direction they left, deep in thought about everything that had just happened and those strange devil fruits. Meanwhile, Mama no Suk sat on the ground, looking terrified and mixed with a bit of anger, mumbling about going back to report. Luo glanced at him, thinking that this guy was quite a nuisance, but he wouldn't live much longer anyway. Rosha and Garp walked through the snow with Mama no Suk when they suddenly heard a series of rumbling sounds nearby, resembling the footsteps of a giant beast. Rosha turned and asked in confusion, Old man, you didn't cause a tsunami, did you? No, I didn't even use 1% of my strength. Soon, Rosha spotted the source of the tremors. In front of him was a group of beings with human upper bodies and beast lower bodies, and it seemed that the Straw Hat crew was among them. Rosha ignored them and frowned at a massive slime nearby, which was spewing purple toxic gas. So that's it. In the next second, Rosha snapped his fingers, and the 3 of them slowly ascended into the air. As they rose, Rosha and Garp could see what the people below were doing. Oh, they seemed to be dodging that toxic gas. Rosha looked back at the giant slime, thinking they could only wish for good luck. After saying that, Rosha and Garp continued to ascend, as the height of the toxic gas couldn't reach them, allowing Rosha to watch the chaos below without worry. After all, this was a survival of the fittest world. If the Straw Hat crew got poisoned, it couldn't be blamed on anyone. At this moment, Mama no Suk, who had been held by Rosha, suddenly started to struggle, as if wanting to break free. "Let me down, you bastard." Rokia chuckled coldly. "You think you can? Going down now is certain death." But Momonosuke disregarded this and bit Rokia's arm. Rokia winced in pain and unconsciously loosened his grip, causing Momonosuke to plummet downwards. Rokia frowned slightly and quickly flashed after him. Just as Momonosuke was about to fall into the poisonous gas, Rokia caught him. "I don't want you to die so soon." Rokia lifted Momonosuke back up. At that moment, Luffy, seeing the scene, shouted, "Rokia, what are you doing here?" Rokia replied, "I wanted to see how you handle this crisis, but this little brat insists on seeking death, and I can't let him ruin my fun." Kinemon, seeing Momonosuke being held by Rokia, rushed towards him, filled with anxiety and anger. Rokia smiled at Kinemon, thinking, "I didn't expect this little brat to have good eyesight, just in time for me to find the person I want to kill." Kinemon's face darkened as he quickly dashed in front of Rokia and swung his sword. Rokia easily sidestepped, raising Momonosuke high. "If you move recklessly again, this little brat will really be gone." Kinemon had no choice but to stop, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Luffy shouted, "Rokia, let's deal with that big slime together, but the toxic gas is too strong." Rokia raised an eyebrow. "Luffy, so you found Kinemon, thanks." At that moment, the massive slime noticed the commotion and spewed out an even thicker cloud of toxic gas towards them. Rokia's expression changed, and he quickly flew upwards with Garp. Luffy directed his crew to evade. The toxic gas spread, creating chaos all around. Rokia watched the scene below from the air and suddenly came up with an idea. He whispered a few words to Garp, who nodded. Rokia flew above the slime and used his ability to encase the massive slime in a spatial cube. With a loud bang, the once amorphous slime was instantly compressed into a fist-sized blob, landing on the snow. The quantity was so great that it looked like it was raining. A few pieces landed on the half-beast people, releasing large amounts of smoke, and their expressions were filled with pain. Those on the ground looked at this scene in awe of Rokia's methods. Luffy grinned and said, "Ha, Rokia, you really have some tricks up your sleeve." Rokia, standing high in the sky with Momonosuke in hand, wore an expression of helplessness. In the next moment, Rosha came to Luffy's side and said, "You big fool. Look what's behind you." Luffy turned his head and saw that the poison gas which had been closing in on him and his friends was still slowly spreading, and the color of the gas had become even more intense. Luffy swallowed hard and immediately called to his companions, "Everyone, hurry up and run." Upon hearing Luffy's call, almost everyone ran towards the nearby research facility as if they had gone mad, leaving only Kinemon behind. From his expression, it seemed he wanted to fight Rosha. Kinemon's expression was serious as he held two swords. "Bastard, let go of Lord Momonosuke." Rosha snorted, "Do you think you could defeat me?" Kinemon remained unmoved and charged forward. Rosha confidently and calmly prepared to fight. After a few exchanges, Kinemon realized he couldn't even touch the hem of Rosha's clothes. Seizing the opportunity, Rosha kicked Kinemon's sword away and then kicked him to the ground. "You are not worthy. Just two lost dogs. I think you should die, right?" Rosha threw Momonosuke to the ground and stepped on him. Looking at Kinemon, "Tell me, where's the fruit that can travel through time and space? You should know. After all, you came from 20 years ago." Upon hearing this, the three present were stunned, and cold sweat broke out on Kinemon and Momonosuke. Momonosuke trembled uncontrollably, as if he had Parkinson's disease. Beside him, Garp patted Rosha's shoulder and asked, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Rosha shrugged, literally. "They are from the Kazuki family of Wano country 20 years ago." Rosha pushed Garp aside. "Old man, you just watch for now. I haven't gotten what I want yet. By the way, old man, help me disperse the poison gas with your punch wind." After hearing this, Garp clenched his fists and swung them forward, and a powerful punch wind howled out, gradually dispersing the poison gas that was approaching Rosha. Taking advantage of this moment, Kinemon suddenly jumped up and charged at Rosha, trying to reclaim Momonosuke. Rosha sidestepped and raised his hand, sending a freezing energy wave toward Kinemon. Kinemon barely dodged, but his arm was firmly frozen. "Stop struggling. Tell me where the fruit is, or you will both die today," Rosha said coldly. Momonosuke suddenly burst into tears. "I don't know. I really don't know." Kinemon gritted his teeth. "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, you demon." Rosha curled his lip. "You originally knew, but now you say you don't find, then die. Rosha slowly drew his Shura blade, and an aura of slaughter filled the air. Rosha stared at their faces with no emotion, unleashing his conqueror's haki. And two slashes struck fiercely at the two. The moment they made contact, their bodies turned to ashes as if paper had met fire. Thus, Kineman and Momonosuke perished. Rosha sheathed his sword, his face showing no emotion. Garp, however, widened his eyes. Did Rosha really kill them? Well, keeping those two around is useless. Rosha's calm tone revealed a hint of determination, and Garp, who was very familiar with him, slightly paused. At that moment, the transponder snail in Rosha's pocket rang. Blue, blue, blue. Rosha took out the transponder snail and put to his ear, and Smoker's distinctive smoky voice came through. Rosha, where are you? I brought people over. Okay, wait there. After finishing, Rosha hung up the phone. At the same time, Rosha closed his eyes and finally sensed Smoker's location with his observation haki. After a few seconds, a gray-white portal appeared on the ground in Rosha's hand. Meanwhile, Smoker, who was waiting in place, also noticed the portal and immediately called everyone to enter. After passing through the portal, Rosha saw that Smoker had brought a group of Navy soldiers. Smoker stepped forward and looked towards a nearby research facility. How's the situation here? Smoker asked. Rosha pointed to the bodies on the ground and said, I've dealt with two troubles, but the research being done in this facility isn't any legitimate experiment. Smoker frowned and said, Then should we send someone in a search? Rosha pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, you can take people inside. As for me and the old man, we won't go in. By the way, there's still the Straw Hat crew inside. Remember not to make any moves. Upon hearing Rosha's words, Smoker helplessly rolled his eyes. Got it. As long as they don't cause trouble. He then led the Navy soldiers toward the research facility. After everyone left, Garp leaned over to Rosha and whispered, Why didn't you let me go in with them? Rosha shrugged. Old man, you should know your current strength, right? If you used all your power, you could probably blow a hole in this research facility with one punch. Garp nodded, easily. Then that's settled. Since you're so strong, why should I let you in? Besides, your grandson is still very strong. We just need to wait for him to bring Caesar out. No need to make it so complicated. As the two were talking, a series of booming sounds came from inside the research facility, as if a fight had already broken out. Rosha pointed towards the research facility. Let's go, old man. Let's sit in front for a while. Garp followed Rosha to a large rock not far away, and the two sat side by side. I wonder if that kid Smoker can handle it, Garp said casually. Rosha looked relaxed. Don't worry, even if Smoker can't handle it, they're the soldiers I trained. So many mythical Zoan types are enough to break through the entire research facility. Besides, the Straw Hat crew is inside causing chaos. Caesar can't escape. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang came from the research facility, indicating that a fierce battle was underway inside. However, the two didn't even look. One was busy eating senbei, while the other had already taken out a deck chair and was lying on it. Their appearance formed a sharp contrast with the fighting inside. Time passed unnoticed, and 2 hours had already gone by, but the battle inside the research facility showed no signs of stopping. The two outside were so relaxed that they could still hear Luffy's roar. At that moment, Rosha stood up and stretched, but halfway through his stretch, he suddenly froze. The next second, Rosha grabbed Garp, activated his spatial ability, and in a few flashes, he took Garp to the back of the research facility. The back of the research facility was by the coast, and at that moment, Rosha's gaze was fixed on a certain direction. On the sea, there was a person riding a bicycle. Rosha sat down on the ground, grinning and staring at the person on the sea. If Rosha guessed correctly, it should be Kazan. Following the same motion, Garp also sat down. Kazan rode to the shore, stopped his bicycle, and looked at Rosha and Garp. Long time no see, you two. Rosha smiled back. What brings you here, Kazan? Are you here just to watch the fun? Kazan scratched his head, sort of, I heard it's pretty interesting here. Kapu stuffed a piece of senbei into his mouth and mumbled, You brat, you definitely have bad intentions. Kazan chuckled helplessly. Senior Kapu was still so straightforward. In fact, I was just curious about how much the Straw Hat Kid had grown. Moreover, I could sense Rosha's terrifying strength, truly formidable for the younger generation. At that moment, there was another intense tremor in the Research Institute, accompanied by Luffy's excited shouts. Rosha crossed his arms, and the battle inside was quite spectacular. It probably wouldn't be long before it ended. Kazan looked towards the research institute, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, really wanting to see who would finally catch Caesar. Suddenly, the walls of the research institute were blown away, thick black smoke billowing out. Along with it came Daz, Bonez, and noMi, followed by a number of children of varying sizes, and at the back were a few already transformed Marines. Kazan recognized at a glance whose subordinates they were by the Navy uniforms they wore. Ah, a mythical Zoan user. Rosha, you actually let them eat such a devil fruit? Rosha shrugged. It's fine. Everyone in our G5 branch has one. Even that old smoker, I gave him the thunder fruit, and now he's really powerful. Kazan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You're quite generous. If other factions find out, it might cause quite a stir. Rosha laughed nonchalantly. What is there to be afraid of? With strength, we naturally don't fear others coveting us. Moreover, we G5 branch have a big weapon. We aren't afraid even if the Yonko come. Speaking of this, Kazan seemed to remember something. Are you talking about Mr. Kapu, the big weapon? Rosha nodded and then patted Kapu's shoulder. That's right. The old man's strength is more than enough to handle Kaido. Rosha raised an eyebrow at Kazan and smiled. So how about it? You left the pirates before. Do you want to join my G5 branch now? There are no superiors or subordinates here. As long as you join, there are plenty of benefits. Recently, I've researched many peculiar things, all of which can be tried on you. After saying this, Rosha seemed to realize he had said something wrong and quickly explained, these are all good things. Kazan, hearing Rosha's words, twitched the corners of his mouth. The benefits you mentioned sound a bit dangerous. Kapu laughed loudly from his side. Kazan, this kid is just that unreliable. Rosha didn't mind their conversation. However, he was determined to secure Kazan's combat power. Even if he had to knock him out and bring him back, Rosha would do it. Kazan looked at Rosha's determined gaze and shook his head helplessly. Let me think about it some more. Just then, the sounds of battle inside the research institute came to an abrupt stop. Everyone's eyes turned toward the hole that had been blasted open in the research institute. They saw Luffy carrying a beaten-up Caesar, followed by Zoro and others along with the Marines, led by Smoker. Luffy spotted Rosha and the others, grinning widely. Grandpa, we won. Rosha smiled and nodded. Good job. Smoker stepped forward, cleared his throat. Indeed, not bad. Rosha waved his hand. Since this bastard has been caught, there's no need to stay here any longer. Kapu stood up and stretched. Finally, it's about to end. I was getting bored to death. Kazan watched this scene, deep in thought. He turned to Rosha and said, maybe I can try joining you for a while to see how it goes. Rosha was overjoyed. Welcome, welcome. I believe you won't regret this decision. Rosha flipped his wrist, and a pair of Sea Prism stone handcuffs appeared in his hand. He used the Sea Prism stone handcuffs to cuff the now beaten-up Caesar. After resolving this hidden danger, Rosha looked up at the group of somewhat nervous children standing in the crowd. Hey kids, you don't need to be so tense, we're the Marines. And you're safe now. You won't have to eat that awful medicine anymore. Without waiting for the children to respond, Rosha turned and asked, can the warship accommodate these kids? Yes. Rosha snapped his fingers, then that's good. So everyone headed towards the warship with the children. Along the way, the kids curiously looked at the surrounding Marines and the Straw Hat crew members. Some of the kids quietly approached Luffy, wanting to tug on his rubber arm. When Luffy noticed, he deliberately stretched his arm to make the kids laugh. After boarding the warship, Chef Sanji quickly prepared delicious food for the children. The kids, tasting real delicacies, had their eyes filled with surprise. Kazan watched this harmonious scene, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Meanwhile, the handcuffed Caesar was still not giving up, shouting about his great inventions. Upon hearing Caesar's piercing voice, Rosha frowned. He then slowly walked in front of Caesar and sat down, holding a piece of meat in his hand. Seeing this, Caesar's face turned green with anger. You bastard Marines, do you know who stands behind me? If you capture me, you will regret it. I advise you to let me go quickly, or you'll be asking for trouble. Caesar's words immediately reached the ears of those feasting nearby. Smoker, with a serious expression, approached Rosha. What is going on? Rosha waved his hand. It's nothing, this guy just needs to be dealt with. Don't worry. I'll definitely conquer him. After Smoker left, Rosha leaned closer to Caesar's ear and said, aren't the ones behind you Joker and Kaido? Caesar's pupils dilated, but before he could speak, Rosha continued, Isn't it a coincidence? The two characters you mentioned have been dealt with by our G5 branch S Marines. Moreover, we even chased that Kaido away. Caesar scoffed. Humph. You guys from a mere branch could chase Kaido away? Don't make me laugh. Rosha shrugged helplessly, flipping his wrist to produce a newspaper. Open your eyes and take a look. The front page headline featured a photo of Kapu's punch, imbued with the power of the tremor, hitting Kaido's face. Sometimes Rosha couldn't help but admire that foolish bird. He always managed to get the first-hand news about world events and send it out. Rosha sneered. See that? Useless scientist? Caesar didn't respond, but his whole body began to tremble, and for the first time, fear appeared on his white face, with a few tears rolling down his eyes. He seemed to be extremely frightened. Rosha quietly sat in front of Caesar, not knowing how long had passed, maybe a minute, when Caesar suddenly lifted his head and said, "Please let me go. I'm a scientist. I'll help you shoot devil fruits. The devil fruits I create are one of a kind in the world. Even Kaido cooperates with me. Just provide the funding and laboratory. I don't need anything else." Rosha stared at Caesar's serious yet comical face and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Caesar's fawning smile faded, and he glared at Rosha seriously. What do you mean? I'm a genius scientist. Rosha paused with his hand on his stomach. The smile on his face also stopped. Without turning his head, he snapped his fingers. In the next second, the Marines who were still drinking and eating meat all stopped their actions and lined up to stand in front of Rosha, their expressions extremely serious. Rosha nodded and commanded these soldiers, "Let this useless scientist see your abilities." "Yes, boss." Caesar frowned, but still looked over. He saw more than 30 Marines suddenly erupting with a powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, these 30-odd Marines transformed into Thunderbirds, Fire Phoenixes, or Candle Dragons. Because they were all afraid of damaging the warship, they were now floating in the air. This scene shocked everyone, including Caesar, and even the Straw Hat crew was utterly astonished. Glug, Caesar swallowed hard and trembled as he asked this. They're all Zoan-type creatures, top-tier abilities. Do you really have this many fruits? It was hard for him to believe that they were all collected one by one. Moreover, each type of devil fruit was unique, and it was impossible to have so many identical ones. Rosha grinned, a flash of light in his hand, and with a quick motion, another devil fruit appeared in his hand. Caesar looked over, and the fruit was a light purple color with spiral patterns, resembling a pineapple. Caesar was startled. That fruit in your hand feels like the one I ate many years ago? Hearing Caesar's response, Rosha smiled broadly and snapped his fingers. That's right, it's finally not so useless anymore. I took the fruit out of you. Caesar's eyes widened, but he ignored Rosha and instead focused on sensing the abilities of his gas fruit within his body. However, after feeling around, he found nothing at all. Caesar stiffly turned his head and saw a purple fruit in front of him. In the next second, Rosha grabbed Caesar's chin, forcing his mouth open, and then stuffed the pineapple-shaped fruit into his mouth. As the fruit went down, Caesar's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently. Suddenly, his mouth slightly opened, and he began to gag. However, only some sour liquid came out. He didn't actually vomit anything. Rosha was prepared and slapped Caesar's face to the side. What? What did you do to me? Caesar shouted in terror. Rosha crossed his arms and laughed. I just let you taste your own fruit again. While Rosha was tormenting Caesar, everyone around was also looking this way. They not only did not try to stop it, but also wore expressions of gloating. After all, Caesar was the kind of guy who would do anything for his experiments. So this little bit of harm was nothing compared to the harm he had done to the children. At this moment, a Marine on the warship shouted to Rosha, "Report. Captain Qinglong, 2 pirates have appeared 500 meters ahead." It turned out that Don Quixote Doflamingo had learned that Caesar was captured and came to rescue him. Rosha stood up, his eyes turning cold. Just in time, today I'll catch all of you pirates. After saying that, he commanded the Marines with Zoan-type abilities to get ready. Luffy also excitedly stood up. Another fight is coming. How fun. The 2 rescuers made a loud noise, sounding like a propeller. Rosha looked up, and there were indeed 2 people coming to rescue. Their features were easily identifiable. One had a hairstyle like a propeller. The person sitting on top of him was someone Rosha had seen before. One of them was the extremely needy Baby 5. However, it must be said that in the pirate world, As long as they don't grow old, they are all beauties. Rosha glanced at them and lost interest. Although they weren't very weak, they weren't strong either. Someone like them could be taken down with just one move from Rosha. He waved his hand and said, "Go. Catch those two for me." Yes. The Marines instantly transformed and flew into the sky. The two above had not even started their rescue when the battle was already over. In just a few minutes, both were tied up. Bang! The Marines responsible for capturing Baby 5 showed no mercy and threw her in front of Rosha. The Marine boasted, "Boss, we were quick, weren't we?" Rosha glanced at the Marines in front of him, who looked like they wanted him to praise them. Rosha shook his head helplessly. "All right, don't get too proud." Then he squatted down to look at Baby 5. "You came to rescue someone, but did you ever think it would end up like this?" Baby 5, however, looked stubborn, saying, "The young master needs me to rescue Caesar. Even if I fail, it's worth it. This is how much the young master needs me." Rosha snorted. Foolish loyalty. An incurable personality. He kicked Baby 5 to the corner and slowly said, "Caesar, look, that Tinyasha sent such two useless ones to rescue you. Are you angry?" Caesar glared at the two lying on the ground with a grim face, and then arrogantly said, "Damn Navy, you still have time to let me go. Otherwise, when Joker arrives, you're dead." Rosha merely cast him a disdainful glance and kicked him in the stomach. "You should worry about your own fate first." In the following time, the sea remained calm. In fact, aside from these two coming to rescue Caesar, no one else showed up. Rosha was becoming a bit impatient, and coincidentally, everyone at the table had finished eating. Rosha snapped his fingers, and in the next second, two Marines appeared in front of him. "Boss, what are your orders?" Rosha pointed to Baby 5 and Buffalo, who were shackled with sea prism stone, and said, "Throw these two into the sea to feed the fish. Since that Tinyasha didn't come, you can die." As soon as Rosha's words fell, the two lying on the ground, waiting to be imprisoned, suddenly became extremely stiff. They thought Rosha would, like other Marines, escort them to prison. They weren't particularly worried about that since their young master was Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of the underworld, closely cooperating with Kaido. Even if they were captured, they would be rescued. But now, they were actually going to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The two instinctively struggled, but it was useless, because they were facing the strongest Zoan-type ability user. Just as the Marines were about to throw Baby 5 and Buffalo into the sea, a shadow struck like lightning. Everyone felt a strong wind pass by, and upon looking closely, Doflamingo appeared. His strings wrapped around Baby 5 and Buffalo, pulling them back to his side. He was panting heavily, as if he had rushed over in a hurry. "Qinglong, do you dare touch my people?" Doflamingo's face was grim. Rosha sneered coldly. "You're quite timely. I thought you wouldn't come." Doflamingo laughed heartily. "Good thing I did." In an instant, Doflamingo's strings shot towards Rosha like arrows, and the Marine soldiers behind Rosha rushed forward to block them. Luffy, seeing this, excitedly joined the fray, stretching his rubber arm to strike at Doflamingo. Doflamingo sidestepped, simultaneously controlling his strings to attack Luffy. Rosha seized the opportunity, flashing to Doflamingo's back and throwing a punch. Doflamingo turned to counter, and the two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging punches and sending strings flying. The atmosphere on the battlefield was tense. In less than a minute, Doflamingo was heavily struck by Rosha's punch against a large rock on the shore. The moment he made contact, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Rosha coldly smiled, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at Doflamingo. Doflamingo sat on the ground, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha, truly worthy of the Blue Dragon Vice Admiral. This strength is indeed not to be underestimated." Just as the rumor said, Rosha floated down slowly, landing in front of Doflamingo. "Actually, we didn't need to come here. I never intended to capture that gas bag." Doflamingo replied playfully, "Oh, not capturing Caesar? Then who do you intend to hand him over to?" Rosha raised the corner of his mouth, speaking flatly. "The opportunity is yours. It depends on whether you can reclaim your useless scientist Caesar. After you leave, I will give Caesar to the Straw Hat Kid, of course, provided you don't get killed by him." Doflamingo laughed loudly, his kingly aura erupting. "Blue Dragon, are you underestimating me? How could the Straw Hat Kid be my opponent?" Rosha crossed his arms, his expression cold. "That would be the best. But don't think the Straw Hat crew is easy to deal with. That kid Luffy has unlimited potential. A trace of disdain flashed across Doflamingo's face. Humph. No matter how powerful, they're just a bunch of kids. At that moment, a commotion was heard from afar, and Luffy and his companions were seen rushing over. Looks like the main character has arrived, Rosha said softly as he stepped back a bit. Doflamingo squinted, watching Luffy and the others approach. But in the next second, Doflamingo suddenly stood up and moved quickly. His body moved like a shadow, grabbing one person and flying into the sky. The ones Doflamingo grabbed were Baby 5 and Buffalo. After Rosha's words, Doflamingo didn't want to waste any more time with them and directly returned to Dressrosa. If he stayed here, he might die. Besides, there were quite a few people here who could kill him. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others watched Doflamingo leave from a distance. The Straw Hat crew all sheathed their weapons, and Luffy wore a disappointed expression. Why did he fly away? After an unknown amount of time, Rosha suddenly stood up, and everyone turned to look at him. In the blink of an eye, Rosha disappeared from his spot, and when he reappeared, he had another person with him. Luo, looking disgusted, shook off Rosha's arm and shouted, "What are you doing?" Suddenly appearing. "Try to capture me, or something." Rosha shrugged helplessly. "I have no interest in capturing you." At the same time, Rosha pointed to Caesar, who was lying on the ground, and said, "I want you to take this guy's heart out for me, using your ability." "Sure. I wanted to do this for a long time," Luo replied, harboring resentment. If it weren't for Rosha returning his heart earlier, he wouldn't even know where it would be now. Luo spread his fingers, and a spatial shield unfolded. The demon blade, Yato, was drawn, and amidst a few slashing sounds, Caesar's heart fell into Luo's hands. Caesar, who was standing there, felt numb all over, sweat pouring down his forehead from nervousness. Gulp! Caesar swallowed hard. The next second, he shouted nervously, it's over, my heart. My heart has been taken." Rosha revealed a wicked smile, and almost in the blink of an eye, he tightened his grip. Suddenly, a horrifying scream erupted. Ah! Caesar fell to the ground due to the pain in his heart, his expression one of extreme agony. Rosha glanced at Luo, who was still fiddling with Caesar's heart, and interrupted, "All right, hand it over. Are you addicted to playing with it?" Luo rolled his eyes and tossed the still-beating heart to Rosha. Rosha caught it steadily, and a subtle glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the heart. Now, he could control that guy for a while. At this moment, Luffy stepped forward, curiously looking at the heart in Rosha's hand, scratching his head and asking, "This is this guy's heart, and you could just hold it like this? How is he not dead?" Caesar cursed, "You little bastard, you're the one who will die. Once I'm free, I'll make you my test subject." Bang! Before Luffy could get angry, a heavy fist landed on Caesar's head. "You scoundrel, you have such intentions?" Garp glared angrily at Caesar. Caesar swallowed hard and gave a sheepish smile, misunderstanding. Rosha chuckled and briefly explained Luo's ability, and Luffy nodded as if he understood. Seeing that he had the heart in hand, Rosha's gaze swept around before finally locking onto noMi. noMi noticed Rosha's gaze and snorted coldly, about to turn away. But Rosha called out, "Hey, you little thief. Blue Dragon Vice Admiral, what do you want? You're not trying to take away the treasures we VE worked hard to accumulate, are you?" noMi's eyes were filled with suspicion. Rosha was quite speechless about noMi holding grudges. However, he revealed his intentions. He tossed the heart he had just taken from Luo to noMi. noMi instinctively caught it, but upon seeing the heart, her hands trembled, and it was Robin who ultimately took the heart away. Everyone was puzzled as to why Rosha would throw Caesar's heart to noMi. Zoro frowned and asked, "Rosha, what do you mean by this?" Rosha shrugged helplessly, his meaning clear. "I don't plan to take Caesar back. Besides, this useless scientist is of no use to me. So, you can only take him with you." Rosha pointed at Caesar's pale face and said, "This guy is not without use. At the very least, he can attract Doflamingo's and the Yonko Kaido's hatred. As long as you start a war with them, I could bring my G5 and flatten both sides. It's that simple, got it?" Rosha turned to the bewildered Luffy and smiled. "Luffy, what do you think?" Luffy scratched his head, grinning. "Sounds pretty good, but we're not afraid of them." The crew members nodded in agreement, with only a few appearing somewhat scared. At this moment, Usopp leaned in and asked, "What about this heart? What if we accidentally damage it?" Rosha, with his hands in his pockets, replied, "Miss Thief is so clever. She can definitely take good care of it. We can also use it to threaten Caesar when necessary. noMi, with her hands on her hips, huffed. But why do we have to carry this gas bag? Rosha chuckled lightly. If you don't take him with you, then I'll just throw you all into impel down. How about that? As he said this, Rosha exuded an impressive aura, his conqueror's haki slightly leaking out, making him quite intimidating. noMi swallowed nervously and said, okay, fine, we'll reluctantly take it for now. We'll carry this gas bag. Rosha nodded, his aura dissipating instantly. Good, then I'll head back first. You all can discuss the rest. Luffy shouted towards the direction Rosha disappeared. Thanks, Rosha. Next time we meet, we'll definitely be stronger. After Rosha left, Luffy and the others gathered to discuss their next plan. We need to find a safe place to keep Caesar. noMi frowned. How about putting him in the bottom cell of the Sunny? Usopp suggested, but Luffy waved his hand. That's too boring. Let's just keep him on deck and take turns watching him. Everyone's eyes widened at this. Luffy, that guy's very dangerous, Sanji reminded. It's okay. We're here, Luffy said nonchalantly. Plus, we have that bastard's heart. Meanwhile, Doflamingo returned to Dressrosa, getting angrier the more he thought about it. How dare that Dragon King Rosha scheme against me? I can't underestimate those Straw Hats either. So he decided to send his subordinates to secretly monitor the Straw Hat crew and look for an opportunity to reclaim Caesar. On the other side, the Straw Hat crew continued sailing with Caesar as planned. Along the way, Caesar tried every trick to escape, but was easily caught each time. Sometimes he even suffered physical punishment. Meanwhile, Rosha and the others sat on the warship, each with a blank expression, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, a marine approached Rosha and shouted, "Report, boss. We are about to reach G5 base." Rosha slightly raised his head and replied, "Got it." He then turned to the others. "Once we reach G5 base, let us rest for 2 days. These 2 days are almost equivalent to a month's worth of my tasks." The others twitched at the corners of their mouths, and Smoker glanced at Rosha, speechless. "I'm the one who always leads the Marines to catch pirates." "That's right. You guys catch them, but the credit still counts as mine, which is quite good," Rosha replied. Smoker's face darkened. "You should just shut your mouth." The Marines nearby, who were eavesdropping, shrank their heads and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Kazan asked, "So, Rosha, your achievement should be enough to promote you to Admiral now, right? Why are you still a Vice Admiral?" He continued, "And I remember that your G5 base seems to have an island with the word bandit in it." Just then, Garp swallowed his last piece of senbei and laughed. This kid, back then, Sengoku wanted to promote him to Admiral, but he refused to accept it. He even beat the current Admiral Fujitora because of this matter, leaving him with no chance to fight back. Everyone was shocked, their jaws almost dropping. "Rosha, you even beat an Admiral?" The Marines looked at Rosha in disbelief. Rosha shrugged. "He insisted on persuading me to become an Admiral. It's good that I didn't kill him." Kazan shook his head helplessly. "Only you could do something like that." Meanwhile, on the Straw Hat side, Caesar took advantage of Usopp dozing off while guarding him and secretly took out a small vial of potion, sprinkling it around. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the area, and he took the opportunity to run towards the edge of the ship. However, halfway there, he bumped into a just-awoken Luffy. Luffy grabbed him. "Oh, trying to run? You little brat, let me go." Luffy, though innocent, showed no mercy to such a scoundrel. With his armament haki covering his palm, he punched Caesar hard. Immediately, Caesar saw stars in his eyes and fainted. He felt completely powerless. If Luffy had hit a little harder, Caesar might have been done for. Luffy clapped his hands. The bastard thought he could escape. How naive. Luffy retied the unconscious Caesar and shouted, "Hey, Usopp, how could you fall asleep? You almost let him get away." Usopp scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. At the G5 base, after Rosha and the others docked, a group of Marines lined up to welcome them. Rosha yawned and slowly walked towards the shore. Following Rosha were Kazan and a few dozen children of varying sizes. The Marines, who were originally welcoming Rosha's return, widened their eyes in shock and instinctively took defensive positions, their expressions showing undeniable vigilance. Seeing the Marines' tense looks, Rosha couldn't help but say, "Who are these useless scientist test subjects? Although they look older because of the drugs, their actual age is under 10. After hearing Rosha's explanation, the Marines relaxed, and even the strong men showed a rare softness on their faces, seemingly afraid of scaring the children. At this moment, Jian's eyes lit up when he saw the person next to Rosha, and he quickly said, "Oh, Admiral Akiji? Yo, Vice Admiral Mamatatsu. Just call me Kazan." "I've left the Navy," Kazan greeted. "That's right, Kazan is someone I met in Punk Hazard. For some reasons, he is now part of my G5 base." Jian nodded. "I see, that's great. Our G5 base is getting stronger." "That's right. I plan to gather more powerful people and then directly topple the Marine headquarters led by Admiral Sengoku. What do you think, Jian?" Jian's eyes widened, speechless. "Rosha, if you want a rebel, go do it yourself." Rosha just smiled, saying it was a joke. At this moment, everyone had gotten off the ship, including the dozens of children. However, the expressions and actions of the children seemed very timid. Rosha noticed everything. He patted his forehead and quickly went to Jian's side. "Jian, you should be a woman, right? Go comfort those kids. I need to bring Admiral Sengoku over." Jian frowned, and her face darkened as she scolded, "Bastard Rosha. You're not a woman. How dare you say I should be a woman?" While Jian was angry, her aura also began to rise. But Rosha had already left the area, and the Marines nearby kept a distance from Jian, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. This is the benefit of experience. If he had left quickly, getting hit would be his own fault. Jian sighed helplessly. "All right, those kids are also pitiful." She walked towards the children and gently said, "Don't be afraid, little ones. It's very safe here. You no longer have to live in fear." The children slowly let down their guard and revealed innocent smiles. Meanwhile, at the G5 branch, Rosha contacted Admiral Sengoku through a phone bug. "Admiral, I've discovered some interesting people and things. Would you like to come take a look?" Sengoku scoffed on the other end. "What are you up to this time, kid?" Rosha said mysteriously. "I guarantee it's something you wouldn't expect." After hesitating for a moment, Sengoku replied, "All right, I want to see what you're up to. Then remember to open the warp gate." Not long after, a gray-white warp gate opened in the G5 branch's open area, initiated by Rosha. Sengoku stepped through the gate, looked around, and saw a group of children in front of him. Puzzled, he asked, "Is this what you call interesting?" Rosha nodded with a smile and informed Sengoku about the children's backgrounds. After listening, Sengoku's expression turned serious. It turned out to be that crazy scientist Caesar, who always creates these tragedies. "Admiral, let's go take a look," Rosha said, initially thinking of throwing the children directly into Sengoku's office, but then reconsidered that it might not be very ethical. Rosha scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Rosha, saying, "You brat, if you dare to do that, I would come and beat you up." Rosha narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking, "You old monk might not even be able to beat me now." However, he couldn't say that out loud. Good thing I didn't do that. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to the port. At the G5 branch's port, a large number of Marines were gathered. Some were moving things, while others were quite relaxed. When Sengoku and Rosha arrived at the port, Sengoku immediately spotted Akiji's back, but he only thought it looked familiar and didn't pay much attention. Looking around, Sengoku saw children of various sizes sitting on the ground. At the front, Jiun was telling them a story in a gentle tone. It was the first time Rosha had seen her like this. Those who didn't know her personality might have thought Jiun was a very gentle person. From a distance, Rosha couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter caught Jiun's attention. She shot him a glare with a warning in her eyes. Rosha quickly covered his mouth, signaling that he would stay silent. Sengoku approached to check on the children's condition. The children looked at Sengoku curiously, their eyes full of innocence and expectation. At that moment, a little boy timidly tugged on Sengoku's clothing and asked, "Are you here to save us too?" Sengoku nodded gently. With Sengoku's arrival, Jiun had time to spare. She quickly walked up to Rosha and asked, "You jerk, were you just laughing? What was so funny?" Rosha spread his hands innocently and said, "I just think you look really cute like this. I don't usually get to see it." Jiun's face flushed slightly, and she pretended to hit him, saying, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson." Meanwhile, Sengoku squatted down, quietly asking the little boy more about their experiences. The boy's eyes turned red as he trembled while recounting the terrifying experiences in Caesar's laboratory, and the surrounding Marines displayed expressions of compassion. Rosha finally escaped Jiun's questioning and walked over to Sengoku. He casually asked, "Admiral, what do you plan to do with these kids?" Sengoku rolled his eyes at Rosha, saying, "What do you mean dispose?" Do you think they're pirates? Sengoku stood up and shouted to the surrounding Marines. Make sure these kids get proper rest. Assign someone to take care of them, check their health, and contact their families or find suitable adopters. However, after Sengoku spoke for a while, not a single person answered him. They continued with their own tasks, as if Admiral Sengoku didn't exist. Just then, Garp, munching on senbei, came over to Sengoku and laughed heartily. Sengoku, is no one paying attention to you? Sengoku glared at Garp. What do you know, you fool? Garp said while chewing. These are all Rosha's people. Only those on this island have say. Even if the Admiral comes, it won't matter, of course. These are the rules set by Rosha beforehand. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, some Marines immediately stopped what they were doing and ran back to the training ground, seemingly fearing that Sengoku would call them again. Sengoku glared at Rosha with a dark expression, saying, "You little brat, according to your rules, even I, the Admiral, am ineffective here." Rosha shrugged helplessly. "Admiral, my Marines aren't good at these things. They're best at robbing, training, and group fights, of course. They have their own tricks for sneaky tactics, but the most important thing is they obey." Rosha counted on his fingers as he spoke. As Rosha was talking, he noticed Sengoku's face getting darker. "Ahem, Admiral, don't worry. I'll open the door and let the Marine headquarters people come over immediately." Rosha quickly opened a warp gate, and Sengoku made a phone call. Moments later, soldiers from the Marine headquarters filed in. Sengoku directed them to take care of the children in an orderly manner. Rosha stood by watching, a smile creeping onto his face. Before long, the Marines took the children of various sizes through the warp gate back to the Marine headquarters. This was also requested by Admiral Sengoku, and the children appeared to be quite understanding, with not a single one crying or opposing. Moreover, Admiral Sengoku had arranged for the children to be well taken care of. After all the children had left, Rosha closed the warp gate and plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "Phew, I'm exhausted." This made Sengoku's face darken even more, and he was increasingly inclined to beat Rosha up. Just as Sengoku was clenching his fist, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Alala, Admiral, long time no see." Sengoku turned sharply, and to his surprise, it was Akiji, who had long since left the Marines. Akiji? What are you doing here?" The shock in Admiral Sengoku's eyes was genuine. This made Rosha, who was standing nearby, even more curious. Rosha leaned in and asked, "Wait, didn't Akiji get sent out on a mission? Could it be that he voluntarily left the Marines?" Akiji slowly spoke. "Rosha, you've been deceived. I didn't want to stay in the Marines anymore. I just hadn't found the opportunity to leave." Rosha's eyes widened in disbelief. Sengoku furrowed his brow and asked, "Why? What has the Marines done to you?" Akiji looked into the distance and calmly said, "It's just a difference in ideals. The Marines' justice is too complicated. I want to pursue my own justice." The atmosphere became somewhat heavy, and Rosha broke the silence, saying, "It's fine. Anyway, Akiji has already joined my G5 branch. Here, we don't need the complicated justice of the Marine headquarters. If someone annoys us, we just beat them up directly. The same goes for the Yonko. And if those bastards from the world government dare to act up, we can just kill them directly." Rosha smiled in response. Zhanghua glared at Luo Xia and said, "You little brat." Qingji nodded. "I understand. After all, you've made it to the newspaper with Mr. Garp, and Mr. Garp has become even stronger now. I also want to continue learning from Mr. Garp." Garp was taken aback and then laughed heartily. "Ha, good. Want to become as strong as me. That's great. Besides, Luo Xia is right. Our G5 branch doesn't need to rely on the Navy headquarters to read people's faces. We are not short of money or combat power." Zhanghua listened to Garp's words and shook his head helplessly. He looked at Qingji and said, "Since you have made your decision, then go ahead. However, if you encounter difficulties in the future, the Navy headquarters will not sit idly by." Qingji slightly bowed to express his gratitude. Suddenly, Zhanghua slapped his forehead and asked, "Almost forgot. Do you have anything that can restore those kids to their original state? You should have something. After all, you have plenty of magical items." Luo Xia couldn't help but recall the appearance of those kids, and everyone stared at him intently. But this time, he was overthinking it. Luo Xia scratched his head and said helplessly, "Unfortunately, I don't have anything that can restore people to their original state. Who would have thought of that before? So I don't have it for now, and I might not have it in the future either." Hearing this, although they had anticipated it, a hint of disappointment still appeared on their faces. Luo Xia felt helpless about this, but he was also puzzled. Isn't this the pirate world? It's rare to see such expressions. But on second thought, it makes sense. The people around are all from the Navy, not pirates, nor from the world government that treats human lives like grass. Zhang sighed and said slowly, since everything has been resolved, I will head back now. Luo Xia, see me off. Luo Xia nodded, then spread his arms, and a gray-white door appeared in front of him. Just as he was about to step forward, Zhang suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Luo Xia, I've been troubled by something lately, and only you can solve it. Luo Xia asked in confusion. The esteemed Admiral of the Navy is actually troubled by something like this, and only I can solve it? Luo Xia pointed to his own nose, his eyes wide in disbelief. The surrounding generals also looked at the two with great interest. Garp had even opened a bag of snacks and started eating. Zhang began to speak slowly. Recently, there's a rear admiral. She comes to my office every day, insisting on seeing you. After being annoyed by her for a week, I started to avoid her. Later, I simply sent her on missions, but her strength is very strong, and I feel she could almost be even with an admiral in a 50-50 match. The tasks I assigned her were just small ones. Luo Xia initially listened attentively to Admiral Zhang, but he felt that the old monk was getting more and more outrageous. Is this something I can solve? Luo Xia quickly interrupted. Wait, Admiral, what are you babbling about? You should go inside. Luo Xia reached out to push Zhang inside. But just as he was about to do so, he found Zhang as immovable as a stone, emanating a faint golden light. Is this activating his ability? Luo Xia was speechless. Garp laughed and said, Zhang, what are you trying to do? If you don't go in, I'll just punch you in. Garp flexed his fists, looking eager to try. Get out of the way, Garp. I have serious business. Luo Xia said helplessly, Old man, let the Admiral finish talking first. All right, Zhang, hurry up. We still need to eat. Zhang didn't say anything and instead took out a den mushy. He fiddled with it a few times, and a voice echoed in everyone's ears. The voice was similar to a mature woman's, with a hint of coldness. However, Luo Xia was not interested in such a voice at the moment. He glanced at Ji Yuan beside him. Moreover, in the pirate world, a pleasant voice is of no use. Luo Xia is only interested in looks. Nearby, Zhang swallowed and said slowly, in my office, come over. Oh, good. Luo Xia rubbed his ears, feeling that the previous voice carried a hint of excitement. Was it his illusion? After the den mushy was hung up, Luo Xia asked curiously, Hey, old man, who are you talking to? Zhang glanced at Luo Xia and said slowly, It's that rear admiral who comes to find me every day. To be precise, she is an acting admiral. And by the way, who did you just call old man? I am the Admiral of the Navy, and, at the very least, I am your elder. Luo Xia looked at Zhang and curled his lip. Seeing his shifty eyes, it was obvious he was up to no good. At that moment, Luo Xia exchanged glances with Smoker and Ji Yuan, and the three of them instantly reached a tacit understanding. The next second, Luo Xia and the two extended their hands to push Zhang out, but Zhang's body remained motionless, as if frozen in place. Zhang smirked and said, No way, to avoid that person bothering me. I can only put you in a difficult position, Luo Xia. Luo Xia glared at Garp, ready to draw his sword. But he suddenly felt a wave of scorching air in the atmosphere. The next moment, a woman dressed in red appeared in front of him. Luo Xia carefully examined the woman before him. She perfectly matched the appearance typical in the pirate world, and her figure was also impressive. Luo Xia asked in confusion, Is it you who wants to see me? Do you want to get beaten? For a woman to force Admiral Zhang into such a state. Luo Xia was curious to see what ability she possessed. Moreover, the aura she just emitted was very strong, and Luo Xia also wanted to battle her. You are Luo Xia? The woman looked him up and down. Luo Xia nodded. That's right, but I'm curious. Why do you keep pestering this old man to see me? The woman smiled gently. Fight me, and if you win, I'll naturally tell you. If you lose and accidentally get killed by me, then you won't have the right to know. Upon hearing this, Luo Xia couldn't help but laugh in anger, and even everyone around was shocked by this scene. Luo Xia waved his hand with a mysterious smile on his face, This is the first time someone dares to speak to me like that. However, I accept your challenge. If possible, dear readers, could you please send some free gifts? The two of them stood in a tense stance. But didn't he scare the surrounding crowd? On the contrary, everyone around was watching them with great interest. Among them, Garp was the most excited, his face beaming with joy, almost saying, "Hurry up and fight." At that moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the two. The next second, at the moment their gazes met, Luo Xia drew the sword at his waist, the blade shimmering with cold light. The woman was equally unyielding, flames igniting in her hands, and the temperature around them suddenly rose. The two exchanged glances for a moment before moving simultaneously. Their figures darted like ghosts. Only sounds could be heard, and their forms were unseen, with only the sound of explosions echoing through the sky. Rosha moved like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to the woman, thrusting his sword towards her. The woman sidestepped to avoid it, her fiery palm attacking Rosha in response. Rosha pivoted, leaping into the air, slashing downwards with his sword. The woman exerted force beneath her feet, cracks appearing on the ground, and she leaped backward using that power. After several exchanges, it was clear that Rosha had the upper hand. He silently marveled at the woman's extraordinary abilities, while she was equally astonished by Rosha's skills. Suddenly, the woman brought her hands together, chanting words, and flames erupted around her, transforming into a gigantic firebird that charged at Rosha. However, the woman's devil fruit ability was clearly not comparable to the copies Rosha had created. The firebirds transformed by the Marines had glossy feathers, but were only a fraction of what the woman had conjured, which looked as if it had been waxed, incredibly exquisite. Rosha exhaled, raising his sword above his head, the blade shining brightly, forming a black-red sword aura. As the firebird unleashed a fireball that collided with the sword aura, a powerful shockwave erupted. As the smoke cleared, Rosha was unharmed. The woman panted, saying, "You really are impressive. It feels like even a Kainu would be slightly inferior in front of you. To make me exert such strength, you truly are formidable, Rosha." Rosha frowned, somewhat speechless. "Is that all the strength you have?" "What do you mean?" the woman asked. Rosha remained silent, slowly descending. When he reached a certain height, he froze the deep blue sea entirely. The scene was quite shocking. On the shore, Akiji, witnessing Rosha's feat, couldn't help but click his tongue. Wow. It's only been a little while since I've seen him, and he can use the ice fruit to this extent. It seemed he would also have to consider having Rosha help him pick a suitable fruit. Meanwhile, Rosha had just landed on the frozen sea. He then slowly returned his sword, Tiger Hunt, to its sheath. At the same time, the woman landed opposite Rosha, smiling as she asked, "I've heard that Vice Admiral Rosha is a multi-fruit user, but I didn't expect it to be true." Rosha expressionlessly drew Shura from his waist. The moment he drew Shura, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The blade of Shura emanated a chilling aura, filling the air with a bloody scent. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, raising her alertness to the highest level. Rosha smirked, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at the woman. "You didn't think that was all of my strength, did you? That was just a warm-up. The real battle is about to begin." The woman took a deep breath, flames erupting around her once more. But this time the flames took on a deeper hue. "Then let's go," she shouted as she charged forward. However, Rosha stood still, waiting for her to get closer before he swung Shura fiercely. A blood-red crescent-shaped sword aura whistled out at an incredible speed. The woman was startled and hurriedly raised a flame barrier in front of her. The sword aura struck the flame barrier, producing a deafening roar as cracks instantly appeared on the barrier. Rosha followed up with several more slashes, unleashing a continuous barrage of sword auras. The woman defended with all her might, but the ice beneath her feet began to crack from the impact. At that moment, Rosha suddenly vanished from his spot, and the woman looked around frantically for his whereabouts. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine as Rosha appeared behind her. In the next second, Rosha's fist, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, slammed heavily into the woman's face. With a bang, the woman was caught off guard and sent flying far away. As she was struck, she spewed blood while floating through the air. Rosha smiled slightly and tightened his grip on Shura once more. He raised Shura high above his head. The the momentum of the blade reaching its peak, resembling Shanks unleashing his divine avoidance. On the shore, everyone's faces turned pale, and Sengoku shouted urgently, "Quick! This kid is going to go crazy. We need to save her. Garp, Akiji, hurry!" The two immediately rushed out at Sengoku's command, clearly moving at full speed. Ji-Yuan and Smoker, unable to help, stood in place, wide-eyed, while the surrounding Marines were extremely excited. Each time they witnessed their captain's battle was rare. But this time he was serious. This reckless woman was definitely in trouble. "I doubt it. Haven't you seen Mr. Garp has gone too? But it seems this woman won't dare to provoke our captain again." "That's right, this woman is asking for it." The crowd murmured, but a voice, neither loud nor soft, slowly said, "Don't you think this woman is beautiful? I think our Azure Dragon would like a woman like this." "Ha, that's right, that's right." However, the next second, a laser beam erupted from the crowd, seemingly warning everyone. The Marines, now truly frightened, realized Ji-Yuan was genuinely angry. Such silence was often a precursor to his fury. If they dared to keep talking, they would definitely get beaten up, and it would be the kind of beating that left them on the brink of death. If it weren't for the Senza beans, they wouldn't know where they would be buried. All the Marines at the G5 branch trembled in fear. In stark contrast to the commotion on the shore, three figures sped across the sea. Soon, Sengoku, Garp, and Akiji rapidly arrived at the battlefield. Sengoku quickly pulled the woman, who had been smashed into the ice, to safety, while Akiji and Garp stood in front of Rosha, their expressions serious. Rosha glanced at the two in front of him, snorted coldly, and sheathed Shura. Moments later, the group returned to the shore, with Sengoku and the others arriving first, while Rosha gripped Shura tightly and slashed down hard, sending a massive sword aura toward the sea, stirring up towering waves. After releasing that blow, Rosha felt significantly better. "Rosha, your actions today were too reckless," Sengoku said sternly. I'm just doing what I want to do," Rosha replied disdainfully. Rosha glanced at the woman, who was still unconscious, but the more he looked, the more he wanted to laugh. A slight smile crept onto his face, but quickly vanished. However, this change in expression did not escape Sengoku's notice. Sengoku said irritably, "You little brat, hurry up and take out the Senza beans. Can't you see she's passed out?" Rosha shot a glance at Sengoku, then took out the Senza beans and tossed them to Sengoku. Sengoku caught the beans and fed them to the woman. Moments later, she slowly regained consciousness. She looked around in confusion, and when her eyes landed on Rosha, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Rosha merely crossed his arms, looking at her with a smirk. "Why did you save me?" the woman asked softly. "Heh, it's good enough that I didn't kill you. If it weren't for Admiral Sengoku, would I save you?" Rosha shrugged. "I just wanted to have a simple fight with you, but you dared to mock me. Who else should die if you don't?" At this moment, Garp walked over with a hearty laugh, patting Rosha on the shoulder. "Kid, no matter what, saving people is always right. But next time, don't be so impulsive." Rosha pursed his lips, about to retort a few words, but the woman had already come up to him, curiously staring at him intently. Rosha frowned slightly, instinctively wanting to draw his sword and give her a strike. However, it seemed that the woman had learned to be clever and pressed down on his hand that was about to draw the sword. At the same time, she pitifully said, "Rosha, you wouldn't want to chop me again, would you? My little body can't take that." Rosha took a step back, maintaining a distance from her. "Then you should hurry and roll back to your Navy headquarters, lest you stay here and get killed by me with one sword." The woman was about to retort, but Sengoku cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "This time I didn't plan to take Blood Phoenix back to the Navy headquarters." "What?" Rosha's eyes widened, and the others showed surprised expressions. A look of joy appeared on Blood Phoenix's face. Sengoku slowly said, "This girl bothers me every day at the Navy headquarters, so it's better to leave her here. At least you have someone to keep her in check. Moreover, this little girl is just like the Rosha back then. However, she is harmful rather than beneficial to the Navy headquarters." Rosha glanced at Blood Phoenix and found that she didn't retort. A woman with such a temper actually didn't retort. Rosha waved his hand, and several chairs appeared behind everyone. They sat down, and Sengoku continued to talk about Blood Phoenix. "Blood Phoenix joined our Navy headquarters a few months ago. Initially, it was thought that she would start as a third-class soldier, newbie, Unexpectedly, this girl was unwilling, and with that guy from the Burning Mountain present, she ended up knocking him out on the spot. After that, she got her current rank, Navy Vice Admiral, codenamed Blood Phoenix. She's a task enthusiast. Every time a Navy Vice Admiral has a task, she beats them up and then takes the task herself. This cycle has led almost every Navy Vice Admiral to complain to me about her, and I really had no choice. Rosha nodded. Oh, I see, old man. You're dumping this troublemaker on me? Although she's strong, I don't need her here. What if she causes trouble? Sengoku smiled helplessly. If she causes trouble, I'll take the blame. Upon hearing this, Blood Phoenix immediately jumped up. I won't cause trouble. Rosha raised an eyebrow. You say you won't cause trouble, so you won't? All right, tell me what you can do. You can't just eat. Blood Phoenix put her hands on her hips. I can help you gather intelligence. I'm well informed. Rosha scoffed. Just you? Why should I trust you? Blood Phoenix got anxious and pulled out a notebook from her pocket, filled with various pirates' secret bases. Consider this my gift. Rosha took it and flipped through a few pages, slightly moved. Garp laughed and said, Rosha, this girl seems a bit useful. Why not keep her for a trial? Rosha pondered for a moment. All right, we'll keep her for now. But let me be clear, if there's any sign of trouble, you're out. Blood Phoenix happily replied, don't worry. I'll be good. Initially, Rosha didn't want to keep her, but since she had documented various pirate bases and possibly treasures, he couldn't let this opportunity slip. Rosha rolled his eyes, as if saying, do you think I believe you? Meanwhile, Sengoku quickly stood up, just about to step into the door of random access, but almost stumbled. Hey, Marshal, you seem off. Sengoku turned around and patted his cloak. Nothing's off. Just let the door out. I have to go deal with official business. Rosha waved his hand, and a gray-white door appeared in front of him. Sengoku stepped in directly. Rosha watched Sengoku disappear into the door and turned to Blood Phoenix. Since you're staying, you have to follow the rules. Blood Phoenix obediently nodded. Thanks to Chio EU for the gift, and thanks to all the readers. Move it. No one is allowed to slack off. Yes, boss. New World, G5 branch. At this moment, a gray-white door was standing on the island, with most of the naval soldiers in the G5 branch lined up, continuously passing something. During this week, Rosha, using the coordinates given by Blood Phoenix, had swept through numerous pirate bases without stepping outside. Each pirate base contained treasures, with at least 100 million berries, and some had treasures exceeding 1 billion berries. After all, before Blood Phoenix joined the G5 branch, she used to hunt pirates daily, and she was good at intelligence, which certainly benefited Rosha. Rosha stood aside, satisfied, watching the busy naval soldiers. These treasures would greatly enrich the G5's treasury and were also proof of his achievements this time. Time flew by, and Rosha's week-long sweep ended. Although this sweep didn't earn him as much as selling fruits, it was quite enjoyable for Rosha and his subordinates. The next morning, Rosha woke up early to practice as usual. Blood Phoenix, however, staggered into the yard, yawning. Rosha frowned at her. You look so lazy. It doesn't seem like you can do good deeds. Blood Phoenix pouted defiantly, glaring at Rosha. I don't know who was praising me a week ago. Rosha shook his head helplessly. This is a different time. Seeing you like this now, I really doubt whether I was mistaken before. Upon hearing this, Blood Phoenix immediately jumped up. Then let's go find some pirate dens and see if this lady has any skills. Rosha smiled slightly. All right, let's go. But before he could finish, the phone bug rang. Rosha frowned and picked up the phone bug. A familiar voice came from the other end. Rosha, I have a mission. Do you want to take it? Marshal Sengoku, what mission could possibly require a strong person like me? Sengoku silently complained, but continued. Go investigate Don Quixote Doflamingo. There have been reports from the intelligence department saying that Doflamingo seems to be in contact with that bastard Kaido. Rosha secretly cursed. Although he knew this was a rare rest period, he readily agreed. Doflamingo and Kaido are in contact? That's not a small matter. Sengoku responded on the other end. Exactly. That's why I thought of sending you to investigate. Although you can always beat your opponents to a pulp, it effectively deters pirates. Plus, leaving Blood Phoenix with you a week ago was indeed a wise decision. She's good at gathering intelligence, and you two together are perfect. Rosha glanced at the eager Blood Phoenix beside him and said into the phone bug, All right, I'll take this mission. Just as Rosha was about to hang up, Sengoku stopped him. Don't hang up yet. If you see the Straw Hat Crew in Dressrosa, you can capture them. They're now the top priority for our Navy headquarters. Rosha shrugged and said, Old man, are you trying to get me in trouble? What do you mean? Right now, I can't beat old man Garp. If I could, I'd definitely capture him. After hanging up the phone, Blood Phoenix rubbed her hands excitedly. Finally, there's something big to do again. Rosha glanced at Blood Phoenix and raised an eyebrow. This task isn't easy, so you better put away that laid-back attitude. If you die, I won't care. Blood Phoenix stuck out her tongue and said, Don't worry, I've got it under control. You better. After an unknown amount of time, the sailors resting in the castle and Garp's group all came out. But when they saw Rosha and Blood Phoenix huddled together, they were all a bit puzzled. It was because the two were too close together, leaving only a few centimeters of space. The sailors subtly glanced at Jiyuan and quietly shifted to the side. Jiyuan frowned and walked over. Rosha and Blood Phoenix then noticed the strange looks from those around them and quickly separated. Jiyuan crossed her arms and coldly snorted, You two, what are you doing so close together? Rosha cleared his throat. We were discussing the task that old man Sengoku gave us. Blood Phoenix quietly stuck out her tongue. Task. Rosha nodded. That's right, just now that old man told me to take a few people to investigate that Doflamingo guy. Rosha pointed at Blood Phoenix, who happens to be good at intelligence. She was just telling me about Doflamingo's information. Blood Phoenix also nodded. That's right, exactly. Jiyuan looked at them with some skepticism. I hope that's the case. Rosha shrugged and turned to the sailors. I need a few capable helpers to go to Dressrosa. As soon as the sailors heard this, many eagerly volunteered, and Rosha picked two with decent strength. Among them was Ace. After selecting the sailors, Rosha turned his gaze to Smoker, Garp, and Kazan. Who among you wants to go? The three looked at each other and then shook their heads in unison. Rosha sighed helplessly at their reaction. Then can you at least let me just take Blood Phoenix? Jin, hearing this, furrowed her brows. I don't feel at ease with you taking her. Blood Phoenix pouted in dissatisfaction. Why am I not reliable? Rosha paid no attention to their conversation and instead asked the three, Are you really not going? Kazan lazily replied with his hands in his pockets. It's too hot there. I don't want to go. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. I still need to hone my strength. I don't want to play. Garp laughed heartily and patted Rosha on the shoulder. Kid, you go by yourself. I won't go. Hearing that Garp wouldn't go, Rosha sighed inwardly, but then his eyes lit up. Well then, I'll just complete the other task that Admiral Sengoku assigned me. Garp raised an eyebrow, subconsciously asking, what other task? Rosha simply replied with 5 words, capture the Straw Hat crew. Garp's face instantly darkened, and he shouted, What? Rosha pretended to be scared and stepped back. If you're not going, what if I run into them? That would all count as military merit. Garp gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll go. Rosha smiled triumphantly, and the other sailors couldn't help but chuckle. Rosha patted Garp's shoulder and said, Come on, old man, don't keep that gloomy face. After all, if you go with me, I can definitely cause as much trouble as I want. Just think about it. If that fat pig and Kaido find out I'm sneaking around in Dressrosa, what will happen? I can't beat those two right now. But if you and the old man come along, it wouldn't be a problem. Garp snorted, You little brat, always trying to scheme against me. But his expression had relaxed a lot. Thus, Rosha led Blood Phoenix, Jiyuan, Ace, and Garp to Dressrosa. At the G5 base, everyone changed out of their Navy uniforms. Although their faces could easily be recognized, at least they wouldn't attract too much attention. Rosha looked around and cleared his throat. Are we all ready? Everyone nodded in response. Seeing this, Rosha spread his hands, and a gray-white door appeared before them. But this time the door was tightly closed. Rosha shrugged and looked at Garp. I've never been to Dressrosa, so has anyone here been? Garp stepped forward and pushed open the big door. As the door opened, a lively and bustling sound came out. Everyone streamed in, and what came into view was the exotic streets of Dressrosa. Colorful buildings stood tall, and street performers were showcasing their unique skills. Among them, toys and humans interacted quite naturally. However, Rosha, with his top-notch observation haki, sensed something unusual about this place. Rosha frowned and smiled slightly. Oh, toys made from devil fruits? At Rosha's words, everyone was taken aback. Blood Phoenix tightened her grip on her weapon and whispered, It seems Dressrosa hides quite a few secrets. Jiyuan scanned the surroundings cautiously. Then we need to be careful. Rosha waved his hand lazily. It's okay. We're here to have fun. As for the investigation, we'll just go with the flow. Let's first see what delicious food we can find here. After all, in such a bustling city, there should be some good food, right? Upon hearing Rosha's words, everyone relaxed a bit. Ace excitedly looked around, searching for shops that might have food. Ace really loves delicious food, and there weren't many opportunities to eat this kind of specialty cuisine at Rosha's G5 base, so he was the most active in looking for snack stalls. Roche grabbed the eager Ace and pulled him straight into a restaurant. The restaurant was crowded and lively, and Roche even spotted a few guys who looked very much like pirates. They found a vacant table, and the waiter quickly brought over the menu. Roche took the menu, casually flipped through it, and then ordered a bunch of specialty dishes. Before long, delicious dishes were served at the table. Ace couldn't wait to grab his chopsticks and started a feast. The others also picked up their chopsticks and enjoyed the food. In the midst of eating, Roche suddenly asked, "By the way, didn't I copy your flame fruit?" Ace raised his head and swallowed his food with difficulty. "I remember I didn't. Maybe it's somewhere in a corner of the world. Who cares?" Roche chuckled lightly. "What if I told you that your flame fruit is in Doflamingo's hands and has been placed in the bullfighting arena? Would you believe me?" Ace's eyes widened in surprise, and he chewed his food, mumbling, "Are you serious? How could that guy have my flame fruit?" Roche shrugged. "I don't know the specifics, but my information shouldn't be wrong." Ace put down his chopsticks, and his expression turned serious. "Then I need to go get it back." At first glance, the conversation between the two seemed quite ordinary, just like a regular chat. However, sitting next to Rosha, Ji Yuan's heart was indeed stirred. She couldn't help but recall, "Burning fruit? Your burning fruit? My burning fruit? Then, isn't that Fire Fist Ace's fruit?" Ji Yuan looked at Ace, who was engrossed in his meal, then glanced at Rosha, who was sipping a drink, and suddenly a charming smile appeared on her lips. When Rosha saw this smile, his heart skipped a beat. In an instant, Ji Yuan put down her utensils, linked her arm with Rosha's, and whispered in his ear, "The person across from you, this Jinshin. No, shouldn't we call him Ace now, Fire Fist Ace?" Although she spoke softly, they were sharing a table, so it was still audible. Garp glared at Rosha with a look of disappointment, and although he didn't say anything, his expression seemed to convey it all. Ace was choked by what Ji Yuan just said, repeatedly pounding his chest. A cold sweat appeared on Rosha's forehead, and he smiled. "Don't rush. Let's enjoy this meal first, and then we'll talk about it later." "All right, I'm waiting for your answer." The group continued eating, but Ace was clearly distracted. At that moment, a few pirate-looking individuals at the next table suddenly became loud. "I heard there are quite a few powerful guys in that arena, and the prizes this time are really tempting." "Exactly. If we can get our hands on it, we'll be rich." "That's right, and this time, the highest reward in the bullfighting arena is a devil fruit, a super rare natural type devil fruit. It seems to be Fire Fist Ace's burning fruit from the former 2nd Division captain of Whitebeard. If I get that fruit, I'll just set sail and cause chaos." Upon hearing their conversation, Rosha and the others exchanged glances. Rosha cleared his throat and said, "It seems the news about the burning fruit has spread far and wide." Ace gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, I must get it back." Garp put down his chopsticks. "Kid, don't be impulsive. Let's see the situation first." At this moment, the pirates seemed to notice Rosha's group's gaze, and one with a scar on his face said viciously, "What are you looking at?" "A bunch of pretty boys." Blood Phoenix snorted coldly and was about to stand up to teach them a lesson when Rosha pressed down on his shoulder. Rosha smiled and said, "Don't stoop to their level. We have more important things to do." Seeing that Rosha and the others were silent, the pirates became even more arrogant and kept mocking them. Just when the situation was about to spiral out of control, the restaurant owner hurried over to mediate. "Hey, heroes, don't cause trouble here. Give me some face." Only then did the pirates relent and continue discussing the arena. Rosha lowered his voice and said to the others, "Let's leave here first." Everyone nodded and quickly settled the bill before leaving the restaurant. Walking down the street, Rosha said, "It looks like this bullfighting arena is going to be a lot of fun." Ji Yuan rolled her eyes at Rosha. "Don't change the subject. You still haven't answered my question. Hurry up and say it." Rosha sighed helplessly and said, "All right, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. He is indeed Ace." Upon hearing Rosha's words, Ji Yuan's eyes widened, her enchanting gaze sweeping up and down Ace as if trying to see through him. Ace noticed Ji Yuan's gaze, awkwardly smiled, and quickly hid behind Garp. Rosha patted Ji Yuan's shoulder and said helplessly, "What are you looking at?" As for why I revived Ace, the reason is simple. After all, he is the old man's grandson. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and huffed. All right, that's a half-hearted explanation, but you're so bold. If the world government finds out, do you know what your fate will be? Rosha shrugged and replied, I don't care. If they dare, I won't just revive him. Of course, reviving Ace had another purpose, to make him my subordinate. I'm currently the base leader and really need subordinates. Garp interjected, Peach Rabbit. Don't let that guy's true identity slip to Sengoku. I'm afraid he might go berserk. Ji Yuan nodded. Got it, I won't tell anyone. If people find out, it wouldn't be good for Rosha. Garp laughed and scratched his head. Don't worry, I'm not just any old man now. With that topic concluded, Rosha and the others set off again. They weaved through the streets of Dressrosa, asking passers-by for directions to the bullfighting arena. Finally, a kind old man pointed them in the right direction. Following the old man's directions, the crowd became increasingly dense as they moved forward. There are so many people. Ace couldn't help but complain. Rosha frowned, trying to carve a path through the crowd. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted, and they looked up to see a massive cylindrical building standing before them. Their destination, the bullfighting arena. Rosha gazed at the arena's entrance, his mind replaying snippets, and suddenly turned to Ji Yuan with a smile. There's a guy in there whose fruit ability is quite useful. It makes me want to participate. Ji Yuan shot him a glare. Don't mess around. We still have important matters to attend to. Rosha chuckled, just kidding. By the way, Ace, go register. You just need to sign up to participate here. No payment required. Ace nodded and was about to go in when Rosha held him back. Ace turned, puzzled, boss, what? What's wrong? Rosha grinned. There's a green-crowned chicken in there. If you win the match, help me catch him. I want his fruit ability. Sure, I'll take care of it. Anything else? After pondering for a moment, Rosha said, there might be someone you want to see inside. You could take off the mask if necessary. Ace was somewhat confused but smoothly entered the bullfighting arena. As soon as Ace went in, Garp poked Rosha beside him and said, Hey, you told him so much. Do you know something? Rosha grinned. Old man, it seems the Revolutionary Army people have arrived. Oh, the Revolutionary Army? Yeah, but it's not your son. It's a guy named Sabo. Garp's eyes widened, stuttering, WH. What? Sabo? Looks like you know him well. At this moment, Ji Yuan spoke up. Rosha, what should we do now? Rosha looked around. Let us find a place to observe the situation first. In Dressrosa has many devil fruits I want. I want to copy all of them. Ji Yuan replied speechlessly. What about our mission? No worries, I already knew that guy. Tianyacha was up to something with Kaido. Rosha continued explaining, those two idiots and Caesar are conducting artificial devil fruit experiments. That's also why Admiral Sengoku asked me to investigate Tianyacha. Rosha looked around and slowly said, let's find a quieter place to talk. Soon, everyone found a relatively good corner with a clear view of the bullfighting arena. They were in a room with a relatively open view, a perfect place for casual chatting. However, this time, the cost of the room was paid by Rosha, the Cash King. Ji Yuan knocked on the table and asked Rosha, can we talk now? Rosha replied, yes. Clearing his throat, he said, Tianyacha Doflamingo profits from selling artificial devil fruits. And Kaido, as you all know, has his personal preferences. He wants to create a legion composed entirely of Zoan users while expanding his forces. Caesar is responsible for developing and manufacturing these fruits. There's also a production line for artificial devil fruits in Dressrosa. Garp stroked his beard and frowned, saying, this is no small matter. If they succeed, pirate powers will be even harder to control. Rosha nodded. That's right, but the success rate of their artificial devil fruits is extremely low. In fact, some of them will cause immediate death upon consumption. They simply can't compare to mine. Ji Yuan shot Rosha a glare, telling him not to brag and get to the point. Rosha chuckled and continued. So this time, we need to not only stop their transaction, but also destroy this production line to prevent more innocent people from being harmed. Garp crossed his arms. Then we need to act quickly. We can't let their plot succeed. Rosha looked toward the arena. Let's wait for Ace's match to finish. There's no rush, and this time, we won't intervene. We'll just watch the show. Garp frowned and asked, watch the show? Rosha nodded. Yes, just watch the show, because someone will help us solve this problem. Everyone present asked in unison. Who? Rosha shrugged lazily. It's simple, the Straw Hat crew. You surely haven't forgotten that poison gas bastard Caesar is still in their hands. Moreover, With Caesar in their possession, Doflamingo will definitely try to retrieve him. Additionally, the Heart Pirates Law has already formed an alliance with the Straw Hats. So, we really don't need to take action, at least until Luffy's life is in danger. We could just watch the show. He added, also, I have a purpose for being here. There are many devil fruits on this island. I remember there's a healing fruit with the little people. But finding the little people is too difficult. Garp frowned and asked, little people? That is indeed hard to find. But what do you want the healing fruit for? Rosha smiled. I heard that the former pirate king Roger died from the torment of illness. So, just in case he gets sick too, old man, I spent a long time tracking down the location of the healing fruit. Garp shot a displeased glare at Rosha. You little brat, I won't end up like that bastard Roger, so shut your crow mouth. Jiwen pondered for a moment and said, maybe we can inquire about the little people's clues from the local residents. Rosha shook his head. That's not necessary, as these villagers don't know either. By the way, the little people here are called fairies. Some residents often lose their belongings, and these are all caused by those fairies. What's lost has never been found again. Rosha pointed at the gold kinjuru hanging at Jiwen's waist with a mischievous smile. For example, that kinjuru at your waist. Perhaps you might not notice, and it could be snatched away by them. Jiwen, you should be careful. Upon hearing this, Jiwen instinctively covered his kinjuru, sword with his hand, and scanned the surroundings warily. Then how can we lure out these fairies? We can't just wait for them to steal things, Garp asked. Rosha snapped his fingers and smiled. That is one way, but the bait is a problem. At this point, Rosha's eyes instinctively glanced at Jiwen's waist. Seeing Rosha's gaze, Jiwen immediately understood his thoughts. No way. My kinjuru can never be used as bait. Rosha helplessly spread his hands. Then I can't use my shura, right? That's a supreme great knife, very valuable. Jiwen glared at Rosha. Just use yours. You have to anyway. Rosha awkwardly smiled. Let's forget it. We can find something shiny and valuable instead. Meanwhile, in the waiting area of the bullfighting arena, Ace walked through the waiting area with a calm expression, encountering fierce or warning looks from everyone he passed. Suddenly, Ace seemed to spot a familiar figure. The person was wearing a floral vest, shorts, and flip-flops, and had a hat that seemed to be stuck to something. Ace immediately approached and patted the person on the shoulder. The next second, the person's face turned to him. Revealing a familiar face, it was Luffy. Similarly, when Luffy saw Ace's face, his eyes widened instantly, and his lips trembled as if he was about to shout. Ace quickly covered Luffy's mouth and pointed to a corner. Luffy nodded, and after they reached the corner, Ace released his hand. Luffy excitedly whispered, Ace, what are you doing here? Ace smiled. It's a long story. I'm participating in this match for the Mera Mera noMi. After all, that's my previous fruit. Luffy scratched his head. Haha, because the first prize for the competition is the Mera Mera noMi. I can't let it fall into anyone else's hands, so I came. Ace shook his head helplessly. You are always so impulsive. I'm here on a mission with Rosha. Dressrosa is not as peaceful as you see. He added, in any case, we must be cautious. Luffy, however, grinned unconcernedly. Ace, let's work together to get the Mera Mera noMi. Just as Ace was about to nod, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Luffy, we still can't let our guard down. I also need to be careful to hide my identity if I'm recognized. It could be troublesome. Luffy patted his chest and assured, don't worry, Ace, no matter what, we will get the Mera Mera noMi. At that moment, the arena's announcement sounded. All contestants in each area, please prepare. The match is about to begin. Ace and Luffy exchanged determined glances and then headed to their respective competition areas. Luffy walked toward Team C, while Ace was assigned to Team B. Coincidentally, the cockatoo-headed Bartolomeo was also in Team B. In the arena, the battle was about to begin, with contestants showcasing their skills. Ace quickly defeated several opponents with his excellent physical skills and combat experience, while Luffy caught his opponents off guard with his rubber fruit abilities. The audience's cheers echoed throughout the arena. At this moment, on the throne of the palace in Dressrosa, Doflamingo was listening to a report from his subordinate. When he heard that Luffy was really coming to participate, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oof, Straw Hat Luffy. I didn't expect you to actually come. Don't even think about escaping from my grasp, Doflamingo thought to himself. Suddenly, one of Doflamingo's subordinates standing next to him seemed to have thought of something and slowly said, Young master, the bullfighting arena has more than just the Straw Hat Kid. We've also discovered a Navy officer. To be precise, a Navy officer from the G5 branch managed by Vice Admiral Rosha is also participating. His combat power is exceptionally strong, and every time he attacks, he severely injures his opponents with just one move. Doflamingo furrowed his brow. That bastard Rosha? Why is he here to join the fun? Although I already knew they had infiltrated my Dressrosa, I didn't expect they would also be interested in my Mera Mera noMi. This is getting more interesting. Doflamingo snorted coldly. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to ruin my plans won't leave Dressrosa alive. At this moment, in the arena, the battle between Ace and Luffy was becoming increasingly intense. Ace faced stronger and stronger opponents, but he showed no fear. Flames burned on his fists, and every attack carried intense power. Luffy, on the other hand, cleverly dodged enemy attacks using his gum fruit and haki, delivering powerful counterattacks. In Area B, only Ace and Bartolomeo remained in the arena. Ace's gaze deepened, secretly thinking, so this is the ability of that devil fruit. No wonder the captain wanted me to bring him back. Bartolomeo looked at Ace with a wild smile, spreading his arms wide as a barrier instantly unfolded in front of him. Ace attempted to attack, but found that the flames could not break through that layer of barrier. Ace frowned, realizing he had to find a flaw in the barrier. He pretended to attack with all his strength, while actually observing Bartolomeo's movements. However, after trying for a while, Ace helplessly smiled. This barrier seemed truly unsolvable. Ace moved his body, and in the next moment, a powerful flame erupted from him. This flame was several times stronger than before, and the surrounding air seemed ready to ignite. Seeing this, Bartolomeo's smile slightly faltered, but he quickly regained his confidence. He increased the power of the barrier, a faint halo circulating on its surface. Ace's gaze became resolute. He took a deep breath, quickly spun his body, forming a massive flame vortex. The shape of the flame vortex resembled a giant drill, roaring towards the barrier. This time, a strong impact was generated, and Bartolomeo felt a powerful pressure hitting him, causing him to unconsciously take a small step back. At that moment, Ace suddenly stopped the flame vortex and, taking advantage of Bartolomeo's momentary lack of adjustment, concentrated the flames into a point, transforming them into a flaming bird that flew towards the top of the barrier. Bartolomeo was taken aback. He had just been depleted by Ace's flame drill, and now he had no confidence that he could withstand this strike. The flaming bird slammed into Bartolomeo's barrier. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in the ears of the audience present. Ace felt a surge of joy and quickly reacted. In an instant, he charged in front of Bartolomeo, his fist engulfed in fierce flames. Seeing this, Bartolomeo's heart nearly stopped. He couldn't use haki, and if he took this punch, he would either die or be severely injured. Just as Ace's fist was about to hit Bartolomeo, Bartolomeo despairingly closed his eyes. And as expected, Ace heavily smashed Bartolomeo into the ground. Bartolomeo's eyes rolled back, clearly knocked out. Ace stood up after retracting his fist, and the flames around him gradually extinguished. The audience around was initially stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. The host, Kaz, shouted excitedly from his chair. The winner is Kenshin. Ace Kenshin flashed a brilliant smile at the audience. At the same time, the final winner of the B area of this bullfighting arena is Kenshin. He is also the contestant who advanced to the finals the fastest among our 4 areas. Please allow Kenshin to take a short rest while waiting for others to advance. Ace nodded, about to leave when he suddenly turned and picked up the unconscious Bartolomeo, throwing him over his shoulder. After all, he couldn't forget Rosha's order. Who knew where those medical staff would take this rooster-headed guy, and it would be hard to find him again. Ace carried Bartolomeo to a quiet corner. He gently set him down and then sat cross-legged, waiting for the guy to wake up. Before long, Bartolomeo slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Ace right in front of him, he was startled and instinctively tried to raise a barrier. He had just taken a punch from Ace. If he took another, he would be done for. Hey, don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. Ace waved his hand. W, what do you want? Are you going to take me here? Bartolomeo asked warily. I came to find you on my captain's orders. No, to capture you, Ace said seriously. Capture me? Are you kidding? Are you a Navy officer? Even if I can't beat you, I can still run away. Bartolomeo scoffed. Hold on. My captain appreciates your abilities very much. It would be very difficult if you don't agree, Ace patiently persuaded. Bartolomeo thought for a moment, recalling Ace's demonstrated strength and abilities, and couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity. Is your captain stronger than you? Of course, and I haven't even shown 6/10 of my strength yet. My captain is someone who could take on the 4 emperors. If he wanted to capture you, he would have done it long ago. Ace glanced at Bartolomeo impatiently and asked, So, are you going to meet my captain or not? Or should I knock you out and take you away? I can do without the rewards here. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo quickly raised his hands in front of his chest and said, Hey, I'll go. Just don't do anything reckless. Ace nodded in satisfaction. That's good, but don't think about running away. Even if you try, I will dig 3 feet into the ground to catch you. If you run and I catch you again, it won't be as easy and pleasant as it is now. Bartolomeo pouted and replied quietly, Got it, I definitely won't run. Although I don't know what your captain wants. How could I run with your strength? Ace brought Bartolomeo to the viewing area, where they could clearly see the people fighting in the arena. Some eliminated contestants also watched from the sidelines, perhaps noticing Ace's arrival. Several eliminated contestants retreated to the side, their eyes showing a hint of fear. After all, who wouldn't be intimidated by such a terrifying ability? Ace and Bartolomeo arrived at the observation area, where the battle in Area A was taking place. Only 2 people remained in the arena. 2 people stood in opposition, one of whom was Lucy, who had disguised himself and even changed his name. The other was Qingjiao, the 12th generation leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army, whose head resembled a gourd. Meanwhile, in an inn, Rosha and his group were also watching the match. That gourd head seems to have fought me decades ago, Garp said, puzzled. The figure on the screen had a face full of white beard, looking very kind, and had a gourd-shaped head. Ji Yuan furrowed her brows in thought, and suddenly spoke. He seems to be the leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Following Ji Yuan's hint, Garp stroked his chin and recalled, That's right, back then he had a cone-shaped head, not this gourd head. Ha. I just remembered, I must have knocked his head crooked. Garp continued, I remember he had some treasures frozen in the frozen ground. Those treasures must still be inside. Hearing this, Rosha's eyes lit up. Really, old man? Yeah, I personally went and beat him up back then. Garp grinned. Of course it's true. He was quite arrogant at that time. But my iron fist was no joke back then, haha. Rosha pondered, if I can get those treasures, my treasury will definitely be more abundant. On the battlefield, the fight between Lucy and Qingjiao intensified. Lucy was agile, constantly dodging Qingjiao's fierce attacks. Qingjiao's punches felt like a mighty force, each attack carrying powerful impact. Perhaps their probing had ended, as they both released their armament haki, their fists wrapped in haki, clashing evenly. After a brief exchange, both retreated. At this moment, the kind-faced Qingjiao slowly spoke, Kid, what's your name? Lucy picked his nose and said, I'm Lucy. Qingjiao frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. But he didn't ask further, and the 2 resumed their attacks. They exchanged blows back and forth, but Qingjiao's attacks continuously missed, making him increasingly impatient. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air, diving towards Lucy at great speed, trying to pierce him with his cone head. Lucy seized the opportunity and landed a heavy punch on Qingjiao's cone head. Qingjiao furrowed his brows. He wasn't pushed back by Lucy's punch, but rather, they became locked in a stalemate. Just then, Lucy suddenly smiled. He clenched his other hand into a fist, gathering strength, and then struck out fiercely. This move caught Qingjiao off guard, sending him flying. The audience gasped in surprise. After stabilizing himself in midair, Qingjiao's eyes were filled with rage. You little brat, you successfully angered me. With that, his muscles bulged, and his armament haki thickened, covering his crooked cone head. Lucy, however, showed no fear, standing with his hands on his hips. Qingjiao charged again, this time faster than before. But Lucy seemed to have predicted this, nimbly dodging left and right. Just as Qingjiao thought he would hit Lucy, Lucy disappeared. The next second, he appeared above Qingjiao and kicked down. Qingjiao couldn't dodge in time and was struck hard on the head, sending him stumbling back several meters. Internally shaken, Qingjiao didn't panic. Instead, he released a wave of Conqueror's haki. In an instant, the Conqueror's haki swept through the entire duel arena like a fierce wind. Lucy clearly noticed this and released his own black-red Conqueror's Haki the next moment. The two waves of Conqueror's Haki collided, darkening the sky. The clash between kings was bound to be this intense. At this moment, Qing Jiao was deeply shocked. A Conqueror's Haki user at such a young age could not be just any small pirate. Soon, after a brief clash, they both retracted their Haki. Qing Jiao frowned and asked, "Kid, who is your grandfather?" "My grandfather is Garp." Lucy quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had spoken without intending to. Upon hearing the name Garp, Qing Jiao's expression changed completely, and his aura surged dramatically, resembling an enraged lion. "Damn it, you really are Garp's grandson." "Garp's grandson, pray for your time ahead. Since I can't kill you in this life, I'll kill your grandson instead. When you learn that your grandson has been killed by me, it will surely bring you great pain. Since you ruined my head, I'll kill your grandson." Qing Jiao laughed maniacally, stomping heavily on the ground. He charged straight at Lucy, their fists colliding. Lucy felt a great force pushing through, his arm aching slightly, but his gaze remained firm, showing no signs of retreat. "It's not that easy to defeat me," Lucy shouted, stretching his body like rubber and kicking at Qing Jiao. Qing Jiao dodged to the side and countered with a punch. Lucy couldn't retract his leg in time and was hit in the abdomen, flying backward. Ace and Bartolomeo watched eagerly from the viewing area. Bartolomeo couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly deserving of being Senior Lucy." Ace watched Lucy with no worry about him losing. He was just surprised that the old man also had Conqueror's Haki. Didn't they say that Conqueror's Haki only appears once in a million people? Just then, Ace snapped back from his thoughts, only to find the admiration in Bartolomeo's eyes was genuine. Ace couldn't help but ask, "Hey, how do you know that guy up there is Lucy?" Bartolomeo scratched his head, chuckling, "I'm Lucy's #1 fan. How could I mistake his signature moves, fruit, and appearance? Even if he disguised himself, I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. If it weren't for Senior Lucy back in Road Town, I wouldn't have become a pirate. Senior Lucy is the man who will become the Pirate King. I, Bartolomeo, will closely follow behind Senior Lucy. It would be great if I could be a subordinate." Hearing Bartolomeo admire his brother so much, Ace felt pleased but also a bit embarrassed seeing Bartolomeo act this way. On the battlefield, after being hit in the abdomen, Lucy quickly adjusted his stance and regained his footing. He made a face at Qing Jiao. "Old man, is that all the strength you have?" Qing Jiao was infuriated, ready to launch another fierce attack. Meanwhile, Rosha and the others in the room were watching the screen of Lucy. Rosha stroked his chin and murmured, "This kid, while probing the enemy is good, but he shouldn't play too much." Garp laughed heartily. "It's fine. My grandson against my former subordinate is a matter of wanting to beat him up." Ji Yuan rolled her eyes at Garp, saying helplessly, "Garp-san, it's a good thing your grandson is strong. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death today. Only now do I realize how dangerous it is to be Garp's grandson. It turns out Garp-san has offended so many people, and there are even those with Conqueror's Haki, which is rare among millions." Garp scratched his head and chuckled. "There's no need to worry. My grandson won't lose. Back when Luffy was little, I often trained him." "Mr. Garp, are you referring to when you threw Luffy into a pack of beasts or toss him into an abyss?" Ji Yuan rolled his eyes at Garp. At that moment, Rosha glanced at the two and curiously asked Ji Yuan, "Hey, Ji Yuan, are you feeling your age today? It seems like you've gone through everything that old man has. Did you eat some devil fruit to stay so young?" "I need to ask Vice Admiral Crane. You two call each other sisters, so you must be over 70, right?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Ji Yuan. "You brat Rosha, what are you saying?" "Readers, there's a free gift." Rosha was so scared that he quickly took a few steps back, chuckling nervously. "Just joking, don't be mad." Ji Yuan snorted and ignored him. In the arena, the battle between Luffy and Green Pepper reached a fever pitch. Green Pepper's aura grew increasingly fierce. Just Garp's brat, and yet he can fight me evenly." Luffy remained unconcerned, and in the next moment, he dodged Green Pepper's hefty punch. In an instant, Luffy teleported into the air, and his arm swelled up, matching the size of a giant's fist, while the dark armament Haki enveloped his entire arm. Seeing this, Green Pepper immediately charged at him, and their fists collided, creating a massive shockwave. Luffy did not dodge. He struck Green Pepper's melon head squarely with all his might. The two were locked in a stalemate in midair, seemingly unwilling to give way, but only they knew who would falter first. After a few minutes of holding their ground, Green Pepper lost strength and plummeted toward the arena below. At the same time, his melon head morphed into a conical shape under the pressure of Luffy's punch. This change startled the host, Gas. As Green Pepper crashed heavily onto the ground, the host quickly confirmed Green Pepper's status, and upon confirming, he was completely unconscious. His excited voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Woo! Congratulations to our zone victor. He is Luffy." Luffy raised his hands high and grinned widely. Bartolomeo was so excited he was in tears, and Ace also breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the distance, Rosha and the others watched, and Garp laughed even louder. "See, I told you my grandson wouldn't lose." Ji Yuan shook her head, marveling at Luffy's unlimited potential. In a corner of the bullfighting arena's spectator area, a man wearing a blue magician's hat, a cloak, and sporting golden hair squinted his eyes and smiled warmly. This man was Sabo, who thought to himself, "Luffy is getting stronger and stronger." At that moment, the arena staff quickly cleaned the area in preparation for the next round of matches. Just then, Old Kai supported Green Pepper and blocked Luffy's path. Luffy frowned and was about to speak when Green Pepper said, "Straw Hat Kid, I've decided to stop hating Garp, and I've decided to let the 8 Treasure Navy come under your command. What do you think?" Luffy frowned and shook his head. "I don't want that. I don't need any underlings." "But Uncle, your head has become so pointy." At this, Green Pepper couldn't hide his excitement. He touched his conical head and laughed. "This is all thanks to you. Because of our battle, I can finally bring out my stuff." Luffy simply nodded and said nothing more. He turned and excitedly jumped off the ring, running towards Ace. However, Luffy didn't make a big deal out of this. He knew the significance of the situation. Luffy arrived in front of Ace, smiling. "Ace, I won." Ace nodded with a smile. "Well done, Luffy." Bartolomeo looked curiously at Ace, somewhat puzzled. "Huh? You have the same name as Luffy's brother? Why does Luffy call you Ace?" "I remember Luffy's brother's name is also Ace." Ace glanced at Bartolomeo, smiled, and said nothing. Luffy scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. "There are still many interesting matches coming up, but I will definitely get the Mera Mera noMi." Just as Ace was about to agree, a faint voice entered the ears of the three. "No, the Mera Mera noMi will not be given to you." Hearing this, Bartolomeo immediately became displeased. As Luffy's diehard fan, how could he tolerate someone contradicting Luffy in front of them? However, just as Bartolomeo was about to push the person away, he felt a tremendous force coming at him, and his body was pushed sideways, tumbling onto a nearby wooden box. Dust flew everywhere. Luffy, unhappy, shouted, "Who the hell are you?" "The Mera Mera noMi is mine." The man in the hat, Sabo, chuckled lightly. "No, you should call me Brother Luffy." "What? Brother? I only have Ace and the one who's already dead." At this point, Luffy's eyes widened. Not only was Luffy shocked, but even Ace, who was wearing a mask, felt his heart race. The two fixed their gazes on Sabo, who wore a hat. Under their watchful eyes, Sabo slowly removed his hat, revealing a face similar yet different from Ace's. Luffy's eyes widened, memories flooding back. "Sabo, you're alive?" Luffy's voice trembled. Sabo's eyes turned red, and he nodded. "Back then, I was saved by Dragon and have been following the Revolutionary Army, working hard to get stronger. But before that, I had lost my memory until I saw the news of Ace's death in the newspaper, which helped me recover my memories." Luffy rushed forward and tightly hugged Sabo, tears streaming down his face. "That's great, Sabo, you're alive." Bartolomeo watched, dumbfounded, and after a while, he came to his senses, realizing that Luffy really had another brother. Sabo looked at Luffy and said seriously, "Luffy, I'm sorry for not coming back sooner." Luffy sniffled. "As long as you're alive, that's good." Seeing the two tightly embraced, Ace couldn't help but recall Rosha's words, "You can take off your mask when necessary." Ace's gaze locked on the two, wondering if the captain had already discovered Sabo. But it didn't matter anymore. Ace grinned and snapped his fingers, instantly engulfing Sabo and Luffy in flames. Sabo, who was about to take action, felt that the flames surrounding him had no heat, so he figured this person must not have malicious intent, and he held back. Moreover, this person had just stood with his brother, indicating a good relationship. As Ace led Sabo and Luffy to a corner, he withdrew the flames and grinned, So, Sabo, please don't be surprised by what happens next. If you're surprised, please cover your mouth and don't make a sound. Sabo frowned, just about to speak, but Luffy beside him held him back. At this moment, Luffy's sobbing stopped, his gaze fixed tightly on Ace, with a hint of expectation on his face. It seemed he hadn't seen Ace's face for a long time. Ace slowly took off his mask, revealing that familiar face. Sabo was momentarily stunned, then showed a shocked expression. Ace, you are Ace? Luffy jumped up happily. Ha! Sabo, this is really Ace. You're not mistaken. Ace looked at them with gratitude in his eyes, not expecting Sabo to still be alive. But even though Ace said so much, Sabo's gaze remained fixed on the familiar, yet strange Ace. Ace patted Luffy and pointed at Sabo, asking, Luffy, what's wrong with Sabo? Luffy shook his head. At that moment, Sabo seemed to suddenly come to his senses, lunging towards Ace and tightly hugging him, his voice trembling. I thought you were dead. When I saw the news report, I could hardly believe it. Ace hugged Sabo back tightly. I also thought I would never see you again. Luffy grinned beside them. Suddenly, Sabo released Ace, a serious expression on his face. Ace, you didn't T die in the Marineford War? Ace didn't T answer Sabo. Instead, he put the mask back on. In an instant, the mask perfectly fit Ace's face. When Ace transformed back into his sword-hearted form, he said, during the Marineford War, I did indeed die. I was killed by a Kainu with a punch through my chest. The four of them sat on the ground, slowly understanding the events that had transpired, while Ace also explained his current identity. It took about 10 minutes for Ace to finish recounting the gist of the story. The three of them, having listened to the entire account, all looked shocked. Sabo shook his head in disbelief. I can't believe there are such miraculous things in the world that can bring the dead back to life. This is too hard to believe. Bartolomeo instinctively agreed. That's right, this completely overturns my understanding. Among those present, only Luffy remained calm, as he had already heard Ace and Law talk about it. At this moment, Sabo asked, So Ace, are you a Marine now? Ace thought for a moment and slowly replied, I guess so. What do you mean? Well, even though I'm currently a Marine of the G5 branch, there aren't too many people in our G5 branch who wear Marine uniforms. And if any pirates dare to pass by our G5 island, we will take their treasures. I feel like our G5 branch, under our captain's leadership, is even more pirate-like than pirates. Our only task is to follow the orders of the Marine headquarters. As for funding and manpower, we hardly listen to the Marine headquarters. Moreover, we G5 branch members can be said to be all mythical zone users. By the way, don't tell anyone about this. I'm afraid my captain will beat me up. At the same time, Ace slowly exhaled, and in an instant, he transformed into a firebird engulfed in flames. Within minutes, the walls of the place they were in turned black from the heat. The others immediately stepped back, fearing they would be affected. Luffy excitedly shouted, Wow, Ace is so amazing. But Sabo looked at Ace with concern. Ace, won't this cause trouble for you at the Marine? Ace transformed back into human form, smiling and shaking his head. Don't worry, our captain has got our backs. But the reason I came to the bullfighting arena this time was to capture that cocky-headed guy and obtain the Mera Mera noMi. But it seems that one T be necessary now. Sabo frowned and asked, Ace, you don't want a Mera Mera noMi anymore? Ace shook his head and said, It's your Mera Mera noMi. And besides, you don't have any devil fruit abilities right now. So this fruit is very suitable for you. If you want a second ability, you can come and see my captain. I believe he won't let you down. Sabo looked at Ace, filled with gratitude. Ace, thank you. But that fruit once belonged to you. Ace interrupted him. Stop being so sentimental. My current ability is not worse than the Mera Mera noMi. Luffy cheered beside them. That's great. Sabo can become super powerful again. As for how Sabo would enter the arena, that would depend on him and Luffy. Ace pointed at the two. Saying this, Ace grabbed the dazed Bartolomeo beside him and said, Let us go. I'll take you to meet my captain. Meanwhile, in a room watching the screen, Law clenched his fists, occasionally showing a murderous intent in his eyes. His expression looked like he wanted to hit someone, which made Blood Phoenix feel uneasy. Law gritted his teeth and said, That brat actually dares to say that my G5 branch is even more pirate-like than pirates. Just wait until you come back. I'll show you what's what. No, this guy should be coming out now, so I should go pick him up. Law stood up, glanced around, and said slowly, Old man, and those two girls, wait for me a moment. I I want to pick them up. As soon as he finished speaking, Law instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving the three staring at each other in shock. Blood Phoenix sat on the ground, dissatisfied. That bastard. Who does he call a girl? Jordan glanced at Blood Phoenix and said softly, "Why didn't you say that when he was here?" Blood Phoenix stuck out his tongue. I just couldn't beat him. I'm afraid of pain." At that moment, at the entrance of the bullfighting arena, Ace was dragging Bartolomeo out, looking as if he was being forcibly pulled out. Hey, Ace Senpai, I still want to see Luffy Senpai as heroic figure. I don't want to come out so early. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you." Ace flashed his fist, which had flames flickering around it. Seeing this, Bartolomeo immediately shut his mouth and let Ace drag him along. Just as Ace was pulling Bartolomeo forward, suddenly a figure blocked Ace's path. Ace looked over and saw Law standing in front of him. Ace reached out his hand with a smile to greet him, but was slapped away by Law. The sound of the slap made passers-by and dolls around them turn to look. Soon, Ace approached with his hand on his swollen face and asked, "Captain, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? Don't you know?" "I don't know what." Law glared at Ace, speechless. "Who is it that just said someone is more pirate-like than pirates? You thought I wouldn't hear?" Ace stared blankly at Law and then said speechlessly, "I almost forgot. Captain, you're a synthesist. What bizarre things have you synthesized this time?" Law snapped his fingers. "That's right. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. So, this slap wasn't too unjustified, right?" Ace smiled wryly and nodded. Law crossed his arms, looking at Bartolomeo beside Ace. "This is the one I want you." Ace hurriedly introduced, "Captain, this is Bartolomeo, Luffy's little brother, the one you told me to capture." Law glared at Ace speechlessly. "I told you to invite him, not to capture him." Ace couldn't help but doubt whether he had misheard Rosha's words. Could it be that I heard wrong? However, Bartolomeo was so nervous that he stammered. "Oh, Rosha-sama, hello. I am Bartolomeo." Following that, Bartolomeo actually bowed at a 90-degree angle to Rosha. Rosha waved his hand helplessly, saying, "There's no need to be so nervous. I didn't come to catch you." Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo relaxed a little. "Oh, is that so? Then, that's great." Rosha looked at the two of them and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, Bartolomeo and Ace were enveloped in a grayish-white line and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Rosha smiled slightly and snapped his fingers again. And in the next second, Rosha appeared in the room. However, Bartolomeo, who had just been teleported back by Rosha, was now slumped on the ground, staring in shock at Garp, who was picking his nose. "K, Garp, young Garp?" Rosha smiled helplessly, saying, "With your little courage, you think you could be a pirate? If it weren't for your fruit ability, I would have crushed you to dust long ago." Bartolomeo swallowed hard and forced himself to stand up. "I'm not afraid." Garp finished picking his nose, flicked his fingers, and looked at Bartolomeo. "Kid, don't put on a brave face." At this moment, Ace patted Bartolomeo's shoulder. "Don't mind him. The captain just has that temper." Bartolomeo nodded, but his gaze was still a bit evasive. Rosha walked to the table, poured a glass of water, took a sip, and said, "Bartolomeo, I called you here because I want your fruit ability." Bartolomeo frowned. "What? You want my ability? You want me dead?" Rosha put down the glass and shook his head. "I don't want you dead. I just want to replicate your ability." Bartolomeo asked in confusion, "Replicate? Replicate fruit abilities?" Rosha smiled. "That's right." Bartolomeo's expression changed, and while he was deep in thought, Rosha reminded him, "I'll give you 10 minutes. Bartolomeo gritted his teeth. "Rosha-sama, how can you guarantee that I won't be harmed after the replication? Besides, you are the Navy, and there's this young Garp." Rosha spread his hands. "If I really wanted to harm you, why would I go through all this trouble? With my strength, I could easily take your ability." Thinking of Rosha's immense power and the teleportation skill he just demonstrated, Bartolomeo couldn't help but shiver. Ace also encouraged him. "Crownhead, the captain always keeps his word." Bartolomeo took a deep breath. "All right, I believe you." Rosha nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, use your ability to attack me." "Wow, what?" Bartolomeo was momentarily stunned. Ace stepped forward to explain. "The captain's ability requires other ability users to attack." "Oh, I see. Okay. Bartolomeo swallowed hard, and a shield-like spatula suddenly appeared in his hand. The next second, the spatula struck Rosha's palm, which was radiating a cyan glow. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Rosha's mind. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Barrier Fruit Fragment X2. As time passed, Bartolomeo became a bit unstable in his breathing. Rosha looked at Bartolomeo and said, "Hey, you've only swung a couple of times, and you're already out of breath?" Bartolomeo's face turned red. I could still do it. Saying this, he raised the spatula again to attack Rosha. Rosha caught it steadily, teasing, "You're making some progress, but it's still too slow." Ace watched anxiously from the side and shouted, "Crown Head, come on." Bartolomeo gritted his teeth and kept adjusting his breathing, his movements with the spatula becoming faster and faster. Rosha continued to absorb the fruit ability while feeling the system's changes. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Barrier Fruit Fragment X3. Just then, Bartolomeo slipped and fell forward. Rosha quickly moved out of the way, dodging the lunge. Bartolomeo's face came crashing down onto the floor. Once he steadied himself, Bartolomeo glanced at Rosha in silence, then got back up to continue attacking. Finally, "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Barrier Fruit Ability Fragment 2000, which can be synthesized into 10 pieces. Rosha withdrew his hand in satisfaction, while Bartolomeo collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Rosha smiled at him. "Thank you for your cooperation. Don't worry. If you encounter danger in the future, you can come to me. Of course, if the Navy comes to catch you, just pretend I didn't say anything." Bartolomeo gasped for breath in response. "That's just like saying nothing at all, Rosha-sama." After resting for about 10 minutes, Bartolomeo managed to recover. He nervously asked, "So I'm fine now, right?" Rosha smiled. "Of course, you can leave now. And if anyone bullies you in the future, just mention my name." Bartolomeo was deeply grateful. "Thank you, Rosha-sama." After saying this, he hurriedly left. Ace approached curiously and asked, "Captain, what do you want his ability for?" Rosha smiled slightly. "I want to fuse fruit abilities once again." Ace's eyes lit up. "Captain, what kind of fruit do you plan to fuse this time?" Rosha smiled mysteriously. "I plan to fuse the barrier fruit with the flash fruit I obtained earlier. Perhaps it will create a brand new fruit that combines both defense and attack." Garp scratched his head upon hearing this. "You really are something, kid. If there's another explosion, I'll definitely tell that guy Sengoku." Rosha rolled his eyes and replied, "Old man, all you know is to report." Garp crossed his arms and said seriously, "Have you forgotten the last few explosions?" "It's fine, I won't die anyway." Rosha waved his hand. At that moment, Jiwen came to Garp's side and advised, "Mr. Garp, it's best not to get involved with this guy. And you know Rosha's personality, right? If he doesn't succeed once, he'll definitely try again." Saying this, Jiwen turned to Rosha and said seriously, "You better be honest. Let's deal with the situation here first." Got it. I don't want to blow up the civilians here either." Rosha waved his hand. He stood up, patted his clothes, and smiled. "Now that I've gotten what I wanted, it's time to go out and take a look." Garp also stood up and laughed. "Just right. I was feeling a bit bored too." Just as the few were about to leave, Garp's transponder snail rang. They all paused, and Garp slowly took out the transponder snail from his pocket. Garp answered the transponder snail, and a familiar voice came from inside. It was Sengoku. Moshi, is this Garp?" Garp picked his nose and said, "Sengoku, what is up? We were just about to go out and take a look." It looks like you guys have already arrived in Dressrosa. How's the investigation going?" Sengoku asked. Without waiting for Garp to speak, Rosha took Garp's transponder snail. Garp's expression showed no change. Instead, he sat down on the bed. "Marshal, the investigation you asked us to conduct is mostly complete, but not entirely." Rosha continued. "We found that Don Quixote da Flamingo is secretly conducting some illegal trades here, and he has connections with that bastard Kaido. However, the evidence is not yet conclusive." Sengoku said seriously, "Then you need to clarify this as soon as possible. This matter is of great importance. Da Flamingo is involved in too many things. If not handled properly, the entire new world will be in turmoil." Rosha smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Marshal. For a fly that can be crushed at any time, it poses no threat." At this moment, Sengoku said, "By the way, I've assigned a general to assist you in investigating Da Flamingo." Rosha raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it wouldn't be Fujitora, would it?" "That's right, it's Fujitora. He's the only one available right now." "Fine, but if he doesn't want to follow, then there's nothing we can do." Sengoku nodded. "All right. Anyway, he will only assist you in terms of combat power. He can't help you with other matters." Rosha shrugged. "It doesn't matter, I'll take care of it." Even if the four emperors come, old Garp will step in. After hanging up the transponder snail, Rosha looked at Garp. Garp shrugged and stood up. It seems we have to put shopping on hold for now. Kid, what do you plan to do? Rosha lazily shrugged. Although I really don't want to get involved. I still have to. Rosha continued. Let's go find Fujitora first and see what useful information he can provide us. Everyone nodded and walked out of the room. Walking on the streets of Dressrosa, the lively scene contrasted sharply with Rosha's lazy expression. Boss, what do you think Fujitora will be? Ace asked. Rosha pouted, who knows? But a general salary should be quite high. He might be having fun at some casino. Just then, a commotion was heard in the distance. They saw a man wearing sunglasses and wielding a staff, sword confronting a group of pirates. That should be Fujitora, Rosha said. They hurried over, facing the pirates. Fujitora's expression was calm. Causing a ruckus here is not a wise move. The pirates laughed loudly. Do you think a blind man can stop us? Fujitora smiled slightly, swung his staff sword, and a powerful force erupted, sending the pirates flying. Rosha and the others reached Fujitora's side. General Fujitora, it's rare to see you take action against a bunch of small fries. Rosha said. Fujitora, seemingly indifferent, nodded. I've received orders from Admiral Sengoku to assist you. Rosha briefly explained the current situation. Fujitora pondered for a moment. Doflamingo has been operating on this island for a long time, and his influence is complex. We must proceed with caution. It's not that complicated, we just need to wait. Moreover, his partner Caesar is in the Straw Hat crew's hands. They have all the information about Doflamingo. And during my time watching the bullfighting arena, I'm sure the Straw Hat crew has already found his factory for creating artificial devil fruits. Although I really want to take down the night monster right now. I don't have evidence yet, so we just have to wait. At this moment, Rosha's observation, Haki, sensed a group of suspicious individuals approaching. Someone's coming. They look like Doflamingo's subordinates, Rosha whispered. Fujitora gripped his staff sword tightly, while Garp cracked his neck with a popping sound. The group quickly appeared before them. The leader nodded at Rosha and respectfully said, Vice Admiral Qinglong, Vice Admiral Garp, General Fujitora, our young master requests your presence. Rosha looked at the 5 people opposite him in surprise and smiled. He wants you to find us? Is he looking to die? The leader of the group forced a calm demeanor. Our young master only wants to have a chat with you. He has no intention of seeking death. Rosha rolled his eyes. I still need to find the ferry they mentioned. I don't have the time to meet a defeated subordinate. In the next moment, Rosha snapped his fingers, and instantly, the 5 were blown away by a gust of air. Garp's eyes lit up, and he asked, what technique was that? Looks pretty strong. He added. Rosha proudly replied. I compressed the air into a palm shape and directly knocked them away. Fujitora shook his head slightly, smiling wryly. You might completely anger Doflamingo this way. Rosha waved his hand dismissively. That guy will come out sooner or later, rather than passively waiting. It's better to proactively provoke him. Besides, he can't beat me. Garp laughed. Exactly, that's how it should be. Even if the 4 emperors come, it's no problem. Rosha grinned. Moreover, on this island, there are the fun fruit, string fruit, float fruit, water fruit, bomb fruit, weapon fruit, and the one I want the most, the heel fruit. Everyone looked at Rosha in astonishment upon hearing him list so many devil fruits. Rosha shrugged. What are you looking at me for? These fruits aren't made up. They all really exist. When the time comes, I'll take them out one by one. As he said this, Rosha's wicked smile resembled that of a villain. Blood Phoenix, standing at the back, slowly said, Boss, if you really do this, Doflamingo will definitely go crazy. Moreover, the intelligence I've gathered confirms that these fruits are indeed on this island. Rosha looked at Blood Phoenix in surprise and then introduced him to Fujitora. This is Blood Phoenix, a Marine colonel forced onto me by the Admiral. Fujitora smiled and nodded. I know of Blood Phoenix. He's very strong and quite the troublemaker at headquarters. Blood Phoenix scratched his head awkwardly. General Fujitora, you're overpraising me. Rosha crossed his arms, speechless. You're getting proud now. Do you think that was a compliment? I don't care. I just want to hear something nice. Rosha stopped teasing Blood Phoenix, and everyone continued to weave through the streets. Meanwhile, in the bullfighting arena, Sabo, disguised as Lucy, had begun the final match. However, this final match was different from every previous one. This time, only 3 people participated, Rebecca, Diamante, and Sabo. aside from Ace, who had already withdrawn. At this moment, the arena was filled with seawater, along with the unique fighting fish of Dressrosa. On the back of one fighting fish was a treasure chest containing the Mera Mera noMi, bound with iron chains. Sabo looked around, becoming internally vigilant. Rebecca gripped her sword tightly, her gaze fixed firmly on the treasure chest. Diamante, on the other hand, wore an arrogant expression, as if victory was already in his grasp. As soon as the match began, Diamante launched an attack, charging at Rebecca with his weapon. Sabo quickly stepped in front of Rebecca to engage Diamante. The battle between the two was exceptionally fierce, with fists and legs intertwining, splashing water everywhere. However, Sabo was not here to fight Diamante. He came for the Mera Mera noMi. He could not allow this fruit to fall into anyone else's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo kicked Diamante away and charged towards the fish that was tied to the treasure chest containing the Mera Mera noMi. Diamante roared in anger and turned to chase, but was blocked by Rebecca. "Your opponent is me," Rebecca shouted, swinging her sword. Sabo successfully landed on the back of the fish, which was robust enough that even a strong man landing on it would not cause any issues, though he had to be careful of its bites. Sabo grinned as he looked at the treasure chest bound with iron chains in front of him. With a buzz, Sabo's armament hockey instantly covered his fist. In just a few seconds, he took out the Mera Mera noMi from inside. Upon seeing that the fruit was indeed eaten, Diamante's face changed completely and became extremely ugly. He shouted angrily, "Bastard! That fruit wasn't meant for you to eat. It was never intended to be a prize." However, Sabo ignored these words, focusing solely on the changes in his body. Is this what it feels like to be a devil fruit user? This sensation is too wonderful. It feels like I've turned into fire. Just as Sabo was feeling the power of the devil fruit, Diamante broke through Rebecca's blockade and charged towards Sabo. "Kid, spit out the fruit while you still can," he roared angrily. Sabo calmed down, flames igniting in his hand. "This is Ace's power. I will not allow anyone to take it away from me." Saying this, he shot a flame towards Diamante. Diamante couldn't dodge in time, and part of his clothing was burned. He was even more enraged and wanted to launch another fierce attack. But it seemed Sabo had already anticipated this. He dove from the air and reached Rebecca's side, grabbing her waist and lifting her up. "Huh? What's wrong?" Rebecca asked in confusion. Sabo grinned, clenched his fist, and soon a ball of fire buzzed as it enveloped his fist. "Next, I will completely destroy this arena." What? Before Rebecca could react, she felt her body tighten. What she saw next stunned her eyes. A surging pillar of fire shot towards the center of the arena like a fire dragon. In an instant, the arena collapsed under the impact and dust spread everywhere. Sabo and Rebecca landed steadily in an open area as the surrounding spectators fled in terror. Diamante struggled out from the ruins, his eyes filled with rage. "You can't escape," he shouted, just as he was about to attack again. A flame attack shot in from a distance. It was Sabo. At that moment, two voices came from not far away. "Oh, this power looks pretty strong, Sabo." Sabo smiled and replied, "Thanks to Ace's power. By the way, Krau, Kaku, how did your investigation go?" Krau shrugged and smiled. "How could we investigate without you? But the result is good. You got the fruit." The three stood together, looking at the wrecked arena. Sabo silently thought, "Ace, I will inherit your power well." Then they decided to leave this troubled place. "I think we should go now, right? Kaku, Krau?" Krau rolled his eyes at Sabo, hands on hips. "You just realized that now? Fine, I'll let you off this time, but let's leave first. Otherwise, it won't end well if that guy catches up with us." Thanks to the Mera Mera noMi, the four of them didn't have to walk alongside the fleeing civilians or toys heading for the exit. Sabo waved his hand, and a thick flame enveloped the three of them, instantly lifting them into the air. The four of them disappeared before Diamante's eyes. Diamante watched Sabo and the others leave, his facial muscles twitching in anger. These damn guys cannot just get away with this. But he understood that he couldn't catch up now and could only leave in hatred. Meanwhile, in an intersection of streets, Rosha and others stood in place, with Juin looking anxious as if he had lost something. His actions and expressions clearly showed his urgency. "Rosha, help me find it. My knife was taken. Hurry." Jiuin grabbed Rosha's shoulders with both hands, shaking him incessantly, as if he were acting spoiled. Rosha glared at Jiyuan. Speechless, stop shaking me. I'm looking. You. Fine, just hurry up. Jiyuan was missing his portable knife, the Jintian. He had placed it on the corner of the table while they were eating, but after finishing, it had disappeared, leading to the current scene. At this time, Garp said, but it puzzles me. Clearly, Rosha's two knives were on the table, so why did those little people take Taodu's knife? Blood Phoenix chimed in, exactly. Isn't the captain's knife better? Jiyuan shot a glare at Rosha. How would I know? Seriously, if you can't find it, I'm blaming you. Rosha twitched his mouth, thinking, is this a good thing? You don't understand. The reason those little people didn't take my knife is simple. Huh? What reason? Jiyuan asked. It's simple. After all, I've killed a lot of people, and a murderous aura emanating from my knife is no joke. Who else would they take if not yours? Jiyuan waved his hand, grabbing Rosha's arm. Have you found it? If not, my knife is gone. Who knows where they would take my knife? Rosha pushed Jiyuan away impatiently. All right, stay away from me. I'm looking. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened them. In the next second, he and Jiyuan vanished from their spot. Only Blood Phoenix and Garp remained. Fujitora had already gone off to investigate, so he was not here. Blood Phoenix shrugged helplessly and said to Garp, Old man, where do you think those two went? Just as Garp was about to answer, his brows furrowed. In the next second, a voice belonging to a girl cried out in pain, Ah, Garp, why did you hit me? Blood Phoenix held her head and squatted on the ground. Garp raised his iron fist. Humph, you little brat. Who are you calling old man? Humph, the captain called you that too. It's so endearing to call you that. Garp crossed his arms. You can call me that, but you have to beat me first. Otherwise, dream on. Blood Phoenix stood up and asked, Can the captain beat Vice Admiral Garp? At least for a while, our strengths are on par. After hearing this, Blood Phoenix's eyes widened in surprise. The captain is actually that strong? At the same time, Rosha used his spatial fruit ability and instantly arrived on a large bridge, which was the bridge leading to Greenbit Island. Meanwhile, several little people were struggling to carry the Jintian. Jiyuan saw the little people struggling to carry the golden pirouette and shouted, Stop right there. The little people were startled and turned to see Luo Xia and Jiyuan appearing not far from them, causing them to quicken their pace and flee. Jiyuan closely followed behind, just about to draw the sword hanging at his waist when he suddenly remembered that the golden pirouette was still in the hands of the little people. At that moment, Luo Xia threw the tiger hunt to Jiyuan, who caught it. In the next second, a sword energy slashed towards the ground, blocking the little people's escape route. Put down my sword. Jiyuan glared angrily. The little people trembled, and one of them mustered the courage to say, We have a historical contract that allows us to take things from Dressrosa. Luo Xia was taken aback, not expecting this to be the reason. Jiyuan was also confused. What historical contract? One of the little people said, What does it have to do with you? Anyway, your sword is ours now. Upon hearing this, Luo Xia, who was standing behind, was surprised to find that Jiyuan's expression had turned extremely cold, with a faint hint of killing intent spreading out. Luo Xia swallowed hard, and in the next second, the power of the space fruit was pushed to the limit. He instantly appeared in front of Jiyuan, genuinely worried that Jiyuan might uncontrollably kill these little people. He was counting on the healing fruit, after all, so Luo Xia had to act first. He patted Jiyuan's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be impulsive. Leave the rest to me. A gray-white light flickered in Luo Xia's hand, and the next second, cracking sounds echoed in the air. The little people felt their hearts race, not understanding what this human was planning to do. But as the captain, Leo had to lead everyone to escape. Everyone run. Just as a few little people were about to run, they seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. A couple of dazed little people bumped into it. Leo's eyes widened as if trying to see through what was in front of them, but it was too late. Luo Xia smiled slightly and said, All right, I've caught you. Luo Xia's hands kept changing, and finally, he held a rectangular object. Inside were not only the golden pirouette, but also 5 little people. Luo Xia looked at the rectangular object in his hand and said to the little people, It seems I've caught the so-called fairies referred to by the commoners of Dressrosa. Seeing that Luo Xia had caught them, Jiyuan immediately stepped forward and asked, Can my golden pirouette be taken out? Luo Xia nodded, saying it was a simple matter. With a flick of his finger, a small opening appeared on the rectangular object, and the golden pirouette slowly floated out into Ji Yuan's hand. Ji Yuan held the sword and sighed in relief, finally getting it back. At this point, the little people inside the rectangular object started shouting, "Let us out, you bad human!" Luo Xia knocked on the rectangular object and said, "Quiet down, you're my captives now." Leo angrily said, "You've taken back the sword. Why won't you let us go?" Luo Xia ignored the little people inside the rectangular object. "You wait a moment. I'll bring the old man and Blood Phoenix over." "Okay." Luo Xia nodded and instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing at the bridge with Blood Phoenix and Garp. Garp asked, "What did you bring us here for? Did you find the little people?" Luo Xia didn't reply, but instead opened a rectangular object, revealing the little people inside. Garp laughed heartily. "Haha, so they were here." Blood Phoenix curiously leaned in to look at the little people. They looked so small. At that moment, Garp suddenly said, "I sense several presences." Blood Phoenix also said, "That's right, it seems like they're fighting." Luo Xia pointed not far away. "It should be Doflamingo and the Straw Hats, right?" "Oh, and there's also the captive Caesar." Following Luo Xia's direction, they indeed saw Sanji fighting alongside Doflamingo, with noMi and others not far away. However, Luo Xia didn't plan to help them. It was their fate to face this. Luo Xia clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention to himself. He waved his hand, and a table and chairs appeared in front of him. "Let's sit down." If they dared to fight over here, that nightmarish creature was doomed. "I have some questions to ask these little people." Luo Xia sat on the chair, scanning the little people in the rectangular object, wondering if any of them had the healing fruit ability. Leo was taken aback and crossed his arms. "Why would I tell you?" Luo Xia sneered. "If you don't want to suffer, it's best to be honest." Blood Phoenix leaned over. "Boss, should I scare them a bit?" Luo Xia sized up Blood Phoenix and said, "All right, give it a try." Just as Blood Phoenix was about to act intimidating, Luo Xia slapped her on the backside. Boss, what are you doing?" Blood Phoenix covered her backside, her face flushed. Luo Xia grinned. "Is that supposed to scare someone?" "You're just being cute." Luo Xia waved his hand. "Go sit over there. Don't make trouble for me." "Oh, fine." Just as Blood Phoenix returned to her seat, Ji Yuan spoke up. "I've heard that the little people like shiny gems. What if we bring out enough gems?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation flashed in Leo's eyes, but he still stubbornly turned his head away and huffed. "We little people wouldn't sell out our own for a few gems." Luo Xia frowned. Realizing this might be a bit tricky, Luo Xia circled around Leo, carefully examining this stubborn little person. However, even after watching for so long, he couldn't figure anything out. Leo stood with his hands on his hips, looking arrogant. "You humans should just give up, we won't tell you." Luo Xia didn't pay attention to Leo's words. Instead, he waved his hand, and the originally spacious rectangular object suddenly shrank several times, turning into a cube the size of a Rubik's Cube. At the same time, the space inside could just accommodate 5 little people. Luo Xia also opened a few small openings at the top to ensure they wouldn't suffocate while allowing air to circulate. After doing all this, Luo Xia held the cube in his hand and then looked at Garp and the others. "Old man, since this little person is unwilling to speak, then let it be. After all, I'm a Navy officer and want to torture these little people." Hearing Luo Xia say this, Garp laughed heartily. "Kid Luo Xia, you're still quite kind." However, he added, "But if these little guys continue to refuse to speak, you might find it hard to know the whereabouts of that healing fruit you want." Leo listened to their conversation, feeling a bit anxious. However, he still encouraged himself internally and signaled his 4 companions to remember. These 4 little people were Leo's partners, and they instantly understood Leo's meaning, nodding in agreement. Feeling quite determined, Luo Xia, holding the space cube, slowly said to everyone, "Since these little guys won't talk, I guess I'll have to go take a trip myself." Upon hearing this, Leo suddenly panicked. "Do you know where it is? Even if you are a powerful human, you may not be able to leave unscathed." Rosha smirked. "It seems you were still concerned about my safety, so why not just tell me directly?" Leo gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm not telling you. And it's not because I'm afraid of you." Rosha gently shook the Rubik's Cube in his hand, causing the little people inside to sway, making Leo feel dizzy. "What do you want?" Leo shouted angrily. Rosha stopped his movements and said seriously, "Actually, I know who ate the healing fruit. It seems to be a rather pretty little person, right?" Leo exchanged glances with his companions, their eyes revealing shock. Although Rosha did not name names, It was clear he was referring to their princess. Seeing that Luo and the others were still deep in thought, Rosha did not disturb them and then turned to Garp. "Old man, let's get ready to head to Greenbit." Luo suddenly shouted, "Wait." Rosha halted and turned to look at him. Leo's face was filled with conflict, but finally, as if he had made a certain decision, he said, "We can take you to find Her Highness the Princess, but you must promise us that you will never harm her." Rosha raised an eyebrow. "I never plan to harm her, and besides, we are all rear admirals of the Navy. We protect civilians. Furthermore, I just want to understand the matter of the healing fruit." Luo nodded, somewhat unconvinced. Then Luo said, "What if you were in the Navy? You still can't do anything about Doflamingo. He has imprisoned the princess for many years." Upon hearing this, Rosha was a bit stunned and quickly asked, "Wait, your princess is not in Greenbit?" Of course not. Or where do you think she is?" "Our princess has been imprisoned for 10 years. It's all Doflamingo's doing." As he spoke about this, Luo clenched his fists and slammed one into the spatial Rubik's Cube. Noticing that Luo and the others were still trapped inside the spatial cube, Rosha waved his hand, causing the cube to dissipate. Luo and his companion stepped out, but Luo still looked unconvinced. Rosha waved his hand. "Come on, little guy, stop making that sour face. Now tell me, why is the user of the healing fruit there?" Rosha extended his hand and placed 4 little people on the shoulders of others, as he didn't want so many little people standing on his own shoulders. What if those 5 little people punched his shoulders under Luo's command? One should know that the little people have quite strong power. Luo looked around and finally said slowly, "That was when Doflamingo wanted to use the princess's healing fruit ability to heal his subordinates. But the princess refused, so she was imprisoned. Moreover, he used the princess to deceive my people into working in his factory." Rosha frowned, but he did not say anything. He already knew most of these matters except for where Mancherry was imprisoned, so it wasn't surprising. Garp clenched his fists. That bastard must pay the price. Luo continued, "The princess has been kept in a secret place, and we have spent a lot of effort to find a clue." Luo went on, "It's in the underground secret chamber of Dressrosa Palace." Rosha's eyes narrowed. "So that's where she is." Garp immediately stood up and said, "Rosha, get ready to set off." Rosha didn't respond, but instead looked toward Doflamingo and Sanji, who were in fierce combat not far away. Rosha moved his arms and smiled. "Since he's in front of me, it would be a pity not to take a slice at him. After all, he is the king of Dressrosa now. I don't want to run into him on the way to the palace." Rosha stepped forward a few paces, slowly drawing his sword, Shura. At the same time, the conqueror's haki mixed with killing intent gradually surged out, darkening even the sky. The Shura in Rosha's hand emitted dazzling bloodlight, as if it were about to tear apart the void. Rosha raised Shura above his head and shouted, "Slash!" A blood-red blade of light fiercely slashed toward Doflamingo in the air, its speed comparable to the light of Borsalino. Doflamingo, who was fighting in the distance, saw this slash, and his body stiffened, then his face darkened. He quickly sidestepped, angrily cursing, "Bastard! Who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, noMi and Sanji, who were watching, looked horrified. The blade light came swiftly and went just as quickly. Since the slash was aimed at Doflamingo, Sanji was not harmed at all. Instead, a chunk of flesh was sliced off Doflamingo's arm, blood gushing out. Doflamingo covered his injured arm, glaring fiercely in Rosha's direction. "You dare to sneak attack me. None of you will leave Dressrosa today." Rosha, however, smiled nonchalantly. "With your current appearance, you can't stop me." After this attack, Sanji and noMi looked at Rosha, especially noMi, who excitedly shouted, her eyes filled with admiration. Sanji looked at Rosha in shock, never expecting that he, as a Navy officer, would actually help him. Of course, this was just a misunderstanding on Sanji's part. At this moment, Rosha turned around with Shura resting on his shoulder, grinning at everyone. "Phew! After slicing that Tenryubito, I feel so much better." Garp laughed heartily. "You kid really likes to do this kind of sneak attack. But well done, haha." At this time, Luo, who was standing on Rosha's shoulder, swallowed hard and stammered, "Shouldn't we go rescue our princess now?" Rosha patted Leo's head teasingly. "It seems you know fear too. Let's go, time to set off." Just as everyone was about to leave, Rosha called out to them, "Old man, where do you think you're going?" "Huh, didn't you say that?" The old man replied, "Am I not allowed to leave?" Rosha shook his head, pointed his own head. Are you getting old and confused? I can use my ability to take you. It's faster than you walking. Garp was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. You little rascal. I forgot you have a door of dimension. Rosha smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, Garp, Jiyuan, and Xiafeng were instantly frozen, with ice blocks connecting to each other. Jiyuan frowned, about to speak, but the next second, Rosha took everyone and vanished from the spot. At the same time, in an alley, Rosha brought everyone into the alley in an instant. As soon as they arrived, Jiyuan complained, Rosha, why did you freeze us all? Rosha glanced at Jiyuan, speechless. How could I take you if your arms weren't connected? I don't want to teleport so many times. Jiyuan glared at Rosha. You could have said something. That would waste too much time. It's better to freeze you all, saving the time to talk. Meanwhile, Garp, seeing the two about to argue again, quickly stepped in front of them and said sternly, Why are you two fighting again? All right, you little brat. Aren't you still looking for the healing fruit? Let's set off first. Right, my fruit. I'll deal with you next time. Jiyuan coldly snorted and scolded. Let's see who deals with whom. Just wait for the task to be completed, and we'll go back. Luo Xia ignored Jiyuan and turned to Leo. Little guy, lead the way. Leo nodded and stood on Luo Xia's shoulder to guide him. The others followed closely behind. They weaved through the narrow streets and soon arrived in front of the Dressrosa Palace. The Dressrosa Palace is located at the highest point in the city, resembling a resort. Leo stopped and pointed at the building. The princess is inside, but I don't know exactly where, as we can't get close to it. Luo Xia nodded and turned to the old man Garp beside him, asking, Old man, do you think we should just walk in boldly or sneak in using my teleportation? Garp scratched his head. I think we could just go in directly. With so many of us, are we still afraid of those guys? Luo Xia shrugged. All right, let's do it your way. So the group walked towards the palace gate. The guards at the entrance immediately became alert upon seeing them and drew their swords. Luo Xia was the first to act, ice needles instantly piercing the guards' necks, and they fell without even having a chance to call for help. This scene made Xuefeng's heart tremble with excitement. Wow, this is amazing. Boss, you're so strong. Luo Xia scratched his head. I'll teach you when I have time. He hadn't encountered such a sweet-talking girl in years. Most of the girls he met were either hot-tempered or had unpredictable personalities. Xuefeng just filled the void he had for a sweet girl-esque voice. Jiyuan, seeing Luo Xia's reaction, gritted his teeth and thought, Damn Luo Xia. Just wait until you go back. After entering the palace, they found themselves in a maze of corridors and rooms. Leo whispered, Everyone be careful, there might be traps. Luo Xia activated his observation haki to sense the movements around him. Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed out. Jiyuan had just drawn his sword, but before he could act, the charging soldiers fell to the ground. The others looked at Luo Xia in surprise, seeing his hands emitting a faint glow. He had just used Conqueror's haki to knock out those soldiers. Luo Xia shrugged, just a small matter. They continued forward, with Luo Xia using his observation haki to scan the entire palace for any living beings. Suddenly, Luo Xia stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed deep into the hall. He pointed towards the depths of the hall, where a special aura seemed to be emanating. The group no longer hesitated and moved forward immediately. When they reached the depths of the hall, they discovered a locked small door. Luo Xia yanked the lock off. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a huge iron cage, inside which was a petite figure, the princess of the little people, Manchueli. The princess looked extremely weak, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Leo, seeing the princess's condition, couldn't help but shout, Your Highness. The princess looked up at the sound, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Leo? Luo Xia stepped forward, carefully examining the lock on the cage, and found that it was a special mechanism lock that required a specific password to open. This was a bit troublesome. Luo Xia frowned. Garp said, Let me try to force it open. With that, Garp exerted his strength, gripping the iron cage and pulling outward with all his might. The next moment, the cage began to bend outward little by little. After a minute, finally, with two cracking sounds, the iron cage was forcefully torn open. The princess stepped out of the cage, weakly saying, Thank you. Luo Xia waved his hand. It's nothing. After all, we have our own purpose in saving you. Manchueli smiled gently and then said, "It's all right. No matter what conditions you have, as long as they are reasonable, I will agree." At this moment, Ji Yuan reminded, "Shouldn't we leave? This place isn't our territory. At least you have some brains." Luo Xia said, "You." Luo Xia extended his hand towards Li. "Come on, take my hand. Let's go together." Li hesitated for a moment, then gently flew into Luo Xia's hand. Luo Xia carefully cradled her in his palm, just about to turn and leave when a sharp alarm suddenly sounded around them. An alarm? Had we been discovered? Luo Xia's expression hardened. At this moment, countless arrows shot out from the surrounding walls. Luo Xia's eyes sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, an ice wall enveloped everyone, blocking the numerous arrows. "It seems this is a mechanism to prevent your escape. It looks like this Tian Yacha isn't completely foolish." While remaining vigilant, Luo Xia shouted to the others behind him, "Although these are low-damage things, still be careful. This Tian Yacha must have a backup plan." Just then, the ice wall began to crack, and Luo Xia furrowed his brows, increasing his output to maintain the ice wall. At that moment, the wooden door they entered through was blasted open with tremendous force, and countless wooden splinters scattered like snow. What came into view was a man dressed like a baby, with a pacifier in his mouth. Upon seeing this person, Ji Yuan blurted out, "Senior has a bounty of 58 million. Senior didn't pay them any mind, instead saying, 'You dare to barge in here and even want to take Li? You're simply seeking your own death.'" The baby-faced man spoke, his voice highly incongruent with his appearance, yet filled with murderous intent. Luo Xia said nothing, but his movements were as swift as lightning, instantly reaching Sinio's side. Luo Xia's hand struck like an eagle's claw, directly attacking Sinio's chest. In just a moment, a yellowish light was extracted from Sinio. The moment it was taken out, Sinio seemed to wilt, collapsing to the ground. Luo Xia then took out a fruit, placing the light into it, causing it to transform into a devil fruit. If I remember correctly, it should be the water fruit, just a useless fruit. Smack! With a crisp sound, Luo Xia slapped Sinio, sending him flying over 10 meters. Luo Xia shook his numb hand, looking helplessly at the others behind him. "Since the problem character has been dealt with, I think we should leave now." With a wave of his hand, a portal opened up, and this time he didn't want to wait, charging in first. The others saw Luo Xia in such a hurry and immediately followed. Among those present, only the injured Sinio remained, still lying on the ground, grunting incessantly. The group passed through the portal, expecting to arrive on the streets of Dressrosa. However, they were met with a group of rough-looking individuals staring intently at Luo Xia and the others. "Hey, what are you looking at, you little punks?" Luo Xia raised his hand and slapped one of them, sending him flying over 10 meters. At that moment, Garp asked from behind, "Kid, is this the G5 branch? Did you make a mistake?" Sure, they passed through the gate and unexpectedly returned to their headquarters, the G5 branch. The person who was just slapped away by Rosha was one of his subordinates. After all, not everyone can show such a lewd expression. At the same time, Kazan and Smoker, who were training and guiding the use and release of abilities, also walked over slowly. Kazan lazily asked him, "Rosha, didn't you go on a mission? Why are you back so soon?" Rosha shrugged, saying he accidentally got the coordinates wrong, but he didn't plan to return to Dressrosa in the short term. After all, he had already investigated most of what Admiral Sengoku asked him to look into. By the time the Straw Hat crew defeats Doflamingo, it will be better for him to pick up the pieces. By the way, let's not talk about that for now. Smoker, call someone to move a few tables and chairs. The Marines nearby, hearing Rosha's order, didn't wait for Smoker to choose someone, and all went to move the tables. After all, they had just witnessed how Rosha slapped that Marine away. Smoker rolled his eyes at Rosha and said, "You really didn't need to say that." Soon, several Marines brought over a long table and several chairs. Just as everyone sat down, Rosha placed the rescued Princess Li on the table. Then Rosha took out a magical bean from his space and placed it in front of Li. Seeing the princess's bewilderment, Leo asked, "Hey, what is this thing?" Leo pointed at Rosha with something resembling a needle in his hand, which made Rosha feel a bit annoyed. Rosha reached out and tapped Leo's forehead with his index finger, making a crisp sound that caused Leo to wince in pain. Seeing Leo holding his head, Many of the little people, although they couldn't do anything to Rosha, still united to stand in front of Luo. Kuzan and Smoker looked on with some surprise, with Kuzan saying, "So this is the little people? I didn't expect them to be this small." Rosha nodded. "That's right, but they shouldn't be underestimated. Although they are small, their strength and speed are comparable to adults. This should be considered their innate skill." Rosha tapped the table and said, "This is a magical bean. It can restore stamina and injuries. For example, your little princess here is so weak that as long as she eats it, she will be full of energy in a few seconds. Don't worry about it." Rosha said casually. Manchueli still didn't eat it, but instead tugged at Luo's clothes. Luo, having recovered from the pain, turned to Manchueli and asked, "Princess, what's wrong?" Manchueli, with a slightly flushed face, pointed at the magical bean. Luo scratched his head, a bit confused. "Princess, the guy just said you could eat it. So just eat it. After all, he doesn't seem like a bad person based on everything that just happened." The people sitting in the chairs silently listened to the conversation between the little people, and some found it quite interesting, like the soldiers surrounding Rosha. Hearing Luo's words, Rosha's expression darkened as he tapped the table and said, "You brat, how dare you say that in front of me? Do you want me to loosen you up?" Luo stuck out his tongue and drew his weapon. Rosha had no way to respond to that. At this moment, Ji Yuan was propping his chin with one hand, looking distracted, but his gaze was fixed on Manchueli. Ji Yuan suddenly spoke, "Rosha, you're really a simple-minded guy." Rosha frowned, about to say something, but Ji Yuan continued. "Manchueli is a princess, very elegant. You place such a large magical bean here, and with so many people around, how do you expect her to eat it?" Rosha was taken aback and soon realized, awkwardly laughing, "Haha, I didn't think that through." As he spoke, he lightly moved his finger, and a magical bean turned into powder. At the same time, a drop-sized plate of icy air landed in front of Manchueli. Seeing this, Manchueli slightly leaned forward to express her gratitude, and then cautiously took a small bite. In an instant, a flush appeared on her previously pale face, and she looked vibrant. Seeing Manchueli's condition improve, Rosha breathed a sigh of relief. Manchueli was pleasantly surprised to find her body restored in an instant, and said, "Thank you all." Rosha waved his hand. "No problem. By the way, since your body has improved, shouldn't you fulfill my request now?" Manchueli blinked and asked in confusion, "What is your request? Please go ahead and say it. As long as it's within my ability, I can do it." Rosha grinned widely. This was exactly the sentence he wanted. Some nearby Marines shivered upon seeing Rosha's smile, feeling that their boss didn't seem to have good intentions, but they dared not speak. Rosha smiled and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Your healing fruit is very useful to me, so let me copy your healing fruit." Manchueli's eyes widened. "Copy my fruit ability? How could that be possible?" Rosha confidently smiled and extended his palm, a green light flickering in his palm. "Let's just say, I have a special ability that allows me to copy others' abilities, but it requires the other party's voluntary cooperation. Of course, if they don't cooperate, then there are other methods." As he spoke, Rosha took out the fruit he had just extracted from Senier's chest. "Don't worry, I definitely won't use such a cruel method on you." Manchueli frowned, pondering. This sounded too far-fetched. But this person had indeed magically produced a magical bean. "So what should I do?" Manchueli asked. Rosha stood up, looking at the Marines surrounding him, and noticing Rosha's gaze, the Marines instinctively wanted to run. But the coldness in Rosha's calm tone made their legs freeze in place. "Anyone who dares to run, I will make sure you lie on the sickbed for a month." After looking around and finding everyone smiling at him, Rosha nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he turned to Ji Yuan and XiaFuses, saying, "You two go sit over there." Although Ji Yuan and XiaFuses were dissatisfied, they obediently walked to the side and sat down. Rosha looked back at Manchueli and said, "Your healing ability probably isn't fully developed yet. So you need some people to activate your healing fruit ability, right?" Manchueli nodded yes. "Currently, I can only use my healing ability through contact with others or through a medium." Rosha stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "Then let's use these Marines as a medium." The Marines instantly showed terrified expressions. Rosha reassured them, "Don't worry, it won't cause you too much harm. It's just a temporary borrowing. If you don't come, you'll get beaten up anyway. So think about it." In the end, these Marines had no choice but to line up one by one to act as the medium, while Ji Yuan and others watched this scene with great interest. Manchueli walked among the Marines, placing her hands in front of her. Soon, several golden, dandelion-sized spheres appeared beside them. Garp and others watching this scene were filled with curiosity. Mantri explained, "These are the condensed healing powers, but the people gathered here by the adults will be weakened for a while." Before the sailors could express any dissatisfaction, Rosha waved his hand, and a bag full of fairy beans was thrown directly in front of Ji Yuan. Rosha said, "Help me distribute these. I need a lot this time, so these people cannot fall down." Ji Yuan took and, following Rosha's instructions, distributed them among the sailors. The sailors held and felt somewhat reassured. Although they were reluctant to admit it, their life at the G5 branch was indeed divine, and they understood Rosha's character well, so none of them were unwilling. The glowing spheres piled up more and more on the table, and Leo and the other little people took on the task of transporting the spheres. Rosha focused entirely on absorbing them one by one into his palm, the green light in his palm growing stronger, as if he wanted to absorb all this healing power. As he absorbed more and more spheres, Rosha's fragments also increased. Just then, as Rosha was about to absorb more, Leo poked his fingers with a needle. Not paying attention, Rosha was suddenly pricked by Leo. Rosha winced in pain, shot Leo a glare, and said, "What are you doing?" Leo shook his head. "It's nothing. Just that it's the first time I've seen someone able to absorb so many healing orbs." "You haven't seen much. Hurry up and continue moving." "Oh, okay." Rosha continued to focus on absorbing the remaining spheres. Finally, all the spheres were absorbed into his palm. After a few intense flashes of green light, it gradually stabilized. Rosha let out a long breath. He could now be considered rich with 4,000 fragments. Converted into fruits, that would be 20. Mantri walked over, her eyes filled with curiosity. Did it really succeed? This is hard to believe. Rosha nodded with a smile. It succeeded. Then he waved his hand, and 10 healing fruits were placed steadily on the table, each with a different color. Seeing this scene, Mantri's small eyes were filled with shock. She covered her mouth in amazement. "Wow, it's exactly like the fruit I ate before, just with different colors." Rosha was overjoyed. Now his storage of devil fruits had increased. "Thank you, Princess," he sincerely expressed. Mantri smiled in response. "This is also due to your special ability. I hope you can use it to do more good things. But you don't have to keep calling me Princess. Just call me Mantri." Rosha nodded. "All right, Mantri. So what are your plans next?" Mantri lowered her head and thought for a moment. "I want to go back to my people first. After all, I haven't returned in many years." Rosha nodded. "Okay. I'll personally take you back in a bit. If that Tian Yacha dares to cause trouble, I won't be polite." Mantri slightly bowed. "Thank you, Lord Rosha." "No problem." After that, Rosha used the any door to send all the little people back to Greenbit. There were no dangers encountered along the way. After sending off these little people, Rosha returned to the G5 branch. 2 hours later, in an open space at the G5 branch, a huge spatial cube stood, and inside was Rosha. However, Rosha's expression looked very serious, and he was wearing a white lab coat and some experimental gear. Gulp. Rosha swallowed hard, his gaze extremely focused, while all the personnel outside the G5 branch kept their mouths shut, not daring to utter a word. After Rosha returned, he began preparing for something he had always wanted to do: fusion of fruits. Despite failing several times, he still wanted to fuse them. After all, even if it exploded, it wouldn't kill him. At this moment, within the spatial cube, Rosha cautiously fused the shining fruit and the barrier fruit together. The two fruits were enveloped in Rosha's fusion light, emitting dazzling green light. However, the moment the two fruits fused, Rosha's heart raced. He widened his eyes, seemingly recalling that it had been the same during the previous attempts. Thinking of this, Rosha used the power of the space fruit to instantly retreat behind Garp. He didn't want to be blown up again. Even though he wouldn't die, it would still hurt. Garp rolled his eyes at Rosha. "You little brat, failed again, huh?" Just as Garp's words fell, suddenly a blinding light flashed, and a small explosion seemed to occur inside the spatial cube. Immediately, black smoke rose everywhere, and Rosha waved his hand for the spatial barrier to dissipate, causing the black smoke to finally disappear. Rosha silently glanced at the place where he had just conducted the experiment. "Damn, can I succeed just once?" Rosha cursed and approached. However, as he got closer, he suddenly shut his mouth. A fruit emitting a strange light appeared in front of him, with flowing patterns on its surface, as if it was woven from two powers. Rosha frowned. What is this? Did I succeed? He slowly reached out to pick up the fused fruit and examined it closely. It appeared beautiful, with two powers flowing on it. Holding the fruit, Rosha was filled with confusion and surprise. Ji Yuan leaned forward curiously. Rosha, what kind of ability has this fruit fused into? Rosha recalled, it's the shining fruit and the barrier fruit that just threatened me. At this moment, Kazan said, it looks really nice, and its power must be strong. I really want to see its power. The sailors also exclaimed in amazement. Rosha shook the fruit in his hand, his gaze unconsciously turning to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan seemed to sense Rosha's mischievous gaze and asked warily, what are you going to do? Rosha grinned. It's nothing. Just want to find someone to test this fruit's ability. Upon hearing this, everyone took a step back, leaving only Ji Yuan standing in place with a proud expression. I'm not afraid of you. Not afraid? Then that's good. With that, Rosha struck like lightning, grabbing towards Ji Yuan's chest, only to feel something soft. Rosha looked down and immediately retracted his hand, explaining, cough, cough, I grabbed the wrong thing. Ji Yuan's face turned bright red, angrily shouting, Rosha, you bastard. After saying that, she drew her sword and charged at Rosha. Rosha quickly sidestepped to avoid her, not pausing for a moment, using spatial power to instantly bind Ji Yuan's hands. After binding Ji Yuan, Rosha sat down on the ground, looking into her eyes. Rosha scratched his head and smiled. This was an accident. I promise I won't make a mistake next time. Saying that, Rosha didn't wait for Ji Yuan to speak, and the light in his hand brightened, his palm instantly reaching into Ji Yuan's chest. A few seconds later, Rosha pulled out a golden light. At the same time, Rosha conjured a pineapple out of thin air and stuffed the golden light into it. After doing all this, Rosha finally released Ji Yuan. After Ji Yuan was freed, she glared at Luo Xia angrily. You better explain to me what the hell is going on. Luo Xia raised the fruit he had just successfully fused, smiled, and handed it to Ji Yuan. Could you help me test its power? Ji Yuan stared at Luo Xia. Speechless, you want me to try? Luo Xia nodded, yeah. Because I think this fruit suits you very well. And it's not dangerous. After all, such a pretty fruit shouldn't explode in your body, right? Luo Xia mumbled softly. Ji Yuan glared at Luo Xia, but still reached out to take the fruit. She had spent the longest time with Luo Xia. If she felt it was dangerous, she certainly wouldn't take it herself. Just as Ji Yuan was about to take a bite, her hand suddenly froze, and she looked up and said, Hey, if I eat this fruit, you have to promise me one condition, or else I want to eat it. Luo Xia raised an eyebrow. All right, what condition? As long as it's not too outrageous. Ji Yuan smiled slyly. I haven't thought of it yet. We'll talk about it later. Luo Xia helplessly nodded. Okay, deal. Seeing this, Ji Yuan no longer hesitated and took a bite of the fruit. Instantly, Ji Yuan felt terrible. The juice from the fruit was just too unpleasant. Not to mention it was a devil fruit. Luo Xia reminded her, you can't spit it out. Swallow it. The surrounding Marines saw Ji Yuan's expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Ji Yuan heard their laughter, it wasn't the time for revenge. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed the fruit's pulp. At the same time, the once beautiful fruit suddenly became dull and lifeless. Luo Xia leaned closer to Ji Yuan and asked, How do you feel? Is there anything strange? Ji Yuan didn't speak, but instead tried to extend her hand, and to her surprise, a shimmering shield from the glimmer fruit and a transparent barrier from the barrier fruit appeared simultaneously on her palm, causing gasps from those around her. Then, Ji Yuan concentrated and imagined herself teleporting. Sure enough, her figure flashed, and she appeared several meters away, with a layer of flickering protective shield surrounding her. It seemed that this fused fruit not only possessed the abilities of the two fruits, but also created a new synergistic effect, Luo Xia said excitedly. The onlookers were filled with envy. Ji Yuan, several meters away, looked shocked. This was much faster than her previous speed. Moreover, the shield around her didn't seem to be triggered automatically. Those who witnessed this change, including Garp, were all amazed. It looked really powerful, Kazan said with interest. The overall speed has increased by more than one level. Smoker echoed, that's right, but I wonder how strong the attack power is. Hearing Smoker's words, Ji Yuan smirked confidently. She raised her hand towards a huge rock in the distance, first using the barrier fruit's power to create a surrounding circle to prevent the blast from affecting too far, and then concentrated the glimmer fruit's power in her palm, transforming it into a strong beam of light that shot towards the rock. With a loud boom, the rock was blown to pieces, dust flying high. The surrounding crowd was stunned by this immense attack power. Luo Xia was even more excited, jumping up. This fused fruit is simply invincible. Jiyuan withdrew her hand, feeling the endless power within her, and was very satisfied with this new ability. However, just as she was in joy, it seemed she thought of something. She slowly raised her palm, pointing it towards the group of Marines who had just laughed at her. Those Marines turned pale with fear and retreated repeatedly as they saw Jiyuan's palm pointed at them. Some had even transformed into their beast forms to prevent being blown to bits. One braver Marine stuttered, "Jin, we were wrong. We shouldn't have laughed at you earlier." Jiyuan just smiled lightly and didn't actually attack. She dispersed the energy in her hand and said, "I just want to tell you, don't judge others by appearances or underestimate their potential. This new ability today is a warning for you. Next time, it won't be so easy." The Marine sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. However, at this moment, Luo Xia was stroking his chin, seemingly recalling Jiyuan's earlier shot. Although it looked impressive, it was just a mere rock. Jiyuan heard Luo Xia's words and raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you have something to say?" Luo Xia pouted and rolled up his sleeves, stepping forward. "I actually want to test your strength." Everyone looked surprised. Jiyuan, however, looked at him with interest. "All right, let's see what you've got." Luo Xia took a deep breath and instantly entered a combat stance. He flashed forward quickly towards Jiyuan, ice spikes forming in his hands. Jiyuan remained calm and used the barrier fruit's power to defend. Luo Xia's ice spikes crashed against the barrier, scattering ice shards everywhere. Then Jiyuan counterattacked, combining the power of the glimmer fruit with the barrier fruit to form a brilliant shockwave. Luo Xia quickly created an ice wall to block it. The two exchanged blows, and the surrounding area was left in ruins. After several exchanges, both were calm and showed no signs of fatigue. Seeing Jiyuan's performance, Luo Xia's eyes flickered. The Conqueror's haki surged around him, and Jiyuan felt a powerful pressure. But she showed no fear. Instead, her fighting spirit ignited. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, unleashing the powers of the barrier fruit and the glimmer fruit simultaneously, a layer of golden light enveloping her body, resisting the invasion of the Conqueror's haki. However, Luo Xia's goal wasn't to intimidate her with his haki. He gathered the haki on his right fist and in the next moment appeared right in front of Jiyuan, delivering a powerful punch against her shield. Seeing this, Jiyuan fully activated her shield, not knowing if it could hold, but she certainly didn't want to be knocked away by Luo Xia in front of so many people. As time ticked by, Luo Xia withdrew his fist, and Jiyuan, who was still supporting her shield, took a slight breath. Luo Xia's punch only created a small crack in the shield, without breaking it. This left Jiyuan extremely surprised. She had thought she would be knocked away, and that even a lighter hit might break her shield. But she never expected this outcome. Jiyuan waved her hand to disperse the shield and instinctively asked, "Hey Luo Xia, did you hold back?" Luo Xia rolled his eyes. "I didn't hold back. The power of the fused fruit I invented is indeed very strong." Why don't you praise me? That's my fruit too. I can't be bothered with you." At that moment, Garp stepped forward and said, "That kid just now really didn't hold back. His fused fruit is indeed very strong. I'm quite surprised. I never expected two fruits fused together to be this powerful." Garp praised. Hearing Garp praise him, Luo Xia crossed his arms with a smug expression. "Haha, it's indeed a powerful fruit that I created. I'll make a few more for you all to try later." Upon hearing Luo Xia's words, everyone showed expressions of anticipation. Listening to the praises from the crowd, Luo Xia felt more and more that it was feasible. He immediately created a large spatial cube to enclose an empty area. Seeing Rosha's actions, Garp asked, "What are you planning to do, kid?" "That's right. Because my last one was a success, I want to keep the momentum going. However, I don't have any top-tier devil fruits left. If only I could capture a Kainu and Kizaru." Garp glared at Rosha. "Don't mess around. Those two aren't at headquarters right now." Rosha rolled his eyes. "I was just saying. Although we don't have a Kainu and Kizaru here, we have Smoker, Rosha instantly appeared in front of Smoker with a grin and said, "Old chain smoker, attack me with your ability." Smoker frowned. "Rosha, what are you up to this time?" Rosha crossed his arms. "No nonsense. Hurry up." Smoker helplessly activated the power of the thunder fruit to attack Rosha. A glow emanated from Rosha's body, as if he was absorbing something. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha let out a long breath, then waved his hand, and dozens of thunder fruits appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Akiji's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he blurted out, "Your ability is really freakish. This is outrageous." Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Rosha smiled proudly. "Huh, who told you I'm a synthesizer?" Akiji continued, "If I had known you could do this, I would have come to you sooner." "Oh, where did you want to go before?" Akiji sighed. "To Blackbeard's place. I wanted to investigate the secrets of the fruit and him, but I guess I don't need to now." Rosha waved his hand. "No need to. Just ask me directly if you want to know anything. I definitely know the most about devil fruits in this world." Compared to the calmness of Rosha and some other commanders, the Marines were shocked looking at the pile of thunder fruits. Although they had seen it countless times, they still felt that their boss was amazing in every aspect. Rosha collected the thunder fruits on the ground into space, turned to Akiji, and smiled. "Akiji, attack me." Akiji was taken aback for a moment, then said helplessly, "You're not planning to fuse my and Smoker's fruit abilities, are you?" However, he still raised his hand, and countless ice blades shot toward Rosha. Rosha stood still, and when the ice blades touched his body, they were instantly absorbed by the glow emanating from him. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained ice fruit fragments too." A series of sounds brought Rosha a sense of comfort. After about half an hour, Rosha waved his hand and shattered the remaining ice blades. He nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of devil fruits appeared in front of him. Hee. Rosha looked at the devil fruits in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement. "Next, I can start." Rosha collected 10 freshly made ice fruits into the system space, then turned and stepped into the spatial cube he had just created. As soon as he entered, Rosha took out a thunder fruit and an ice fruit. The fruits he took out were almost the same color, nearly all ice blue. Just as Rosha was about to start, he noticed that the area around the cube was surrounded by Marines. Rosha paused, looked around, then stood up with a slight smile. Seeing this smile, the Marines almost moved in unison, turning and running. They had seen that smile too many times before. It meant they were about to get hit. Rosha, who was about to make a move, stopped when he saw everyone running away. He continued holding the thunder and ice fruits, a green glow enveloping the two fruits. As the green glow surrounded them, the two fruits seemed to gradually merge into one, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Was it because it was too smooth? Rosha wondered internally. Just as he was in doubt, the fruit in his palm suddenly emitted a fierce light, and the fruits in his hand began to shake violently. Is it going to succeed? Rosha fixed his gaze on the fruit in his palm. However, the next second, a loud bang echoed in the ears of everyone present. Garp was shocked and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Fortunately, Rosha had prepared the spatial cube. Otherwise, the whole island would be engulfed in black smoke. Garp swallowed and shouted inside, "Kid, are you okay? Did you die?" However, there was no response. Just as Garp was about to rush in, everyone saw Rosha walk out from the thick black smoke, most of his body blown off. He was limping as he walked. In an instant, the spatial cube disintegrated and Rosha limped out, recovering his body as he walked. "Damn it, I was played. It actually exploded in front of me. Cough, cough." Rosha looked very displeased. Garp breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward, and patted Rosha's shoulder. "You little brat. You almost made me think you were dead." "Huh?" Rosha rolled his eyes and retorted, "Old man, I wouldn't die even if you did." "You brat." Rosha rubbed his head, which was a bit sore from the explosion, looking at the remnants of the failed fruit in his hand, silently vowing, "Looks like I need to research this again." Garp laughed beside him. "Kid, don't be too cocky. Merging devil fruits isn't that easy." Rosha snorted, "Old man. What do you know? This time was just an accident." After saying that, he took out several fruits to try again. As time passed, after consuming all the devil fruits he had obtained, Rosha walked out looking exhausted. "Damn, so many, and I only succeeded with 3. Are you kidding me?" I got blown up twice. Luckily, I'm tough. Hearing Rosha's words, almost everyone around twitched their mouths. Some even thought, you know you're tough? We felt our hearts race just hearing the explosions. At this time, Smoker walked over and asked, so what about the 3 you succeeded with? Rosha waved his hand, and 3 fruits, emitting a flow of light, appeared on the table. Jordan's eyes lit up as he looked at the 3 fruits on the table. Wow, so beautiful. And both abilities are quite strong. Rosha nodded in agreement. That's right. If yours was just a test product, then this is equivalent to a finished product. Rosha looked at Akiji and Smoker and asked, do you two want to eat them? I guarantee your strength will increase greatly. Seeing that the 2 were slow to speak, Rosha raised an eyebrow. What? Even you, with your great strength, have something you're afraid of? No spirit of adventure at all. And my fruits are not low-quality devil fruits that will explode when eaten. So, do you want to give it a try? At this moment, Akiji asked Rosha, aren't you going to eat? Rosha shook his head, looking at the fruits on the table and smiled. I won't eat. I'm afraid of dying. My intuition tells me that if I dare to eat, I will die on the spot. Rosha shrugged. After all, he had eaten too many devil fruits. Saying this, Rosha showcased the powers of the devil fruits he possessed, the power of vibration, the power of freezing, the power of space, and the power of synthesis. The crowd looked at Rosha demonstrating so many abilities, their jaws dropped in shock, as if they could fit a chicken in their mouths. With so many abilities, everything Rosha just said made sense upon careful reflection. Immediately, Smoker reached out and picked up a fruit, taking a bite. In an instant, a strange light enveloped Smoker's body. His eyes tightly shut, a look of pain on his face. Kazan, standing nearby, watched him nervously, ready to help at any moment. After a while, the light faded, and Smoker slowly opened his eyes, a smile creeping onto his face, feeling quite good. Seeing this, Kazan no longer hesitated and picked up another fruit to swallow. After Kazan swallowed the fruit, his body also emanated light, his expression slightly pained but quickly returning to normal. Feeling the new power surging within him, he exclaimed in surprise. This power is quite unique. At this moment, Rosha suddenly thought of something and looked at the 2, saying, it seems I forgot to take out the original fruits you had inside you. But it looks like it's fine now. Rosha found their expressions amusing and reassured them. Don't worry, I guarantee with my personality that there will be absolutely no problem. Smoker and Kuzan exchanged glances, secretly cursing in their hearts. What good is your personality guarantee? Rosha ignored them and said, aren't you going to try out your abilities? After all, you've eaten my latest developed fusion fruit, which combines lightning and freezing. The 2 of them stopped talking and instead began to carefully feel the power within their bodies. Not long after, Smoker opened his eyes and experimentally threw a punch. Lightning flickered around his fist, and a chill surrounded him. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to freeze. This power is indeed much stronger. Excitement flickered in Smoker's eyes. Kazan also demonstrated his ability, and a long sword made of ice and lightning appeared in his hand, radiating a terrifying pressure. Not bad. The fusion effect of this fruit far exceeds expectations, Kazan said. Rosha nodded in satisfaction. Although he wanted to test their fruit abilities, he was unsure about Kazan and Smoker now. Rosha waved his hand casually, smiling. As for the remaining abilities of the fruit, you can explore them slowly on your own. The 2 nodded. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they were quite happy inside. At this moment, the silent blood phoenix approached Rosha and asked, Boss, what do you want to do with this remaining fruit? Rosha looked at Blood Phoenix, then at the remaining fusion fruit, stroked his chin in thought for a moment, and said, do you want to eat it? Blood Phoenix shook her head. I want to eat it. My fruit ability is very powerful. I'm just a bit curious. Oh, I see. That's fine. I haven't thought about what to do with this fruit yet. As time passed that night, Rosha lay in his room, holding the fruit that the Marines had just sent him. The events of the day left him physically and mentally exhausted, and he dozed off. However, just because he was asleep didn't mean others were. At that moment, a thinly dressed woman stealthily pushed open Rosha's room door. Once inside, she locked the door behind her. Then, she tiptoed carefully to Rosha's bedside. But before she could even smile, Rosha's eyes suddenly opened, and his weapon, Shura, was already drawn. The tip pointed directly at the woman in front of him. But when he saw her face, Rosha's mouth twitched. Jian Yuan? Why are you here? Jian Yuan scoffed. Why can't it be me? Rosha helplessly lowered his weapon. What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night? Sneaking around like this. As he spoke, Rosha looked Jian Yuan up and down. You know, are you sick? Jian Yuan rolled her eyes at him. You're the one who's sick. You have a major illness. Rosha was speechless. What I mean is, why are you dressed like that? And why did you come to my room? Did you go to the wrong room? Jian Yuan's face flushed slightly. Stop talking nonsense. I came for the condition you promised me this morning. Rosha rolled his eyes. You really know how to pick your moments, showing up in the middle of the night. Jian Yuan bit her lip. There were too many people during the day. I was embarrassed to speak up. Rosha leaned against the headboard. But you can't just come over dressed like that in the middle of the night. Jian Yuan huffed. I was afraid you'd agree, so I wanted to act a little cute. Rosha's expression turned dark. Cute? That's not cute at all. It's downright scary. Jian Yuan glared at Rosha. So, will you agree or not? Rosha looked Jian Yuan up and down again and slowly asked, what do you want? As long as it's not too excessive, I can't agree. Don't say you want to take down Big Mom or Kaido's head. Who would ask you to do that? Then what do you want? Rosha asked, puzzled. Jian Yuan stepped closer, her ample chest nearly making Rosha's eyes go cross-eyed. Rosha's little movements were all noticed by Jian Yuan, and she secretly chuckled. Jian Yuan approached Rosha's bedside, looking at him with a smile, and said, Then I have to say. Rosha waved his hand. Hurry up and say it, then get out. Jian Yuan didn't mind this and said, I want you. What? Afraid he heard wrong. Rosha even dug at his ears, bringing them closer to Jian Yuan. Jian Yuan's lips curled up as she breathed softly. I want you. Did you hear that? Rosha recoiled in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Jian Yuan crossed her arms. I'm not talking nonsense. I really want you. Rosha was stunned. Don't joke around. How is that possible? Jian Yuan looked serious. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Rosha stammered, but why? Jian Yuan snorted softly. Because you have abilities, charm, strong strength, and you're handsome. Is that not enough? Rosha's face turned red. Although what you said is the truth, but praising me like this. Jian Yuan interrupted him. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Rosha scratched his head. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just too unexpected. At this moment, Rosha completely lost his usual indifference to life and death, and even the aura he had during battles was gone, replaced by the shyness unique to a young boy. After all, having been in this pirate world for so long, he hadn't had any close contact with any woman. Seeing Rosha freeze, Jian Yuan immediately slapped Rosha's thigh. Rosha, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and tell me. Rosha swallowed hard, the energy in his hands surging, and the lights that were still on in the room were turned off by Rosha. Clearing his throat, Rosha said, the answer is obvious. 1,000 words omitted here. Time passed little by little, and soon it was noon on the second day. Luo Xia and Ji Yuan walked out of the villa together and outside. Both the training Marines and Garp were all looking at Ji Yuan and Luo Xia with surprise and curiosity. Garp stepped forward and jokingly said, You two little ones, what were you up to last night? Luo Xia scratched his head awkwardly, while Ji Yuan blushed and reproached, Vice Admiral Garp, please don't tease us. Smoker and Kuzan exchanged glances, their eyes showing a hint of mockery. Blood Phoenix leaned closer to Luo Xia and whispered, Boss, impressive. Luo Xia shot him a glare. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll hit you. Although Luo Xia wanted to clarify that he had agreed to Ji Yuan's condition yesterday, he felt that doing so would be a bit embarrassing, so he decided to go with the flow. Having thought this through, a smile returned to Luo Xia's face. A day later. At this moment, Luo Xia, Ji Yuan, Blood Phoenix, Garp, and Ace were all gathered in an open area of the G5 branch. Luo Xia stood at the front, looking relaxed, and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a gray-white portal appeared before them. Luo Xia glanced at everyone and said slowly, Let's go, it's time to take over the battlefield. As the five entered, the G5 branch was once again filled with the sounds of training and shouting. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, the moment they stepped out of the portal, the scene before them almost dropped their jaws. Since Luo Xia had transported them to the streets of Dressrosa, there were many people around. However, what they saw was a scene of ruins with various houses collapsed, mixed with cries and screams. It was unbearable to listen to. Luo Xia still wore a lazy expression, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Blood Phoenix clenched his fists and said angrily, "Who did this? How could they destroy it like this?" Ji Yuan calmly observed the surroundings and spoke. From the extent of the destruction, it doesn't look like the work of ordinary pirates. Ace stared at some strange traces in the ruins, frowning. Garp crossed his arms and remained silent. At this moment, Luo Xia pointed to the sky above and said, "You can look up and see who did this." Everyone looked up, and at the top there were silver-white threads. To call them threads might be a bit of a stretch, but they were indeed threads. Ace's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the threads. This thing surrounded Rosha and seemed to be moving slowly. Luo Xia snapped his fingers. "Bingo! That's right, good observation. Moreover, not far away. Your brother Luffy is fighting Don Quixote da Flamingo." Hearing that Luffy was fighting nearby, Ace immediately wanted to rush over. Luo Xia reached out to stop him. "Wait. It's not that simple. Besides, your brother can definitely take down da Flamingo by himself." Acknowledging Luo Xia's confidence in Luffy, Ace managed to calm his impulsive heart. Blood Phoenix nodded. "We need to be careful. Otherwise, we might get trapped inside." Garp pointed to a distant location where countless people were gathered. "It seems that's the source. We must cut it off to eliminate the crisis." Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, the group followed the direction of the silver threads to find the source. Along the way, Luo Xia and the others encountered many fleeing civilians, some of whom fell over in panic. Soon, the five arrived at the source, and in front of them, there was a person every meter, using knives or swords to block the advancing silver threads. "Oh, it's the skill of a night demon. It seems he wants to take those inside the birdcage down with him." Ji Yuan drew her sword and tried to slash at one of the silver threads, but it only shook and did not break. "So tough," she murmured. Blood Phoenix spread his wings and flew into the air, breathing fire at the silver threads. However, the threads were not ignited. Instead, the flames rebounded towards Blood Phoenix. He quickly dodged. Garp shouted and punched the ground, sending a shockwave toward the silver threads. But it only made them shake. Just as Ace was about to take action, an elderly voice rang out. "Is that you, Vice Admiral Luo Xia?" "Yes, it's me, Fujitora." Luo Xia replied. "Fujitora, how's the situation?" Fujitora sighed helplessly. "These threads are quite troublesome. I've tried various methods and can't completely destroy them. You should come help us block these threads. If we let them continue moving, those fleeing civilians will surely die." Luo Xia nodded. "While what you say is true, rather than waiting for the Straw Hat to deal with Doflamingo, I might as well kill this guy myself, right now. But I'm not planning on doing that." Luo Xia slowly drew the shura from his waist, and in that instant, a wave of Conqueror's haki surged into the sky. The terrifying might causing some pirates' legs to go weak. Fujitora felt this haki and was secretly astonished. Holding shura, Luo Xia walked toward the silver threads, his gaze fierce and a powerful aura emanating from him. He stopped behind Fujitora. "Fujitora, and you too, green-haired one, step aside and let me take a swing at it." Hearing Luo Xia's words, Fujitora and Zoro stepped aside, as did the surrounding people. After all, anyone would do that when faced with such a powerful aura. Luo Xia took a deep breath, raised shura high, and suddenly swung it down at the silver threads. A black-red sword energy howled out, and when it collided with the silver threads, a strong light erupted. At the same time, a violent shockwave occurred upon impact. As the light dissipated, everyone around showed expressions of surprise, because at that moment, the silver threads had actually been cut open by Luo Xia, creating a large hole. "TCH, I thought I could smash the entire birdcage," Luo Xia murmured. Behind him, Blood Phoenix's eyes lit up, shouting, "Boss, you're amazing." Ji Yuan followed up, "Yeah, so impressive." Luo Xia grinned and then curiously said, "I've already cut a big hole. How can it still move?" This ability is quite well used. At this moment, Luo Xia looked at the stunned crowd beside him and said, "I've already opened a big hole. If you want to die, feel free to stay behind." The crowd snapped back to reality and hurried towards the big hole. Luo Xia was the last to pass through it, turning back to look at Luffy, who was battling Doflamingo in the sky, shouting, "Hurry up and fight, Straw Hat, I need to have lunch." Just after Luo Xia shouted, a burst of wild laughter suddenly echoed from above. It was Doflamingo, who, while manipulating the threads of the birdcage, arrogantly said, "You foolish Marines. Do you think this will ruin my plan?" Luo Xia rolled his eyes. "You ugly freak are really annoying." However, Luffy was unaffected, shouting, "Rubber, rubber, giant gun," and hitting Doflamingo squarely. Doflamingo was sent flying, but quickly regained his balance. "Humph, I'll deal with the straw hat first, and then I'll kill all of you." Ratchet crossed his arms with a mocking expression and said, "Just based on you? Don't talk too big too early." Doflamingo's eyes widened in anger, and he quickly waved his hands, sending more silver threads shooting towards Luffy. Luffy deftly dodged, his body stretching and deforming like rubber. Ace couldn't help but want to help, but Ratchet merely looked at him indifferently, his eyes full of warnings. Ace felt a bit stiff under Ratchet's intense gaze, unsure whether to go or stay, until Ratchet said, "If you want to die again, go ahead." Upon hearing this, Ace truly didn't dare to move and could only sit down on the ground to watch the battle. Ratchet, seeing Ace like this, couldn't help but smile helplessly and then said, "However, I sense a guy from the Blackbeard Pirates inside this birdcage. Maybe you could capture him alive or take care of him." Ace raised an eyebrow, and his killing intent erupted instantly, his expression turning extremely cold. "A member of the Blackbeard Pirates? Good." With that, Ace ignited flames in his hands and strode towards the birdcage. At this moment, Garp asked, "Where did you get this information, kid? How come I didn't sense anything? You weren't trying to fool him, are you?" Ratchet shrugged innocently and said, "Vice Admiral Garp, do I look like the kind of person who would casually fool people? My observation haki is quite sharp. I really did sense it. This is definitely a member of the Blackbeard Pirates." Garp stroked his chin, half convinced. Just then, a burst of wild laughter came from inside the birdcage. "Wahaha! Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, today I will rob you of the Mera Mera, noMi inside you. Our captain specifically investigated that the Mera Mera noMi is in Dressrosa, but I didn't expect to arrive late and let you get it. However, it doesn't matter. I'll just take the Mera Mera noMi out of you." Vegeta's was brimming with arrogance, making Sabo sneer coldly. "Just based on you? Wait for death." Meanwhile, not far away, Ace was furious upon hearing this. "Vegeta's? He's still thinking about my brother's ability." Vegeta's was taken aback and turned to look, only to see Ace flying towards him with flaming wings. The moment he saw Ace, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Although he didn't know who was flying towards him, he was certain that this person's ability was definitely on a higher level than Sabo's. Vegeta's laughed wildly. "Wahahaha! I didn't expect to collect 2 top-tier devil fruits today. What a lucky day for me." Ace instantly flew in front of Vegeta's, launching a fiery punch, thinking, "Today is your death day." Vegeta's quickly dodged to the side, but his cheek was still scorched by the flames. "Ouch!" he yelled, his arm muscles bulging as he counterattacked. Sabo, seeing this, also joined the battle. The two brothers coordinated seamlessly, leaving Vegeta's overwhelmed. Vegeta's knew that continuing to fight would mean certain defeat. So he pulled out a smoke bomb and threw it to the ground, planning to escape amidst the thick smoke. However, Ace had already anticipated this. He quickly waved his wings to disperse the smoke and kicked Vegeta's in the back. Vegeta's fell forward, and just as he was about to struggle to his feet, he found himself trapped in Ace's flames. "You won't be leaving alive today," Ace said coldly. "Moreover, my flame cage isn't something anyone can escape from." Vegeta's was terrified and kept begging for mercy. However, Ace remained unmoved. He had learned from his experience with Blackbeard. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, Ace suddenly remembered what his captain had said before leaving: "Capture him alive." With this thought, Ace instantly extinguished the flames in his hand, while the flames surrounding Vegeta's cage grew even fiercer. This way, it would also prevent this guy from escaping. Meanwhile, outside the birdcage, Ratchet slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and sea stone handcuffs and chains appeared in his hand. "Blood Phoenix, take this." Ratchet directly threw a pile of sea stone towards Blood Phoenix. Blood Phoenix turned her head, and in the next second, she quickly retreated at her fastest speed, barely avoiding it. Ratchet frowned and said, "I just wanted you to deliver the sea stone handcuffs and chains to Ace. Why are you running?" Blood Phoenix patted her ample chest and said, "Stupid captain, I'm a devil fruit user. Do you want me to die on the spot by throwing sea stone at me?" Hearing this, Ratchet was a bit dazed and scratched his head. "You ate a genuine devil fruit?" Blood Phoenix snorted. What else could it be? I dug that fruit out of the ground. It was hard to find. At this moment, Jiwen walked over and slapped Rosha on the back of the head. Idiot. Do you think Blood Phoenix is like you? She fears seawater. Rosha scratched his head. Oh, I see. Well, among the members of the world government, you're considered weak. I remember once a world government thug yelled at me, and I just tossed him into the sea. Hearing this, Blood Phoenix directly scolded, You stupid Rosha. You're the one from the world government. Your entire G5 branches. Perhaps Garp couldn't bear to watch anymore, or he was afraid the two would fight. So he quickly walked to Rosha's side and said, You brat, this girl isn't one of those world government scum. Are you confused? When he joined, Sengoku gave me a piece of information. He isn't from the world government. Garp sighed helplessly. Rosha twitched the corners of his mouth and looked at Blood Phoenix, who at that moment had a puffy face as if she had been bullied. However, if she were truly angry, she should have fought back. Rosha cleared his throat and said, Ahem, well, I'll just deliver it myself, so. I won't trouble Blood Phoenix. Saying this, Rosha pointed at the sea stone on the ground, and those items immediately floated up. Then Rosha snapped his fingers, and in the next second, he vanished from his spot, along with the sea stone and the chains made of sea stone. As soon as Rosha disappeared, Jiwen walked up to Blood Phoenix, linking arms with her, and teasingly said, Rosha is just like that. Sometimes he can be foolish like just now. Don't take it to heart, Blood Phoenix. He's just stupid. Upon hearing Jiwen's comfort, the originally puffy Blood Phoenix said softly, If I could beat him, I would have gone to hit him already. How dare he insult me? Jiwen was taken aback and then asked, What did he insult you about? He said, I was from the world government. How despicable. I've decided not to pay attention to him for an hour, Blood Phoenix said proudly. Oh, so you also hate those world government guys? Blood Phoenix nodded. Yeah, my parents were killed by the celestial dragons, so I really hate the world government. Hearing Blood Phoenix's story, Jin gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't be sad. Those celestial dragons will eventually get what they deserve. Meanwhile, Rosha had already arrived at a circle of fire. As soon as Rosha arrived next to the fire circle, he saw Ace and Sabo vigilantly guarding the trapped Bajias. Rosha walked forward, looking at Bajias trapped in the fire circle, and coldly said, You are Giza's Bajias. You look quite strong, but you're really ugly. Bajis roared angrily upon hearing this. Brat, who are you calling ugly? Just wait until I get out, you'll see. But Rosha merely laughed disdainfully. Ace crossed his arms and said, You might as well save your breath. This fire circle is specifically designed to deal with scum like you. Moreover, the temperature of my fire circle is terrifyingly high. If you dare to cross it, I guarantee you'll be roasted. Sabo nodded in agreement. Rosha fixed his gaze on Bajis. You've committed many crimes in the past. Today, falling into our hands is your retribution. However, if you can reveal Blackbeard's whereabouts, I might consider letting you go. Bajis snorted coldly. Humph, don't dream. I will never betray Captain Teach. Rosha pursed his lips, his eyes turning icy. In that case, I don't want to waste my breath with you any longer. Killing you is impossible, but I have 1,000 ways to make you talk. After that, I'll take you to my base so you can think about your future. At this moment, Ace chimed in with a smile. By the way, even though our boss is a Navy man, our methods are 100 times harsher than the Navy's. Bajis's eyes widened, showing a hint of worry, but he quickly steeled himself. I will never betray the captain. Rosha shook his head helplessly and turned to Ace and Sabo. It seems this guy is determined not to talk. We'll have to think of another way. At this point, Rosha also tossed aside the sea stone handcuffs and chains he had in hand. Ace, can you cuff this guy? Ace patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, boss. I'm not the same as I used to be. Ace casually took the sea stone handcuffs and chains and walked towards Bajis. Bajis struggled in terror, but under Ace's fiery intimidation, he had no choice but to comply. With a couple of clicks, Bajis was tightly bound by Ace, leaving no chance for escape. Just then, a tearful Bajis suddenly spoke. That little brat over there. Rosha coldly turned his head and pointed to his own face, asking, You mean me? Yes, you. Before Bajis could finish, he let out a scream. Blood continuously gushed from his mouth, and soon a tooth, the size of a thumb and wrapped in spatial power, floated slowly in front of Rosha, mixed with traces of blood. Do you want to say something? Go on. Bajis looked terrified, disbelief filling his eyes. Why you? How did you do that? Rosha sneered. This is my ability. As long as you dare to speak carelessly, that tooth will be your fate. Moreover, I can instantly take anything from you, from a hair on your leg to your heart. Rosha squatted down and patted Bejis's face, saying, so, you better watch your words. Otherwise, I might just play with you until you die. Bejis gritted his teeth, filled with fear in his heart, but still stubbornly turned his head away. Seeing this, Rosha stood up and slowly said, Hey, what are you about to ask? Bejis, who had originally turned his head away, swallowed hard and asked tremulously, A lieutenant. Why did you just call that guy over there Ace? Ace was sent to the execution platform by my great Captain Blackbeard, and he died in the live broadcast of the Marineford War. Rosha shrugged, then looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. So he instructed Ace, take off your mask and let this guy see. Okay, boss. Ace slowly removed his mask, and Bejis's eyes widened in disbelief. Why you can't possibly still be alive? Ace grinned and said, Is it only people like Blackbeard who can survive? That guy thought I was dead, but I was resurrected by the boss long ago. Bejis furrowed his brows and asked, Your boss? This guy brought you back to life? Rosha squatted down in front of Bejis and looked him in the eye. My ability exceeds your imagination. Not only can I resurrect the dead, but I can also grant them even greater power. The current ace is much stronger than before. Bejis's face showed fear, but he still retorted. So what? Our captain is also very strong. Rosha stood up, hands in his pockets. Strength isn't something you can just boast about. I'm giving you one last chance to tell me Blackbeard's whereabouts, or you'll never leave here. Bejis hesitated for a moment, and just when everyone thought he was about to crack, he shouted, I will never betray the captain. Rosha sighed, feeling speechless. Although he had never been a crew member of Blackbeard, did Blackbeard really have such strong charisma? He then turned and said, You two are Straw Hat Luffy's brothers, right? The two were taken aback for a moment, then nodded in unison. That's right, we are Luffy's brothers. Rosha nodded. In that case, I'll have to take this guy away. As for you two, I think you should go protect your brother. Rosha pointed to Luffy, who was fighting Doflamingo above. Straw Hat Luffy was almost exhausted and could only hold on for another minute. You need to cover him for 15 minutes, and by the way, don't defeat Doflamingo. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and hurried towards the direction where Luffy had fallen. Rosha then grabbed a length of iron chain from Bejis and dragged him along, treating him as if he were not even human. As Bejis was dragged along the ground, he struggled and shouted, You demon, you will die a horrible death. Rosha paid no mind and continued to drag him forward. Stop barking. Even if you scream, your Captain Blackbeard won't come to save you. You little brat, just wait. Rosha sneered. If you keep talking, I'll pull out all your teeth. I think a grand champion of fighting should be able to endure this pain, right? Rosha said to himself, but Bejis, being dragged along the ground, fell silent, almost as if he were dead. If it weren't for Rosha knowing this guy had a tough life, he couldn't help but take a look at Bejis. After about 10 minutes, Rosha finally dragged Bejis to Garp's side. Garp looked at Bejis and asked, Was this guy always this ugly? He has always been this ugly, Rosha shrugged. Garp laughed heartily and kicked Bejis, asking, Where did that little brat Blackbeard hide? Bejis turned his face away and remained silent. Rosha snorted lightly and waved his hand, causing several strands of Bejis's hair to suddenly disappear, making him grunt in pain. I advise you to be honest, Rosha said. Bejis retorted angrily. How would I know? Anyway, you bastard won't let me go, so why should I say anything? Bejis had thought about the current situation all the way. Whether he spoke or not, he would die. So why should he say anything? Thinking of this, Bejis couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Rosha crossed his arms and then kicked him to the ground. Since you won't talk, then don't say anything. Wait until I get back to my territory, and then you'll talk. As he spoke, Rosha plopped down on Bejis. Since Bejis had been kicked over face first, Rosha sat on his back. After sitting down, Rosha looked up at the sky, where a red and a white figure could be seen. Those two figures were the recovered Luffy and Doflamingo. At that moment, the two were engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Luffy swung his rubber arm, but now he was in gear fourth, and the length of his arm was astonishing even to Rosha. Doflamingo skillfully defended and counterattacked with his strings. Luffy shouted, I will definitely defeat you. Doflamingo sneered, Straw Hat Kid, you're not worthy yet. On the ground, Rosha watched the battle in the sky and muttered, "This kid really has some skills. He's about to defeat that heavenly knight demon." Garp looked proud. "Of course, that kid Luffy is my grandson." Bages struggled to get up, but Rosha pressed him down forcefully. "Don't move. If you do, I'll carve a word on your back." "You." Bages had no choice but to stop. The battle in the sky intensified. Luffy's Gear 4th was fully unleashed, his speed suddenly increased, and Doflamingo's strings grew larger as he shouted, "Straw Hat, die under my final move. 16 holy demon bullets, divine execution." Huh! In an instant, the thin strings floating in the air expanded, and 16 enormous strings shot toward Luffy like tails. Luffy shouted, "Giant Rubber King Kong Gun." His arms swelled to an enormous size through compressed air, meeting Doflamingo's attack. The two powerful haki clashed, creating a violent shockwave that seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. It looked as if the sky above was being ripped apart by these two forces. Garp clenched his fists nervously, while Rosha stared intently at the sky. Suddenly, Doflamingo's strings began to snap, and his expression turned to one of sheer terror. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy charged at Doflamingo like a battering ram. With a roar, Luffy connected with Doflamingo, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, creating a large crater. Luffy slowly descended, reverting from Gear 4th, panting but with a determined gaze. Rosha stood up and patted Bages. "Did you see that? This is strength." Bages's face turned pale. He knew he stood no chance against such a Luffy. Garp laughed heartily, looking particularly pleased and proud of his grandson. Some civilians noticed the birdcage that had enveloped the entire island dissipating into the air the moment Doflamingo was knocked unconscious. Rosha also stood up from Bages's back. Just as he was about to leave, a rough hand grabbed him. Rosha turned and asked, "Old man, what are you doing?" "Kid, what are you planning to do?" "To capture your grandson." Garp said, as the saying goes, "It's better to arrive early than to arrive on time." Upon hearing this, Garp's eyes widened. "You dare?" Rosha raised an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't I dare? That kid's bounty is not low." Garp gritted his teeth. "If you dare touch a hair on Luffy, I won't let you off." Rosha waved his hand dismissively. "Just kidding. Look at you getting all worked up. Besides, I'm not interested in this fool. I'm interested in Doflamingo and the fruit inside him. I can't believe he developed it to this extent. It really intrigues me." Just as Garp was about to speak, Rosha continued, "Wait, why do I sense the presence of that old man Sengoku? Am I mistaken?" At this moment, Garp also said, "It really is Sengoku. What is this guy planning?" Beside them, Rosha urged, "Old man, let go of me. I still want to see that heavenly knight demon. Oh, I forgot. I want to go too." Saying this, Garp suddenly released Rosha, and as soon as he did, he shot out like a missile. The two women and Garp were momentarily stunned. "Peach Rabbit, Blood Phoenix, keep an eye on this bastard Bages," Garp ordered. The two women nodded in response. Meanwhile, Rosha pushed aside the marine soldiers who were preparing to capture Doflamingo. Some marines immediately made way when they saw Rosha. After all, his name was well known among the Navy headquarters. Rosha squatted in front of Doflamingo, carefully checking the situation. He extended his hand, and a flash of light appeared as he prepared to extract Doflamingo's fruit power. However, just then, Doflamingo suddenly opened his eyes, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But now Doflamingo lacked the strength to attack Rosha. Rosha moved like lightning, swiftly extracting Doflamingo's ability from his body. At the same time, he skillfully took out a fruit from his space. The fruit quickly transformed into the string fruit, which left Doflamingo utterly shocked. Rosha toyed with the string fruit, a satisfied expression on his face. Doflamingo laughed maniacally. I should have known." Doflamingo weakly spoke, but before he could finish, he fainted. At that moment, Rosha completed his task and stood up, saying, "Take him away." The nearby Marines, hearing Rosha's words, seemed to react and nodded in agreement. "Oh, okay, Vice Admiral Qinglong." Just as the Marines were preparing to take Doflamingo away, a serious voice rang out from behind Rosha. "Rosha, you brat." Rosha turned to see three figures appearing behind him. "Huh, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Fujitora?" Rosha scratched his head, grinning. "Oh, Admiral Sengoku, why did you come personally?" Sengoku said sternly, "Naturally, I came for the matter of Doflamingo. I never expected this guy to do such a thing. It seems pirates will always be pirates. Rosha rolled his eyes. That Shichibukai you set up should have ended long ago. Especially the Shichibukai. I've long wanted to eliminate them all. Admiral, I only need 500 million. I guarantee I'll bring you the heads of all remaining Shichibukai within a week. Sengoku shot Rosha a glare, snorting, "Don't talk nonsense here. The Shichibukai are not so easy to deal with. Not to mention Hawkeye. That guy is very strong." Rosha shrugged indifferently. "Admiral, don't underestimate me. Although I haven't studied them much, as long as my haki is strong, even the King of Heaven won't do." Sengoku crossed his arms and pondered for a moment before saying, "Even so, the Navy cannot completely sever ties with the Shichibukai yet. We need to handle the Doflamingo matter carefully." "Oh, then, Admiral, how do you plan to handle it? Are you going to let him go?" Rosha smiled, as if his expression was saying that was the case. "Of course, we won't let him go," Sengoku said seriously. "But we also need to consider the forces behind him. Doflamingo has extensive connections, and if we act rashly, it could cause a huge uproar." Rosha raised an eyebrow and said, "Marshal, being so cautious doesn't seem like the Navy style. Regardless, anyone who harms the people must be punished. As for the forces behind it, we'll deal with them as they come." Sengoku shook his head helplessly. "You're still as impulsive as ever. But you do have a point. However, we need to consider this matter long term. Let's leave it here for now." Just after saying that, Sengoku's gaze locked onto the object in Rosha's hand. At that moment, Rosha was playing with a silver-white devil fruit, shaped somewhat like a pear. "Rosha, that wouldn't happen to be a devil fruit, would it?" Rosha grinned and shook the fruit. "Good eye, Marshal, it is indeed a devil fruit." Sengoku's eyes widened. "Where did you get that?" Rosha nonchalantly pointed to Doflamingo, who was being taken away by a nearby Marine, and said, "I pulled his string fruit out of that guy's body. The reason I took his fruit is that its powers seem quite strong." Sengoku's beard bristled with anger. "Do you think this is just a stone on the side of the road? Each devil fruit could spark a disturbance." Rosha pouted, I know. He then tried to put the devil fruit away. Upon hearing Rosha's response, almost everyone's lips curled. Sengoku was thinking, does this guy really treat devil fruits like they're just fruits? Commonplace? You think having a devil fruit in your hand is like having candy everywhere? At that moment, Sengoku, who had been lamenting, stared intently at the fruit in Rosha's hand, rubbing his hands together. "Rosha, I'm not sure about that fruit." "No way." Before Sengoku could finish, Rosha interrupted him. Rosha shrugged. "Sorry, this fruit won't work, and the Marines at headquarters are too incompetent. They wouldn't be able to utilize even a fraction of its potential, so no." Upon hearing Rosha's words, Sengoku's face turned bright red. "You little brat. How dare you underestimate the soldiers of headquarters?" Rosha, however, remained unfazed. "Marshal, I'm just stating the facts. This fruit requires a special person to wield it." Just as the two were at an impasse, a bound Bages came flying toward Rosha. Seeing this, Rosha immediately dodged to the side, and Sengoku did the same. Bang! Bages slammed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn Navy, damn woman!" Bages cursed while struggling to stand. Rosha chuckled. "You really deserved that for being thrown by GUN." Sengoku squinted as he assessed Bages, a member of Blackbeard's crew, and still bound. Rosha brushed off the dust for his clothes and grinned. "I ran into this guy earlier, so I just captured him." At that moment, GUN came to Rosha's side and complained, "Rosha, you jerk, why haven't you come back? I had to carry this idiot here myself." Rosha awkwardly scratched his head. "I just got a bit delayed, that's all." GUN rolled her eyes at him, turned to Sengoku, and slightly bowed. "Marshal." Sengoku nodded and then looked at Bages. "Since we captured him, let us interrogate him for information about Blackbeard's crew. Even though I'm not sure what Blackbeard is up to, we still need to grasp their intel." Rosha rolled his eyes, looking exasperated. "You think you can interrogate him, Marshal? You can stand there and talk. But can you actually get anything out of him? I've already knocked out 2 of his teeth, and he still hasn't said anything about Blackbeard." Sengoku's face turned red with anger. "You little punk, who are you talking to?" "TCH." Rosha shrugged nonchalantly, grabbing GUN's little hand and walking away, completely ignoring Sengoku's expression. As time passed, Rosha had already laid back in GUN's arms and fallen into a deep sleep. At some point, Garp and Sengoku approached. Sengoku walked over to Jiyuan, just about to wake Rosha, when Jiyuan swatted Sengoku's arm away. Marshal, what are you doing? Jiyuan asked, looking wary. Sengoku forced a smile. That peach rabbit. I have something to discuss with this little brat. Can you wake him up first? Jiyuan shook her head. No, Rosha is too tired. Wait until he wakes up to talk. He's tired? What has he been doing? Jiyuan touched Rosha's face and said softly, anyway, if I don't call him, you can forget about it. No one can disturb his sleep. At the same time, Jiyuan gathered a beam of light in her hand, which instantly shot toward the ruins, the destructive power leaving Sengoku stunned. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Garp laughed heartily. Haha, Sengoku, you still don't know that Rosha has developed something new, do you? It's super powerful. What? Rosha developed something new? Sengoku looked shocked. It was known that Rosha hadn't developed anything in a long time. So hearing Garp say this was certainly surprising. Garp grinned mischievously. I won't tell you. The two were beside Rosha, exchanging loud banter, as if they were doing it on purpose. Jiyuan frowned, just about to take action, when she felt Rosha move in her arms again. The next second, Rosha raised his arm, and a crisp voice rang in everyone's ears. Garp and Sengoku were sent flying backward. Everyone was momentarily stunned. That was Whitebeard's quake fruit? It seemed so. As everyone was shocked, Rosha slowly opened his eyes and stretched. You guys are so loud. Jiyuan hurriedly asked with concern. Rosha, are you okay? Rosha shook his head, looking at the fallen Garp and Sengoku, scratching his head. I accidentally used too much force. Sengoku got up. Eyes wide, you little brat. You have that guy's power? Rosha rolled his eyes at Sengoku. Isn't it normal for me to have the power of the quake fruit? Garp laughed. That hit really caught me off guard. Even I got knocked down. It's not like you were talking so loudly. Otherwise, I would have been hit by that kid. Sengoku retorted, your strength is weaker than mine, so it's only natural for you to be knocked down. You. At this moment, the bound Bagis's eyes lit up. If I can tell this secret to the captain, wouldn't he finally have the quake fruit he has always wanted? Rosha noticed his thoughts and walked over to Bagis, kicking him in the head. Stop dreaming. Rosha scratched his head and turned to ask, by the way, what were those two old guys arguing about just now? Nothing much. I remember the marshal had something important to tell you. Upon hearing Jiyuan say this, Rosha turned expressionlessly and asked, Hey, Marshal, what do you want to tell me? Sengoku cleared his throat and said, Rosha, the Straw Hat crew is currently in Dressrosa. Rosha raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with me? You don't expect me to go catch those guys, do you? Kapu was staring fiercely at Sengoku, his gaze seemingly carrying a warning. Due to the world government's orders. In order to prevent the Straw Hat crew from becoming the next Yonka-level pirate crew, the world government had instructed us to capture all members of the Straw Hat crew. Rosha crossed his arms and disdainfully snorted. That's their business. What does it have to do with me? Sengoku sighed bitterly. After all, you are still in the Navy, even though I don't want to catch them either. But if I don't, then next time it will be the world government's people who come and catch them. Rosha curled his lips, his face full of resistance. I don't care anyway, and my G5 branch isn't under the world government's jurisdiction. They haven't given me a single penny. Secondly, I'm not an admiral, so I don't need to listen to that trash. Thirdly, I can't beat old Kapu, and I don't want to get beaten in front of so many people. Hearing Rosha's words, Kapu burst into laughter. That's right. This kid's meaning is the same as mine. Sengoku sighed helplessly. Rosha, are you really not going to reconsider? Rosha shook his head firmly. There's nothing to consider. I just do things my way. If you really have no one else to use, you can call Fujitora to catch them, right? After all, he's the only admiral on this island. Sengoku rubbed his temples. That guy Fujitora is very carefree. Who knows if he will listen to orders? Rosha shrugged. That's not my problem. Sengoku had anticipated Rosha's response, but there was no other way now. He could only go find Fujitora. As Sengoku walked towards Fujitora, Kapu, Rosha, and Shiwan all followed. When Sengoku reached Fujitora, before he could speak, Fujitora said first, I won't go. Sengoku widened his eyes. Fujitora, how can you be so willful? This is an order from above. Fujitora gently shook his head. Marshal, you know my principles. I don't want to participate in such pointless pursuits. The Straw Hat crew hasn't harmed the civilians. On the contrary, they saved Dressrosa from peril. Rosha smiled. Admiral Fujitora is indeed insightful. Kapu patted Fujitora on the shoulder. Huh? No wonder I have high hopes for you. Shiwan looked at everyone and said softly, so what do we do now? The world government definitely won't let this go easily. Rosha patted Shiwan on the shoulder and smiled. It's fine, don't worry. It's Marshal Sengoku's affair. It has nothing to do with us. That's right. Sengoku glared at Rosha, then showed a worried expression, pondering for a moment before saying, no, the Straw Hat crew must be captured. At this moment, Vice Admiral Crane walked over with her hands behind her back. Since Fujitora won't go, then Sengoku, you go? After all, your body is now in peak condition. That kid Rosha has made you young for decades. Sengoku smiled bitterly. Don't you understand, Kapu? If I dare to take action, he will definitely step in to stop me. Kapu laughed heartily. That's right. I can't just stand by and let my juniors be bullied. Just when everyone was at a loss, Rosha snapped his fingers, and 2 dice made of spatial power appeared before everyone. Sengoku looked at the dice with a suspicious expression and asked, what bad idea do you have this time? Marshal, don't say that. I have thought of a good idea for you. It will definitely resolve the current situation. Then let's hear it, Sengoku said, stroking his chin and staring at Rosha. Rosha grinned and slowly said, isn't Admiral Fujitora a gambler? I only have an interest in gambling. Not that I really gamble. Vice Admiral Qinglong, don't say that. Rosha waved his hand. It's all the same. Actually, it could be like this. The Marshal and Fujitora have a bet. Whoever wins gets to decide. How about it? Rosha looked expectantly at the two. Sengoku and Fujitora exchanged glances, and Fujitora spoke first. It's not impossible. But the content of the bet. Rosha smiled. Simple. Just compare who rolls a higher number on the dice. Best 2 out of 3. Sengoku frowned. Isn't that too simple? Rosha shrugged. If you two think that's not good, I can think of something else. Fujitora said, let's go with this, simple and direct. Sengoku nodded helplessly. All right, let's begin. In the first round, Sengoku rolled the dice first, getting a 5. Fujitora then rolled and surprisingly got a 6. Sengoku's face darkened. You were just lucky this round. In the second round, Sengoku put all his effort into the throw, and the dice stopped at 6. Fujitora smiled slightly, tossing the dice gently, which landed steadily on 4. Sengoku waved his fist, his face showing excitement. The Marshal just needs this round. Let's see your luck. The third round began. Sengoku took a deep breath and rolled the dice, getting 6. Fujitora calmly made his move, and the dice stopped at 5. Sengoku smiled. Fujitora, it seems I have won this round. Fujitora sighed helplessly. Fine. I will listen to you. Rosha asked, so Marshal Sengoku, what do you mean? Sengoku said seriously, the Straw Hat crew will be captured in 3 days. Fujitora nodded calmly. All right, I can do that. 3 days later, Rosha was lying on a lounge chair basking in the sun when Fujitora, who was sitting next to Sengoku playing chess, suddenly stood up. Fujitora, where are you going? Fujitora slowly said, the 3-day deadline has arrived. I will go and capture all the members of the Straw Hat crew. Since it's a promise, I will not go back on my word. Watching Fujitora's figure grow further away, Rosha turned to Kapu and asked, old man, haven't your grandsons left in these 3 days? Kapu snorted. That group of kids just defeated that Doflamingo. How could they have the strength to run? They should still be wandering around the island now. Rosha smiled helplessly. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Just as Rosha was about to get up, he suddenly sensed a familiar spatial fluctuation. In an instant, a figure appeared before Sengoku. Seeing the newcomer, Rosha frowned and asked, Ro, have you gone bold? Should I say you're really not afraid of death? Or are you just tired of living? As Rosha was about to make a move, a voice stopped him. Rosha, I need to talk to him. There's no need to fight. Seeing Sengoku speak, Rosha frowned even deeper, but ultimately put his hands down. He then said, you, the dignified Marine Marshal, don't tell me you want to collude with a pirate? Sengoku's face darkened as he replied silently, I wouldn't collude with a pirate, especially not one with such a high bounty. I'm just going to talk to him about some things. Rosha rolled his eyes. Fine, go ahead. Sengoku had a strange expression, thinking to himself, why does it feel like you're the Marine Marshal and I am just a small soldier? However, Sengoku still led Ro to an open area. With the two of them gone, Rosha lost interest and turned back to lie on the lounge chair. At that moment, Garp's voice rang in Rosha's ears. Do you know that Sengoku has a godson? Rosha straightened up slightly and looked at Garp. What does that have to do with that Luo? Garp chuckled. That Luo is Sengoku's godson who has been missing for many years. Rosha replied speechlessly, you should find a better excuse if you're going to lie. Sengoku's son is the brother of the night demon, right? Don't try to fool someone who knows everything. He recalled that guy seemed to be named Rozanandi, and his fruit was the silent fruit. I really want that. Maybe this silent fruit is the nemesis of the quake fruit. Rosha inadvertently said everything he knew. Garp and Jiwen both showed surprise, their eyes wide open in shock. Garp incredulously asked, how do you know so much, kid? You even know about the silent fruit? Rosha scratched his head, realizing he had let something slip. But he quickly turned his eyes and said with a hint of mystery, that's the difference between a scholar and a barbarian. After all, old man Garp, you only know how to solve problems with your fists. As for what I just mentioned, I read it in books. Garp wanted to ask more, but Rosha changed the subject. Forget about that for now. I'm really curious about what Sengoku and Luo are going to talk about. After saying that, he quietly moved closer to the open space where the two were talking. Sengoku, one of my most beloved subordinates, died. That man was like a son to me. He was also my most trusted man. But he lied to me for the only time in his life, and that was for you. The things that disappeared that day were a total of 4. The barrel's pirates, cleared by Doflamingo, Corazon's life, the surgery fruit, and the boy with the platinum lead disease. Luo, Corazon, was killed by Doflamingo, and my only purpose for living is to kill Doflamingo and avenge Corazon. Sengoku, you just need to live well. And I think that's what Corazon would want to see. Just as Rosha and Garp finished listening, Rosha accidentally made a noise. Sengoku alertly shouted, who? Rosha awkwardly revealed himself. Haha, just passing by. Luo glanced at Rosha, then at Sengoku, and said, goodbye, Marshal. As Luo left, Rosha and Garp were about to sneak away when Sengoku blocked them. You two have been eavesdropping for so long and want to leave just like that? Rosha awkwardly scratched his head. Marshal, we really didn't mean to. Garp shrugged nonchalantly. So what if we heard? It's not a big secret anyway. Sengoku, furious, puffed up his cheeks. You. Forget it, I can't control you after all. You're only nominally affiliated with the Navy headquarters. Garp grinned. That's right, joining this kid's G5 was definitely the right choice. Rosha patted Garp on the shoulder. Let's go. Old man, we've had enough gossip for today. By the way, I have a big plan I've been working on, and I want to discuss it with you to see if it's feasible. However, Rosha got a bit too excited, and his voice inadvertently rose a few decibels. This caught Sengoku's attention immediately. Sengoku's eyes sharpened as he realized the crux of the matter. Big plan? Sengoku blurted out, what big plan? Rosha, as the marshal, I must discuss it with you. Rosha looked helplessly at Garp for help, but Garp shrugged, indicating he couldn't assist. Rosha was even more speechless. This was something he had been researching for a long time. The three of them returned to the position of the lounge chair, and as soon as Rosha leaned against it, he lay down. A minute passed, then 5 minutes, and Rosha still hadn't spoken. Sengoku's face darkened. You little brat. What happened to the big plan you mentioned? Rosha glanced at Sengoku and slowly said, my plan isn't quite mature yet, so let's forget it. It's better if you don't know. Otherwise, if I say it out loud, it'll definitely shock you. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's curiosity piqued. How do you know I will be shocked if you don't say it? Garp chimed in, yeah, kid, stop keeping us in suspense. Rosha shook his head. No, I'm not saying it. Rosha turned to Sengoku and asked, Marshal, do you know where the new selling bird is? What do you mean? What new selling bird? Sengoku looked confused. Rosha scratched his head. I think it's called Morgan's. Yeah, that guy. What do you want with him? Did he publish something that affects the Navy's image? Rosha glanced at Garp and said gloomily, it seems he really did capture something. I didn't notice it at the time, but thinking back, that feeling seemed right. Garp elbowed Rosha with a mischievous grin. What bad thing did you do that the dumb bird caught on camera? Sengoku's expression turned serious. If that's the case, it must be dealt with promptly. Rosha waved his hand. No rush. I'm not sure if he really captured the key footage. Garp leaned in. Come on, stop teasing us. What did you capture? Rosha lazily stood up from the lounge chair. It seems I captured someone who was already dead and I brought him back to life. What? Garp jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide open in disbelief. To Garp, the only person who could be brought back to life by Rosha was Ace. It couldn't be anyone else. So this was not just a regular problem. Garp patted Rosha on the shoulder, asking seriously, "You didn't missee it, did you?" Rosha scratched his head. "If my observation hockey is not mistaken, then it should be right. But my observation hockey has never been wrong before. So now I need you to tell me where that stupid bird is." Just as Garp was about to continue, Sengoku suddenly stood up and asked, after saying so much, "Who exactly did you bring back to life?" Seeing Garp so nervous, could it be that he brought Ace back to life? Instantly, both of their expressions froze, and they stared intently at Sengoku. However, Rosha was the first to react, laughing. "Cough, cough, how could that be? Just tell me where that dumb bird is." Rosha looked at Sengoku expectantly, but Sengoku remained silent, instead staring intently at Rosha. As a strategist, he found it hard not to doubt Rosha's previous words, and being in his prime, his mind was still sharp. After careful consideration, he began to piece together a rough idea, but since Rosha didn't admit it, Sengoku had no way to pursue it. Sengoku shrugged helplessly. "You want to know where Morgan's is?" Rosha nodded. Sengoku glanced at Garp. "Garp, you say it, after all. This is something everyone in the world knows." "All right." Garp cleared his throat and slowly said, "That dumb bird doesn't have a specific location." "What does that mean?" "It's very simple. As soon as that guy senses danger, he will immediately change islands, taking his news agency with him. Even the Navy wouldn't be able to find him." Garp feels quite helpless about this. Rosha furrows his brows. This is a bit of a problem. If the photos get out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Garp crosses his arms, saying they first need to confirm whether the photos exist and their authenticity. Maybe it's just a false alarm. Sengoku, stroking his chin and thinking for a moment, says, "We can release some false news, saying someone is deliberately spreading rumors about Rosha having resurrection abilities, and see how Morgan's reacts. If he is eager to refute it, then the photos might not exist. If he remains silent, then he probably has the photos." Rosha's eyes light up. This is indeed a good idea. However, Morgan's is shrewd and may not fall for it. Just then, a member of the news agency runs up to Rosha and pokes him on the shoulder. Rosha turns and asks, "What is up?" "I just received news that Morgan's news agency has released a major news teaser, claiming a great secret about life and death reincarnation is about to be revealed. But the specific content has not been disclosed." The three of them exchange glances and their hearts sink. Rosha lazily sits down. It seems this bastard really got a photo. At this moment, Sengoku, with a serious look, stares at Rosha and asks, "Did you resurrect something you shouldn't have?" Rosha coughs awkwardly and turns his head away. He doesn't want to admit to Sengoku that he resurrected Ace. If Rosha stops it later, wouldn't that make him look foolish? Seeing Rosha like this, Sengoku feels quite helpless. Just as Sengoku's thoughts are racing, Rosha suddenly asks, "Do you have that bird's den mushy?" "We do. Do you want to talk to him?" "Yes, maybe I can find that guy's location." As long as he dares to answer. Sengoku stares closely into Rosha's eyes. That look doesn't seem like he's lying, so Sengoku directly throws the den mushy to Rosha. Rosha catches it and immediately dials the number. The phone rings for a long time, and just when Rosha thinks no one will answer, a sharp voice comes through. "Hello? Who is this?" Rosha sneers, "Morgan's, it's me." Rosha, codename Azure Dragon. Morgan's falls silent for a moment, then says, "Oh, it's the Navy's Azure Dragon Vice Admiral. What does a small news agency president like me owe you?" Rosha cuts to the chase. "Stop pretending. You know why I'm looking for you. You better give me an explanation about the photos." Morgan chuckles, "What photos? I don't know what you're talking about." Rosha's eyes turn cold. "Don't play dumb with me. The great secret about life and death reincarnation that your news agency teased is referring to my resurrection of people, right?" Morgans pretends to be surprised. "Oh, what nonsense is the Vice Admiral saying? I never said that." Rosha snorts. "Don't think I don't know your intentions. So, what do you really want?" Morgans laughs. "Huh, the Vice Admiral is indeed clever. What I want is to get exclusive news. This is a major event that can elevate my news agency to the next level. Besides, once it's published, my agency will make a ton of money." Rosha grits his teeth. "Don't go too far. If this matter gets exposed, it won't be good for you either." Morgans, however, is unfazed. "Not necessarily. I believe people around the world will be interested in this matter." Rosha falls silent for a moment and suddenly says, "Where are you now? Let us talk face to face." Morgan seems to hesitate for a moment, then says, "What are you joking about? Do you think I am a fool?" But before Morgans can finish, Rosha, holding the din mushi in one hand and raising the other hand high, quickly creates a door of opportunity in front of everyone. To everyone's surprise, the other side of the door reveals a huge wooden house, but not a shabby one. At the same time, Rosha steps through the door of opportunity with the din mushi. However, just as the others are about to enter, the door suddenly shuts. Sengoku, who was about to step inside, trips and stumbles. Sengoku, angry, stomps his feet. This kid always so reckless. Garp, however, is much calmer. Don't worry. With Rosha's abilities, he should be able to handle it. On the other side, after passing through the door of opportunity, Rosha arrives in front of Morgan's wooden house. The entire wooden house appears very closed off, but the material looks quite sturdy. Rosha sneers coldly, and in the next moment, his conqueror's haki is unleashed. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkens, and lightning crackles around Rosha. Meanwhile, inside the news agency, a reporter sees this scene and is taken aback. Realizing a major event is about to occur, hurriedly stumbling to Morgan's. "President, outside. Outside, Navy Vice Admiral Azure Dragon is here." Hearing the reporter's words, Morgans jumps up from his chair in shock. "What did you just say? Navy Vice Admiral Azure Dragon is here?" Morgans quickly walks to the window to look outside, only to see Rosha shrouded in black and red lightning, exuding a powerful aura, like a demon descending. Morgans internally laments how he got involved with such a calamity. At this point, it seems Morgans has no choice. If he runs, he might be struck down by this calamity. So Morgans reluctantly opens the door of the news agency. Rosha frowns, about to speak, when Morgans hurriedly approaches him and shouts, "Vice Admiral Azure Dragon, please calm down. This is my news agency." Rosha sneers. "Are you surprised? Morgans, we need to have a serious talk about this today." Morgan steadies himself, forcing a calm demeanor. "All right then, let us talk." Rosha coldly stares at the bird in front of him, knowing he doesn't want the photos released, even if he doesn't know how they were taken. Morgans, with his eyes darting around, pretends to be calm. "That's not possible. This is the headline for my next newspaper issue. Once published, I'll definitely make a fortune." Rosha crosses his arms, his aura intensifying. "Do you think money is more important than your life?" Morgan's body trembles slightly, but he stubbornly retorts, "Vice Admiral Azure Dragon, our news agency has always upheld the principle of fair reporting. There is no reason to suppress this news." A hint of cold light flashes in Rosha's eyes. "Then what if I say that if this news gets released, I'll kill you?" Morgans is startled by this, instinctively retracting his wings. He never expected a dignified Navy Vice Admiral would say such a thing. Seeing Morgans wavering, Rosha continues, "I can offer you another exclusive big news." Morgans hesitates for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then sighs. "All right, Vice Admiral Azure Dragon, I'll listen to you this time. But what kind of news are you going to give me? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Rosha shakes his head. "What if this news is about the weakness of the Yonko Big Mom?" Morgan's eyes light up. The weakness of the Yonko Big Mom is indeed super heavyweight news material. But he also has some doubts. "Do you really know the weakness of the Yonko Big Mom?" "Don't lie to me, Vice Admiral Azure Dragon." Rosha snorted. "When have I ever deceived you? As long as you agree not to release the previous news, this information is yours." Morgans thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and nodded. "All right, deal. But I need to verify if the information is true first." A smirk appeared at the corner of Rosha's mouth. She has an extreme appetite, suffers from bulimia, and when it strikes, she goes into a frenzy, losing her rationality. Of course, that's just a small weakness. But later, I'll also tell you her biggest weakness. Morgans quickly took notes, a satisfied smile on his face. As expected of Vice Admiral Qinglong, he really has a knack for this. "I'll pretend the previous matter never happened. This news will keep me well fed for years." Rosha glanced at him. "I hope you keep your promise, otherwise next time it won't just be a threat." After saying that, she turned and walked towards a random door. Morgans watched Rosha's departing figure and muttered, "What a tough character." Then he happily returned to his room to prepare for the layout of the next newspaper. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, as soon as Rosha stepped out of the random door, she was surrounded by a group of people guarding the entrance. Rosha was confused. What are you doing? Garp patted Rosha's shoulder and asked, What did you say to that dumb bird? Nothing much, just exchange a piece of news with him. Asking him not to report the previous news, Rosha replied. Garp raised an eyebrow. That's simple? Which old bird would give up that easily? Rosha shrugged. I gave him a more explosive piece of news about the four emperors, Big Mom's weakness. Everyone was taken aback, but they seemed to not have heard. Their expressions still blank. Sengoku was the first to react, his face serious, as he asked, You know that guy's weakness? Rosha nodded. Yes, I do know a little. But it's not time to disclose everything yet. Garp laughed heartily. You're always so mysterious. But what I said isn't entirely true. There's a bit of falsehood mixed in. Rosha smiled. Let's not talk about that for now. Did Fujitora catch the Straw Hat crew? Just then, a commotion was heard in the distance. Everyone looked over to see a group of pirates rushing towards them, but their destination seemed to be the port. Following the direction the children were running, there were 50 pirate ships at the port. Fujitora was holding a sword and following behind, and there were some stones and debris in the sky that looked like remnants from the battle in Dressrosa. Rosha's eyes narrowed. It seemed the Straw Hat crew planned to leave by ship. Can't Fujitora stop them? Garp clicked his tongue. That's hard to say. After all, I haven't seen that kid yet. Rosha said no more and flashed over to Fujitora's side. Fujitora asked, Lord Qinglong, are you here to help me? Rosha shook her head. I'm just here to watch the fun. You can handle it alone, right? Fujitora smiled wryly. Lord Qinglong, don't underestimate the Straw Hat crew. Their strength is not to be underestimated. At that moment, several familiar shouts came from behind them. Luffy, come quick. We're ready to set sail. Luffy, hurry up. Luffy. Hearing this, Luffy grinned and waved at them. In that moment of distraction, Fujitora made his move, a gravity blade slashing towards Luffy. Rosha quickly flicked her finger, sending a gust of air towards Fujitora's blade, neutralizing the attack. Fujitora looked at Rosha. What is the meaning of this, Lord Qinglong? Rosha shrugged. It's not good to rush into action. Why not listen to Luffy's explanation? I think this kid is quite interesting. Luffy snapped back to attention and shouted, I beat Doflamingo so that the people here can truly be free. I'm not a bad guy. Fujitora pondered for a moment. Perhaps you have a point, but I still have to arrest you. After all, you are a pirate, and I, as a marine, have the duty to capture you. Luffy laughed. Whatever you say. Old blind man. Fujitora's expression turned cold as the gravity field activated instantly. The ground beneath Luffy's feet collapsed, firmly pinning him down. Luffy struggled to lift his head, armament color covering his forehead, before he slammed down hard onto the ground. In the next second, Luffy successfully broke free. He sighed in relief. Phew, old man. Are you looking for a fight? Fujitora snorted coldly. Pirate Luffy, don't think you can easily escape from me. Saying this, he exerted force with both hands, and gravity attacks began to rain down on Luffy. Luffy widened his eyes, jumping and dodging, just as Fujitora was about to launch another attack. He seemed to remember something and slightly turned his head. Lord Qinglong, if you want to watch the fun, you can find a quiet place. Rosha smiled. Vice Admiral Fujitora, I just don't want this fight to become boring. If Luffy gets captured so easily, he doesn't seem like someone who could defeat Doflamingo. Luffy shouted in response, That's right. I'm going to be the Pirate King. How could I be caught by you, old man? Moreover, I'm not the guy who would run away when I see an admiral anymore. If I run again, what would our 2 years of training be for? Fujitora remained unmoved, increasing the gravitational pressure. Luffy grinned, activating Gear Second in an instant, moving at lightning speed. Although his speed was beyond what the gravity fruit could keep up with. Luffy's voice was heard by everyone. Old blind man, watch your head. Rubber battle axe. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy came crashing down from above. The battle between Luffy and Fujitora was tense and heavy. Luffy stood amidst the ruins, his eyes still radiating a determined fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, his gaze locked firmly on Fujitora ahead. Fujitora held his sword staff, his expression serious, a powerful aura emanating from him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Straw Hat Luffy, you won't escape today. Luffy grinned. Escape? No way. As soon as the words fell, Luffy suddenly kicked off the ground and charged towards Fujitora like a cannonball. His arms instantly stretched out, delivering a rubber rocket punch directly at Fujitora. Rubber rocket punch. Fujitora remained calm, swinging his staff blade with force, and a powerful gravitational field instantly appeared, redirecting Luffy's attack to smash heavily into a nearby building. Luffy crawled out of the rubble, showing no signs of retreat. He launched another attack, moving at incredible speed, his figure becoming a series of phantoms. Fujitora responded steadily, manipulating gravity to greatly restrict Luffy's movements. Luffy roared, his entire body bursting with strength, breaking free from the gravitational constraints, and threw a punch at Fujitora. Fujitora blocked with his blade, the immense impact causing him to step back a few paces. Third gear rubber giant gun, rubber jet giant axe. The battle between the two intensified, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse and the ground to tremble. The Straw Hat crew, watching from behind, face-bombed in disbelief at Luffy's fighting style. What is Luffy doing? Why is he using such strange moves to fight? Nami said, exasperated. On the battlefield, both Fujitora and Luffy were slightly panting, and Fujitora, a bit annoyed, asked, "What kind of strange fighting technique is that? Do you think this old man is blind and can't fight you? Do you think I can't see? Are you pitying me?" Luffy glanced at Fujitora and shouted back, "Blind uncle, I'm not pitying you at all. I'm just fighting in my own way." Fujitora snorted coldly. "Let's talk, continue." With that, Fujitora raised his staff blade again, and powerful gravity pressed down on Luffy like a tangible force. Luffy gritted his teeth, His muscles bulged as he exerted all his strength to resist the gravity. Just then, a shout came from the distance. "Luffy, stop fighting. The Navy's large force is coming." Luffy was startled and turned to look. Fujitora seized the opportunity, suddenly increasing the gravity, forcefully pinning Luffy to the ground. Damn it! Luffy struggled desperately. His muscles tensed, and the speed from Gear Second activated instantly, allowing him to teleport behind Fujitora. But before he could strike, he felt a large hand gripping his body. Luffy turned to see a giant tightly holding him with its palm. Let go of me, I still want to fight." Nami glared at Luffy. "Idiot. The Navy is here. We need to run quickly, or we'll all be caught. Giant, you can't put him down until we get to the ship, please." "Okay, I've got it covered," the giant said, thumping its chest. However, seeing that he couldn't break free, Luffy chose to stop struggling and simply stayed quietly in the giant's palm. Suddenly, Luffy said, "It would be better if you let me fight. If Rosha comes, we won't be able to escape." Hearing Luffy's words, the Straw Hat crew reflexively looked towards a man sitting on the ruins. At that moment, Fujitora watched Luffy's retreating figure, putting away his staff blade, thinking, "This kid really is a headache." Rosha smiled. "Admiral Fujitora, don't forget what crossed your mind." Fujitora sighed and slowly replied, "Lord Qinglong, look at the people coming from afar. What do you see?" Rosha's eyes focused on the approaching crowd, densely packed and countless. He was secretly astonished, not expecting to see such a scene. Of course, this wasn't the most surprising part. The most astonishing thing to Rosha was that although these citizens were cursing the Straw Hat Kid, their bodies were quite honest, all willing to stake their lives. If it weren't for Admiral Fujitora's compassion, these people would have been dead long ago, right? Rosha smiled slightly, thinking that if it were Akainu's hot temper, these people would probably have been dead already. Fujitora shook his head helplessly at Rosha's words, acknowledging that Admiral Akainu acted decisively, but was sometimes too extreme. Rosha stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes, noting that it seemed Luffy held a special place in the hearts of the people. In the distance, the Straw Hat Kid sat in the giant's palm, grinning at the scene. Luffy shouted from the giant's hand, "Next time we meet, blind uncle, I will definitely be stronger." Fujitora gazed at the departing ship, deep in thought. Rosha turned to Fujitora, indicating that today's farce was coming to an end. However, if it came down to capturing, that wouldn't be a problem. "Lord Qinglong, what do you mean by that?" Rosha said nothing but waved his hand, and countless citizens were instantly transferred to a nearby mountain. At that moment, not a single citizen was left under the floating debris where Fujitora stood. At the mountain's peak, the newly relocated citizens gasped upon realizing where they were. "How do we end up here? Oh no, look below." Just after Rosha had transferred countless citizens, he suddenly vanished and reappeared on the bow of the largest ship on the sea. The pirates on the ship drew their swords upon seeing Rosha's sudden appearance. Rosha, however, paid them no mind. After surveying the surroundings, he spoke. You let the citizens of Dressrosa escape, and you still linger here? Are you planning to form a brotherhood? Or do you want to die? Rosha's expression was gentle, but his words belied his demeanor. The pirates exchanged glances, not daring to act rashly. Since you don't want to leave, then you all won't be leaving. After all, Admiral Sengoku has come, and we can't let him leave empty-handed. We need to catch a few pirates to report back. As Rosha finished speaking, the pirates on the ship showed expressions of terror. One particularly handsome blonde pirate casually slashed at Rosha with a sword aura. However, Rosha merely raised his hand lightly, and the sword aura vanished without a trace. Is this all you've got? Rosha sneered. I wanted to provoke you a bit, but I didn't expect someone to be so bold. In that case, I'll just capture you. You blonde-haired fool. After saying that, Rosha's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the blonde pirate, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. The other pirates rushed forward to rescue him, but an invisible force blocked their steps. The blonde pirate struggled, his eyes filled with rage. Rosha held him easily. Turning to the others, anyone else want to try? At that moment, Cavendish, who had been held in Rosha's palm, had a fierce expression, his once handsome face now looking terrifying. Rosha looked up, his eyes slightly changing, but he was merely surprised for a moment. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a dual personality. Cavendish's face twisted, and although he couldn't speak, his expression seemed to convey, "Let me go, you despicable guy." Rosha chuckled coldly, applying a bit of pressure, causing Cavendish's face to turn bright red. The other pirates began to panic, not knowing what to do. In a recent clash, several people clearly felt the strength of Rosha, realizing that they were no match for him. For a moment, none of the pirates dared to step forward. Just then, a figure leaped out from the crowd, shouting, "Let him go. If you have the ability, come at me." Rosha focused his gaze and saw a burly man wielding a giant axe. Rosha disdainfully said, "You overestimate yourself." With a casual wave, a powerful force knocked the man back. Who else? Rosha scanned the surroundings, exuding dominance. The pirates were intimidated by his aura, and no one dared to move. Rosha looked at the Cavendish in his hand and said, "Today is your unlucky day. You ran into me." At that moment, a shout came from a distance. "Rosha, spare him." Rosha turned to see Luffy standing not far away, staring intently at him. Luffy shouted, "Rosha, let him go." Rosha frowned. "Luffy, are you also going to meddle?" Luffy firmly replied, "He's my friend. You can't take him. I can't let him go. One of you must be taken today," Rosha said, and with one hand, he grabbed Cavendish and instantly disappeared from the crowd. Meanwhile, in an open area, Sengoku and others were watching Fujitori's movements. Before they could see Fujitora clearly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Sengoku. Sengoku was startled and stepped back repeatedly. Once he regained his composure, he focused and realized it was Rosha with Cavendish. Sengoku frowned and asked, "Rosha, what does this mean?" Rosha tossed Cavendish to the ground. "Commodore, I brought you a pirate to report." Cavendish glared at Rosha, but was firmly restrained and unable to move. Jiuan, upon seeing Cavendish's face, exclaimed, "Cavendish with a bounty of 280 million berries." Upon hearing the bounty, Rosha was slightly taken aback, then smirked and said, "So weak, yet such a high bounty? Who set this bounty? Are they out of their minds?" Sengoku shot Rosha a glare. "Are you saying I'm out of my mind?" Rosha chuckled awkwardly and quickly stepped aside with Cavendish. At this moment, Sengoku looked at Cavendish, acknowledging that although he was a pirate, he was also a valuable combat force. If he was willing to join the Navy, past events could be overlooked. Cavendish snorted. "I would never join such a conservative organization as the Navy." Rosha burst out laughing. "Commodore, see, you're getting a cold shoulder now." Sengoku, embarrassed and angry, declared, "Then throw him and impel down and keep him under strict surveillance." Rosha shrugged. "Suit yourself." "But Commodore, didn't you investigate this guy thoroughly?" Sengoku frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "It's simple. This guy has a dual personality." Rosha pointed at Cavendish on the ground. "Remember to put him in a solitary cell. Otherwise, when he falls asleep, his second personality will come out." Upon hearing Rosha's words, Sengoku pondered for a moment and nodded. "You there, do as he says." Several Navy soldiers took the bound Cavendish away. Rosha watched Cavendish's retreating figure, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After the soldiers left, Rosha approached Garp, patting him on the shoulder, and said with a grin, "Old man, I almost caught your grandson just now. That kid actually dared to stop me from capturing someone. I was about to grab him. Do you think you can catch that kid?" Garp shot Rosha a glare, saying in a low voice, "Try it and see. I want to go easy on you." Rosha laughed and scratched his head. Shortly after, Fujitora approached. After nodding to Sengoku, he said, "Commodore, this incident has been resolved satisfactorily. The civilians were unharmed, and aside from the one Lord Qinglong captured, I didn't catch the others." Fujitora's voice trailed off as he spoke, while Rosha muttered beside him, "It's all thanks to me." Jiyuan heard this and lightly tapped Rosha's head. "Stop being so vain." Fujitora didn't mind Rosha's muttering and continued to Sengoku. "However, Lord Qinglong is exceptionally powerful. He truly lives up to being a rear admiral." Sengoku stroked his beard and looked at Rosha. "Qinglong, your performance this time was indeed commendable. But don't be arrogant." Rosha shrugged, nonchalantly responding, "Got it, Commodore." Suddenly, as if remembering something, Rosha asked, "By the way, Fujitora, what happened to those pirates? Did they escape?" "Yes, I originally wanted to catch them, but they sailed away," Fujitora replied. "However, the Straw Hat Kid was very emotional. I planned to wait for him to come down for a fight, but his companions stopped me. They should have sailed far by now." Rosha nodded thoughtfully. "I see. I understand now. Since the situation has been resolved, we'll take our G5 branch back first, and leave the rest to Commodore Sengoku." Sengoku slightly nodded. "You can go back now." As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Rosha waved his hand, and a gray-white door appeared. Rosha turned with the G5 branch members and left. Along with Rosha was the captured bias. After returning to the G5 branch through the gray-white door, they locked up bias. Smoker walked over with a cigar in his mouth. "Rosha, looks like things went smoothly." Rosha smiled. "What can I say? Being too strong is just too conspicuous." Smoker rolled his eyes at him. "Don't get too cocky. That Straw Hat Luffy is getting stronger. He might be troublesome in the future." Rosha frowned slightly. "It's fine. After all, we have Luffy's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. No matter how strong that Straw Hat Kid gets, it's nothing in front of the old man." Smoker snorted. "I hope so. But that Straw Hat crew always causes trouble. Who knows how big a mess they'll make next time." Rosha crossed his arms and smiled. "Maybe next time we'll hear about him attacking one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom?" "No way. That kid's strength hasn't reached the level of the 4 emperors yet." Smoker rolled his eyes at Rosha. Just then, a soldier rushed over to report, "Boss, there's news from the prison. Baez has been shouting and yelling, demanding to be released." Rosha waved his hand. "It's fine, let him shout. If he keeps yelling, can't you guys handle it? Beat him up. If he dies, it's no big deal. I never thought he'd walk out alive after bringing him back." Hearing Rosha's words, the soldier was delighted and quickly ran off, seemingly to give Baez a proper welcome. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. "That guy doesn't look like a good person. Keeping him around will be a hassle." Rosha waved his hand. "Let us keep him for now. Who knows, we might get some information about the Blackbeard pirates from him." 3 days later, one morning, a soldier hurriedly knocked on Rosha's room door. The continuous noise kept Rosha and Jiyuan from sleeping. Rosha got up, grabbed a piece of clothing, and walked toward the door. As soon as Rosha opened the door, he said in frustration, "What is going on? If it's not something reasonable, I'll break your legs." The soldier replied nervously, "Boss, there are more than 10 people from the world government outside." "What?" Rosha's eyes widened, and all his drowsiness vanished. "We spotted the world government ships while patrolling the sea this morning, and then we saw them heading towards our G5 base. Over a dozen people came down from a ship, and their auras are quite strong. They don't seem to be easy opponents." Rosha frowned, but said, "Even though I don't know what they're here for, we need to check it out." At that moment, Smoker also arrived. "The world government people are here? They're not here to negotiate with you, are they?" Rosha calmed down and thought for a moment before saying, "Inform everyone, stay alert. No one is allowed to come out without my permission. Anyone who dares to come out, I'll kill on sight." Rosha straightened his clothes and walked out of the base, accompanied by the leaders of the G5 branch. Outside the base, they saw more than 10 people dressed in white and wearing masks from the world government standing straight. One of them stepped forward, took out a document stamped with the world government seal, and said, "Vice Admiral Qinglong, We are here to investigate matters of life and death reincarnation. All of you must submit to our investigation. Rosha frowned. On what grounds? You dare act like this on my territory? Looking for death? The visitor sneered. This is an order from above. You have no right to question it. Rosha crossed his arms, emanating a chilling aura. What if I refuse? The atmosphere instantly became tense, with both sides ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, Jiwen stepped forward and gently advised, Rosha, don't be impulsive. The world government has a powerful backing. Rosha waved his hand, and his momentum suddenly erupted. Shura was drawn from his side, clearly indicating he was ready to fight. Just as tensions peaked, the leader of the world government personnel slowly raised his hand to signal his side not to act recklessly. Vice Admiral Qinglong, we mean no harm. This matter is of great importance. Life and death reincarnation should be a natural law, and we are just acting on orders. Rosha squinted. Then why did you come to our G5 branch? Do you think we're easy to bully? If you think we're easy to deal with, you've really kicked an iron plate. If we exclude the Marines, our combat power is actually stronger than the Navy headquarters. Anyone looking for death can step forward. I'll send them on their way to the underworld. Rosha's domineering words made the more than 10 world government personnel instinctively take a step back. The leader swallowed hard and explained, it's because only Vice Admiral Qinglong in this world possesses a magical item that might be able to resurrect the dead. So we were sent here to investigate. Seeing the tone of these world government personnel soften, Rosha thought for a moment and said, fine, you can investigate, but you all better behave. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. The world government members nodded in agreement, indicating they would follow the rules. Just as Rosha was about to take them into the G5 branch, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a God-level random mission. Please resolve this investigation crisis. Reward: time machine, which can review the past and travel to the future, limited to parallel worlds. Rosha swallowed hard, shocked, but he maintained a neutral expression, making it hard for anyone to notice. Jiwen, who had been with him all the time, sensed something but didn't speak. So, Rosha led them into the G5 branch. He seated them and said, you all wait here. Those guys aren't awake yet. Smoker, go wake them up. Smoker nodded and turned to leave. Rosha stood still, his mind racing with strategies. He didn't know the abilities of these people yet, and feared that someone could see through Ace's mask. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. Regarding the reward the system just mentioned, it was impossible for Rosha not to feel tempted. At this moment, he glanced at the world government personnel wearing strange masks, and a thought emerged in his mind. Why not just kill them all? Just then, one of the world government personnel casually asked, is it usually this disorganized here? Even the assembly is so slow. Rosha calmly replied, so what? Do I need you to command my G5? If you dare to say anything bad about my G5 again, I'll cut your tongue out. That world government personnel's expression changed, and just as he was about to explode, he was pulled back by someone next to him. That person smiled apologetically. Vice Admiral Rosha, please don't be angry. We mean no harm. Rosha snorted coldly, thinking if that guy had dared to retort, he would have killed him on the spot. Before long, Smoker returned with everyone. Rosha gave him a glance, and everyone understood to behave orderly. However, the world government personnel pulled out a document filled with various strict inspection clauses. During the investigation, they left no corner unchecked, even wanting to inspect the soldiers' private spaces. This caused dissatisfaction among many soldiers, but under Rosha's suppression, they didn't erupt. Moreover, although the more than 10 world government personnel checked every corner, even inspecting nearly 1,000 soldiers in the G5 branch one by one made Rosha's mood particularly terrible. Kapu beside him also clenched his fists, his expression serious. It looked like he wanted to kill those people immediately. Just as they were about to check Ace, Rosha's anger surged. Just then, he suddenly thought of an idea. Rosha casually approached the table where the world government personnel had placed their documents and secretly used his ability to create a little chaos. A gust of wind blew, causing the documents on the table to fall to the ground. Taking advantage of the time they spent picking up the documents, Rosha quickly used observation hockey to sense if there were any unusual movements or the presence of capable individuals nearby. Fortunately, he didn't detect any particularly strong threats. and there were no other people within dozens of kilometers. Rosha sneered. Your search is already against the rules, and now you've made a mess of things. Since that's the case, today's search ends here. You can leave now. The world government personnel exchanged glances, just about to argue when Rosha's gaze sharpened. Releasing a powerful aura, Rosha unleashed his conqueror's haki, and the black-red aura pressed down on those people like mountains. As time passed, the world government personnel gradually began to buckle under the pressure, and the leading member hurriedly said, Vice Admiral Qinglong, we are leaving now. The leader gritted his teeth and said, Rosha retracted his aura, coldly watching them leave in defeat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Kapu patted Rosha on the shoulder. Kid, you did well. Rosha smiled, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Reward, time machine has been issued to the system space. Rosha felt a surge of joy in his heart. This time machine was a great thing. But he didn't show it on his face, and simply said to everyone, you can disperse. Today's matter is over. At night, after everyone had returned to the castle, Rosha walked to a clearing where he often studied the devil fruits and summoned the time machine from the system space. This time machine had a peculiar design and emitted a bluish glow. Rosha stroked the time machine, contemplating which parallel world to visit first. However, before he could decide, several voices reached his ears from behind. Turning around, he saw Garp, Jin, Akiji, Smoker, and Blood Phoenix, especially Jiun, who appeared to be dressed very lightly. Possibly because it was time for bed, made Rosha swallow hard before asking, what brings you here? Garp's eyes sparkled as he stared at the time machine, curiously asking, what is this thing? Is it your new invention? Rosha shook his head helplessly. I stumbled upon this by chance. It's called a time machine, and it can traverse time and space to parallel worlds. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes filled with curiosity and yearning. Akiji slowly stepped forward and asked, can it change the past? If so, perhaps we could prevent many tragedies. After a moment of contemplation, Rosha replied, it can only be used for parallel worlds. It can't change the past of our current world. If it could, it might throw the world into chaos. Blood Phoenix excitedly rubbed her hands together. Then let's quickly pick an interesting parallel world to explore. Smoker, however, looked cautious. Isn't there a danger? Rosha chuckled. I'm not sure, but since we're here, we might as well go. But we can't just blindly jump in. This thing has limitations. It can only go to the past or the future. Maybe we could even see a younger Garp. When we go back, I might even get to punch the old man. After all, with my current strength, taking down the old man from the past shouldn't be a problem, right? Rosha laughed at Garp. Upon hearing this, Garp immediately jumped up, ready to punch Rosha, exclaiming, you little brat, what are you saying? Rosha dodged and said seriously, but for now, I don't plan to use it. I'll just leave it for now. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit disappointed. Rosha didn't dwell on it and looked at the time machine. He activated his spatial ability, quickly wrapping the time machine in it, and then gently placed it underground. Soon, the time machine vanished from everyone's sight. A few days later, Rosha was in the middle of merging a devil fruit when, just as he reached a critical step, the snail phone in his pocket suddenly rang. In an instant, Rosha's hand trembled, and with that, he was blasted several meters away. Wow! Rosha climbed out of the rubble covered in dust and angrily pulled out the snail phone, shouting, whoever you are, if it's not urgent, I'm going to throw you into the sea to feed the sea kings. Seeing Rosha so furious, the soldiers training nearby couldn't help but shiver. However, after a moment of silence, Sengoku's voice came through the snail phone. Rosha, what's going on? Are you trying to throw me into the sea to feed fish? Upon realizing it was Sengoku, Rosha, although still angry, had to suppress it and replied in a low tone, Marshal Sengoku, I was just conducting an experiment and at a critical moment when this snail phone interrupted me. I was blasted away. Do you think what I just said was excessive? If you weren't the marshal, I would have knocked your teeth out. Rosha said fiercely. Sengoku chuckled awkwardly on the other end, then became serious. Since you're in such a predicament, I won't say much. Let me explain why I'm calling you. A few days ago, several people from the world government complained about you when they went to investigate the G5 branch. So now, I'm summoning you to the Navy headquarters for a reprimand. It turned out that the group from the world government had reported the situation back, exaggerating that Rosha was uncooperative and obstructing normal inspection work. Although Sengoku believed in Rosha, he couldn't withstand the pressure from above and had to notify Rosha to explain to the Navy headquarters. But Sengoku could imagine Rosha's attitude towards those world government people. The reason for this call was to help Rosha calm down so he wouldn't directly kill those dozen people when he arrived at the Navy headquarters. Rosha's eyes widened. Those guys actually reported him? They were the ones who provoked me first. Sengoku coldly snorted. Regardless, the impact you caused is severe. Hurry over, or I'll send someone to escort you. After that, he hung up the snail phone. Rosha was so angry he stomped his feet. Seeing this, Jiwen and the others came forward and asked, Rosha, was that a call from the marshal? What happened? Rosha took a deep breath. That old monk wants me to go to the Navy headquarters to apologize, and also to apologize to those dozen people who came to provoke me a few days ago. What? Jiwen exclaimed in disbelief. How can the marshal do this? Clearly, those world government people were the ones making unreasonable trouble first. Rosha coldly smiled. If they dare to report me, then they can't blame me. Rosha straightened his clothes and looked at the soldiers who were training. In an instant, the soldiers stood at attention, and soon dozens of sailors ran up to Rosha, standing at ease. Boss. Rosha nodded. Not bad. He ordered, go and copy the footage of those dozen people causing trouble a few days ago, quickly. The sailors immediately dashed off toward the villa, and shortly after, they came back with a snail phone showing the footage. They were already quite familiar with these matters. Rosha took the snail phone and casually placed it in his spatial ability. Then, a portal opened in front of him, and just as he was about to step through, he suddenly paused and turned to Garp, shouting, Old man, come with me. I'm afraid of getting beaten. Garp laughed heartily and walked over. You little brat are scared too? Saying this, he entered the portal with Rosha. As the two entered the Navy headquarters, facing the curious eyes of the surrounding sailors, Rosha continued to walk toward the conference room, where Sengoku was completely unconcerned. This time, Rosha chose not to directly enter Sengoku's office, but headed to the square of the Navy headquarters instead. After all, barging into Sengoku's office had no flair. Kicking open the conference room door was much more impressive. As they walked, Garp looked Rosha up and down and finally said, Brat, although I know you got blown away, how did you end up in such a mess? Your clothes are all black. Can't you clean yourself up a bit? Rosha rolled his eyes at Garp, who was time to tidy up. Besides, this just makes me look more imposing. As they spoke, they reached the conference room door. Rosha took a deep breath and kicked the door open with a loud bang. The loud noise startled everyone inside, and upon realizing it was Rosha, the people in the conference room immediately showed expressions of disdain. In the conference room were those dozen people who had investigated the G5 branch. Upon entering, Rosha saw the world government representatives looking quite pleased with themselves. Rosha scanned the room and coldly laughed. Who dares to file a complaint against me? Sengoku sat in the main seat and glared at Rosha, slowly speaking, You brat, sit down quietly. You're here to apologize today, not to curse at people. Rosha pouted and casually grabbed, causing a visual phone bug to appear in his hand. Rosha laughed and said, Since you guys dare to complain, let's take a look at the facts. Following that, the visual phone bug played the footage from that day, showing those people deliberately provoking him. Although Rosha did not intentionally hold back, he also did not strike back. After watching, Sengoku frowned, and the faces of those from the world government turned ugly. Rosha crossed his arms. Admiral, the facts are right here. What wrong did I do? Just as Sengoku was about to speak, Garp spoke first. Sengoku, you also saw it. This kid did nothing wrong. It's this group of guys who should be punished. Rosha's sharp gaze swept over the more than 10 people, with a murderous intent that could not be concealed spreading throughout the conference room. Feeling this aura, Sengoku said sternly, Rosha, this is the Navy headquarters. Don't act recklessly. Rosha snorted, retracting his murderous intent. Admiral, if I don't get a satisfactory explanation today, I'm not letting it go. The more than 10 people from the world government exchanged glances, and one person said with a stiff neck, Even so, your attitude at that time was extremely bad. Rosha suddenly turned to look at him. My attitude was bad? You guys came to provoke, and you still have a reason? At this moment, the previously silent Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up. Everyone, stop arguing. Both sides have responsibilities in this matter. The world government shouldn't provoke for no reason. And Rosha, you should be more restrained. Rosha pouted. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I was already very restrained. Otherwise, how could they still be standing here? Sengoku rubbed his temples. All right, this matter ends here. Everyone from the government, don't spread rumors when you go back. Rosha, you also need to pay attention and avoid causing such trouble again. Although the more than 10 people from the world government were unwilling, they did not dare to say anything more and left the conference room dejectedly. However, Rosha had no intention of leaving. Admiral, is that it? I have been wronged. Sengoku looked at him helplessly. What do you want then? Do you really want to escalate this? Rosha pouted and muttered quietly. This matter is not over. I've already memorized their faces. When the time comes, I'll quietly take care of them. Hearing Rosha's muttering, Sengoku frowned tightly. Rosha, I warn you, don't act recklessly. If you take revenge on your own, those guys from the world government won't just sit back and watch. Rosha shrugged. Admiral, I was just joking. But they really do annoy me. Sengoku, however, looked serious. You brat. Your jokes always carry a hint of seriousness. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Rosha scratched his head helplessly. Admiral, you really understand me. But I also know when to be sensible. Now is not the time to completely fall out with the world government. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in Rosha's eyes. But if they push their luck further, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing Sengoku was about to continue lecturing, Rosha quickly interrupted. All right, Admiral, I know what you want to say. By the way, have you finished eating those fruits I lent you? I remember there were at least 500 of them. Sengoku nodded. That's right. All the devil fruits were given to the soldiers below. We haven't eaten the second devil fruit. Do you want to take a look? Rosha waved his hand. No need. I have no interest in those sailors, especially the male ones. But how have the soldiers who ate the fruits improved? Sengoku crossed his arms. Most soldiers have mastered the fruit abilities, and their strength has significantly increased. However, there are also a few with rather unique abilities that are difficult to control. Rosha's eyes brightened. Unique? How unique? Sengoku sighed. One soldier ate the wax fruit, and as a result, his whole body secretes wax, wrapping himself into a cocoon, and he still hasn't managed to break free. There are also some who ate the mythical Zoan-type devil fruits and keep claiming they want to fight each other. I don't know if it's a side effect of the fruit. Rosha couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that's so interesting. But this is also a normal phenomenon. However, since they've already eaten mythical Zoan-type devil fruits, if they don't behave, just kill them. Why make it so complicated? Rosha said coldly. Sengoku's eyes widened. Rosha, those are precious mythical Zoan-type users. How can you just kill them easily? Rosha shrugged indifferently. Admiral, although mythical zones are rare, if they can't be used for the Navy, keeping them around is also a disaster. After all, I can always create them. They're not as precious as you say. Sengoku shook his head. We can slowly teach and tame them. Rosha sneered. Admiral, you're always too merciful. Just as the two were at a stalemate, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Report to Admiral. Those mythical Zoan users are fighting, and the ordinary soldiers can't stop them. A young soldier rushed in a panic to report. Sengoku immediately rushed out, and Rosha followed closely behind with a playful smile on his face. In the arena, a candle dragon and a fire phoenix engulfed in flames were attacking each other, leaving chaos in their wake. Sengoku shouted loudly, "Stop it!" However, the two mythical Zoan users seemed to have lost their minds and completely ignored the command. Rosha narrowed his eyes and slowly drew his weapon, the tiger's hunt. Looks like I can only solve this my way. As the tiger's hunt was drawn, an overwhelming conqueror's haki spread out from Rosha's body. Everyone in the square felt a pressure like Mount Tai pressing down on them. The two in the midst of the fight were stunned for a moment. In the next second, they both retreated several meters, returning to their original forms. Rosha squinted slightly, his body instantly disappearing, and when he reappeared, he had 2 devil fruits in his hand. Rosha held the 2 devil fruits in front of him and shook them, coldly stating, "If you continue to act recklessly, I'll kill you. Do you think this is your home?" The mythical Zoan users showed expressions of fear. The soldier transformed into a candle dragon spoke first. Lord Rosha, we know we were wrong. We suddenly couldn't control our impulses for some reason. Rosha snorted coldly. It better be like that. He put away the devil fruits and turned to Sengoku. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief and addressed the soldiers. This matter ends here, but you must remember discipline. The soldiers responded in unison, and at the same time, the sailors lowered their heads when looking at Rosha, unsure if it was out of fear or something else. Afterward, Rosha, Garp, and Sengoku walked to the shade of a tree together. As soon as they arrived, Rosha said, "We're leaving, Admiral. We're heading back to G5. Sengoku smiled helplessly. "You're always in such a hurry every time you come. There's no helping it. I recently invented something fun, and I want the old man to accompany me to try it out." Before Sengoku could ask, Garp's eyes lit up with excitement. "Can that thing be used now?" Rosha grinned and nodded. "Of course it can be used, but as for the specific effects, we'll have to test it to find out." Garp rubbed his hands together, eager to set off. Zhangguo looked at the two of them, who looked like children, and shook his head, saying, "You too. Luo Xia is always messing with strange things. What is it this time?" Luo Xia said mysteriously, "Marshal, I synthesized something that can travel through time and space a few days ago." Zhangguo looked skeptical. "What is it?" Garp urged from the side, "Don't worry about that. Let's hurry back to G5 and try out to find out." Hearing Garp's words, Luo Xia didn't hesitate, and the door of all possibilities appeared before them. The two jumped in one after the other and returned to the G5 branch. As soon as they returned, almost everyone's gaze turned to them. Then, Akiji Jiyuan and others quickly approached Luo Xia and asked, "How is it? Did everything go smoothly?" "Very smoothly. If those guys hadn't run away so fast, I would have taken care of them right there." Luo Xia waved his hand and smiled. "Let's not talk about those unhappy things. By the way, I want to test that machine I made a few days ago. Does anyone want to come with me?" Luo Xia looked around. The few people in front all asked in unison, "What is it?" Luo Xia rolled his eyes at them and then took everyone to an open space. After some operations, a machine glowing with a soft blue light appeared before everyone, with a sci-fi looking hole underneath. Seeing this, everyone finally reacted. "So it's this thing. It seems like we can go back to the past," Akiji added. "That's right, I haven't tested the thing I made yet, so we naturally have to try it." Luo Xia looked around, glancing at everyone's faces. "So, who wants to come with me? Who wants to go?" As soon as Luo Xia finished speaking, Jiyuan and Blood Phoenix both stood up at once. "I want to go. Boss, I want to go too." Luo Xia glanced at the two and said, "Then it will be Jiyuan. As for Blood Phoenix, you can go next time. I'm afraid the time machine has side effects." At this moment, Garp patted Luo Xia's shoulder and asked, "Kid, are we going to the future?" Luo Xia shook his head and smiled. "On the contrary, I want to go back to the past. After all, I said I would go back to the past. Maybe I can have close encounter with you, old man." Hearing this, Garp's eyes widened, and he laughed and scolded, "You little brat, still thinking about beating me up." Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Jiyuan excitedly clenched her fists and said, "So when do we leave?" Luo Xia looked at the sci-fi and gorgeous time machine on the ground and said, "Let's go now. But this is my first time using this, so if you want to back out, now's the time." Before Jiyuan could say anything, Blood Phoenix shouted, "Big sister, why don't you not go? I'm afraid you'll encounter danger. Let me do it instead." Initially, Jiyuan was touched by the first half of Blood Phoenix's words, but now she felt no sense of emotion. "No way. You wait for next time." She waved her hand. "Since we're all ready, let's set off." With Luo Xia activating the time machine, a dazzling light enveloped them, making it hard for the onlookers to open their eyes. After a while, the light dissipated, and the time machine that was originally in place vanished without a trace, leaving everyone feeling amazed. Smoker smiled, thinking that since they were back in the past, they should be able to see a younger Vice Admiral Garp, and he was quite curious about what it would be like for the two Vice Admirals to meet. Hearing Smoker say this, even Akiji, who usually had a deadpan face, couldn't help but smile. On the other side, Luo Xia and the others appeared in midair, accompanied by a wave of dizziness, but Luo Xia felt something was a bit off. Surrounding them was nothing but the sea. Thinking of this, Luo Xia's cold aura surged, and he instantly released an ice pillar from both hands, freezing the surface of the sea below. Then, Luo Xia safely retrieved the time machine back into space. After all, this was the past, approximately the year 1485, with the Battle of God Valley occurring in 1486. The three landed safely. Garp looked around at the white, misty sea and turned to Luo Xia, asking, "Kid, is this the past?" Luo Xia nodded, "Yes, that's right. As for the specific time, the time machine indicates it's the year 1485 of the Sea Circle calendar. Jiyuan looked around curiously. It doesn't seem much different from usual. Luo Xia shook his head, took Jiyuan's small hand, and pointed to some protruding objects not far away. Those are all sea kings that I froze. Luckily, I have the ice fruit, otherwise I would have likely been eaten. At this moment, Garp urged, "Are there any pirates around here?" Luo Xia scratched his head. "I need to look for them since I just got here." Saying that, he released his observation haki to sense the surroundings. Not long after, Luo Xia's eyes lit up. "There's a ship to the southeast, but I don't know if it's a pirate ship." Garp grinned. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over and take a look." "That's right, old man. Aside from your outfit, you look exactly the same as you did when you were young." The three quickly headed southeast and soon saw a ship. But it was different from what Luo Xia and the others had guessed. This ship was not a pirate ship. It was actually a warship, and Luo Xia noticed that there were two obviously high-ranking Navy officers on board. From their appearance, they seemed to be Garp and Zhanghua. Luo Xia's mouth twitched, speechless. What a coincidence! But then he thought, isn't this a great opportunity? Luo Xia turned to the two and said with a sly smile, "Don't you want to pull a prank?" Jiyuan's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "What do you mean? What prank?" Luo Xia pointed to the warship in the distance. "That's young Garp and Zhanghua up there." The two nodded. "I want to go up and fight them. You two stay here for now." Jiyuan hurriedly grabbed Luo Xia. "Worried you can't even beat the current Vice Admiral Garp. Are you really going up to fight? You're just going to get beaten up." Luo Xia's face darkened, speechless. "Come on. How could I possibly not be able to beat the young Garp?" Garp chimed in from the side. "Let this kid go try. I want to see how strong I was when I was young." Jiyuan said with concern, "If you can't win, you better run, okay? At least Vice Admiral Garp is stronger than you now." Luo Xia gently rubbed Jiyuan's head and smiled. "All right, I got it. I'm not that reckless. I still want to see what little Jiyuan looks like in this era." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Xia's figure flashed and instantly appeared on the warship. Young Garp and Zhanghua immediately became alert when they saw Luo Xia suddenly appear, their eyes filled with sharpness. Luo Xia smiled and said, "Old man Garp, let's have a spar." Young Garp frowned. "Who are you? Why do you want to spar with me? And this sea area is frozen by you?" In response to Garp's inquiry, Luo Xia disregarded it and threw a punch. "Let's talk after we fight." Young Garp sidestepped to avoid the attack, countering with a punch that was astonishingly fast. Rosha was taken aback. Indeed, young Garp was formidable. However, he was not willing to back down and used his devil fruit ability to create ice blocks under his feet, sliding towards Garp. Sengoku saw this and was about to intervene when he suddenly heard Garp's voice. "Wait, this kid is interesting. I want to fight him." The two stood on the surface of the sea, exchanging blows that thrilled Garp, but Rosha's strength was not in his fists. Rosha swallowed hard and activated his spatial ability, instantly disappearing in front of Garp. In the moment Garp was stunned, Rosha landed a punch to Garp's abdomen. Garp winced in pain, but burst out laughing. "Kid, you've got some skill." Then he suddenly exerted force and sent Rosha flying several meters away. After stabilizing himself, Rosha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought, "Wow, how is young Garp so strong?" As their fight intensified, the sailors on the warship were left dumbfounded, especially Sengoku. It's important to note that Sengoku at this time was not senile. His vision was sharp. However, he was puzzled by the justice cloak behind Rosha. Could it be that he was in the Navy? But in the Navy, who was so young and could fight Garp like this? What was this kid's background? But suddenly, Rosha stopped, leaving Garp bewildered. Rosha smiled. "Let's call it a day. I need to rest." Without caring about Garp's surprise, he simply sat down on the ice. Young Garp couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You little brat. How can you just stop like that?" Rosha chuckled. "Old man Garp, today I've witnessed your prowess in your youth." Garp scratched his head. "What are you talking about? Kid, my youth? Are you out of your mind?" Just then, Sengoku walked over from the warship, clearing his throat and asking, Little brother, may I ask who you are? I see your cloak and rank. Are you a Navy Vice Admiral? But I don't think I've seen someone like you in the Navy. You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? I see you have a sword at your waist. Are you a swordsman?" Sengoku blurted out all his questions upon seeing Rosha. Rosha could only smile helplessly, but he didn't show any impatience towards Sengoku from his time. After all, It was normal. A mysterious person suddenly appeared wanting to spar with the Navy, and a reasonable person would eliminate him. But both of them were quite good towards the Navy during this period, with a strong sense of justice. Rosha glanced at the two and slowly said, "Uncle, you have too many questions. Let me answer them one by one." Sengoku nodded slightly in agreement. Rosha continued, "My name is Rosha. My strength is as you see, but I haven't even used 1/10 of it yet. I also use a sword. And if we talk about techniques, I should be below rocks. In short, I'm pretty strong." The expressions on both of their faces showed surprise, as if they were thinking, "You're just bragging." Rosha smiled helplessly, stood up, and unsheathed the Azura sword at his waist. In an instant, a strong killing intent filled the air, accompanied by a rich smell of blood. Garp and Sengoku, standing opposite Rosha, looked more serious. Initially, they were half convinced, but now they had to believe it. Rosha smirked, thinking, "You don't believe me? I'll show you something fierce." Instantaneously, Rosha's Conqueror's haki was unleashed, darkening the entire sky as surging black-red lightning crackled around him. Garp and Sengoku's jaws nearly dropped to the ground, eyes filled with shock, especially Sengoku, who looked at Rosha with admiration and excitement. As Rosha unleashed his Conqueror's haki, he swung his sword fiercely, and in that moment, it felt as if space was torn apart by him. The solid ice layer was instantly cut open. The sailors on the warship all gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit a goose egg. Garp looked at Rosha with intense battle intent, but was about to speak when Sengoku slapped him on the back. "Idiot Garp, what are you trying to do?" "Damn Sengoku, this kid is strong. Of course I want to spar," Garp exclaimed. "This kid's sword technique feels stronger than that bastard Rogers. I must have a good spar with him." Sengoku glared at Garp, scolding, "Idiot Garp, could you handle that last strike from that little brother?" Garp snorted. Although he wasn't sure he could take it, he could try. Watching the two bicker, Rosha couldn't help but laugh. In his heart, he thought it would be hilarious if the old man hiding not far away came here. Just as he was enjoying the thought, he noticed the two were staring at him eagerly. Rosha couldn't help but ask, "Do you two Navy gentlemen have something to say?" Garp waved his hand. "It's nothing, kid. No need to call us Navy gentlemen. Just call us uncles or old men." Sengoku nodded in agreement. "That's right, little brother Rosha. Just call us whatever you like." "I'm Garp," and he asked Sengoku, "Meeting you, little brother, is our fortune and luck." Rosha secretly thought, "Why do I feel this old man is trying too hard?" He remembered how Sengoku in his time was so polite when asking for help. Could this Sengoku be the same? Sengoku took a step forward, rubbing his hands and smiling. "Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our Navy? A powerful person like you should join the Navy to eliminate evil and uphold justice. Sometimes you can even go out to sea with us to catch pirates." Just as Rosha was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something. "Wait a moment, uncle." Rosha turned around and signaled to Ji Yuan in the distance. Ji Yuan understood and, with a flash, appeared beside Rosha along with Garp and Sengoku. Young Sengoku was stunned at the sight of Ji Yuan and Garp, while Garp's eyes widened in shock, stepping back several paces as if he had seen a ghost. Ji Yuan walked to Rosha's side and whispered, "You rascal, you've been talking here for so long without introducing us?" Rosha shook his head and rolled his eyes at Ji Yuan. Of course, these two old guys have a lot to say. If it weren't for Sengoku bringing up wanting to recruit me into the Navy, I might have almost forgotten about you too. Hearing Rosha refer to Sengoku like that, Ji Yuan's mouth twitched. Ji Yuan secretly twisted Rosha's waist, scolding, "You rascal, who told you not to introduce us? Now we have to introduce ourselves. It's really annoying." Rosha glanced at Ji Yuan and smiled. "By the way, can I see you here? I wonder how old you are now." It was only when Roa mentioned age that Gion remained silent, instead tightening his grip. Roa couldn't help but shout out in pain, "Ouch! It hurts so much." Immediately after, Roa vanished from his original spot and appeared next to Sengoku. At this moment, the two Kapus were staring at each other intently, which made Roa want to laugh. With a helpless smile, Roa clapped his hands and brought the Kapu he had with him to his side, thus avoiding a potential fight between the two. Sengoku looked at the elderly Kapu, then at the younger Kapu, and finally turned to Roa. That little brother Roa. What is going on here? Is it a devil fruit ability? How could there be two Kapus? It's really strange. Can you explain this?" The younger Kapu chimed in. That's right, kid. Hurry up and explain." I won't tolerate any nonsense." Upon hearing this, the Kapu next to Roa instantly became furious. "What do you want, you brat? Are you looking for fight?" The younger Kapu glared back, rolling up his sleeves defiantly. "Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Roa quickly intervened, clearing his throat. "Both of you calm down and let me explain slowly. Fighting won't solve the problem." Everyone quieted down and looked at Roa. In fact, this was not a devil fruit ability, but a phenomenon of time travel. Roa pointed to the Kapu beside him. "This one is from the future. We plan to travel back to this time together." Just as he finished speaking, Roa quickly added, "Ahem, I misspoke. I'm an inventor who happened to create something called a time machine, so I came to see this era." The younger Kapu and Sengoku exchanged incredulous glances. Roa continued, "So you two shouldn't be reckless. If you fight, it might be hard to determine a winner. It's better to keep the peace." The younger Kapu stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then burst out laughing. "Haha, no matter what, this is an interesting thing." Sengoku also chuckled. Sengoku then asked, "So, when are you from?" Roa nodded. "That's right. It's about a few decades later. If you want to ask about future events, I can tell you some unimportant things, but I can't disclose anything significant, because I don't know." Roa shrugged. The younger Kapu's eyes lit up, ready to ask, but Sengoku interrupted. "Since you all are here today, why don't we go to the Navy headquarters first? It would be good to discuss the future situation of the seas." Sengoku's gaze remained fixed on Roa as he spoke, as if his agreement would suffice. After all, Sengoku knew what kind of character his old partner Kapu was. Roa scratched his head. "Go to the Navy headquarters is fine, but there are some things I can't guarantee." So the group headed towards the warship. However, after everyone boarded the ship, Roa had not yet stepped on. Roa stood on the ice, closed his eyes, and under the gaze of many, extended an arm. In the blink of an eye, Roa's arm came crashing down into the air. Everyone heard the crisp sound of shattering glass as the air was struck. Immediately afterward, the sea, which had been frozen solid by Roa, instantly shattered into pieces. The ocean became exceptionally turbulent. Taking advantage of the chaos, Roa floated onto the warship. Sengoku shouted, "Hurry, set sail, and avoid those ice blocks." Yes, after an unknown amount of time, everyone finally returned to the Navy headquarters aboard the warship. The Navy headquarters of this era was no different from the one Roa and his companions belonged to. As the warship slowly docked, Roa handed a mask to both Kapu and Gion. "Put this on. It will save you a lot of trouble." Kapu and Gion took the masks and put them on, then disembarked. The soldiers at the Navy headquarters looked curiously at Sengoku, leading unfamiliar faces back. But upon seeing Sengoku's serious expression, they quickly averted their gazes. Soon, Roa and the others were taken to Kapu's villa. After all, the idea of traveling from the future to the past was too absurd. So Roa specifically chose Kapu's villa. And on the way, he asked the younger Kapu if he had a villa, only to be punched on the spot. It seemed he had said something like, "You brat, I do have a villa. Are you underestimating me?" At this point, the Marshal Sengoku, who had closed the doors and windows, sat down on the sofa. As soon as he sat down, Sengoku asked, "Little brother Roa, I wonder what that ability of yours was." Roa chuckled lightly, clenched his fist, and soon a circle of gray-white light shone brightly. The power of the tremor fruit. "You didn't see wrong." Sengoku's eyes widened. "The tremor fruit? How could it be on you?" Roa waved his hand casually. "I'm an inventor. The tremor fruit is just an invention." The younger Kapu watched with great interest, thinking it didn't matter as long as he wasn't an enemy. The elderly Kapu sitting next to Roa grinned. "Actually, I have it too," accompanied by a similar glow. Sengoku and Kapu, sitting opposite, were completely stunned. The two looked at Roa with unmasked astonishment in their eyes. Compared to their shock, Sengoku's admiration was evident, like the gaze one would have for a rare treasure. Only the younger Kapu at the scene was getting a bit impatient. "Hey, little brother Roa, are you going to tell us about the future or not?" "Of course. But what do you want to hear, old man Kapu?" Kapu rubbed his hands together, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes, wondering when he would have a grandson. My grandson? Did he become the strongest Marine in the end? Although Kapu only had a son now, it didn't stop him from thinking about grandchildren. Upon hearing this, Roa and Gion felt awkward, while the Kapu sitting next to Roa's expression darkened instantly. Just as he was about to speak, Roa quickly used his fruit ability to seal his mouth, preventing him from talking. Roa smiled. Your grandson is very strong. In our time, his strength is comparable to that of an admiral, and he is just as you imagined. So you don't have to worry, old man Kapu. The younger Kapu displayed a relieved smile upon hearing this. Haha, he's indeed my grandson. Sengoku stroked his chin, thoughtfully saying, to have strength comparable to an admiral, he must be an extraordinary person. The hearty laughter echoed throughout the villa, showing that Kapu really loved children. Kapu continued to ask, then has my strength become stronger? Did I finally capture that bastard Roger? Roa scratched his head and smiled, of course. You are a formidable presence and have captured many powerful pirates. Kapu laughed proudly. At this moment, Sengoku asked again, so how has our navy developed? Rosha pondered for a moment and said, the navy is constantly growing, but pirates are also emerging endlessly. The world situation remains complex and ever-changing. Sengoku nodded slightly, realizing that no matter when, the Navy's responsibilities are indeed heavy. By the way, are you both vice admirals? I see the ranks on your cloaks are both vice admirals. Rosha remained silent, but it was Jiwen who smiled and replied, yes, Marshal Sengoku. I am a candidate for admiral, and Rosha is a vice admiral. Just as Jiwen finished speaking, Sengoku's eyes lit up. What did you just call me? Sengoku. Marshal. Sengoku pointed to his own nose and asked, I became an admiral in the future? Rosha nodded affirmatively. That's right, you became an admiral in the future. Sengoku couldn't hide his excitement, his fists clenched great. It seems I didn't disappoint everyone's expectations. The young Garp patted Sengoku's shoulder, laughing, I knew you could do it. Rosha continued, however, the road ahead won't be easy. It's filled with various challenges and crises. Sengoku's expression turned serious. No matter what, I will do my utmost for justice and peace. The young Garp also showed his fighting spirit. With us around, what is there to be afraid of? At this moment, the young Garp stared intently at Rosha and asked, hey, did you use the power of the Tremor fruit on the warship before? Did that white-beard guy die in the future? Did you end up getting the Tremor fruit? Rosha was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head and smiled. He died, but my Tremor fruit isn't inherited from him. Oh, he died? How'd he die? Can you tell me? However, before Rosha could respond, Jiwen shook his head. No, Mr. Garp, we can't say that. Garp pouted, TCH, so mysterious. Rosha smiled and changed the topic. Anyway, you need to keep improving your strength. Sengoku said seriously, that's natural. We need to grow quickly to face future dangers. But, Rosha, how many abilities do you actually have? You've used several abilities already. You can't be a double fruit user, right? The young Sengoku had long wanted to know this, and since Garp brought it up, it was a good opportunity to ask. Rosha smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated this question. He slowly spoke, I do possess multiple abilities, but I am not a double fruit user. Both of them were taken aback, their faces filled with confusion. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Rosha decided to demonstrate directly. He placed one hand on the wooden table in front of him, and a flash of ice blue light appeared, covering the original wooden table with a layer of ice. Then he gently waved his hand, and the ice crystals covering the entire table shattered into countless ice shards that flew in all directions. This is the ability of the ice fruit, Rosha explained. The young Garp's eyes widened, and he seemed incredulous. Did Akiji die in the future? Rosha rolled his eyes at the young Garp, speechless. I'll explain later. Just wait for me to finish the demonstration. Oh, okay. Garp nodded obediently. Just as Rosha was about to extend his hand to release the Tremor ability, he suddenly retracted his hand and turned to Garp beside him. Old man, you come. I'm afraid I won't be able to control it and end up destroying this villa. By the way, remember to keep it small. You wouldn't want them to have nowhere to live, right? Saying this, Rosha released his ice power and created an ice wall not far from them. He pointed to the ice wall in front of him. Just hit that, old man. Garp laughed heartily and stood up, walking to the front. Kid, watch me. With that, Garp clenched his fist, and a faint light shield covered his fist. He gently punched the ice wall in the distance, and the air seemed to compress, forming a visible small shockwave that surged forward. In an instant, the thick ice wall was shattered. This is my Tremor power. How about that? Garp looked proudly at Rosha. Rosha nodded. Not bad, not bad. Your control is a bit stronger than mine. Ha, After all, I've studied the tremor ability for a long time. Unlike the atmosphere on Rosha's side, the two sitting on the other side of the sofa had stiff faces filled only with shock. This, Garp and Sengoku were astonished. Rosha smiled and said, "Don't rush to ask. I have more abilities, so hold your surprise for now." With a mischievous smile, Rosha's hand flashed with dark gray light, and an invisible glow wrapped around the young Garp. The next second, Rosha moved his palm, and the young Garp, who was originally sitting on the sofa, also moved. As Rosha's hand movements became faster, Garp's speed increased as well. One moment he was transferred to the wall, and the next he was back on the sofa. Rosha played for about 5 minutes, and just before Garp was about to get angry, he finally stopped his movements. Looking at Garp, whose face was slightly angry, Rosha quickly smiled. "Old man Garp, this is the space fruit's ability, space transfer. I was just joking." Garp snorted and sat back on the sofa. Sengoku took a deep breath and asked, "Rosha, who exactly are you? How can you have so many abilities?" Rosha shrugged. "I told you long ago. I come from the future. As for why I have so many abilities, you can think of me as a scientist who can create devil fruits. You can also regard me as a person with a special physique." Sengoku looked enviously at Rosha. "You little brat, possessing 3 devil fruit abilities. That's great. And you can control 3 such powerful forces." Rosha smiled slightly, crossing his arms. "That's just a part of it. In the future, I will master even more peculiar abilities, taking down Linlin and Kaido." Hearing this, Sengoku asked in confusion, "Linlin? Kaido? Are those 2 guys very strong in the future?" Rosha shrugged. "Anyway, I can't beat them now. Only the old man can. But don't get me wrong, when I say I can't beat them, it means it's 50-50. The young Garp was eager to try, wanting to see how he measured up against the strong ones in the future. Sengoku then pondered for a moment and said, "It seems we also need to look for our unique fighting styles. We can't be limited to our current abilities." Rosha nodded and hesitated. "Actually, you don't have to work so hard. I have a way to quickly gain power, and it's quite easy. However, the process isn't very pleasant, but the effect is significant." Upon hearing this, Jiuin and Garp both looked at Rosha. Jiuin asked, "Stinky Rosha, are you going to give Mr. Garp a devil fruit? Would it even be useful for Mr. Garp to have a devil fruit in this world?" "It's okay. This is still a pirate world. It's just uncertain whether he can gain the ability." Garp asked from the side, "What ability are you going to give the old man from the past? If it's not good, I won't agree. But you probably can't produce a top-level devil fruit right now, can you? The old man remembers that you seem to have been given several hundred devil fruits by that guy Sengoku, right? How many do you have left now?" Rosha awkwardly scratched his head, saying he really didn't have many left, but he still had some top-tier devil fruits. As Rosha spoke, the 2 people across from him showed curiosity. However, when Rosha glanced at Garp, who was staring at him wide-eyed, and then looked at his system pocket, he decisively shook his head. Rosha raised a finger and said, "Wait for me for a minute." The 2 across were taken aback, not knowing what he meant. But since Rosha had closed his eyes, they didn't want to disturb him. Everyone had to wait quietly for Rosha. As the seconds ticked by, Rosha slowly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, the light in his hand disappeared. Rosha looked around and said nothing. Instead, he took out a black pear-shaped fruit with spiral patterns on it, which was the tremor fruit. Garp's eyes widened when he saw the fruit in Rosha's hand. "What fruit is that?" "It's black, and I've never seen a black devil fruit before." "How do you have it?" Rosha smiled and said, "I created it. After all, this is the ability of the devil fruit. As for what fruit it is, if you believe me, then it's the tremor fruit." Hearing this, Garp was first taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Kid, don't joke around. The tremor fruit has long been possessed by Whitebeard. How could it appear here with you? Although you have the ability of the tremor fruit, don't say it lightly." Sengoku nodded in agreement. But Rosha looked serious and said, "I'm serious, and this one is for you. After all, I've given my old man one, so how could I not give you one?" Garp glanced at the fruit Rosha was offering and shook his head. No, this thing has many drawbacks. My iron fist can flatten any pirate." "Oh, then tell me what drawbacks it has. I'm curious." Seeing this, Garp cleared his throat and said, "First, this thing, from what Sengoku said, seems to taste worse than shit. I don't like that flavor. Second, this thing has side effects. It's not as good as my beloved iron fist." Hearing Garp say this, Rosha couldn't help but laugh. "Old man, your reasons are quite peculiar. but you know the power of the tremor fruit. If you have its assistance, it would be even easier for you to deal with pirates. Sengoku also advised, Garp, you might want to reconsider. After all, this kid came from the future. He doesn't seem like he's lying. Garp crossed his arms and snorted. Even if it is the real tremor fruit, I don't need to rely on such external power. My strength has been cultivated step by step. Rosha's eyes twinkled, and he said lightly, this fruit has no side effects. Even if you eat this fruit and jump into the sea, it's fine. Of course, the premise is that you must know how to swim. If you can't swim, then it's pointless. When Garp heard this, a glimmer of doubt flashed in his eyes. Really? No side effects at all? Rosha nodded vigorously. Absolutely true. This is a specially processed tremor fruit, different from the original. Sengoku also leaned in to examine the fruit carefully. Garp, maybe this is an opportunity. If what he says is true, it will greatly enhance your strength. Garp stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Humph, even if there are no side effects. Wouldn't eating this thing mean being restricted by the devil fruit, like being afraid of seawater? Rosha smiled and waved his hand. I told you. As long as you originally know how to swim, it doesn't matter if you eat this fruit and jump into the sea. Garp began to waver in his heart. He thought about how, if he had the power of the tremor fruit, he could eliminate pirates faster and protect civilians. After much hesitation, Garp finally reached out and took the fruit, saying, fine, I'll trust you this once. If I find out you lied to me, don't blame my iron fist for being ruthless. With that, Garp bit into the fruit, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Rosha sat across from him, watching this scene with satisfaction, and he and the others seemed to be subtly revealing mischievous smiles, as if they were anticipating something. As Garp opened his mouth wide and took a bite of the tremor fruit, juice sprayed out. However, what puzzled everyone was that as soon as young Garp took a bite, he seemed to be frozen in place, motionless, his eyes wide open as if he had encountered something incredible. After a minute or two, Sengoku, sitting next to Garp, finally grew impatient. He pushed Garp and said, look at you, what a loser. I've eaten the taste of devil fruits before. How could you be like this? Perhaps hearing Sengoku's words made Garp feel embarrassed, as he suddenly took a big bite of the devil fruit, then another and another, until he finished it completely. Just when everyone thought Garp would stand up excitedly after eating the fruit, he was instead making retching sounds. Rosha was speechless, gently rubbing his forehead. You old man are so stupid. Who told you to eat it all? One bite is enough. After about a minute, Garp finally returned to normal, sitting on the sofa with a slightly flushed face. Sengoku patted Garp's shoulder and asked, Garp, how do you feel? What do you mean, how do I feel? Did I gain any extra strength? Just like the power of the tremor fruit. Garp frowned, closed his eyes to feel for a moment, and suddenly opened his eyes wide, swinging his right fist. A wave of black tremor power erupted, instantly shattering the table in front of him. This power. Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. Rosha smiled and said, so, old man Garp, I didn't lie to you, right? And it's even the black tremor ability. Not bad. Garp laughed excitedly. Huh, with this power, let's see how those pirates can still be arrogant. Sengoku also showed an excited smile. Now our Navy's strength has increased quite a bit, and it really is the ability of the tremor fruit. Rosha shrugged. Of course, how could I, Rosha, lie? Garp excitedly said, with the added tremor ability, I can finally catch that Roger guy. Every time he runs away. Next time I meet him, I must catch him back. Hearing this, the Garp sitting next to Rosha also showed a smile. As expected of my past self, this is how it should be done, to catch that guy. Don't worry, don't worry. Sengoku looked at the excited two and reminded, don't celebrate too early. Although the power of the devil fruit is strong, you still can't let your guard down. Young Garp, you will need time to familiarize yourself with and master this new power. Garp waved his hand nonchalantly. I know, Sengoku, I still understand this point. At worst, I'll just go find Whitebeard for a fight to get used to it. Rosha sighed. This really is the old man's character. Garp glared at Rosha. You brat, just wait and see the old man show his might. At this moment, Sengoku looked at Rosha and asked, Rosha kid, you came from the future. It should only be a few years later, right? Why do you ask? Sengoku pointed at Garp, who was sitting next to Rosha, because that guy's hair was even blacker than the current Garp. He was dressed quite casually, like he was on vacation. Rosha turned to look, and indeed, Garp was wearing a floral shirt. Rosha turned back with a wry smile. We come from over 30 years later. As for why this old guy's hair is so black and his face looks so young, that's naturally because of me. Because of you? Exactly. Because I'm somewhat of an inventor. I gave the old man something to drink, which made him look about 30 years younger. After all, he was not at the Navy headquarters now, but at a Navy base located in the New World. Naturally, one had to be strong there. Otherwise, they could be attacked by pirates at any time. And I can't fight against such strong guys for the time being, so I need the old man. After listening to Rosha's explanation, Sengoku's eyes showed curiosity. Is the thing you invented really that amazing? Can be mass-produced? If so, the Navy's combat power would greatly increase. Rosha smiled slightly, revealing a mischievous grin, and then held up 3 fingers. 30 billion for each bottle. If you can afford it, then I won't sell it to you. After all, this belongs to the future. I won't change it. Garp, sitting next to Rosha, laughed heartily. Sengoku, don't get your hopes up. Besides, there should be someone like Rosha in this world, right? Garp turned to ask. Rosha shrugged. How would I know? Sengoku pointed at Rosha and then looked at Garp, asking, did this kid Rosha voluntarily join the military? Can you tell me how you met this kid decades later? Garp didn't speak, but nudged Rosha with his elbow. Seeing Rosha nod slightly, Garp then began to recount. I remember that it was, what year was it? I forgot, but I still remember the events. That time I tricked Sengoku and then took the sailors back to Windmill Village. When we were almost at Windmill Village, we encountered a deserted island. On the back of that deserted island, flames were shooting out, and those slashes nearly hit me as I passed by. After that, I rushed onto that deserted island. And under my persuasion, this kid agreed to join the Navy. That's it, but I don't know the specifics. After listening to Garp's story, Sengoku stroked his chin and began to think. It sounded like quite an interesting experience. So, Rosha kid, why were you alone on that deserted island at the time? And what was up with those flame slashes? Rosha shrugged. That's something you can't know, because I've already forgotten. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. All right, it seems you have your own secrets. Garp laughed heartily, but this kid hasn't been born yet, so knowing this is useless for you. That's fine. I can write it down and look at it decades later, then bring Rosha back. Sengoku said as he began to take out his notebook and write. Rosha smiled wryly, thinking to himself that the chances of this admiral's plan succeeding were slim because there couldn't possibly be another Rosha in this world. After all, I'm one of a kind. As Sengoku finished writing and looked up, he asked, by the way, Rosha kid, can you sell me a few of those youth-inducing things? When the time comes, we can drink it and catch pirates too. Rosha rubbed his chin and considered for a moment before saying, no, the impact of this thing is hard to estimate. If you misuse this potion, it might lead to unexpected consequences. Besides, this one is 30 billion. I might even raise the price. Sengoku sighed in disappointment. Yes, this is indeed too against the natural order. Rosha smiled slightly, his magnetic voice entering their ears. It is indeed against the natural order. After all, it can bring the dead back to life. In an instant, the air became quiet. Sengoku and Garp, who were sitting across from Rosha, widened their eyes in surprise, staring intently at Rosha. Rosha remained unfazed and even used his spatial fruit to take an apple and started eating it. His demeanor could be summed up in one sentence. You look at your things, I'll eat mine, it doesn't matter. After a long while, Sengoku regained his voice. Rosha, did you just say you can bring the dead back to life? How is that possible? Garp also looked at Rosha seriously. Rosha took a bite of the apple and said slowly, in the future, the technology one, Rosha, invented far exceeds imagination. But the materials for this potion are extremely rare, and the manufacturing process is complex. To this day, I haven't used it much, only a few vials at most. Sengoku took a deep breath. Even so, this is still something that goes against common sense. This kind of power will inevitably disrupt the balance of the world. Rosha nodded. That's why I won't use it lightly, nor will I sell it. This time I came to the past. I just wanted to see you as you once were. Just wanted to give a young Garp a good beating, but things didn't go as planned. I didn't expect him to be this strong. Although I won't sell it. I have used it on pirates in the future. As for who, guess slowly. Garp scratched his head. Then why did you tell us this secret? Rosha shrugged. Anyway, you can't get it. So what's the harm in saying it? Besides, I believe you won't spread it around. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances and nodded silently. At this moment, Garp, who was sitting next to Rosha, suddenly grabbed Rosha and said, "Kid, you gave that red-haired bastard some, didn't you?" "That's right, his arm healed perfectly. It just so happened to be for him. He and I have similar personalities, we get along well, and besides, he has money. If I dominate the pirate world, maybe he'll be the first one I snatch up." Garp, hearing this, punched Rosha. "You guy, thinking about dominating the pirate world. Let's see if I don't teach you a good lesson today." Rosha took a bite of the apple, not dodging or evading, sitting in place. Just as Garp's fist came down, it was blocked by a spatial barrier beside Rosha. Seeing that he couldn't hit Rosha, Garp simply withdrew his hand. It was just playful, and he naturally wouldn't take it seriously. After finishing the apple, Rosha wiped his mouth, stood up, and stretched. He then turned to Garp and Sengoku, saying softly, "It's about time to go. We've stayed long enough." Sengoku nodded slightly, while Garp mumbled, "That was pretty quick, but it's time to leave." The two of them said this while quickly moving to Rosha's side. At this time, the young Garp and Sengoku also stood up. Garp looked at the three of them and said, "Why so fast? I was hoping you'd accompany me to catch Roger. That guy would probably be very surprised to see another me." Rosha smiled. "Yes, we have to go back." Without saying much, "Thank you for coming, and also thank you, Rosha kid, for giving that old guy Garp the fruit." Rosha waved his hand. "It's fine, it suits him perfectly. However, after we leave, you mustn't go around spreading rumors." Young Garp scratched his head. "We definitely know that, but even if we say it, others might not believe us." Sengoku nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two had acknowledged it, Rosha stopped hesitating, quickly activated his spatial abilities, and a box-shaped space appeared around the three of them, isolating them from the two outside. As the spatial barrier unfolded, Rosha also took out the time machine that he had originally brought them with from the system space. The eerie blue time machine gave off a mysterious feeling. Rosha activated the time machine, and it emitted a low humming sound while dazzling blue lights flickered around. Young Garp and Sengoku curiously looked around at this magical sight. "I hope we have a chance to meet again in the future," Rosha shouted to young Garp and Sengoku. "We will, kid." Young Garp responded loudly. The blue lights surged instantly, enveloping Rosha, Garp, and Shiwan. In the next moment, they disappeared from their spot. The time machine traced a streak of light on the ground, rushing back to the direction they came from. In the time travel tunnel, Shiwan couldn't help but ask Rosha, "After we go back this time, will it be a long time before we can come again?" Rosha rolled his eyes at Shiwan, speechless. "Isn't that obvious? Besides, do you think the energy for our round trips can be produced on its own? Anyway, it might take a long time to make a trip, and by then, you might have already grown up," Rosha said with a lewd smile. Shiwan's face turned red as she angrily said, "You lecher, can't you be serious for once?" Garp burst out, laughing beside them. The time machine continued to speed through the spatial tunnel, and with a slight bump, it emerged from the tunnel. The three immediately looked around, and upon discovering that they were in the familiar G5, they each stepped out. Just as Rosha stepped down from the time machine, he saw a very familiar person in front of him. Rosha scratched his head. Admiral Sengoku? What are you doing here?" Admiral Sengoku shot Rosha a glare, then looked at the machine behind them. "Where have you three been? You've been missing from the base for several days. What if that bastard Kaido comes to attack?" Rosha was confused by Sengoku's words, but quickly grasped the crux of the problem. "Huh? Kaido came to attack? No, that's just a metaphor." Sengoku stepped forward, glanced at Garp, then at Shiwan, and finally looked at Rosha. "Where have you three been? And what is that thing behind you? It looks pretty nice." Rosha frowned in confusion. Didn't Kazan and Smoker tell you? If they had, would I have come to ask you?" Rosha silently praised Kazan and Smoker in his heart. These two were reliable, able to handle things without saying a word, even with the Admiral here. Good. Of course, Blood Phoenix was also good, very good. Then, Rosha helplessly shrugged. "In that case, I can only tell you that this is confidential, no comment." Sengoku's eyes widened. "Confidential? You three left your posts, and now you're telling me it's confidential?" Garp deliberately said angrily, "Sengoku, we're not going to tell you about this matter, and besides, there's nothing wrong now." Shiwan echoed, "Yeah, Admiral, no need to worry." Sengoku huffed, still looking skeptical. Rosha discreetly concealed the time machine underground, so Sengoku's gaze wouldn't be fixated on it. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached, and Rosha looked up to see a large group of people walking toward him. It was his subordinates, along with Smoker, Kazan, and Blood Phoenix. Blood Phoenix happily rushed over. "Boss, you're back." Rosha nodded, looking at everyone, feeling a warmth in his heart. At the same time, he thought to himself, so this little girl is like this here? It's not much different from she wants. After some pleasantries, Rosha finally took Sengoku to the resting area to sit down. The two sat facing each other, and Rosha raised an eyebrow. "Admiral, have you been very free lately?" "What do you mean?" "It's simple. Because I didn't give you a portal. You came by ship from the Navy headquarters, and I disappeared for just a few days, and you came looking for me. Is there something going on?" Sengoku looked at Rosha deeply and slowly spoke. "Someone wants to challenge you, and this has been reported by that idiot Morgans. And now, both pirates and the Navy are very concerned about this matter. Plus, you recently disappeared, so I came personally to take a look." At this point, Sengoku's expression became somewhat strange as he glanced at Kuzan and Smoker sitting beside him. "But these two guys blatantly deceived me, saying you went on vacation? No matter how I asked, none of your G5 soldiers, Smoker, or Kuzan said anything." Sengoku stared intently at Rosha. "So, did you go on vacation?" Rosha looked directly at Sengoku and calmly replied, "Let's talk about what's in the newspapers recently first. We should address that matter. I'm quite curious about that." Sengoku sighed and slowly said, "Recently, Mihawk has said he wants to challenge you." Upon hearing this, Rosha's mouth slightly curved upward. "Mihawk? Interesting." Sengoku's expression was serious. "Don't underestimate him. He is the strongest swordsman in the world today." Rosha waved his hand dismissively. "I know his strength, but it's just a fight. No matter what. I won't die from it, right?" At this moment, Blood Phoenix leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Rosha's, worriedly saying, "Boss, you have to survive." Rosha's face darkened, lightly tapping Blood Phoenix's head. "Little girl, how can you say that about your boss?" "Ouch, that hurts." Rosha turned and looked at the distant sea level, already making plans in his heart. "Admiral Sengoku, inform him that since he wants to challenge me, I accept. As for the location, it will be in this sea area, and I will completely freeze this sea area to ensure no one can disturb us." Sengoku frowned tightly. "Are you sure? There are no cover or shelters on the sea." Rosha smiled confidently. "No need, and I have conditions for fighting him." Sengoku asked, "What conditions?" Rosha clasped his hands behind his head. "It's simple. If he loses, he must join my G5 branch. As for any underhanded tricks or deadly means, he can use them as he wishes." Sengoku's eyes widened. "That might be hard for him to agree to, right? This guy is a loner. Do you think he would join the Navy?" Rosha, however, remained indifferent. "If he doesn't agree, then there's no need for this fight. Besides, it's not joining the Navy headquarters but my G5. Sengoku sighed, "All right. I will convey your words fully to Mihawk. As for whether he agrees or not, I don't know." Rosha shrugged. "That's fine, better hurry up. I still want to catch that Straw Hat kid. Can't delay." "You little brat want to go find the Straw Hat crew to play, right?" "What do you mean by capturing?" "If I wanted to capture you, I would have done it earlier." "All right, give me a random door first, and I'll head back to the Navy headquarters." Luo Xia casually took out a random door and handed it to Sengoku. "Hurry up, I'll be waiting for your news." Sengoku took the random door, opened it, and his figure disappeared. Watching Sengoku's back fade away, the Navy soldiers Sengoku brought looked at each other, bewildered. Luo Xia looked at these soldiers. Almost every one of them was tall and strong. Luo Xia grinned and slowly said, "Come here. Find all these Navy soldiers brought by the marshal." As soon as Luo Xia finished speaking, the soldiers who were training nearby instantly sprang into action with remarkable speed. In just a few minutes, all the bewildered Navy soldiers were tied up tightly and sitting on the ground, their faces reflecting nothing but confusion. Luo Xia even saw some restless soldiers slapping a few disobedient ones, the sound exceptionally crisp. Soon, a sturdy, dark-skinned G5 soldier came to Luo Xia, stood at attention, and saluted, sporting a lewd smile. "Boss, we have already captured all 50 or so people on the ship. As long as you give the order, we can kill or maim them. We'll do it for you." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent, and the bound soldiers began to tremble involuntarily. However, they did not shout. It seemed they were too scared to make a sound. After all, the G5 soldiers did not look like good people, except for Luo Xia. Hearing the soldiers' words, Luo Xia's face darkened, and he scolded, I only told you to bind them, not to kill them. Get out of here. You're annoying. How have I taught you? You must treat your Navy colleagues gently. You're so rough that you've scared them into silence. After reprimanding the soldier for a while, Luo Xia smiled and squatted in front of the bound soldiers, saying, I'm really sorry. That bastard spoke too roughly just now. I apologize for the inconvenience. The soldiers dared not even breathe after hearing Luo Xia's words. Luo Xia continued, You don't need to worry. I just want to ask if any of you have considered joining my G5 branch? The soldiers exchanged glances, and, for a moment, no one dared to answer. Seeing this, Luo Xia stood up, clapped his hands, and said, It's okay. You can think it over slowly. No need to rush your answer. Just then, Blood Phoenix bounced over, saying, Boss, they definitely want to dare to agree since they're following Marshal Sengoku. Luo Xia smiled. Little girl, that is not certain. Luo Xia waved his hand, and soon a soldier came to him, Boss. Have someone watch these people. They could be released once they agree. No one is allowed to act violently during this time. Anyone who dares to act violently can die. The soldier nodded nervously, understanding, Yes, boss. Luo Xia then looked at the soldiers and said loudly, Those who agree to join my G5 branch can come to me for a devil fruit. My G5 branch is really short on people. I consider this resource utilization not a threat. Upon hearing this, Garp, who was standing nearby, burst into laughter. You brat. At this moment, the person beside him bluntly said, These people might be cursing you in their hearts right now. They've probably never seen a navy like a bandit. Luo Xia pouted. I'm not a bandit. Have you ever seen a bandit who gives them fruits to make them stay? I'm giving them a chance to change their fate. If another Marine Forward war comes, they might not be of any use, to put it bluntly. They would just be cannon fodder. But with me, it's different. I can make them stronger. Upon hearing Luo Xia say so much, the bound soldiers showed a glimmer of interest in the devil fruit. One brave soldier spoke up, Can we really get a devil fruit? Luo Xia nodded, Of course Luo Xia, always deliver on my promises. The soldier gritted his teeth. All right, I'm willing to join the G5 branch. Luo Xia nodded in satisfaction, signaling his subordinates to untie him and take him to choose a devil fruit. With the first person taking the plunge, the other soldiers began to waver. Soon, a few more expressed their willingness to join. Just then, a pink random door opened beside Luo Xia, and Sengoku stepped out. Sengoku looked at Luo Xia and said, Mihawk agreed to your conditions. We will fight in the designated sea area 3 days later at noon. Luo Xia chuckled lightly. This guy is quite straightforward. Blood Phoenix anxiously tugged at Luo Xia's clothes. Boss, you must be careful. Luo Xia patted her head reassuringly. Don't worry, little girl. Then Luo Xia looked into the distance, gazing at the sea, and shouted, Prepare to welcome Hawkeye Mihawk. Notify everyone to block this sea area according to the plan and freeze it. The G5 soldiers immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, the bound soldiers began to whisper among themselves, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the upcoming battle, while also weighing whether to join the G5 branch for a devil fruit. 3 days later, Luo Xia sat on the frozen sea surface, next to a table laden with various delicacies from the pirate world, surrounded by Garp and other Navy officers. During these 3 days, Luo Xia and the G5 branch soldiers had captured all the pirates that were about to enter the sea area. No matter if they were there to watch the commotion or just passing through, as long as they were pirates, Luo Xia would directly order their capture, resulting in over 100 pirates being caught. Most of them were worth over 100 million. After all, those who could enter this sea area were barely strong enough. Otherwise, who would dare to come? However, they had already met their end midway. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Xia put down the grapes in his hand. Then his figure flashed and quickly disappeared from the crowd. When he reappeared, he had brought someone with him. Hawkeye? Since the area within 100 miles had been frozen by Luo Xia, and Hawkeye had arrived on a small boat, Luo Xia had to bring him over. Luo Xia nodded slightly at Hawkeye, who responded with a calm expression. The surrounding Navy soldiers felt the atmosphere tighten upon Hawkeye's arrival. Garp, however, broke the tension with a hearty laugh. Haha, you really came? This battle should be quite intense. Luo Xia yawned and pointed at the food on the table, saying, How about eating a bit? It's the same whether we fight after or not. Hawkeye glanced at the food and shook his head. Luo Xia shrugged and picked up a piece of meat to eat. Seeing this, Garp also came over to grab some food, saying as he ate, "If you two really fight, this ice surface won't hold." Luo Xia swallowed his food and replied, "It's fine. Anyway, I and Kazan have frozen the sea surface for 100 miles. But I'm curious, why did you want to challenge me? Shouldn't this be our first meeting?" Hawkeye nodded calmly. "That's right, this is our first meeting. I've only heard some rumors about you. Last time I heard from Red Hair that your swordsmanship is slightly stronger than his, so I made this decision on a whim. Moreover, if I don't duel with you, I feel my swordsmanship will stagnate." Hawkeye said calmly. Rosha smiled slightly. "I see. Then let's talk about the rules before we start." "Okay. Neither side can use any abilities other than swordsmanship, except for hockey. Anything related to swordsmanship can be used. The first to defeat the opponent is considered the winner." Rosha smiled faintly and pointed at Hawkeye. "If you lose, you have to join my G5 branch. How about that?" "Okay. Then, Rosha Admiral, have you finished stating your conditions?" Hawkeye asked. "I've finished. Now you can state your punishment. You can ask for anything, whether it's money or devil fruit." "I have plenty of money," Rosha said with a wealthy demeanor. However, Hawkeye shook his head. "I don't want your money, nor do I want your devil fruit." Then what do you want?" Hawkeye didn't speak, just smiled slightly as if he thought of something. And after a moment, he said slowly, "If you lose, I want you to join the Straw Hat crew." Rosha was taken aback by Hawkeye's request, then burst into laughter. "What? You actually wanted to join the Straw Hat crew? To become a pirate?" "That's right. After all, if you propose a regular condition, you probably wouldn't go all out. Only this way will you give it your all. What do you think? Agree? Or not?" Hawkeye said with a playful expression. "All right, I agree. If I lose, I'll just go be a pirate with the Straw Hat crew. What's the big deal?" The surrounding Navy members gasped, but Garp continued to eat with a smile. The atmosphere turned tense as Rosha waved his hand. "Don't worry, I will definitely win. If I lose, I'll take my G5 branch to become pirates as well. Then we'll specifically rob the Navy." The Navy soldiers smiled bitterly upon hearing this, but it was something their boss could actually do. Hawkeye and Rosha locked eyes, and both walked towards the center of the ice surface in unison. When they reached the center point, Rosha and Hawkeye drew their swords simultaneously, the blades reflecting cold light. The two exchanged glances, and an immense aura radiated from them, causing the surrounding Navy to unconsciously step back a few paces. Garp, however, continued to chew his food with interest, his eyes fixed on the two in the arena. Rosha launched the first attack, charging a Hawkeye like lightning with his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a cold glimmer. Hawkeye's gaze was stern as he steadily blocked the strike, the sound of metal clashing ringing clearly. Then, Hawkeye counterattacked, his swordsmanship sharp and precise, each strike aimed directly at Rosha's vital points. Rosha deftly dodged, the ice beneath them cracking under the pressure of the sword energy. After several exchanges, the two were evenly matched. Suddenly, Hawkeye shouted, "That sword you have, while I haven't seen it, should be on the same level as my sword. But the aura of the other sword at your waist is on the same level as my black blade Yuru. Why not use that one? Do you look down on me?" Rosha grinned. "That sword isn't something just anyone can wield." Saying this, Rosha evaded one of Hawkeye's powerful sword strikes, sliding back several meters. "But since you're so eager to see it, let me show you." Rosha slowly drew out his shura, and in an instant, a bloody aura filled the air as the sword was unsheathed, surrounded by a faint layer of blood mist. Hawkeye felt the pressure from this aura, his expression becoming more serious as he gripped his black blade, Yuru, tightly. Rosha, holding shura, suddenly released his conqueror's haki, which rapidly absorbed into shura, and gradually, the black-red aura on the blade became more intense. Rosha smiled slightly, raising the sword above his head and striking down fiercely. Seeing this sword strike, Hawkeye's pupils widened, and he mirrored the action with a powerful slash of his own. A blue sword energy clashed with the black-red sword energy, and the ice surface shattered instantly at the point of impact, a massive shockwave radiating outwards, forcing the surrounding Navy to brace themselves. Garp also stopped eating, seriously watching the arena. The sword energies clashed and held steady, with both Rosha and Hawkeye gritting their teeth, constantly pouring in their strength. Suddenly, Rosha's conqueror's haki surged. The the black-red glow on Shura becoming overwhelmingly bright, the black part swallowing the blue sword energy like a deep night sky. Hawkeye felt the pressure intensifying, but his years of swordsmanship experience allowed him to quickly adjust, and the black blade, Yoru, emitted a buzzing sound, as if resonating with its master's fighting spirit. Just as everyone thought the outcome was about to be decided, Hawkeye sidestepped the blow, and at that moment, Rosha vanished from sight and reappeared face-to-face with Hawkeye. Rosha chuckled softly, locking eyes with Hawkeye. "I didn't expect the world's greatest swordsman to dodge." Hawkeye maintained a stoic expression, tightening his grip on the black blade. "All's fair in war, especially since I just don't want to waste unnecessary energy. Also, what kind of sword is that in your hand?" Rosha's lips curled up slightly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Next, it won't be so easy for you." Saying this, Rosha flickered and launched another attack, his sword darting toward Hawkeye like lightning. Hawkeye lightly stepped back, simultaneously swinging his black blade to block Rosha's successive strikes. Blades clashed, sending sparks flying. The two moved at incredible speeds, the surrounding air buzzing with the intensity of their battle. Suddenly, Rosha spun his sword, shifting from thrusting to sweeping, unleashing a powerful blood-red sword energy that surged toward Hawkeye. Hawkeye's gaze sharpened as he wrapped his haki around his black blade, swinging forcefully to shatter the sword energy. Seeing this, Rosha pressed forward instead, leaping high into the air like a predator swooping down, shouting, "Look at my blade!" Hawkeye stood firm, ready to receive this fierce attack. Just as Rosha's blade was about to strike Hawkeye, Hawkeye suddenly vanished from sight. Rosha was taken aback, sensing a chill behind him. Realizing Hawkeye had used his observation haki to predict his movements and instantly flashed behind him for a counterattack. Rosha had no time to turn and defend, only managing to awkwardly block with the back of his sword. The impact was immense, causing Rosha's arm to go numb. After all, they had agreed before the battle that aside from haki and swordsmanship, no other abilities could be used, so Rosha naturally wouldn't break the rules. Rosha quickly adjusted his stance, rolling several meters forward with a rebound before turning to face Hawkeye. His hands gripped the sword tightly, eyes fixed on Hawkeye, radiating even stronger fighting spirit. "As expected of Hawkeye, but I haven't even used my full strength yet," Rosha shouted, a faint red glow enveloping his body, significantly enhancing his speed and power. He charged at Hawkeye like a red lightning bolt, this attack being even more fierce and chaotic, like a storm descending upon Hawkeye. Hawkeye remained calm and composed, responding to each attack with poise, waiting for Rosha to show a flaw to deliver a fatal blow. However, Rosha seemed to sense that these attacks wouldn't harm Hawkeye at all, quickly rolling away to create distance. Taking a deep breath, Rosha suddenly closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. At the same time, his mouth and eyes appeared to burn with a fiery glow, and each breath resonated with the energy of flames. Hawkeye sensed the impending danger, and his expression became serious. Rosha slowly raised his sword, Shura, and softly said, "This is the breath of fire that I unintentionally comprehended. Once unleashed, my explosive power, strength, and attacks will reach their peak. This is also my final strike. Success or failure hinges on this moment." After speaking, Rosha took a deep breath, and his conqueror's haki erupted fiercely, enveloping him with a breath of fire. The frozen surface of the sea began to crack and splinter, and even Rosha's feet seemed to melt into two footprints due to the breath of fire. With the full force of his conqueror's haki unleashed, the sword in Rosha's hand shone like a blazing sun. As time passed, Rosha's momentum continued to rise, as if he were about to break through the heavens. Hawkeye did not underestimate him. He pushed his armament haki to the limit, a black glow swirling around his black sword, resembling a deep nightfall. Rosha moved like a burning meteor streaking through space, wherever the breath of fire reached. Ice and snow melted, and seawater vaporized. This strike contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, aimed directly at Hawkeye. Hawkeye faced this terrifying blow, shouting loudly as he swung his black sword. In an instant, a massive blue crescent-shaped sword aura surged toward Rosha's black-red blood sword. The two collided, erupting in a brilliant burst of light, which engulfed both their figures. As the light dissipated, Rosha was seen kneeling on one knee, his hand holding the sword trembling slightly. At the same time, Hawkeye was also kneeling on one knee, gripping his black sword, with a fresh cut on his arm from Rosha's strike, blood dripping steadily. "What impressive guy," Hawkeye praised. Rosha smiled and sat down on the ground. "You're not bad either." At that moment, Garp and a group of others ran over to check on the two. Garp first looked at Rosha, noticing a deep, visible cut on his face with blood flowing down, making Garp gulp. "Are you all right, kid?" Garp asked hoarsely. Rosha shook his head, grinning. "This little injury is nothing." Garp sighed in relief and turned to Hawkeye, who had suffered a similar injury on his arm, but it appeared that Rosha's was slightly worse, given that one was on the face and the other on the arm. "You two really put on an impressive fight. And look at the battlefield. It's a mess." The ice surface was marked with countless cuts, as if ravaged by some monster. Hawkeye stood up and sheathed his black sword. "Rosha, you are truly remarkable. I didn't expect that a mere interest of mine could lead to such an extent of battle," he said sincerely. Before Rosha could respond, Garp shouted, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We need to determine the winner of this battle." Everyone fell silent, directing their attention to Hawkeye and Rosha. Rosha slowly rose, wiping the blood from his face. "I feel there is no winner in this battle." Upon hearing this, Hawkeye was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly in agreement. "Indeed. Although we both have injuries, we have not been completely defeated." Garp stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. "Since both parties say so, let us consider this match a draw." The surrounding soldiers nodded in agreement, though some sailors remained unconvinced about the outcome. Rosha approached Hawkeye and extended his hand. "Today's battle was exhilarating. I hope we have the chance to spar again in the future." Hawkeye shook his hand. "Definitely. Since I couldn't win today, I can't let you join my G5 branch then." At that moment, Rosha snapped his fingers, and in the next second, a senza bean appeared in Hawkeye's hand. Hawkeye caught the senza bean, looking puzzled. "What is this, Rosha?" Rosha explained, "This is a senza bean. Eating it can quickly heal your injuries. Consider it a token of respect from our encounter." Upon hearing this, Hawkeye did not hesitate and swallowed it down. Miraculously, the wound on his arm began to heal at a visible speed, and the strength he had lost quickly returned. The surrounding soldiers had long since grown accustomed to such scenes, as they often consumed senza beans when they were half dead. Seeing his injury recover, Hawkeye clasped his hands together. "Since the winner has been decided, I suppose I have no reason to stay here any longer. Farewell." However, Rosha stopped him, saying, "Wait, Hawkeye." Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Rosha snapped his fingers and laughed. "Where are you planning to go? I could take you there." After a moment of thought, Hawkeye replied, "I was planning to go back after finishing with you, but I was thinking of visiting Shanks. I wonder if you could take me there, Rosha." Rosha laughed heartily. "Perfect. It won't be a hassle to take you there." Rosha snapped his fingers, and the originally gray-white portal opened right in front of Hawkeye. On the other side of the door was the scene of Shanks and his crew holding a feast. Ironically, Shanks was dancing around the campfire, doing a strange dance. Upon seeing this, Rosha face-palmed in exasperation. "Ahem, Hawkeye, please." Hawkeye's mouth twitched slightly, but he stepped into the portal. As soon as he entered the banquet area, Shanks spotted him and greeted him warmly. "Hey, Hawkeye, what brings you here?" However, while speaking, Shanks noticed Rosha holding his forehead out of the corner of his eye. Rosha, long time no see. You haven't come to play in a while, and we just happen to be having a feast." Then Shanks shouted to his subordinates, "Boys, bring out the drinks." Just as Shanks finished shouting, he tried to pull Rosha in, but ended up grabbing air. Rosha waved his hand. "Let us skip it today. I just finished a battle and still have injuries." Shanks looked doubtful. "When did you become so weak? Your reputation has been booming across the seas lately." Rosha helplessly replied, "Have you drunk yourself, silly?" Beside them, Beckman couldn't hold back any longer and stepped beside Shanks to explain, "Boss, don't you remember? Rosha just had a duel with Hawkeye. Given the circumstances, it seems they just finished." Shanks burst into laughter upon hearing this. "I see. But that doesn't stop us from drinking. Come on, let us have a drink." As he spoke, Shanks reached out to grab Rosha. But just as he did, a strong hand caught Shanks. Shanks was startled and looked up to see Garp staring sternly at him. Clearing his throat, Shanks quickly shook off Garp's grip. "Well then, See you next time, Rosha. If you ever want to leave the Marines, make sure to choose our red-haired pirates as your first option. Red-haired Shanks didn't forget to provoke Garp a few words before leaving. Rosha just wanted to say, "Are you itching for fight? Be careful that the old man comes to your territory and catches you." Rosha shook his head at the closed door of the random door and turned to face Garp. Garp snorted, "You little brat. You tricked Luffy into becoming a pirate while I wasn't around, and now you want him to join your crew, you scoundrel. All right, old man, that guy's in here now. I think we should go back. And I feel like the wounds on my face have scabbed over." Garp came to his senses. "Oh right, your injuries are more important. Let's hurry back." Before long, everyone returned to the G5 base, because Jiyuan and Xiefeng were worried about the scars on Roshia's face. They specifically called in a doctor from the G5 base, but Rosha declined the doctor's good intentions. Instead, he took out a bottle of crystal clear, translucent green liquid from his space. Rosha casually poured it on his face, and the moment it touched his skin, he felt as if a warm hand was wrapping around his face. The pain from his wounds was gradually disappearing. The onlookers were all amazed at this scene. Kazan also praised, "I didn't expect such a serious injury could heal so quickly. My leg was treated this way back then, right?" "That's right, Kazan. Didn't you see that old Garp's white hair has disappeared? It's thanks to this stuff." However, as soon as Smoker finished speaking, he regretted it. The next second, his collar was grabbed by someone, and a hoarse voice rang in Smoker's ear. "You little brat, who are you calling an old man? Do you want to be hit by my meteor fist?" Smoker swallowed and smiled awkwardly. "Admiral Garp, I was just joking, a slip of the tongue." Garp snorted and let go of Smoker. "Next time, be careful with your words." Got it. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, I didn't expect everyone to be here." Jiyuan snorted, "Of course, you got hurt like this. How can we not be here? But this should be the biggest loss you've ever had, right?" Rosha laughed. "That's true. I didn't defeat him, just ended up in a draw, and got hurt so badly." Kazan said from the side, "Being able to draw with Mihawk is already impressive. Remember that kid who was picked up by Admiral Garp? He's already ahead of all of us." Rosha shrugged, "But that's not the result I wanted. Next time I must win. I initially thought I could get that guy to join my G5 base, but unexpectedly, he didn't even mention the draw in the end." Just then, a random door suddenly appeared on the originally flat ground. As soon as the door opened, Sengoku walked in. "How's it going, Rosha? Did you win? Where's Mihawk?" Sengoku asked so many questions as soon as he arrived that Rosha rolled his eyes and turned his head aside, too lazy to say a word to him. Sengoku looked around, and in the end, it was Jiyuan who explained, "Admiral, Rosha drew with Mihawk, so naturally, Mihawk didn't join our G5 base." Sengoku frowned. "A draw? Rosha, with your strength, it shouldn't just be a draw." Rosha replied angrily, "Admiral, are you looking down on me or overestimating me? Mihawk is not that easy to deal with." Sengoku shook his head helplessly. "Forget it. Let's not discuss this for now. I'm here to assign you an important task." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became serious. Sengoku continued, "I just received news that Blackbeard's crew is at Punk Hazard." Rosha frowned. "Admiral, what does that scoundrel have to do with me? Do you want me to lead a team to catch him?" Sengoku nodded and then shook his head because he made a deal with me when he contacted me. At this point, Rosha already had a good idea of what it was about. That scoundrel asked our Navy for a warship, and in exchange, he would give us the bounty of 320 million berries for Jewelry Bonnie, whom he just captured. Rosha raised his eyebrows. "Why does that guy need a warship? Isn't a raft good enough?" Sengoku crossed his arms. "Humph, that guy definitely has other schemes, but we must capture Bonnie. She's one of the supernovas with huge potential." Rosha glanced at Sengoku. "So you came here to have me take over Jewelry Bonnie?" Sengoku looked at Rosha with a determined gaze. "That's right. No one else is more suitable for this task than you. You're strong and cautious." Rosha shrugged helplessly. "All right, but I can't guarantee there won't be any trouble along the way. And when we get there, I want to catch Blackbeard too." Sengoku said seriously, "Blackbeard is not that easy to deal with. If you can capture him too, that would be even better." Rosha smiled and shook his head. "Admiral, you still underestimate my strength. I could take you down right now, let alone a little Blackbeard." Sengoku's face darkened. "Then you must bring Blackbeard back with you. That's the mission." Got it. Remember to send me the specific location of that guy, and this time I want to go by warship. After all, when playing with mice, you have to give them some breathing room." Sengoku glared at Rosha. The location information will be sent to you shortly. By the way, you should have a warship here, right? Yes, I have a few warships that I used when I came here, and I will drive the warship over. Rosha replied, and then turned around, looking around before finally fixing his gaze on the two. Smoker, Jing, you two come with me. After all, it's not a big pirate. Just pick two randomly. Gun and Smoker responded in unison, understood. Rosha nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to pick sailors with navigation skills, a female voice came. Captain, I want to go too. Xiafeng. This time it's just Blackbeard. No need for so many people. Xiafeng put her hands on her hips, looking stubborn. Captain, I've investigated Blackbeard. He's not a simple character. Having more people is always better. Rosha smiled helplessly. All right, since you want to go so much, then let's go together. Besides, it seems like he has quite a few crew members. Hearing Rosha's agreement, Xiafeng jumped up excitedly. Thank you, Captain. Soon after, a sailor came with the location information. Rosha led Smoker, Gun, and Xiafeng, along with Ace, onto the warship and headed towards Punk Hazard. Since this time, it wasn't a Kainu leading the team to catch Blackbeard. Rosha aimed to completely take down Blackbeard so that he could no longer make waves. Moreover, he had a devil fruit on him, and just thinking about Blackbeard's expression at that time made Rosha want to laugh. As time passed, the Navy led by Rosha was already approaching the shores of Punk Hazard. This time, Rosha was leading the team, and he didn't stand at the bow of the ship as arrogantly as a Kainu. Instead, Rosha leaned back on the deck. The warship quickly arrived at the shores of Punk Hazard. Rosha, along with Smoker, Blood Phoenix, Gun, and Ace, disembarked, while the remaining sailors stayed on the ship to guard its safety. After landing, Rosha and the others cautiously moved inland. The surroundings were still erupting with lava, and the entire island was extremely hot. Rosha complained, that bastard Blackbeard. Why didn't he set the location on the other half? It's so hot here. Even a little fat on his body isn't enough to withstand this lava. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Rosha vaguely heard a series of voices. Why haven't the Navy bastards arrived yet? If it weren't for my raft breaking down and being unable to sail, I wouldn't risk making a deal with the Navy. Admiral, what if they send an admiral? Should we run? Blackbeard paused slightly while eating a cherry pie and slowly said, an admiral isn't a big deal. What I'm most afraid of is Vice Admiral Qinglong. That bastard abilities are too strange. I've searched through all the devil fruit encyclopedias and couldn't find his devil fruit. Rosha motioned for everyone to stop and whispered, it seems Blackbeard is not far ahead. Blood Phoenix tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes full of eagerness. Smoker exhaled a smoke ring and whispered, Rosha, should we charge indirectly? Rosha shook his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. Let's observe first. In front, on an open space, Blackbeard was pacing impatiently, with Jewelry Bonnie tied up beside him. Several of Blackbeard's subordinates were lazily sitting nearby, each doing their own thing. At that moment, Blackbeard seemed to sense something and shouted, Are the Navy people already here? Stop hiding. Hearing this, Rosha stood up and slowly walked out, with the others following behind. Marshal D. Teach, I'm getting old. Are you ready? Blackbeard, upon seeing Rosha, seemed as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, retreating several steps with a terrified expression on his face. He forced a calm demeanor and grinned. So it's Vice Admiral Qinglong. I didn't expect it to be you. Ha, ha, Rosha sneered, less chatter. According to our agreement, hand over Jewelry Bonnie. And you and your crew aren't leaving here today. Rosha's eyes sparkled as he stared at Blackbeard's crew. Each of them possessed a devil fruit ability. Rosha looked at them as if they were gold. He clapped his hands and grinned, as expected of Blackbeard. You've quickly found the most suitable devil fruits for your crew, but after today, perhaps they won't have them anymore? Blackbeard gulped, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and his hand holding the knife began to tremble. He had personally experienced how terrifying Rosha's extraction was. In Blackbeard's mind, a strong power wasn't scary. What was truly terrifying was the ability to extract one's own devil fruit. Rosha noticed Blackbeard's actions and secretly found it amusing, deliberately taking a step forward. At the same time, Blackbeard's crew grew tense and took up fighting stances. Seeing this, Rosha scratched his head and sneered, Hey, Blackbeard, hand over that voluptuous woman next to you, and I might spare your life. What do you say? But before Blackbeard could respond, a loud female voice interrupted. Hey, you Navy guy over there, Who are you calling voluptuous? I have a name. It's Bonnie. Cut out. It's all the same. Just a prisoner. Shut your mouth. After scolding Bonnie, Rosha turned his gaze back to Blackbeard, and at the same time, his conqueror's haki gradually spread out. Blackbeard felt this powerful conqueror's haki, his expression slightly changing, but he quickly regained his composure. Qinglong, do you think you could take people away so easily? I'm not easily scared. If you bastard let us go, I might consider giving you this woman. Blackbeard clenched his fists, secretly gathering power. Rosha disdainfully snorted. Let you go? How is that possible? I've been looking for you for so long. How could I let you go? But it's rare that you have such a loyal partner. Burgess. But he's already been tortured by me to the point of no return. When Rosha mentioned Burgess, a flash of anger crossed Blackbeard's eyes, but that anger quickly faded. Ha ha ha. I'm destined to become the Pirate King. Weaklings should be treated like this. It took him so much effort just to get a burn fruit, but luckily Burgess didn't give me up. Otherwise, I'd probably be impaled down right now. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Rosha burst into laughter. With you think you can become the Pirate King? That's just ridiculous. Today, I'm going to take you all down. Saying that, Rosha unsheathed his sword, and a sharp sword aura shot towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard dodged to the side, and a deep sword mark was left on the small mountain behind him. However, Rosha had no intention of stopping with just one strike. In the blink of an eye, Rosha flashed forward towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard was not to be outdone. Darkness surged from behind him like a tide, sweeping towards Rosha. The two collided, creating a powerful shockwave that left the surrounding crew members staggering. Their fists collided, and two waves of Conqueror's haki spread out. Rosha's expression slightly changed. Oh, Conqueror's haki? Judging by its intensity, it should have just awakened not long ago. But people like you inherently possess the qualities of a king, so it's not surprising to have Conqueror's haki. At that moment, Bonnie took advantage of the chaos and quietly broke free from her restraints, attempting to run to the side. But this couldn't escape Jiyuan's eyes. After all, their mission this time was to retrieve Jewelry Bonnie. Jiyuan's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Bonnie. Jewelry Bonnie, come with us. Stop struggling. Jiyuan drew the knife at his waist, looking coldly at Bonnie. Just as Bonnie hesitated, Jiyuan decisively activated his ability, and a flash grenade struck Bonnie's forehead, causing her to fall flat on the ground. Having already been weakened when captured, she had no strength to resist against Jiyuan's enhanced ability. Meanwhile, the battle between Rosha and Blackbeard grew increasingly intense, with darkness continuously wrapping around Rosha's body, trying to drag him into endless darkness. However, Rosha appeared unconcerned, as the black whirlpool had no effect on him. Rosha grinned. Blackbeard, this move of yours won't work on me. Blackbeard gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to attack again, his body suddenly trembled, and his face turned extremely fearful, as if he had become stiff. Blackbeard looked down, and before him, Rosha was holding a purple black devil fruit. Rosha waved the dark fruit in front of him and laughed. Blackbeard, do you know what this is? Do you recognize it? Blackbeard swallowed hard, retreating 3 steps to maintain a safe distance from Rosha. Then he tried to use the dark fruit's ability, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't use it. Seeing Blackbeard's reaction, Rosha laughed loudly. Without the dark fruit, you're like a tiger without its claws. Blackbeard's eyes turned red, roaring as he charged towards Rosha, fully aware that if he couldn't retrieve the fruit, he was completely finished. However, Rosha easily sidestepped and kicked Blackbeard in the stomach, sending him flying like a cannonball to the ground. It was only then that Blackbeard, lying on the ground, realized that he had lost the darkness fruit. He immediately shouted, "You guys take down these Marines." However, even without his command, Smoker, Blood Phoenix, Jiyuan, and Ace had already engaged in battle with Jiyuan and his crew. Smoker and Jiyuan, who had consumed the fusion fruit, fought like 2 war gods in this battle. Even the top swordsman, Rain Zilu, struggled against Jiyuan and was completely overwhelmed. With Rain Zilu being suppressed, the other crew members with varying strengths were in an even worse situation. Some had already been electrocuted and lay charred on the ground. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard stood there dumbfounded, his eyes flickering. Rosha walked step by step towards Blackbeard, saying, "Blackbeard, your end is here." Blackbeard forced himself to remain calm. Humph. Even without the darkness fruit, I won't be easily defeated by you. At that moment, Blackbeard took advantage of Rosha's distraction, quickly forming a black spear in his hand and thrusting it fiercely at Rosha. However, this attack was so slow that it was almost laughable to Rosha. With a quick sidestep, Rosha disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, his hand was tightly gripping Blackbeard's neck. Rosha coldly stared at Blackbeard. I didn't expect you to have so many abilities. I really want to throw you aside and see what you're made of. You should be grateful that you used your second ability today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the idea of dissecting you. I want to see how you're different from a normal person. Blackbeard's face turned extremely ugly. He realized he might not escape today. Gritting his teeth, Blackbeard said, "Qing Long, even if I fall into your hands today, someone will take revenge for me in the future." Rosha sneered. "You won't have a future. Do you think your reputation at sea is that good? Revenge? Dream on." With that, Rosha threw Blackbeard onto the ground, creating a huge crack in the already hot surface. Rosha squatted down and carefully examined Blackbeard. "You just used the shadow fruit, right?" Blackbeard snorted coldly, refusing to answer, glaring fiercely at Rosha. "TSK, did you take out that guy Moria?" Blackbeard covered his chest, a faint smile on his face. "That's right. Heh, the devil fruit I have my eyes on. Of course, I will do whatever it takes to get it. Originally, I planned to use this fruit to escape, but I didn't expect to end up in your hands today. Ha ha. In this world, only the strong can speak. The weak have no right to speak." Hearing Blackbeard's words, Rosha frowned, clearly disagreeing with him. "Although what you said isn't wrong, it's not the whole truth. There are many moments when the weak can shine, such as courage, wisdom, and unity. It's not just absolute strength that represents everything," Rosha retorted. Blackbeard laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke. But after being beaten by Rosha, he coughed up blood again, looking utterly miserable. "Kid, you're really naive. In this sea, without power, you can only be at the mercy of others." As he spoke, Blackbeard's body suddenly shone with a golden light, but not the bright gold like Sengoku's Buddha, rather a dark gold. Jiyuan and the others, who had finished off Blackbeard's crew, stared intently at the changes happening to Blackbeard. Rosha tightened his grip on his sword, becoming alert. "Looks like you have a backup, Blackbeard." Blackbeard grinned, revealing his sinister teeth. "This is my last trump card, the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the monkey fruit, diamond monkey form. Today, I'll use you to test its power." "Mythical beast type? You really have a lot of abilities." Rosha cursed. At this moment, Rosha's desire to study Blackbeard's body reached its peak. If Rosha didn't have the system, he would only be able to consume one devil fruit. Even with the system, he had only been able to eat 3 devil fruits so far. If he consumed more, his body would explode immediately. Thinking of this, Rosha smiled bitterly and then looked at Blackbeard, whose body showed no signs of injury, as if he had been healed. Blackbeard's eyes, like those of a venomous snake, glared fiercely at Rosha. If looks could kill, Rosha would already be dead. Rosha grinned. "I didn't expect you to have so many secrets. If it weren't for my strength, you might have really tricked me." Rosha carefully examined Blackbeard's body and probed. "Why didn't you use this fruit earlier? Is it because you can't?" "I guess so. Your body can't handle the energy of 3 fruits, right?" Rosha poked at Blackbeard's sore spot with each sentence. Finally, Blackbeard roared and transformed into a gigantic diamond monkey, his muscles bulging and exuding a powerful sense of oppression. He suddenly lunged at Rosha with incredible speed. Rosha, watching the enormous dark gold giant monkey getting closer, momentarily forgot to dodge. Bang! With a single elbow strike, Rosha was sent flying over 100 meters. He crashed into the ground, creating a large pit before coming to a stop. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were filled with excitement. "It's really powerful." He stood up and stretched his limbs. The diamond monkey, transformed from Blackbeard, charged again, each step shaking the ground. Rosha took a deep breath, unsheathing his sword, Tiger's Hunt, knowing he had to use a blade against Blackbeard's violent abilities. Blackbeard's fist came crashing down heavily, and Rosha blocked it with Tiger's Hunt, causing a ripple of energy to burst forth. Blackbeard continued to press down with force, and at that moment, Rosha seized the opportunity, his figure flashing and appearing behind Blackbeard. He raised his sword and thrust down, but when the tip of his blade made contact with Blackbeard's body, it felt as if he had hit something extremely hard. and he was immediately knocked back. Blackbeard's fur was unexpectedly tough. Blackbeard swung his arm back, and Rosha hurriedly retreated. Frustrated, Rosha scratched his head and cursed. Damn it. This is bad. Just a monkey, and it has something like armor on its body. Meanwhile, Jin, Ace, Blood Phoenix, and Smoker hurriedly came to Rosha's side. Seeing them approach, Rosha asked, "Why are you here? What about the remnants of Blackbeard's crew? They've all been captured, don't worry." Rosha nodded, his eyes still fixed on Blackbeard's diamond monkey form. "Let's take him down together. This guy is tough to handle," Ace said first. Everyone drew their weapons and stood ready. However, Rosha waved his hand. "It's fine. You all step back. I'll handle him myself." But, seeing that they wanted to say more, Rosha snapped his fingers and directly teleported the four of them to a distance. Blackbeard, seeing this, let out a thunderous roar and lunged fiercely at Rosha. Rosha activated his spatial ability and instantly teleported to a distance. "Hey, although your defense is high, your speed is as slow as a pig, so you still can't kill me. What a pity. After all, there are no perfect fruits. You can't always maintain this state, can you? I just need to hold you down." The giant ape formed by Blackbeard angrily pounded its chest, producing a dull sound. Blackbeard's eyes were bloodshot as he recklessly charged at Rosha. Rosha calmly floated in midair, and at the same time, the Shura at his waist was instantly drawn. Holding the Shura's sword, its blade flickered with a cold light. The Conqueror's haki on him continuously rose until it reached a critical point and then stopped. "Let you taste the moves of the Pirate King." Rosha raised the Shura high in the air and shouted, "Divine Avoidance." A dazzling sword light slashed down, and the giant ape formed by Blackbeard raised its arm to block. However, this divine avoidance was incredibly powerful, directly cutting through its defense and leaving a deep wound on its arm that exposed bone. Blackbeard roared in pain, and his massive body swayed a few times. Seizing the opportunity, Rosha teleported behind Blackbeard again, concentrating all his haki at the sword's tip and thrust it fiercely. This time, it successfully pierced Blackbeard's back, and Blackbeard let out an unwilling roar as the dark golden light on his body began to flicker erratically. However, the next second, Blackbeard's originally towering body began to shrink slowly until it returned to its original form. But this time, Blackbeard was completely unconscious. Rosha sheathed the Shura sword and then plopped down on the ground, feeling somewhat weak. The four people who were a distance away hurried over to support Rosha, their eyes full of concern. Rosha took a moment to catch his breath and wave his hand to indicate he was fine. Then he stood up and walked toward the unconscious Blackbeard, crouching down and murmuring to himself, "How many secrets does this guy hide?" At this point, Rosha's expression darkened, and he immediately cursed, "Damn it, I almost fell for it this time. If it weren't for my sword skills, I would have been wiped out. Blood Phoenix, hurry over and handcuff him." Upon hearing the call, Blood Phoenix quickly ran over, but she had nothing in her hands, instead looking at Rosha with her big eyes. "Boss, I'm a devil fruit user. If you want handcuffs, you shouldn't be asking me." "Oh, I forgot, sorry. Saying this, Rosha snapped his fingers, and soon a pair of C-prism stone handcuffs, leg irons, and chains appeared on the ground. However, before that, Rosha needed to extract all of Blackbeard's fruit abilities to prevent any accidents on the way back. This time, Rosha wouldn't return them. Without hesitation, Rosha sat down beside Blackbeard, his hand glowing. In a swift motion, Rosha plunged his hand into Blackbeard's chest and pulled out two glowing orbs. About a minute later, a black devil fruit and a golden devil fruit were placed in front of Rosha. Rosha smirked, "Damn it, let's see what this guy can do now." He didn't know where Blackbeard had found these fruits that weren't in the illustrated guide. Rosha stood up and placed the two fruits into the system space. "Smoker, tie this guy up and make sure to tie him tight. I'm afraid he caused trouble on the way back." Smoker took a puff of his cigarette and nodded, "Got it." While Smoker was tying up Blackbeard, Rosha followed Jiuyin and the others to the front of Blackbeard's crew, who were not far away. At this time, all 6 crew members were handcuffed with C-prism stone cuffs and tightly bound with ordinary iron chains. Among the 6, only Ranji Shilio was still conscious. Rosha smiled faintly. "I didn't expect you to be so heavy-handed. It's been so long, and only this bastard is still awake." Rosha walked up to Ranji Shilio, crouched down, and examined him. "You've got some guts. While the others have passed out, you're still awake." Rain Xi snorted. Damn Navy, don't get cocky. Blackbeard 1T let you off. Rosha laughed heartily. He can't even save himself right now. What is he going to do to me? After saying that, Rosha grabbed Rain Xi's chin, forcing him to look directly at him. However, I can give you a chance. Betray Blackbeard and join my side as my punching bag. Rain Xi's eyes widened as if he had heard the biggest joke. Your punching bag? Do you want to die? Just then, there was a sound of chains scraping the ground and Smoker's voice behind them. Qinglong, Blackbeard is tied up. Rosha stood up and dusted off his clothes. Then let us go. We can take these guys back to report. At this point, Rosha seemed to think of something and immediately closed his eyes. The next second, Rosha waved his hand, and Blood Phoenix quickly walked to Rosha's side. Boss, what is up? About 300 meters ahead, go catch that fleeing woman. After receiving her orders, Blood Phoenix transformed into a shadow and dashed forward. After a short while, sound of fighting could be heard. However, none of Rosha and the others intended to go, as they all knew Blood Phoenix's strength. That mere Joel and Bonnie was no match for her. They were right. Not long after, Blood Phoenix returned, carrying Joel and Bonnie on her shoulder. Oomph. This woman just tried to escape, but I caught her. Rosha smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up to Blood Phoenix. Good job. Since we have her, we should leave. The group began to head back with their captives. After an unknown amount of time, the warship had returned to the G5 branch's port. As soon as the ship stopped, Rosha was the first to disembark, followed by a bunch of Blackbeard's crew members tightly bound like Zhongzi. Of course, the ones who were still unconscious were dragged by the Marines on the ship, one leg on the ground. At first, these Marines wanted to carry them up to the island, but Smoker interrupted their thoughts. Pirates don't need to be shown mercy. Just drag them. Hearing Smoker's tone, the Marines readily complied. If they didn't they would be asking for a beating. Meanwhile, Sengoku and the others, who were chatting on the island, rushed to the shore after hearing the Marines' hurried report. When they saw Rosha's tattered clothes and bloodstains on his face, they were all astonished. Garp stepped forward and grabbed Rosha's shoulder, asking, Kid, what happened? Who did this? Who else? I was tricked by him. Rosha didn't elaborate and directly plopped down on the ground. Seeing Rosha's fatigued expression, the others didn't press further. They could ask him later. As everyone disembarked from the ship, when the last one, Jin, came down, everyone was filled with surprise and curiosity, because Jiyuan was holding a box made of ice. Since the box was semi-transparent, they could easily see what was inside. Moreover, the box was quite large. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Rosha interrupted. Hey. Haven't you ever seen a devil fruit? Did you not see me bring back the Blackbeard crew? Garp patted Rosha on the shoulder and praised. Not bad. Kid, you look like you've had a hard time. Fortunately, you didn't die at his hands. Otherwise, I would have to kill those bastards no matter what. Old fart. You're the one who would be dead. What did you say, you brat? As Rosha rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight Garp, a Marine rushed to Rosha's side and shouted, Report, boss, should we throw these guys in the prison? That's right, lock them all up. No one is allowed to let them out without my orders. Yes. As several Marines took the Blackbeard pirates away, everyone shifted their gaze from the Blackbeard crew to the box in Jiyuan's hands. Sengoku stepped forward to inspect the devil fruits encased in ice, frowning slightly. Could these all be the devil fruits of the Blackbeard crew? Rosha sneezed. That's right, I took them all from them. Wow, so many? Sengoku was quite surprised. Jiyuan then said, There are a total of 9 fruits inside. Sengoku looked at these fruits and suddenly asked, What kind of fruits are these? Before Jiyuan could respond, Rosha was the first to say, As a Marine Headquarters Admiral, don't you even look at the criminals on those wanted posters? Sengoku's expression darkened as he coldly snorted. Of course I've seen them, but these devil fruits are so varied that I didn't recognize them first. Rosha chuckled, picked up one fruit and shook it, saying, This one I took from that ugly woman. It seems to be called the Zoan type, mythical beast, Inu noMi, Kaibai no Kitsune form. I suppose I don't need to explain what happens after eating it, right? Jiyuan also leaned in, pointing at another fruit, saying, This one is the teleportation fruit. It allows for short-range teleportation, and the more it's developed, the farther the teleportation distance. The two continued to introduce the fruits until they reached the golden-colored devil fruit, at which point Rosha suddenly sat down on the ground, indignantly saying, This one is a Zoan-type mythical beast Kong in form. However, I don't know the specific name. It's not listed in the encyclopedia. It's also because Blackbeard hid this one that I almost got taken down there. Sengoku raised an eyebrow, realizing that Blackbeard indeed had deep secrets. Rosha rubbed his nose. That's right. Who would have thought he was a 3-fruit user? I initially thought I could easily end the fight, but I nearly got killed. Jin, beside him, gently stroked the knife in his hand, thinking that at least the crisis was averted. Just then, Sengoku's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the golden devil fruit in Rosha's hand. Kid, how about you give me that fruit in your hand? Upon hearing this, Rosha immediately hugged the fruit tightly, looking warily at Sengoku. Old man, you wish. This is my hard-earned loot. Why should I give it to you? Sengoku's face turned serious as he said, You brat. This fruit will only go to waste in your hands. It can serve a greater purpose in mine. Besides, your G5 branch already has devil fruit users. Do you really need more? Rosha scoffed dismissively. I don't care, everything else is fine, but not this one. No, not any of them. I'm still thinking about my experiments. I can't do without these devil fruits. When the time comes, I'll be stronger. And I'll move the G1 branch under your jurisdiction over here. If I can't move it, it's fine to give those fruits to them. Hearing Rosha's words, Sengoku was furious, his beard bristling. You brat, truly lawless, daring to covet the G1 branch. Rosha shrugged nonchalantly. Admiral, I'm just enhancing the strength of the G1 branch. How can that be considered coveting? Besides, right now, I can only destroy. I can't control such a large island. Seeing this, Jiwon hurriedly intervened. All right. You two stop arguing. Since Rosha values this fruit so much, Admiral, don't push it. Sengoku shot a glare at Rosha, feeling reluctant, but knowing he couldn't force it. Just as the atmosphere became slightly awkward, Rosha suddenly had a glint in his eye and said with a sly smile, Admiral, why find the right person to eat this fruit? I'll synthesize a few more fruits to send over to you. That works, then I'll trouble you. Rosha waved his hand. No problem. Just write me an IOU when the time comes. All right, got it. After sorting out these trivial matters, Rosha returned to his room and started to nap soundly, along with Jun. Soon, the next morning, Rosha stretched lazily and then walked outside. The reason for getting up so early was naturally to check on those bastards captured yesterday. Rosha lazily walked to the G5 prison, and the Marines originally stationed there immediately stood up straight and saluted upon seeing Rosha's arrival, performing their actions seamlessly. Rosha nodded and smiled. Nothing happened last night, right? The Marine replied, Report, boss. Last night the Blackbeard crew in the prison was quite rowdy, constantly threatening me. So I found a metal rod and gave each of them a whack on the head. Didn't expect them to be so rowdy. Well done, keep it up. There's no need to hold back with people like them. Even if you killed them, it wouldn't matter. Rosha said, hearing the Marine's excited tone, Yes. Thank you for the praise, boss. All right, you can go rest now. I'll take a look at these scoundrels. Rosha waved his hand, letting him leave. The Marine obediently walked away. After he left, Rosha clicked his tongue, thinking that these guys really had gotten too bold. They dared to threaten my men, even on my turf? However, despite Rosha's thoughts, the people in each cell showed no signs of waking up, indicating they must have been hit quite hard yesterday. Rosha checked each cell, and when he saw Blackbeard teach, he couldn't help but sneer. He opened the cell, squatted down, and slapped Blackbeard's face hard. Hey, wake up. Blackbeard groggily opened his eyes. When he saw Rosha, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a foolish, ingratiating expression. Vice Admiral Qinglong, spare me. Blackbeard shamelessly pleaded. Rosha scoffed. You're still begging for mercy? You're a 3-fruit user, and you're begging me? Don't play dumb with me. You probably forgot how you knelt and begged Whitebeard for mercy during the Marine-Ford War, right? A hint of embarrassment crossed Blackbeard's face, and he quickly defended himself. Vice Admiral Qinglong, everyone has their pursuits. Before Blackbeard could finish his grand philosophy, Rosha impatiently interrupted him. Your pursuit is betrayal? Is it to stop at nothing? Blackbeard lowered his head, and after a moment, raised it again, his eyes gleaming with madness. I'm just after power to stand at the pinnacle of the world. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only the strong can set the rules. Rosha stood up, looking down at him. What you call the path of the strong is filled with deception and bloodshed. That is not true strength. At this moment, the low voice of Shiryu of the Rain from the adjacent cell sounded. Vice Admiral Qinglong, Do you think you are so noble? Are all Marines good people? Rosha walked toward Shiryu of the Rain and calmly said, "The Navy may not be all good people, but we maintain the basic order of this sea. And you pirates, burning, killing, and plundering, are guilty of all sorts of evils." After saying this, Rosha sat down in the corridor of the prison with a smile on his face, saying, "Enough of the nonsense. Today, either Blackbeard dies or he gets thrown into impelled down by me. As for you, Shiryu of Arain, I suppose Magellan misses you." Upon hearing this, Shiryu's expression changed. He naturally knew what Rosha was talking about. Back then, he was the chief warden of Impelled Down, and Magellan was the director. At that time, he would kill a prisoner every so often, and after Magellan failed to dissuade him, he directly locked him up. If he went back to Impelled Down, who knows how Magellan would deal with him? At this moment, Rosha's voice sounded again. "Before I send you in, I'll cut off your tendons. After that, I don't know how Magellan will treat you." Shiryu gritted his teeth and said, "Rosha, don't go too far." Rosha sneered, "Go too far? When you pirates were committing all sorts of crimes, didn't you think about how excessive you were?" Shiryu's eyes flickered as he began to devise a way to escape. However, before he could come up with a plan, a sound of footsteps reached the ears of the group. The footsteps approached quickly and soon arrived in front of Rosha. Rosha looked up and said, "Oh, Ace, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the name Ace, Blackbeard, who had appeared like a dead dog, instantly widened his eyes. He strained to lift his head, and, upon seeing that the face of Ace was not the one he was familiar with, Blackbeard seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Boss, I came to see this bastard." Rosha nodded, and then turned his gaze to Blackbeard with a cold smile. "You feel relieved seeing that it's not the Ace you know?" Blackbeard huffed, but did not speak. "Ace, go and prop that bastard against the wall, so he can see your face clearly." "Got it, boss." In the next moment, Ace walked straight into the cell, grabbed the iron chain, and slammed Blackbeard against the wall, allowing him to see clearly. Then, under Blackbeard's suspicious gaze, Ace took off his mask, and his originally handsome face transformed into the one Blackbeard was most familiar with. What? Why you have that face?" Blackbeard was dumbfounded, recalling that during the Marineford War, Akainu indeed killed Ace, but why was there another Ace now? Rosha looked at Blackbeard's shocked expression and slowly explained. "What you see now is what your heart desires. The real Ace has been resurrected. Do you think I took Ace's body back for no reason? I have plenty of tools. Resurrecting a person is nothing. Although the cost was a bit high, I'm satisfied with the results so far." Rosha chuckled lightly. "How about it? Seeing Ace is enough to torment you, right, Teach?" Blackbeard's eyes widened, angrily shouting, "You despicable bastards!" Ace stood coldly to the side. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain quietly moved towards the prison exit, while everyone's attention was focused on Blackbeard. However, Rosha had long noticed, and, with a quick slice of spatial cutting, Shiryu's tendons were severed, blood spilling everywhere. "Are you out of your mind? Want to run?" "Not that easy. Since you chose to associate with a guy like Blackbeard, you have to bear the consequences." Realizing that escape was hopeless, Shiryu could only glare fiercely at Rosha. Meanwhile, Blackbeard was still immersed in the fact of Ace's resurrection, muttering impossible repeatedly. Rosha said to Blackbeard, "Enjoy your last moments. This is the outcome of your betrayal of the White Beard Pirates." Ace stepped in front of Blackbeard, his eyes filled with disgust. "Teach, from the moment you betrayed Dad Whitebeard, you should have expected today." However, at this moment, Blackbeard grinned. "Ace, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too naive. This world is survival of the fittest." Hearing Blackbeard's words, Ace snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Using such despicable means to seize the devil fruit ability, what kind of strong person does that make you? As he spoke, flames ignited on Ace's fist. Rosha raised his hand to signal Ace to stop. "Don't rush. I need to study this guy's body carefully. I can't let you ruin it." Although Ace was reluctant, he still lowered his fist. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Rosha and Ace heard the sound of soldiers talking. "It seems someone has woken up. Once we deal with Shiryu, we should head out." Saying this, Rosha raised a finger, a glow flashing at his fingertip. The next second, a series of crisp sounds echoed in the prison. Rosha directly severed Shiryu's tendons, causing his screams to be particularly loud. Outside, hearing the noise, the soldiers and Sengoku quickly arrived at the prison. and Ace also quickly put on his mask to avoid being seen by Sengoku. Tap, tap, tap. When Sengoku reached the prison door, Ratchet was sitting in the corridor of the prison, smiling and waving, as if nothing had happened. Sengoku arrived before Ratchet, looking around, and finally stopping at Shiryu of Arain. Sengoku asked, Ratchet, what is going on? Why is there so much blood frozen on the ground? It's simple. I think this guy is a menace, but my G5 prison doesn't just take anyone. Today, I will send these few people to impel down. However, it doesn't matter whether this guy has a devil fruit or not, so I cut off his tendons. Finally, Ratchet pointed at the blood on the ground. But this guy left a pool of blood, so I had to freeze it. After all, I just changed into a new Navy coat and don't want to get dirty. Sengoku frowned. Ratchet, you're still so impulsive in your actions. However, sending them to impel down is good. It saves us from causing trouble here. Well, when you leave, Marshal, take away all of Blackbeard's crew except for Blackbeard himself. I don't want too much trouble. It's more important to increase our strength. Sengoku nodded. That's all right. Ratchet stood up and dusted off his clothes. I've finished my business today. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Just as Ratchet was about to leave with Ace, Sengoku said just in time, I need to hurry back to the Navy headquarters. I'll take away the pirates you want to imprison and impel down. Ratchet nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Marshal. Soon, Ratchet ordered people to drag all of Blackbeard's crew out, and Sengoku also took Shiryu and others away from the G5 branch. This time, Sengoku opened a door, and outside was the scene of Impel Down. As Sengoku and a group of pirates stepped out of the door, the gates of Impel Down suddenly opened, and Magellan and Hannibal walked out, followed by a group of subordinates. The two quickly approached Sengoku. Marshal, leave these guys to me, Magellan said with a serious expression. Zhangwa nodded and said, take good care of them and don't let anything go wrong, especially that guy Shilio. Magellan replied, don't worry, Marshal. At the same time, Magellan shot a sharp glare at Shilio, with a barely noticeable smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Magellan's expression, Yuji Shilio, who was already in a bad mood, had his face turn extremely ugly. On the other side, after delivering the criminals, Zhangguo wasted no time and returned to the Navy headquarters. The crowd watched as Marshal Zhang was back disappeared into the door before retracting their gazes. Kid, is it really okay to keep these guys and impel down? Garp asked with some concern. Luo Xia pondered for a moment and replied, Impel Down is known as an impregnable prison. It's definitely fine to keep them there. Besides, I've taken away all their powers. If they dare to escape, I will personally go and catch them back. After hearing Luo Xia's words, Garp scratched his head and laughed, haha, that's true. Meanwhile, inside Impel Down, Magellan was commanding his subordinates to separately confine the prisoners. Shilio was locked up alone in a specially designed cell, looking at Magellan with a venomous gaze through the bars. You better pray that I stay locked up here, Magellan. Magellan snorted coldly. Just stay obediently. Without your powers and with your tendons severed, you can't stir up any trouble. Moreover, even if you die now, it won't matter. The higher-ups won't hold me accountable. However, I won't let you die that easily. At least you should try my poison, right? Upon hearing Magellan's words, Shilio's face twisted with a hint of ferocity. Humph, Magellan, don't be too proud too soon. However, Magellan merely glanced at Shilio's miserable state and left without saying a word. At the same time, in the G5 branch's open area, Luo Xia was dragging Blackbeard with one hand, the sound of his face scraping against the ground sending shivers down people's spines. The nearby sailors couldn't help but shudder. Luo Xia tossed Blackbeard on the ground, and Blackbeard lifted his dusty face, glaring viciously at Luo Xia. Kid, do you think this can defeat me? My ambition won't disappear because of this little setback. Luo Xia sneered. Teach, your time has passed. Now you're just a loser. Besides, you're really foolish. Clearly weak, yet you say such motivational words. It's really laughable. Blackbeard, enraged by Luo Xia's mockery, shouted, What do you know? I will reclaim everything that belongs to me sooner or later. Luo Xia crouched down, looking directly into Blackbeard's eyes. That's a matter for the future. For now, just shut your mouth. I'm going to study your body properly. After saying that, Luo Xia didn't wait for Blackbeard to say more and ordered someone to gag him. Then Luo Xia approached Garp and asked, Old man, where's your grandson now? Garp scratched his head in confusion. Why are you looking for that troublemaker? It's nothing. Just wanted to see where this guy is causing trouble again. I want to pick up some scraps. After all, Da Flamingo is a cautionary tale. I don't want to fight those monsters. It's exhausting and difficult. Garp rolled his eyes at Luo Xia and said, how would I know? But since the newspaper hasn't reported anything, he is probably taking a break. All right, since I can't pick up scraps, let us go somewhere else first. Luo Xia laughed. Where are you going this time? Luo Xia thought for a moment and scratched his head. I don't even know the name of that island. Garp widened his eyes. You don't even know where you're going and you want to set off? Jiuan beside them didn't say anything, but his slight shrug indicated his current mood. Luo Xia smiled awkwardly. I don't know the name, but you should know, right? I'm going to Vegapunk's place. After all, that guy wanted me to visit before. Coincidentally, this time I caught Blackbeard, and I'm very interested in his body, so I might as well go take a look. When Garp heard it was to find Vegapunk, he nodded. Oh, it's that guy. He indeed has a lot of interesting things there. Luo Xia turned to Jiuan. Jiuan, let us go together. Jiuan thought for a moment and then nodded. Sure. It's also training here. At this moment, Luo Xia asked, by the way, since we're going, do you know where that guy is? I seem to remember. That guy's always been on Egghead Island, but I haven't been there yet. Luo Xia rolled his eyes at Garp, thinking, the old man hasn't been there, but talks so much. Then Luo Xia turned his gaze to Jiuan, but this time he was disappointed again. Sorry, I haven't been there either. Luo Xia pulled at the corners of his mouth. Is there really no one on our island who has been to Egghead Island? Luo Xia looked around, and everyone he made eye contact with shook their heads. Even the former Marine Admiral was the same. Hey, Smokey, have you been there? Smokey shook his head. I haven't been there. That place is too boring. Luo Xia sighed helplessly. All right, then I can only use the old method. I'll grab someone over. Luo Xia rubbed his chin. Let me think. That guy, Kizuru, has his own scientific team. He should have been there, right? The more Luo Xia thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and he immediately activated the any door. As soon as the any door opened, Luo Xia jumped in, and when he returned, he was holding someone in his hand. That person was still saying something. Vice Admiral Qing Long, it's rare for the sea to be so calm. I don't want to go to work. Luo Xia shrugged and released the person, then asked Kizuru, you know where Vegapunk is, right? What do you want with him? Luo Xia pointed at Blackbeard, who was tied up like a dead dog beside him, and then snapped his fingers, producing a golden yellow devil fruit in his hand. I want to see the smartest person in the world, and, at the same time, give that little guy a devil fruit. Kizuru looked stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, you're not talking about that guy. Momonosuke, are you? That's right. The last time we met. I remember he came to ask me for a devil fruit. Luo Xia played with the golden yellow devil fruit in his hand and continued, coincidentally. I just had a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. It fits that little guy perfectly. Plus, Vegapunk invited me over before, so I want to take a look. Kizuru squinted his eyes and sized up Luo Xia. You always do unexpected things. Vegapunk is on Egghead Island, but that place isn't easy to find. Luo Xia smiled confidently. As long as you've been there, it's fine. Kizuru was taken aback and slapped his forehead, almost forgetting, you have the any door. Exactly. So I'll have to trouble you, Admiral Kizuru, to take us there. Kizuru nodded. Sure, but it's just opening a door. Then Luo Xia waved his hand, and a tightly closed any door appeared in front of Kizuru. Kizuru didn't hesitate, stepping forward to open the door. In the blink of an eye, Kizuru led the group through the any door and entered Egghead Island. Roxia glanced around, and the first impression he got was a sense of futurism. Indeed, it felt advanced. As soon as they landed on the island, a group of mechanical creatures surrounded them. Roxia and the others stood ready. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded. Welcome to Egghead Island, Mr. Roxia, Mr. Kazoo, Mr. Garp, and Miss Xuan. Roxia frowned. You know us? The mechanical voice replied again. As soon as you stepped onto Egghead Island, Dr. Vegapunk was already aware of your arrival. Please follow me. The doctor is waiting for you in the laboratory. The group followed the mechanical creature to a huge laboratory filled with various strange instruments and devices. Dr. Vegapunk was standing in front of a large screen, and upon seeing them enter, he turned around and welcomed them. Before Roxia could greet him, Vegapunk rushed to Roxia and tightly grasped his hand. His eager gaze made Roxia feel slightly uncomfortable. Roxia struggled to pull his hand away from Vegapunk's grasp. What are you doing, you big-headed old man? Roxia said speechlessly. Before Vegapunk could respond, Garp punched Roxia lightly and said, You brat, why are you calling him a big-headed old man? TC, I didn't say stinky. I bet you wanted to call him old man for a long time, didn't you? Roxia smirked. Seeing Roxia still daring to talk like that, Garp immediately rolled up his sleeves, but Vegapunk waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine, it's fine. This Rear Admiral Roxia is quite a talent. He can be called whatever. Vegapunk rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, I've been waiting for you for so long. I know about your inventions. Each one has a significant impact on the world. I just didn't expect that there would be such devil fruit abilities in the world. Roxia waved his hand modestly. It's nothing. These things are not worth mentioning. By the way, have you studied the things I made, big-headed old man? Vegapunk rubbed his hands and walked to a large machine, pressed a few buttons, and 4 transparent containers slowly rose, each containing a fruit emitting a strange glow. These are the devil fruits you synthesized before. I got a few from the world government. Roxia's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to inspect them closely. These look even more perfect than the ones I made before, Roxia exclaimed. Vegapunk smiled proudly, of course. After my improvements, their ability stability is stronger, and these are just like the originals with no side effects. They're just a bit weaker in ability. Roxia nodded and then asked, So you haven't studied my other things? Ahem, well, I actually wanted to, but I couldn't get them. I asked Sengoku for them, but he wouldn't give them to me. After hearing this explanation, Roxia couldn't help but chuckle, recalling Sengoku's stingy demeanor, which was indeed very much like him. Meanwhile, Garp and the others saw that Roxia and Vegapunk were chatting enthusiastically, so they simply sat beside Kizaru, judging by Kizaru's demeanor. It seemed like he had been here many times before, as he appeared completely at home. They didn't know how long the two had been chatting when a rough roar echoed throughout the laboratory. Hey, old man, and that bastard Rear Admiral. What are you trying to do? With this shout, the conversations in the laboratory abruptly stopped, and everyone's gaze turned to Blackbeard, who was tied up on the ground. At the same time, Momonosuke, who was about to enter to find the doctor, hurriedly ran over. What's wrong? Are you okay, doctor? Vegapunk waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, Momonosuke. Then Vegapunk pointed to Blackbeard, who was bound like a dumpling, and asked, What is going on with this guy? Roxia cleared his throat and said slowly, This guy is someone I brought over, but let us talk about it later. Then, under everyone's gaze, Roxia snapped his fingers, and soon a golden-yellow devil fruit appeared in his hand. As soon as he got the fruit, Roxia casually tossed it to Momonosuke. Here, Momonosuke. Momonosuke instinctively caught the fruit, looking bewildered as he asked, What is this? Roxia smiled and said, This is a devil fruit I found a couple of days ago. Its power is incredibly strong. I almost got internal injuries from it. Momonosuke widened his eyes in surprise. For me? Roxia nodded. That's right. After all, I promised you before. Vegapunk curiously leaned in closer. Let me see, what kind of fruit is this? Roxia smiled mysteriously. Guess. Vegapunk examined it carefully and shook his head. I really can't guess. Also, this fruit doesn't seem to have appeared in the fruit encyclopedia, just like your synthesized fruits. At this moment, Momonosuke held the fruit tightly and said, No matter what it is, I'm very grateful. Roxia nodded and gestured. I suggest you eat it. It's a mythical Zoan type, very powerful. After saying that, Roxia turned to Vegapunk and said, Doctor, I'm here because of this issue with Blackbeard. A trace of interest flashed across Vegapunk's face. Oh? Then tell me why you brought him here. Roxia chuckled lightly. This guy's body seems a bit abnormal. Blackbeard snorted coldly. Don't think you can get anything from me. Roxia walked in front of Blackbeard, squatted down, and stared into his eyes, saying, You have no choice but to speak. This guy's body can withstand 3 devil fruit abilities. I suspect there is something wrong with his body structure, so Vegapunk stroked his chin and began to think. To withstand 3 devil fruit abilities is indeed very unusual. He circled around Blackbeard a few times, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Maybe it's related to the Yami noMi? It can absorb damage and release dark powers. Perhaps this special ability has altered his body structure, Roxia speculated. Blackbeard's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, Don't guess randomly. Vegapunk's eyes suddenly lit up. If we can uncover this secret, perhaps we can develop new technology or fruit abilities. He called over a few mechanical assistants to conduct a comprehensive examination. The mechanical assistants quickly acted, lifting the struggling Blackbeard into the testing chamber. Moments later, the data was displayed on the big screen. Vegapunk examined it carefully, his brows gradually furrowing as his expression grew somewhat astonished. This guy doesn't he have any devil fruit abilities in his body? He should have a yummy noMi, right? Roxia scratched his head and said apologetically, Ahem, I extracted all of Blackbeard's fruits yesterday. After all, this guy is a dangerous individual. Vegapunk stared wide-eyed at Roxia. How did you do that? This is unprecedented. Roxia shrugged. Looks like the doctor doesn't he know much about my abilities. Roxia grinned, and with a wave of his hand, a shimmering green light appeared. I can extract the Doctor's devil fruit abilities now. Want to give it a try? As soon as these words were spoken, Vegapunk instinctively took 3 steps back, barely managing to squeeze out a smile. No need for that. My abilities are very important to me. Meanwhile, the bound Blackbeard listened to the laughter of several people and roared in anger. You bunch of despicable guys, hurry up and let me go. However, he was powerless to resist while trapped in the detection chamber. Vegapunk ignored him and turned to Rosha, asking, where are the devil fruits you took out? Rosha shrugged. They're in my base warehouse. Basically, all the fruits I've obtained are there. If there are any new recruits in the Marines, I'll let them pick one. On the other side, Jean Tamura hesitated for a long time while looking at the golden devil fruit in his hand and ultimately took a bite. Suddenly, an indescribable taste spread in his mouth. Ugh, so disgusting. Is this what a devil fruit tastes like? Garp, seeing Jean Tamura's expression, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Another one who fell for Rosha's trick and ate a devil fruit. So how is it? The taste isn't bad, right? Can you feel any changes? Jean Tamura spat a few times. His face flushed as he shouted, What changes? Except for this disgusting taste. Rosha walked over and patted his shoulder. Just wait a bit longer. The abilities of the devil fruit won't manifest immediately. After all, what I gave you is a Zoan type. Soon, a few minutes later, Jean Tamura suddenly trembled, and a golden light began to shine from his body. His originally fair back slowly sprouted golden hair, which was extremely dense, and he seemed to have grown a size larger. It really changed, Garp exclaimed with his mouth agape. Jean Tamura also noticed the changes in his body, but he felt something was off. He furrowed his brow and looked at Rosha, Admiral Qinglong. What kind of fruit did you give me? I feel a bit strange. Why do I have so much hair? Rosha stepped back a bit, casting an awkward smile at Garp. Old man, you help me explain? Quickly. Garp, scratching his nose, replied helplessly, I don't know the name of your fruit. How should I explain it? You should say it yourself. Rosha's mouth twitched. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it. He was just afraid Jean Tamura would get angry. If it came out of Garp's mouth, even if Jean Tamura got angry, he would endure it. But if it came out of his own mouth, what if Jean Tamura threw a punch at him? Just as Rosha was thinking, Jean Tamura asked again, Admiral Qinglong, have you forgotten the name of this fruit? Of course not. I remember it should be the Zoan type, mythical beast type, monkey fruit, diamond monkey form. Jean Tamura's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. What? Monkey fruit? How can I turn into that kind of thing? He said as he was about to charge at Rosha. Garp hurriedly stopped him. Jean Tamura, calm down. This is also a powerful ability. Jean Tamura snorted, trying to suppress his anger. Rosha's mouth twitched, thinking, it's just a bigger monkey, right? As long as it's powerful, that's fine. I worked hard to find it, and even if there's no merit, there's still hard work. And you still dare to complain. At this moment, Blackbeard in the detection chamber was still cursing. Vegapunk seemed to think of something and said to Rosha, since you can take the fruit, can you directly grant the fruit's ability to others? Rosha shook his head. Not yet. It can only be done by eating the fruit. Vegapunk sighed, what a pity. If it could be directly granted, the Marine's power would greatly increase. Rosha smiled. It's okay. I don't really care about the Marines. I just want to make my G5 branch stronger, but I still have to complete the mission given by the Admiral. Meanwhile, Jean Tamura pouted and approached Kizaru, old man. Do you want to help me test the power of my devil fruit? Kizaru lazily lifted his eyelids. Forget it. I don't want to play with you. Jean Tamura looked disappointed and was about to turn away when Kizaru suddenly kicked at him. Jean Tamura was startled, instinctively dodging to the side, while the golden hair on his back stood up, and with a swing of his arm, a golden light shot towards Kizaru. Kizaru easily flicked the golden light away with his finger, "Oh, you have some skill?" Just then, Kizaru became interested. "Let's go to the training ground and try it out." Jean Tamu and Kizaru walked towards the training ground, followed by Garp and others. Even Rosha and Vegapunk came along. Since Rosha wanted to see, he followed Vegapunk. Moreover, without Rosha, Vegapunk had no one else to talk to, so he naturally followed. The two stood firm, and Jean Tamaru took the initiative to attack, leaping up and radiating golden light, charging at Kizaru like a falling meteor. Kizaru wore a faint smile, his body transforming into a beam of light and disappearing. In the next second, he appeared behind Jean Tamaru, kicking out. Jean Tamaru reacted quickly, blocking the kick with his arm covered in golden hair, and then counterattacked. For a moment, the training ground was filled with dazzling light, and energy waves surged. As time passed, the battle intensified. Jean Tamaru grew bolder, each attack wrapped in immense power, and the golden light became increasingly brilliant. Kizaru, however, remained composed, his light attacks coming at high speed, causing considerable interference for Jean Tamaru. But each time an attack landed on Jean Tamaru, it felt like a tickle. Suddenly, Jean Tamaru concentrated, the golden hair on his back standing straight up, and he roared, making the surrounding air seem to tremble. He unleashed a new skill, bringing his hands together and then forcefully pushing out, sending a massive golden shockwave towards Kizaru. Kizaru's expression turned serious for the first time, his body glowing as he prepared to take the hit head-on. Just as the shockwave was about to hit Kizaru, he transformed into countless light points and dissipated, then reformed in the distance. "Little Jean Tamaru, that move of yours is quite impressive," Kizaru said with a smile. Jean Tamaru's expression was calm. Although he hadn't hurt Kizaru, he felt he had gained more control over the fruit's ability. At this moment, Kizaru spoke up. "It's always Jean Tamaru hitting me. I need to counterattack properly." As he said this, Kizaru slowly rose into the air. Jean Tamaru, knowing Kizaru well, immediately took a step back, his gaze wary as he watched Kizaru. Jata no Kagami. The next second, countless golden light balls bombarded Jean Tamaru in the arena. Jean Tamaru saw the approaching light balls and crossed his hands above his head, preparing to take the attack head-on. However, when the first light ball hit him, he realized something was off. It felt like being bitten by a mosquito, causing him no harm at all. What is going on? Did the attack change? Is the old man going easy on me? Jean Tamaru thought in astonishment. Kizaru, floating in midair, was unaware of this. He just wanted to finish this move quickly. If Jean Tamaru got hurt, he would ask Rosha for some items. After all, Kizaru knew Rosha's abilities and that he had many magical items, including plenty of healing ones. Although the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, they were not that estranged. It was unclear how much time had passed when Kizaru released the last ball of light, and his body slowly descended. At that moment, Rosha clapped and laughed. "Not bad. Not bad. It seems I didn't give this ability to the wrong person." Everyone nodded in agreement. This battle showed everyone the power of the mythical Zoan fruit. The transformed war Peach Maru looked at Rosha with confusion and asked, "Admiral Qinglong, what's going on?" Rosha shrugged. "Feeling the power of your fruit?" Ba Peach Mao nodded. "That's right, but is it possible that the old man didn't use his full strength? I feel like when he hit me, it was like being bitten by a mosquito." Kizaru, who was nearby, showed a hint of embarrassment upon hearing this. "Although I held back, I still used about 70%, he defended." Rosha laughed. "That's normal. That's how the fruit's ability works. You don't need to doubt Kizaru's effort. Besides, this is a mythical Zoan fruit. Its name is Diamond Monkey. Its defense is incredible. I remember when I fought Blackbeard last time, he ate this fruit too. And when he used it, a layer of armor-like substance appeared on his body. However, I didn't expect Kizaru to take it so seriously." After landing, Kizaru heard this and smiled helplessly. "Rosha, you still have that cleverness." As soon as Rosha finished speaking, Vegapunk, who had been watching the whole time, chimed in. "That's right, the fruit Rosha just gave you can even be compared to Kaido's fish fruit, Azure Dragon form. Not only is the defense surprisingly high, but even the attack power is unmatched by ordinary mythical Zoan fruits. It just has slightly weaker mobility. Overall, it could be considered a top-tier, mythical Zoan devil fruit." After hearing Vegapunk's words, War Peach Maru's eyes lit up. "So that's how it is. I need to train hard with this fruit's ability." Rosha patted War Peach Maru's shoulder, Now you know that what I gave you was carefully selected, right? Kizaru teased from the side. Who was it just now that was still complaining? Everyone burst into laughter. Warpeach Maru scratched his head in embarrassment. I just didn't understand. Besides, I don't like monkeys. Rosha waved his hand. It's fine. Anyway, you're not eating a monkey fruit. It's the diamond monkey. At this point, Rosha seemed to think of something, instantly disappearing from his spot and reappearing right in front of Warpeach Maru. Startled by Rosha's sudden appearance, Warpeach Maru asked, Huh? What do you mean, Admiral Qinglong? However, Rosha did not explain and instead continued to pat his chest, looking eager. In response, Warpeach Maru could only lift his massive fist and strike down. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained animal type, mythical Zoan, monkey fruit, diamond monkey form fragment X2. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha finally disappeared from in front of Warpeach Maru, who could finally sit down and rest. As soon as Rosha returned to his spot, he immediately asked, What were you doing, Rosha? Is it your fruit's ability? Rosha remained silent and instead snapped his fingers, and soon a dark purple fruit appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this fruit, everyone involuntarily connected it to the fruit that Warpeach Maru had just held. Rosha toyed with the dark purple fruit and slowly spoke. This is the ability of the diamond monkey fruit that I just copied from Warpeach Maru. Although I don't know how strong it is, at least it's a perfect fruit with no side effects. Hearing this, everyone showed expressions of surprise. Warpeach Maru's eyes widened even more. Does that mean the devil fruit just ate has side effects? Rosha rolled his eyes, of course. If there were no side effects, how could it be? After all, yours is the only diamond monkey devil fruit in the world. If no one eats it, how can I copy it? At this moment, Vegapunk pushed up his glasses and said, I had heard that Rear Admiral Rosha could copy devil fruits. But I didn't expect it to be true. If this ability were to fall into the hands of pirates, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rosha waved his hand nonchalantly. I don't want to be someone else's underling, and besides, I don't give out devil fruits to just anyone. After saying that, Rosha put the fruit away. At this time, Vegapunk rubbed his hands and approached Rosha with a smile. I wonder if Rear Admiral Rosha has any spare devil fruits. I want to do some research. Sure, as long as you give me one of your latest inventions, like a small but powerful version of Hawkeye or Hancock, I'll give you as many fruits as you want. If you want Kaido's devil fruit, I'll personally go to Wano and fight him. Vegapunk shook his head repeatedly. No way, the S-Eagle and S-Snake are my masterpieces. I can't just give them away. Moreover, this invention was created by the world government to better combat pirates. Rosha grinned. Then there's nothing I can do. At this moment, the previously silent Kizu suddenly said, Rosha, won't your ability to copy fruits attract the attention of those pirates? If you get targeted, it might bring a lot of trouble. Rosha crossed his arms confidently and replied, What is there to fear? If they have the ability, let them come. But for now, those who know about my ability are either locked up by me or dead. Of course, there's still some in the Navy who know about my ability, and I haven't killed them yet. Garp, who was nearby, heard this and darkly replied, I've known about your ability for a long time. Are you planning to take me out too? Is the time not right yet? Rosha quickly waved his hands, grinning. Admiral Garp, you're joking. How could I dare to touch you? Your reputation is widespread. I'm still trying to curry favor with you. Garp snorted, You better mean that. At this moment, Vegapunk curiously looked at Rosha. How much potential does your fruit ability still have yet to be explored? It might even inspire us in the research of artificial devil fruits. Rosha rolled his eyes. I can create devil fruits. Why would I need artificial ones? You're just too idle. Moreover, the world government used to come weekly to have me copy fruits. Each one was a top-tier ability. But they haven't come recently. I don't know if it's because my fees are too high or if the few who came got beaten up by me and are too scared to return. Vegapunk's eyes widened. You even charge fees? The world government can tolerate that? Rosha shrugged. What can they do to me? Without my ability, how would I get those top-tier devil fruits? I charged them 30 billion for each one, and I still left something in their fruits. Rosha smiled mysteriously. Kizaru laughed from the side. You really are bold. Rosha snorted. I have this ability. What is there to fear? Besides, those who came from the world government with top combat power, which one of them hasn't been beaten up by me like a quail? Vegapunk smacked his lips. What did you leave in the fruit? It wouldn't be something dangerous, would it? Rosha laughed heartily. Don't worry, it's just a little tracker. That way, I can keep tabs on the movements of those world government folks. The others were taken aback, and Garp couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Rosha shrugged nonchalantly. With their brains, they won't figure it out. Besides, that kind of thing is like gas. Once the fruit is consumed, it disappears without a trace. Rosha still had to tell a few lies to them. He couldn't just blurt everything out like an idiot. At that moment, Rosha felt a slight tremor in his body, and a long-lost voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Random task triggered. Please have the host touch S-Snake, S-Eagle, and other S-Series pacifists to complete the synthesis. Success reward. 100 Awakening of Spatial Fruit Abilities. Rosha's lips curled into a slight smile, his heart racing with excitement. He couldn't help but think, does this mean my synthesis ability can combine even what Vegapunk has created? Yes, host. Just need to touch them with your hand. Gulps, Rosha swallowed hard. His blood seemed to boil, and he was incredibly excited. Since coming to Vegapunk, Rosha had made up his mind to get the next pacifist. Watching those little eagle eyes fight so fiercely in his past life. With them, Rosha wouldn't even need to step in personally. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He calmed himself and slowly looked at Vegapunk, wearing a seemingly friendly yet cunning smile. Dr. Vegapunk, actually, I was just joking earlier. I'm very interested in your S-Series pacifists. If I could observe them up close, that would be wonderful. After all, I consider myself a half-baked inventor. Vegapunk raised an eyebrow. Puzzled, what you up to, kid? You were just acting dismissive. Rosha scratched his head, pretending to be honest. That's just how I am. I like to belittle first before raising up. You see, the S-Series pacifists must have many unique traits worth learning from. Garp snorted coldly from the side. You definitely have bad intentions. Rosha awkwardly smiled, but in his heart he was thinking he could just touch them directly later. Vegapunk hesitated for a moment. All right, but don't break them. Rosha quickly agreed. The group then followed Vegapunk outside. After about 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at a huge room. As soon as they entered, Rosha's eyes were drawn to 4 containers filled with green liquid. Each of the 4 containers housed an S-Series pacifist. Rosha's eyes widened as he looked at the 4 containers. The pacifists inside could really be described as miniature versions of the 7 warlords. However, Rosha frowned as he looked at these containers, thinking to himself, since they are all in containers, how am I supposed to touch them? But when he saw S-Snake and S-Eagle, his worries vanished without a trace. There are always more solutions than difficulties. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Rosha's eyes as he quietly hid his hand behind his back, preparing to find an opportunity to touch them and complete the system task. Vegapunk moved around the containers, explaining, while Rosha pretended to listen attentively, searching for the right moment. Suddenly, Vegapunk stopped, pointing at the container with S-Snake, and started his explanation. Rosha seized the opportunity, stealthily moving his feet. Just as he was about to touch S-Snake, an alarm suddenly blared. Rosha thought to himself, not good, as the lights in the room flickered, and the defense system activated. Kizaru instantly took up a combat stance, while Garp remained alert, watching the surroundings. Vegapunk furrowed his brows as he approached the control panel to check. Strange, why did it suddenly alarm? Rosha felt a wave of nervousness. Had he been discovered? But he still forced himself to appear calm. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the alarm source, Rosha suddenly reached out and touched S-Snake and S-Eagle. A faint light flashed and then disappeared, and the system's prompt echoed in Rosha's mind. Synthesis successful. Rosha let out a sigh of relief. He was glad he made it in time. However, a wave of joy surged within him. He didn't expect this time he wouldn't have to wait long. It really only required touch. This system was practically giving him the ability to awaken his spatial powers. At that moment, Vegapunk shouted, "Turns out it was just a mouse that accidentally tripped the sensor." What a false alarm. Everyone relaxed, and only Rosha secretly chuckled, grateful for his good luck. Meanwhile, after completing the task, Rosha felt completely relaxed. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Just as Rosha was secretly pleased, he suddenly felt a strange change in his body. The space around him seemed to distort, and everyone looked at him in amazement. Rosha realized this might be a side effect of awakening the spatial fruit ability. As the spatial fluctuations grew stronger, Rosha struggled to control his body, trying to adapt to this new power. He concentrated, attempting to stabilize the fluctuations. Garp shouted worriedly, "Rosha, what's wrong with you?" Rosha couldn't afford to answer, fully focusing on operating the energy within him. Finally, the spatial fluctuations ceased, and Rosha breathed a sigh of relief. He found that his perception of space had reached an unprecedented height, allowing him to easily teleport over large distances, though he might not be able to go too far. Vegapunk's eyes widened in curiosity as he leaned closer. "Rosha, how did you do that?" Rosha's smile just got stronger. He thought to himself, now that his strength has increased, he would be more confident in facing pirates or the complex matters of the world government in the future. Although Vegapunk didn't understand, he turned around and continued his introduction. S-Snake is a new type of pacifist I developed, Seraphim, based on Boa Hancock. She has the appearance of Hancock as child, but her hairstyle and earrings are the same as the adult Hancock, and her figure is even larger. She has white hair typical of the Lunarian race, brown skin, black wings on her back, and flames burning, with star-shaped pupils. As Vegapunk introduced, Rosha also looked at the snake woman in the container. She wore a white dress and DOM shoes, and her right arm had a tube filled with green blood, looking just like the young Boa Hancock, though she seemed like quite a handful. At this moment, Rosha asked, "Hey, old man, this snake woman is based on Boa Hancock, right? Including her personality?" Vegapunk was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, "That's right, she's basically a miniature Boa Hancock." "Then this snake woman is a failure." Vegapunk got a bit angry at this remark. "On what basis do you say that?" Rosha crossed his arms. "With Boa Hancock's proud and narcissistic personality, if you shrink it down and put it in this snake woman, she would just be a troublemaker. During battle, who knows, she might throw a tantrum over something trivial." Garp burst into laughter from the side. "Huh, Rosha makes a good point." Vegapunk's face flushed red as he argued, "We can control her personality flaws through programming." Rosha raised an eyebrow. "Can we really control her completely? What about her charm? If she loses that unique charm like Hancock's, can she still be considered a successful Seraphim?" Vegapunk was momentarily speechless. Rosha continued, "Doctor, the Empress has long been infatuated with old man Garp's grandson, Luffy, so this snake woman is probably the same. When she meets the Straw Hat Kid, she won't attack." After pondering for a moment, Vegapunk replied, "You have a point, but I don't plan to make adjustments, because their current state is the most perfect." Just then, the S-Snake woman in the container suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with Hancock-like arrogance. "You dare to discuss this king so casually?" Everyone was taken aback, not expecting her to gain consciousness so quickly. Rosha shrugged helplessly and said to the snake woman, "See, I told you, right after gaining consciousness, she acts like this." The snake woman glared at Rosha in anger. "You insolent person, this king will punish you." As she spoke, the green blood on her arm surged, and the temperature around her suddenly rose. Garp stepped forward, standing in front of Rosha, warily watching the snake woman. "Little girl, don't act recklessly." The snake woman snorted. "You old thing, dare to block this king?" Vegapunk quickly said, "Snake woman, do not be rude. They're all honored guests." The snake woman disdainfully pouted. "This king doesn't care about honored guests." Rosha's eyes turned, and he thought of an idea, deliberately saying loudly, "It seems the snake woman can only talk big, probably has no real ability." The snake woman fell for it and shouted, "This king will show you my power." With that, she flapped her wings, flames roaring as they rushed towards Rosha. Rosha's lips curled slightly as he instantly teleported behind the snake woman and gently tapped her on the head. Too slow. The snake woman was stunned. She didn't expect Rosha to dodge so easily and appear behind her. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, and the snake woman stood there, fuming and silent. At this moment, Vegapunk also said seriously to the snake woman, "Snake woman, you must know your identity. You are a Seraphim meant to maintain peace, not to run rampant here." The snake woman lowered her head, seeming a bit aggrieved, but they laughed at this king. Rosha grinned. "Hey, this little girl is quite interesting, Doctor. How about I buy her for 3 billion? Vegapunk's eyes widened. "You rascal, don't joke around." Rosha waved his hand. "Just kidding." Vegapunk looked at the snake woman. "Since you have gained consciousness, you can follow Sabaody." The snake woman, upon hearing Vegapunk's words, grumbled unhappily. Why should I follow Senbei? This king doesn't want to. But seeing Vegapunk's stern gaze, she could only reluctantly walk towards Senbei. Since we've seen everything, Doctor, let's head back first. I'm afraid Blackbeard might escape. Sure. Soon, Vegapunk led everyone out of the laboratory where the pacifista was kept. However, as soon as they returned to another laboratory, a rough voice mixed with anger shouted from inside the room, "Bastards, you bastards, let me go, or else when I get out, none of you will survive." Rosha and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw Blackbeard tightly bound to a huge experimental platform, angrily struggling. Garp stepped forward, snorted coldly, "Blackbeard, you have done so many evil deeds. You deserve to end up like this." Blackbeard glared at Garp. "Old man, don't be so smug. I'll get out sooner or later." Rosha frowned and looked at Vegapunk. "Doctor, how do you plan to deal with him?" Vegapunk stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "I want to study the secret of how he can have two devil fruit powers at the same time." Blackbeard's expression changed. "You can't." Rosha sneered. "You have no say in this. Right? Blackbeard will be left to the doctor. I have some other matters, so I need to take them away first." "Oh, I see. Then see you next time. Remember to come visit often," Vegapunk said. Rosha nodded, and in the next moment, with a wave of his hand, a gray-white arbitrary door appeared before him. "Wishing everyone a happy New Year's Eve and all the best." Rosha led everyone into the arbitrary door. As soon as they passed through the door, they found themselves at the Navy headquarters. After about a few seconds, everyone stepped out of the arbitrary door. Just as Rosha was about to speak, Garp casually said beside him, "Kid, aren't you going back to G5? "Of course. But we should first take Admiral Kizuru back, right? We can't just go back to G5 and let Admiral Kizuru fly back alone, can we?" Hearing Rosha's words, Kizuru lazily smiled. "Young people are really polite." Rosha waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's on the way, and I want to test my abilities." As he spoke, a faint glow emanated from Rosha, although it was hard for ordinary people to notice. With his spatial abilities activated, Rosha felt as if he was in a wonderful sensation. In fact, Rosha felt that with his current state, if he activated his devil fruit abilities, he could instantly reach the G5 branch. Feeling his spatial abilities awakened at 100%, Rosha was in an exceptionally good mood, and he immediately said, "Old man, you all support me. I'll take you back." Garp laughed and walked forward to support Rosha, and Gun followed suit. Rosha concentrated, and the power of space surged again. In an instant, a gray-white light enveloped everyone. Immediately after, the scenery around them changed rapidly like flowing water. In just a moment, they appeared at the port of the G5 branch. After everyone steadied themselves, Garp slapped Rosha's shoulder hard and laughed. "Kid, this ability is getting better and better. Has your strength increased a bit?" Rosha smiled, waved his hand, and in an instant, the previously calm sea surface was suddenly cut open by a force. The sea surface looked as if it had been sliced open, with some sea creatures floating dead on the surface. Rosha's sudden action caught all the soldiers at the G5 branch off guard, and within a minute, a rustling sound came from the sky. Rosha looked up to see G5 soldiers, each flapping their wings and flying over with a fierce look. The leader, Long E, flew in the air and shouted before getting close. "Who dares to cause trouble here? Looking for death? Dare to run wild in G5? Hearing the familiar voice, Rosha's mouth twitched. He thought, is this guy always so dramatic? Acting like he's in a play. Rosha shook his head helplessly and calmly responded, "Long E, it's me. Your boss." Long E was stunned upon hearing Rosha's voice, and then his face immediately broke into a smile. He quickly flew to Rosha's side, giving an awkward smile. "Oh, it turns out it's you, boss. I thought some blind fool was here to pick a fight." At that moment, other soldiers also gathered around. Upon realizing that the commotion was caused by their boss, their previously serious, murderous expressions turned into smiles. This reaction showed just how much they feared Rosha. Rosha had his hands behind his back, glanced at the soldier who had flown down, said nothing, and directly pulled Gun away. The last one, Garp, laughed and said, "All right, let's continue training." "That move just now was created by that kid, Rosha." The sailors answered in unison, "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp." As Rosha was walking back from the port with Gun, they encountered Akiji, Smoker, and Blood Phoenix. Akiji said casually, That move just now was done by you? Rosha coughed. Yes, recently a certain fruit's abilities have improved rapidly. Akiji raised an eyebrow slightly. I can guarantee that a normal vice admiral definitely couldn't handle that move. Blood Phoenix leaned in curiously and asked, Boss, do you have any special secrets? Rosha puzzled, what kind of secret? You know, the secret of the fruit's abilities. Blood Phoenix exclaimed, I felt the full power of awakening in that move. I'm so envious. Rosha pouted, there's no secret. Just practice more. Blood Phoenix pouted in disbelief. Akiji mediated, everyone's fruit ability development path is different. You can't force it. At that moment, Smoker asked, did you just come back from Vegapunk? That's right. It really lives up to being the city of the future. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. Did you discover anything interesting? Rosha scratched his head. Interesting discoveries. Well, there are quite a few new technologies, but most of them are confidential. And I'm just a vice admiral. Who can understand such complicated secrets? Akiji nodded in understanding. Blood Phoenix's eyes lit up. Boss, are there any technologies that can make me stronger? Rosha knocked his head. Stop trying to take shortcuts. Proper training is the right path. Blood Phoenix covered his head and muttered, got it, boss. That's more like it. By the way, that Blackbeard guy, I sent him to Vegapunk for research. That old man seems very interested in Blackbeard's body. Akiji raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. That Blackbeard is probably going to suffer a lot. Vegapunk won't go easy on him. Rosha shrugged. That's his own doing. While they were chatting, Garp was seen approaching from a distance, holding a senbei bag and chewing on a senbei. Garp walked up to them and mumbled, what are you all chatting about so excitedly? Rosha briefly explained about sending Blackbeard for Vegapunk's research. Garp laughed heartily. That old guy will definitely dig out plenty of secret from Teach. Just as they were talking, Rosha seemed to think of something, and his consciousness instantly entered the system space. Upon entering the system space, he was taken aback by the sight of two little figures in front of him. These two figures in the system space were the S-series pacifists that Rosha had synthesized. However, Rosha noticed that the faces of the pacifists in the system space looked a bit strange. He discovered that the two pacifists were actually playing chess in the system space. One of the pacifists resembled the S-eagle he had seen before, submerged in a container. However, the other pacifist's appearance was hard to describe. While not ugly, it wasn't handsome either. Furthermore, if this pacifist were to come out, he might get beaten up as well. Rosha shook his head and walked towards the area where the two pacifists were playing chess. However, as he got closer, he noticed that both pacifists looked identical in both appearance and skin color. At that moment, Rosha couldn't help but doubt whether his ability was truly synthesis or merely duplication. But before he could take any further action, he hurriedly exited the space. As soon as Rosha opened his eyes, he was met with Garp's face. You little brat, what were you spacing out about just now? Rosha shrugged. Nothing, just checking on a little something I synthesized earlier, considering whether to bring it out. Garp frowned. You're being mysterious. Don't create any trouble. Rosha smiled. Don't worry, old man. You might be very happy to see this. But there's also another possibility. What possibility? You might beat me up. This instantly piqued Garp's curiosity, and he urged, hurry up and show it to me. Akiji chimed in, Rosha, stop teasing. What is it? Rosha said mysteriously, you'll find out in a moment. Everyone shook their heads helplessly at Rosha's demeanor. Rosha stood up, took 2 steps back, and in the next moment, a gray-white light surged in his hand, and a door appeared in front of everyone. What shocked everyone was that a short figure holding a knife walked out from the door. Instantly, the entire area fell silent, with both sailors and Garp staring at the S-eagle who had stepped out. After a few seconds of silence, Garp shouted, did you just steal Vegapunk's pacifist? Before Rosha could explain, Ji-Yuan also said, Rosha, isn't this the new pacifist developed by Dr. Vegapunk? I think it's called S-eagle. Did you really steal it? Upon hearing this, Rosha's face turned completely dark. Steal? Who stole it? Rosha, have never stolen anything in my life. If I were to steal, I would steal berries. Not a robot. What kind of joke are you two making? Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? But this little guy looks just like that old man's pacifist. Rosha nodded seriously. Absolutely true. If it were stolen, could I bring it out so openly? Seeing Garp still looking doubtful, Rosha's face flushed. He had initially planned not to reveal the other pacifist, but now he couldn't explain himself, so he had to let it out. ignoring the gazes of the others. Rosha waved his hand, and soon another pacifist, the same height and size as S. Eagle, walked out. However, this one was completely different from S. Eagle. If S. Eagle was a miniature version of Mihawk, then the one that just came out was a miniature version of Garp. Even their hobbies were the same. At that moment, the miniature Garp was holding a bag of senbei and munching on it. The sight was so cute that even Ji Yuan found it adorable. Unlike the original Garp, this miniature version had a childlike appearance, possessed the physical traits of the Lunarian race, with brown skin, white hair, black wings, and flames burning on its back. At the same time, there were sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, with star-shaped pupils. The miniature version of Garp had no weapons compared to S. Eagle. It was only at this moment that everyone present gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. Moreover, Rosha noticed that they still wanted to move closer for a better look. Rosha moved his hand slightly, and a spatial barrier immediately blocked everyone outside. Looking at the miniature Garp up close, the soldiers who were held back began to complain one by one. Boss, is that the miniature version of Vice Admiral Garp? Let's see that little thing. It won't bite off a piece of meat. Yeah, the boss is really stingy. I've never seen such a small Vice Admiral Garp. Let us touch it. Rosha said irritably. Shut up. This was synthesized at great risk. It's not a toy. By the way, if you still want to play, isn't there a bigger one next to you? Everyone instinctively looked towards Garp, but just as they glanced, one person screamed and collapsed to the ground. It turned out Garp had directly punched a soldier, causing him to fall and wail. Everyone quickly looked away and took 3 steps back, but their eyes still occasionally darted towards the 2 pacifists. Garp looked at the miniature version of himself and said with a strange expression, "This thing does resemble me a bit." Rosha replied, "Old man, don't underestimate them. Their strength is not weak. Moreover, these 2 were synthesized by me, not stolen from Vegapunk." At this point, Ji Yuan said, "I believe so, because Dr. Vegapunk doesn't have a miniature version of Mr. Garp." Garp stared at the miniature version of himself, who was munching on a senbei, speechless. Why does that little thing only know how to eat senbei? Rosha waved his hand, releasing the spatial shield. This S-Punch is the miniature version of Garp. Of course, it only knows how to eat senbei. Because, old man, you're just like this. It's very normal. Garp pouted. I'm not just someone who knows how to eat senbei. My strength is formidable. Rosha ignored Garp's complaints, and just then, Akiji stepped forward and asked, Rosha, are they Vegapunk's new inventions? That's right, but I don't know the specifics. I only know that these robots have merged the cells of many people. Rosha patted S. Eagle. For example, he has merged with the superhuman type Swift/Fruit and possesses the incredible recovery ability of the Lunaria race. Also, he has Mihawk's supreme swordsmanship. In short, this S. Eagle's strength is comparable to that of the 7 warlords. After hearing Rosha's explanation, Akiji understood the general idea, which made him secretly astonished. He never expected that Vegapunk could develop such things. Even more surprising was that Rosha could synthesize such things. It was simply shocking. Moreover, from the beginning, Akiji never thought that Vegapunk's pacifists could be stolen by Rosha. He probably couldn't even touch them, because things like this were generally classified secrets of the world government, let alone dreaming of stealing them. Thinking of this, Akiji couldn't help but smile slightly. He was both amazed by Rosha's powerful ability and felt that joining G5 was indeed the right step. Just then, a crisp voice rang in everyone's ears, boss. Then what ability does this little Garp have? Hearing the words from Blood Phoenix, Rosha glanced at S-Punch and smiled. Well, he has merged with Vice Admiral Garp's haki. Moreover, because he possesses the physique of the Lunaria race, his stamina is almost unlimited. Everyone gasped again upon hearing this. After speaking, Rosha sat down on the ground, looking as if he had nothing more to say. Blood Phoenix stepped forward and asked, what else, boss? Rosha raised his head, smiled helplessly. How would I know? Although I merged him, I only know this guy has a little ability. I don't know anything about fruit abilities. But this guy is just like Old Man Garp. He loves to eat senbei. So, Old Man Garp, you should be careful with your senbei in the future. Upon hearing Rosha's words, Garp jumped up and shouted, my senbei will not be shared with this little thing. Everyone burst into laughter. Just then, S-Punch suddenly moved. Everyone immediately became alert, but Rosha still sat on the ground, looking as if he felt no danger. But thinking about it, after all, it was something he synthesized. It couldn't he possibly harm its creator, right? S-Punch slowly opened his eyes, a dazed expression in them. He looked around at the people, and finally his gaze landed on Garp, mumbling, "Senbei." Garp's eyes widened. Well, he just woke up and is already thinking about my senbei. Saying this, he raised his fist as if to strike. However, S-Punch showed no fear and instead threw a punch back. The clash between the big and small fists produced a tremendous shockwave, along with the ability of the tremor fruit. Some newly joined trainee soldiers of G5 couldn't withstand the shockwave and were immediately blown away. Garp was surprised that S-Punch wasn't afraid of him at all. He was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. This kid is interesting. Rosha looked at S-Punch with great interest, thinking that he had indeed created an extraordinary being. Blood Phoenix stepped forward, reaching out to pinch S-Punch's face, but S-Punch nimbly dodged and hid behind Garp. Garp looked pleased. It seems this little guy has an affinity with me. At this moment, Rosha asked, "Old man, did you just use the ability of the tremor fruit?" Yes, I accidentally used it. Fortunately, this little thing wasn't blown away by me." Rosha shook his head helplessly. "You're afraid of being blown away, right? That's why you use your ability, right? It's normal. One should take unknown opponents seriously. After all, if you were blown away in front of so many people, that would be quite embarrassing," Rosha said with a mischievous smile. "Nonsense, I'm not afraid. Besides, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe I'll let you, little brat, taste the iron fist of love?" Garp waved his fist, looking threatening, but his face turned red and pale, clearly indicating that Rosha had hit the nail on the head. Rosha laughed heartily in his heart, but only smiled slightly on the surface. Suddenly, he waved his hand. "S-Punch, come here." At Rosha's call, the pacifist eating senbei behind Garp slowly walked in front of Rosha. As soon as he arrived in front of Rosha, the small Garp said, "Master." Rosha nodded and then asked, "Do you have any fruit abilities?" S-Punch tilted his head and thought for a moment, "Master, I don't have fruit abilities." Rosha frowned, "Then you. Do you want to eat?" Saying this, Rosha conjured a tremor fruit out of thin air and waved it in front of S-Punch. S-Punch obediently nodded and reached out to take it. In the next second, the tremor fruit was eaten by him bite by bite like an ordinary fruit. As everyone watched this process, their mouths twitched. Since everyone in the G5 branch had eaten a devil fruit, they naturally knew how terrible Rosha's devil fruit tasted. Even one more bite felt unpleasant. Yet, this little thing actually started eating it in big bites. Soon, S-Punch finished the fruit, and before Rosha could give any orders, a sound similar to glass shattering echoed around him. Rosha's pupils contracted, and he immediately released his spatial ability, transferring all the impending explosions to the sea. After doing all this, Rosha smirked, thankful that his fruit ability had awakened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to handle such a situation. He didn't want his G5 to be destroyed. As the explosions were transferred to the sea, S-Punch's body began to change. His muscles became more toned, and he appeared more confident. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Rosha curiously observed him and asked how he felt. S-Punch grinned and said, "Master, I feel full of strength. I can protect senbei now." Kapu, upon hearing this, huffed and glared. "Protect senbei? Do you think he needs you for that?" Just as Rosha was about to say something, the previously silent Akiji asked, "Rosha, what is the current strength of this little Kapu?" "Well, I think he should be below the rank of admiral, but since he was synthesized by me, his strength should be at the admiral level," Rosha replied. Akiji frowned slightly, noting the remarkable increase in strength. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, S-Punch seemed to sense the doubts about his strength from everyone. He looked towards the distant sea and suddenly threw a punch. A massive shockwave surged towards the surface of the sea, splitting the water and creating a deep chasm. What immense power! Blood Phoenix couldn't help but exclaim. Rosha nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that with Kapu's bloodline factor, his physical strength was already impressive, and his power had increased significantly. Kapu stroked his chin with a hint of approval in his eyes, saying, "Not bad, not bad. You're still a bit lacking compared to me, but you're already quite strong." Everyone burst into laughter again, while S-Punch ran to Kapu's side, eagerly eyeing the senbei in his hand. Seeing S-Punch's eager expression, Kapu sighed and broke off a small piece of senbei for him. S-Punch happily took it and put it in his mouth, his face full of satisfaction. Why is this guy just like me? Loving senbei. It's really a headache. Rosha shrugged helplessly, but he felt as if someone tugged at the corner of his clothes. Turning around, he found S-Eagle staring at him with starry eyes. Huh? What is it, little guy? Master, can I spar with you? As he spoke, S-Eagle directly held his small black knife in his hand, his eyes full of anticipation. Rosha's mouth twitched. He had just fought with the real deal a few days ago, and now this guy wanted to fight with him? How would he agree to that? Before Rosha could refuse, Kapu interjected, Kid, just play with him a bit and see what this little guy is capable of. Rosha shot Kapu a glare, thinking, you old man make it sound easy. What if he gets hurt? Besides, I just fought with my hawk a few days ago. Kapu laughed. Are you worried about hurting him? He's not that fragile. And didn't you just fight with my hawk? Your body is just fine. Hearing this, S-Eagle grew even more excited. Waving his small black knife, Master, come on. I'll be very careful. Rosha sighed helplessly and stood up. However, he shot a fierce glare at Kapu, looking as if he wanted to eat him. Old man, when I have time, I want to have a match with you. I feel like I'm incredibly strong now. Scared of you? Kapu crossed his arms. The others stepped back, clearing space. S-Eagle was the first to attack, his figure flashing like a ghost as he charged at Rosha, the black knife drawing a black arc in the air. Rosha didn't dare to be careless. He activated his spatial ability and instantly vanished from his spot. S-Eagle missed, but quickly turned around and attacked Rosha again. After a few exchanges, Rosha noticed that S-Eagle's attack speed was increasing and his strength was growing stronger. Rosha was secretly astonished. This little guy was growing too fast. Suddenly, S-Eagle jumped high, gripping the black knife tightly and swinging it down fiercely towards Rosha. Rosha crossed his hands to block, and a powerful impact struck him, causing cracks to form in the ground beneath his feet. Just when the two were at a stalemate, Rosha suddenly smiled, distorting his spatial ability. S-Eagle felt as if the world before him flickered and found himself frozen in place. Little guy, you still need to practice more, Rosha said with a smile. Although S-Eagle couldn't move, his eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, S-Eagle held the knife above his head, yet his body remained completely still. The surrounding Marines were shocked, their mouths agape as they stared at the two on the empty ground. Not only the Marines were surprised, even Kapu, Akiji, and the others showed expressions of astonishment. Akiji's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, Is this the awakened ability of the spatial fruit? The ability to freely control time and space? Even stopping time is possible? At the same time, Rosha released S-Eagle from his restriction. After landing, S-Eagle respectfully bowed to Rosha, saying, Master, you are indeed amazing. I will continue to work hard in my training. Rosha patted his shoulder in encouragement. Then, Kapu walked over with a hearty laugh. This match was truly exciting. Rosha rolled his eyes at him. It's all because you, old man, egged him on. If it weren't for my spatial fruit ability awakening, it wouldn't have ended so early. At this moment, Smoker took a slow drag from his cigarette and said, Rosha, can your ability keep the enemy frozen forever? Well, it's obvious that it's impossible, right? If I could do that, I would just storm into the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Smoker rolled his eyes, you guy. Rosha scratched his head and sat down, explaining. This technique is called spatial confinement. As the name suggests, it immobilizes people, making them unable to move, only their eyes can turn. Whether it's a devil fruit user, an ordinary person, or someone weaker than me, they will all be bound by me. Even someone stronger than me, I can still find a way to bind them. After finishing, Rosha glanced at Smoker with a sly smile. Someone like you, I could probably restrain for a few minutes. After all, I'm a bit stronger. Smoker huffed. You guy, always making fun of me. Kapu chimed in. Anyway, your ability is indeed impressive. You'll have more confidence in dealing with those pirates in the future. Akiji nodded as well, but we still can't let our guard down. There are many strong individuals in this world. Rosha stood up, dusting himself off. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Besides, you don't need to worry about me. I'm a spatial fruit user. If I can't win, I'll just run away. Moreover, this fruit ability has another fun use. Shuefeng's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, Boss, what is the purpose? Luo Xia didn't speak, but leaned in closer and said quietly, It could be used for assassination. Just give me some time, and I can wipe out those celestial dragons completely, ensuring the world is clean. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Garp quickly shouted, Luo Xia. You can say such things, but don't act on them. Although I'm also quite annoyed with those bastards. Luo Xia shrugged. It's nothing, I'm just saying it. I'll wait until I gather enough strength before doing anything. Qing Ji said seriously, Luo Xia. Some things are better kept in your heart. Don't do anything impulsive. We Haven T fully investigated the foundation of the world government. Besides, they have existed for 800 years. Luo Xia waved his hand, got it. I know my limits, at least. I want to act now. Seeing that Luo Xia was just joking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xuefeng's eyes were darting around. Xuefeng wrapped her arm around Luo Xia's, and her ample chest made Luo Xia turn his head to look at her. Hey, what are you up to, being so nice for no reason? Xuefeng pouted, Boss, I want a fruit. Can I have one? Luo Xia rolled his eyes. What do you want? Whether it's a Zoan or a Logia type, as long as I have it. Xuefeng blinked, Boss. I want the space fruit you just mentioned. It can freeze enemies. Such a cool ability, I want it. Just give it to me. Xuefeng shook Luo Xia's arm, her ample chest continuously pressing against his arm. Luo Xia smirked and said as expected, being nice for no reason, either a thief or a trickster. But this time, you might be disappointed. Xuefeng was taken aback and then asked, What do you mean? Exactly what I mean. I can't give it to you. Xuefeng frowned. Boss, don't you want to give it to me? No, Luo Xia replied. The space fruit can't be synthesized. I don't know why. Luo Xia shrugged. Not only could the space fruit not be synthesized, but even Garp's grandson, Luffy's gum fruit, couldn't be synthesized. So you might as well give up on that. Upon hearing this, Garp was stunned. He asked, Luo Xia, why can't Luffy's fruit be synthesized? Luo Xia nodded. That's normal. It is indeed normal. But that kid's devil fruit ability can't be synthesized. Although that kid fought me for a long time, it just can't be synthesized. Garp, seeing that Luo Xia was just saying useless things, grew angry and exclaimed, You brat, tell me the reason. How would I know if you don't say? Old man, you're so old yet still so irritable. Just wait a moment, I'll tell you. Luo Xia helplessly shrugged, then seriously said, That kid's devil fruit ability is quite special. It's as if the fruit has a consciousness. Whenever I try to synthesize it, it instinctively avoids it. And this instinctive avoidance is not something he does intentionally. It's more like a reflex, just like how animals instinctively avoid danger. Everyone couldn't help but show puzzled expressions. Seeing this, Luo Xia continued to explain, I've fought him multiple times, and every time I try to synthesize his ability, I get disturbed by a mysterious force. Of course, I'm not just making this up. By the way, old man, that kid's devil fruit ability is the gum fruit, right? Garp scratched his head. That's right. That kid Luffy ate the gum fruit. It was red-haired Shanks who let him eat it by accident. If I'd been there, I would have definitely caught those bastards. Luo Xia crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't want to tell the old man about this. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia didn't list the Paramecia gum fruit as a known ability. Hearing this, Garp's eyes widened. What? It's not in the encyclopedia? Then what did Luffy eat? Everyone gathered around, their faces filled with shock. Luo Xia slowly said, Who knows? Some things are only known by the oldest Garp. Garp's face froze, and images appeared in his mind like slides. After a long silence, Garp slowly said, Back then, the world government escorted a fruit, but it was robbed by red-haired and the others midway. Perhaps that fruit is the one Luffy ate. Everyone was in an uproar. Luo Xia sat on the ground, his face calm. It doesn't matter. Just remember, that kid's ability is not the gum fruit. There is no such thing as a gum fruit in the world. How can ordinary gum fruit have so many variations? Vegapunk also knew about this. Only you, old man, kept believing that kid ate the gum fruit. Everyone was in an uproar, and Garp took a deep breath and asked, Then what do you say that fruit is? It must have a name, right? Luo Xia nodded. Although I know the exact name, it's definitely some extremely special and ancient fruit, perhaps one that existed in ancient times but hasn't been recorded in the encyclopedia. You know the name? What is it? Garp asked. Luo Xia stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. I remember it's called the Zoan type, human fruit. Mythical beast form, Nika. Upon hearing this name, Garp furrowed his brows. Zoan type, human fruit. Mythical beast form, Nika? I've never heard of such a fruit. The people around were also confused. Luo Xia smiled. That's not surprising. After all, this is a fruit that's not even recorded in the devil fruit encyclopedia. It's the only devil fruit with consciousness. Garp snorted. No matter what, that kid Luffy is still Luffy. Luo Xia nodded in agreement. Yes. The fruit is just a boost. The key lies in the user themselves. But once this news gets out, I'm afraid all kinds of forces will target Luffy. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation, and the atmosphere became tense. Garp clenched his fists. Then I'll protect that kid. Let us see who dares to touch him. At that moment, JoinsNavy, who had wrapped her arms around Luo Xia, hurriedly said, Hey, I was the one asking the boss for a fruit. Why did it turn into a discussion about Luffy? As she spoke, JoinsNavy tightened her grip on Luo Xia's arm. Luo Xia turned his head and glared at JoinsNavy. Hey, let go of me. JoinsNavy pouted, reluctantly letting go. Boss, you're always so fierce. You clearly took advantage, yet you don't say it. How about it? Do you like it? JoinsNavy blinked. Luo Xia rolled his eyes at JoinsNavy. Stop messing around here. Just as he finished speaking, an alarm went off in Luo Xia's mind, and in the next second, his body involuntarily teleported 20 meters away, bringing JoinsNavy along with him. At the same time, a huge pit appeared where Luo Xia and JoinsNavy had originally stood, with wisps of white smoke rising from it. If Luo Xia hadn't taken JoinsNavy away just now, they would have been in trouble. Who did this? Rosha scanned the surroundings and finally spotted Jun. Rosha's sixth sense told him it was her. He glared at Jun and said, What are you attacking me for, woman? Holding me so tightly, what do you want? Aren't you going to let go? Jun crossed her arms and turned her head away with a huff. Oh, got it. Rosha said expressionlessly, transforming his body into countless tiny particles and then restoring it in the next moment. He turned back and said, You next time don't hug me, or I'll get hit. If you end up with a black eye, it's not my problem. Blood Phoenix muttered in dissatisfaction. It's all because this Jun suddenly attacked me, causing me to be scolded by the boss. Upon hearing this, Jun's brows shot up. Blood Phoenix, what did you say? Blood Phoenix turned her head away, not wanting to respond. Just then, a large pink door suddenly appeared in the open space. Seeing the appearance of the random door, Rosha's mouth twitched. He really didn't want the person on the other side to come in because the emergence of this random door meant another task was coming. Before long, Sengoku walked out from inside, scanning the crowd before finally locking his gaze on Rosha. Rosha, there's a new mission. Rosha sighed. It won't be another troublesome one, will it? Every time Admiral Sengoku appears, there's a mission. It's really annoying. Why not just let your fruit ability army handle it? I've given so many fruits. Are they all just going to waste? Sengoku's expression turned serious. He wasn't even sure if this mission would succeed. What do you mean? I mean, tomorrow come to the Navy headquarters conference room to vote on the abolition of the Shichibukai system. If it abolished, you'll take full control. This also means your mission is coming. Rosha widened his eyes and looked Sengoku up and down before finally saying, Old man, have you lost your mind? Or has your brain short-circuited? Hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened instantly, and the air around them seemed to cool a few degrees. You brat, I'm not losing my mind. This is the result of multi-party discussions. Multi-party discussions? But thinking about it carefully, it's true. Among the Shichibukai, 2 are involved in treason, and 1 refuses to participate in battles. In that case, your discussions aren't wrong. However, this is a big move. The people around also began to discuss, as this measure has a huge impact. Sengoku crossed his arms and glared with wide eyes. You little brat, you just keep talking, huh? Are you participating in tomorrow's meeting or not? Rosha stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, I'm just a small rear admiral. Do I have the qualifications to participate? With your strength, do you still say you have no qualifications? Sengoku was speechless. Rosha grinned. Since that's the case, I might as well comply. Everyone was surprised to hear this. No one expected that the usually carefree and unruly Rosha would agree so readily. That evening, Rosha went alone to the rooftop of the Navy base, looking at the starry sky and murmuring to himself. It seems there are also undercurrents within the Navy. This meeting is likely not as simple as it appears. At that moment, a seagull flew by, and a glimmer of light flashed in Rosha's eyes as he reached out to catch a falling feather. No matter what, let's take a look first. Maybe I can discover something interesting. The next day, Rosha arrived early at the conference room door with Garp, straightening his clothes before pushing the door open. Inside, many people were already seated. Upon seeing Rosha enter, some cast curious glances, while others looked at him with admiration. Rosha and Garp found a spot to sit down and waited for the meeting to begin. Time passed, and more people arrived in the conference room. Rosha even spotted a few familiar faces, such as Akainu, Kazuru, and Fujitora. However, he did not see that guy named Green Bull, whom Admiral Sengoku mentioned last time. Rosha nudged Garp, who was munching on senbei. Old man, have you seen Green Bull? I've never seen him. Why? Did that guy offend you? Want to beat him up? How could that be? I'm not the kind of person who just wants to fight everyone I see. Don't tarnish my image, Rosha replied helplessly. After an unknown amount of time, Sengoku walked in with Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the voting officially began, with everyone expressing their opinions and arguing endlessly. The supporters of abolition pointed out the numerous drawbacks of the Shichibukai in recent years, while the opponents worried that losing the Shichibukai would disrupt the balance of pirate forces. Rosha quietly listened to both sides' viewpoints, and when it was his turn to speak, he lazily stood up and said, "I agree to abolish the Shichibukai system. It's just right. I still haven't settled the score with that pirate empress from last time. This time is perfect for abolishing it, and I'll just go find her for a fight." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Some thought Rosha was too impulsive, while others secretly laughed, waiting to see the empress's reaction. Although they didn't know Rosha's current combat power, they had heard about his strength from others. After all, a person who could wipe out Blackbeard's entire crew was not an ordinary individual. Sengoku frowned and said, "Rosha, what are you trying to do?" Rosha chuckled awkwardly. "Admiral, I'm not trying to do anything. The existence of the Shichibukai really no longer fits the current situation. Once it's abolished, isn't it normal to go find them for a fight?" Sengoku shot Rosha a glare. "Don't mess around. All actions must follow orders." Rosha shrugged. "Got it, Admiral." The meeting continued, and finally, the voting results came out. The majority agreed to abolish the Shichibukai system. After Sengoku announced the decision, he said sternly, "Since the decision has been made, we must prepare for the possible chaotic situation that may arise. Each unit must strengthen patrols and defenses, ready to respond to emergencies at any time." Everyone responded in unison, yes. After the meeting, Rosha and Garp exited the conference room. Garp, munching on senbei, said, "Kid, are you really planning to find trouble with the pirate empress?" Rosha crossed his arms. "That depends on whether I have time when the moment comes. If I'm bored, then I might go have some fun with her. But if she's willing to surrender to me, that would be nice too." Garp frowned. "What do you mean?" "It's simple. If she surrenders to me, then I 1T capture them." In Rosha's hands, the spatial particles kept changing shapes, and with my current ability, moving an island is a piece of cake. Meanwhile, the Shichibukai also received the Navy's decision, and reactions varied. The Empress snorted coldly upon hearing the news. "The Navy is a bunch of fools. Dare to touch me. They will pay for it." Other Shichibukai also began to plot their future paths. Meanwhile, as soon as the meeting ended, Rosha used teleportation to return to the G5 branch. But to their surprise, as soon as they returned, Sengoku walked over. Rosha looked at Sengoku and said, "Hey, old fool. Admiral, do you have something else?" Sengoku replied irritably, "You brat, can't you be serious? I'm here to assign you an important mission." Rosha raised an eyebrow. "What mission?" Admiral Sengoku's expression was serious. "According to reliable intelligence, the Empress is gathering her forces to confront the Navy. You must immediately lead the G5 Division's troops to intercept her." Rosha asked in confusion, "How did you find out? Is the Navy's information network that efficient? But I'm busy right now and can't go." Sengoku frowned deeply. "What do you mean? This is an order you cannot refuse." Rosha crossed his arms. "Admiral, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that I have some important matters to attend to here." Sengoku's expression grew darker. What could be more important than stopping the Empress? Rosha smiled. "Admiral, don't worry. I can send my subordinates instead." Sengoku glared at Rosha. "Are you referring to Kazan or Gun?" "Neither. It's my two new creations." Rosha shouted, "S-Eagle, S-Fist." In an instant, the small eagle, who had been sitting on the ground eating snacks, appeared right in front of Rosha. Seeing these two little figures, Garp's eyes lit up, especially when Sengoku saw the miniature version of Garp, A smile instantly spread across his face. Is this a mini Carp? Hearing this title, Carp frowned and quickly approached Sengoku, saying, "Don't say such things, this is not a mini Carp." Sengoku couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, this little guy really looks like you." Rosha patted S-Eagle and S-Fist on the shoulder, instructing, "You two go intercept the Empress. Remember, just delay her, don't overexert yourselves." S-Eagle and S-Fist replied in unison. However, contrary to Rosha's expectations, the two didn't move at all. Rosha frowned, his voice low. "What's going on? Didn't you hear my order? Master, how do we go?" Rosha frowned and then suddenly slapped his forehead. "Sorry, I forgot these two can't fly." Rosha shook his head helplessly, then looked at Sengoku beside him. "Do we have to go today?" Sengoku crossed his arms, looking serious. "What do you think? Our navy is known for its speed. We must take them down before they even react." Rosha pouted and sighed. "All right, I'll go personally this time. But I can't guarantee that after catching her. I will hand her over to the Navy headquarters." Sengoku's expression changed. "Rosha, what do you mean by that? Are you going to defy the orders of the Navy headquarters?" Rosha shrugged. "I never said that, but that Empress is indeed difficult to deal with. I need to protect my own life first. Besides, she's not really a ruthless person." Sengoku huffed. "Regardless, she is still a pirate, threatening the peace of these waters. It's fine. After all, how could such a beautiful woman be locked up and impelled down? That would be a bit of a waste." Sengoku was speechless. "Kid, a beauty is a double-edged sword. Don't go astray." Rosha glared at Sengoku, rolling up his sleeves. "Admiral, you've been shivering here. Do you want me to go or not? How about we have a fight before I go capture the pirate Empress? The winner goes back to sleep, and the loser has to shut up and capture the pirate Empress?" Sengoku was furious, puffing his beard and glaring. "You dare challenge me, Rosha?" He took up a fighting stance. Seeing this, Carp and the others quickly stepped forward to hold the two back. "Kid, you go first. I got Sengoku here. But this old man does talk too much. If I were you, I'd definitely give him a beating." Jiun also said, "Come on, Rosha, I'll go with you." Rosha looked over Sengoku, who was being held firmly by Carp, and instinctively clenched his fist. Just then, Akiji, who had been silent, approached Rosha and said, "I'll go with you too. It's been a while since I've been out." "Sure. After all, we're not going to deal with a very strong opponent." Rosha's body glowed with a faint light. "Everyone grab me." Akiji, Jin, and the two pacifists immediately grabbed onto Rosha. In the next moment, with a whoosh, the five of them disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, Sengoku clicked his tongue. Has this kid gotten stronger again? Isn't that obvious? This kid is probably a bit stronger than I am now. If I hadn't held you back, you would have embarrassed yourself today in front of so many subordinates. Carp crossed his arms, looking serious. Sengoku's eyebrows twitched. Get lost. I'm heading back to the Navy headquarters. When Rosha returns, make sure to tell me. Meanwhile, on Amazon Lily, Rosha and the others arrived with a whoosh. Just as they landed, Rosha felt several arrows shooting towards them. But before Rosha could act, the accompanying pacifists easily blocked them. Rosha looked up and saw two female warriors in what resembled a watchtower, holding bows and arrows, presumably the ones who shot at them. Anger surged in Rosha's heart as he slowly raised his palm. In the next moment, the female warrior who was about to retreat was suddenly pulled in front of Rosha. He gripped the female warrior's neck, his gaze icy. I can't believe I just arrived here, and you already knew, and even dared to shoot arrows at me? The female warrior stubbornly turned her head away and didn't respond. Rosha snorted coldly and released his grip. The female warrior fell to the ground, cautiously retreating. Rosha glared at the two female warriors and shouted, "Tell your empress to come see me." The two female warriors exchanged glances, and one of them quickly ran off to report to the empress. The reason one was likely because they were already familiar with this routine. After the green warrior left, Rosha sat down on the ground, and the others, except for Jiun, followed suit. Akiji asked, "Are we really going to capture the pirate empress?" "Pretty much, after all, I promised the admiral." Rosha replied, "But I'm not unreasonable. If that woman submits to G5, I don't necessarily have to capture her. Amazon Lily doesn't have to be destroyed." Hearing this, the female warrior left behind as a hostage widened her eyes, as if she had heard something unbelievable, her expression exaggerated. But not long after, a fragrant breeze swept by, and Empress Hancock appeared. She held her head high, coldly staring at Rosha and the others. Flanked by the female warriors of the Kuja pirates, each with extremely grim expressions, their eyes seemingly wanting to devour Rosha. "What are you Navy doing here? How dare you come to Amazon Lily?" Rosha stood up, dusting himself off, and said with a grin, "Boa Hancock, I'm here to formally inform you that your warlord title has been revoked." Upon hearing this, a trace of panic flashed across the Empress's face, but she quickly regained her composure, sneering on what grounds. The Navy can do whatever it wants? Hire people and then casually discard them? Rosha spread his hands. "It's just the orders above. However, there's still an option here. I wonder if you'll choose it." "What do you mean?" "It's simple. As long as you are willing to submit to us at G5, there is still room for negotiation." The Empress gritted her teeth, saying she would never bow down to anyone, especially not to the Navy. At this moment, Jiyuan spoke up, "Boa Hancock, the order we receive from above is to capture you and take you back. If it weren't for this guy, you would have been captured long ago. You need to think carefully. The current situation is not in your favor." The Empress glanced at Jiyuan, her eyes filled with disdain. "Oomph. Do you think this will scare me?" Rosha scratched his head, saying, "You can see this as a cooperation. We both get what we need." The female warriors behind the Empress shouted, "Your Majesty, do not believe them. We can actually have a good discussion this time. As long as you are willing to lead your people to join our G5 branch, we can overlook the past." Hancock smiled disdainfully. "Joining your Navy? Dream on," Jiyuan said. "Empress, you should know that if it really comes to blows, it won't be good for your Amazon Lily." Hancock furrowed her brows slightly, weighing the pros and cons in her heart. Just as the atmosphere was at a standstill, a giant sea king suddenly leaped out of the sea, charging towards the shore. Rosha was startled and quickly assumed a defensive stance. However, Hancock gently raised her hand, and a pink light shot out, causing the Sea King to retreat into the sea as if hypnotized. Seeing this, Rosha couldn't help but exclaim, "The Empress is indeed powerful. Perhaps cooperating with us is the best choice. It can protect your people, and you won't have to be hunted by the Navy headquarters anymore." Hancock remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Give me some time to think." "Think? Sure, I can give you 3 days. During this time, I will stay here. Whenever you have made up your mind, just come over. But if your people sneak attack us while I don't attack you, then I will have to kill indiscriminately." As he spoke, Rosha's conqueror's haki burst forth violently, and the killing intent mixed within it made the female warriors behind the Empress tremble. Even the pirate Empress was secretly alarmed. It was surprising, as no one expected Rosha's conqueror's haki to be this strong after such a short time apart. Soon, over the next 2 days, Rosha and the others settled near Amazon Lily. However, since this kingdom did not allow any men to enter, Rosha and his group could only camp in the nearby bushes. Although Amazon Lily did not allow men to enter, Rosha confidently strode into Amazon Lily during those 2 days. On the first day, when he first entered the Daughter Kingdom, someone came to stop him, but Rosha simply slapped her away, seeing their companion being sent flying. The surrounding female warriors wanted to attack, but they were stopped by others. It was those who had followed Hancock that day. They had felt Rosha's aura and the murderous words he spoke, which would frighten anyone. So, even though Rosha swaggered around the Daughter Island for the past 2 days, everyone looked at him as if he were a rare animal. On the morning of the 3rd day, Rosha did not enter the Daughter Island as he had the previous 2 days. Instead, he lay back in a chair. Jiyuan looked at Rosha's lazy appearance and curiously asked, "Rosha, what's wrong? Aren't you going to the Daughter Island today? It's boring. Those women aren't even good looking, and they look at me like I'm a monkey. Several times in the past 2 days, I almost wanted to kill indiscriminately, but I'm a person who abides by the spirit of the contract. Since I promised to wait 3 days, I will wait 3 days. But if there's still no answer after 3 days, or if she refuses, then I will really have to kill indiscriminately," Rosha said coldly with a smile. Rosha glanced to the side at Jiyuan and asked, "What did the marshal say these past 2 days?" Jiyuan sighed. "The marshal is urging us to hurry, but given the current situation, he probably won't easily agree to our plan." Rosha pouted. "No agreement? That's fine. We can first get the Pirate Empress to our G5 and talk later. Besides, it might not be certain, right? That old guy values talent the most. And the Pirate Empress is not like Luffy, who is a ruthless character every time she makes news. At this moment, inside the daughter island, Boa Hancock was sitting on the throne, feeling conflicted. She knew Rosha's strength and understood that cooperating with him might bring benefits to the daughter island. But, joining the Navy, she inherently refused. Inside the palace, a short old man with a cane was pacing back and forth, revealing her inner agitation. Snake Princess, what are you still thinking about? Hurry up and agree to the Navy's request. If you don't agree, our daughter island might really be destroyed. Do you know who is outside? That Vice Admiral Qing Long you met before. His strength is now unfathomable. There is also Admiral Akiji, Commodore Petrabbit, and those two little men beside him should be the Navy's new weapons. If you don't agree this time, our daughter island will be finished, new Grandma urged. Boa Hancock bit her lip, impatiently saying, "Shut up, I am the Empress now, you old hag, go away." New Grandma sighed. The current situation is stronger than people. That Rosha does not seem like a good person. If it really comes to blows, we won't be able to withstand it. Outside the island, Rosha looked up at the sky. It was already night, and a fire was burning around him. Jian, Kazan, tomorrow we can prepare for a massacre. I have lost my patience. Jiyuan frowned. Do we really have to go this far? There are so many people on the island. Rosha's gaze was firm. They have wasted too much of our time. If the Empress still does not agree, don't blame us for being rude. Moreover, my Shura hasn't tasted blood in a long time. Kazan remained silent beside him, but the ice blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light. Inside the daughter island, Boa Hancock was still pondering on the throne, while New Grandma sighed beside her. New Grandma looked wrinkled, her skin sagging, the years leaving deep marks on her face. Her eyes were murky yet sharp, dressed in a dark robe embroidered with intricate patterns. Her small frame appeared even more hunched due to anxiety, and her cane tapped incessantly on the ground. Snake Princess, you need to think about the future of the entire daughter island. Nu kanma öftedeken. Boa Hancock stood up, a hint of determination in her eyes. All right, tomorrow I will meet that Rosha. Time came to the morning of the fourth day. Rosha stood up, the Shura knife instantly unsheathed, and standing beside him were Akiji and Jiuan, along with two pacifists. Their eyes no longer held the usual laziness. All that remained was killing intent. Rosha snapped his fingers, and the five of them instantly appeared on the streets of the daughter island. As soon as they arrived, Boa Hancock walked slowly towards them with a group of female warriors, her gaze fixed on Rosha. Navy, I can go with you, but you must guarantee the safety of Amazon Lily. Rosha sneered. Boa Hancock, isn't it a bit late to make a decision now? His gaze was as cold as a knife. Boa Hancock's expression remained unchanged. Is the Navy going back on their word? If so, even if it costs the lives of everyone on Amazon Lily, I won't let you off easily. Rosha played with his Shura blade and laughed loudly after a moment. I was thinking I could finally have a good killing spree, and now you've made me excited all night yesterday. But don't worry, our Navy has always kept our word. Although you're a bit late with your request, I will still give you this opportunity. Boa Hancock breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes vigilant, hoping he would keep his promise. Of course, since you have agreed to come with us, we won't do anything to Amazon Lily. He added, by the way, I'll give you 30 minutes to pack your things and meet us at the port, without giving Boa Hancock a chance to refuse. Rosha and his group vanished from the spot. Boa Hancock returned to the palace, with the female warriors gathered around her. Margaret asked worriedly, Sister, do you really have to go with the Navy? Could this be a trap? Boa Hancock shook her head. This is the best choice for now. If we resist, Amazon Lily will surely face destruction. Moreover, I can clearly sense that guy's strength. Even with the two of you, we can't defeat him. I just don't know what method he used to enhance his power. Boa Hancock quickly packed a small bag and headed towards the port. Along the way, the female warriors silently sent her off, their eyes filled with reluctance. When they reached the port, Rosha had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Boa Hancock arrive, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Rosha noticed she only had a small bag and raised an eyebrow. Is that all you're bringing? Boa Hancock replied proudly. The Empress needs very little. Rosha didn't say much. Navy, where's your ship? You're not going to make me take your Snake Princess ship to get there, are you? Rosha scoffed. Who needs a ship? Just grab me, and I'll take you back directly. Boa Hancock frowned slightly. You want me to grab you? Of course, how else would you go? Rosha said, My space fruit isn't for show. For such a short distance, I can manage. Just watch how they do it and follow their lead. Boa Hancock looked up and saw that whether it was Jin, Akiji, or the two pacifists, they were all grabbing onto Rosha. Especially the two pacifists, who were tightly hugging Rosha's legs, looking quite adorable. Although Boa Hancock had doubts in her heart, she still reached out and grabbed the hem of Rosha's clothing. A strange wave of power emanated from Rosha, and then a flash of light occurred, causing everyone to instantly disappear from spot. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves in an open area, surrounded by curious Navy soldiers. "Hey, you can let go of me now." Boa Hancock hurriedly released her grip, a blush creeping on her face. Rosha straightened his clothes and shouted to the surrounding Navy soldiers, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?" The soldiers quickly lowered their heads to get back to work. Rosha turned to Boa Hancock and said, "You should find a place to sit. I'll go get that Sengoku guy." Without waiting for everyone to react, Rosha vanished again. Meanwhile, in Sengoku's office at Navy headquarters, Sengoku was sitting in his chair reviewing documents. However, the next second, just as he was about to continue, his hand shook because Rosha suddenly appeared in front of him. "You brat, can you be a bit more normal next time?" Sengoku complained helplessly. Rosha, however, had a mischievous smile on his face. "I'm in a hurry to report to you. I brought Boa Hancock with me." Sengoku's eyes lit up. "Good job. She didn't cause any trouble, did she?" "Not at all. She is quite perceptive, knowing that resisting would be pointless," Rosha shrugged. "And even if she did cause trouble, she is no match for me." Rosha sat on the sofa, looked at Sengoku, who was still reviewing documents, and hesitated before speaking. "I brought the person back for you, but I don't intend to give her to you." Sengoku's pen halted abruptly, and he looked up in shock. "What do you mean by that?" Rosha crossed his arms lazily. "What I mean is clear. I don't want to lock her up. Besides, she's too good-looking to be imprisoned." Sengoku's expression darkened. "Rosha, don't be willful. She is a pirate." Rosha shrugged nonchalantly. "Do you really need this one woman? Besides, she promised me she wouldn't do anything bad. She'll be hanging out with me from now on." Sengoku was so angry that his mustache bristled. "What guarantee do you have?" Rosha lazily replied, "Strength. My current strength might even surpass that of old man Garp." Sengoku's eyes widened as he pondered for a long time. Finally, he sighed. "All right, just don't let me down." Rosha was overjoyed. "Don't worry, Marshal." Sengoku waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, hurry up and get out. I need to think about how to explain this to the world government." "No problem, Marshal. When the time comes, just wipe out those high and mighty guys," Rosha said. Hearing this, Sengoku was about to get angry, but found himself staring at an empty space, with only a half-eaten banana left. That damn brat. Sengoku had lost count of how many times he had heard such remarks from Rosha. Afterwards, Rosha returned to the G5 branch. However, what he saw made him furious. At that moment, Boa Hancock was sitting cross-legged in a chair. Most of the training sailors around were stealing glances at Boa Hancock, but none dared to approach. Rosha looked at these useless guys and shouted, "You little brats, what are you peeking at?" His shout made the soldiers, who were already nervous, jump. Once they regained their composure, they all began training earnestly. Smoker and Akiji couldn't help but laugh. Boa Hancock saw Rosha return and suppressed her anger. "If it weren't for this being your territory, I would have turned them all to stone by now. This group of bastards is unforgivable for peeking at me." As she spoke, Boa Hancock's shoulders began to shake, and her aura started to rise. The sailors behind her felt this pressure and trembled in fear. Some soldiers even swallowed nervously and instinctively stepped back. Rosha quickly stepped forward and held Boa Hancock's shoulder, softly saying, "You get angry too easily, and let me tell you, don't go overboard. These bastards behind you are all trained by me, and each one is a mythical beast user. I really don't want these guys to be scared to death." Boa Hancock huffed, her aura slightly diminishing. "By the way, you'll be sticking with me from now on, Boa Hancock. Since you're with me, I won't treat you unfairly. Let Ji Yuan and Shui Feng take you to pick a room. By the way, I see you've only brought a small bag, so let them help you pick some clothes as well." Boa Hancock narrowed her eyes, saying, "Are you asking me to stay here? Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would I have grabbed you? I can tell you, if it weren't for me, you should be impelled down right now." "Oomph." Boa Hancock turned her head away, but deep down she knew the other party was right. If she really ended up and impelled down, that would be a big problem. Hurry up and follow us. Ji Yuan urged impatiently. Xue Feng chuckled to herself. Boa Hancock had no choice but to follow them, curiously observing her surroundings. Everything here was new to her. Arriving in front of a row of exquisite rooms, Ji Yuan pointed to one and said, "This room has good lighting and is spacious." However, Xue Feng shook her head. "I think the one next door is better. It's close to the garden, and the air is fresh." Listening to their debate, Boa Hancock suddenly said, "I want the innermost room." Ji Yuan and Xue Feng exchanged glances and nodded helplessly. There were many rooms in Rosha's castle, but many were unoccupied, which is why Ji Yuan could let her choose freely. After that, the three of them went to choose clothes. They led Boa Hancock down a long corridor, with various exquisite paintings hanging on both sides of the walls. Soon, they arrived at a place storing clothes. It looked like a huge treasure trove, filled with all sorts of garments. Boa Hancock was dazzled by the sight. Among the clothes were some bizarre items, and from time to time, she pointed at a pair of black stockings and asked, "What is this? How can there be such pants?" Hearing Boa Hancock's question, Ji Yuan's face turned slightly red as she didn't know what to say, while Xue Feng covered her mouth and stifled laughter. Meanwhile, outside, Rosha was sitting in a chair, with over 200 sailors standing in front of him. At that moment, Rosha was giving them a lecture, and the sailors all had the same expressions and movements, looking like children who had made a mistake. "All right, that's all I have to say. If you get turned to stone in the future, that's not my concern. Anyway, here's a piece of advice. The prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is." "I'm not wrong about that." The sailors shouted in unison, "Yes, Captain." Rosha nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a subordinate ran over to report, "Captain, everything has been arranged for Boa Hancock." Rosha waved his hand to acknowledge. On the other side, after Boa Hancock picked a few outfits, she returned to her room. Sitting on the soft bed, her thoughts were racing. She never expected to really come to the Navy, and it wasn't as harsh as she had imagined. In the training ground, Rosha had just dismissed the sailors and was about to take a nap when he heard a familiar voice. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a divine-level mission. Please resurrect Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and GOLD. Roger within 1 month." Rosha was taken aback, his expression twisting slightly. Feeling his expression getting a bit out of control, Rosha concentrated and his figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in his office. The office was empty, making it quite private. Rosha sat at the desk, rubbing his temples, muttering to himself, "Resurrecting Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger? Is this system crazy?" He knew the influence these two figures had in the pirate world. If they were truly resurrected, the entire world's structure would undergo earth-shattering changes. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock in her room was contemplating whether to find an opportunity to probe into Rosha's background, as he seemed to hold quite a few secrets. After thinking for a long time, Rosha decided to check if the system had provided any special items or hints. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system interface, and found only a few lines of text. "Use soul fragments and life potions." Soul fragments? Life potions? Rosha murmured. While he knew what life potions were, what were these soul fragments? Rosha scratched his head, feeling extremely troubled, and then his consciousness delved back into the space. As soon as he entered the space, Rosha shouted, "Give me some hints. I'm not a god. I don't know everything." However, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and he still hadn't heard that familiar voice from the system. Just as Rosha was feeling frustrated, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Fragments? The thing I encounter most in life is fragments. Thinking of this, Rosha felt a surge of confidence, clenched his fists, and smiled. Rosha rested his chin on one hand, murmuring, "Since it's fragments, then I'll have to touch them myself. How can I touch the soul? I can't just go down and accompany them, can I?" Rosha scratched his head in distress, cursing the system for issuing such a task without any rewards. Just as he was about to finish his complaint, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, the host insulted this system, now rewarding a divine thunder." What the hell? Rosha was completely bewildered. However, the next second, the previously clear sky suddenly became overcast, with thunder rumbling, as if something was about to fall. The many sailors in the training ground were puzzled by this scene, not understanding why the originally clear sky had turned cloudy. Garp, munching on senbei, laughed just right. I was feeling a bit hot. This weather suits me perfectly. But the next second, a divine thunder crashed through the glass window and struck Rosha directly. He was caught off guard and was instantly charred, his hair standing on end. Those sailors who were originally watching the show flapped their wings and flew up to see which unlucky guy had been struck. However, their smiles froze immediately, because as they reached the second-floor window, they saw Rosha's extremely cold gaze and his hair standing on end from the electricity. The only thought in each sailor's mind was that they really wanted to run, they really wanted to escape. Rosha smirked, and a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell echoed in every sailor's ear. What? Came to watch the show? Since you're here, don't leave. As Rosha's hellish voice reached the ears of the three sailors, their figures, which were still hovering by the window, were instantly pulled in by Rosha. The three of them couldn't escape at all. They were crushed in an instant by sheer strength. After an unknown amount of time, the earlier shouts gradually quieted down, and the sailors below, hearing the sound of fists hitting flesh, instinctively huddled in the corners. Even Garp and the others didn't stop Rosha's violent behavior. They just listened to the sounds with smiles, seemingly not intending to intervene. After all, these sailors had previously been beaten up quite badly, but Rosha was a synthesizer. How could he let them die? Soon, three figures were thrown down from the window, making a dull sound. Following that, three more fairy beans were tossed down. Garp quickly reached out to catch them. Although the kid was a bit heavy-handed, it was still a rare act of kindness. Luo Xia stood by the window and shouted down, "If you dare to barge in and take a look again, the lesson won't be so simple next time. By the way, get a few guys to fix the window for me. You have 1 hour." The three sailors, now bruised and battered, could only grunt in response to Luo Xia's words. Almost instantly after hearing Luo Xia's order, a few people rushed out with tools to repair the window. They both feared and were grateful to Luo Xia. Without the devil fruit he provided, how could these ordinary sailors have tasted such a good devil fruit? Luo Xia glanced at the sailors repairing the window and nodded slightly, though his expression was still somewhat grim. "Do a good job. If you dare to mess it up, those three below will be your fate." Hearing this, the sailors repairing the window became even more swift and cautious. Luo Xia turned and walked back into his room. When he came out again, he had changed into a more comfortable and casual outfit compared to the Navy uniform, and his hair, which had been standing on end from the electric shock, had returned to normal. Luo Xia activated his spatial ability and instantly arrived at the training ground. When he got there, Garp approached him with a mischievous look, patting his shoulder. "Kid, did you do something unethical?" "Old man, you're the one who's done something unethical." "I don't care. I saw the sky was overcast, and suddenly a bolt of lightning shot into your room." "Did you get struck by lightning?" At this point, Garp couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth, probably already laughing internally. Luo Xia glared at Garp. "Old man, go ahead and laugh. No one is stopping you. If you don't laugh soon, what if you burst?" Garp finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach and saying, "Ah, kid, I really didn't expect you to have today." Luo Xia rolled his eyes helplessly. In fact, he hadn't even thought about being struck by lightning. He didn't expect that after scolding the system today, he would actually get hit by lightning. Whether it was the sailors or Kuzan nearby, seeing Garp laugh, they instinctively raised the corners of their mouths. Especially those sailors. Their smiles were almost reaching their ears. Luo Xia glared at them, warning, "If anyone dares to laugh out loud today, those three just now will be your fate." It was just right. They had just beaten 3 people and were still in a bad mood. There were more than 200 people here, so it was just the right time for training. As he spoke, Luo Xia began to stretch his body, and the joints made cracking sounds. The surrounding sailors felt a chill run down their spines. Seeing this scene, even the sailors who wanted to laugh didn't dare to do so openly. They all turned their heads away, trying to distract themselves with other things. Some even punched their own chest to prevent themselves from laughing. Luo Xia nodded in satisfaction, turned, and walked to the side, spreading his arms open as a random door appeared in front of him. Just as Luo Xia was about to step in, Garp asked, "Where are you going again?" Luo Xia turned back to look at Garp and replied lazily, "Gonna play with the Admiral, so I don't have to stay here thinking about beating those guys." Sengoku? What is so fun about that old guy? Suddenly, Garp's eyes lit up. Could it be you're going to steal his? I want to go too. Garp didn't hesitate and stepped into the random door first. Luo Xia smiled helplessly and followed right behind. The two passed through the random door and directly appeared in Sengoku's office. Sengoku was just about to put it in his mouth when he saw Luo Xia and Garp suddenly appear and almost dropped it due to the shock. You two guys, you didn't even knock when you came in. Luo Xia chuckled. Admiral, long time no see. We're here for something, of course. Garp couldn't wait and rushed towards the box. Sengoku quickly protected it. You two, are you here to rob me? Luo Xia crossed his arms. Admiral, I have serious business to discuss. The old man is here to steal your. Besides, I don't lack. What serious business can you two have together? Sengoku looked skeptical. Luo Xia found a chair and sat down. Admiral, what about that random door I gave you? Random door? You still have the face to mention that. Sengoku glared at him. The last time you gave me that random door, when I opened it, it led directly to the women's bath. Almost ruined my reputation. Luo Xia was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Admiral, you weren't hoping to sneak a peek in the women's bath, were you? The random door I invented doesn't just take you wherever you want. It takes you to the place you think of the moment you open it. Ha ha ha. Sengoku's face turned red with anger. You brat, talking nonsense. Taking advantage of Sengoku's distraction, Garp snatched the box and started munching on it, mumbling, this tastes really nostalgic. Sengoku was so angry he stomped his feet, but couldn't care less about Garp now. He stood up, his face flushed, and said, you little brat, what are you doing here today? Cough, cough, it's nothing, just, can I have that random door back? I need to take it back to upgrade it. After using it for so long, it might have some wear and tear. You definitely have other motives. Sengoku crossed his arms, looking full of suspicion. Admiral, there's really nothing else, Luo Xia said helplessly, spreading his hands. Sengoku stared into Luo Xia's sincere eyes. All right, your expression doesn't seem like you're lying. I'll get it for you now. Sengoku walked out from behind his desk, and after a while, he returned with a large pink door in hand, which was obviously the random door. Luo Xia's eyes showed a hint of meaning. He didn't expect the Admiral to treasure this random door so much that he even found a room to keep it in. What do you know? This is the only random door I have, so of course I need to protect it well. Luo Xia smiled and extended his hand. Admiral, since you've brought it over, can you give it to me now? Of course. Just as he was handing it over to Luo Xia, Sengoku suddenly turned his eyes, revealing a sly smile. Kid, this random door can't just be given to you for free. Luo Xia was taken aback. Admiral, what do you mean by that? Sengoku pointed at Garp, who was still happily eating. You have to promise me that you won't bring this old guy to steal my anymore. Upon hearing this, Luo Xia immediately laughed. All right, Admiral, I promise you. After receiving the random door, Luo Xia put it back into his space. Garp finally reacted, his mouth full of as he mumbled, no way Luo Xia. You can't agree to him. Luo Xia ignored Garp and thanked Sengoku before preparing to leave. Seeing this, Garp hurriedly grabbed a handful of and followed Luo Xia into the random door. Back at the training ground, Luo Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally retrieved the random door. After all, that crazy system assigned itself this task, and Rosha couldn't afford any mistakes along the way. So the portal had to return, and that old man would occasionally come to G5 to shop. If he came every couple of days, Rosha wouldn't be able to handle it. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Rosha's mind. Ding. Host insults the system. Reward. Divine thunder. In an instant, the originally clear sky suddenly became overcast, with thunder and lightning as if something was about to strike down. Rosha thought to himself that it was bad and hurriedly shouted, System Lord, I'm sorry, that was just a slip of the tongue. However, the system did not respond, and the divine thunder struck straight towards Rosha. Rosha quickly dodged to the side, but the divine thunder seemed to have eyes, turning and coming at him again. Garp, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, and the senbei in his mouth fell to the ground. Just as the divine thunder was about to hit Rosha, he gritted his teeth, unleashed his conqueror's haki, and his fists were instantly enveloped in it. Rosha's fist struck fiercely at the black-red lightning. At the moment of contact, the lightning was instantly dispersed. At the same time, the weather returned to calm. Meanwhile, everyone who had been training including the Marines and Shiryu, looked at Rosha in shock. Their expressions seemed to say, "What good deed did you do? You got struck by lightning again?" Rosha saw everyone staring at him with wide eyes and unfriendly expressions and asked, "What are you all staring at me for? Do I have money on my face? Want to practice talking to me?" Instantly, the Marines who had been staring at Rosha withdrew their gazes. At this moment, Akiji and the others walked over, each with a puzzled look. Kazan asked in surprise, "Rosha, have you done something morally wrong recently?" "Kazan, stop talking nonsense. I haven't done anything." That's strange. You've been struck by lightning twice today." Rosha shrugged. "How would I know? Maybe the heavens are in a good mood and decided to strike me a couple of times for fun. All right, you all go back to what you were doing. I have a big project to work on." Rosha waved his hand to signal them to leave. Seeing that Rosha was unwilling to say more, Kazan and the others stopped questioning and dispersed. Rosha watched them leave and secretly calculated his next plan. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha floated up, gradually rising higher. When he reached the highest point of the castle, Rosha finally stopped. Immediately, a gray-white light shone from his hands as he activated his spatial ability, sending countless spatial particles drifting in an orderly manner around the island. From just a few at the beginning to now hundreds of thousands. Those spatial particles connected one by one, forming something resembling a protective shield around the G5 branch. The people below looked at Rosha's operation, somewhat confused. But they knew now was not the time to disturb Rosha. Below, Garp sat on a chair, holding senbei, staring intently at Rosha above. What is this kid up to again? Is he afraid of being struck by lightning? So he's surrounding the G5 branch? Just as Garp was muttering to himself, Rosha clasped his hands together and shouted, "Spatial barrier, activate." Instantly, those spatial particles shone brightly, forming a transparent energy shield that enveloped the entire G5 branch. Rosha slowly descended, breathing heavily. Garp walked up and handed him a bag of senbei. "Kid, what kind of trick are you pulling?" Rosha took the senbei, took a bite, and said, "This is the spatial barrier I've newly researched. It can withstand powerful attacks." Garp scoffed, "Is it really that powerful?" Rosha rolled his eyes at him. "If you don't believe me, try it." Garp really did swing a punch at the shield, and with a bang, he was bounced back. "Oh, it really does have some power." Garp rubbed his fist. Rosha smiled mysteriously, and this shield allows entry and exit, so it doesn't trap you all inside. Rosha snapped his fingers, and the next second, the clearly visible shield gradually disappeared before Garp's eyes at a visible speed. Rosha rubbed his eyes and reached forward again. His palm felt no shield at all. Garp, not believing it, tightened his fist and launched another attack. But this time, Garp felt the same sensation as the first time. Seeing this, Garp couldn't help but praise. "So your ability can be used like this? It seems we won't be afraid of the 4 Emperor's attacks in the future." Rosha proudly said, "Of course, but this is only the preliminary stage. It could be further strengthened." Garp nodded. Not bad, keep it up." In fact, this was just a flash of inspiration in his mind, which shows that developing devil fruit powers requires brains. How can one do it without thinking? At this moment, Shiryu and the others walked over and praised, "Rosha, your shield looks impressive. How did you come up with the idea to use your ability to create this?" Even Kuzan, Smoker, and Blood Phoenix looked at him. Rosha scratched his head and sat down. "Because I'm going to be away for a month, I naturally can't let you and my little brothers get harmed during this time." After hearing Rosha's words, Shiryu frowned slightly. "You're going away for a month? Where to? Will it be dangerous?" Rosha brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up. "Don't worry, I have my plans." Kazan crossed his arms. "What will the marshal do if he looks for you while you're gone?" Rosha grinned. "I just went to the Navy headquarters with the old man to get back that portal I gave him. And do you think what I just created is just for show? As long as I don't intend to expose it, no matter who comes, they won't see this island." Kazan sighed. "Since you're so confident, then I wish you a smooth journey. But what exactly are you going out for?" Rosha winked mysteriously, looking for something special. "What it is, you wouldn't know if I told you." Blood Phoenix stepped forward. "Boss, do you need us to accompany you?" Rosha shook his head. "No, but I do need someone." Saying this, Rosha opened his palm and seemingly grabbed something from thin air, pulling Ace from the corner. Ace looked confused and quickly asked, "Boss, why are you grabbing me?" Rosha smiled at Ace. "To accompany me on a trip." Ace scratched his head. "Why did you choose me?" Rosha replied, "Because the place I'm going is familiar to you. Very familiar, so I need you to lead the way. Ace's eyes lit up. Sounds interesting. All right, boss. I'll go with you. But where is this familiar place? Rosha waved his hand. Too much talk. We'll talk on the way. Shiryu still looked a bit worried. You really won't have any problems? Rosha patted his chest. Don't worry. I'm Rosha. Those kids will be lucky if they don't run into me. Then, Rosha took Ace onto a small boat. As the boat slowly sailed away from the island, Ace curiously asked, Boss, what exactly are we looking for? Rosha gazed into the distance and replied, Let's first go see Whitebeard's grave. Upon hearing they were going to his father's grave, Ace's expression turned a bit sorrowful, yet filled with anticipation. Boss, what are we going there for? Rosha lay back on the boat with his hands behind his head and said, Don't ask what you shouldn't. Anyway, if I really accomplish this, the world government will be furious. Ace stopped questioning and quietly looked ahead. The small boat sailed on the sea for several days, during which they lost their direction due to the Navy's mishaps, but Rosha managed to find the right way using his spatial abilities. Because of this, Ace was even punched by Rosha. Soon, they finally approached a small island. On the island stood a prominent gravestone, which was Whitebeard's resting place. As the boat continued forward, they finally reached their destination. Rosha and Ace stood in front of the gravestone, silently paying their respects. Then, Rosha began to carefully observe the surrounding environment, while Ace reminisced about the past. Rosha ignored Ace and focused his gaze on the sword, Songyun Xie, embedded in the gravestone. Suddenly, Rosha thought to himself, since soul power can be collected, could these things be on the gravestone? Or perhaps on the sword? With this thought, Rosha's hands glowed with a grayish-white light as he reached out toward Songyun Xie. The next moment, a familiar voice echoed, Ding, collected soul power 2. Ding, collected soul power 2. System reminder, soul power limit is 100. Rosha frowned and then relaxed, realizing it was like this. Ace, seeing Rosha's actions, looked puzzled and asked, Boss, what are you doing? Rosha didn't reply but glared at Ace. Stop talking nonsense and just keep watch. Ace pouted and obediently moved to the side to keep watch. Rosha continued to focus on collecting soul power, circling the gravestone a few times. However, the collection of soul power ultimately stopped at 76. Rosha's mouth twitched, feeling speechless. After all that effort, he hadn't reached the limit? Rosha sighed. It seemed there really wasn't any more left. After all, soul power was certainly not static. Rosha glanced at Ace, who was keeping watch not far away, and walked over. Patting Ace's shoulder, Let's go, there are other places we need to visit. Ace stood up, and Rosha spread his arms, a random door quietly standing in front of Ace. However, unlike before, this time the random door was closed. Ace couldn't help but ask, Boss, where are we going next? Rosha scratched his head and asked, Where's Whitebeard's hometown? Ace paused for a moment and then said, I know, Dad once mentioned that his hometown is called Sphinx Island. Rosha's expression darkened, and he said helplessly, Don't tell me you haven't been there. Don't worry, boss, I've been there once by chance. But it seems Marco is currently there too. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us Navy to go? Rosha snorted. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to do anything to them. Just take off your mask, and you two brothers can have fun. After saying this, Rosha instructed Ace to push open the random door. Ace had no choice but to obey Rosha's command and pushed open the random door. When they passed through the random door and arrived at Sphinx Island, they found it peaceful and tranquil. However, as soon as they appeared, the highly alert Marco flew over. Marco frowned and asked, Qinglong? And that Navy next to you? What are you doing here? Rosha grinned and said, We're here to find something. We won't disturb you for long. Marco was skeptical, but still refused, saying, This is Dad's hometown. I don't want the Navy to disturb it. You should leave quickly, even if I can't defeat you. There's no need for you Navy to guard this place. Rosha frowned and said, Big Bird, are you looking for a beating? Haven't you had enough of my punches? Are you itching for more? As he spoke, Rosha made cracking sounds. Hearing this, Marco flapped his wings and glared at Rosha. Qinglong, don't go too far. Ace, seeing this, quickly stepped forward, took off his mask, and shouted, Marco, it's me. Marco was taken aback, and upon recognizing Ace, he was astonished, stepping back 3 paces. Ace? You. How are you still alive? Didn't you die at Marineford? But before Ace could explain, Rosha interjected, I resurrected him. What is the problem? Marco's eyes widened as he looked at Rosha. Qinglong, what the hell are you up to? Rosha crossed his arms and said, Nothing, Just here to handle some business. Don't be nervous. Marco remained wary. What business? If it threatens this place, I absolutely won't agree. Ace hurriedly said, Marco, the boss really means no harm. He's just here to find something. Rosha impatiently said, Stop rambling. Just let us look. We won't destroy this place. Marco hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right, but make it quick. Rosha began searching on Sphinx Island. His palm continuously emitted grayish-white light, which left Marco somewhat stunned, but he didn't ask too many questions. Ace sat beside Marco, who curiously asked, What exactly is that guy looking for? And, did you really get resurrected? Ace smiled broadly. That's right. It was Rosha who resurrected me. Now I'm his subordinate, no longer a pirate. As for what he's looking for, to be honest, I don't know either. Meanwhile, Rosha was weaving through the village on the island, drawing the attention of the villagers. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha finally heard a familiar voice. Ding, congratulations. The host has collected soul power too. Upon seeing this, Rosha's expression darkened, cursing inwardly. Damn it, it really is here. Old man, once I resurrect you, you're finished. As seconds ticked by, Rosha finally collected all the soul power. Ding, congratulations. The host has successfully collected Whitebeard's soul power. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. The next second, the gray mass in Rosha's hand suddenly burst forth with a strong light. Gradually, a tall figure appeared within the light, revealing Whitebeard's soul form. What is going on? Marco and Ace were astonished, unable to close their mouths. Whitebeard's soul looked around in confusion. Where am I? Rosha raised an eyebrow. Old man, do you know who I am? Whitebeard looked at Rosha, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. Kid, did you do this? Of course. If it weren't for me wanting to resurrect you, why would I go through so much trouble just to collect your soul? Whitebeard frowned. Resurrect? It's not that easy. For me, it's that easy. Roxas pointed at the bewildered Ace beside him. Old man, do you see who that kid is? Whitebeard followed the direction of Roxas's finger and, upon seeing Ace, his eyes lit up with surprise. Ace. Ace excitedly rushed forward. Old dad. Whitebeard looked at Ace, his face filled with disbelief. Aren't you? Ace smiled and said, It's Boss Roxas who brought me back to life. Whitebeard turned to Roxas, his gaze complex. Kid, why did you do this? Roxas crossed his arms. To be honest, I don't really know. But if I revive you, the moment you come back to life, you must join my G5 branch. Not the Navy, but G5. When I make my move against the world government, you must act. Of course, you can refuse, but if you do, I'll just kill you again at the moment of your resurrection. Trust me, I have the power to do that now. Enough talk, make your choice. Roxas put his hands on his hips. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and then laughed heartily. Ha ha, kid, since you have such courage, I, Edward Newgate, agree. Roxas smiled. Good. Then get ready to be revived. Roxas sat down, and in front of him was a bottle of emerald green liquid, which was naturally the life potion mentioned by the system. Although Roxas knew this stuff could revive the dead, could a guy without a body really be revived? Roxas's consciousness sank into the system. System, what do I do? Ding, open the life potion and pour it onto the soul. Upon hearing this, Roxas didn't hesitate to open the bottle and splash the emerald green liquid onto Whitebeard's soul. The moment the liquid touched the soul, a brilliant light erupted, blinding everyone. As the light gradually dissipated, a living Whitebeard appeared before them. Whitebeard moved his body, feeling the life he had regained, and laughed. This feeling is truly wonderful. Seeing Whitebeard's naive expression, Roxas couldn't help but scoff. Old man, look at your pathetic self. It's just a revival. Whitebeard shot Roxas a glare. Kid, what do you know? This feeling of being reborn is not something ordinary people can experience. Old man, who are you calling a kid? You should be calling me. Never mind. Call me whatever you want. Just don't make me feel old looking at you. Whitebeard laughed heartily. You little brat. Your mouth is still as sharp as ever. At this moment, Marco, who was standing nearby, trembled with excitement upon seeing Whitebeard alive in front of him. He swallowed hard and then deeply bowed to Roxas. Roxas was taken aback by Marco's sudden action and frowned. Hey Marco, what are you doing? Marco straightened up, his gaze sincere. Dragon King. Thank you for bringing my dad back to life. I apologize for any offense I caused before. Please forgive me. From now on, I, Marco, am willing to follow you. Roxas smirked. I thought it was something serious. At least you're sensible. Whitebeard looked at Marco with satisfaction. Marco, since that's the case, let's work with this kid to accomplish something big. The three nodded, their eyes filled with determination. Roxas waved his hand. Stop putting on a show in front of me. Reviving Whitebeard is not enough. I'm here to revive a second person. Everyone was taken aback, and Whitebeard was the first to ask. Kid, who else? Roxas's gaze deepened as he slowly said, an old guy, just like you, very powerful. The former pirate king, he's strong and interesting, so I want to revive him. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about that Roger guy? Roxas nodded. That's right, it's him. Marco looked shocked. That's the pirate king. Reviving him probably won't be easy. Ace also said, moreover, that guy has been dead for many years. His soul energy might be even harder to collect. Roxas crossed his arms. It's okay. I won't give it a try. If I can bring him back to life, I'll have another bodyguard. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard frowned. Do you have any clues? Roxas thought for a moment. It's simple. Soul energy is generally found where a person died, Low Town, or on the island where Roger was born. There might be clues to his soul energy. Roxas nodded, opening his arms as a door of dimension appeared in front of them. Just as Whitebeard was about to step in, Roxas stopped him. Hey, old man, in your current state, you want to go to Low Town? Aren't you afraid of dying? What if they mistake me for an accomplice? You're so tall. Do you think the Navy is stupid? Whitebeard paused for a moment and then laughed. Kid, you have a point. So what do you suggest we do? Roxas's eyes turned. I no longer have the mask for Ace. So you and your son can only stay here. I'll find you after I revive Roger. After saying that, Roxas turned and glared at Whitebeard. Hey, Whitebeard, don't think about running away. You are my revival. Whitebeard huffed. Kid, am I someone who lacks integrity? Roxas nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, Ace, put on the mask. You're getting ready to leave. Ace obediently put on the mask, and during this time, Roxas took out a tremor fruit from his space and tossed it to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, this is for you. Whitebeard received the tremor fruit, looking surprised. You little brat. You actually have this kind of thing? Roxas shrugged. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. I have plenty of these fruits. You should recover your strength first. After that, he led Ace into the door of dimension. After arriving at Low Town, Roxas and Ace walked out from an alley. This was also to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, Roxas would have directly set the target location at the execution platform. Walking on the streets of Low Town, Roxas's palm emitted a gray-white light, not missing any spot. Ace curiously asked, Boss, what should we do next? Roxas whispered, We can't inquire about Roger. Otherwise, the Navy station here will receive news immediately. Although I'm a rear admiral, I can't attract too much attention. The two continued walking down the street, and soon they reached the center of the square, where there was a striking execution platform. Surprisingly, the Navy here was quite competent. This execution platform had been destroyed by that guy Luffy back in the day. When they arrived at the execution platform, people were coming and going around, and Roxas closed his eyes, trying to sense the lingering aura here. Soon, as expected, a familiar voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Roger's soul energy too. The intermittent sounds overwhelmed Roxas, and the system's voice continued for about 5 minutes before finally stopping. Currently, Roger's soul energy had increased to 90, just 10 more to go. Roxas felt elated. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly this time. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, a group of Navy soldiers approached them. The leading officer shouted loudly, You two, what are you doing sneaking around here? Roxas remained calm and crossed his arms, replying, just passing by. Taking a look at the execution platform. Don't you, Colonel of Rogetown, recognize me? The colonel scrutinized Roxas for a moment, his expression changing slightly. So, it's General Roxas. My apologies. However, this place is special, so please don't stay too long. Roxas nodded, understood. Once the Navy left, Ace whispered, Boss, what should we do now? Roxas looked up at the sky, pondering for a moment before saying, We're still missing a bit. By the way, do you know where Roger's grave is? Ace was taken aback. Boss, I'm not really sure. Roxas sighed in resignation. It seemed he would have to search for it. Suddenly, Roxas's eyes lit up. He thought maybe he could use the system to help find it. He silently called for the system in his mind, and the system indicated that a certain amount of berries would be required for the search. Roxas thought about the tempting prospect of Roger's imminent resurrection, gritted his teeth, and agreed. With a flash of light, the system displayed a direction. Roxas pulled Ace and hurried towards that direction. It led them deep into a tranquil forest, where a simple gravestone stood. Roxas approached the gravestone, which only had the words Roger's grave inscribed on it. However, the handwriting was so poor that those with bad eyesight might not even recognize it. It seemed someone had erected it, but considering he was the pirate king, the Navy would never allow a gravestone for someone who had been publicly executed. At that moment, the system emitted another prompt. Ding. Large amounts of Roger's residual soul energy detected. Would you like to collect it? Roxas immediately chose yes. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth, and Roger's soul energy quickly filled up to 100. Roxas was overjoyed. He knew he was about to witness the resurrection of the great pirate king. Roxas grinned and opened a portal, and he and Ace stepped through it. They reappeared where Whitebeard was. Whitebeard radiated a powerful aura, clearly having regained considerable strength due to the Gura noMi. Roxas eagerly walked to the center of the clearing, his palm open. After a dazzling flash of light, a figure gradually materialized. Roger slowly opened his eyes and looked around, momentarily stunned. Where is this? Roxas smiled and said, Pirate King. Roger, it's an honor to finally meet you. This is the hometown of that old man Whitebeard. Roger looked around and saw Whitebeard and Marco. Ace, wearing his mask, was not recognized. Roger's face lit up with surprise. Whitebeard, long time no see. And you little guy, hello. After some pleasantries, Roger turned his gaze to Roxas, filled with curiosity. Who are you? Why did you bring me back? Roxas shrugged. My name is Roxas, a current rear admiral in the Navy, and my combat power might even exceed that of an admiral. Roger raised an eyebrow. A Navy rear admiral? Why would you want to resurrect me, a pirate? Roxas chuckled. I want to change some things, and your key figure. Roger laughed heartily. Interesting. So what do you want me to do? Roxas's expression became serious. I want you to join my G5 branch. Perhaps one day, I will overthrow the world government. Roger pondered for a moment, finding the idea intriguing. Whitebeard stepped forward. Roger, this kid may be strange, but his abilities are indeed remarkable. Roger nodded in agreement. So where do we start? Roxas shrugged. No rush. First we need to bring you back to life. I thought you would refuse to be resurrected, but I didn't expect you to agree. This is a pleasant surprise. Even as he said this, Roxas's actions did not pause as he poured the life potion over Roger. As the potion soaked into him, Roger's body emitted a gentle glow, and the faint aura began to fill up. His soul state transformed into a physical form. He moved his limbs, feeling the surging power within him. This feels great, Roger exclaimed. Roxas breathed a sigh of relief. Now that you're fully revived, that's good news for me. Whitebeard stepped up and gave Roger a heavy punch. You brat, you've come back to life too. Gula-la-la-la. Roger looked at the laughing Whitebeard, puzzled. You too came back to life? Whitebeard grinned. Yes, thanks to this kid. Roger turned to Roxas, his gaze filled with gratitude. Roxas, you've given me a new life. I will do my utmost to help you. Roxas waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing for me, aside from the hassle of reviving Whitebeard. Reviving you is not complicated. At this moment, Roger's gaze landed on Whitebeard, a slight smile forming. How did you die, old man? Did you die of old age? Whitebeard's expression darkened, his fists clenched, and his overwhelming aura erupted. Gula-la-la-la. Do you think you can compare to me? Gula-la-la-la. I died in battle, making the Navy roll in fear. Roger laughed heartily, just as I expected from you, Edward Newgate. Roxas stood by, watching the two bicker with interest, thinking how amusing these legendary pirates were. Roxas shook his head helplessly. Whitebeard's strength had nearly returned to its peak. As he spoke, Roxas waved his hand, and the Congo flew out from his sleeve, gradually returning to its original size. Whitebeard caught the Congo and laughed. I didn't expect that, even after being dead for so long, you could still find my weapon. It's simple. I took this weapon from your gravestone, Roxas replied. Whitebeard swung the Congo a few times, nodding in satisfaction, still the familiar feeling. Roger crossed his arms and said, So what should we do next, Roxas? Roxas's gaze became determined. First, we need to return to the G5 branch. After that, I plan to go to Whole Cake Island and Wano to deal with Big Mom and Kaido. We need to subdue them first. Whitebeard and Roger exchanged glances and said in unison, All right, let's go all out. Roxas nodded. As for your weapon, Roger, I haven't found any leads yet. It will take time to locate your supreme grade greatsword, Ace. At this point, Roger seemed to remember something and suddenly looked up to ask, Ace, my son is already famous on the seas, right? Roxas frowned slightly and said, as far as I know, Ace died during the Marine-Ford War, but I've revived him now. Roger's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Really? That's great. Whitebeard also laughed, though I hate to admit it. Ace is right by your side. By my side? Roger looked left and right, finally fixing his gaze on the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. Roger excitedly stepped forward, placing his hands on Ace's shoulders, his voice trembling slightly. Ace. My child. But Ace just pouted and shook off Roger's hands coldly, saying, Don't touch me, my old man is Whitebeard. As he spoke, Ace took off his mask, naturally to assure Roger that he was indeed Ace. The excitement on Roger's face instantly froze, revealing a hint of embarrassment and disappointment. Ace, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Kid, Roger, this guy's my son. Rosha shook his head helplessly. All right, enough of the jokes. We have serious business to attend to. Roger took a deep breath and looked at Ace. Child, no matter what, I am very happy to see you again. Ace was silent for a moment, and eventually nodded. Let's resolve the matter at hand first. Everyone quieted down. Rosha snapped his fingers, and the next moment, 2 black cloaks fell from the sky, draping over Whitebeard and Roger. You two put these on first to avoid causing panic among my G5. The two exchanged glances and obediently put on the black cloaks. However, Ace and Marco thought this was simply a case of burying their heads in the sand. Moreover, Whitebeard's height was a full 6 meters, and they could already imagine the scene when the two returned to G5. Ace couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Rosha looked at the effect of the two in their cloaks and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Although it looks easy to see through. Our G5 folks are quite simple-minded. Not many will recognize them. All right, let's set off. Rosha waved his hand, and a portal appeared in front of them. This time, the portal was a full 7 meters high, which Rosha did intentionally. Otherwise, Whitebeard wouldn't even fit through. Rosha entered first, followed by everyone except Marco, who walked in after him. When they stepped out of the portal, as expected by Ace and Marco, the members of the G5 branch were stunned, their mouths agape at the sight of Whitebeard. Who is that? Why is he so tall? And the person next to him, his aura is so strong. Rosha glared at the soldier, who spoke, warning, You looking for a fight? The soldier hurriedly turned away upon hearing Rosha's warning. Though Rosha said that, everyone couldn't help but steal glances. The situation here quickly attracted Garp and others. When Garp saw Ace come back, he walked over. But when he saw the two behind Rosha, Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, This familiar aura. Why does it feel like Whitebeard and that bastard Roger? Thinking of this, Garp immediately grabbed Rosha. Kid, who are those two in black cloaks behind you? I feel like they are that old man Whitebeard and that bastard Roger. When Rosha saw the seriousness in Garp's eyes, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, when did Garp's brain become so useful? But he still feigned ignorance, old man. You must be mistaken. Or maybe you missed them too much and are hallucinating. After saying this, Rosha ignored Garp and waved to Whitebeard and Roger, who followed him into the castle. However, Garp felt it was outrageous for Whitebeard and Roger to be resurrected. But if it were Rosha, it wouldn't be outrageous. On the contrary, he felt it was something Rosha could do. At this moment, Garp, Blood Phoenix, Jiwen, Akiji, Smoker, and others all followed closely behind Rosha. They wanted to see who these two were. Rosha brought Whitebeard and Roger into his office. Garp and the others, who followed behind Rosha, tried to enter but were blocked by a faint barrier. This made Garp, who had just gotten excited, furious, and he shouted, Hey kid, open the door quickly. I want to know who those two guys you brought back are. Rosha shook his head helplessly and shouted to the barrier outside, Old man, wait a moment, I haven't figured out how to introduce them yet, just hang on. After that, he ignored the commotion outside. Rosha turned to look at Whitebeard and Roger, then plopped down in his chair. The two sat down on the sofa opposite the desk. Rosha closed his eyes tightly, and his consciousness sank into the system. In the system space, Rosha contemplated all the possible outcomes and response strategies after Whitebeard and Roger's identities were revealed. He He knew full well the uproar these two legendary figures would cause by appearing here. Outside the office, Garp was stomping his feet in anger. But this barrier was created by Rosha. Garp knew how outrageous Roshia's strength was, so despite being anxious to know their identities, he could only wait. Of course, besides Garp, the other four were also very eager, their eyes filled with curiosity. When Ace was brought back by Rosha, Jiwen wasn't so curious, but this time she was genuinely curious. Meanwhile, in the system space, after finishing his thoughts, Rosha slowly spoke. System, may I ask about my task rewards? Don't tell me there aren't any. The system was silent for a while before slowly saying, considering the difficulty of this task, the rewards will naturally not be small. You will receive a random ability enhancement opportunity and a supreme great knife left behind outside. Roshia's eyes lit up. Supreme great knife? Don't tell me it's the supreme great knife Ace. Ding, reward has been issued. Additionally, there is an extra reward, a divine thunder. As soon as the system's voice fell, a thunderous sound rang out, and Rosha instantly sprang up from his chair, his Conqueror's Haki fully unleashed, his fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, heavily striking that dark blue lightning. In an instant, the lightning was shattered into fragments. Rosha panted heavily, secretly glad that he reacted quickly. System, are you trying to harm your host? Rosha muttered unhappily in his heart. This divine thunder is just a test for you. If you can't handle this, how can you bear the big things to come? The system's cold voice echoed. Rosha snorted, retracted his Haki, and let out a long breath. At this moment, in the office, Whitebeard and Roger were watching him with great interest. His Conqueror's Haki is stronger than Whitebeard's, Roger said with a smile. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. Indeed, this kid's potential is limitless. Hearing their evaluation, Rosha couldn't help but smile slightly. At the same time, after the little incident just now, Rosha felt that his body had also undergone a qualitative leap, and his physical strength had improved a level. Thinking of this, Roshia's consciousness sank back into the system. As soon as he entered the system space, Rosha saw that shining golden western sword. Roshia's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It really is true that what you lack comes when you need it. After saying this, Roshia's consciousness returned to reality, followed by that western sword. Rosha snapped his fingers, and the supreme great knife Ace immediately appeared in his hand. The moment Roger, who had been sitting on the sofa, saw the knife, he instantly stood up, his gaze fixed on the western sword in Roshia's hand. Roger's eyes were filled with excitement and nostalgia. This sword once belonged to my partner. Rosha raised an eyebrow and then directly tossed it to Roger. Rosha caught it, his excitement evident. He looked at the supreme great knife, Ace, and then at Roger, smiling as he said, I didn't expect this knife to be yours. I found it earlier. Although Roshia's explanation was quite forced, the simple-minded Roger looked grateful and clearly believed him. At that moment, Garp outside the barrier couldn't help but shout again. Rosha, have you two reached an agreement? Rosha glanced at Roger and Whitebeard and slowly replied, Next, I will reveal your identities, but please don't make a move. This castle cost me a lot of money to build and can't withstand your destruction. Rosha took a deep breath and removed the barrier. Garp was the first to rush in, loudly asking, Who are these two guys? Rosha took 2 steps back, pointed at Whitebeard and Roger, and calmly said, This is Edward Newgate, and this is GOLD, Roger. For a moment, the room fell silent, with everyone staring wide-eyed. Garp was even more incredulous, his mouth agape. What did you say, Roger? And Whitebeard? How is that possible? At this moment, Roger threw off his black cloak and laughed heartily. Long time no see, Garp. Garp seemed awake from a dream, cautiously assuming a fighting stance. What do you two want after coming back to life? Whitebeard snorted disdainfully, we mean no harm. And it was this kid who brought us back. You old man, if you don't believe it, I can go outside and fight you right now. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Garp hesitated and lowered his guard. Rosha continued, These two are formidable characters. Old man, if you're not afraid of getting beaten, you can go fight them. I'd love to laugh at you later. Garp glared at Rosha, but ultimately relaxed his fists, though his gaze remained fixed on the two. Everyone else looked astonished. Ji Yuan took a step forward, carefully examining Roger and Whitebeard. It's really you, but this is hard to believe. Rosha, you really are a genius. You can even bring back such characters? Could it really be as you said, That you want to attack the world government? Most of these words were what Rosha had said to Ji Yuan while in bed, so Ji Yuan's face slightly flushed as he spoke. Rosha shrugged. We'll talk about that later. Right now, you all need to listen to me explain the events leading up to this. Otherwise, I won't be able to clear my name. Roger laughed. The world has changed a lot, but seems much more interesting now. Whitebeard stroked his beard, his gaze deep as he observed the surroundings. Rosha cleared his throat and began recounting the entire event, from discovering the special resurrection method to finding the suitable soul fragments. Everyone listened intently. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha stopped talking, and everyone looked at him in amazement. Seeing everyone looking at him, Rosha thought there was something on his face and touched it. Are you all looking at me because you think I'm handsome? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Blood Phoenix put her hands on her hips and said loudly, Boss, how can you be so narcissistic? We were just stunned that you could even do something like this. However, boss, you really are amazing. You can even resurrect someone who's been dead for so long. That's really impressive. Blood Phoenix gazed at Rosha with admiration. Rosha glared at Blood Phoenix. Be careful with your words. What do you mean dead for so long? Watch it, or I'll hit you. Blood Phoenix stuck out her tongue and quickly hid behind someone else. At this moment, Garp looked at Rosha and slowly said, You little brat. So these two old guys in front of us are really Whitebeard and that bastard Roger? Rosha's expression darkened as he replied, So after all I've said, it went in one ear and out the other for you? Forget it. Let me say it officially. These two are the real Whitebeard and Roger, and they are at their peak strength, no fakes. If those two team up, they can blow up the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Is Garp getting too old? Maybe getting a bit senile? Garp immediately exploded, jumping up and shouting, Whitebeard, you old ghost. Who are you calling senile? He was about to charge into fight. Roger quickly stood between them as a peacemaker. All right, we're not enemies right now. Let's not start a fight the moment we meet. You all are part of my G5 branch now. Just as his words fell, the previously silent Akiji asked, Rosha, so the former Pirate King and Whitebeard really want to join my G5 branch? Of course. They were both brought back by me, so they have to join. Besides, I have big plans coming up, and I can't do it without these two. Akiji frowned and said, Rosha, what you're doing will cause a huge uproar. If the world government finds out, they won't let it go easily. Rosha waved his hand dismissively. World government? No worries, they won't exist for long. If they continue to stick to their old ways, this world will never change. Garp looked at Roger and Whitebeard and finally turned to Akiji with a smile. I don't see any problem. Since these two bastards have joined G5, I don't need to be afraid anymore. After all, they've joined. If the world government gets wind of it, Rosha, you could just resurrect some old folks again. After all, you have that ability. Rosha smiled meaningfully, don't worry. Vice Admiral Garp. Then, Rosha turned to Whitebeard and Roger. Let's discuss our next plan. Everyone gathered in the conference room, sitting around a large table. Rosha spoke first. Our primary target is Kaido, and then Big Mom. This guy, Kaido, threatened me before, and this time I want to pay him back all at once. And I want to capture him as a prisoner. Whitebeard stroked his chin. Gurara, let's just go straight to their doorstep. I don't believe they can stop us. However, I like this plan of yours. Rosha, Gurara. Rosha nodded in agreement. Going straight to their doorstep? It seems that might be possible. Rosha's gaze shifted between Garp, Whitebeard, and Roger, and the more he looked, the more confident he felt, and he couldn't help but grin. Just as Rosha's thoughts were racing, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Final mission activated. Rosha was startled. Ding! Please, host, overthrow the world government's rule and restore peace to the seas. Time limit, 2 months. Reward, 1 opportunity to return to the original world through a spatial rift. Failure, instant explosion, leaving no remains. Upon hearing the system's mission and punishment, Rosha couldn't help but curse. This damn system really knows how to create trouble for me. After saying this, Rosha couldn't help but give himself a good smack. Why curse the system like that? Did he really want to be struck by lightning? In his thoughts, the familiar voice appeared again. Ding! Rewarding the host with a divine thunder. In an instant, Rosha stood up abruptly, his entire aura erupting fiercely, causing several weaker individuals to be knocked to the ground. In a few teleports, Rosha left the conference room and stepped outside. He saw that the sky was already overcast with dark clouds. Rosha unleashed his full power and struck down hard towards the divine thunder. The divine thunder suddenly dissipated. After everything disappeared, Rosha returned to the conference room. Seeing that Rosha had finally returned, Garp asked with a strange expression, "Why have you been struck by lightning so often lately? Is it because you resurrected those two old guys and are suffering divine retribution?" Rosha glared at Garp with annoyance. "Old man, stop joking about me." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Kid, it seems your ability is quite something. Even heaven is jealous." Roger also chuckled, "Huh? The aura you just unleashed is impressive." Rosha nodded, sat back down, and said, "Since the task is clear, we need to act quickly to attack Kaido." Ace said, "I spent some time in Wano, so I'm somewhat familiar with it." At this point, Ace had already removed his mask, revealing his true face. Although everyone was surprised, with Roger and Whitebeard being resurrected, Ace seemed less remarkable. Ace stood up and gestured on the table. The terrain of Wano is complex, with many hidden passages and traps. Kaido's stronghold is on Onigashima, which is heavily guarded, and his subordinates are no pushovers. Whitebeard said, "Gura, let's just charge in. Who cares about the traps?" Rosha thought for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, anyway, it doesn't matter if you all die. I can resurrect you as long as you have complete corpse." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Garp laughed and scolded. "What are you talking about, kid? You can't treat life so lightly." Rosha grinned, "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. But we still need to be fully prepared and not underestimate the enemy." Roger said, "With so many strong fighters, we could just charge in without any plans." Rosha pondered for a moment. "Wouldn't he really make any plans anyway? Given your strengths, you can handle it easily. However, before that, I want to see Shanks." Everyone was taken aback, and Whitebeard frowned and asked, "Kid, why do you want to see that guy Shanks?" Rosha shrugged. "It's simple. Because he is currently maintaining the balance of the New World. If we rush over and capture Kaido, that would be a bit unethical. Besides, don't you Uncle Roger want to see red-haired too?" Roger stroked his beard and laughed. "Rosha, you're quite thoughtful. It's been a long time since I've seen Red Taro." Rosha crossed his arms. "The New World seems calm now, but there are undercurrents. If we forcibly take Kaido, it might trigger a series of uncontrollable chain reactions." Garp nodded in agreement. "The kid is right. The current situation is very delicate." Roger stood up and gazed into the distance. Let this interesting situation last a bit longer. Who knows what unexpected events might occur after this." At that moment, a giant seabird flew across the sky. Rosha looked up and smiled. The New World is always full of surprises, just like this suddenly appearing seabird. Who knows what will happen next? Everyone laughed, seemingly filled with anticipation, but also a hint of caution. Rosha waved his hand. "Since we've decided, let's go." With that, Rosha snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the four of them, including Rosha, Whitebeard, Roger, Garp, and Akiji, disappeared from their spot. Ji Yuan, who remained in the room, stomped his foot and huffed. "Damn Rosha," he ran off again. Meanwhile, on 8-Man Island, the red-haired pirates were holding a banquet, filled with laughter and joy. Suddenly, Shanks sensed several powerful auras appearing, and he frowned, becoming alert. "Captain, what's this?" The crew also stopped their actions. Just then, the figures of Rosha and the others appeared. Shanks was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. "So it's you guys? What a rare visit." Rosha stepped forward, red-haired, long time no see. But before Shanks could chat with Rosha for long, he suddenly widened his eyes and took several steps back, as if his head had exploded like a bomb. What was this before him? He recognized those two familiar figures all too well. Shanks swallowed hard, opened his mouth to speak, but Roger behind Rosha spoke first. "Is that Red Taro? You've really changed a lot, and your strength has improved so much. That's impressive, ha ha ha." Hearing Roger's words, the shock on Shanks's face did not diminish at all. "Roger, is it really you?" Whitebeard stepped forward and laughed. "Kid, surprised to see us." Shanks nodded. "Indeed surprised you. Can't be resurrected by Rosha, right?" Although Shanks didn't want to believe it, the fact was right in front of him, and in today's world, only Rosha could resurrect the dead. Rosha said, "You've seen it, so we'll take our leave now." Just as Rosha was about to leave with everyone, Shanks hurriedly stopped him. "Hey, Rosha, don't rush. This time, I must host a banquet for you, especially since Captain Roger is here. Also, how did you resurrect Captain Roger? We need to have a good chat. By the way, I have great wine from various seas here. Shanks was now extremely curious about Rosha. Want to know how he did it. Rosha waved his hand. No, I have something important to do. They are all my helpers. I can't do it without them. Shanks frowned and asked, Rosha, what is this important matter? Can't you tell me? Maybe I can help. Oh, it's nothing much. Just that Kaido caused trouble for me before. And I'm about to take the old man and the others to capture Kaido and deal with him properly. Shanks's eyes widened. You're going to deal with Kaido? But with your lineup, it would be too easy to handle Kaido. Whitebeard snorted, Gura, to charge in. I've been wanting to beat that bastard Kaido for a long time. Shanks said, then I wish you success. If you need help, just let me know. Rosha smiled. Thanks, red-haired. After finishing, Rosha and the others disappeared again, heading towards Onigashima in Wano. In the blink of an eye, Rosha and his group arrived near Onigashima. The sky over Onigashima was overcast, and the atmosphere was eerie and oppressive. Whitebeard held Songyun Xia with both hands, exuding an overwhelming aura. Brora, little ghosts, get ready for battle. Roger also drew his sword, excitement filling his eyes. The first battle since the resurrection. Let's make a big ruckus. Rosha took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Charge. The crowd rushed towards Onigashima, and the guards on the island quickly noticed them, and the alarm sounded instantly. Kaido's subordinates surged out, but those subordinates were disassembled by Rosha from about 50 meters away. The process smooth as silk. Not even a single scream was heard. Rosha moved like lightning, and wherever he went, enemies fell one after another. Whitebeard swung Songyun Xia. The powerful shockwave struck fear into the enemies. Roger's haki was almost tangible. Some weaker opponents fainted on the spot. Just as they were sweeping through, Kaido's massive figure appeared in front of them. Kaido roared, Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Rosha looked at the giant dragon in the sky and grinned maliciously. Kaido, take a good look at who is beside me. Kaido focused, and when he saw Whitebeard and Roger, his dragon eyes widened in disbelief. Whitebeard? Roger? How is this possible? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Kaido, today is your doomsday. Kaido roared, diving down from the sky towards the crowd. Roger's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Kaido, swinging his sword to unleash a sharp sword energy towards him. Kaido twisted his body to dodge the attack, but still received a shallow wound. He roared in anger, spewing out scorching flames. Rosha waved his hands, and an invisible barrier blocked the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard leaped high, striking Kaido's head with Songyun Xia. Accompanied by the shockwave, Kaido was smashed into the ground, his figure in a sorry state. Garara, being young is great. In an instant, both sides were engulfed in intense battle. The entire Onigashima trembled from the aftermath of their fight. With the fierce attacks from the group, the remaining calamities and Kaido's other subordinates dared not advance, as the battle was too fierce. Especially Roger, his black-red slashes flew towards Kaido like they were free. Most of the attacks landed on Kaido. Even Kaido, known as the strongest creature, couldn't withstand so many attacks. At this moment, his eyes turned red, and his anger reached its peak. Kaido roared, his body suddenly swelling several times, black air currents swirling around him. He raised his kanabo high and smashed it down towards Roger. This strike carried devastating power, splitting the air open. Roger, however, showed no fear, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, exuding even stronger haki. He gripped Ace with one hand, spinning rapidly and charging towards Kaido. The blade collided with the kanabo, erupting in a blinding light and a massive shockwave. The surrounding people were pushed back by the force. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Rosha seized the moment, his figure flashing to appear behind Kaido, and a sword energy stabbed towards him. Kaido sensed the attack from behind and had to divert his attention. He sidestepped to dodge, but still suffered a cut on his back. This completely infuriated Kaido, who abandoned Roger and turned to pounce on Rosha. But Rosha remained calm and used his spatial fruit to leave that area. Meanwhile, Whitebeard swung Songyun Xia fiercely towards Kaido's dragon head. Rosha watched in shock, but the expected scene of Kaido's head being smashed did not occur. Rosha hit aside, amazed. This really is a dragon head. Despite such a hit, it's completely fine. What Kaido? Although it didn't knock Kaido out, it still made Whitebeard feel quite pleased. What a relief. Gurara. Kaido, enraged by Whitebeard's strike, turned to spit a burst of fiery red flames at him. Whitebeard did not retreat, using haki to protect himself, charging into the flames and swinging his sword again at Kaido. Roger also took the opportunity to launch another attack, sharp slashes flying towards Kaido. Under the joint assault of the two, Kaido gradually found it difficult to cope. At that moment, Kaido's subordinates sensed the danger and attempted to assist. Rosha coldly snorted, "You better not move. I just want to bind Kaido." Saying this, he unleashed powerful spatial confinement, trapping those subordinates in place. Seeing that his subordinates could not support him, Kaido's anxiety grew. Meanwhile, Rosha and the others intensified their attacks. Kaido's wounds multiplied, and his breath became increasingly erratic. "Damn it, don't get too cocky," Kaido roared, trying to make a final struggle. However, Rosha and the others gave him no chance to breathe. Whitebeard swung Songyun Xie with all his might, causing Kaido's body to tremble slightly from the powerful shockwave. Roger followed up with a strong slash, leaving a deep wound on Kaido. Kaido finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Finally over, Rosha let out a long breath. The group looked at the fallen Kaido, their faces showing victorious joy. Garp shook his hand and laughed. "I didn't expect this bastard to be so tough. Truly worthy of the mythical Zoan devil fruit. His physical strength is indeed formidable." Nearby, Rosha waved his hand, tossing several senbei beans to Garp and the others. "Eat these first, regain some stamina." Then, Roshia's gaze fixed on the fallen Kaido, who had reverted to his original state and was not unconscious. But his big eyes stared fiercely at Rosha, as if he wanted to eat him. Kaido lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes still filled with unwillingness. Rosha approached, crouched down, and looked at Kaido, saying, "Kaido, today you have lost." Kaido scoffed, "Do as you wish, whether to kill or maim." Rosha smiled, "I won't kill you. I want to take you away." Kaido's eyes widened. "What do you want to do?" Rosha sat down on the ground, arms spread wide. His spatial ability unfolded, and chains of space bound Kaido step by step. A few seconds later, Rosha had firmly tied Kaido up. Rosha stood up, looked around, and finally said slowly, "All right, this place is not suitable for long stays. I don't want to be spotted by that stupid bird. We should leave." In an instant, Rosha and the others left Onigashima. Accompanying them were the other calamities and Kaido. After all, the beast pirates only had these three who were relatively strong and most capable of speaking. As soon as they returned to the G5 base, the Marines stationed there surrounded them. One by one, they widened their eyes at the Kaido lying on the ground, as well as the crouching Jin and Queen. A Marine stuttered, This is Kaido? And Jin and Queen?" Rosha nodded. "That's right, just captured and still warm." "All right, stop looking. Close it up and keep a tight watch." Upon hearing the order, the many Marines immediately sprang into action. Rosha then led the others into the conference room. As soon as they sat down, Garp spoke up, "Kid, what are we going to do next? Don't tell me you want to capture Big Mom, too. I don't want to see Lin Lin." Rosha pondered for a moment. "Next, I need you all to listen carefully to what I'm about to say, as it's all true." Everyone was taken aback, but ultimately remained silent, their gazes fixated on Rosha. Clearing his throat, Rosha slowly said, "Ahem, well, y planto." Before Rosha could finish, the impatient Garp interrupted. "You brat, stop talking like a woman. Just spit it out." "Old man, I need to gather my thoughts. Why are you so anxious?" Roger continued. "Although this sounds absurd, it's what I need to do right now, because I'm out of time. I want to overthrow the world government." Garp sprayed out the sip of water he had just taken. "Kid, are you crazy? Overthrow the world government? This isn't a joke." Whitebeard frowned. "Gurura, that's quite a bold idea." Roger looked at Rosha with great interest. However, if he can actually pull it off, that would indeed be an amazing feat. Rosha's gaze was firm. "I know it's difficult, but the dark rule of the world government must end. We need to restore true freedom and peace to the seas." Akiji pondered for a moment. "Rosha, have you thought this through? This means going against the entire world." Rosha nodded. I've thought it through clearly. It's something we must do. Blood Phoenix said, Boss, I support you. Everyone voiced their opinions, some in support, some with concerns. Rosha stood up. No matter what, I've made my decision. Those willing to join me, let us fight together. Those who aren't, I won't force you. I only have 2 months. The conference room fell into a brief silence, and then Garp said, You brat, since you've decided, I'll accompany you in this madness. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Hurrah, count me in. Roger also chimed in. How could I miss out? Everyone responded, deciding to follow Rosha in opposing the world government. A glimmer of emotion flashed in Rosha's eyes. All right, then let us start preparing. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha and the others walked out of the conference room and into the outdoors. However, 3 of them stayed close to Rosha to head to G5 prison together. This time, Rosha's goal wasn't to torment Kaido, but to cleverly persuade him. After all, while Kaido might not be able to defeat so many of them working together, his individual strength was still formidable. Rosha quickly led the 3 to G5 prison. Upon entering the cell where Kaido was held, they saw him bound in chains, yet still exuding a powerful aura. Most of the wounds on him were inflicted by Roger, and aside from some deeper wounds that were still bleeding, the others had mostly healed. Rosha smiled and spoke. Kaido, we're not here to fight today. Kaido snorted but said nothing. Rosha continued. As the governor of the Beast Pirates, with your strength, why not join my G5 branch? At this, Kaido's eyes widened, as if looking at a fool. Moments later, he let out a scoff and turned to Garp beside Rosha. Garp, is there no one left in the Navy? How could a fool like this be among you? Rosha wasn't annoyed, still smiling. Kaido, don't be so quick to refuse. You're locked up here forever, slowly decaying. By joining me, not only can you regain your freedom, but you can also fully showcase your strength. Besides, my goal is the world government. Kaido was slightly moved, but still stubbornly replied, How do I know you're not lying? Once I'm out, you'll definitely surround and attack me. Besides, I've been to the underwater prison countless times, and I've provoked the Navy headquarters at least dozens of times. How could I, the governor of the Beast Pirates, be constrained by such a small prison? However, Rosha suddenly spoke. Kaido, I'm a man of my word, and look, with my current strength in G5, I don't need to use such means to deal with you. Just take a look at these 2 behind me. Do you recognize them? Kaido looked back at Rosha's side and saw Roger and Whitebeard sitting on the ground of the prison, both grinning at him, looking like Rosha's bodyguards. Kaido's eyes widened. Only now did he realize that the ones who had just attacked him were indeed Roger and Whitebeard. He glanced at the 2 and asked in a low voice, Roger? And that old Whitebeard, aren't they both dead? How are they still alive? How did you manage that? Rosha crossed his arms, confidence written all over his face. You don't need to worry about that. Just know that from now on. They've gone from being dead to being alive. Kaido snorted. So what? If you revive that old Whitebeard, then you're making an enemy of me. Wanting me to join your Navy? What a joke. Rosha's expression darkened. This Kaido really was a hard nut to crack. I've been so polite in talking to him, yet he is still so obstinate. Suddenly, Whitebeard glared at Kaido and scolded. Brat, do you want to taste the power of my fists? You still want to join after all this? Do you know what this kid Rosha plans to do next? Kaido disdainfully replied to Whitebeard. Whatever he wants to do has nothing to do with me. I don't want to be under the Navy's control. Even though I'm locked up here, do you think my subordinates are just decorations? Rosha raised an eyebrow. Kaido, do you think joining me just means becoming part of the Navy? Wrong. My G5 branch will operate independently from the Navy system. We have a common enemy, the world government. If you join, the benefits here are much greater than being a pirate. Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flickered in Kaido's eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, If I join, can you guarantee my status and freedom? And what about my subordinates? Rosha laughed heartily. Of course, your people can join too. We'll fight together against the world government. Kaido finally relented. All right, I'll trust you this once. If I find out you've deceived me in any way, I'll drag you all down with me, even if it costs me my life. Rosha nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the 2 parties, originally at odds, reached a cooperative intention. Seeing this, Rosha smiled broadly, snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, The heavily injured Kaido was teleported right in front of him. Rosha quickly assessed Kaido's injuries with a glance. Soon, a bottle of emerald green liquid appeared in Rosha's hand. Rochet easily opened the bottle cap, and a refreshing scent wafted through the prison. He ignored Kaido's reaction and poured the potion over him, especially on the deeper wounds. Miraculously, the wounds on Kaido's body began to heal at a visible speed. Kaido, surprised, moved his body and felt an unprecedented ease. His gaze towards Rochet was complicated, filled with both gratitude and confusion. What kind of medicine is this? Kaido couldn't help but ask. Rochet smiled mysteriously. This is my exclusive healing elixir. As long as you follow me, I can revive you even if you die. Hearing Rochet's words, Kaido was greatly shocked. However, he still refused to back down. I hope you're not just bragging. Rochet didn't mind. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the prison. Rochet frowned, activated his observation haki, and in the blink of an eye, he grasped the situation. It was Jinbe and Queen who had started a ruckus, and they were particularly arrogant. Rochet said expressionlessly to Kaido, "Your subordinates really can't sit still." Kaido said nothing and walked straight towards the source of the noise, with Rochet and the others following closely behind. Upon seeing Kaido arrive, Jinbe and Queen stopped fighting and lowered their heads respectfully. Kaido scolded, "You fools. We've now reached a cooperation with the Navy, so no more disrespect." Jinbe and Queen were shocked, unable to believe that their boss was cooperating with the Navy. Queen mumbled, "Boss, this isn't a trap, is it?" Kaido shot him a fierce glare. "Stop talking nonsense. This is something I personally agreed to. How can it be false? Besides, I think teaming up to deal with the world government is quite interesting. It's much more fun than committing suicide." Jinbe and Queen exchanged glances, and although they were doubtful, they remained silent. Rochet looked at them and said loudly, "Since we are all in this together now, we need to have a fresh start." Then, Rochet turned to Kaido with a smile and said, "Aren't you familiar with that old lady? Help me bring her in." Kaido's eyes widened as if he had heard an outrageous story, and he shouted, "Rochet, are you crazy? Let that old hag join us." Rochet, however, remained calm, crossing his arms and saying, "Kaido, don't underestimate Big Mom's power. If we can win her over, no one in these waters will be able to stop us." Jinbe scratched his head and spoke, "But Big Mom is unpredictable. How could she easily agree to join us?" Rochet's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Kaido, I remember when I was looking through the records that both you and Big Mom were under rocks, right? If you can persuade her to join me, once I destroy the world government, how about I resurrect that bastard?" A flicker of surprise and hesitation passed through Kaido's eyes. After all, Rox was a powerful figure they once followed, and if he could truly be revived, it was quite the temptation. After a moment of silence, Kaido slowly said, "Rochet, do you really have a way to resurrect Rox? That's not something you can just say." Rochet laughed heartily. "You still don't believe in my abilities? I have my methods." "Well, forget it. Just tell her we're going to attack the world government. As for the resurrection, with my current strength, I can't do that yet. The key is that it seems I can't even beat that guy right now. Reviving him would just put me in a position under him." Rochet waved his hand. "All right, you go talk to that old lady. If she doesn't agree, then I'll take Roger and Whitebeard to pay her a visit. Even if she has a tough exterior, I'll drag her in." Kaido sighed helplessly and finally nodded. "Fine, I'll give it a try. But if that old lady goes crazy, don't blame me." After saying that, he would find a Den Mushi. Whitebeard and Garp watched Kaido rummaging for the Den Mushi, and Whitebeard suddenly said, "Rochet, do you really think you can shake the world government with all this effort?" Rochet turned around, his eyes firm. "Uncle Whitebeard, the current situation is turbulent. The world government seems strong, but internally it's decaying. If we unite and take them down one by one, we have a chance." He added, "And I don't have much time left." Whitebeard frowned. "What do you mean?" But Rochet didn't answer him and sat down on the ground. Garp snorted. "Young people are always full of fantasies. The hidden power behind the world government shouldn't be underestimated." Rochet smiled. "Old man, how will you know if you don't try? Besides, if we really can't win, I'll still fight. After all, my life is just one." Seeing Rochet say this, Garp sighed. Although he didn't understand why Rochet was in such a hurry, he just needed to support him well. At this moment, Kaido found the Den Mushi and dialed Big Mom's number. "Hello, Charlotte Lin, it's Kaido." On the other end of the line, Big Mom's arrogant voice came through. "Kaido, What brings you to contact me? Kaido took a deep breath and relayed what Rosha had instructed. Lin, there's a big plan that concerns the new landscape of these seas. Let's destroy the world government together. What do you think? Big Mom was silent for a moment before bursting into maniacal laughter. Interesting, Kaido. Go ahead and tell me more. Kaido glanced at Rosha and began to explain the entire plan. After Kaido finished speaking, Big Mom laughed again. That sounds good, but what do I get out of it? Rosha took the den mushy and said into the microphone, Old lady, joining us is not a loss for you. Do you dare to negotiate? Are you crazy? Or am I crazy? If you don't agree, I'll take Roger and Whitebeard to your cake island and drag you back. Big Mom roared into the den mushy. You dare threaten me, kid? Rosha, however, replied nonchalantly. What do I have to be afraid of? And why are you talking so much? Will you join or not? If not, I'll go beat you up right now. Suddenly, it seemed like Rosha thought of something, slapped his forehead. All right, isn't that straw hat kid causing chaos on your side? Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Upon hearing Rosha mention Luffy, Big Mom's anger flared up. If you hadn't mentioned that brat, I wouldn't be angry. That kid is making a mess on my turf. Rosha seized the opportunity. Then you should join us even more. Once the world government is overthrown, you can live your peaceful life, continue being your old lady, and eat your cake. Big Mom pondered for a moment and huffed. Kid, I don't have time to deal with you right now. With that, Charlotte Lin hung up the phone. After being hung up on, Rosha's expression darkened. Damn old hag, just wait. Rosha threw the den mushy to Kaido and turned to Roger and Whitebeard. Uncle Roger, Whitebeard. Let's go pay a visit. We're going to Cake Island to bring Charlotte Lin back. Whitebeard laughed heartily. All right, I wanted to visit that old hag's territory for a while. Roger also grinned. Then let's set off. Kapu's mouth slightly curled up at the corners. You reckless bunch, since you're all going, how can I be left out? But his footsteps still followed the group. Seeing the three big legs responding, Rosha's mouth slightly lifted as he reached out to place his hand on the shoulders of the three. Just as they were about to leave, Rosha caught a glimpse of Kaido staring directly at him. Right, Kaido, come along. Just in case that old man doesn't agree, you can persuade her. Kaido didn't refuse and also placed his hand on Rosha's shoulder. In just a moment, the five of them arrived at Cake Island. The island was heavily guarded, and upon seeing Rosha and the others arrive, Big Mom's children rushed out. As for why they came out so early, Rosha naturally didn't know. Rosha shouted, We're just here to talk to Big Mom about cooperation. We don't want to fight. But the other side didn't listen at all and launched an attack directly. At this point, Rosha's expression turned completely grim. With a swift motion, the shura at Rosha's waist unsheathed with a swish and fell into his hands. Rosha raised a long knife and shouted, Divine Shield. In an instant, Rosha's Conqueror's Haki erupted completely, a terrifying aura sweeping across the scene. A sword infused with Conqueror's Haki struck heavily downwards towards the group of enemies, instantly causing those charging towards them to stumble and fall, with many fainting outright. However, a few stronger individuals were still barely standing, fear evident in their eyes. At this moment, whether it was the enemies who fainted or those who barely stood, they all shared the same thought, to run. Facing an opponent of Rosha's caliber, running was their only option. As they quickly fled the area, Rosha finally retracted the terrifying aura. The previously sharp momentum became gentle again. Just as Rosha was about to continue moving forward, Roger beside him asked, Rosha, what was that move just now? Rosha glanced at Roger and said slowly, That was a move I learned from watching Shanks before. To be honest, not many people can use this divine avoidance technique, and I'm not very skilled at it. Upon hearing Rosha's words, Roger's eyes lit up. I see. So it was that guy Red Taro who used it. No wonder someone else could pull it off. But for you to learn and execute it so quickly is quite impressive. Rosha smiled, saying he only imitated it roughly and still had many shortcomings. Not comparable to Uncle Roger. As the topic came to a close, the group continued towards the castle inside the island. Along the way, they encountered many members of Big Mom's pirate crew, but every time they saw Rosha and the others, their first reaction was not to fight, but to flee. They ran as if they had seen some ancient beast. Soon, Rosha and the others arrived at a grassy plain, where they saw someone sitting not far away. Rosha frowned, looking at the person, who appeared quite disheveled. It suddenly dawned on Rosha that the figure looked like Straw Hat Luffy. Rosha poked Garp beside him. old man. That guy over there seems to be your grandson. Garp focused his gaze and instantly widened his eyes. What is that brat doing here, looking so ragged? Just as Garp was about to step forward, Roger stopped him and asked, "Grandson? You old man have a grandson?" "Of course. Even Ace is my grandson." "Is it strange for me to have a grandson?" This left Roger speechless. The group quickened their pace and approached Luffy, who looked surprised upon seeing them. "Grandpa? And Rosha?" Luffy shouted. Rosha asked, "Luffy, what are you doing here?" Luffy scratched his head and said, "Because my companion didn't want to come back to me. So I'm waiting here for him." Garp shook his head helplessly. "You brat, always causing trouble everywhere." Rosha frowned, pondering the plot for a moment, then said slowly, "Is it that lecherous cook? I could tell he was from a Vinsmoke family. You're waiting for him?" Luffy nodded vigorously, determination in his eyes. "Yeah, Sanji is my partner. No matter what, I have to bring him back with me." Rosha nodded slightly, secretly admiring Luffy's dedication to his friends. He continued, "The Vinsmoke family is not simple. Their influence is deeply rooted. Shanks mentioned to me before that they have significant connections in the North Sea. Since Sanji comes from there, he must have some hidden difficulties for leaving you." Garp stroked his chin, looking serious. "Luffy, what do you plan to do? Just continue waiting?" Luffy clenched his fists, stood up, and said loudly, "No matter how long I wait, I will wait until Sanji is willing to come back with me. And I believe Sanji doesn't want to leave us either. As long as he doesn't come, I'll starve to death here." Roger watched Luffy from the side, his eyes shining with a different light, smiling and saying, "This kid really has a bit of your shadow from back then, Garp, for the sake of a friend. He doesn't care about anything." Garp snorted, yet a hint of pride showed on his face. This brat is just too stubborn. But to dare to cause trouble on Big Mom's turf, he has a bit of courage. But starving to death? You brat really want to starve to death? Luffy patted his chest, looking serious. "Of course. I keep my word. Without Sanji, I won't go anywhere." Just then, his stomach let out a timely grumble, breaking the serious atmosphere. Roger couldn't help but burst into laughter, his hearty laughter echoing across the plain. "Haha, this stomach protest is quite timely. Garp, your grandson is really interesting." Garp glared at Roger. "Oof, that's my grandson. What will we do if he really starves to death?" Rosha looked at Garp's expression, feeling helpless. He patted Garp's shoulder and said, "Old man, I'm planning to go deal with Big Mom. Are you coming with me?" Garp raised his eyebrows, a look of eagerness on his face. "Going to meet that old hag? I can't miss that." Luffy, hearing that they were going to fight Big Mom, looked puzzled. "Grandpa, what are you all doing here? Also, I know that Whitebeard uncle, but who's that guy beside him? He seems quite strong." "Is he strong, Grandpa?" Garp slapped Luffy on the back, pointing at Roger. "This is Roger, the former Pirate King. You brat don't even recognize him." Luffy's eyes instantly widened, filled with shock and admiration. "Wow, so you're the Pirate King, Roger. But I heard the Pirate King was executed." Roger laughed heartily, showing his white teeth. "You're right about that, but now I'm revived by this kid Rosha." Rosha added, "We're here this time because of that old hag Big Mom. I brought so many people with me, and we have to give her a beating." Luffy was so excited he turned red, clenched his fists, and leaned forward as if he was about to charge with them. "That's so cool. I can't believe I'm seeing the resurrected Pirate King in person." But the next moment, Luffy sat back down, saying he would wait for Sanji and wouldn't go. At this moment, Luffy was still relatively clear-headed and hadn't shown any signs of aging due to hunger. Rosha nodded and said, "Then you just keep waiting. I never intended to take you along anyway, so just stay put." After saying this, Rosha led everyone towards the location of Big Mom's castle. When they finally arrived at the castle, the large doors slowly opened, and a powerful yet familiar aura rushed toward them. There stood Big Mom at the entrance, flanked by many of her subordinates, her eyes filled with anger and vigilance. "You have some nerve to barge into my territory. No one is leaving here alive today." Rosha smirked, unafraid. "Big Mom, I'm here to settle the score with you today. After all, I brought so many people." Roger stepped forward, exuding a strong aura. "Lin, it's been years, and look at you now." However, when Big Mom saw Roger's face, even her notoriously arrogant demeanor faltered for a moment. You were that bastard Roger?" Suddenly, it seemed like Big Mom's peripheral vision caught sight of someone unbelievable, and in the next second, she let out a sharp scream. You are Whitebeard? You two were supposed to be dead. Why are you still alive?" Whitebeard looked at Charlotte Lean's astonished expression, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. He had never had the chance to beat Lin when he was alive, and now that he was resurrected, he unexpectedly had this opportunity. Gurura, Lin, I didn't expect you to remember me. As for why we're not dead, it's because this kid Rosha brought us back to life. As for that plan Kaido mentioned to you, it's true, we have already prepared the manpower. It's up to you whether you want to get beaten up and be taken away or leave with us now. Big Mom's eyes widened, her face filled with anger and reluctance. Rosha, do you really think you can do anything to me? This is my territory. Her massive body began to release a powerful pressure. With a cold snort, she waved her Napoleon sword, shouting, "Go! Take them all down. I don't care about the world government." Her subordinates rushed toward Rosha and the others. Kapu was the first to charge out, throwing punches like cannonballs, each one capable of knocking back several pirates. Rosha flashed and appeared right in front of Big Mom, and the two immediately engaged in combat. Rosha's attack speed was extremely fast, and Big Mom could only defend for the time being. Roger was also busy, easily dealing with the incoming subordinates, knocking them down as if chopping vegetables. While Rosha and Big Mom's confrontation was merely a warm-up, the real heavy hitters were Roger and Whitebeard teaming up against Big Mom. Fortunately, Rosha managed to slip away after a while of entanglement with Big Mom. At this moment, Whitebeard and Roger were coordinating, leaving Rosha in awe. He was afraid they would beat Big Mom to death. The ground shook, and even some of Big Mom's pirates were just going through the motions, knowing that if Big Mom lost, their efforts would be meaningless. Rosha understood the thoughts of Big Mom's children. Neither side was going all out. At this moment, only Roger, Whitebeard, and Big Mom were truly engaged in battle. Rosha even felt that Big Mom was about to give in. Just then, Big Mom suddenly unleashed a stronger force, pushing Roger and Whitebeard back. "Don't get too cocky," Big Mom roared. Seeing this, Rosha shouted, "Old man, let us bring Kaido in and finish this quickly." Kaido excitedly joined the fight, swinging his kanabo with all his might against Big Mom, feeling thrilled at the chance to finally fight her, something they could only talk about before due to their status as Yonko. Now that he finally had this opportunity, how could he not be excited? Kapu's punches were fierce, forcing Big Mom to retreat step by step. During this time, Big Mom's children showed no interest in joining the fight and retreated far away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. After all, these fighters were all Yonko level. Under the combined assault of everyone, Big Mom gradually fell into a disadvantage. She was panting, and a hint of panic finally appeared in her eyes. "Stop! I concede," Big Mom shouted. Everyone ceased their attacks and looked at Big Mom. Rosha walked forward with a smile. "Big Mom, you have no choice now." Big Mom gritted her teeth. "You guys are impressive." Rosha smiled, "Then come with us. Let us overthrow the world government together." Big Mom fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, but I want to easily follow your commands." Rosha replied, "As long as you act together with us, that's enough." Thus, Rosha took Big Mom and everyone away from Whole Cake Island. Along the way, Big Mom was still somewhat reluctant, but did not resist anymore. Even if she tried to resist, she would be beaten down immediately, as she had just personally experienced the overwhelming power of 5 Yonko-level fighters. Before long, Rosha brought everyone back to the G5 base. The fact that he returned with so many people in an instant shocked Akiji, who was stationed at the G5 base. Although he had already felt Rosha's abilities, it still felt incredibly unbelievable. Akiji slowly approached and asked, "Rosha, what brings Big Mom here?" "Oh, Kazan." This old hag finally agreed after we 5 gave her a good beating. Akiji raised an eyebrow and looked at Big Mom, who had a disgruntled but helpless expression. "What is next?" Akiji asked. Rosha crossed his arms, his gaze firm. "Gather more people. We need to formulate a detailed battle plan." Although Rosha spoke of gathering, he did not instruct them to publish newspapers or spread the news across the sea. He meant targeted gathering, such as the Revolutionary Army and some subordinates of the former Roger pirates. However, on this day, 3 warships suddenly appeared on the previously calm sea. Seeing this, Rosha immediately flew out of the G5 base, floating in midair, looking down at the Navy below with a calm expression. To Rosha's surprise, the leader of the Navy was none other than Sengoku, someone he hadn't contacted in a long time. Rosha slowly descended and landed on the bow of the ship, then asked, "Marshal, is there something you need?" Sengoku looked at Rosha, his face grave. Rosha, do you know that what you're doing now has already been discovered by the world government? They want to just sit back and watch. Rosha shrugged. Marshal, the world government has decayed for too long. It's time for a change. Sengoku sighed. I understand your thoughts, but this will trigger a massive war, and countless lives will be lost. Rosha's eyes were resolute. It's fine. I didn't call for little Karami. I only called for some well-known pirates. As for who they are, I want to tell you right now. Buddha paused for a moment and said, I came here this time to confirm whether it's true or not. But seeing you like this, I don't think there's a need for confirmation anymore. It seems to be true. Rosha shrugged. Since the world government knows about it, I must hurry. If I take them down quickly, I can finally get a good night's sleep. Buddha looked at Rosha and shook his head helplessly. You haven't changed at all. However, he added, I won't stop you, but the Navy also needs to show some presence. Rosha nodded in understanding. Then let's see what the Navy is capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, the Navy soldiers on the ship stood in formation, but they couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated facing Rosha and his companions. At that moment, Kizaru lazily stepped forward. Marshal, let me have a try first. Buddha nodded in agreement, and Kizaru walked to the bow of the ship, saying to Rosha, Brother Rosha, let me see if you made any progress during this time. Rosha flexed his wrists and smiled back. Kizaru, I hope you won't disappoint me. The two instantly clashed, with lasers and sword energy flying in all directions. Kizaru's Pika Pika, noMi, was incredibly powerful, but Rosha's speed was even faster, allowing him to cleverly dodge and counterattack. After several exchanges, neither side was able to gain the upper hand. However, this was also Rosha showing mercy. Otherwise, given Rosha's current strength, he could have ended the battle much sooner. Suddenly, a burst of Conqueror's haki surged from Rosha, causing the surrounding ships to sway. Rosha quickly drew his sword, Azura, and just as he was about to strike, Buddha immediately stepped between the two and said, That's enough. Let's stop here for today. He then led the fleet away, leaving Rosha pondering as he watched the departing ships. He knew very well that a real battle was about to begin. Time passed, and before he knew it, a month had gone by. There was still a month before the system's mission deadline. During this month, Rosha was extremely busy, inviting powerful individuals from various factions. The most frequent visits were to invite former members of the Roger Pirates, most of whom were elderly. Seeing this, Rosha generously produced life potions to restore everyone to their youthful states. In addition to the former Roger Pirates, Rosha also visited the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, although he didn't know where it was. But such trivial matters wouldn't stump Rosha. After all, with Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, being his acquaintance, it only took a phone call to summon him. Naturally, he used the any door. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to reach G5 in an instant. Dragon gladly agreed to Rosha's plan. Additionally, Shanks was persuaded by Rosha to join as well. With various powerful individuals gathering, Rosha felt more confident. However, just then, intelligence came in that the world government was also making big moves, and the atmosphere of battle grew tense. Rosha gathered everyone to discuss countermeasures. Rayleigh stroked his beard and chuckled. Kid, there's no need to panic. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Taking a deep breath, Rosha calmed down. Uncle Rayleigh was right. As long as we stand united, there's nothing to fear. The G5 branch had become crowded with countless powerful individuals. Originally, Rosha intended to hold the meeting in a conference room, but it was moved outdoors. At this moment, hundreds of strong fighters were sitting on the grass at the G5 base, with Rosha at the front. Rosha looked around and smiled. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. But I should give a heads up. Previously, those bastards from the world government purchased hundreds of devil fruits from me, almost all of which were mythical Zoan type. When this was said, some people showed concern on their faces. Others, like Kaido, displayed disdain, while Roger maintained his usual sunny smile without a hint of emotion. Rosha naturally noticed everyone's expressions and understood their feelings. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Clearing his throat, he said, but there's no need to worry. I might have done something a bit underhanded regarding those devil fruits, but I'll share it with everyone. Everyone looked on with curiosity. I've implanted a kind of deadly poison in those devil fruits, one that can kill them instantly. As soon as I think about it, those who consume my specially made devil fruits will die immediately. Upon hearing this, Everyone was initially stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Even Dragon, who was usually serious, slightly curved his lips. Rosha, you really are a bad guy, Shanks teased. That's right, this makes it much easier for us old bones, Rayleigh added. But we can't let our guard down. After a lengthy discussion lasting over 2 hours, everyone finally dispersed. Afterward, some went to the self-service area to eat. Some caught up with long-lost brothers, while others continued to strengthen themselves. Some started munching on a large bag of senbei. Rosha's lips curled up slightly, and he felt even more determined to take down the world government tomorrow. As night fell, Rosha walked alone to the lookout tower of the G5 base, gazing at the distant sea. Tomorrow, they would launch a full-scale attack on the world government. Despite all the preparations, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. Moreover, Rosha was not contemplating whether they could win or not, but rather whether he should leave or stay if the mission succeeded. As the system had mentioned, it was a one-time opportunity. Rosha's mind was racing with thoughts, but he decided to stop thinking and get some sleep. The next morning, after gathering everyone, Rosha scanned the crowd and noticed no one was missing, then waved his hand, and a giant any door appeared before the hundreds of people. This was the largest any door Rosha had ever opened. Both Kaido and Big Mom could enter. The location was the Holy Land, Mera Mera. After all, Rosha didn't want to waste time on the journey. The crowd gasped in awe as they watched the any door open. Rosha shouted, "Grab onto my shoulders. I'll take you all inside." Everyone reached out and grabbed Rosha's shoulders. Taking a deep breath, Rosha led everyone through the any door. After a flash of light, they arrived at the Holy Land, Mera Mera. However, as soon as they entered, the hundreds of people were stunned. In front of them stood hundreds, if not thousands, of members of the CP organization dressed in white, along with a few Navy personnel, numbering around 10,000 or so. Meanwhile, Rosha's any door continued to bring out around 1,000 specially trained soldiers, all equipped with a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Rosha scanned the area and finally fixed his gaze on 5 elderly men at the back. The 5 elders? Rosha's lips curled into a cold smile. Today was the day to settle old scores. One of the 5 elders slowly spoke. Rosha, do you really think you can shake the Holy Land Mera Mera with just this number of people? How naive. However, I never expected you to do something so crazy. We should have killed you back then. However, Rosha did not care. With a wave of his hand, the Marines behind him quickly dispersed and formed a battle formation. At this moment, the CP organization members were the first to launch an attack. But every Marine on Rosha's side possessed the ability of mythical beasts, and for a time, sparks flew from the collision between the two sides. Rosha and the other 4 emperors unleashed a fierce momentum, each finding their desired opponent, and throughout Mera Mera, shouts and the sounds of blades ringing out could be heard continuously. However, as Rosha fought, he began to feel something was off, as if he could poison the guy in front of him to the ground with just a thought. With this thought in mind, Rosha concentrated, and in an instant, the previously vibrant CP organization members, each in various beast forms, all turned purple and collapsed one by one. At this point, only those who had not consumed those fruits remained at the scene. Meanwhile, those who had been fighting the CP organization members were also stunned. What? They fell to the ground before they even had a chance to fight? But they quickly reacted, seemingly recalling what Rosha had said yesterday. With this in mind, excitement appeared on their faces, and some even shouted in excitement. The 5 elders saw this scene, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. "What have you done?" One of them shouted angrily. Rosha laughed heartily. "I merely added a little something to the devil fruits you bought from me. You high and mighty guys, have you never doubted me? You are really easy to deceive." At that moment, the remaining enemies began to panic. Seizing the opportunity, Rosha led everyone to launch a full-scale attack. Roger charged towards the 5 elders like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The others were also not to be outdone, each finding their preferred opponent. Some even teamed up 3 or 4 against one of the 5 elders. Others continued to fight the remaining 20 or so CP members. Rosha grinned, his figure disappearing in an instant, only to reappear in front of the sword-wielding 5 elder. Holding Shura, the blade enveloped in Conqueror's haki, he showed a frenzied expression and swung down forcefully at the sword-wielding elder. The sword-wielding elder's pupils constricted as he hurriedly raised the initial demon slayer to block. With a loud bang, a powerful airflow erupted between the two. However, since each of the 5 elders had been separated, Rosha did not affect anyone else. Rosha followed up with several consecutive fierce attacks, each strike containing earth-shattering power. However, even with such a fierce assault, the sword-wielding elder was able to withstand it. But the beads of sweat forming on his forehead indicated that dealing with Rosha was not easy for him. On the other side, Roger and the others were also attacking fiercely, and the other members of the 5 elders were gradually finding it hard to hold on. Rosha continued his relentless assault, appearing tireless. Suddenly, Rosha's mouth curled up slightly as he coldly said, "Hey, old man, there should be someone named him above you, right?" Upon hearing this, the sword-wielding elder's expression changed. "How do you know Lordum?" His words carried a hint of panic. Rosha snorted coldly. "I know much more than you can imagine." With that, he increased the force in his hands, pressing the blade closer. Each of Rosha's strikes aimed for vital points. But the sword-wielding elder did not give him any opportunities. Seeing that the two were at a stalemate, Rosha took a deep breath, and the next second, the space fruit activated. Rosha's figure became like an afterimage, circling around the sword-wielding elder. Occasionally, he would deliver a strike, and the sword-wielding elder gradually became overwhelmed, with multiple injuries appearing on his body. Moreover, Rosha not only exerted force with his hands, but also did not let up verbally, constantly taunting him. Perhaps he was getting annoyed, feeling restless or something. Rosha narrowed his eyes, and the next second, his aura suddenly surged, and his conqueror's haki became unprecedentedly powerful. Now, taking advantage of the sword-wielding elder's momentary distraction, Rosha swung Shura with all his might. The sword-wielding elder, unable to dodge, was cleaved in half by Rosha's blade. Blood splattered everywhere, and the remaining 4 members of the 5 elders looked on in horror at this scene. They knew the strength of the sword-wielding elder, but did not expect him to be killed by Rosha just like that. Rosha stood there, panting heavily, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining enemies. "Your doom has come," he shouted loudly. At this moment, good news also came from Roger's side. He had successfully defeated his opponent and was rushing towards Rosha. The morale of the others soared, and they attacked the enemies even more fiercely. The remaining 4 members of the 5 elders attempted to counterattack, but they were in disarray, leaving many openings. Rosha seized the opportunity and charged forward again, joining forces with Garp and others to besiege them. As attacks rained down, another member of the 5 elders fell. The remaining 2, realizing the situation was dire, tried to escape, but they were already surrounded by Rosha and his men. Rosha's mouth curled up crazily, excitement evident in his eyes. This was exactly the scene he wanted. Rosha snapped his fingers, and the next second, the senza beans appeared in front of everyone. Everyone recognized the senza beans, as Rosha had mentioned them before. So without any hesitation, they all consumed them. After eating the senza beans, everyone felt revitalized, their stamina fully restored. Rosha led everyone to completely eliminate the remaining 2 members of the 5 elders. Although the entire scene, whether CP or the 5 elders or the Marines, had been slaughtered by Rosha and his team, Rosha's face did not show the expected smile. Everyone was puzzled by Rosha's reaction, but among those present, Roger and others all gazed intently at the distant sky as if waiting for something to arrive. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A tall figure cloaked in black robes, with an indiscernible face, appeared before everyone. This person was I'm. Although Rosha and the others could not see his face clearly, his gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. Rosha was unafraid, holding Shura as he stepped forward. Im sneered, "Do you think defeating a few worthless ones can change the world? Today, I will show you true power." With that, Im instantly disappeared from his spot. And when he reappeared, Rosha was desperately blocking his attack. Rosha held the sword with one hand to fend off Im's fist attack. He felt unprecedented pressure, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. However, Rosha was indeed very puzzled. Why did Im feel like a woman? And that teleportation ability just now was so similar to his space fruit? Rosha could not make sense of it in his mind. After a round of probing between Im and Rosha, Im returned to hover in midair, looking down at everyone. Yim quietly floated in the air, his gaze sweeping over each person below like a cold blade. At this moment, Rosha spread his arms, and a massive space cube was continuously compressed between them, until it became the size of a fist floating in Rosha's hand. Rosha let out a cold laugh, exerting force with his arms, and then the cube that Rosha had been compressing vanished from its original spot, reappearing directly above Yim's head. Yim looked up, his eyes showing no fear, only slightly tilting his body. Just as Yim had just shifted, the repeatedly compressed space cube exploded directly above Yim's head. Even though the explosion was extremely loud, echoing between heaven and earth. However, as the smoke cleared, Yim stood there unscathed. "You think you can hurt me, Rosha, with such petty tricks? You're not worthy." Yim's cold voice echoed. Rosha's expression changed, and he was secretly alarmed by Yim's strength. Swallowing hard, he turned to Garp beside him and said, "Old man, let's run." Garp's eyes widened. "Run? That's not my style." As he spoke, Garp clenched his fists, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Seeing this, Yim coldly snorted, ignorant. He lightly raised his hand, and a black energy wave shot towards Garp. Just as the energy wave was about to hit Garp, Rosha dashed forward, using his ability to create a spatial shield to block the attack. However, the impact still forced Rosha back several steps. After stabilizing himself, Rosha's face darkened. He thought to himself, having entered the pirate world for so long, although he had faced hardships, he had gained such strong power. Yet he was still being beaten like this by this guy. Rosha was thoroughly enraged. His sword, Shura, instantly unsheathed from his waist, and a massive conqueror's haki surrounded him. Holding Shura, the conqueror's haki wrapped around it, causing the surrounding air to distort under its pressure. Yim frowned slightly, sensing the surge in power brought on by Rosha's anger. "Interesting," Yim murmured. Rosha let out a loud roar and charged at Yim like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey, moving so fast that only afterimages were left behind. Yet Yim remained floating in midair, not even moving. Rosha sneered, allowing the conqueror's haki to be absorbed by Shura. In an instant, the sword's momentum surged, becoming longer and sharper. Harnessing this powerful force, Rosha leaped high and aimed to slash at Yim. A glimmer of surprise finally flashed in Yim's eyes as he extended his palm, and a gray-black barrier appeared before him. When Shura's blade touched the barrier, a powerful recoil hit Rosha, causing his arm to go numb. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to endure and continued to push forward. The onlookers on the ground wanted to intervene, but were also curious about Yim's strength. Besides, with so many of them present, how could they allow Rosha to be killed right under their noses? Shanks even pulled over a corpse of a celestial dragon and sat on it, looking rather unconcerned. No one objected to Shank's behavior. In fact, others began to imitate him. Kaido even dragged over 2 celestial dragon corpses to sit on. The battle continued. The momentum of Shura in Rosha's hand kept increasing, with Rosha continuously supplying Conqueror's haki. Yim felt the intensifying assault from Rosha, and a barely noticeable smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. However, before he could enjoy it for long, the barrier in front of Yim began to crack, with the cracks continuing to expand. Bang! The next moment, a crisp sound echoed, and the shield that had been blocking Yim shattered. Seizing the moment the shield broke, Rosha unhesitatingly swung Shura towards Yim. Yim couldn't dodge in time and was slashed across the cheek by Shura. At the same time, the hood that had completely covered Yim was torn off by Rosha's strike, revealing her true appearance. As the hood was lifted, Yim's face came into view for everyone. The moment they saw Yim's face, everyone was stunned. Rosha's eyes widened in surprise. Not because she was ugly, but because she was stunningly beautiful, her skin as white as snow. Even compared to girls in their 20s, she would not lose out. Seeing the astonished expressions of everyone, Yim's face flushed with embarrassment, and she angrily shouted, "What are you looking at?" Her movements quickened as a black beam of spatial energy shot towards Rosha. Rosha quickly dodged to the side, but to his surprise, the beam seemed to have a mind of its own, turning sharply and striking Rosha in the back. Hit in the back, Rosha spat out a mouthful of blood, but his gaze remained resolute. Just this much. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Rosha gripped Shura tightly and pulled several magical beans from his spatial pouch, shoving them into his mouth. In no time, his dwindling stamina rapidly recovered, and the injuries on his back gradually healed. Yim didn't expect Rosha to be so resilient after taking such a heavy blow, causing her to feel a bit annoyed. At this moment, Shanks, who had been sitting on the celestial dragon corpses watching the show, suddenly spoke up. "Rosha, brother, do you need help? How about we all join forces and take that bastard down?" Rosha replied loudly, "No need. Today I want to see what kind of ability an old thing that has lived for hundreds of years really has." With that, Rosha pushed his conqueror's haki to the limit, transforming into a war god. Hearing Rosha's words, Yim trembled with rage. "Then let me show you my true strength." With that, Yim waved her hands, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and black lightning flickered among the clouds. Rosha gripped Shura tightly, vigilantly watching the opponent. Suddenly, a pair of massive black wings unfolded behind Yim, and she charged towards Rosha like a phantom. Rosha did not back down and rushed towards Yim. When they collided, a powerful shockwave spread outward, instantly reducing nearby buildings to rubble. The two exchanged blows in the air, neither giving way. It was unclear how long the battle lasted, but nearby buildings collapsed or turned to dust. Even during the fight, Rosha noticed the celestial dragons hiding not far away, estimating their numbers to be in the hundreds. All of them overweight and wearing specially made clothing. An idea sparked in Rosha's mind. He deliberately created an opening, and Yim seized the opportunity for a full-on strike. But Rosha used the power of space to instantly teleport to the group of celestial dragons, wrapping them in spatial energy. The next moment, hundreds of celestial dragons were brought to Shanks and the others. Rosha grinned. "Shanks, take them down." Shanks was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha, Rosha, you're really something else." The others joined in laughter, eagerly preparing for action. Upon seeing the celestial dragons captured, Yim's expression changed dramatically. "Dare to touch them and see what happens." Rosha furrowed his brows in confusion. "You actually have feelings? Could it be that these beasts are your offspring?" However, even though Rosha kept talking, Yim's face grew darker, as if on the edge of fury. Yim roared in anger, the black aura around her intensifying, and she charged towards Rosha and the others recklessly. But the group was not afraid of her, joining forces to resist, with Rosha at the forefront. At that moment, Rosha looked like a blood-soaked figure, his clothes and skin drenched in blood. Yim was busy dealing with the attacks from the group, momentarily flustered. Seizing the opportunity, Shanks swung his sword towards the celestial dragons. However, just as Shanks was about to strike, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. "Since you're all going to die, then I'll take your lives. After all, I've been taking care of you useless ones for long enough." In an instant, black mist erupted from Ibai's entire body in midair. And not only that, the waste celestial dragons that Rosha had captured also began to exude a bloody aura. These auras gradually floated towards Ibai. Everyone curiously watched this scene, and all that remained was the screams and pleas for mercy from the celestial dragons. About a minute passed, but when it ended, Rosha still did not notice anything special about Ibai. Rosha sneered. "Put on a show. I see your forehead darkening. You are on the path to death." Ibai coldly snorted, his voice devoid of emotion, like the cold ice of the abyss, filled only with killing intent. "Rosha, you should die. You truly should die. Those wastes were all my sacrifices. You destroyed them all of them." Rosha frowned and sneered. "Humph, you crazy old man. Do you think using these wastes as sacrifices will make you invincible?" Ibai's eyes turned crimson as he roared. "What do you understand? Those wastes were all my lifespan. If it weren't for you damn guy, how could I have absorbed them all?" Hearing Ibai's words, some intelligent people present showed expressions of realization. Of course, there were smart ones and foolish ones, like Garp. Garp asked loudly, "Kid, what does that guy mean?" Rosha's mouth twitched, then explained. "That old guy has lived for 800 years. Why has he lived so long? Naturally, it's because he has drawn the lifespans of these wastes. Otherwise, who could live that long? And it should only be living people. You can't draw from the dead. That's why that old thing was so angry just now." Rosha looked at Ibai, who was gradually getting enraged in midair, and felt quite pleased. Rosha mocked. "You old thing. Your lifespan should be quite a lot now, huh? TSK, TSK, TSK. But it will soon be taken by me. What a pity. How about you give me the remaining lifespan you have?" Ibai laughed in anger. You want my lifespan? You are simply dreaming. You all must die here today." As soon as he finished speaking, Ibai's aura surged again, and black energy swirled around him like a vortex. The faces of the crowd changed as they felt this immense pressure. Roger shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't back down. Let's go together." The crowd responded in unison, unleashing their strongest moves towards Ibai. In an instant, various lights and energies intertwined and collided with Ibai's black energy. Rosha moved like lightning, wielding the Shura sword imbued with powerful conqueror's haki, slashing at Ibai again and again. Ibai fought hard to defend, and both sides fell into a stalemate. At that moment, Whitebeard suddenly swung his tidal wave, and the powerful shockwave broke through Ibai's defenses, leaving a wound on his body. Ibai roared in anger, increasing his energy output and repelling everyone. Seizing the opportunity, Rosha launched another attack, merging spatial power with Conqueror's haki to create a powerful impact. Ibai was caught off guard, hit in the chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of fear and despair finally appeared in his eyes. "Impossible. I will not lose," Ibai shouted frantically. However, the crowd did not give him a chance to breathe and continued to unleash wave after wave of attacks. Under the relentless assault of the crowd, Ibai's strength gradually diminished. Ultimately, Ibai could no longer hold on and fell from the sky. Covered in blood, Rosha stepped forward, looking at the barely alive Ibai, and said, "Your path of evil has come to an end." Ibai used his last bit of strength to glare fiercely at Rosha, then slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, at the moment of Ibai's death, his body turned to ashes and scattered in the air. With Ibai's death, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated and sunlight shone down again. The crowd cheered, celebrating their hard-won victory. Rosha felt himself relax, but looking at the ashes drifting in the air, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. "Ah, what a pity. I want to take it back for research," Rosha said, filled with regret. However, before he could lament for long, a familiar voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Ding! Congratulations, Rosha, for completing the final task, slaying Ibai. You have received a reward and will return to your original world. You have one day to think. Please think carefully." In an instant, almost everyone's gaze turned towards Rosha. Rosha was also bewildered. While he expected the completion task system to give a notification, he did not expect this notification to be heard by everyone. Just as Rosha was about to speak, a rift similar to a space crack appeared before him. The crack was nearly 3 meters high. At this time, those who had fought alongside Rosha also came over to inquire about the earlier voice. In response to their inquiries, Rosha directly laid everything out. After Rosha finished speaking, everyone present moved from shock to surprise and finally to calm. After an unknown amount of time, Rosha still sat in place, staring at the space crack in front of him, lost in thought. The crowd also quieted down, waiting for his decision. Garp stepped forward and patted Rosha on the shoulder. "Kid, no matter how you choose, this old man supports you." Shanks also said, "Rosha, just follow your heart." Rosha took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, I need time to think it over." After saying that, he walked aside alone, his mind filled with countless thoughts. He recalled his various experiences in this world, fighting alongside the old man, and those unforgettable moments. On the other side, the crowd was quietly discussing. "Do you think Rosha will leave? I don't know. Maybe he will be reluctant to part with us." Time passed second by second, and Rosha finally raised his head, his eyes becoming resolute. He walked back to everyone and slowly said, "Friends, I have decided." As time passed, all the pirates present stared intently at Rosha. Most of the pirates felt more reluctance in their hearts. Rosha took a deep breath and asked in his heart, "System, if I step into the space crack, will I be able to return with all my skills?" The system's cold voice directly reached everyone's ears. "Rosha, this system cannot guarantee it. However, this space crack leads to your original world. Whether to enter is up to you. Also, a gentle reminder, your time is running out." Rosha frowned deeply, looking at the pirates who had fought alongside him, his heart filled with conflict. Suddenly, a group of casually dressed Marines shouted, "Boss, no matter where you go, we will always remember you." The other Marines echoed in agreement. A warm current surged in Rosha's heart. He clenched his fists, and his gaze became determined. What the heck? I might as well be a Marine here for the rest of my life, Rosha said loudly. The pirates and Marines were first taken aback, then erupted into huge cheers. Rosha abandoned the idea of stepping into the space crack, turning to face the pirates, and smiled broadly, since the world government has already been taken down. Why should I leave? As soon as the voice fell, a cold mechanical sound came from the horizon. Rosha, since you have chosen to stay in the pirate world, the space rift is about to close. In an instant, the rift that had stood in the center of everyone disappeared before their eyes. It was only at this moment that Garp walked over, casually slapping Rosha on the shoulder and laughing. Kid, since you're not leaving, why don't you tell us what that voice was? The voice sounded ethereal, making it impossible for me to pinpoint its location. As soon as Garp said this, almost all eyes turned to Rosha, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Rosha shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't know how to explain it either, so I apologize." Old man. As he spoke, Rosha even bowed deeply to Garp. This sudden gesture startled Garp, who quickly stepped back 3 paces. It was the first time he had seen Rosha bow so seriously, making his old heart race. Garp scratched his head and chuckled. Kid, no need to be so polite. Just as Rosha straightened up and was about to say something, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, indicating that quite a few people were coming. Everyone looked over curiously and saw that Kizu, Hakinu, Sengoku, and others were leading the way, followed by tens of thousands of Marines. Seeing Sengoku, the pirates on Rosha's side, though not afraid, all took out their weapons, their expressions very serious. Rosha let out a bitter smile and used his ability to instantly teleport in front of Sengoku. Sengoku didn't pay attention to Rosha. Instead, he surveyed the scene, and upon seeing so much blood, his pupils widened in disbelief as he asked, "Hey, Rosha, did you destroy the world government?" Rosha crossed his arms, shrugged, and said, "Marshal, you can see who is sitting under Shanks' butt." Although Sengoku was puzzled by Rosha's words, he still looked over. Noticing Sengoku's gaze, Shanks grinned and deliberately tossed the head of the swordsman sitting under him into Sengoku's arms. This sudden action almost made Sengoku's eyes pop out. But after all, Sengoku was battle-hardened. Realizing he was losing his composure, he quickly adjusted himself. However, upon seeing the head at his feet, Sengoku couldn't help but curse. What the hell? This is the head of one of the 5 elders? This is his head? Seeing Sengoku so shocked, Rosha patted Sengoku on the shoulder and comforted him. "Marshal, the world government has been destroyed by us, so the 5 elders are naturally gone. Don't be too shocked or scared." Rosha's eyes glanced at the swordsman's head at Sengoku's feet, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes as he immediately stomped on the swordsman's head. Then, as if pondering something, Rosha directly teleported to Shanks' side. In just a few seconds, Rosha found what he wanted. At this moment, Rosha was holding a knife with a flame-like pattern on the blade, a typical flame pattern steel blade, forged through folding and hammering, with a longer and more curved body. Rosha carefully examined it and finally said softly, "Is this really a demon blade? Why does it look like an ordinary long knife?" Shanks, who had been wanting to ask since earlier, directly answered, "Rosha, this demon blade was just chopped down by you. How could it dare to show its ghostly aura in your hands? So it's true, such a blade really exists." Rosha and Shanks completely ignored Sengoku's expression and began discussing the original ghost cutter. After an unknown amount of time, Sengoku gently cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Rosha, you should talk about the specific details of the battle." Rosha shook his head and firmly refused. "Marshal, I can't remember clearly. You can ask the old man. Also, I'm out of energy now. Can we arrange a banquet? After all, we just defeated the most evil force in this world." Sengoku sighed helplessly, but thinking about the recent battle, he nodded in agreement. "All right, then let's hold a grand banquet." During the banquet, whether pirates, Marines, or revolutionaries could all participate. Sengoku's voice sounded so beautiful in the quiet holy land, Mary Geos. The pirates present were all great pirates, so they weren't overly excited, but smiles appeared on their faces. Whether pirates, Marines, or revolutionaries, they all gathered together, a scene never seen before. At the banquet, various delicacies and fine wines piled up like mountains. Rosha sat in a corner, quietly drinking, watching everyone laugh and play. Just then, Ji Yuan came over with Sengoku. As Sengoku approached, he said, "Kid, although you were a bit reckless this time, The result is good, not bad, not bad. I really didn't misjudge you. Rosha rolled his eyes. Stop flattering yourself. By the way, old man, does such a big event need that stupid bird to make a newspaper? Sengoku shot Rosha a glance. Of course it does. This matter must be reported to the entire world. After speaking, Sengoku turned to leave to find Morgan's, but Rosha used his ability to block Sengoku. Sengoku turned his head and asked, "What do you mean by this?" "It's nothing, but you don't need to go through so much trouble." Rosha stood up. "Wait a moment." Rosha went to a slightly wider area. In the next second, he opened the door of dimension. When he saw the house on the other side, Rosha took a deep breath and shouted, "Stupid Burr Morgans, get out here." Soon, Morgans flew out of his newspaper office, feathers flying everywhere. "Rosha-sama, hello. What can I do for you?" His tone was extremely humble. This directly stunned Rosha, who asked in confusion, "What happened to this stupid bird? Why is your attitude suddenly so good?" Morgans chuckled awkwardly, but said nothing. Seeing this, Rosha didn't waste any more words and said directly, "No more nonsense. Something big happened here today, and you need to report it well." Morgan's eyes lit up. "What big event?" "We just destroyed the world government, and all the 5 elders are dead." Rosha said it casually. Morgan swallowed hard, almost fainting from shock. You actually did it?" This is absolutely shocking news. Although he had received news long ago, he had never dared to go over. Now, hearing it directly from Rosha's mouth, Morgan's felt like a rocket ready to launch. "By the way, do you need any materials or something? You can bring people to the Holy Land to take photos. After all, everyone here is already dead. Only our people are having a banquet here." Morgans was so excited that he trembled all over and hurriedly called his subordinates to prepare equipment to go to the Holy Land for filming. Rosha then returned to the corner to continue drinking. The atmosphere at the banquet grew more and more lively, with pirates, marines, and revolutionaries sharing their stories with each other. Time passed unknowingly, and 3 days quickly went by. Rosha woke up in the castle of the G5 branch, with Ji Yuan tightly hugging his neck. Just as he wanted to go back to sleep, a series of urgent knocks on the door interrupted him. A rough voice came from outside. "Hey kid, you awake? That old man Sengoku wants us to go to a meeting." Rosha lazily scratched his head and replied, "Old man, wait a minute. I'm getting up now." A few minutes later, Rosha casually threw on some clothes and stepped outside, wearing a dark floral shirt on top, shorts on the bottom, and flip-flops on his feet. Although his outfit was casual, it gave off a cool, laid-back vibe. Rosha approached Garp and asked, "Old man, are we heading to the Navy headquarters?" "That's right. That bastard Sengoku said to hurry up. You're the last one." "Huh. Is the meeting not going to start without me?" But Rosha didn't think too much about it, placing his hand on Garp and instantly teleporting them to the Navy headquarters. As soon as they arrived, they were shocked by the number of people present. At that moment, a set of large tables and chairs were set up in the Navy training ground, including a rectangular table. Surrounding them were not only high-ranking Navy officials, but also a few pirates who had fought alongside them a few days ago, like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shanks. Rosha scratched his head and lazily took a seat at the empty spot. However, he didn't speak. Instead, a spatial cube in his hand kept growing larger until it encompassed all 200 or so people before he asked, "Marshal, why did you call me here? I haven't had enough sleep yet. Plus, with so many big pirates here, I reckon they could turn the Navy headquarters upside down. You've got some guts, Marshal." Sengoku glared at Rosha. "You better speak respectfully, kid." Then Sengoku continued, "Rosha, you've changed the entire landscape of the pirate world a few days ago. Although the world government has fallen, order still needs to be rebuilt. We invited everyone here for this purpose." Rosha raised an eyebrow, expressing his confusion. Akainu continued, "Rosha, as the first person to overthrow the world government, you must have some insights, right?" Rosha crossed his arms and pondered for a moment before saying, "I wouldn't call it insight, but since we need to rebuild order, we must first ensure a balance of interests among all parties. Pirates can no longer plunder at will, and the Navy cannot oppress excessively." Shanks smiled and said, "Rosha makes a good point. We pirates also hope for a relatively free yet rule-bound sea." Whitebeard nodded. "Grrrr, that's true, but the rules must be reasonable." Roger also added, "Exactly, we can't let innocent people suffer." Sengoku looked at everyone and said, "Now, how to formulate specific rules and systems still requires everyone's discussion." For a moment, everyone began to express their opinions, and the atmosphere of the meeting was lively. Rosha suggested, I think we can divide different sea areas and formulate corresponding rules based on their characteristics. For example, some dangerous sea areas can have relaxed restrictions, but there must still be certain constraints. I kind of frowned, but how do we regulate this? It's not an easy task. Rosha smiled. We can establish a dedicated regulatory body composed of pirates, the Navy, and ordinary citizens. At this moment, a Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff, senbei, said, we also need to pay attention to the lives of the lower classes and solve issues of poverty and injustice. After much discussion, they finally drafted some preliminary rules and systems. Sengoku said, good, then we will gradually implement these plans, hoping we can jointly establish a new, peaceful world. After the meeting ended, Rosha stretched. This is truly a daunting task. Shanks patted his shoulder. But it's worth doing, isn't it? Rosha smiled. That's right. Let's work hard together. Under everyone's efforts, a new order gradually took shape, ushering in a brand new era in the pirate world. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. On this day, Rosha was lying on a lounge chair in the G5 branch, with Ji-Yuan and Garp beside him. The three were leisurely enjoying some juice and rare afternoon tea. At that moment, a carrier seagull dropped a newspaper, landing squarely on Garp's sleeping face. Hey, what? What's this? Garp pulled the newspaper off his face and rubbed his eyes to read the contents. This is... Garp's voice caught the attention of Rosha and Ji-Yuan. Rosha leaned over to take a look, his face showing surprise. Whoa, isn't that kid Luffy? He actually became the new pirate king. Ji-Yuan also looked over curiously. Really? That's amazing. Since Ji-Yuan often heard Rosha and Garp talk about Luffy, he gradually became familiar with the interesting guy. Moreover, in the current pirate world, order was intact, and the Navy headquarters now had 3 supreme leaders, Akiji, senbei, and another representative from the pirates. But no one from the pirate side was willing to come, so there were currently only 2. Under the new order, ordinary citizens were no longer subjected to the pillaging and destruction by pirates. If any burning, killing, or looting occurred, the big pirates in that sea area would personally come and deal with it. Thus, the current pirate world was very peaceful, which was the benefit of eliminating the world government. Garp laughed heartily. This kid really has potential. Rosha smiled and said, it seems that the pirates of a new era are all chasing after their dreams. At that moment, Ji-Yuan said, Rosha, old man, should we go see Luffy? After all, you haven't seen him in 3 years. Upon hearing Ji-Yuan's words, Garp grinned widely and immediately stood up, laughing. Haha, kid, take me to find my grandson. Rosha nodded. All right, let's go take a look. You two hold on to me. Soon, the 3 disappeared from the G5 branch. And thus, the story ends.